Beast Tamer Academy Awakening Hall. Qin Tian Talent Grade, Gray. As the examiner read out the result, Qin Tian felt as though he had been sentenced to death. Hundreds of gazes from the crowd swept toward him, all sympathetic, some gloating, but most full of disdain. What the hell, Gray? Isn't that the lowest tier? I heard even white is better than this. The contract success rate is less than 1%, and the beast growth cap can't even break through F rank. Trash. Qin Tian tugged at the corner of his mouth, trying to appear as though he were not so desperate. He remembered 3 years ago when his father Qin Haidong spent the family's entire fortune on an awakening potion, stroking his head and saying, "Xiao Tian, whether our Qin family can turn things around depends on you." And this is the result. A system panel appeared before his eyes, the cold, lifeless data, making him despair. Host Qin Tian. Talent grade, grade effective. Contract success rate 0. 8. Beast growth cap F. Contract slots 11. 1 slot 0. 8 success rate cap F rank. What did this mean? In the beast controlling world, talent grades from lowest to highest were gray, white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, gold, rainbow. Gray was the worst of the worst, so weak that even contracting the most basic slime would be a struggle. Move aside. Qin Tian was about to leave when a familiar figure blocked his way. Lin Wan. The childhood sweetheart from years past, the girl who had held his hand and strolled through the beast market only half a month ago, now linked arms with another boy, her expression as cold as a stranger's. Qin Tian, let's break up. Qin Tian paused, reason. A scoff came from the boy beside Lin Wan. A boy wearing a badge on his chest that read Lin Family Sui Chen, with his talent grade displayed as blue. Do I need to ask? Sui Chen wrapped his arm around Lin Wan's waist, looking down at Qin Tian contemptuously. Xiao Wan is green talent, fitting with a gray trash like you. Are you worthy? Lin Wan turned her face away, her voice soft. Qin Tian, we're both adults now. We just need to be realistic. In this beast-controlling world, talent is everything. I don't want to rot at the bottom of society with you. Qin Tian fell silent for 3 seconds. To be honest, his heart still ached a little. But mostly it was a sense of absurdity. Just half a month ago, this girl was sweetly calling him Tian Ge. Half a month ago, she was sweetly calling him Brother Tian, and now she can't even bear to look at him. Fine. Qin Tian nodded, his expression eerily calm. I wish you happiness. He turned and walked away. Behind him, Sui Chen sneered, at least he knows his place. Qin Tian didn't look back. It wasn't magnanimity. It was that he knew getting entangled with someone like her was pointless. What expectation could one have of a green tea who looked down on the poor and wealthy? Stepping out of the awakening hall, the early autumn wind blew past. Qin Tian suddenly felt like laughing. Great talent. F rank cap. 0. 8 success rate. Father's 3 million in debt. Being dumped. Alright, the system started him off stacked with buffs, huh? Ding. Suddenly a notification sound exploded in his mind. Qin Tian froze in his steps. Ding. Divine template system binding in progress. Divine template system activating. Activation successful. System core rule: when the host contracts any beast, a matching divine tier creature template will be automatically drawn. The template inherits all talents, skills, and growth potential of the original creature. Current template library 1 unlocked. First pull reward beginner gift pack has been issued. Claim. Qin Tian stood there, his mind going blank. For about 10 seconds, he slowly exhaled a single word. Damn. Then, without hesitation, he chose to claim it. Beginner gift pack opened. Obtained items. 1. Contract spirit cards. 3. Ignore talent restrictions. 100 contract success. 2. Evolution spirit stone. 1 can break a beast's current level cap. 3. Divine template draw opportunity. 1 first draw guaranteed legendary tier template. Reminder: please contract your first beast as soon as possible to activate the core functions of the divine template system. Qin Tian stared at the panel for a full 5 minutes. Then he squatted by the roadside, covering his face with both hands, shoulders trembling. Passers-by thought he was crying and cast pitying glances his way. Actually, he was laughing. Laughing until tears came out. Gray talent. F rank cap. Qin Tian stood up, brushed the dust off his pants, and his eyes turned sharp. System, this move of yours, I can only say, absolutely nailed it. He felt like he had been dealt a terrible hand of cards in a game of dodiju, only for the system to swap him a completely new set, and it was a royal flush. But Qin Tian soon calmed down. Powerful as the system was, there was one prerequisite. He needed a beast first. And right now he was penniless. The Qin family was originally a middle-class family in Binhai City. His father Qin Haidong had once been a C-rank beast tamer. He was severely injured during an expedition to a secret realm. His beast died in battle, his cultivation was destroyed, and he was left with enormous debts. 3 years ago, Qin Haidong sold the family's only property, bought an awakening potion, and pinned all his hopes on Qin Tian. And Qin Tian awakened a gray talent. Qin Tian took a deep breath and headed to the beast market. This was Binhai City's largest beast trading hub, where from the most basic slimes to rare dragon descendants, everything was available. Of course, prices varied enormously. Qin Tian had only $300 in his pocket. It was his living expense for the month. What kind of beast could $300 buy? Answer: nothing. The cheapest slime in the market started at 5,000. Qin Tian walked around the market and was subjected to countless disdainful stares from vendors. Young man looking at beasts. The cheapest here is 8,000. No money. Go check out the stray beast shelter over there, maybe you can pick up a bargain. Stray beast shelter. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. Right, those abandoned stray beasts. No one wanted them, maybe he could pick one up. He hurried to the shelter, a dirty sprawling courtyard where various beasts were kept. Most were injured, elderly, or abandoned by their owners for having poor talent. Young man, you want to adopt one? The administrator was a fat, middle-aged man, cigarette dangling from his lips, sizing up Qin Tian. Registration fee is 100. Adoption is free. Qin Tian paid the 100 yuan and walked into the yard. One by one, beasts cowered in corners with numb eyes. There was a three-legged windrunner wolf, an iron-feathered eagle, missing one eye, and a flame fox that had lost its tail. Qin Tian looked at these beasts, his heart heavy. These beasts were much like his own situation, abandoned simply because they were not good enough. He walked around the yard, his gaze suddenly caught by a cage in the corner. Inside the cage was a plant, more precisely a small grass. Ash-gray stems and leaves drooping and listless, looking no different from common roadside weeds. Name: unknown weed. Level: none. Quality: none. Skill: none. 3 knowns glaringly conspicuous. The administrator came over that thing. Some student bought it last week, claimed it was an ancient spiritual tree seed, and when it grew into just a weed, he threw it away in frustration. If you want to take it, it can purify the air at home. Qin Tian crouched down looking at the weed. The weed listlessly shook its leaves and said into the void, "Stop staring, I'm just a waste." Qin Tian suddenly smiled. "You're the one." The administrator looked bewildered. "Are you sure? This thing is worse than a slime." "Yes, I'm sure." Qin Tian opened the cage and gently cupped the weed in his hands. The weed's leaves brushed against his fingers, cool to the touch. Ding. Divine template system is activating. Ding. Host, do you wish to use a contract spirit card to form a contract with the unknown weed? Use. The next moment, contract successful. Detected host's first contracted beast. Divine template system core functions activated. Extracting matching template for unknown weed. Matching. Match successful. Template: Ancient Shu Divine Tree, mythic level, world tree, embryo quality upgrade, none, rainbow, mythic level cap. Nut. Skill: extracting. Acquired skills: life, him, all things, growth, world barrier, connect, heaven and earth, template fusion complete. Current beast status: seedling stage 0-100 growth. The weed in Qin Tian's hand underwent a tremendous transformation. The gray stems and leaves turned into emerald green, emitting a faint fluorescence, and mysterious patterns emerged on the leaves containing the power of life origin. A surge of vibrant life energy burst from the small plant, and all the plants in the shelter began to grow wildly. Withered flowers rebloomed, and the yellowed lawn turned lush green. The administrator was stunned. What is this thing? Qin Tian looked down at the seedling in his hand, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth, and answered calmly. Nothing, just a weed. He turned and left the shelter, leaving behind a courtyard full of miracles. The administrator stared blankly at his back, muttering, "A weed. Does your weed bring dead things back to life?" Qin Tian walked on the road, feeling great. Divine template system screen name: little tree, seedling variety, Ancient Shu Divine Tree, divine template level F, quality, rainbow, skills: life, impassive, all friendly units within 100 meters, get 500 health recovery, all things, growth active, accelerates plant growth, usable for combat assistance, risk acquisition, world barrier, unlocked, divine tree, connecting, heaven, unlocked, loyalty, 100 max. Note: your choice turned it from an abandoned waste into a myth. It will never betray you. Qin Tian looked at the panel and couldn't help laughing out loud. Rainbow quality. Divine template. For skills, 2 of which were already extremely powerful even before unlocking. At F level, it can increase the health recovery rate by 5 times within 100 meters. If it reaches A level or S level, wouldn't it just take off on the spot? But Qin Tian scratched his head, full of doubt. How can a weed fight? You can't expect it to slap people with its leaves, right? The Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling seemed to understand him, shaking its leaves, as if to say, "Who do you think you're looking down on?" Qin Tian chuckled. All right, I was wrong. You are the boss." He carefully placed the Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling into his backpack, leaving only a few leaves exposed to breathe. Now the problem was, even though he had a divine level beast, his talent level was still gray. This meant that in the eyes of others, he was still a waste. And in this world, he had already experienced the treatment of a waste today. Ding! The system notification sounded again. New mission released. First battle mission objective: defeat at least 1 beast tamer with green talent or above in a public battle mission. Reward: divine template draw. Chance 1, evolution spirit stone, 1 mission failure penalty, none. Hint: the Benhai City Youth Beast Taming Exchange Tournament will be held in 3 days. Those below green talent are not allowed to enter. Host's current talent level is gray, not meeting the competition requirements. Qin Tian. This system is deliberately messing with him, isn't it? Gray talent, not even qualified to participate. What a joke. Wait. Qin Tian suddenly remembered something. The rules of the Beast Taming Exchange Tournament had a supplementary clause. Those holding a special permit are not restricted by talent level. A special permit requires a recommendation from a beast tamer with C level or above certified by the Beast Taming Association. C level or above. A person flashed through Qin Tian's mind. His father's old comrade-in-arms, vice president of the Beast Taming Association, Zhao Taixing. Uncle Zhao had always been fond of him since childhood, but after he awakened gray talent, Uncle Zhao never contacted him. Not because he disliked him, but because he didn't know how to comfort him. Qin Tian took out his worn-out communicator and dialed Zhao Tiexing's number. Hello. Zhao Tian. Zhao Tiexing's voice was a bit surprised. Uncle Zhao, I want to participate in the Youth Beast Taming Exchange Tournament in 3 days. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Zhao Tian, your talent. Uncle Zhao, I only ask one thing, do you believe in me? After a long silence, Zhao Taixing sighed. You've always been like this since you were a kid. Okay, I'll get the recommendation letter for you. But Zhao Tian, if you lose. I won't lose. Qin Tian hung up the phone, looked down at the Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling in his backpack. Little one, in 3 days we're going to crash the party. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling shook its leaves, as if to say, arranged. Meanwhile, in a mansion in Binhai City, Sui Chen was holding Lin Wan, looking at the participant list in his hand, sneering. Qin Tian. A gray waist dares to sign up. Interesting. He turned to look at a blue-maned lion lying beside him, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. Storm, in 3 days cripple him. The lion opened its eyes and let out a low growl. Meanwhile, Qin Tian was in his rented room watering the Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling while bargaining with the system. System, can you give me a combat type template? A weed really feels out of place. Hint, in myth, the Ancient Shu Divine Tree is a tree connecting heaven and earth. At maturity, it can break through world barriers and evolve into an independent space. At that time, the host can open an exclusive world inside the Ancient Shu Divine Tree and become a ruler. Qin Tian was silent. You mean this weed can grow a world? To be precise, it's a universe. Qin Tian looked down at the seedling that was drinking water and suddenly found it quite good-looking. Fine grass it is. Grass is also a state of mind. He lay back on the bed staring at the ceiling. 3 days later, the Beast Taming Exchange Tournament. Everyone would know that he, Qin Tian, a gray talent waste, had contracted a weed. And then to their surprise, they would be beaten by a weed until they doubted their lives. Thinking of this, Qin Tian smiled, turned over, and fell into a deep sleep. Detected host's good mentality hereby, gifting title, thicker-skinned than a city wall, title effect, taunt resistance 50, unaffected by insults. Note, this is very practical, trust me. 3 days later. The venue of the Binhai City Youth Beast Taming Exhibition Tournament. The stadium, capable of accommodating 30,000 people, was packed to capacity, with the colossal light screen on the dome broadcasting the arena action in real time. The air was thick with excitement and tension. This was one of the most crucial annual events in Binhai City, where various major factions would dispatch representatives to spectate and scout promising rookie beast tamers. In the contestants' waiting area, Qin Tian walked in with his backpack. A few leaves of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling peeked out from the gap of his bag, curiously peering around. The gazes of the surrounding contestants swept over in unison, and then, ta! What the hell is that? A potted plant. Brother, did you take a wrong turn? The Botanical Expo is to your left when you walk out. Gray talent. Wait, did I see that right? The nameplate on his chest says gray. The laughter grew even louder. Qin Tian remained unfazed, finding a corner to sit down. The leaves of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling swayed, seemingly highly displeased by the surrounding mockery. Qin Tian comforted it in a low voice. Don't worry, we'll make them cry in a bit. Yo, isn't this Qin Tian? A sarcastic, mocking voice rang out. Qin Tian looked up and saw Sui Chen walking over with Lin Wanner on his arm, followed by several lackeys. Sui Chen was wearing a custom-tailored beast-taming combat suit today. The nameplate on his chest shimmered with a blue light, and beside it was a silver badge, the mark of last year's tournament runner-up. He was accompanied by a blue-maned lion standing a full 2 meters tall. Wind elements swirled around its body, and every step it took kicked up miniature whirlwinds. Before Qin Tian's eyes, a system panel materialized. Name: Gale Lion. Rank: E rank. Aptitude: Blue. Skills: Wind Blade, Gale Step, Lion King's Roar. Lin Wanner stood beside Sui Chen, her gaze falling upon Qin Tian's backpack as she frowned slightly. Qin Tian, did you contract a weed? Her tone carried a hint of disbelief as well as an indefinable emotion. Pity. Disappointment. Shame. Qin Tian smiled faintly. Yeah, it's nice and green, isn't it? Sui Chen sneered. A loser with a weed. Truly a perfect match. Qin Tian, I advise you to forfeit now, lest you make a fool of yourself here. He lifted his chin and patted the Gale Lion's head. My Gale Lion possesses an E-rank blue aptitude. A single wind blade could shred your little weed into pieces. Qin Tian said nothing, merely looking down at the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling in his backpack. The sapling shook its leaves, transmitting a haughty voice. What is he barking about? Qin Tian almost burst out laughing. This plant certainly had some attitude. All right, stop wasting your breath on him. Lin Wanner tugged at Sui Chen's sleeve. Speaking to him only lowers our status. The two turned and departed. Qin Tian leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. The system panel materialized before his eyes. Quest First Battle. Progress 01. Remaining contestants 64. Host current ranking 64, last place. Last place. The corners of Qin Tian's mouth curled up slightly. Then I'll fight my way up from the very bottom. The lottery results were quickly released. In the first round, Qin Tian was matched against Wang Hao. Wang Hao green talent. His contracted beast was a Vajra Rhino E-rank green aptitude. Thick-skinned and power-oriented, it was considered above average among E-rank beasts. Qin Tian. That gray talent loser. Wang Hao grinned as he looked at the lottery results. Lucky me. Free victory. The match commenced. Qin Tian stood on one side of the arena. Opposite him, Wang Hao had already summoned his Vajra Rhino. A 2-meter-tall behemoth, its body was covered in a metallic carapace, its 4 hooves thudding heavily against the ground. Vajra Rhino charge. At Wang Hao's command, the Vajra Rhino lowered its head and charged toward Qin Tian. Every step caused the ground to tremble slightly, its momentum terrifying. Gasps of surprise erupted from the spectator stands. It's over, it's over. That weed is going to be trampled into fertilizer. A gray talent is just a gray talent. He's getting eliminated in the very first round. What a shame. He's quite a handsome lad. Why on earth did he choose to participate? Exactly. Daring to step onto the stage with just a little weed, isn't that practically begging for death? Qin Tian stood in place unmoving. He unhurriedly took off his backpack, placed it on the ground, and unzipped it. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling poked its head out, its few leaves swaying gently in the wind. Go ahead, Qin Tian said. The audience. Is he really going to let a weed fight a Vajra Rhino? Is this guy out of his mind? The Vajra Rhino charged before him, only 5 meters away. Qin Tian finally moved. He reached out and gently flicked one of the leaves of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling. Growth of all creation. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling trembled slightly, and then the ground of the stadium cracked open. Countless vines erupted frantically from beneath the earth, as thick as water barrels, their surfaces shimmering with fluorescent light. The vines wrapped around it like living creatures, instantly binding the Vajra Rhino tightly, like a cocoon. The Vajra Rhino let out a furious roar, struggling desperately, but the vines only tightened, causing its metallic carapace to emit a tooth-gritting screech. What a... Wang Hao's eyes widened. The vines continued to spread, covering the entire arena in the blink of an eye. Even the plants in the spectators' stands began to grow wildly. Roses climbed up the railings, and ivy cascaded from the ceiling, transforming the entire stadium into a tropical rainforest. And the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling stood right at the heart of this rainforest. It grew slowly, transforming from a palm-sized sapling to half a meter tall. Its stem thickened, and its leaves unfurled, emitting a faint glow. A majestic aura of life swept through the venue, leaving everyone feeling instantly refreshed, as if soaking in a hot spring. What kind of contracted beast is this? The referee's eyes widened, the timer slipping from his hand. Trapped immovably by the vines, the Vajra Rhino let out terrified whimpers. Wang Hao's face turned pale. He barked out frantic orders. Vajra Rhino, use iron tail. Tear these vines apart. The Vajra Rhino managed to swing its tail, severing a few vines. But even more vines immediately surged forward, wrapping it into a massive green sphere. Qin Tian let out a yawn. Do you yield? Veins bulged on Wang Hao's forehead. Impossible. Vajra Rhino berserk mode. The Vajra Rhino's eyes turned blood red as its strength surged, causing cracks to appear on the sphere of vines. Qin Tian raised an eyebrow and looked down at the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling. Give him a little extra. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling swayed its leaves. An exceptionally thick vine shot up from the ground, like a giant green python, wrapping around the Vajra Rhino's neck and lifting it effortlessly. The 2-ton Vajra Rhino was hoisted into midair. The entire arena fell dead silent. And then, holy crap, that we'd actually lifted the Vajra Rhino. A plant lifting a 2-ton rhino like it's carrying a bag of fruit from the supermarket. Is that even scientific? Screw science, this is beast taming. Wang Hao's legs went weak and he collapsed onto the ground. I yield. The vines released their grip instantly, causing the diamond rhinoceros to crash heavily onto the ground with a dull thud. It scrambled to its feet in a flurry, fleeing in sheer panic to hide behind Wang Hao, trembling uncontrollably. The battle concluded swiftly, leaving the entire arena stunned in silence. The referee snapped out of his daze and announced, first round, Qin Tian wins. Ding. Progress update for the quest, first battle 11. Quest completed. Rewards obtained. God Grade Template Draw Opportunity 1. Evolution Spirit Stone 1. Bonus achievement unlocked. Overcoming the strong as the weak. Defeated a green talent beast tamer with a gray talent. Acquired the title Underdog Rebel. Title effect upon defeating an opponent with a higher talent. All attributes are temporarily increased by 5. This effect can stack. Qin Tian picked up the Ancient Shu Sacred Tree sapling and placed it back into his backpack. The sapling's leaves peeked out of the backpack, swaying joyfully. Aren't I amazing? Qin Tian smiled. Yes, you're incredible, boss. He turned and left the arena, leaving behind a wave of applause that lasted for 3 full minutes. Meanwhile, Wang Hao stood frozen in place, a look of utter bewilderment on his face, still unable to comprehend how he had been defeated. In the spectator stands, several high-ranking members of the Beast Tamer Association exchanged astonished glances. Though they had witnessed countless grand spectacles, a battle as swift and decisive as Qin Tian's was a first for them. Did you recognize what species that plant from just now was? I couldn't tell. But with that kind of overwhelming combat power, its aptitude must be at least purple grade. A gray talent beast tamer contracting a purple grade tamed beast. That's impossible. Yet the truth is right before your eyes. Sitting in a corner, Vice President Zhao Taixing watched Qin Tian's departing figure, a gratified smile playing on his lips. Old Qin, your son is truly extraordinary. On the other side, in the VIP viewing section, Su Yichen's face was as dark and gloomy as a block of iron. He had assumed Qin Tian would be eliminated in the very first round, never expecting that blade of grass to be so powerful. That kid Qin Tian was truly blessed with luck to have stumbled upon such a divine creature. Interesting, Su Yichen sneered. It's merely a blade of grass. My Tempest Lion happens to counter the plant attribute perfectly. Lin Wan sat beside him, her expression complex beyond description. She recalled that half a month ago Qin Tian was still picking out beast eggs with her at the beast market, smilingly promising to conquer the world for her, so she could enjoy a life of luxury. Yet she had disdained Qin Tian's low talent and heartlessly abandoned him. Now, relying solely on an ordinary blade of grass, Qin Tian was utterly decimating those seemingly formidable enemies. An indescribable emotion suddenly welled up in her heart. She wondered if it was regret. What are you thinking about? Su Yichen noticed her distraction, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. Lin Wan shook her head. It's nothing. But she could not help casting another glance at Qin Tian's departing figure. The useless trash she had once abandoned was now the center of attention, surrounded by a crowd like stars orbiting the moon. Reporters holding microphones struggled in vain to get close to him, while representatives from renowned combat teams eagerly handed him invitation letters. Yet Qin Tian merely waved his hand, carrying his backpack, as he walked away in silence. Lin Wan bit her lip. She suddenly felt as though she had done something incredibly foolish. In the backstage lounge, Qin Tian closed the door and took a deep breath. The clamor of the crowd had given him a headache, but now he could finally enjoy a moment of peace. These beast tamers have all contracted animal beasts. Should I try getting an animal one too? Let's first see what miraculous templates the system has to offer. System: draw a God Grade template. Drawing God Grade template. Draw successful. Acquired template: Nine-tailed celestial fox, mythical grade, primordial exotic species. This template can be matched with any fox type tamed beast, evolving it into the nine-tailed celestial fox. Upon evolution, its aptitude will be elevated to prismatic grade, unlocking skills such as Nine-tails, secret art, fox, fire, heaven, incineration, and illusionary world. Tip: the host currently does not possess a fox-type tamed beast. Please contract an ordinary fox-type beast first to serve as a vessel. Qin Tian looked at the display screen, his eyes lighting up. The nine-tailed celestial fox. That was a supreme divine beast of myths and legends. Each of its 9 tails controlled a unique power, and upon reaching maturity, it could shatter the heavens and earth, completely unmatched. A fox-type beast. Qin Tian rubbed his hands together. An ordinary fox isn't expensive either. One can be bought for just a few hundred yuan. With only 200 yuan left in his pocket, he certainly couldn't afford any rare or precious foxes. It was just enough to purchase a common fox. System: did you calculate this beforehand? The system never does anything meaningless. Note: of course, occasionally, it also depends on my mood. Qin Tian. This system is bizarre, but it actually has a temperament. As long as it doesn't fail me at a critical moment, it's fine. But it didn't matter. Judging from the battle just now, it was clear that this system was exceptionally powerful. If a single blade of grass could fight to such an extent, then if he had a nine-tailed celestial fox as well, perhaps. The more Qin Tian thought about it, the more excited he became, eagerly anticipating tomorrow's matches. Meanwhile, in the shadows of Binhai City, certain individuals began to take notice of this gray talent trash. Investigate his background. A low, gravelly voice echoed in the darkness. It is impossible for someone with a gray talent to contract a tamed beast of that caliber. He must be hiding a secret. Understood. As night descended, Qin Tian returned to his rented apartment. He placed the Ancient Shu Sacred Tree sapling on the windowsill so it could breathe the fresh outdoor air. Even though it was nighttime, the oxygen levels in the air of the beast taming world remained extremely abundant. Does the Ancient Shu Sacred Tree require photosynthesis? Qin Tian suddenly thought of this question. The Ancient Shu Sacred Tree sapling shook its leaves and spoke softly. No. I absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Sunlight is merely a hobby of mine. Impressive, Qin Tian said, giving a thumbs up. After washing up, Qin Tian lay on his bed, opened the system display, and reviewed his gains for the day. Host Qin Tian. Talent, Grade Defective Product. Number of Beasts 1. Beast List Ancient Shu Sacred Tree Sapling God Grade Template Ancient Shu Sacred Tree Grade F Aptitude Prismatic. Available template Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox requires Fox Vessel. Title Underdog Rebel upon defeating an opponent with a higher talent. All attributes 5 stackable. Assets 200 yuan. 200 yuan. Qin Tian sighed. This amount of money was barely enough for anything. But poverty was only temporary. Now that he possessed the God-grade template system, the day he struck it rich was just around the corner. It was just a pity he could no longer share this wealth and honor with Lin Wan. He closed his eyes, his mind beginning to map out tomorrow's match. The opponent for the second round had not been announced yet, but no matter who it was, he felt no fear whatsoever. The God-grade template system was an invincible existence, no one could stand against it. A single blade of grass was enough to sweep through the entire tournament and secure his advancement. And if he contracted a nine-tailed celestial fox as well. Qin Tian rolled over, letting out a couple of silly chuckles as he drifted off to sleep. On the windowsill, the Ancient Shu Sacred Tree sapling swayed, gently absorbing the moonlight streaming in from outside and converting it into energy, its trunk gradually growing stronger. 5:30 a.m. Ring ring. The alarm blared. Qin Tian rose early, pocketed his last remaining 200 yuan, and headed straight for the beast taming market. His goal was clear: to purchase an ordinary fox. The morning session of the beast taming market was at its peak of bustle. Various stalls lined up in succession, and the energetic cries of the vendors rose and fell in a lively chorus. Come have a look. An E-grade flame fox with green aptitude, only 30,000. A frost fox cub with a premium bloodline, take it home for 50,000. A nine-tailed fox hybrid, a rare find, a non-negotiable 100,000. As Qin Tian walked along, the prices grew increasingly absurd. He looked down at the 200 yuan in his pocket and fell into deep thought. In such a vast market, what kind of aptitude could 200 yuan buy in a fox? The answer was nothing. Let alone a fox, he couldn't even afford a single strand of fox fur. After circling the market 3 times, he finally spotted a dilapidated cage in the most secluded corner. Locked inside the cage was a filthy little white fox. It was tiny, barely the size of 2 palms. Its dirty white fur was matted as it curled up in the corner, starved to mere skin and bones. Most pitiful of all, its tail was fractured. The stall owner was a slovenly middle-aged man, puffing on a cigarette while laughing and scrolling through his phone, watching a gorgeous female streamer dance. Boss, how much for this one? Qin Tian crouched down, looking at the little white fox in the cage. The vendor looked up displeasedly. That one. No idea what breed it is. Found it at the Binhai City waste treatment plant. I've raised it for 2 months, and it's still this small. Probably a defective reject. If you want to take it for 150. A defective reject. Qin Tian stared at the little fox in the cage. The little fox lifted its head, revealing a pair of amber eyes. In those eyes there was none of the wildness of ordinary tamed beasts, but rather a profound weariness. A weariness born of being battered by life. Qin Tian suddenly found this gaze familiar. Whenever he looked in the mirror, he often saw the very same look in his own eyes. I'll buy it. Qin Tian pulled out 150 yuan and handed it to the vendor. The vendor counted the money, handed the cage to Qin Tian, and muttered, "Young man, do you specialize in collecting scrap? Yesterday you picked up a weed, and today you're picking up a trash fox." Qin Tian ignored him, opened the cage, and scooped the little fox into his hands. The little fox was incredibly light as a ball of cotton. It glared at Qin Tian warily, a low whimper escaping its throat. "Don't be afraid," Qin Tian said, gently stroking its head. "From now on you're with me." The little fox froze for a moment, its amber eyes staring at Qin Tian for several seconds. Then it lowered its head and gently nuzzled Qin Tian's palm. Ding. Fox-type beast detected. Would you like to form a contract using the God-grade template, Nine-tailed Celestial Fox? Contract. A golden light enveloped the little white fox. In the next second, the little fox's body began to glow. Its dirty white fur transformed from the roots into a pure, pristine white, with each strand radiating a faint, ethereal shimmer. Its broken tail regenerated, splitting into 9. 9 fluffy white tails swayed in the air, the tip of each tail burning with a different colored flame. red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, gold, and silver. Its size grew from the span of a palm to half a meter in height, its limbs slender, and its silhouette elegant. A golden flame pattern emerged on its forehead, and its amber eyes transformed into a brilliant golden red with pupils that seemed to dance with flickering flames. A terrifying aura erupted from within its body, causing the surrounding temperature to skyrocket and fine cracks to spiderweb across the ground. Everyone in the beast taming market felt the sudden wave of scorching heat. The cigarette slipped from the vendor's hand as he set his phone down, his mouth agape wide enough to fit a fist. This is. Qin Tian looked down at the nine-tailed celestial fox in his arms, his lips curving into a smile. Let's go home. The nine-tailed celestial fox looked up, its golden red eyes gazing at him as it transmitted a crystal-clear consciousness. Master. The voice was soft, carrying a hint of babyish sweetness. Qin Tian's heart completely melted. Holding the nine-tailed celestial fox and carrying the Gushu's sacred tree sapling on his back, he departed from the beast taming market under the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Behind him, the vendor slumped into his chair, muttering to himself, 150. I sold a divine beast for 150. What a fucking idiot, I am letting Qin Tian get a steal again. Returning to his rented room, Qin Tian placed the nine-tailed celestial fox on the bed and opened his system panel. Beast taming panel. Name: nine-tailed celestial fox. Species: nine-tailed celestial fox, God grade template, primordial species. Level F grade. Aptitude: rainbow grade. Skills: nine-tails, secret art. Each of the nine-tails controls a unique elemental attribute: switchable fox, fire, heaven, incineration, wide-range flame, attack temperatures up to 30 degrees, illusionary world, creates illusions to trap and eliminate enemies, celestial fox, true form locked. Loyalty: 95, trustworthy. Remarks: this was an abandoned, defective reject, but you gave it a legend. It will entrust its very life to you. Qin Tian looked at the panel and nodded with satisfaction. Then he glanced at the nine-tailed celestial fox, and then at the Gushu's sacred tree sapling on the windowsill. A blade of grass, a single fox. One can grow a world while the other can burn through the heavens. Are my beast pets perhaps a bit too ridiculously powerful? Qin Tian muttered to himself. However, he stroked his chin, falling into contemplation. The nine-tailed celestial fox's loyalty is 95, not maxed out. The Gushu's sacred tree is at 100. Where is the difference? After a moment of thought, he suddenly understood. He had rescued the Gushu's sacred tree from a shelter. No one had wanted it before him. Thus, by giving it a home, its loyalty immediately maxed out. But whatever the nine-tailed celestial fox had experienced before was no longer important. One didn't even need to think to know that having been abandoned at a waste treatment plant, it must have been hurt by others, which was why it still harbored some wariness toward its new master. It's all right, Qin Tian said, rubbing the nine-tailed celestial fox's head. Life will only get better from here. The nine-tailed celestial fox narrowed its eyes. Thank you, master. Its fluffy tails wagged joyfully, whipping up gusts of wind. Qin Tian spoke. Today's competition is at 2 in the afternoon, the second round. Our goal is to continue the absolute crushing victory. The nine-tailed celestial fox's gaze sharpened, its nine tails standing perfectly still and erect, looking exceptionally serious. Master, I want to participate in the competition too. Its voice was still a soft, babyish tone, but its manner was remarkably earnest. Qin Tian thought about how the little white fox had been locked in a cage all this time with an active area of less than 0.9 square meters. It was indeed time for it to stretch its limbs. All right, I'll let you stretch your limbs this time. Just remember not to go too heavy-handed. Thank you, master. The little white fox bounced around joyfully. Master, could you also give me a name? Don't all competitors have a name? Qin Tian scratched his head in a dilemma. Naming things was truly one of life's greatest challenges. Even his own name had taken his parents several nights of deliberation to come up with. Qin Tian asked, you asking me like this actually puts me in a bit of a spot. Do you have any names you like? The little white fox said, I used to stay in that filthy garbage dump all the time, and I was so envious of the birds flying in the sky. I wished so much that one day I could soar through the heavens just like them. Qin Tian slapped his forehead. All right, I've got it. Since you want to fly into the sky, I'll call you Xiao Fei. The little white fox replied, Xiao Fei. That's a beautiful name, I love it. Qin Tian rubbed his head sheepishly, as long as you like it. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the gym. Today's audience is 3 times that of yesterday. The video of that grass went viral online, drawing many people who came to see what it was about. A gray talent contracts a mysterious plant-type beast. One strike to kill a King Kong rhino. This headline has racked up more than 5 million views across major video platforms. The comments section exploded. Is it fake? With gray talent, how can you contract such a beast? I saw it with my own eyes. That grass directly lifted a 2-ton rhinoceros. This is unscientific. When did plant-type beasts become this strong? Are there any experts who can analyze what species that is? I don't know, it's not in the database. It could be a new species. Who would have thought plant-type beasts could be so powerful? When Qin Tian walked onto the arena, countless gazes focused on him. Today he didn't have a backpack. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling was tucked in his pocket with a few leaves protruding. The nine-tailed celestial fox trailed at his feet, 9 tails gently swaying. What is that? A nine-tailed fox. Yesterday it was just a grass, today there's another nine-tailed fox. Wait, that fox's aura. I feel it's scarier than that grass. Impossible. How could Gray Talent contract 2 beasts? He only has 1 contract slot. Who knows if he's cheating? This is hard to say. Oh, I've never seen someone with Gray Talent so strong before. Qin Tian ignored the noise. Because the system granted him a hidden benefit, the beast contracts under the God tier template were not restricted by contract slots. In other words, his slots could contract an unlimited number of God tier beasts. This was the glitch of the God tier template system. The second round draw was announced. Qin Tian would face Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei Blue Talent, whose beast is Thunder Eagle D rank Blue Aptitude. The Thunder Eagle is an aerial combat beast, fast, powerful, adept at long-range lightning strikes. Zhang Wei stepped onto the arena, glanced at Qin Tian's 9-tailed celestial fox, and sneered. Qin Tian, is this the contestant you're sending? Your fox doesn't look impressive either. It seems your luck has run out. Qin Tian said nothing, lowering his head to look at the 9-tailed celestial fox. The fox looked up at him, a mysterious smile on its face. Master, finished in 1 strike. Qin Tian nodded, finished in 1 strike. When the bell rang, the match began. Zhang Wei acted first. Thunder Eagle summoned Thunderbirds. The Thunder Eagle spread its wings and rose high, its wings wrapped in lightning, as it summoned a flock of lightning birds that charged toward Qin Tian from all directions. The audience gasped in unison, wow. The 9-tailed celestial fox lifted its gaze, leaped lightly, and its 9 tails began to burn with blazing flames. Foxfire devours the heavens. A soft, milky voice rang out. Then, the sky turned into a sea of fire. Flames of 3,000 degrees erupted around the 9-tailed celestial fox, forming a fire vortex with a 100-meter diameter. The Thunderbird evaporated instantly in the flames. The Thunder Eagle screamed in fear, trying to flee, but the suction from the fire vortex prevented it from escaping. A flaming chain shot from the vortex, wrapping around the Thunder Eagle's claw and dragging it down. The Thunder Eagle crashed to the ground, feathers singed, smoking, utterly unable to continue the fight. The entire process lasted less than 3 seconds. The arena fell silent. Then, what the hell? 1 move? Another 1 move. What the is D-rank Blue Aptitude. It was finished by a single move from an F-rank fox. That flame's temperature. I could feel it melting me from this distance. What the heck is this F-rank? Are you telling me this is F-rank? Zhang Wei slumped to the ground, pale as a sheet, stunned, as if what just happened was a dream. His Thunder Eagle, the one he had spent hundreds of thousands to train, was slain by a fox in a single move. With things as they were, there was nothing to be done. I concede. The referee drew a deep breath and announced the second round. Qin Tian wins. The counterattacker title activated. Defeating a Blue Talent Beast Tamer grants 5 to all attributes. Current stacking is 2 layers, 10 to all attributes. Xiao Fei leapt into Qin Tian's arms, and Qin Tian patted its head. Xiao Fei, well done. Xiao Fei narrowed its eyes and smiled. I didn't expect the Thunder Eagle to be this easy to defeat. Ding. Loyalty 2. Current loyalty 97. Qin Tian smiled and turned away from the arena. VIP box seats. Sui Chen's face was as dark as slate. He stared at Qin Tian's back, nails digging into his palms. That grass was already outrageous, now a 9-tailed fox too. And that fox's power. Far beyond what an F-rank should possess. What is Qin Tian's background exactly? Lin Wanner sat beside him, fingers tightly gripping the hem of her dress. She watched Qin Tian carry the 9-tailed celestial fox away, her heart pounding. That waste he once discarded now. She suddenly felt a strong impulse to rush forward and speak to Qin Tian. But reason told her she no longer had the right. Did I do something wrong? She whispered. No one answered her. Outside the gym, Qin Tian was surrounded by a crowd. Qin Tian, I'm with the Beast Association. We'd like to invite you to a beast appraisal. I'm with the Azure Dragon team. Would you be interested in joining us? The benefits are negotiable. Kid, do you want to sell that fox? I'll pay 5 million. Qin Tian waved them away in refusal. Not for sale, not joining, not evaluating. Thank you, make way. He squeezed through the crowd and walked away. Now he was the focus of a news storm. He faced it calmly because he believed his strength deserved today's honor. Back at the rented place, Qin Tian laid the 9-tailed celestial fox on the bed and placed the Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling on the windowsill. 1 man, 1 plant, 1 fox. The shabby rental house carried a strange sense of warmth. Xiao Fei lay on the bed, its 9 tails draped over it like a fluffy blanket. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling bathed in moonlight on the windowsill, its leaves swaying gently, basking in the glow of the moon. Qin Tian lay on the bed and opened the system panel. Current beasts 2. Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling F rank, colored quality. Nine-tailed celestial fox F rank colored quality. Available templates none. Next template draw requires completing tasks or special events. Tomorrow's opponent semifinals opponent to be determined. Qin Tian closed the panel and turned over. Tomorrow's opponent is likely Sui Chen. If I face him. Qin Tian's lips curved into a cold smile, his gaze sharp. Then let's settle the old scores and the new ones at once. Xiao Fei seemed to sense his mood coming over to rub its face against his. The fluffy touch softened Qin Tian's expression. Sleep. He patted the little fox's head. There will be hard battles tomorrow. Xiao Fei nodded, curling up beside Qin Tian's pillow and drifting to sleep. There's still more to play today. Tomorrow we continue. The battle for the top 4 is about to begin. Qin Tian stood in the waiting area holding the freshly drawn match results. The first semi-final, Qin Tian versus Sui Chen. Indeed. Qin Tian crumpled the slip of paper and tossed it into the trash bin. What a small world. We can't avoid each other even if we tried. Xiao Fei nestled in Qin Tian's arms, gently swayed her 9 tails, a cold glint flashing in her golden red eyes. Master, is that blue-haired guy the one who bullied you? Qin Tian was taken aback. How do you know that? Xiao Fei laughed heartily. Last night a news alert popped up on your smartwatch. The headline was Grey Waste Gets Cuckolded, Blue Genius Steals His Love, with over 8 million views. Qin Tian's face alternated between red and white as he fell silent for 3 seconds. You checked my watch while I was asleep. I didn't peek. Your watch lit up automatically when a message came in showing it right in front of me. But I have to say that article was quite insightful. I suggest you read the full version, haha. The Ancient Shu Sacred Tree seedling poked its head out of his pocket, eager to speak. Master, isn't it my turn to fight this time? Qin Tian patted its leaves. Let Xiao Fei take the stage today. We'll just enjoy the show. Xiao Fei shook her 9 tails and spoke cheerfully. Master, I'm about to put on a show. I promise you'll be amazed. Her childish voice was soft, but resolute. Take it easy, don't go too hard. Qin Tian crouched down and rubbed her head. And don't get too wild, to save some strength for the finals. The 9-tailed celestial fox narrowed her eyes and snorted. That depends on whether he can take a hit. The atmosphere in the arena today was exceptionally heated, with the audience's enthusiasm running high as cheers and shouts rose one after another. Everyone was eager to see what Qin Tian's spirit beast looked like, and many started live streaming on the spot. The semi-final, Qin Tian versus Sui Chen. One was the city's laughingstock, a gray talent waste, the other was a blue genius in the spotlight. The two rivals had finally met. In the stands, people buzzed with chatter. It seemed they were less interested in the match itself and more excited by the gossip. I heard that Qin Tian's ex-girlfriend was stolen away by Sui Chen. Not just stolen. Sui Chen humiliated Qin Tian in front of hundreds of people, saying that a waste like him didn't deserve honor. Tisk tisk, isn't that a blatant humiliation? These two rivals have crossed paths again. Qin Tian must be planning to beat Sui Chen to a pulp. Come on, how can a gray talent beat a blue one? Sure, Qin Tian won the previous matches, but I think it was just luck. But Sui Chen's Storm Lion is a D-rank blue-grade beast with real combat experience. In the live stream, invited guests were analyzing the strength of both sides, and the number of viewers instantly surpassed 1,000. On paper, Sui Chen holds an absolute advantage. The Storm Lion is D-rank blue-grade with balanced skills, offense and defense integrated. Although Qin Tian's 9-tailed fox performed impressively yesterday, it's still only F rank. The level gap is there, and it can't be changed. Another guest shook his head. I don't think so. That seemingly unremarkable fox produced a flame burst temperature of 3,000 degrees yesterday, which is already beyond the F rank range. I suspect its true grade has been deliberately concealed by Qin Tian. A gray talent concealing its grade. That's ridiculous. Then explain how a gray talent could contract a spirit beast of this level A. The invited guests were arguing heatedly, while comments from netizens in the live stream rapidly flooded the screen. In the front row of the stands, Lin Wanner sat with her fingers tightly gripping her skirt, her palms sweating. She didn't know who she wanted to win the most. Her gaze remained fixed on Qin Tian. That ordinary-looking boy, how had he suddenly become so powerful? The boy who once held her hand while strolling through the spirit beast market now stood across the arena, his expression as calm as still water. And her current boyfriend Sui Chen stood on the other side, restless and eager. Qin Tian. Sui Chen's voice boomed across the arena through the speakers. Today I'll show you the gap between a waste and a genius. You're destined to be trampled under my feet for the rest of your life. The Storm Lion let out a low growl beside him, its blue mane flowing in the wind, exuding a beast king's aura that stunned the entire audience. Qin Tian remained silent. He looked down at Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei looked up at him. The man and the beast exchanged a glance for a second, then nodded in unison, reaching a silent understanding. The referee raised a flag. First semifinal begin. Sui Chen made the first move, Storm Lion Gale Domain. The Storm Lion roared to the sky, spreading its wings as a fierce gale howled to life. The entire arena was enveloped in the storm with wind speeds reaching 50 meters per second. Debris in the audience area was sent flying in all directions, and many people shielded their eyes. He's using his ultimate move right from the start. The Gale Domain is the Storm Lion's signature skill. Within the domain, all enemies' movement speed is reduced by 70, and they are continuously subjected to wind blade damage. Qin Tian is done for. His nine-tailed fox is only F rank. It can't withstand this level of spirit beast suppression. Xiao Fei's fur rustled violently in the wind, but she stood motionless. Her 9 tails rose, their tips glowing with light. Wind. Her childish voice sounded calmly. With a flick of her 9 tails, the gale instantly subsided. It wasn't neutralization, it was suppression. The 9-tailed celestial fox used an even stronger wind force to forcibly suppress the Storm Lion's Gale Domain. What a... Sui Qin couldn't even open his eyes due to the overwhelming force of Xiao Fei's wind. The audience erupted. This match was far too spectacular, the kind seen only once in a decade. That fox also has wind abilities. What the hell kind of monster is this? Impossible. An F-rank spirit beast cannot master multiple attributes at the same time. The 9-tailed celestial fox gave Sui Qin no time to be shocked. It leaped lightly, its red tail blazing with flames, its blue tail entwined with water currents, and its yellow tail crackling with lightning. 3 elements unleashed simultaneously. Fire, water, and lightning intertwined into a tricolor beam that blasted toward the Storm Lion. Sui Qin's face changed drastically. Storm Lion Wind Barrier. Full defense. The Storm Lion folded its wings, erecting a sturdy wind wall before it. The tricolor beam struck the wind wall, erupting with a deafening roar. The wind wall held for 3 seconds. Then it shattered. The Storm Lion was struck by the beam sent flying backward and slammed heavily into the arena wall. The wall cracked, and the Storm Lion was embedded in it, its body charred and covered in black smoke. The entire audience was struck dumb with shock. Xiao Fei landed back on the ground, her 9 tails gently swaying, her golden red eyes fixed on Sui Qin. Her childish voice rang out again, this time with a hint of mockery. Is that all? So fragile. Sui Qin's face alternated between red and white. Impossible. My Storm Lion is D-rank blue grade. How can it be defeated by an F-rank fox? He frantically commanded the Storm Lion, get up. Rage mode. Full power output. The Storm Lion struggled free from the wall, its eyes burning crimson as surging wind energy erupted from its body. Its form swelled significantly, and its mane turned blood red. This is the Storm Lion's forbidden move, Bloodwind Frenzy. Its power triples after activation, but it will fall into a weakened state. Sui Qin is risking his all. This ticket was worth every penny. We actually get to witness the Storm Lion's top-tier ultimate technique. Qin Tian is done for. This is too shocking. The Storm Lion opened its massive jaws and condensed a windfire orb compressed to its absolute limit, draining the surrounding air entirely. The destructive power of this strike was approaching C-rank level. Qin Tian frowned slightly, his expression calm and composed. He glanced down at Xiao Fei. Can you take it? Xiao Fei's 9 tails lit up simultaneously, 9 colors of radiance intertwining. Master, I told you. It raised its head, golden red eyes reflecting that incoming windfire orb. Everyone sit tight and watch my performance. All 9 tails flared open. The power of 9 attributes condensed before it into a multicolored shield. The windfire orb slammed into the barrier at lightning speed. Boom, the entire arena trembled. Spiderweb-like cracks split the ground and glass in the stand shattered. Yet the 9-tail barrier stood unyielding. The orb's energy was absorbed, converted, and then rebounded by the shield. Boom. The windfire orb returned with double its original force, striking the Storm Lion dead on. The Storm Lion had no time to dodge and let out a wailing cry as it was blasted away, crashing through 3 walls before collapsing into ruins, completely incapacitated. The entire arena fell deathly silent, all spectators stunned into shock. Cameras transmitted the cracked screens across every corner, and online chat rooms exploded. Holy crap. All 9 tails open. 9 attributes. What breed of fox is this? An F-rank sweeping a D-rank in berserk state. Is this even reasonable? Reasonable my ass. Isn't this straight up cheating? Is the Storm Lion dead? My god. That nearly killed half the audience. Invincible. The communication signal cut out for a second. The camera lens shattered. The referee stared blankly for several seconds before raising the flag. Semi-final first match. Qin Tian wins. Qin Tian bent down and scooped Xiao Fei into his arms. The little fox wore a smug grin on its face. Master, wasn't I amazing? Its voice was soft and tender, laced with a hint of seeking praise. Qin Tian smiled. Amazing, my little Xiao Fei is incredibly amazing. He gently rubbed the fox's head and held it close to his chest. Passing Sui Qin, Qin Tian paused. Sui Qin knelt among the rubble, cradling his heavily wounded storm lion, his face twisted in anguish. You? Qin Tian looked down at him, his expression as calm as still water. Sui Qin, you said trash doesn't deserve a genius. What about now? Sui Qin's lips trembled, unable to utter a word. Today he had been thoroughly humiliated by Qin Tian. Qin Tian offered no further mockery and walked away, Xiao Fei cradled in his arms. Silence was more cutting than any words. Behind him, Sui Qin collapsed onto the ground, his gaze locked onto Qin Tian's retreating figure, resentment, unwillingness, and a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. How could this trash suddenly become this strong? It must be a flaw in my tactics. But judging from the fight just now, Qin Tian's strength truly is extraordinary. In the audience stands Lin Wan, watched this scene, sitting motionless like a statue. She suddenly remembered a words Qin Tian had once said to her. One day, I'll make everyone look at me with new eyes. At that time she had thought it was merely youthful impulsiveness or a playful remark. Now she understood. Qin Tian was not someone who merely talked. And she had personally given up the chance to stand beside him. In this gloriously radiant moment, she no longer had the qualification to share in his honor. Lin Wan's eyes reddened, a single tear hovering at the edge of her lashes which she fought hard to hold back. Yet no one noticed her. All eyes were fixed on that boy cradling a fox. VIP box. Qin Tian, president of the Beast Tamer Association, set down his teacup, his expression grave. Grade talent contracted 2 beasts beyond their specifications, one of which has mastered 9 attributes. He turned to his assistant beside him. Look into Qin Tian's background. The more detailed the better. Also a range of beast aptitude appraisal. I need to know the true levels of that plant and that fox. The assistant nodded. Understood. Qin Tian gazed out the window, complex emotions flashing in his eyes. Qin Haodong. What secret is your son hiding? Rental apartment. Qin Tian placed Xiao Fei on the bed. The little fox bore a few shallow windblade marks, but they were healing at a visibly rapid pace. Does it hurt? Qin Tian gently stroked Xiao Fei's head. Xiao Fei shook its head, its 9 tails swaying lightly. Not at all. A minor skirmish. Qin Tian turned to the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling on the windowsill. You saw today's battle. Any thoughts? A voice transmitted from the sapling. That blue-maned lion was too noisy. Let me handle it next time. Qin Tian smiled. Fine, you'll go next time. He opened the system panel. Semi-final victory reward: Evolution Spirit Stone, 1 current Evolution Spirit Stones, 2 Note Evolution Spirit Stones can be used to break a beast's level cap or unlock hidden skills. Qin Tian pondered for a moment and decided not to use them yet. Tomorrow was the finals. His opponent would most likely be the winner of the other semi-final, a girl named Yimuyu, purple grade talent, whose beast was an Ice Phoenix. Ice Phoenix D rank, purple grade aptitude, a peak ice attribute beast. It was far stronger than the Storm Lion by more than 1 tier. Tomorrow won't be easy, Qin Tian muttered, stroking his chin. Xiao Fei lifted its head. Master, I'm not afraid. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling swayed its leaves. Neither am I. Qin Tian looked at them both, warmth rising in his chest. I know. He lay back on the bed staring at the ceiling. Tomorrow's finals, we fight 3-on-1. The 9-tailed sky fox and the sapling simultaneously sent waves of confusion. Master, aren't we only allowed to send out 1 beast? Qin Tian's lips curved upward. The rules say only 1 can be sent out, but they never said we can't switch temporarily. He paused. Besides, when did I ever say I'd follow the rules? The 9-tailed sky fox. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling. System alert, host, you're exploiting a loophole in the rules. This is called wisdom. Very well, you're the boss. Moonlight poured through the window like water. 1 person, 1 plant, 1 fox, all asleep in tranquility. Tomorrow would be the final battle. Meanwhile, the defeated Sui Qin gazed dejectedly at the night scenery outside his window, restless through the night. Today I lost. To a gray trash. The Storm Lion is heavily injured and will need at least 3 months to recover. I refuse to accept this. I must uncover his secrets and then destroy him. Finals day. The arena atmosphere was even hotter than yesterday. 20,000 spectators filled the stands and the aisles were packed with people. Representatives from the major powers in High City had all gathered, and even the city lord's mansion sent observers. There was no mystery. This final carried far more value than expected. Qin Tian, with a gray talent, had contracted 2 seemingly inconspicuous beasts and advanced with crushing progression. Yimuyu, with purple talent, commands the Bingfeng, a D-rank pinnacle, and likewise surged through the rounds. The clash of 2 dark horses was certain to be etched into the history of Binhai City's youth competition. Backstage area. Qin Tian sat, and on his lap the Jiawei Tianhu dozed. A Gushu Shun Shu seedling protruded from his pocket, curiously peering at the outside world. Across from him sat a girl about 17 or 18 with silver-white hair and ice-blue eyes, her features delicate as a porcelain doll. She wore a snow-white Beast Tamer combat suit, a purple talent badge pinned to her chest. She is Yimuyu. Yimu was busy grooming the feathers of a snow-white Bingfeng. That Bingfeng stood 2 meters tall, its body covered in ice crystal feathers radiating a biting chill. A thin sheet of ice formed on the ground within 3 meters. Yimu suddenly looked up and glanced at Qin Tian. "Your fox is strong," she said in a cold, clear voice like an icy spring. Qin Tian smiled. "Your bird isn't bad either." Yimu frowned slightly. "It's not a bird, it's a phoenix." "A phoenix is also a kind of bird," Qin Tian said gravely, educating with a straight face. "Thank you for the compliment." Yimu fell silent again, lowering her head to continue grooming the ice phoenix's feathers. Yet the tips of her ears reddened slightly. Qin Tian didn't notice this detail. He was bargaining with the system. "System, if I win the finals, is there any extra reward?" "Regular rewards, Evolution Spirit Stone X1. Special achievement rewards, first championship, 1 chance to draw a god tier template." "Nice." Qin Tian rubbed his hands. "There's another new template." He glanced at Yimu, who was combing the snow Bingfeng's feathers, then looked at the Jiwei Tianhu in his arms, and the Gushu Shinshu seedling in his pocket. "System, what if I lure Bingfeng over too?" "I was just talking idly." The referee stepped onto the field. Finals rules: best of 3 each side, may field up to 3 beast tamers, and may switch at any time. If one side's beasts are all defeated, they lose. Best of 3, and you can change at any time. This rule seems tailor-made for me. Yimu nodded slightly, clearly pleased with the rule. The referee raised the flag. Finals begin. First round. Qin Tian looked at the Jiwei Tianhu. "Xiao Fei, go on." Ice Phoenix, ice ceiling 1,000 miles. First move to suppress. The ground froze as snowflakes drifted in the air. Frost-coated Jiwei Tianhu's fur. Yet Xiao Fei remained perfectly still. The red tail ignited into flames, the blaze spreading over its body and instantly melting the frost. Fox fire blazed the heavens. The Jiwei Tianhu's soft voice rang out, a fiery whirlpool surging toward Bingfeng. Bingfeng cried out, its wings folded, an ice wall forming before it. The flames collided with the ice wall, steam filling the arena. The ice wall melted, but the flames were countered. First round ended in a draw. Yimu's expression shifted slightly. Phoenixes cried to the heavens. Bingfeng cried to the skies, its sonic wave rippling outward. Countless icicles formed in the sky, dense as a forest pouring down toward Jiwei Tianhu. The range of this move was too wide to dodge. Qin Tian narrowed his eyes. Xiao Fei Dragon Tornado Blade. The Jiwei Tianhu's blue tail lit up as a fierce wind rose. The wind blades and ice spires collided in the air, shards of ice spraying everywhere. But there were too many ice SPs and pierced through the wind blade's barrier. Xiao Fei dodged. Xiao Fei dodged agilely. Several ice skimmed its side fur. Xiao Fei remained unscathed. Qin Tian's pupils contracted, eyes fixed on Xiao Fei. The Jiwei Tianhu turned to look at him with a small smile. "Master, I'm fine." Yet Qin Tian's expression had already darkened. He deep breathed, suppressing the flame within. "Xiao Fei, come back." Xiao Fei paused, then obediently trotted back. Qin Tian crouched and patted Xiao Fei's head. It seemed this ice-type beast was quite fierce, almost upstaging his Jiwei Tianhu. Gushu Shinshu. The Gushu Shinshu seedling popped its head from the pocket, leaves glowing green. Life activated. Green light spread, visibly repelling the ice energy. Qin Tian stood and looked at Yimu. "For the first round we concede." The crowd gasped. "Concede? After just a minute of play? That fox could still fight." But she did not ask further and recalled Bingfeng. He announced, "First round, Yimu wins. Current score 0-1. Second round." Qin Tian did not send Jiwei Tianhu again. He pulled the Gushu Shinshu seedling from his pocket and placed it on the ground. "Shinshu, it's your turn." The Gushu Shinshu seedling shook, its leaves rooted in the ground. Then, it began to grow. From a palm-sized seedling, it rose to over 10 meters tall. The trunk thick as an arm, leaves unfurled. Roots reached underground, branches spreading from every direction. In 10 seconds, the entire arena was a sea of green. Yimu's pupils narrowed. Bingfeng, ice ceiling 1,000 miles. Bingfeng released cold air again, attempting to freeze these plants, but the Gushu Shinshu seedling's vitality was too strong. Ice crystals that had just covered the branches melted away as vitality energy surged. Vines continued to spread, winding toward Bingfeng. "All things grow." Qin Tian spoke calmly, giving the order. Countless roots burst from the ground like green serpents, winding around Bingfeng's claws, wings, and body. Bingfeng writhed, ice crystals shattering, but branches kept breaking and regrowing endlessly. Yimu's expression changed. Bingfeng ascend. Bingfeng flapped hard, attempting to rise. But the branches and vines had already wrapped around its legs, pinning it to the ground. The Gushu Shinshu seedling's trunk continued to grow, quickly wrapping around Bingfeng and holding it motionless. Though still a sapling, it was enough to subdue a D-rank pinnacle Bingfeng. Yimu bit her lip. "I concede." Second round, Qin Tian wins. The score is now 1-1. The arena erupts. "What on earth is that plant?" "What? Ice ceiling has no effect on it. Its vitality is ridiculous." Beasts with great talent contracts, each one more monstrous than the last. Yi Muyu withdrew the Ice Phoenix, her gaze toward Qin Tian becoming complicated. Qin Tian was now immensely powerful, she must be cautious. Third round, which one do you plan to use? Qin Tian thought for a moment, then pointed at Xiao Fei and the Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling. Both together. Yi Muyu frowned. Are you having them join forces because you're afraid you can't beat my Ice Phoenix? Qin Tian chuckled. It's not because I'm afraid, I just want to train their combat coordination. Yi Muyu sneered. You say you're not afraid, but I think you are. Qin Tian said calmly, say what you will, but I ask you, are you afraid? Yi Muyu threw her head back and laughed. Are you kidding me? My Ice Phoenix is a high-level spirit beast. There are many skills I haven't used yet. Soon I'll show you how my Ice Phoenix beats your two spirit beasts. Qin Tian snorted coldly. We'll just have to wait and see who gets beaten. The nine-tailed celestial fox leaped onto the branches of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling, its nine tails coiling among the leaves. The vines of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling wove into a platform, lifting the nine-tailed celestial fox into the air. One plant and one fox perfectly integrated. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree provided field control and life recovery, while the nine-tailed celestial fox handled the output. This was a combination. An unbeatable combination. Yi Muyu was silent for 3 seconds. Then she suddenly smiled. It was a faint smile like the first thaw of ice and snow, effortless and composed. Interesting. She took a deep breath, her ice blue eyes turning sharp. Ice Phoenix, third round, go all out. Absolute zero, unlock. The Ice Phoenix cried out to the sky, its body erupting with dazzling blue light. The temperature plummeted instantly, and moisture in the air condensed into ice crystals. The ground froze, the audience seats frosted over, and the entire gymnasium turned into an ice cellar. The vines of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling began to freeze, their growth rate slowing noticeably. Qin Tian's brows furrowed. Ancient Shu Divine Tree, Earth's life. The leaves of the seedling glowed with an even stronger green light, its roots plunging deeper into the ground, drawing the life force of the earth to counter the freeze. Xiao Fei's nine tails spread wide, the power of 9 attributes intertwining and blasting toward the Ice Phoenix. The Ice Phoenix spread its wings, and an ice crystal shield blocked the attack. Both sides fell into a stalemate. The audience held their breath, staring fixedly at the arena. The TV broadcast screen was flooded with netizens' comments, almost all of them, wow, awesome. Qin Tian, the president of the Spirit Beast Association, stood up. This kid's spirit beast. Its aptitude far exceeds my expectations. He murmured to himself. That weed's life force field has already reached B level. And that fox. He paused. Perfect control over 9 attributes. That's a characteristic of a mythic grade spirit beast. He turned to his assistant. Prepare the aptitude assessment device. After the match, I'll conduct the assessment myself. The assistant nodded. On the field, the stalemate continued. Qin Tian wore a calm expression. Both the Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling and the nine-tailed celestial fox were outputting at full power, but the Ice Phoenix's absolute zero was too strong. The speed of freezing was overtaking the growth rate of the vines. System, is there any stronger skill? Suggestion: use Evolution Spirit Stones to temporarily upgrade the Spirit Beast levels. Using Evolution Spirit Stones on the Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling can unlock the new skill, World Barrier, greatly enhancing defense. Using Evolution Spirit Stones on the nine-tailed Celestial Fox can unlock Celestial Fox True Form, massively boosting all attributes. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. He took out 2 Evolution Spirit Stones and held them in his palm. Xiao Fei, Ancient Shu Divine Tree catch. The 2 stones turned into beams of light, merging into the Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling and the nine-tailed Celestial Fox respectively. Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling level up, FE new skill unlocked, World Barrier. Nine-tailed Celestial Fox level up, FE new skill unlocked, Celestial Fox True Form. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling burst with dazzling green light. A translucent barrier expanded from it, covering half the arena. Within the barrier, the freezing was completely suppressed, and the vines grew wildly. The nine-tailed celestial fox's body began to grow. From half a meter tall, it expanded to 2 meters, its 9 tails stretching to 3 meters long, and the flames at the tips of each tail became solid. A golden flame emblem appeared on its forehead, and its golden red eyes turned pure gold. Celestial Fox True Form. Xiao Fei Final Strike. The nine-tailed celestial fox let out a long howl, its 9 tails spread wide, and the power of 9 attributes converged into a 9-colored pillar of light. The pillar blasted toward the Ice Phoenix. The Ice Phoenix condensed its final ice crystal shield. The shield shattered. The Ice Phoenix was engulfed by the pillar of light. When the light faded, the Ice Phoenix lay on the ground, feathers disheveled and covered in wounds, but still conscious. Yi Muyu looked at the Ice Phoenix, silent for a few seconds. Then she raised her head, looked at Qin Tian, and said quietly, I lost. The referee was stunned for 3 seconds before snapping out of it, still not fully satisfied. Final match, Qin Tian wins. The champion of this year's Youth Spirit Beast Exchange Tournament, Qin Tian. The entire audience rose to their feet, thunderous applause erupting. Qin Tian bent down to pick up Xiao Fei, who had returned to its small size, and pulled the Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling out of the ground, putting it into his pocket. Well done, you two. Xiao Fei curled up in his arms, its 9 tails wagging happily, emitting a victorious purr. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling shook its leaves, acting as if it was no big deal. Qin Tian turned to look at Yimuyu. Yimuyu recalled the Ice Phoenix and walked over. Your spirit beasts are very strong. She paused. You are also very strong. Qin Tian smiled. Your Ice Phoenix is not bad either. Yimuyu was silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke. Qin Tian, I want to join your team. Off. Qin Tian was taken aback. I mean, Yimuyu's ears turned red again. If there's a chance to form a team, would you consider me? Qin Tian scratched his head. Well, let's talk about it later. Yimuyu nodded and turned to leave. After a few steps, she looked back again at the 9-tailed celestial fox in Qin Tian's arms. It's very cute. Then she quickly walked away. Qin Tian watched her retreating figure, lost in thought. System, is she? Host, please don't flatter yourself. She just admires your strength. Then explain why her face was red. Maybe it's from the cold. Heh. At the award ceremony, Qin Tian received the championship trophy and a check for 5,000. The championship prize was 5,000 plus a C-grade evolution stone. Qin Tian looked at the check in his hand, his eyes a bit hot. 500,000. His father's 3 million debt. Finally, he could pay off part of it. He took out his communicator and sent a message to his father, Qin Haidong. Dad, I won the exchange tournament. The prize is 5,000. I'll pay off part of the debt first. I'll keep earning the rest. The message sent. 3 seconds later, Qin Haidong replied. Only 4 words. My son is awesome. Qin Tian laughed. As he laughed, his nose tingled a little. Finally, he was going to escape those poor days. He looked up at the sky. The sky was clear, the sunlight, just right. This is only the beginning, he murmured. Within less than a minute, news of Qin Zhao's victory dominated major media headlines. Breaking news. Gray Talent Youth wins championship, kills Purple Genius in 2 moves. A 9-tailed celestial fox's shocking skill. In-depth analysis of Qin Tian's mysterious spirit beast. Lin Warner loses composure and cries after match, I regret it. 3 days after winning the championship, Qin Tian's life underwent an earth-shattering transformation. First came the wealth. With the 500,000 bonus received, he paid off his father's debt of 200,000, leaving him with 300,000 in savings. Then came the fame. His photographs dominated the headlines of every news outlet in Binhai City as the tale of the gray-grade trash staging a counterattack to win the championship was hyped incessantly. Lastly came the trouble. From the very moment he was crowned champion, his communicator had not ceased ringing. Team invitations, media interviews, beast appraisals. A relentless bombardment of messages ensued. Qin Tian replied to none of them. At this moment, he was crouching before a stall in the beast market, staring intently at an egg. A dragon egg. Boss, how much for this one? The stall owner, a lean, middle-aged man, pushed up his glasses. Young man, you have a keen eye? This is a genuine wind dragon egg with a D-grade blue aptitude. Once hatched, it will be a D-grade beast. Fixed price, 800,000. Qin Tian fell silent for a moment. I only have 300,000. The stall owner's smile remained unchanged. 300,000 can buy you that lizard egg over there. It also possesses dragon lineage, though it is a bit diluted. No thank you. Qin Tian stood up, preparing to leave. Wait, the stall owner called out to him. Young man, are you that Qin Tian? The one who won the championship with a gray-grade talent? Qin Tian nodded. The stall owner sized him up from head to toe, then suddenly lowered his voice. If you truly desire a dragon egg, I have a certain channel. It is cheap, but carries some risk. Qin Tian raised an eyebrow. What channel, eh? The black market. The stall owner glanced left and right, lowering his voice even further. There is an underground black market in Binhai City, specializing in trading beasts and eggs of unknown origins. The prices are a third of the market rate, but the source is hard to say. Qin Tian hesitated. A third of the price meant that with his 300,000, he could purchase a dragon egg worth 900,000 on the market. However, goods from the black market carried far too much risk. System, what do you think? It is recommended that the host proceed to the black market. The system has detected a high-energy reaction within the black market suspected to be a high-quality dragon egg. Exactly how high? Unable to determine. However, it is at least of purple aptitude or above. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. A dragon egg of purple aptitude or above would command a market price of at least 2 million. If he could secure it for 300,000. Let's do it. Late at night in the underground black market of Binhai City, Qin Tian located a concealed underground entrance following the address provided by the stall owner. The entrance was situated in the basement of an abandoned factory. Pushing open the iron door, he was greeted by a brilliantly illuminated hall. The hall was filled with various stalls selling a diverse array of items: beast eggs, evolution stones, skill books, banned drugs, and even illegally captured wild beasts. Qin Tian concealed the nine-tailed celestial fox within his clothes, placed the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling in his pocket, and lowered the brim of his baseball cap to obscure his face, strolling through the hall in a low-key manner. System: in which direction is the high-energy reaction? To your front left, the third stall. Qin Tian walked over and saw a masked stall owner with 3 eggs displayed before him. The first egg was crimson, its surface adorned with fiery patterns radiating heat. The second egg was deep blue, its surface marked with wave-like patterns emitting water vapor. As for the third egg, Qin Tian's pupils contracted as a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. The third egg was pitch black, all over its surface covered in dark golden patterns resembling a coiled dragon. The faint texture of scales was visible on the shell, and it felt bone-chillingly cold to the touch. System scanning. Scan complete. Species: Dark Dragon King, mythical grade. Dragon Sovereign, current status sealed, ninefold seal, must be unlocked sequentially, aptitude rainbow grade, post unsealing, current price, 2. Qin Tian's heart raced. The Dark Dragon King, a mythical grade dragon sovereign. Though it was sealed, the system had stated that upon unsealing it would possess a rainbow grade aptitude. Boss, how much for this black egg? Qin Tian did his best to keep his voice calm. The masked stall owner glanced at him. 250,000. However, I must warn you. We have tested this egg, and its energy reaction is extremely weak. It may not hatch at all. Furthermore, the seal on the shell is highly peculiar. We have tried various methods, but could not break it. Inwardly, Qin Tian was ecstatic, but his expression remained completely unperturbed. 200,000, and I'll take it. Deal. Qin Tian transferred the funds and carefully placed the black dragon egg into his backpack. As he turned to leave, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Wait. Qin Tian turned back and saw a man clad in a black trench coat wearing a mask that revealed only a pair of cold, sinister eyes. I want that egg. Qin Tian frowned. I have already purchased it. The trench-coated man sneered. I will pay double. The masked stall owner rubbed his hands awkwardly. Well, the deal is already done. It wouldn't be right to go back on it, would it? The trench-coated man drew a black card from his coat and tossed it onto the stall. The Beast Association black card grants its holder priority purchasing rights. This is the rule. Qin Tian glanced at the black card, his brow furrowing even deeper. He was well aware of this black card. It was a privilege card issued by the Beast Association to S-Class beast tamers, allowing them to exercise priority purchasing rights in any transaction. System: what should I do? Recommendation: do not clash head-on. The opponent is an S-Class beast tamer. Given the host's current strength, you cannot defeat him. However, the host can play dirty. Howie, the dragon egg is already in your bag. Just run. Are you serious? The system never jokes. It is recommended that the host utilize the nine-tailed celestial fox's illusionary realm to create chaos and seize the opportunity to escape. Qin Tian took a deep breath. Xiao Fei, illusionary realm. The nine-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from his clothes, its 9 tails lighting up simultaneously. Instantly, the entire hall was dragged into an illusion. Everyone witnessed the scene. 10 identical Qin Tians suddenly appeared in the hall, each clutching a dragon egg and sprinting in different directions. The trench-coated man's expression shifted. Illusion magic. With a wave of his hand, a black light swept across the hall, shattering the illusion. But Qin Tian was already gone. Damn it. A murderous intent flashed in the trench-coated man's eyes. Kid, you can't run. That egg is mine. 3 streets away, Qin Tian was sprinting while clutching the dragon egg. The 9-tailed celestial fox perched on his shoulder, while the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling swayed its leaves in his pocket. Jiwei, your illusion only lasted for 3 seconds. Master, he is an S-Class. For me to hold it for 3 seconds is already quite impressive. True. Qin Tian turned into a narrow alley, leaning against the wall as he gasped for breath. System: why did that S-Class beast tamer want to steal this egg? The shell of the Dark Dragon King is bound by a 9-fold seal, and each seal serves as a key. Gathering all 9 seals allows one to unlock a certain ancient ruin. That S-Class beast tamer highly likely knows of this secret. Qin Tian fell silent for a moment. Since he now knows the egg is in my hands, will he come looking for trouble? Yes. Therefore, the host needs to increase your strength as quickly as possible, reaching at least C grade or above to possess the power of self-preservation. Qin Tian sighed. I just wanted to quietly raise a dragon. Why is it so difficult? The 9-tailed fox rubbed against his face. Master, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling shook its leaves. And me too. Qin Tian patted their heads and smiled. All right then, let's hurry home and hatch the egg. In the rented room, Qin Tian placed the black dragon egg on the bed and stared at it for 10 minutes. System: how do I hatch it? The host's saliva is required for activation. The Dark Dragon King's egg must establish a blood connection with its contractor to hatch. Qin Tian dipped his finger on his tongue and dripped 3 drops of saliva onto the eggshell. The saliva seeped in and the dark golden patterns began to glow. The eggshell started to tremble. Cracks spread from the top, peeling off piece by piece. A small black claw emerged from the shell. Then a head. A tiny black dragon head with 2 dark golden horns, its eyes deep golden vertical pupils. It struggled to break free from the shell, its body wet, wings pressed against it, and its tail thin. Finally, the whole little dragon rolled out onto the bed, lying there, its golden vertical pupils gazing at Qin Tian with curiosity. Contract successful. Detected the host contracting a 3rd spirit beast. Core function of the divine template system enhanced. Extracting matching template for Dark Dragon King hatchling. Matching. Matching successful. Template embedded into the entity. No further extraction required. Dark Dragon King hatchling automatically inherits all abilities of the divine template. Talent upgrade, rainbow grade level cap, none, skill extraction in progress. Acquired skills: Dark Dragon Breath, Dark Attribute Breath corrodes all Dragon King's wrath, absolute suppression over dragon and subdragon spirit beast, shadow shuttle dodge. In a shadow's high-speed movement, true dragon form locked, loyalty 90. Curious note: this is a newborn dragon. It sees you, the first being it laid eyes on, as its master. Please take good care of it. Qin Tian looked at the tiny black dragon lying in the palm of his hand, and the little dragon tilted its head to look back at him. Then it opened its mouth and let out a soft childish cry. Master. Qin Tian. The nine-tailed fox. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling. System notification: congratulations, host has contracted a new spirit beast. Thank you. Qin Tian cupped the little dragon, and it immediately rubbed its head against his palm, its tail wrapping around his wrist. Master. Master. The little dragon flapped its wings, happily wagging its tail like a puppy. Xiao Fei approached, curiously sniffing the little dragon. The little dragon immediately shrank into Qin Tian's arms, staring warily at the nine-tailed fox. Master, there's a fox. Qin Tian tapped its head. This is your good friend, the nine-tailed fox, Xiao Fei. The little dragon blinked, then tentatively called out to the fox, Sister Xiao Fei. The nine-tailed fox swished its 9 tails in response. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling poked its head out of the pocket and shook its leaves. When the little dragon saw the Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling, its eyes lit up. Grass. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling. Qin Tian watched this scene and suddenly felt that his team of spirit beasts was becoming increasingly absurd. A grass, a fox, and a dragon. Each one more troublesome than the last. System: how strong is the Dark Dragon King when fully grown? In its prime, the Dark Dragon King boasts power comparable to the mythical dragon god. A single dragon can annihilate an entire city. A dragon that could one day destroy the world. Qin Tian swallowed hard. And what about now? F rank. Just born. Still needs milk. Qin Tian looked at the little dragon on the table, which was attempting to climb a water glass, and sank into thought. What kind of milk do dragons drink? Theoretically, any mammal's milk will do. But it is recommended to purchase specialized dragon milk powder available at the Spirit Beast shop for 5,000 a can. Qin Tian checked his bank card balance. He had spent 300,000 on the dragon egg, leaving him with 50,000. Alright, 5,000 it is. Qin Tian sighed. Raising a dragon is indeed expensive. He opened his communicator, searched the Spirit Beast email, found dragon milk powder, and placed an order. Then he lay down on the bed. The little dragon was on the table, the nine-tailed fox curled up by his pillow, and the Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling absorbed moonlight on the windowsill. The small rented room was becoming increasingly lively. Qin Tian closed his eyes, a smile on his lips. Tomorrow I have to report to the Spirit Beast Academy. The little dragon yawned and mumbled in a childish voice, Master, good night. Good night. Qin Tian gently stroked its head and drifted into a deep sleep. The Spirit Beast Academy was the highest institution in the city. Only exceptionally talented youths could enter its gates. Green talent was the baseline, blue talent was the norm, and purple talent was elite. And Qin Tian with gray talent was the first student with gray talent since the academy's founding. Although he had been specially admitted as the champion of the exchange tournament, this status did not earn him respect on campus. Instead, it drew even more hostility. On the first day of school, Qin Tian stood at the academy gate carrying a backpack. The nine-tailed fox hidden inside his clothes, the little dragon perched on his shoulder, and the Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling rustling leaves in his pocket. This academy is quite grand. Qin Tian looked up at the 20-meter-high gate engraved with the 4 golden characters, Spirit Beast Academy. A group of new students stood at the entrance getting to know each other. As Qin Tian walked in, he immediately drew a flurry of stares. Look, that's Qin Tian, the one with gray talent. Exchange tournament champion. Him. Doesn't look like much. I heard his spirit beast is strong, but so what? With gray talent, his growth ceiling is set. Once his spirit beast reaches its limit, he'll be useless. Exactly. A gray talent contractor's spirit beast can grow to at most F rank. His spirit beast is strong now, but it'll cap at F rank. We're different. Our spirit beasts can keep growing. Qin Tian heard these remarks, but remained expressionless. He knew what these people said made sense. In the eyes of ordinary people, a gray talent contractor's spirit beast reached its growth limit at F rank. But he was no ordinary person. His spirit beasts used the divine template. Their growth limit was determined not by talent, but by the template. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree, the nine-tailed fox, the Dark Dragon King. The limits of these mythical beings were the stars and the sea. Qin Tian. A familiar voice rang out. Qin Tian turned and saw Yumuyu standing not far away, her silver-white hair flowing in the wind, her ice-blue eyes fixed on him. You're here to register too? Qin Tian was a little surprised. Yumuyu nodded. Yeah, I skipped a grade straight to senior year 1. Qin Tian was taken aback. Yumuyu looked only about 17 or 18 as skipping to senior year 1 meant she was at least 2 grades ahead of her peers. Impressive. Yimuyu's ears turned slightly red. You're impressive too. The two walked side by side into the academy, leaving a trail of whispers behind them. Beast Taming Academy's class assignment results were posted. Qin Tian gazed at the roster on the bulletin board, his brows knitting into a tight frown. In grade 1 class 3, all 32 students were arranged in descending order of talent grade. Behind his name was marked an eye-catching gray. Is this some kind of sick joke? Qin Tian muttered to himself. Yumuyu stood beside him and glanced at the class assignment chart. I'm in class 1. Expected. Of course someone with purple talent would be in class 1. Qin Tian shrugged. Yumuyu fell silent for a moment. Qin Tian, if anyone causes trouble for you in class 3, you can tell me. Qin Tian raised an eyebrow. What are you going to stand up for me? Yimuyu's ear tips flushed red once more. I just don't like seeing unfair things. Qin Tian smiled. Thanks, but I can handle it myself. He waved his hand and headed toward the class 3 classroom. The nine-tailed heavenly fox poked its head out from his clothes. Master, that silver-haired girl seems to have a thing for you. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Tian tapped its head. I'm not joking. Her heartbeat accelerated, her body temperature rose, her pupils dilated. All of these are physiological reactions when a human sees someone they're drawn to. The nine-tailed heavenly fox analyzed with utmost seriousness. You're a fox, what do you know about human physiology? I have 9 tails, each governing a different attribute, including the perception attribute. The nine-tailed heavenly fox wagged its tail proudly. Perceiving emotions is merely basic training for me. Qin Tian fell silent for a moment. Then tell me, what emotion am I feeling right now, eh? Annoyed, frustrated, and a tiny bit. Anticipation. Anticipation of what? Someone coming to pick a fight, so you can publicly humble them without holding back. Qin Tian decided to stop talking to this fox. Class 3 classroom. Qin Tian pushed the door open, and the previously noisy classroom fell instantly silent. All eyes turned toward him at once. Some curious, some contemptuous, some hostile. That's him. The one with gray talent. I heard he won the exchange tournament purely by luck. The opponents threw the match for him. Come on, gray talent winning a championship. He must have used some underhanded methods. Qin Tian turned a deaf ear to their whispers and found a seat in the back row by the window. The nine-tailed heavenly fox emerged from his clothes, lay upon the desk, its 9 tails swaying gently, utterly carefree. The young dragon rested on his shoulder, gazing curiously in all directions. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling poked its head out from his pocket, breathing in the fresh air. The moment the 3 beast companions appeared, the classroom erupted once more. What the hell is that? A fox with 9 tails. Is that a dragon on his shoulder? It really is a dragon. Gray talent contracting 3 beast companions. And a dragon too. That's impossible. Talent grade determines the number of contract slots. Gray talent has only 1 slot. How could he possibly contract 3? Doubtful voices rose one after another. A tall boy stood up and walked over to Qin Tian. A blue talent badge was pinned to his chest, and behind him loomed a massive rock giant. So you're Qin Tian, right? I'm Zhao Lei, monitor of class 3. The tall boy looked down at him condescendingly. I have a few questions for you. Qin Tian looked up at him. Go ahead. First, your talent is gray, giving you only 1 contract slot. How did you manage to contract 3 beast companions? Second, the aptitude of your beast companions clearly exceeds the F grade limit, which violates the fundamental principles of beast taming. Third, who are you? Qin Tian interrupted him. Why should I answer your questions? Zhao Lei's expression darkened. I'm the class monitor. I have the right to know the situation of every student in this class. Being a class monitor doesn't make you a police officer. You have no right to interrogate me. Qin Tian stood up. He was half a head shorter than Zhao Lei, but his aura was no less imposing. And are you really sure you want to make an enemy of me on the very first day of school? Zhao Lei sneered. I'm merely maintaining order and fairness in this class. What right does someone with gray talent have to enter the Beast Taming Academy? Luck? Or connections? Strength? Qin Tian said coolly. I won the exchange tournament. Got a problem with that? Exchange Tournament Champion. Zhao Lei scoffed. A competition that low level isn't even worth my participation. Do you know what I achieved last year? Top 16 in the City Beast Taming Tournament. Top 16 and you're still bragging. Qin Tian smiled. Even I the champion am not this arrogant. Zhao Lei's face turned ashen. You. Enough. A cool voice came from the doorway. Everyone turned their heads and saw a girl in a white beast taming uniform walking in. She looked about 18 or 19 with long hair cascading to her waist, delicate features, and an aloof, elegant aura. A golden badge was pinned to her chest, the Student Council. I am Lin Qingshu, head of the Student Council Discipline Department. The girl swept her gaze across the classroom, landing on Zhao Lei. Picking fights with classmates on the very first day. Do you wish to receive a disciplinary record? Zhao Lei's expression shifted, and he quickly stepped back. Senior Sister Lin, I wasn't picking a fight, I just what? Nothing. Lin Qingshu turned her gaze to Qin Tian, her expression cool. You must be Qin Tian. Qin Tian nodded. Lin Qingshu studied him from head to toe, her eyes lingering for a moment on the young dragon on his shoulder and the nine-tailed heavenly fox on the desk. Your beast companions are quite remarkable. She paused. But gray talent is ultimately gray talent. At the Beast Taming Academy, relying solely on luck won't get you far. With that, she turned and walked away. Qin Tian watched her retreating figure and raised an eyebrow. System, who exactly is this woman? Lin Qingshu, third-year student, orange talent. Her beast companion is an Frost Dragon at the peak of C rank. Head of the Student Council Discipline Department, ranked among the top 3 in the academy. Cold and aloof in nature, fair but impartial. Orange talent, truly formidable. But the host possesses 3 divine tier template beast companions. When she witnesses the Dark Dragon King in its adult form, her expression will undoubtedly be captivating. Qin Tian smiled. True enough. The class bell rang. The homeroom teacher entered the classroom. A middle-aged man in his 40s, surnamed Wang, wearing glasses with an amiable appearance. Hello everyone, I am your homeroom teacher Wang Zhengguo. First of all, congratulations on being admitted to the Beast Taming Academy. Here you will receive the most professional beast taming education and become the pillars of the future beast taming world. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the entire class before finally resting on Qin Tian. Additionally, I'd like to specially introduce one student, Qin Tian. Despite his gray talent, he claimed the championship of the Youth Beast Taming Exchange Tournament and was specially recruited by the Academy. This is a miracle and also a proof. Talent does not define everything. Effort and opportunity matter just as much. Sparse applause rippled through the classroom. Qin Tian kept a straight face, but inwardly he was grumbling. This teacher is deliberately drawing hate toward me, isn't he? With that introduction, everyone will think I only got in through luck. As expected, after class, several classmates came over to consult Qin Tian on his success. Student Qin Tian, how did you contract your beast companions? Could you share your experience? Yeah, contracting 3 beast companions with gray talent. This absolutely overturns the fundamentals of beast taming. Do you have some special method? Could you teach us? Qin Tian was surrounded, his head throbbing with confusion. The 9-tailed celestial fox perched on his shoulder, its 9 tails swaying gently, a flicker of cunning gleaming in its golden red eyes. Master, shall I use an illusion to make them forget? No need, Qin Tian sighed. I have my own way. He stood up and cleared his throat. Classmates, my method is actually very simple, just pure luck. The entire class fell silent. Really, it's just luck. I picked up a grass at the stray beast shelter and it mutated. Then I bought an unwanted fox at the market and it also mutated. As for this dragon, he pointed to the baby dragon on his shoulder. Bought it on the black market for 250,000. If you have the money, you can try too. The class fell silent again. Then someone muttered, isn't that just pure dumb luck? Qin Tian shrugged. Exactly, it's dumb luck. So stop asking me, I don't know anything. The disappointed students dispersed. The 9-tailed celestial fox poked Qin Tian's cheek with its tail. Master, you're lying. I'm not lying. Everything I said is true, though I just omitted some key details. What do you mean by omitting key details? Like the system? The 9-tailed celestial fox decided not to chat with this shameless master anymore. In the afternoon, it was combat class. Combat class at the Beast Tamer Academy was mandatory. Every student had to participate. The lesson consisted of battle training to test the combat capabilities of the tamed beasts. Teacher Wang stood on the training ground holding a list. Today's battle training will be random matchups. He pressed the random button and 2 sets of names appeared on the large screen. First match, Qin Tian versus Zhao Lei. Qin Tian raised an eyebrow. Zhao Lei sneered. Lucky me, Zhao Lei said, releasing his rock giant. Let me teach you what real strength is. The rock giant, E-rank, blue quality, 3 meters tall, made entirely of granite, boasted astonishing defensive power. Qin Tian glanced at the 9-tailed celestial fox, then at the baby dragon on his shoulder. The baby dragon was dozing on his shoulder, drool at the corner of its mouth. Xiaofei, you're up. The nine-tailed celestial fox leaped from his shoulder, its 9 tails erect, golden-red eyes fixed on the rock giant. Zhao Lei scoffed, a fox against my rock giant. Rock giant boulder throw. The rock giant ripped a massive boulder from the ground and hurled it at the nine-tailed celestial fox. The boulder weighed half a ton, it could crush a person into a pancake. The nine-tailed celestial fox didn't move. Its cyan tail swished, summoning a gale that blew the boulder away. What? Zhao Lei's eyes widened. The nine-tailed celestial fox's red tail burst into flames, shooting a pillar of fire at the rock giant. The rock giant raised its arms to block. The fire exploded against the granite, sending debris flying. Rock giant earthquake. Zhao Lei panicked. The rock giant stomped its feet, causing the ground to tremble violently. The nine-tailed celestial fox leaped lightly, its blue tail swirling with water, forming a water bullet in midair. The water bullet shot at the rock giant's feet, turning the ground muddy and slippery. The rock giant lost balance and crashed to the ground. Foxfire Inferno. A childish voice rang out. A vortex of flames engulfed the rock giant, and the granite surface began to melt. Zhao Lei's face turned pale. I surrender. I surrender. The nine-tailed celestial fox withdrew its flames and leaped back onto Qin Tian's shoulder. The entire process took less than 20 seconds. The whole arena was dead silent. Teacher Wang adjusted his glasses and wrote a line in his notebook, Qin Tian Beast Tamer Combat Evaluation, at least D-rank peak. He looked up, peering through his thick lenses at Qin Tian, a hint of deeper meaning in his eyes. This student is not simple. After training, Qin Tian was called to Teacher Wang's office. Qin Tian, your nine-tailed fox is very powerful, but I have a question. Teacher Wang looked at him. Your talent is gray, which theoretically limits your beast's growth potential to F rank. Yet your nine-tailed fox has clearly surpassed F rank. How did you do it? Qin Tian was silent for a moment. He knew this question would eventually be asked. Teacher Wang, if I said I don't know either, would you believe me? Teacher Wang stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. Yes. He leaned back in his chair. The world of beast taming is full of unsolved mysteries. Your nine-tailed fox might just be one of them. But I must warn you, there are people in the academy who won't be as easygoing as I am. They'll try every means to study your beast, even by any means necessary. Qin Tian's gaze turned cold. Thank you for the warning, Teacher Wang. I won't give them the chance. Teacher Wang nodded. Go ahead. Remember, in the Beast Tamer Academy, strength is the only truth. As long as you keep winning, no one can touch you. Understood. Qin Tian left the office, and the nine-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from his shoulder. Master, that teacher is a good person. I know, but he's right, someone will try to harm us. So we must become stronger. Qin Tian patted the baby dragon's head. Little one, when will you grow up? The baby dragon yawned, its voice childish. Master, I'm hungry. Qin Tian sighed. Raising a dragon was expensive. Raising a mythical gray dragon was even more costly. He pulled out his communicator and checked his bank balance. 45000. A can of dragon milk powder cost 5000, and the baby dragon could drink 2 cans a week. That was 4000 a month. No, I need to find a way to earn money. Qin Tian rubbed his temples. System notification: the host can obtain rewards by completing tasks. New task released. Task Academy Ranking Battle Objective: enter the top 10 in the Academy Ranking Battle 1 month from now. Rewards: mythical template, draw chance 1, evolution spirit stones 2, gold coins. Note: the Academy Ranking Battle is the most important event at the Beast Tamer Academy. Students ranked in the top 10 will qualify to represent the Academy in the city tournament. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. The city tournament. That was the highest level youth beast taming competition in the city. The champion's prize was 5 million gold coins. I'm in. He clenched his fist, a resolute light flashing in his eyes. 1 month to enter the Academy's top 10. For him, this goal was not far off. But he knew the Academy harbored many true geniuses, orange talent, C-rank beasts, even higher. He needed to make his 3 beasts stronger. Nine-tailed fox, Ancient Shu Divine Tree, little dragon. Qin Tian looked at his 3 beasts. For the next month, we train like mad. The nine-tailed celestial fox raised its 9 tails. No problem, master. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling rustled its leaves. As you command. The baby dragon tilted its head. Master, will there be milk after training? Yes. Then I'll train. Qin Tian smiled. Though his team had a glutton, they were all fired up. This lineup was unbeatable. Qin Tian opened the system panel to check the detailed data of his 3 contracted beasts. Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling E-rank skills. Hymn of life, growth of all things, world barrier. Ancient Shu Divine Tree ascends to heaven locked. Nine-tailed celestial fox E-rank skills. Nine-tails secret art, foxfire, scorching heaven, illusory world, celestial fox, true form locked. Dark dragon king juvenile F-rank skills. Dark dragon breath, dragon king pressure, shadow, shuttle, true dragon form locked. The dark dragon king is still at F rank and needs focused cultivation. System, is there a way to quickly raise the young dragon's level? Suggestions: let the young dragon devour dark attribute treasures, or use evolution spirit stones. Current evolution spirit stones 0, all used up. New acquisition methods: complete the Academy ranking battle quest, or explore secret realms. Qin Tian nodded. It seemed that the Academy ranking battle 1 month later must be won. He returned to his rented room, settled the 3 contracted beasts, and began to formulate a training plan. Nine-tailed celestial fox. Focus on training the coordinated combat capability of the nine-tail's secret art. Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling. Focus on training the defense range and strength of world barrier. Dark Dragon King. Basic training to improve its level and skill proficiency. 1 month later, I will let everyone know. Qin Tian looked at the sky outside the window, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Gray talent can also stand at the pinnacle. At this moment, Zhao Lei's hatred value gradually climbed. I lost today. Lost to a waste with gray talent. His fox defeated my rock giant with just 1 move. I am not reconciled. I must find his weakness and then defeat him. The next 2 weeks, Qin Tian lived a fulfilling life. Classes during the day, training at night, and field battles on weekends. Xiao Fei's nine-tail secret art became increasingly proficient, already able to open all 9 tails and perfectly switch among 9 attributes. The world barrier of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling had greatly improved its defensive power. When fully expanded, it could cover a radius of 100 meters with defensive strength comparable to a C-rank shield. The Dark Dragon King had also finally risen from F rank to E rank, its body growing from palm size to half a meter tall, with wings spanning a meter wide. The power of Dark Dragon Breath had greatly increased. A single blast could corrode through 10 centimeter thick steel plates. Dark Dragon King Juvenile E-rank skills. Dark Dragon Breath, Enhanced Dragon King Pressure, Enhanced Shadow Shuttle, Enhanced True Dragon Form locked. Everything was developing in a good direction. Until that afternoon, Qin Tian was conducting practical training with the nine-tailed celestial fox at the training ground when an uninvited guest appeared. Student Qin Tian, someone is looking for you. Qin Tian turned and saw a man in a black suit standing at the entrance of the training ground, his expression cold. Who are you? I am an investigator from the Beast Taming Association, surnamed Zhou. The man showed a badge. We need you to cooperate with an investigation. Qin Tian frowned. What investigation? Regarding the anomaly of your contracted beast's aptitudes. Investigator Zhou said expressionlessly, according to the regulations of the Beast Taming Association, any contracted beast with abnormal aptitudes must be registered and filed. Your nine-tailed fox and Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling have aptitudes clearly beyond the norm, so we need to conduct a detailed appraisal. Qin Tian's heart sank. He knew this day would come sooner or later, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. What if I refuse to cooperate? Investigator Zhou's eyes turned cold. If you refuse, the Beast Taming Association has the right to temporarily seize your contracted beasts until the investigation is concluded. Seize? Qin Tian's voice turned cold. On what grounds? On the grounds of the Beast Taming Association's supervisory authority. Investigator Zhou produced a document. This is an investigation order signed by the president. You have the obligation to cooperate. Qin Tian stared at that document, his fists slowly clenching. The nine-tailed celestial fox sensed his emotions. Its 9 tails raised, its golden red eyes glinting with a dangerous light. The young dragon stood up from his shoulder, emitting a low growl from its throat. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling poked its head out from the pocket, its vines quietly spreading out. The atmosphere was tense. Wait! A voice came from behind. Qin Tian turned and saw Zhao Taixing striding over. Zhao Taixing, vice president of the Beast Taming Association, an old comrade of his father. Old Zhou, how come I don't know about this investigation order? Zhao Taixing walked to Qin Tian's side, blocking in front of him. Investigator Zhou's expression changed slightly. Vice President Zhao, this was directly signed by the president. Signed by the president. Zhao Taixing sneered. The president needs the vote of the vice president's joint meeting to sign important documents. That is stipulated by the association's charter. This investigation order has no record of a joint meeting vote. It is invalid. Investigator Zhou's face turned ugly. Vice President Zhao, you are shielding. Zhao Taixing interrupted him. I am merely upholding the charter. If you have objections, you can have the president come to me. Investigator Zhou was silent for a few seconds, then turned and left. Before leaving, he gave Qin Tian a glance, his eyes icy. This isn't over. After he had gone far, Zhao Taixing turned to look at Qin Tian and sighed. Zhao Tian, you've gotten into big trouble. Uncle Zhao, what's going on? Zhao Taixing lowered his voice. The president of the Beast Taming Association, Qin Tian, has been researching a secret art that can improve the aptitude of contracted beasts. Your contracted beast's aptitude is abnormal. He suspects you have mastered this secret art, so he wants to capture you for research. Qin Tian's pupils contracted. He wants to treat me as a lab rat. More or less. Zhao Taixing patted his shoulder. But rest assured, as long as I'm here, he won't dare to act openly. However, he will definitely engage in underhanded tricks. You need to be careful during this period. Don't give him any leverage. Qin Tian nodded. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. What's there to thank? Your father saved my life back then. Zhao Taixing smiled. By the way, your father asked me to tell you not to worry about things at home. His health is recovering well. Qin Tian's nose tingled. My father. When he heard you won the championship, he was so happy he drank a whole bottle of wine, and then your mother scolded him for 3 hours. Zhao Taixing laughed heartily. Qin Tian also laughed. After seeing Zhao Taixing off, Qin Tian returned to his rented room, his expression turning serious. System: who is Qin Tianxing? Qin Tianxing, president of the Beast Taming Association. Red talent: contracted beast, is golden sacred dragon, A rank peak. He holds immense power in Binhai City with a complex background, suspected of connections with multiple underground forces. Danger level extremely high. Recommendation: host should avoid direct conflict with him until reaching C rank. Qin Tian took a deep breath. C rank. His 3 contracted beasts were all at E rank, still 2 major realms away from C rank. Under normal circumstances, it would take 3 to 5 years of training to go from E rank to C rank. But he couldn't wait 3 years. System: is there a way to quickly raise levels? Yes. Explore secret realms. There are 3 secret realms around Binhai City: Misty Forest D rank, Secret Realm, Dark Swamp C rank, Secret Realm, and Dragonbone Ruins B rank. Secret Realm. Secret realms contain abundant spiritual energy and treasures, making them the best places for contracted beasts to quickly level up. Recommendation: host should go to the Misty Forest for training to improve the contracted beast levels. Qin Tian pondered for a moment, then nodded. We'll go tomorrow. He opened his communicator and sent a leave request to Teacher Wang, the homeroom teacher. Then he began to pack his gear. Tent, food, water, first aid kit, evolution stones, contract, spirit cards. The 9-tailed celestial fox lay at his feet watching him pack. Master, are we going on an adventure? Yes. Is it dangerous? It might be. The 9-tailed celestial fox stood up, its 9 tails erect. Then I'll protect Master. The young dragon flew over from the bed and landed on Qin Tian's shoulder. I'll protect Papa too. A vine from the Ancient Shu sacred tree seedling reached out from the windowsill, gently wrapping around Qin Tian's wrist. I'm coming too. Qin Tian looked at them, warmth filling his heart. All right, we'll go together. The next morning, Qin Tian shouldered his backpack and set off for the Misty Forest with his 3 spirit beasts. The Misty Forest, located in the northern outskirts of Binhai City, was a primeval forest shrouded in thick fog. The forest was home to various wild spirit beasts ranging from F rank to C rank. It was the most common training ground for spirit tamers. As soon as Qin Tian reached the forest entrance, he encountered an unexpected person. Yimuyu. She stood at the entrance, her silver-white hair flowing in the wind, her ice blue-colored contacts fixed on him. What are you doing here? Qin Tian was taken aback. Teacher Wang told me you asked for leave, so I guessed you'd come here. Yimuyu paused. The Misty Forest is very dangerous. Going in alone is risky. I'll go with you. Qin Tian raised an eyebrow, worried about me. Yimuyu's ears reddened. I just don't want to see a classmate get hurt. Fine. Qin Tian shrugged. It's good to have company. The two walked side by side into the Misty Forest. Thick fog enveloped the forest, visibility less than 10 meters. The air was filled with the damp scent of vegetation, and the roars of wild spirit beasts echoed in the distance. The 9-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from Qin Tian's clothes, its 9 tails gently swaying, golden red eyes gleaming in the mist. Master, there are 3 F-rank spirit beasts 50 meters ahead, looks like wind wolves. Can we go around? Yes. Qin Tian and Yimuyu detoured around the wind wolf pack and continued deeper. After about an hour's walk, they arrived at a clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a giant ancient tree, its trunk so thick it would take 10 people to encircle it. The canopy blotted out the sky, and the trunk was covered in glowing moss. What a big tree! Yimuyu marveled. Qin Tian stared at the ancient tree, suddenly feeling something was off. System, is there something wrong with this tree? Scanning. Scan complete. The ancient tree contains a high concentration of spiritual energy. A treasure is suspected to be hidden inside. Suggestion: approach and investigate. Qin Tian walked up to the ancient tree and reached out to touch the trunk. The bark was rough, but one spot felt different, smooth and warm. He pushed hard, and the piece of bark sank inward, revealing a hollow in the tree. Inside the hollow lay 3 glowing fruits. The fruits were fist-sized, entirely golden, covered with mysterious patterns, and exuded a rich spiritual energy. Name: Golden Spirit Fruit. Grade: C rank spirit fruit. Effect: consuming it can raise a spirit beast by 1 level, effective for C rank and below. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. 3 golden spirit fruits. Just enough for each of his 3 spirit beasts to have one. Yimuyu, these 3 fruits. You found them, they're yours. Yimuyu said calmly. I don't need them. Qin Tian didn't stand on ceremony and put away the 3 golden spirit fruits. Just as he was about to leave, a low growl suddenly echoed through the forest. A huge black wolf emerged from the mist, followed by over a dozen wind wolves. The black wolf was 3 meters tall, covered in black scales with blood-red eyes and an aura of terror. Name Shadow Wolf King. Level D rank peak. Quality blue. Skills Shadow Strike Wolf King's Roar Bloodthirsty Frenzy. D rank peak. Yi Muyu's face changed. How can there be a D rank peak spirit beast here? The Misty Forest is only supposed to have up to C rank, but D rank peak is still very dangerous. Qin Tian narrowed his eyes. The Shadow Wolf King stared at the golden spirit fruits in his hand, growling lowly. It wants the golden spirit fruits. Then give them to it, Yi Muyu said. Safety first. Qin Tian shook his head no. Are you crazy? A D rank peak Shadow Wolf King. Our spirit beast can't beat it. How do you know without trying? Qin Tian put the golden spirit fruits into his backpack and released the nine-tailed celestial fox and the dark dragon king. The nine-tailed celestial fox raised its 9 tails, its golden red eyes fixed on the Shadow Wolf King. The young dragon flapped its wings, hovering in midair, its golden vertical pupils blazing with battle intent. The Ancient Shu Sacred Tree seedling poked its head out of the pocket, its vines spreading out. Yi Muyu bit her lip and also released the Ice Phoenix. Ice Phoenix assist in battle. The Ice Phoenix spread its wings and soared, ice crystals forming in the air. The Shadow Wolf King let out a roar and the pack of wind wolves charged forward. Ancient Shu Sacred Tree, all things flourish. Vines surged wildly from the ground, entangling the leading wind wolves. Xiaofei Foxfire Scorching Heaven. A vortex of flames swept through and several wind wolves howled in pain. Dragon King Dark Dragon Breath. The young dragon opened its mouth, spewing a stream of black dragon breath that corroded the scales of a wind wolf. Ice Phoenix Freeze 1,000 miles. Ice covered the ground, freezing the feet of several wind wolves. The four fought in perfect coordination and the wind wolf pack was soon driven back. But the Shadow Wolf King had yet to make a move. It watched coldly, its blood-red eyes glinting with cruel light. Then it moved. Its speed was so fast it was almost invisible. Shadow Strike. The Shadow Wolf King turned into a black shadow, instantly appearing before the nine-tailed celestial fox, its claws swiping down. The nine-tailed celestial fox reacted swiftly, raising all 9 tails to form a 9-colored shield in front of it. The claws struck the shield, causing it to tremble violently and crack. The 9-tailed celestial fox was sent flying, tumbling several times on the ground, a trickle of blood at the corner of its mouth. Xiaofei. Qin Tian's face changed. The 9-tailed celestial fox climbed to its feet, its golden red eyes blazing with fury. Master, I'm fine. But Qin Tian's anger had already ignited. He stared at the Shadow Wolf King, his eyes icy. Ancient Shu Sacred Tree World Barrier. Xiaofei Celestial Fox True Form. Dragon King True Dragon Form. Unlock. 3 evolution stones were used simultaneously. The Ancient Shu Sacred Tree seedling burst into dazzling green light, and a translucent barrier expanded, covering the entire clearing. The 9-tailed celestial fox's body began to grow from half a meter tall to 3 meters tall, its 9 tails stretching to 5 meters long, its golden red eyes turning pure gold. The Dark Dragon King Juvenile let out a sky-shaking roar, its body expanding from half a meter to 2 meters tall, its wingspan reaching 5 meters, dark golden scales gleaming coldly. The dragon horns on its forehead grew thicker, and its golden vertical pupils burned with dragon flame. All 3 spirit beasts simultaneously erupted with an aura far beyond a rank. A flicker of alarm flashed across the Shadow Wolf King's eyes. Yet it did not retreat. The Wolf King roared. Its howl tore through the night sky, sending shockwaves rippling through the air, shattering the surrounding trees. The 9-tailed heavenly fox unfurled all 9 tails at once, launching 9-colored pillars of light straight at the Shadow Wolf King. The young dragon opened its maw, unleashing dark dragon breath at full power. Meanwhile, vines from the Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling coiled in from every direction. All 3 forces struck the Shadow Wolf King simultaneously. It let out a piercing scream, sent flying through the air, crashing through 3 massive trees before finally crashing into a pile of rubble. But it was not yet dead. A peak-dimensional beast, its vitality was extraordinarily tenacious. The Shadow Wolf King crawled from the ruins, wounded all over, its blood-red eyes locked mercilessly onto Qin Tian. It opened its jaws, condensing a black energy sphere. This was its ultimate move, Shadow Burst. Once released, everything within 100 meters would be leveled to the ground. Qin Tian's pupils contracted. Ancient Shu Divine Tree maximum output of the world barrier. The seedling erupted with all its strength, and the translucent barrier grew denser and more solid. 9-tailed young dragon, full defense. The 9-tailed heavenly fox and the Dark Dragon King stepped in front of Qin Tian, their 9-colored protective shield and dark dragon scale armor stacking together. The Shadow Wolf King unleashed Shadow Burst. The black energy sphere detonated, sending shockwaves sweeping through everything. The world barrier shook violently, cracking with countless fissures. The 9-colored shield shattered. The dark dragon scales cracked and broke. The shockwave slammed into Qin Tian, who felt as though a freight train had struck him, his body sent flying backward before crashing heavily to the ground. Darkness swallowed his vision and consciousness slipped away. Qin Tian. Yi Muyu's panicked cries drifted farther away. The mournful wail of the nine-tailed fox. The young dragon's war. Vines from the Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling grew frantically, trying to shield him. But Qin Tian's consciousness had already sunk into darkness. System alert. Host has sustained critical damage. Remaining health 12. Emergency protocol initiated. Host unconsciousness detected. Beast loyalty has broken through the threshold. Hidden condition triggered. Nine-tailed fox skill, true fox form, permanently unlocked. Dark Dragon King skill, true dragon form, permanently unlocked. Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling skill, heaven-piercing divine tree, unlocked ahead of schedule. All three beasts have entered guardian state. All attributes increased by 200. This will last until the host regains consciousness. Note, your beasts are willing to risk their lives for you. This is the true power of a divine tier template. Darkness. Endless darkness. Qin Tian's consciousness drifted through the darkness like a fallen leaf slowly descending. He faintly heard someone sobbing softly. It was Xiao Fei's voice. Master, please wake up. The baby's soft voice carried a trembling cry tender enough to break one's heart. And the young dragons roar the mournful whine of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling. System. Am I still alive? Qin Tian asked within his consciousness. Host health has recovered to 35. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling's blessing of life is continuously healing. Suggestion. Wake up as soon as possible. Your beasts are about to tear the Shadow Wolf King apart. Qin Tian struggled to open his eyes. His vision was blurry, but he could make out the massive silhouette of the nine-tailed fox standing guard before him, its nine tails lashing wildly as it fought the Shadow Wolf King in fierce combat. The young dragon circled overhead, spewing torrents of dark dragon fire as though they were worthless. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling was rooted to the ground, its vines stretching endlessly across the sky and earth, turning the entire battlefield into a green ocean. But the Shadow Wolf King was after all a peak-dimensional beast. Even outnumbered by 3, it remained ferociously fearsome. With one swipe of its claw, it sent the nine-tailed fox flying. With one bite, it snapped through vines. With a single tail strike, it knocked the Dark Dragon King's young form away. All 3 beasts were scarred and bloodied, yet not one retreated an inch. They stood like walls before Qin Tian, yielding no ground. Master, I won't let anyone hurt you. The nine-tailed fox's voice trembled, but its gaze was unwavering. Qin Tian's heart clenched sharply. He pushed against the ground and slowly rose to his feet. Agonizing pain surged through his body, his bones feeling as though they had been shattered, yet he gritted his teeth and endured. Nine-tail, step aside. The nine-tailed fox turned its head, seeing Qin Tian stand, and a flash of joy lit its golden red eyes. Master, step aside. Qin Tian's voice was hoarse but resolute. My turn. The nine-tailed fox hesitated, then obediently stepped to the side. Qin Tian walked toward the Shadow Wolf King and looked up at the 3-meter-tall giant wolf. The Shadow Wolf King's blood-red eyes pinned him in place, its massive jaws opening wide in preparation for a final strike. Qin Tian did not retreat. He reached out and placed his hand on a leaf of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling. Ancient Shu Divine Tree Ascension to Heaven. The seedling trembled slightly. Then, the earth quaked. Its roots plunged deep underground, piercing through rock and soil, extending all the way to the deepest layers below. Its trunk began to grow madly from 1 meter to 10, from 10 to 100. The trunk grew as thick as a mountain peak, its canopy blotting out the sky and shading the earth. Ancient runes emerged upon the leaves, radiating brilliant golden light. The entire misty forest trembled. All the beasts within felt that presence, ancient, vast, and utterly irresistible. That was the aura of the World Tree. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree. The World Tree of Legend, the bridge connecting heaven and earth. Though still a seedling, it was already powerful enough to suppress any beast below the B-dimensional level. For the first time, fear flickered in the Shadow Wolf King's blood-red eyes. It wanted to flee, but the roots of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree had already coiled up from beneath the earth, pinning its limbs. It tried to struggle, but the vines had already wrapped around its body, tightening with every movement. It tried to roar, but the branches and leaves had already covered its mouth. The Shadow Wolf King was firmly anchored to the ground by the Ancient Shu Divine Tree, utterly immobilized. Qin Tian approached and looked down upon it. Do you submit? Unwillingness flashed across the Shadow Wolf King's eyes, but in the end it lowered its head. Refusal meant nothing but death. Ding. The Shadow Wolf King expresses submission. Do you wish to contract it? Note: contracting the Shadow Wolf King will occupy 1 contract slot and will not trigger the Divine Tier template draw ordinary beast. Qin Tian thought for a moment, then shook his head. No need. I already have 3 beasts, though I can't support a 4th. Wise choice. The Shadow Wolf King's aptitude is limited and not worth occupying a contract slot. Hearing this, the Shadow Wolf King's eyes flickered with grievance and embarrassment. After all, it was a peak-dimensional Wolf King. How could it be so easily dismissed? Qin Tian reached into his backpack and pulled out a golden spirit fruit, tossing it toward the Shadow Wolf King. This is a reward for you. Eat it, and then get lost. The Shadow Wolf King caught the golden spirit fruit in its jaws, surprise flashing in its eyes. A golden spirit fruit was a C-dimensional spirit fruit. Consuming it would elevate one full rank. It swallowed the fruit whole, and black light erupted from its body. Shadow Wolf King, level up, peak D, C-dimensional. The Shadow Wolf King let out a long howl to the heavens, its entire body radiating the terrifying aura of a C-dimensional beast. But it did not attack Qin Tian. Instead, it lowered its head and nuzzled Qin Tian's hand. Shadow Wolf King loyalty 80 gratitude. Note the Shadow Wolf King wishes to become the host's follower. It will not occupy a contract slot, but can assist in battle. Qin Tian raised an eyebrow. Could there really be such a stroke of good fortune? All right, then you will follow me from now on. The Shadow Wolf King wagged its tail, happily behaving just like a large dog. Yimuyu watched from the side, utterly dumbfounded. You tamed a C-grade Shadow Wolf King. It was voluntary. Qin Tian shrugged. Yimuyu fell silent. She suddenly felt that this boy, despite possessing only a gray talent, harbored far too many secrets. That blade of grass capable of growing to a height of 100 meters. That celestial fox with 9 tails. That dragon cub capable of breathing dragon breath. And now yet another C-grade Wolf King. Qin Tian, just what are you? Yimuyu hesitated, her words trailing off. Qin Tian looked at her and smiled slightly. I am just lucky. Yimuyu knew he was being evasive, but she did not press further. Everyone had their own secrets. She respected his privacy. Night descended. Qin Tian set up camp in the misty forest and lit a campfire. The 9-tailed celestial fox lay curled on his lap. The young dragon was nestled on his shoulder. The Ancient Shu Sacred Tree sapling had taken root beside the campfire, and the Shadow Wolf King lay alert on the perimeter of the campsite, keeping watch. Yimuyu sat across the campfire, her ice phoenix curled up beside her. Thank you for today, Qin Tian said. Yimuyu looked up at him. Thank me for what? Thank you for accompanying me inside. Without your help, I might not have held out until the Ancient Shu Sacred Tree erupted. Yimuyu shook her head. I did not help much. Your beasts are exceptionally strong, far stronger than mine. Your ice phoenix is not bad either. Qin Tian paused for a moment. Would you like to share some golden spiritual fruits? He took 3 golden spiritual fruits from his backpack and distributed them to the 9-tailed celestial fox, the young dragon, and the Ancient Shu Sacred Tree sapling. Each of the 3 beasts consumed one, and their ranks rose simultaneously. 9-tailed celestial fox rank up, grade E, grade D. Dark Dragon King rank up, grade E, grade D. Ancient Shu Sacred Tree sapling rank up, grade E, grade D. 3 powerful auras erupted from within the bodies of the 3 beasts. The 9-tailed celestial fox grew even larger, its 9 tails becoming more fluffy and voluminous, while a light of profound wisdom gleamed within its golden red eyes. The young dragon grew to a height of 3 meters, its wings spanning 10 meters wide, and its dark gold scales glinted with a cold luster. The trunk of the Ancient Shu Sacred Tree sapling grew sturdier, the runes on its leaves became clearer, and the aura of life it radiated enveloped a radius of 1,000 meters. Sensing these 3 powerful auras, a look of shock flashed across Yimuyu's ice blue eyes. Grade D. All 3 broke through to grade D at the same time. Qin Tian nodded in satisfaction. System with 3 grade D beasts plus the Shadow Wolf King, is it enough to win the Academy ranking battle? Current strength assessment capable of entering the Academy's top 10, but reaching the top 3 will be difficult. The top 3 students in the Academy possess beasts that are at least grade C. Recommendation: continue to raise the beast's ranks at least to the peak of grade D. Qin Tian nodded. There were still 2 weeks left, there was plenty of time. He lay on the ground, gazing up at the starry sky. The 9-tailed celestial fox rested on his chest, the young dragon curled up at his feet, and the branches of the Ancient Shu Sacred Tree sapling formed a green canopy over his head. The Shadow Wolf King lay in the distance, warily scanning their surroundings. Yimuyu looked at him and suddenly asked, Qin Tian, why do you want to become stronger? Qin Tian pondered for a moment. To avoid being looked down upon by others. Is it really that simple? It is that simple. Qin Tian smiled. I used to have only a gray talent, and everyone considered me a useless failure. My father went bankrupt trying to support me, and my ex-girlfriend ran off with someone else because she thought I was too poor. I never want to be looked down upon again, and I do not want to disappoint my father ever again. Yimuyu fell silent for a long time. I understand. She stood up, walked over to Qin Tian, and extended her hand. Then let us become stronger together. Qin Tian looked at her, her ice blue eyes shimmered in the glow of the fire. He reached out and took her hand. All right. Watching this unfold, the 9-tailed celestial fox nudged the young dragon with its tail. Young dragon, look, master is flirting with girls again. The young dragon tilted its head. What does flirting mean? It means making girls fall in love with him. Master is already liked by so many people, why does he still need to flirt? Because he is a playboy. What is a playboy? It means. The nine-tailed celestial fox thought about it. It means someone who appears decent on the outside, but is a flirt at heart. The young dragon nodded, only half understanding. So is Master a playboy? Yes. The nine-tailed celestial fox answered resolutely. The ancient Shu sacred tree sapling rustled its leaves, covering its face as it giggled softly in agreement. In the distance, Qin Tian sneezed. Who is talking behind my back? Yimuyu looked at him. What is wrong? Nothing, I might have caught a cold. Yimuyu took off her coat and draped it over his shoulders. It is cold at night, do not catch a chill. Qin Tian froze for a moment, looking at her. The tips of Yimuyu's ears flushed red again as she averted her gaze. Do not misunderstand, I just do not want my teammate to fall ill. Qin Tian smiled. All right, I will not misunderstand. Wrapping the coat around himself, he closed his eyes, breathing in its faint, delicate fragrance. The nine-tailed celestial fox sighed at the sight. It is over, Master has completely fallen. The young dragon yawned. What does fallen mean? It means you will have another mistress in the future. Oh, the young dragon blinked its eyes. Will she buy milk powder for me then? The nine-tailed celestial fox decided to stop talking to this dragon. The firelight flickered under the brilliant starry sky. The night in the misty forest was peaceful and beautiful. Looking up at the night sky, the Shadow Wolf King pondered. Today I met a human. He is very weak, but his beasts are incredibly powerful. That tree almost strangled me to death. That fox almost burned me to ashes. That dragon almost corroded me away. And then he gave me a golden spiritual fruit, allowing me to rise to grade C. I have decided to follow him. Even though he disdains my poor aptitude, he is a good person. 2 weeks later. Beast Taming Academy Training Ground. Qin Tian stood in the center of the training ground, surrounded by his 3 beasts. The nine-tailed celestial fox, grade D, 3 meters tall, its 9 tails fluffy as clouds, and a light of wisdom gleaming within its golden red eyes. It was already adept at switching between 9 attributes, and could simultaneously combine 3 attributes for a coordinated attack. The Dark Dragon King, grade D, 5 meters tall with a wingspan of 15 meters, its dark gold scales glinting coldly under the sunlight. Its dark dragon breath could now corrode through a steel plate half a meter thick, and the suppression effect of its Dragon King aura on dragon-type beasts had tripled. The Ancient Shu sacred tree, sapling, grade D, 30 meters tall, its trunk as robust as ancient timber, its foliage blotting out the sky. Its world barrier could cover a radius of 300 meters with a defensive strength comparable to a grade B shield. The recovery range of its eulogy of life had expanded to 1,000 meters. The aura radiated by the 3 beasts enveloped the entire training ground in a terrifying pressure. The surrounding students backed away one after another, whispering among themselves. Holy crap, how did Qin Tian's beasts get so strong again? That fox is 3 meters tall now. The last time I saw it, it was only half a meter. That dragon is just too cool, those dark gold scales. I am so jealous. What on earth is that tree? It has grown to 30 meters tall. Is it trying to tear down the training ground? Qin Tian gazed upon his beast tamers with satisfaction and opened the system panel. Host Qin Tian. Talent Gray. Beast Tamers Ancient Shu Divine Tree Seedling D rank Color Grade 9-tailed Heavenly Fox D rank Color Grade Dark Dragon King D rank Color Grade. Follower Shadow Wolf King C rank Blue Quality. Current combat assessment capable of ranking within the top 5 in the academy. Top 5, not top 3. Qin Tian frowned slightly. System, what is the strength required to rank in the top 3? Academy Rank 1 Lin Xingxue 3rd Year Orange Talent Beast Tamer of the Ice Frost Giant Dragon Peak C rank Purple Quality. Rank 2 Chu Kuang 3rd Year Orange Talent Beast Tamer of the Thunder Battle Tiger Peak C rank Purple Quality. Rank 3 Murong Shui 2nd Year Purple Talent Beast Tamer of the 9-color Spirit Bird Mid C rank Blue Quality. All 3 possess C rank Beast Tamers with extensive combat experience. Although your beast tamers boast superior innate quality, the gap in cultivation levels is significant, making cross-rank challenges considerably difficult. Qin Tian nodded. A D rank versus a C rank represented a full realm of disparity, indeed a formidable challenge. But he possessed secret weapons, the hidden techniques of 3 god-tier template beast tamers. The 9-tailed Heavenly Fox's true form of the Heavenly Fox had been permanently unlocked, capable of temporarily surging to C rank strength at full exertion. The Dark Dragon King's true dragon form was similarly unlocked, also capable of reaching C-rank combat power when unleashed. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree's heaven-piercing Ancient Shu Divine Tree, though consuming tremendous energy, held power sufficient to suppress peak C-rank opponents. That's enough. Qin Tian clenched his fist. The ranking tournament was tomorrow. He would prove with his own strength that even a gray talent could reach the pinnacle. Qin Tian. A crisp, cold voice came from behind him. Qin Tian turned to see Lin Xingxue, standing at the entrance of the training ground. She wore a white combat uniform today, her long hair tied in a high ponytail, exuding both efficiency and icy elegance. Behind her stood an ice frost giant dragon, completely white in color, towering at least 8 meters tall and radiating piercing cold. The ice frost giant dragon glanced at Qin Tian's 3 beast tamers, a hint of disdain flashing in its ice blue eyes. A peak C-rank beast tamer held natural supremacy over D-rank opponents. Senior sister Lin. Qin Tian nodded politely. Lin Qingxue approached and surveyed him from head to toe. Tomorrow in the ranking battle, your opponent may well be me. I'm aware. Aren't you afraid? Lin Qingxue raised an eyebrow. Qin Tian smiled. What good would fear do? I fight even if I cannot win. Lin Qingxue studied him for a few seconds, then a slight smile grazed her lips. Interesting. Gray talent, 3 D-rank beast tamers daring to challenge a peak C-rank opponent like me. You're the first. She paused. Tomorrow I will show no mercy. Nor will I. The two locked gazes and sparks seemed to fly between them. The 9-tailed heavenly fox nudged the young dragon with its tail. Little dragon, do you sense it? The young dragon tilted its head. Sense what? The scent of gunpowder. What is gunpowder? It refers to the atmosphere between our master and that woman. The young dragon concentrated for a moment. I sense it. Our master wants to fight her. The 9-tailed heavenly fox facepalmed. Not fight her, he wants to defeat her. Is there a difference? Yes. Beating her is brute force, defeating her is skill. The young dragon seemed half understanding. So our master wants to defeat her, or beat her. Defeat her, and if he cannot. The 9-tailed heavenly fox fell silent for a moment. Then we all attack together. The young dragon nodded. All right, we attack together. The ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling swayed its leaves in agreement. The 3 beast tamers reached a consensus. If their master could not prevail tomorrow, they would overwhelm their opponent together. After all, their master had always said rules are rigid, but people are adaptable. Night fell. Qin Tian returned to his rented room, lay on his bed, and stared at the ceiling. The 9-tailed heavenly fox shrank back to its small form and curled upon his chest. The young dragon coiled at his feet, while the ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling reduced to palm size and rested on the windowsill. The Shadow Wolf King lay at the doorway, serving as a watchdog. Tomorrow is the ranking battle, Qin Tian murmured. Are you nervous, master? The 9-tailed heavenly fox asked. A little. Master need not be nervous. We will win. You're that confident. The 9-tailed heavenly fox lifted its head, golden red eyes gazing at him. Because master once told us. We are the strongest. Qin Tian paused, then smiled. Yes, we are the strongest. He reached out to stroke the 9-tailed heavenly fox's head, then ruffled the young dragon's scales, finally casting a glance at the ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling on the windowsill. The 3 had transformed from abandoned dregs into high-tier beast tamers. And he himself had risen from a gray-skinned nobody mocked by all to a challenger about to test the academy's pinnacle. All of this had taken less than a month. System, thank you. Host need not thank the system. The system is merely a tool. The one who truly creates miracles is the host himself. Qin Tian decided against conversing with such a narcissistic system. He closed his eyes and sank into deep slumber. Today had been exhausting. The 9-tailed heavenly fox gently swept the breeze with its tail, cooling the air and lulling everyone into drowsiness. The young dragon yawned and mumbled, "Good night, master." The leaves of the ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling glowed faintly, channeling life energy into Qin Tian's body to accelerate his recovery. The Shadow Wolf King raised its head, glanced at the moon outside the window, then lay back down, vigilantly guarding the modest rental. 1 man, 1 plant, 1 fox, 1 dragon, 1 wolf. On this ordinary night, they quietly awaited tomorrow's decisive battle. The following day, Beast Tamer Academy Arena. The 5,000-seat arena was packed to capacity. Today was the ranking battle, and faculty and students alike had come to watch. The ranking battle was the Academy's most prestigious competition, determining each student's status and resource allocation within the institution. The top 10 would receive abundant cultivation resources, while the top 3 would earn the right to represent the Academy in the city championship. Qin Tian stood in the waiting area, flanked by the 9-tailed heavenly fox and the dark dragon king. The ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling rested in his pocket, ready to enter battle at any moment. Qin Tian. Yi Muyu approached, her ice blue eyes fixed upon him, her expression radiating tender warmth, a girl's subtle affection. Good luck. Thank you. Yi Muyu hesitated, then reached out and gently grasped Qin Tian's hand. Be careful against Lin Qingxue. Her ice frost giant dragon is dangerous. I know. Yi Muyu released his hand, her ear tips tinged red, and turned to leave. The 9-tailed heavenly fox nudged Qin Tian with its tail. Master, she touched her hand again. That was a handshake, not a touch. Is there a difference? Yes. A handshake is politeness, a touch is. Qin Tian paused. What is it? Impolite. The 9-tailed heavenly fox rolled its eyes. Master, you're clearly pretending. Qin Tian chose not to argue with the fox. This little fox was cunning beyond measure, having thoroughly read through his every hidden thought. The draw results were announced. First round, Qin Tian vs. Zhao Lei, enemies crossing paths. Second round, winner vs. Chu Kuang, ranked second. Third round, finals versus the winner between Lin Qingxue and Murong Shui. Qin Tian glanced at the draw results, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. First Zhao Lei, then Chu Kuang, and finally Lin Qingxue. The Academy's top three, one after another. The nine-tailed heavenly fox raised its tail. Master, do we need to fight 3 consecutive matches? Yes. Tired? Not tired at all, it's a piece of cake. Then why bother fighting at all? Qin Tian looked down at it and smiled. Because only like this can I make everyone shut up. First round, Qin Tian vs. Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei stood on the opposite side of the arena, his expression grim. 2 weeks ago he had been instantly defeated by Qin Tian. Upon returning, he trained desperately and even upgraded his rock giant to D rank. Qin Tian, this time I won't lose. Zhao Lei released the rock giant. The rock giant D rank with blue aptitude stood 4 meters tall, its body sheathed in thicker granite armor. Qin Tian glanced at the nine-tailed heavenly fox. Xiao Fei, finish it quickly. The nine-tailed heavenly fox leaped into the arena, its 9 tails bristling upright. Zhao Lei roared, rock giant earthquake. The rock giant stomped both feet on the ground, sending violent tremors through the earth. The 9-tailed heavenly fox lightly bounded upward, its crimson tail engulfed in flames. Fox fire scouring the heavens. A vortex of flames swept forward, shrouding the rock giant entirely. The granite armor began to melt, and the rock giant let out an agonized roar. I yield. I yield. Zhao Lei's face turned ashen. As the flames dissipated, the rock giant collapsed onto the ground, completely charred. The entire arena erupted in commotion. Another instant defeat. Zhao Lei's rock giant was D rank, so how was it still defeated so quickly? Just how high is the temperature of that fox's flames? Before everyone could recover from their shock, the referee announced, Qin Tian wins. Qin Tian recalled the 9-tailed heavenly fox and turned his gaze toward his next opponent, Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang sat in the stands watching Qin Tian with a dangerous smirk curling his lips. How interesting. A D-rank beastmaster who can dispatch opponents of the same rank in a single strike. No wonder Lin Qingxue has taken an interest in him. He rose to his feet and released the Thunder Battle Tiger. A massive golden tiger, its body wreathed in lightning, radiating an aura of terror befitting the peak of C rank. The Thunder Battle Tiger let out a mighty roar that caused the arena lights to flicker. Qin Tian, I'll await you in the finals. Chu Kuang's voice echoed throughout the entire venue. Qin Tian looked up at him and smiled. Very well. The second round, Qin Tian versus Chu Kuang. This match drew everyone's attention. One was a dark horse with gray talent, the other a prodigy with orange talent. D rank versus C rank. Everyone wanted to know, facing a genuine challenge this time, could Qin Tian's legend continue? Chu Kuang stood on one side of the arena, the Thunder Battle Tiger at his side, lightning swirling around it, with an intimidating presence. Qin Tian, your fox is formidable, but the gap between C rank and D rank cannot be bridged by skill alone. Qin Tian nodded. I'm aware. Then why don't you yield? Yield? Qin Tian laughed. Why should I yield? He released the Dark Dragon King. A 5-meter-tall black dragon manifested on the arena floor, its dark golden scales gleaming coldly, as golden vertical pupils fixed upon the Thunder Battle Tiger. Dragon King's pressure. An intangible sense of oppression erupted from the Dark Dragon King's body, causing the Thunder Battle Tiger's lightning to diminish instantly. Chu Kuang's pupils contracted. Dragon Might. Your dragon possesses Dragon Might. Dragon Might was an exclusive skill of Dragon-type beasts, one that only true dragon blood could master. Though the Dark Dragon King was merely D rank, its bloodline descended from the mythological Dark Dragon King, granting it absolute suppression over any dragon-type or dragon-subtype beasts. The Thunder Battle Tiger, though not a dragon-type beast, was nonetheless a tiger-type beastmaster creation and could feel that same profound pressure emanating from the depths of its bloodline. It took a step backward. Chu Kuang's expression shifted. Thunder Battle Tiger, do not fear. Thunderfall sovereign. The Thunder Battle Tiger let out a thunderous roar toward the heavens, and lightning from the sky descended, converging into a colossal pillar of thunder that surged toward the Dark Dragon King. The Dark Dragon King opened its massive maw, unleashing a torrent of dark dragon breath. The black dragon breath collided with the thunder pillar, erupting in a piercing explosion. The thunder pillar was corroded by the dragon breath and rapidly dissipated. The dark dragon breath, still surging with undiminished force, shot toward the Thunder Battle Tiger. Dodge! Chu Kuang was alarmed. The Thunder Battle Tiger twisted its body to evade, but was still grazed by the dragon breath along its flank. A large section of scales was corroded away, exposing raw flesh beneath. The Thunder Battle Tiger roared in agony. Qin Tian gave it no chance to catch its breath. Xiao Fei delivered the finishing blow. The 9-tailed heavenly fox struck from the flank, all 9 tails fanning out as 9 colored beams of light thundered toward the Thunder Battle Tiger. The Thunder Battle Tiger found itself caught between attacks from both front and rear, forced to retreat step by step. Xu Kuang's forehead veins bulged. Thunder Battle Tiger, Maelstrom Thunder Prison. The Thunder Battle Tiger unleashed all its lightning, forming a cage of electric barriers around its body that deflected the 9 colored light beams and dark dragon breath alike. But the young Ancient Shu Divine Tree intervened. Vines surged from the ground, wrapping around the Thunder Battle Tiger's limbs. The lightning cage could resist energy attacks, but could not withstand physical binding. The Thunder Battle Tiger was ensnared by the vines, immobilized like a small fish caught in a net. The 9-tailed Heavenly Fox and Dark Dragon King launched their final strikes simultaneously. 9 colored beams of light and dark dragon breath converged on the Thunder Battle Tiger. The Thunder Battle Tiger screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, completely charred and utterly incapacitated. The entire arena fell deathly silent, completely hushed. Then, what the hell? The peak C-rank Thunder Battle Tiger was defeated by D-rank beasts. 3 D-rank beasts working together actually managed to defeat a peak C-rank. What kind of godlike coordination is this? Xu Kuang stood frozen in place, staring at the fallen Thunder Battle Tiger, his face drained of color. He had lost, defeated by a D-rank Beastmaster with great talent. The referee announced, Qin Tian wins and advances to the finals. Qin Tian recalled his 3 beasts and took a deep breath. After 2 consecutive battles, all 3 beasts had taken damage. Especially the Dark Dragon King. The Dark Dragon breath had taken a significant toll, and it was showing signs of exhaustion. System: can the Ancient Shu Divine Tree's life blessing restore their stamina? Affirmative. The young Ancient Shu Divine Tree's life blessing not only restores health, but also accelerates stamina recovery. I recommend the host have the young Ancient Shu Divine Tree fully unleash life blessing before the finals to restore all 3 beasts to peak condition. Qin Tian nodded and turned his gaze toward the young Ancient Shu Divine Tree. Ancient Shu Divine Tree unleash life blessing at full power. The young Ancient Shu Divine Tree peeked its head out from the pocket, took root in the ground, and its leaves began to glow with emerald light. A green luminescence enveloped the 9-tailed Heavenly Fox and Dark Dragon King, their wounds rapidly healing as fatigue dissipated. 3 minutes later, all 3 beasts had fully recovered. Qin Tian looked toward his final opponent, his eyes filled with killing intent. Lin Xingxue stood across the arena, her frost giant dragon looming behind her, with icy blue eyes fixed on him. Qin Tian, you're stronger than I anticipated. Lin Xingxue's voice rang out cold and clear. But in the finals I will not let you win. Qin Tian smiled. Very well. Then let's see what you've got. The finals commenced. The entire arena erupted as cheers and roars echoed continuously. Lin Xingxue, ranked first in the academy, faced off against the dark horse Qin Tian, a peak C-grade frost dragon against 3 D-grade mythical beasts. This battle was destined to be recorded in the academy's annals. Lin Xingxue struck first, Frost Dragon Absolute Zero. The frost dragon roared toward the heavens as bone-chilling cold swept across the arena. The temperature plummeted to -60 degrees, blue ice glazed the ground, and snowflakes drifted through the air. A layer of white frost formed on Qin Tian's eyebrows. Ancient Shu Divine Tree World Barrier. A massive translucent barrier unfolded, sealing off and blocking the freezing air completely. 9-tails Fox Fire Heaven Burn. A vortex of flames surged forward, colliding with the cold air and filling the space with thick steam. Young Dragon Dark Dragon Breath. The black dragon breath pierced through the steam, blasting toward the frost dragon. The frost dragon folded its wings, and a crystalline ice shield deflected the breath. The first round ended in a draw. Lin Xingxue's expression shifted slightly. Frost Dragon Ice Dragon's Roar. The frost dragon opened its maw, condensing a massive orb of ice and hurling it toward Qin Tian. The ice orb, measuring 3 meters in diameter, possessed enough force to level the entire arena upon impact. Ancient Shu Divine Tree maximum output on World Barrier. The sapling of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree unleashed its full power, making the world barrier even more solid and indestructible. The ice orb slammed into the barrier, erupting in a deafening explosion that forced the spectators to cover their ears in agony. The barrier shook violently, spiderwebbed with countless cracks, but it held. Xiaofei Celestial Fox True Form. The body of the 9-tailed Celestial Fox began to expand, growing from 3 meters to 5, with its 9 tails stretching out to 10 meters. Its golden red eyes turned into pure gold, radiating a terrifying pressure. Young Dragon True Dragon Form. The body of the Dark Dragon King swelled once more, expanding from 5 meters to 8, with its wingspan reaching 20 meters. Ancient runes emerged on its dark golden scales, and dragon fire burned within its golden vertical pupils. Both beasts simultaneously erupted with C-grade combat power. Lin Xingxue's pupils contracted. Is this your trump card? Qin Tian nodded in response. Yes, now it's a fair duel. The nine-tailed celestial fox and the dark dragon king charged at the frost dragon simultaneously. All 9 tails unleashed a barrage of 9-colored light beams. The dark dragon breath spewed forth in tandem. The frost dragon spread its wings, releasing its crystalline ice shield and freezing air at the same time. The 3 forces clashed in midair, erupting into a blinding radiance. The entire arena trembled. The spectators shielded their eyes, unable to look directly at the blast. As the light dissipated, the 9-tailed celestial fox and the dark dragon king were panting heavily, yet they remained standing. The frost dragon knelt on one knee, its ice shield shattered, and its body covered in wounds. Lin Qingxue stared at her dragon, falling silent for a few seconds with a complex, unreadable expression. It seemed even a mighty dragon could not suppress a local snake. She had to accept it. Had this kid Qin Tian become a god? Then she lifted her head and looked at Qin Tian. I concede. The crowd erupted in uproar. Lin Qingxue conceded. Lin Qingxue, the top-ranked student in the academy, conceded. Qin Tian won. The gray talent actually won. The referee froze for several seconds before finally raising the signal flag. The winner of the finals is Qin Tian, the champion of this year's ranking tournament. Qin Tian. Qin Tian recalled the 9-tailed celestial fox and the dark dragon king, then bent down to scoop up the celestial fox, who had shrunk back to her small size. The little fox snuggled into his arms, her 9 tails wrapping around his arm, as she let out a contented purr. Master, we won. Her babyish voice was soft, laced with a hint of exhaustion. Qin Tian gently rubbed her head. Yes, we won. He turned to face the spectator stands. Everyone was staring at him. Some with shock, some with admiration, others with jealousy or resentment. But there was no longer any contempt or disdain. The trash with the gray talent had silenced everyone with sheer strength. Lin Qingxue walked over, her icy blue eyes fixed on him. Qin Tian, your beasts are very strong. But I won't lose to you forever. Qin Tian smiled lightly. Then we'll fight again next time. Lin Qingxue said nothing, turning to walk away. After taking a few steps, she suddenly looked back. I'll win it back in the city tournament. I'll be waiting. Qin Tian watched her retreating figure, a faint smile playing on his lips. Yi Muyu ran over, her icy blue eyes brimming with pleasant surprise. Qin Tian, you won. You really won. Yeah. I knew you could do it. Yi Muyu clenched her fists excitedly. Looking at her enthusiastic expression, Qin Tian suddenly thought that this usually cold girl actually looked quite beautiful when she smiled. Yi Muyu. Thank you. Yi Muyu froze for a moment, the tips of her ears flushing red again. What are you thanking me for? I didn't even help. Thank you for always believing in me. Yi Muyu lowered her head, her fingers twisting the hem of her shirt. I just... The 9-tailed celestial fox poked Qin Tian with her tail. Master, she's blushing again. Qin Tian tapped her head. Stop messing around. Yi Muyu looked up, her icy blue eyes gazing at Qin Tian as her lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to say something. But in the end she said nothing. She turned and ran away. The 9-tailed celestial fox sighed. Master, you missed an opportunity. What opportunity? The opportunity to confess. Qin Tian decided that as soon as he got back he would buy this fox a book titled Spend Half a Lifetime Learning to Speak, a Whole Lifetime Learning to Shut Up. During the awards ceremony, Qin Tian accepted the championship trophy and a check for 1 million. The grand prize for winning the ranking tournament was 1 million, along with a B-grade evolution stone and a rare beast skill book. Qin Tian looked at the check in his hand and smiled. 1 million. Plus the remaining 100,000 from before, that made 1,100,000 in total. More than half of his father's 3 million debt could now be paid off. He pulled out his communicator and sent a message to his father, Qin Haidong. Dad, I won the ranking tournament. The prize money is 1 million. The debt is almost fully paid off. 3 seconds later, Qin Haidong replied. This time it wasn't a short phrase, but an exclamation of pride. My son is awesome. My son is invincible. Qin Tian smiled. City tournament, here I come, he murmured to himself. The 9-tailed celestial fox nuzzled his cheek. The young dark dragon king napped on his shoulder. The sapling of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree swayed its leaves inside his pocket. The shadow wolf king followed closely behind, like a loyal giant dog. 1 person, 4 beasts bathed in the warm sunlight, embarking on a new journey. On the electronic screen at the entrance of the Beast Taming Academy, post-match interviews with reporters were broadcasting. Qin Tian, the dark horse with the gray talent, defeats the Academy's top 3 to seize the championship. Headline of the Beast Taming Academy newspaper. Lin Qingxue in her post-match interview, Qin Tian is the most terrifying opponent I have ever faced. The coordination between his beasts is seamless, and each one possesses the ability to fight opponents of higher ranks. My defeat was completely fair. Exclusive reporter interview. Chu Kuang, I admit I underestimated him before. Qin Tian's Dark Dragon King has a dragon pressure that is simply too monstrous. My Thunder Battle Tiger was already half-cowed before the fight even began. Post-match interview. Zhao Lei declined the interview. Reporter's note. 3 days after the ranking battle ended, Qin Tian stood at the entrance of the Beast Taming Academy's special training department, gazing at the ridiculously luxurious building before him lost in thought. The Special Training Department was an elite training base established by the Beast Taming Academy specifically for students ranked in the top 10. It boasted the city's finest training facilities, the richest cultivation resources, and the most top-tier mentor team. Now with the championship title from the ranking battle, Qin Tian had officially joined the Special Training Department. Is this the treatment afforded to the privileged class? Qin Tian observed the towering 10-meter stone lion statues flanking the entrance, marveling at their grandeur. Xiao Fei peeked out from his clothing, golden-red eyes assessing the magnificent gates of the Special Training Department. Master, I can sense something remarkable within. What kind of something? I cannot identify it precisely, but the spiritual energy concentration is tenfold compared to what lies outside. Qin Tian's eyes brightened instantly. With spiritual energy 10 times denser, here a single day of cultivation would equal 10 days outside. No wonder the top-ranked students keep growing stronger. Pushing through the entrance, he murmured, "This is the rich getting richer, while the poor grow poorer." Inside the Special Training Department, the opulence far exceeded what was visible from the outside. A vast training arena stretched before him, equipped with various high-tech apparatus alongside a 3-story library, housing an extensive collection of rare skill manuals and beast taming reference materials. Entering the main hall, Qin Tian found several others already present. Lin Xingxue sat in a corner, her frost ice dragon curled at her feet in meditative repose. She offered a slight nod of acknowledgement upon seeing him approach. In the center of the training grounds stood Chu Kuang, accompanied by the Thunder Battle Tiger wreathed in crackling lightning. A curt snort escaped him as he averted his gaze. Near the window, Murong Shui sat quietly with the 9-color spirit parrot preening on her shoulder. A gentle smile graced her lips in greeting. Several other top 10 ranked students regarded him with either curiosity or open hostility. "So this is the champion with that gray talent," came a mocking voice. Qin Tian turned to see a youth with bleached yellow hair approaching, a blue talent badge pinned to his chest, and a flame lizard trailing behind him. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Huang Jiqiang, ranked 7th. The dyed-haired youth scrutinized Qin Tian from head to toe. "I've heard your beast is quite powerful. Dare to face me in combat?" Qin Tian shot him a cold glance. "Not interested." "Afraid?" Huang Jiqiang challenged. "Not afraid. It's a waste of time. You hold the 7th rank while I stand at the top. Should you defeat me, you gain everything. Even if you lose nothing. But if I engage you and win, there's no advantage, and if I lose, it's simply humiliating. Why would I undertake such a losing proposition?" The youth's expression froze, never expecting Qin Tian's sharp tongue to cut deeper than any blade, each word finding its mark with precision. Xiao Fei prodded Qin Tian with its tail. "Master, when did you become so cunning?" "I've always been sharp," Qin Tian murmured in reply. "Then how did you end up deceived by your ex-girlfriend, left with nothing but your undergarments?" Qin Tian chose silence on that particular question. "Qin Tian," Lin Xingxue spoke suddenly. "The Special Training Department requires all newcomers to undergo assessment. The examination involves sparring against students in the top 10. You cannot escape it." Qin Tian raised an eyebrow. "Such a rule exists?" "Indeed." Lin Xingxue rose to her feet. "Your opponent will be drawn by lot." Huang Jiqiang approached the lottery box and selected a slip. "Your opponent is Huang Jiqiang." Even he seemed surprised, then broke into a grin. "Ha ha ha, heaven favors me. Qin Tian, there's no escaping this time." Observing his rival's excitement, Qin Tian let out a sigh. "Very well, then let us fight. Gratify your desire for self-destruction." On the training field, Huang Jiqiang summoned the flame lizard, a peak D-class beast with blue-grade lineage standing 3 meters long and wreathed in flames. Flame lizard, pillar of fire. Huang Jiqiang struck first. The beast opened its maw wide, unleashing a thick column of fire aimed directly at Qin Tian. Qin Tian didn't flinch. The 9-tailed celestial fox leapt from his shoulder and flicked one crimson tail, releasing an identical pillar of flame in response. The 2 columns of fire collided, but the 9-tailed fox's flames proved overwhelmingly superior, completely engulfing the flame lizard's attack and continuing with full force to strike the beast itself. The flame lizard let out a piercing scream as it was sent flying, its entire body charred black. Silence fell over the crowd. Huang Jiqiang stared in disbelief. "Oh, one single move." The 9-tailed fox retracted its flames and hopped back onto Qin Tian's shoulder, letting out a lazy yawn. "Master, he's so weak." The soft voice wasn't loud, yet everyone in the hall heard it clearly. Huang Jiqiang's face flushed an angry shade of purple. That's enough." Lin Xingxue cut him off. "The assessment is complete. Qin Tian passes." She turned her gaze toward Qin Tian, a hint of amusement flickering in her ice-blue eyes. "Your fox has grown considerably stronger. It's decent. Qin Tian replied modestly. Chu Kuang snorted derisively from the side. You merely defeated someone ranked 7th. What is there to boast about? Qin Tian glanced at him. Then would you like to try as well? Chu Kuang's expression shifted, and wisely keeping quiet, he lowered his head without responding. He had already lost to Qin Tian during the ranking matches, so repeating the contest would yield no different outcome. Morong Shui approached with a 9-color spirit parrot chattering on her shoulder. Classmate Qin Tian, your 9-tailed fox is so beautiful. May I pet it? Before Qin Tian could respond, the 9-tailed celestial fox retreated into his clothing, leaving only its 9 tails swaying visible outside. It's feeling shy, Qin Tian explained. Morong Shui smiled. So adorable. She reached out and gently touched the fox's tail. The 9-tailed celestial fox's tail bristled with irritation as it emerged from Qin Tian's closed golden-red eyes, fixed warningly on Morong Shui. Don't touch my tail, stay away from me. The childlike voice carried a hint of flustered anger. Morong Shui paused, then laughed even more brightly. I'm sorry, I won't touch you anymore, little fox. Qin Tian rubbed his temples. 9-tails, can you stop being so dramatic? Master, I'm being serious. Qin Tian decided to have a serious conversation with the fox upon their return. After the assessment concluded, the special training department's mentors assigned Qin Tian to his dormitory quarters. A single occupancy room spanning 100 square meters equipped with private bathroom and balcony along with a dedicated rest area for his beasts. This is too luxurious. Qin Tian lay on his bed with the 9-tailed celestial fox resting on his chest, the young dragon curled at his feet, and the Jinmu seedling placed on the windowsill. The Shadow Wolf King settled at the dormitory entrance, serving as guardian and protector. System, the benefits here are exceptionally generous. Host, you are currently ranked 1st in the academy, so enjoying the best resources is only fitting. However, the host must not grow complacent. The city tournament approaches in 1 month, where all the city's prodigies will compete. With the host's current strength, reaching the top 8 poses no challenge, but victory in the championship will require further enhancement. Qin Tian nodded in acknowledgement. 1 month to elevate all 3 beasts to C rank. Feasible. The special training department's spiritual energy concentration is tenfold that of the exterior, and combined with the B rank evolution stone in the host's possession, advancing to C rank within a month presents no obstacle. Qin Tian retrieved the B rank evolution stone from his bag and held it palm up in his hand. The fist-sized gem radiated 7-colored luminescence, pulsing with tremendous power. A B rank evolution stone worth at least 5 million, Qin Tian remarked appreciatively. The academy is remarkably generous. Having secured the championship and brought honor to the academy, this reward is merely a token gesture. Qin Tian stored the evolution stone, intending to wait until all 3 of his beasts reached the peak of D rank before employing it. He settled onto the sofa, gazing at his companions. 1 month until the city tournament. All the cities gifted will be in attendance. By then I'll demonstrate to everyone that a great tier aptitude can produce the greatest beast tamers. The 9-tailed celestial fox leaped onto his hand. Master, we shall certainly triumph. The young dragon lifted its head. Master, I am already unable to contain my anticipation. The Jinmu seedling swayed its leaves. Victory is certain. The Shadow Wolf King poked its head through the doorway. Don't leave me out. Qin Tian smiled. Agreed. Let us strive together. The library of the special training department was Qin Tian's favorite place. It housed a vast collection of rare skill books and beast taming materials, many of which could not be bought outside no matter the price. Sitting in a corner of the library, Qin Tian flipped through a book titled Guide to Cultivating Dragon-Type Beasts. The Jiawei Tianhu dozed on his lap, while the baby dragon snuggled on his shoulder, gnawing on a skill book, even though it couldn't understand a single word and simply found chewing the cover amusing. Little dragon, that's a book, not a teething stick, Qin Tian said, rescuing the skill book from the baby dragon's mouth. The baby dragon looked aggrieved. Master, my teeth are itchy. Helpless Qin Tian pulled a specially made teething stick from his backpack and stuffed it into the baby dragon's mouth. Chew on this. The baby dragon happily began to gnaw on it. The Jiawei Tianhu opened one eye, glanced at the baby dragon, and closed it again. Childish, it muttered. Qin Tian continued reading. Chapter 3 of the Guide to Cultivating Dragon-Type Beasts, the Key to Dragon Advancement, Bloodline Awakening. The growth of dragon-type beasts is divided into 3 stages: the infant stage, the growth stage, and the true dragon stage. Each stage requires specific conditions to achieve a breakthrough. Transitioning from the infant stage to the growth stage requires absorbing sufficient dragon chi or devouring dragon treasures. Transitioning from the growth stage to the true dragon stage requires bloodline awakening, and the degree of awakening determines their ultimate limit. Qin Tian glanced at the baby dragon. The little dragon was completely absorbed in gnawing its teething stick, drool hanging from the corner of its mouth. System: the baby dragon is currently in the infant stage. How does it break through to the growth stage? The Dark Dragon King possesses a mythological template. Its breakthrough conditions differ from ordinary dragons. Infant stage to growth stage requires absorbing sufficient dark attribute energy or devouring a dragon crystal. Dragon crystal, an energy crystal condensed after the death of a dragon, containing immense dragon chi and the heritage of the dragon race. Where can I find a dragon crystal? The Longu Ruins. It is a B-class secret realm rumored to contain the remains of an ancient dragon. There is a high probability that a dragon crystal exists within the ruins. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. The Longu Ruins, a B-class secret realm, was located in the vicinity of Yusho City. Once the city tournament is over, I'll make a trip to the Longu Ruins. He continued flipping through the book when he suddenly noticed a slip of paper tucked between the pages. A line of text was written on the slip. If you desire true power, come to the second basement level of the library. Qin Tian frowned. A second basement level in the library. How did he not know about this? System, what is on the second basement level of the library? Scanning. Scan complete. The second basement level of the library is a hidden area that requires special clearance to enter. Current clearance none. Tip, the handwriting on the slip contains a trace of spiritual energy likely left by a beast tamer. It is recommended that the host investigate. There may be unexpected rewards. Qin Tian hesitated for a moment. Curiosity killed the cat, but he had the spirit of one. He stood up, cradled the Jiwei Tianhu, and with the baby dragon in tow walked toward the library elevator. The elevator buttons only showed the first and second floors. There was no second basement level. Qin Tian looked around inside the elevator and noticed an inconspicuous groove in the corner. The shape of the groove was identical to the base of his championship trophy. What a coincidence. Qin Tian pressed the base of his championship trophy into the groove. The elevator shattered slightly, and a new option appeared on the button panel B2. Qin Tian pressed B2, and the elevator began to descend. Ding. The elevator doors opened to reveal a dim corridor. Ever-burning lamps lined both sides, and ancient murals were carved into the walls. The mural depicted a colossal dragon locked in combat with a human. Is this an ancient dragon? Qin Tian examined the mural closely. The dragon was pitch black, its wings blotting out the sun and sky, spewing black flames from its maw. The human holding a golden longsword stood before the colossal dragon without a shred of fear. System, what is this? The mural records a battle from ancient times. A decisive battle between a human beast tamer and the Dark Dragon King. Qin Tian's pupils contracted. The Dark Dragon King. He looked down at the baby dragon on his shoulder. The baby dragon was staring intently at the mural, its golden vertical pupils shimmering with a strange light. Master, I know him. You know him? Yes. The baby dragon tilted its head. He is in my memories. Is he my ancestor? Qin Tian fell silent for a moment. Could the bloodline inheritance of the Dark Dragon King contain ancestral memories? He continued forward, reaching a stone door at the end of the corridor. A line of text was carved upon the door. Only a true Master of Dragons may open this door. Master of Dragons. What does that mean? The Master of Dragons is a legendary human beast tamer recognized by the dragon race. Only such an individual can obtain the dragon heritage. Qin Tian looked at the baby dragon on his shoulder. The baby dragon looked back at him. Master, open the door. How do we open it? The baby dragon hopped down from his shoulder, walked up to the stone door, extended its claw, and gently swiped at it. Blood seeped from the tip of the baby dragon's claw and dripped onto the stone door. The door shuddered and slowly ground open. Behind it lay a massive secret chamber. In the center of the chamber, a fist-sized black crystal floated, emitting a dark, ominous glow. High concentration of dark attribute energy detected. Suspected dragon crystal. Qin Tian's eyes brightened. A dragon crystal? To think there was actually a dragon crystal here. Just as he was about to step forward, a voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Stop right there. Qin Tian turned around and saw an elderly man clad in a black robe standing in the corridor, his eyes cold. Who are you? How did you get in? The old man sneered. I am the library administrator. This is my private collection room. You have trespassed without permission. According to academy regulations, you should be expelled. Qin Tian frowned. He glanced at the dragon crystal, then back at the old man. This dragon crystal is yours. Of course. The old man walked over to the dragon crystal. It took me 30 years to retrieve this from the Longu Ruins. It is of priceless value. Qin Tian fell silent for a moment. Did you leave that note? The old man froze. What note? The note tucked inside the book that said, if you desire true power, come to the second basement level of the library. The old man's expression shifted. I didn't leave it. The two locked eyes, both realizing a crucial fact. Someone had intentionally lured Qin Tian here. This is bad. Qin Tian's face darkened. It's a trap. Hardly had the words left his mouth when hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor. Lin Qingxue, Chu Kuang, Murong Shui, and several other students from the special training department appeared in the hallway. They looked at Qin Tian, the old man, and the dragon crystal inside the chamber, their expressions a mix of emotions. Qin Tian, what are you doing? Lin Qingxue asked, frowning. Are you stealing? Chu Kuang sneered. I am not, Qin Tian replied calmly. I was set up. The old man also realized what was happening. Did someone intentionally lure him here to frame him for theft? Lin Qingxue scanned the secret chamber, her gaze landing on the dragon crystal. Is this dragon crystal the Academy's property? The old man nodded. It is my personal collection, but it is registered as Academy asset. Lin Qingxue looked at Qin Tian. Explain yourself. Why are you here? Qin Tian took a deep breath and recounted the whole story. Lin Qingxue listened and fell silent for a few seconds. I believe you. Chu Kuang said discontentedly. You just believe him like that. Because he has no need to steal, Lin Qingxue analyzed calmly. He is the champion of the ranking battle. The Academy has given him enough resources. He had no reason to risk stealing a dragon crystal. Moreover, if he wanted to steal, he wouldn't be foolish enough to draw everyone's attention. Murong Shui nodded. I also believe Qin Tian. Chu Kuang snorted coldly. Suit yourselves. Lin Qingxue looked at the elder. Teacher, I will investigate this matter. But until the truth comes to light, please do not publicize it for now. The elder nodded, agreed. Qin Tian looked at Lin Qingxue, somewhat surprised. This woman actually trusted him so much. Lin Qingxue turned and left. As she passed by Qin Tian, she whispered, Be careful. You're famous and have many enemies. Someone is targeting you. Qin Tian nodded, thanks. Lin Qingxue said nothing and left. Qin Tian watched her retreating figure, lost in thought. System, who is framing me? Insufficient clues at present, cannot determine. But whoever could enter the second basement level of the library and knew the note would lead the host here must be an internal member of the Academy, fully aware of the host's movements. Suggestion: the host should stay vigilant and avoid acting alone. Qin Tian nodded. He glanced at the dragon crystal in the secret chamber and sighed. It seems I can't get this dragon crystal for now. The young dragon stared longingly at the dragon crystal, almost drooling. Master, I want it. Qin Tian patted its head. Not now. We'll find a way once we uncover who framed us. The young dragon curled up in his arms, aggrieved. Qin Tian, carrying the young dragon and accompanied by the nine-tailed celestial fox, left the library. At the end of the corridor in the darkness, a pair of eyes watched his departing figure. Pity it didn't work. A low voice echoed in the darkness. Next time you won't be so lucky. The city's tricks run deep. Ew, I want to go back to the countryside. After the framing incident, Qin Tian kept a low profile for a few days. He spent every day in the training ground, fully focused on raising the levels of his 3 spirit beasts. The tenfold spiritual energy concentration in the special training department was indeed effective. In just 1 week, all 3 spirit beasts advanced from early D rank to mid D rank. At this rate, reaching peak D rank within a month is no problem, Qin Tian said, satisfied as he looked at the system panel. The 9-tailed celestial fox lay on his lap, its 9 tails gently swaying. Master, that yellow-haired guy is here again. Qin Tian looked up and saw Huang Jiqiang approaching, followed by a few lackeys. Qin Tian, someone is looking for you. Huang Jiqiang's tone was sour. Who? Murong Shui. Qin Tian was stunned. Murong Shui. That girl ranked 4th. He walked out of the training ground and saw Murong Shui standing at the entrance with the 9-colored spirit finch chirping on her shoulder. Qin Tian, Murong Shui smiled gently. Are you free this weekend? What's up? I'd like to invite you to a gathering. Murong Shui handed him an invitation. It's a private party at my house with young talents from the Beast Tamer circle. I want to introduce you to them. Qin Tian took the invitation and glanced at it. The Murong family, one of the 4 great families in Yusho City, was wealthy and powerful. Murong Shui was the daughter of the Murong family of noble status. Why invite me? Qin Tian asked directly. Murong Shui smiled. Because you are the champion of the ranking battle. And I'm very interested in you. Qin Tian raised an eyebrow. Interested in me? Don't misunderstand. Murong Shui's ears turned slightly red. I'm interested in your spirit beasts. Your 9-tailed celestial fox, dark dragon king, and Jinmu sprout are all species I've never seen before. I want to study them. Qin Tian thought for a moment and nodded. All right, I'll go. Great. Murong Shui clapped her hands happily. Saturday evening at my family's estate. I'll send someone to pick you up. She turned and left with the 9-colored spirit finch chirping on her shoulder, blurting out, Miss is blushing again. The 9-tailed celestial fox poked Qin Tian with its tail. Master, she likes you. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not. Her heart rate increased, body temperature rose, pupils dilated. These are all signs of enough. Qin Tian interrupted. Last time you said the same about Lin Qingxue, but it turned out she just admired my strength. That's different, the 9-tailed celestial fox said seriously. Lin Qingxue admires you, Murong Shui likes you. What's the difference? Admiration is you're amazing, while liking is you're amazing and I want to be with you. Qin Tian decided not to discuss relationship issues with this fox anymore. Saturday evening. The Murong family estate. Qin Tian stood at the entrance, gazing at the luxurious estate covering thousands of acres, lost in thought. This is not an estate, this is a castle. The nine-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from his clothes, its golden red eyes scanning around. Master, it's so big here. The young dragon lay on his shoulders, staring at the fountains and gardens in the estate with sparkling eyes. Master, it's so beautiful here. The Shadow Wolf King followed behind, alertly watching the surroundings. Qin Tian straightened his clothes and walked into the estate. Many people had already arrived, all young talents from the Beast Tamer circle. The men were in suits, the women in elegant dresses, mingling and chatting cheerfully. Qin Tian's appearance immediately drew a flood of gazes. Look, that's Qin Tian, the champion of the ranking battle with a gray talent. Him? He doesn't look so impressive. I heard his spirit beasts are strong, but his talent is gray, so his ceiling is limited. Why did Murong Shui invite him? Does he deserve it? Qin Tian ignored them, walked to the buffet area, grabbed a plate of food, and sat down in a corner. The nine-tailed celestial fox crawled out of his clothes, lay on the table, and stared at the salmon on the plate. Master, I want to eat that. Qin Tian picked up a piece of salmon and fed it to the nine-tailed celestial fox. The young dragon also came over. Master, I want some too. Qin Tian picked up a piece of beef and fed it to the young dragon. The Shadow Wolf King lay on the ground looking at them eagerly. Qin Tian threw a steak over, and the Shadow Wolf King gulped it down, wagging its tail. Qin Tian. A sweet voice came. Qin Tian looked up and saw Murong Shui approaching. She was wearing a light blue evening gown today, with long hair flowing over her shoulders and delicate makeup, looking like a figure stepping out of a painting. The nine-colored spirit finch perched on her shoulder, its feathers shimmering. You're here, Murong Shui smiled gently. Let me introduce you to a few people. Qin Tian stood up and followed Murong Shui into the crowd. This is Chen Yunfei, the son of the Beast Tamer Association president, Murong Shui introduced. Chen Yunfei, in his early 20s, wore a white suit with an orange talent badge gleaming on his chest. Behind him followed a golden lion, early C-rank purple grade. Qin Tian, the one with the gray talent. Chen Yunfei looked Qin Tian up and down, a hint of disdain in his eyes. I heard you won the ranking battle. Lucky. Qin Tian smiled faintly. Luck is also part of strength. Chen Yunfei snorted. But luck won't always be with you. In the city tournament, I'll show you what real strength is. I'll be waiting. The atmosphere turned awkward. Murong Shui quickly stepped in to ease the tension. This is the eldest son of the city lord's mansion, Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu, around 18 or 19, wore a black suit and exuded an elegant demeanor. Behind him stood a white crane, sea-level mid-tier with blue aptitude. I've heard much about you, Qin Tian. Zhao Tianyu extended his hand with a smile. I watched your finals in the ranking tournament. It was spectacular. Qin Tian shook his hand. Thank you. I look forward to facing you in the city tournament. Likewise. Murong Shui introduced several other insiders, all prominent young figures from the beast taming city. Most were friendly, but a few, like Chen Yunfei, radiated hostility and arrogance toward Qin Tian. After making the rounds, Qin Tian was exhausted. Every face is a mask of deceit. These social events are more exhausting than a fight, he muttered. The nine-tailed celestial fox poked him with its tail. Master, Chen Yunfei holds hostility toward you. I know. He likes Murong Shui. How do you know? His heart rate increased when he saw her. His pupils dilated, his body temperature rose. All right, I get it. Qin Tian interrupted. So he sees Murong Shui's invitation to me as a threat. Yes. Qin Tian sighed. I'm not even trying to pursue her. Why is he so worked up? But Murong Shui wants to pursue you. Qin Tian resolved to immediately order that book, Half a Lifetime Learning to Speak, a Lifetime Learning to Shut Up, for the Fox Online. Halfway through the banquet, Murong Shui suddenly walked to the stage and picked up the microphone. Thank you all for coming tonight. I'd like to take this opportunity to announce something. The room fell silent. Murong Shui took a deep breath and looked at Qin Tian. Qin Tian, I would like to invite you to join the Murong family's battle team. The crowd erupted in murmurs. The Murong family battle team was one of the strongest in the city, composed only of elite beast tamers above sea level. Joining the Murong family team meant generous compensation, top-tier resources, and extensive connections. It was an opportunity countless dreamed of. Chen Yunfei's face darkened instantly. Murong Shui, are you insane? He's a great talent. What gives him the right to join your team? Murong Shui replied calmly. Because he is the champion of the ranking tournament, because his beast can fight above its grade, because his potential far exceeds your imagination. Chen Yunfei's face turned ashen. I refuse to accept this. Then what do you want? I challenge him. Chen Yunfei pointed at Qin Tian. If he wins, I'll have nothing to say. If he loses, it proves he's unworthy. Murong Shui frowned, about to refuse, but Qin Tian stepped forward. Fine. I accept. Murong Shui was taken aback. Qin Tian, it's fine. Qin Tian smiled. I've been wanting to see just how strong an orange talent genius really is. Chen Yunfei sneered. You're asking for death. The two walked to an open space on the estate, and the onlookers formed a circle. Chen Yunfei released a golden lion sea-level peak with purple aptitude. Named Golden Lion King. Level sea-level peak. Aptitude purple. Skills Golden Roar Lion King, Charge Golden Armor Shield. Qin Tian patted the nine-tailed celestial fox's head. Xiao Fei go. The nine-tailed celestial fox leaped from his shoulder, its nine tails raised, its golden red eyes fixed on the golden Lion King. A D-level fighting a C-level peak. Qin Yunfei scoffed. You're throwing your life away. Golden Lion King Golden Roar. The golden Lion King opened its massive maw, unleashing a golden shockwave. The nine-tailed celestial fox waved its cyan tail, dispersing the shockwave with a gust of wind. What? Qin Yunfei was stunned. Nine-tails foxfire burns the sky. A vortex of flames swept forward. The golden Lion King enveloped itself in golden armor to block the fire. But the heat was too intense, the golden armor began to melt. Qin Yunfei's expression shifted. Lion King charge. The golden Lion King transformed into a streak of golden light charging at the nine-tailed celestial fox. The fox raised all nine tails, forming a nine-colored shield before it. The golden light slammed into the shield with a deafening roar. Cracks appeared on the shield, but it held. The fox was pushed back over 10 meters, but stabilized. Fox true form. The nine-tailed celestial fox began to grow, expanding from half a meter to 3 meters in length, its nine tails stretching to 5 meters. Its golden red eyes turned pure gold, radiating a terrifying pressure. Qin Yunfei's pupils contracted. All nine tails opened nine-colored light pillar. A nine-colored pillar of light blasted toward the golden Lion King. The lion defended with all its might, activating its golden armor shield at full power. The pillar struck the shield. The shield held for 3 seconds, then shattered. The golden Lion King was blasted away, crashing heavily to the ground, its body scorched black. Silence fell over the crowd. Qin Yunfei stood frozen, his face ashen. He had lost. A C-level peak orange talent genius had lost to a D-level gray talent waste. No, impossible. Qin Yunfei muttered to himself. Qin Tian recalled the nine-tailed celestial fox bending down to pick up the fox, now back in its small form. I yield. He turned to Morong Shui. Miss Morong, I'll consider joining the team. Morong Shui nodded, her ice blue eyes shimmering. All right, I await your reply. Qin Tian, carrying the nine-tailed celestial fox, left the estate with the young dragon and the Shadow Wolf King. Behind him, Qin Yunfei knelt on the ground, staring at Qin Tian's retreating figure with venom and resentment in his eyes. Qin Tian, I won't let you off. In the darkness, a figure approached him. Want revenge? Qin Yunfei looked up to see a masked person. I can help you, the masked figure said in a low voice. As long as you agree to one condition. What condition? Help me obtain Qin Tian's beasts. Qin Yunfei hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right, I agree. The masked figure smiled. Excellent. Now let us destroy Qin Tian. Morong Shui's invitation caused quite a stir in the Beast Taming circle. The Morong family battle team, one of the 4 major teams in the city, had always accepted only elite beast tamers above sea level. Yet Qin Tian, a D-level tamer, had been personally invited by the Morong family heiress, an unprecedented event. After the news spread, Qin Tian's communicator never stopped buzzing. Other teams also sent invitations. Azure Dragon Team. Qin Tian, we offer you an annual contract of 5 million plus a villa, if you join. Flame Team, 6 million annually. Villa plus luxury car. Consider it. Thunder Team, 8 million annually. Plus an A-level evolution stone. Qin Tian clicked his tongue in admiration as he read these messages. So this is what it feels like to be a champion. Truly exhilarating. The nine-tailed sky fox lay on his lap, poking his face with its tail. Master, which one do you plan to choose? No rush, let me see more. System notification, host. The Morong family's team possesses the most abundant resources, and Morong Shui holds favorable feelings toward you. Joining the Morong family's team is the optimal choice. Didn't you say she might not like me? After a re-evaluation, the system concludes that Morong Shui's favorability toward the host is as high as 85, falling within the clearly favorable category. Who was it that said not to overthink things? The system occasionally makes mistakes. Human emotions are too complex. The system is still learning. Heh. Qin Tian tossed the communicator aside and laid down on the bed. The city tournament is still 3 weeks away. Let's level up first, then consider the team. He pulled out the B-grade evolution stone and held it in his palm. Once all 3 spirit beasts reach the peak of D-grade, I'll use this stone to break through to C-grade. The nine-tailed sky fox raised its head. Master, after reaching C-grade, will we be able to defeat everyone? Qin Tian smiled. At C-grade, at least in the city tournament, no one can stop us. The young dragon flew over from the bed and hovered before Qin Tian. Master, I want to grow stronger to protect you. Qin Tian rubbed its head. All right, let's grow stronger together. Over the next 2 weeks, Qin Tian entered a frenzied training regimen. Every morning at 5 he rose and warmed up with a 10-kilometer run. Then he went to the training ground for combat drills with his 3 spirit beasts. The nine-tailed sky fox focused on the coordinated use of its nine-tailed secret art, now capable of unleashing attacks combining 5 elements simultaneously with power comparable to the peak of C-grade. The Dark Abyss Dragon King concentrated on extending the duration of its true dragon form, which had increased from 5 minutes to 20 minutes. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling practiced the flexible application of its world barrier, now able to control the barrier's shape and range for precise defense. In the afternoon, there were theoretical lessons on spirit beast knowledge. Evenings were for free training, during which Qin Tian took his spirit beasts to the wild for actual combat, accumulating battle experience. After 2 weeks, all 3 spirit beasts had advanced from the mid-stage of D-grade to the peak of D-grade. Nine-tailed Sky Fox peak of D-grade rainbow quality, Dark Abyss Dragon King peak of D-grade rainbow quality, Jinmu sapling peak of D-grade rainbow quality. It's time to break through. Qin Tian took out the B-grade evolution stone and held it in his palm. The 3 spirit beasts gathered around him waiting. Qin Tian took a deep breath and channeled the power of the evolution stone. A multicolored radiance enveloped the 3 spirit beasts as they let out low roars in unison. Nine-tailed Sky Fox level increased peak of D-grade C-grade, Dark Abyss Dragon King level increased peak of D-grade C-grade, Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling level increased peak of D-grade C-grade. 3 terrifying auras erupted from within them, causing the entire training ground to tremble. The nine-tailed Sky Fox grew from half a meter to 4 meters in length, its 9 tails stretching to 8 meters. Its golden red eyes turned pure gold, radiating a captivating light. The Dark Abyss Dragon King expanded from 5 meters to 10 meters, its wingspan reaching 30 meters. Dark gold scales revealed more intricate runes, and dragon flames blazed in its golden vertical pupils. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling grew from 30 meters to 50 meters, its trunk thick as a mountain, its branches and leaves blotting out the sky. The runes on its leaves shimmered with brilliant golden light. Qin Tian felt the power of his 3 spirit beasts, and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. C-grade finally. System notification: the 3 spirit beasts have broken through to C-grade, greatly enhancing the host's strength. Current strength assessment. Able to reach the top 4 of the city tournament. Top 4. Qin Tian raised an eyebrow. Not the champion. The city tournament features geniuses from all over the city, including some B-grade spirit beast tamers. With the host's current strength, top 4 is guaranteed, but the champion will be challenging. Suggestion: contract a 4th spirit beast, or improve the skill proficiency of current spirit beasts. Qin Tian nodded. Then let's contract a 4th spirit beast first. System notification: the host currently has 1 divine template draw chance reward from the ranking tournament championship. Do you wish to use it? Use it. Drawing divine template. Draw successful. Obtain template Garuda mythological grade ancient divine bird. This template can be matched with any eagle rock vulture type spirit beast, evolving it into a Garuda. After evolution, quality improves to rainbow grade, unlocking skills: golden wing, heavenly blade, supreme speed, devour, heaven serpent. Garuda spreads wings. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. Garuda, the legendary ancient divine bird, unmatched in speed, covering 90,000 li with a single wing beat. Eagle type, rock type, vulture type. Qin Tian stroked his chin. None of these 3 types are cheap. He opened his communicator to check his bank balance. The championship prize of 1 million had been partially spent, leaving 800,000. 800,000 was enough to buy an ordinary eagle-type spirit beast. I'll go to the spirit beast market tomorrow. The 9-tailed Sky Fox shrank back to its small form and leaped into Qin Tian's arms. Master, are we getting a new member? Yes. A little brother or little sister? Not sure yet. The young dragon came closer. I want to be the big brother. The 9-tailed Sky Fox rolled its eyes. You're the youngest, how can you be the big brother? The young dragon said pitifully, then I'll be the little brother. Qin Tian laughed. Whether little brother or little sister, you must all get along well. The 9-tailed Sky Fox and the young dragon exchanged glances and nodded together. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling rustled its leaves in agreement. The next day, Qin Tian arrived at the spirit beast market. This time he learned his lesson. He avoided the upscale stalls and deliberately sought out secluded corners. Based on his previous 2 experiences, good finds were often hidden in inconspicuous places. He wandered around the market and finally stopped in front of a stall selling miscellaneous goods. The stall was cluttered with all sorts of odds and ends. Fossilized spirit beast eggs, damaged skill books, rusty spirit beast equipment. Qin Tian's gaze swept over and landed on an egg in the corner. The egg was small, the size of a fist, gray and dusty, looking like a stone. But the system's detection results made his heart race. Detecting. Detection complete. Species: golden winged eagle, rare species, current status sealed, quality blue purple, after seal removal, price 50,000. Boss, how much is this egg? The stall owner glanced at it. No idea what species it is. It's been sitting here for years and never hatched. If you want to take it for 30,000. Qin Tian didn't hesitate. He transferred 30,000 and carried the egg away. Back in his rented room, Qin Tian placed the egg on the bed. System: how do I remove the seal? It requires the host's blood to activate. The golden-winged eagle's egg has a bloodline seal that can only be unlocked by the contractor's blood. Qin Tian pricked his finger, letting 3 drops of blood fall onto the eggshell. The blood seeped in, and the eggshell began to glow. Cracks spread from the top, and the shell peeled away. A small golden head emerged from the eggshell. A tiny hawk-like beak, golden feathers, and jet-black eyes. It struggled to crawl out from its body, damp wings pressed against its sides. Finally, the tiny Jinshi Jiao rolled out of the shell and lay on the bed, its jet-black eyes curiously watching Qin Tian. The system detected the 4th contracted spirit beast for the host, and the God-tier template system's core functions were enhanced. Template Dapeng Jinshi Niao Mythical Ancient Divine Avian. Aptitude Upgrade Blue Rainbow Grade. Level Cap None. Skills being extracted: Jinshi Tian Dao Wings as blades able to cut through all things, swift divine movement speed unmatched in the world, short bursts can reach sonic speed, Tun Tian Long Mang swallows energy attacks and converts them into its own power, Dapeng Zhan, Qi not unlocked. Loyalty 95 Curious. Note this is a Jinshi Diao sealed for years, its bloodline carrying the heritage of an ancient divine bird. You gave it new life, and it will carve the sky for you with its wings. Qin Tian looked at the palm-sized little Jinshi Jiao on the bed, and the little Jinshi Jiao tilted its head to look at him. Then the little Jinshi Jiao opened its beak and let out a clear chirp chirp. Jiawei Tianhu leaned over curiously, watching the little Jinshi Jiao. So small. The young dragon also leaned over, so cute. A Jinmu seedling peered from the windowsill, lightly brushing the Jinshi Jiao's feathers. The Jinshi Jiao curled into Qin Tian's embrace, its jet-black eyes wary of the 3 spirit beasts. Qin Tian rubbed its head. Don't be afraid, they are elder brothers and sisters. The little Jinshi Jiao tilted its head. Chirp. From now on you'll be called Xiao Jin. Chirp, chirp. The Jinshi Jiao fluttered its wings happily. Qin Tian looked at the great Dapeng Jinshi Niao in his arms, hope in his eyes. For contracted beasts now. A blade of grass, a Jiawei Tianhu, a dragon, and a hawk. City Beast Tournament. I'm coming. The day of the Yu Shou Chung City Tournament has finally arrived. This is the city's most important event each year, where talents under 16 gather to compete for the championship and generous rewards. The champion prize is 5 million plus an A-grade evolution stone and a legendary grade skill book. The runner-up gets 3 million and third place 1 million. The top 8 earn rewards. The competition takes place at Yu Shou Chung Stadium, a venue that can seat 50,000 packed to capacity. Qin Tian stood in the waiting area, gazing at the vast arena, taking a deep breath. Jiawei Tianhu lay on his shoulder, its 9 tails swaying gently. A young dragon flew beside him, wings spread, the dark gold scales glittering in the sunlight. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling took root in his backpack, leaves peeking from the seams. The Jinshi Jiao stood on his other shoulder, its golden feathers gleaming in the sunlight. 4 spirit beasts, 4 mythical templates, 4 color grade aptitudes. Qin Tian Su Muching walked over, her ice blue eyes looking at him. Are you nervous? No, I'm a little nervous. Su Muching paused, but I'll work hard. Go for it. You too. They exchanged a glance, and both smiled. Lin Qingxue walked over, the frost dragon following behind. Qin Tian, in the Yu Shou Chung City Tournament, I will defeat you. I'm waiting. Chu Kuang stepped over, Thunder War Tiger at his side. I will defeat you as well. Let's go together. Chu Kuang fell silent. Mu Rongshui walked over, the 9-colored spirit sparrow on her shoulder. Qin Tian, good luck. Thank you. Mu Rongshui's ears reddened slightly as she turned and walked away. Jiawei Tianhu tapped Qin Tian with its tail. Master, there are 4 girls now. What 4? Su Muching, Lin Qingxue, Mu Rongshui, and your ex-girlfriend Lin Wanner. The Jiawei Tianhu counted on its tail. All 4 are into you. Lin Wanner doesn't count as she abandoned me. But her look at you is complicated. It shows she regrets it. That's her business. Master, you really are a cat. Qin Tian felt powerless. When it comes to eloquence, he is no match for the Jotian White Fox. The draw results are announced. Qin Tian is placed in Group A with Lin Qingxue, Chen Yunfei, and several other prodigies. Group stage rules: 8 players per group, round robin. The top 2 advance to the 8th. Qin Tian's first match is against a contestant named Wang Ming. Wang Ming, blue talent, contracted beast, ironback bear, D rank, peak green aptitude. Qin Tian, I know you're strong, but I'll give it my all. Wang Ming released the ironback bear. Qin Tian looked at Jiawei Tianhu. Jiawei finish him in an instant. Jiawei Tianhu leaped onto the arena, its crimson tail flames burning. Fox fire scorches the heavens. The flame vortex swept forward, and the ironback bear was swallowed in an instant. I concede. Wang Ming surrendered without a moment's hesitation. The whole arena fell into an uproar. Another move. A D-rank peak ironback bear can't last even a second. What kind of monster is that fox? The referee announced, Qin Tian wins. Qin Tian retracted Jiawei Tianhu calm as ever. The second match against Chen Yunfei. Chen Yunfei stood across the arena, his face grim. Last time at the Morong family banquet, Qin Tian had defeated him, shaming him. This time he swore revenge. Qin Tian, I won't lose this time. Chen Yunfei released the Golden Lion King. The Golden Lion King's C-rank pinnacle purple aptitude stronger than before. Qin Tian looked at the Dark Dragon King. Young dragon up. The Dark Dragon King dove from the sky, a 10-meter-long body blotting out the heavens. The Dragon King's aura unleashed with full force. The Golden Lion King felt the pressure from the bloodline deep within, its legs trembled. Golden Lion King, don't be afraid. Golden roar. Chen Yunfei roared. The Golden Lion King's mouth opened, golden sonic waves sweeping forth. The Dark Dragon King's wings beat, and the dark dragon breath sprayed out. Black dragon breath collided with the golden sonic waves. The sonic waves eroded away. The dragon breath momentum continued toward the Golden Lion King. The Golden Lion King sidestepped, but was still grazed along the flank. The scales were corroded in a large area, exposing flesh. True dragon form. Qin Tian ordered. The Dark Dragon King's body swelled again from 10 meters to 15 wings, spread 40 meters. Dark gold scales flashed with more intricate runes, and dragon fire burned in the golden vertical pupils. The C-rank true dragon form was more than twice as strong as the D-rank. Chen Yunfei's face went pale. I concede. He lowered his head, afraid to meet Qin Tian's gaze. The referee announced, Qin Tian wins. Qin Tian retracted the Dark Dragon King and looked toward the audience. Mu Rongshui in the stands gave him a thumbs up. Su Muching in another direction smiled at him. Lin Qingxue wore a blank expression, but a hint of approval flickered in her eyes. Qin Tian's lips curled. 3 wins in the group, first in points, advancing to the quarterfinals. In the quarterfinals, Qin Tian faced Chu Kuang. This was their second duel since the academy rankings. Chu Kuang hadn't been idle. The Thunder War Tiger had leaped from C-rank peak to C-rank complete, only 1 step away from B-rank. Qin Tian, this time I won't lose. Chu Kuang stood opposite on the arena, eyes sharp. Thunder War Tiger, sky prison of fury. The Thunder War Tiger roared toward the heavens, a lightning split from the sky, forming a lightning prison around Qin Tian. Purple arcs danced in the air, and the ground was carved into scorched pits. Jiang Tian didn't move. The Jinmu seedling poked its head out from his backpack, and vines surged from the ground, weaving a green shield that kept the lightning at bay. Jinmu let all things grow. Vines surged, overwhelmingly wrapping around the Thunder Battle Tiger. Chu Kuang was ready. Thunder Battle Tiger, invincible lightning cut. The Thunder Battle Tiger's claws swirled with lightning, and with a single swing the vines were sliced into pieces. But there were too many vines. Cut, and they grew back, grown, and cut again, endlessly. Damn it. Chu Kuang gritted his teeth. Thunder Battle Tiger Thunderstorm Domain. The Thunder Battle Tiger released all its lightning, forming an electric field with a 30-meter diameter around its body. Once the vines entered the electric field, they were burned to ashes by the lightning. Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes. Jiuwei Fox fire scorching the heavens. The 9-tailed heavenly fox leaped from his shoulder, its red tails igniting with flames. A vortex of flames swept forward, colliding with the electric field and producing an ear-splitting roar. The electric field was suppressed by the flames and began to shrink. Chu Kuang's expression changed. Thunder Battle Tiger, Heavenly Thunder. The Thunder Battle Tiger condensed all its lightning into a thick column, striking at the 9-tailed heavenly fox. The 9 tails fanned out, forming a 9-colored shield in front. The thunder column hit the shield, which shook violently and cracked. But the 9-tailed heavenly fox held firm. True form of the heavenly fox. The 9-tailed heavenly fox's body began to grow, expanding from half a meter to 4 meters, its 9 tails stretching to 8 meters long. Its golden red eyes turned pure gold, radiating terrifying pressure. 9-colored light beam. A beam of 9-colored light shot toward the Thunder Battle Tiger. Chu Kuang roared, Thunder Battle Tiger, full defense. The Thunder Battle Tiger slammed its paws on the ground, condensing an electric shield. The 9-colored light beam hit the shield, which held for 5 seconds before shattering. The Thunder Battle Tiger was blasted away, crashing heavily to the ground, its body charred black and smoking. The entire audience erupted. The 9-tailed heavenly fox again. One move, and it's over. Chu Kuang's Thunder Battle Tiger was at the peak of Grade C, and it still couldn't beat Jiang Tian's Grade D fox. Are you blind? That fox is now Grade C. It broke through to Grade C. A beast master with a gray talent can break through to Grade C. That's not scientific. Chu Kuang knelt on the ground, his face ashen. He had lost. For the second time, he had lost to Jiang Tian. Why? Why can I never beat you? Chu Kuang crouched on the ground, holding his head in his hands, muttering to himself. Jiang Tian recalled the 9-tailed heavenly fox and bent down to pick up the fox, now in its smaller form. Because your Thunder Battle Tiger only has 1 element, lightning, while my Jiuwei has 9. Single-element beasts can never overcome multi-element ones, Jiang Tian said calmly. Chu Kuang froze, then smiled bitterly. You're right. I've been too dependent on lightning. He stood up and extended his hand toward Jiang Tian. I concede defeat. After the city tournament, can you teach me how to raise multi-element beasts? Jiang Tian looked at him and shook his hand, observing proper etiquette. I can. Chu Kuang smiled. Thank you. In the stands, Lin Qingxue watched this, seeing a trace of complex emotion flashing in her ice blue eyes. Jiang Tian's nine-tailed heavenly fox has grown stronger again. She spoke softly. The frost dragon roared beside her, saying confidently, I'm not afraid of it. Lin Qingxue shook her head. It's not about being afraid or not afraid. Every one of Jiang Tian's beasts has the ability to fight beyond their level. If he has more than just the nine-tailed heavenly fox. She looked toward Jiang Tian's backpack. The leaves of the Jinmu seedling poked out from the gaps in the backpack, glowing green. The dark gold dragonfly hovered above Jiang Tian's head, its dark golden scales shimmering in the sunlight. And there was a golden young eagle standing on Jiang Tian's shoulder, its dark eyes scanning around. 4. Lin Qingxue murmured. How did he manage this? No one could answer her. In the other quarterfinal match, Lin Qingxue faced a contestant named Li Hao. Li Hao, a blue talent beast master whose beast was the Poison Scorpion King mid-grade C with blue affinity. Frost Dragon Absolute Zero. The Frost Dragon reared its head and roared to the heavens, a wave of cold sweeping through the arena. The temperature plummeted to minus 60 degrees, and the Poison Scorpion King was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. One move, instant kill. The entire arena erupted again. Lin Qingxue is as strong as ever. The Frost Dragon's Absolute Zero is terrifying. Who can withstand it? The semifinal between Lin Qingxue and Jiang Tian seems very likely. Morong Shui also advanced to the top 4. Her 9-color spirit bird was only mid-grade C, but each of its 9 colored feathers possessed a special ability, and their coordination made it a difficult opponent. Su Muqing was eliminated in the quarterfinals. Although her Ice Phoenix was powerful, she faced Chen Yunfei's Golden Lion King and narrowly lost after 3 hard-fought rounds. I'm sorry I lost. Su Muqing walked up to Jiang Tian, her head bowed, eyes slightly red. Jiang Tian patted her shoulder. You've already done amazing. Your Ice Phoenix is only at early grade C, making it to the quarterfinals is already excellent. Su Muqing raised her head, her ice blue eyes meeting his. Jiang Tian, I'll keep working hard. One day I'll stand together with you. Jiang Tian was taken aback. You've always been standing by my side. Su Muqing's ears turned red and she lowered her head, saying softly, that's not what I meant. Jiang Tian didn't catch it. What? Nothing. Su Muqing turned and ran away. The 9-tailed heavenly fox poked Jiang Tian with its tail. Master, she meant she wants to stand by your side as your partner, not just beside you as a friend. Are you speaking in circles? I mean, she wants to be your girlfriend. Jiang Tian fell silent for 3 seconds. How do you, a fox, know all this? Who taught you these things? Because I have 9 tails, each controlling a different element, including emotion perception. I know, but you're being too sensitive. It's not that I'm sensitive, it's that you're dense. The 9-tailed heavenly fox rolled her eyes. Su Muqing's gaze when she looks at you is exactly the same as how Lin Wanner used to look at you. The difference is that Lin Wanner saw your potential, while Su Muqing values your character. Jiang Tian fell silent. He thought of Lin Wanner, the girl who abandoned him without hesitation after his gray talent manifested. Su Muqing is different, he said softly. Of course she's different. The 9-tailed heavenly fox rubbed her tail against his face. So master, stop pretending you don't understand. I'm not pretending. It's just, what? We've advanced through every round without a single opponent matching us. Isn't that too conspicuous? I'm actually a bit scared now. The 9-tailed heavenly fox paused, then curled into his arms, nuzzling his chest with her head. Don't be afraid, master. With us here, no one can hurt you. The young dragon also flew over, landing on his shoulder and rubbing its head against his face. Don't be afraid, master. We'll protect you. The little golden eagle tilted its head and let out a clear call chirp. The Jinmu seedling poked vines from its backpack and beckoned. We are invincible. Jiang Tian looked at his 4 beasts, warmth spreading through his heart. Alright, I'm not afraid. Semifinals. Qin Tian versus Lin Qingxue. This was their second encounter since the academy ranking battle. Lin Qingxue's Ice Frost Dragon had broken through from C rank peak to C rank perfection, just 1 step away from B rank. Qin Tian, I will not lose this time. Lin Qingxue stood across the arena, her ice blue eyes blazing with battle intent. Ice Frost Dragon Absolute Zero. A first move, ultimate move. The Ice Frost Dragon let out a long roar to the sky, and a chilling aura swept across the entire arena. The temperature plummeted to minus 80 degrees Celsius. The moisture in the air instantly condensed into ice crystals, transforming the entire arena into a frozen wasteland. A layer of white frost formed on Qin Tian's eyebrows. Ancient Shu Divine Tree World Barrier. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling rooted itself into the ground from the backpack, and a translucent barrier expanded, isolating the freezing aura. But the power of Absolute Zero was too overwhelming. Ice formed on the surface of the world barrier, and cracks began to appear. 9-tails Foxfire burns the sky. The The nine-tailed celestial fox leaped onto the arena, its red tails igniting with flames. A vortex of fire swept forth, colliding with the freezing aura, and steam billowed everywhere. But this time the flames of the nine-tailed celestial fox could not suppress the freezing aura of the Ice Frost Dragon. The C-rank perfection Ice Frost Dragon had greatly enhanced its skills, and its freezing aura was too powerful. True fox form. Qin Tian commanded. The nine-tailed celestial fox's body began to grow, expanding from half a meter to 4 meters, and its 9 tails stretched to 8 meters in length. Its golden red eyes turned pure gold, radiating an overwhelming pressure that could topple mountains and overturn seas. 9-colored pillar of light. A 9-colored pillar of light struck the Ice Frost Dragon. Lin Qingxue remained unfazed. Ice Frost Dragon Ice Crystal Shield. The Ice Frost Dragon folded its wings in front of its body, condensing an ice crystal shield. The 9-colored pillar of light crashed into the shield, unleashing a piercing roar. Small cracks appeared on the shield, but it did not shatter. Your 9-tailed celestial fox is growing, but so is my Ice Frost Dragon. Lin Qingxue's voice was cold and clear. Ice Frost Dragon, Ice Dragon's roar. The Ice Frost Dragon opened its massive maw, condensing a gigantic ice bullet that hurtled toward the 9-tailed celestial fox. The ice bullet was 5 meters in diameter, enough to flatten the entire arena upon impact. Xiao Fei dodged. Qin Tian shouted. The 9-tailed celestial fox nimbly evaded, but the ice bullet's range was enormous, and the shockwave of the explosion still sent it flying. The 9-tailed celestial fox tumbled several times in the air before landing steadily, its fur covered in ice crystals. Xiao Fei was enraged, gritting its teeth, ready for revenge. Qin Tian quickly called it back. Xiao Fei returned. The 9-tailed celestial fox glanced back at him and tossed a remark, "Master, I can still fight it." "I know you can fight, but there's no need to force it." Qin Tian looked at the Dark Dragon King. "Young Dragon, go." The Dark Dragon King swooped down from the sky, its 15-meter-long body blotting out the sun, releasing its full draconic pressure. The Ice Frost Dragon sensed the dragon's might, its body stiffening slightly, and it took a fearful step back. Lin Qingxue's brow furrowed. The Dark Dragon King's draconic aura suppresses the Ice Frost Dragon. True dragon form. Qin Tian commanded. The Dark Dragon King's body expanded again, growing from 15 meters to 20 meters, with wings spanning 50 meters. More intricate runes surfaced on its dark golden scales, and burning draconic flames blazed in its golden vertical pupils. Dark Dragon Breath. A black dragon breath spewed toward the Ice Frost Dragon. The Ice Frost Dragon folded its wings, condensing its ice crystal shield once more. The dragon breath struck the shield, and the shield began to corrode. Lin Qingxue's expression shifted. Ice Frost Dragon ascend. The Ice Frost Dragon flapped its wings and soared high, evading the dragon breath's attack range. But the Dark Dragon King was faster, its wings beating once to instantly catch up to the Ice Frost Dragon. Shadow Shuttle. The Dark Dragon King dove into the shadows, vanishing into thin air. The next moment it emerged from the Ice Frost Dragon's shadow, slamming a claw onto the Ice Frost Dragon's back. The Ice Frost Dragon let out a pained cry and plummeted from the sky. Ancient Shu Divine Tree, flourish of life. Vines surged from the ground, weaving into a massive net that caught the falling Ice Frost Dragon. But the vines did more than catch it. They coiled around, binding the Ice Frost Dragon, tightly pinning it firmly to the ground. Lin Qingxue's expression turned completely ashen. Ice Frost Dragon freeze. Before she could finish, the Dark Dragon King's breath was already upon it. The Ice Frost Dragon was engulfed by the dragon breath, its scales beginning to corrode. "I concede." Lin Qingxue's voice was urgent, and she appeared somewhat flustered. The dragon breath dissipated. The Ice Frost Dragon lay on the ground, covered in wounds, but still conscious. Qin Tian recalled the Dark Dragon King and the Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling, then bent down to pick up the 9-tailed celestial fox. "You honor me." Lin Qingxue looked at him, her ice blue eyes flashing with unwillingness, but more so with fear. "Your Dark Dragon King is even stronger than last time. Your Ice Frost Dragon is too." Lin Qingxue was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Qin Tian, what exactly are you?" Qin Tian smiled. "A gray talent waste." Lin Qingxue shook her head. "You are no waste. You are a monster." She turned and walked away, the Ice Frost Dragon limping behind her. Qin Tian watched her retreating figure and sighed. "System, am I being too flashy?" "Host, you have been flashy ever since the day of your awakening. Asking that question now is a bit late, isn't it?" "True enough." The other semi-final, Morong Shui versus Chen Yunfei. Morong Shui's 9-colored spirit finch was only at C-rank mid-stage, but each of its 9-colored feathers possessed a unique ability. Red for fire, blue for ice, yellow for lightning, green for healing, cyan for wind blades, orange for shields, purple for poison mist, pink for charm, and black for shadow. The 9 abilities worked in perfect harmony, forcing Chen Yunfei's Golden Lion King to be overwhelmed and retreat step by step. 9-colored spirit finch, Rainbow Storm. Morong Shui commanded. The 9-colored spirit finch took to the sky, all 9 colored feathers lighting up simultaneously, and the power of 9 attributes converged into a rainbow-colored pillar of light that struck the Golden Lion King. The Golden Lion King was engulfed by the pillar of light, letting out a pained cry before collapsing to the ground. Shen Yunfei was shocked, I concede. Morong Shui recalled her 9-colored spirit finch and smiled slightly. Perfect, I've advanced to the finals. She looked at Qin Tian in the audience, her ice blue eyes sparkling. Qin Tian, see you in the finals. Qin Tian gave her a thumbs up. See you in the finals. The city tournament finals arrived as scheduled. Qin Tian versus Morong Shui. The 50,000-seat stadium was packed, the atmosphere explosive with excitement. Finally, the finals. Qin Tian versus Morong Shui. A gray talent dark horse against the heiress of the Morong family. This script is too thrilling. Who do you think will win? Definitely Qin Tian. He even beat Lin Qingxue. Not necessarily. Morong Shui's 9-colored spirit finch is also formidable with 9 attributes, making it unpredictable. At the commentary desk, a special guest was analyzing the strengths of both sides. On paper, Qin Tian has the advantage. His 9-tailed celestial fox also possesses 9 attributes, and it's at a higher level already at C rank. Morong Shui's 9-colored spirit finch is only at C rank mid-stage, but its 9 abilities work together seamlessly, not to be underestimated. And as the heiress of the Morong family, Morong Shui has received top-tier beast taming education since childhood, so her combat experience and tactical acumen surpass Qin Tian's. But Qin Tian has the Dark Dragon King and the Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling. 3 beasts working together will be hard for Morong Shui to handle. The finals are a best-of-3 format, with each side able to field up to 3 beasts. Qin Tian's advantage lies in his number of beasts, but Morong Shui is no pushover either. In the center of the arena, Qin Tian and Morong Shui stood facing each other. Morong Shui was clad in a white battle suit today, her long hair tied into a high ponytail, exuding an air of efficiency and valor. The 9-colored spirit sparrow perched on her shoulder, its feathers shimmering in 9 hues. Qin Tian, I won't go easy on you. Morong Shui smiled faintly. Qin Tian nodded. Neither will I. The referee raised the command flag. The finals begin. First round. Qin Tian sent out the 9-tailed celestial fox. Morong Shui sent out the 9-colored spirit sparrow. A clash between 2 9-attributed spirit beasts. 9-colored spirit sparrow rainbow storm. Morong Shui struck first, showing no intention of holding back. The 9-colored spirit sparrow soared high, gathering the power of 9 attributes into a rainbow-colored pillar of light, hurtling toward the 9-tailed celestial fox. 9-tails 9-colored light pillar. Qin Tian gave the order simultaneously. The 9-tailed celestial fox unfurled all 9 tails, unleashing a 9-colored pillar of light. The 2 9-colored pillars collided, erupting in a blinding radiance akin to an atomic explosion. The entire arena trembled, and the spectators shielded their eyes. As the light dissipated, both spirit beasts stood their ground, panting heavily. The first round ended in a draw. Morong Shui's expression grew solemn. 9-colored spirit sparrow pink charm. The sparrow's pink feathers glowed, releasing a ring of pink light waves. This was a charm skill that could plunge the opponent into a brief daze. A flicker of confusion crossed the 9-tailed celestial fox's golden red eyes, and its body stiffened slightly, appearing dumbfounded. A perfect chance. 9-colored spirit sparrow rainbow storm. Morong Shui seized the opportunity. The rainbow-colored pillar of light once again blasted toward the 9-tailed celestial fox. Shall Fei snap out of it? Qin Tian roared. The 9-tailed celestial fox jolted awake, but it was too late to dodge. The rainbow-colored pillar struck it, sending it flying. The 9-tailed celestial fox tumbled several times across the ground, covered in wounds, its fur stained with mud, looking somewhat disheveled. Qin Tian's pupils contracted. Shall Fei return? The 9-tailed celestial fox struggled to its feet, its golden red eyes fixed on Qin Tian, patting the dirt off its body. Master, I'm fine, I can keep fighting. I know you can fight, but it's a contest of points. Qin Tian recalled the 9-tailed celestial fox. First round we concede. The entire arena erupted in uproar. Qin Tian conceded. The 9-tailed celestial fox could still fight. Is he conserving his strength? Morong Shui frowned, unable to comprehend Qin Tian's decision. It didn't fit his style. She didn't dwell on it. Since Qin Tian had already conceded, she recalled the 9-colored spirit sparrow. The referee announced, first round Morong Shui wins. Current score, 1-0. Second round. Qin Tian sent out the Dark Dragon King. Morong Shui once again sent out the 9-colored spirit sparrow to battle. True dragon form. Qin Tian unleashed his ultimate move directly. The Dark Dragon King's body expanded to 20 meters, its wings spanning 50 meters, releasing the full pressure of the Dragon King's might once again, making the entire audience feel an overwhelming sky-obscuring oppression. The 9-colored spirit sparrow felt the pressure from the depths of its bloodline, trembling slightly. 9-colored spirit sparrow, don't be afraid. Rainbow Storm. Morong Shui gave the order. The rainbow-colored pillar of light blasted toward the Dark Dragon King. Dark Dragon Breath. The Black Dragon's breath collided with the rainbow pillar, corroding it away. The residual force of the dragon breath continued shooting toward the 9-colored spirit sparrow. The sparrow dodged agilely, but the Dark Dragon King was faster. Shadow Shuttle. The Dark Dragon King dove into the shadows, emerging from the 9-colored spirit sparrow's own shadow, striking down with a claw like a lightning bolt. The sparrow was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Ancient Shu Divine Tree flourish of all things. A similar tactic repeated as vines surged from the ground, entangling the sparrow's wings and claws, pinning it to the earth. Morong Shui's expression changed. 9-colored spirit sparrow, clever escape. The sparrow struggled, but the vines tightened. Do you concede? Qin Tian asked calmly. Morong Shui bit her lip. I won't concede. 9-colored spirit sparrow, red flame. The sparrow's red feathers ignited flames bursting from within, burning away the vines, ensnaring it. But just as it broke free, the Dark Dragon King's breath blasted forth again. The 9-colored spirit sparrow was engulfed by the dragon's breath, letting out a pained cry, and collapsed to the ground, looking utterly bedraggled. Morong Shui's face turned pale. I concede. The referee announced. Second round, Qin Tian wins. Current score 1-1. Third round, the decider. Qin Tian sent out the 9-tailed celestial fox, the Dark Dragon King, and the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling. Morong Shui sent out the 9-colored spirit sparrow and a new spirit beast, the 7-colored phoenix. The 7-colored phoenix C-rank peak purple aptitude was Morong Shui's trump card. Name 7-colored phoenix. Level C-rank peak aptitude purple skills 7-colored divine light phoenix Nirvana heaven scorching flame. I didn't expect you had a trump card. Qin Tian raised an eyebrow. Morong Shui smiled faintly. You're not the only one with more than one spirit beast. Then let's go. 9-colored spirit sparrow rainbow storm. 7-colored phoenix 7-colored divine light. Both spirit beasts attacked simultaneously, merging the rainbow-colored pillar and the 7-colored divine light into a single, even more terrifying beam that blasted toward Qin Tian. Ancient Shu Divine Tree world barrier at maximum output. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling erupted with all its power, the semi-transparent barrier becoming more solid. The beam struck the barrier, unleashing a deafening roar. The barrier vibrated violently, appearing countless cracks, but it held. 9-tails 9-colored light pillar. Little dragon Dark Dragon Breath. The 9-colored pillar and the Dark Dragon Breath simultaneously blasted toward the 9-colored spirit sparrow and the 7-colored phoenix. Both spirit beasts defended with all their might, but were still sent flying. Ancient Shu Divine Tree flourish of all things. Vines surged forth in a torrent, entangling the 9-colored spirit sparrow and the 7-colored phoenix. The final blow. Qin Tian looked at the 9-tailed celestial fox and the Dark Dragon King. Both spirit beasts unleashed their strongest power simultaneously. The 9-colored pillar and the Dark Dragon Breath hurtled toward Morong Shui's 2 spirit beasts. Morong Shui closed her eyes, her expression calm. I concede. The beam halted a meter away from the 9-colored spirit sparrow, leaving the sparrow terrified and pale. Qin Tian recalled his spirit beasts and walked up to Morong Shui. Your skill. Morong Shui opened her eyes, her ice blue gaze fixed on him, tears glistening. I lost. You're strong. Qin Tian extended his hand. Your 9-colored spirit sparrow and 7-colored phoenix coordinated well. You almost broke my world barrier. Morong Shui looked at his outstretched hand, hesitated, then shook it. Thank you for not killing. You're welcome. They gazed at each other and smiled simultaneously. The referee raised the command flag. Finals, Qin Tian wins. The champion of this city tournament, Qin Tian. The entire audience rose to their feet, applause thundering. The cheers of 50,000 people were deafening. Qin Tian stood in the center of the arena, holding the 9-tailed celestial fox with the Dark Dragon King, the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling, and the little golden-winged eagle by his side. 4 spirit beasts, 4 mythic templates, 4 rainbow grade aptitudes. From a gray aptitude waste to the city tournament champion. It had taken him less than 2 months. Qin Tian looked up at the arena surroundings. All the spectators stood and applauded him, cheering. At this moment, he was the most dazzling star in the entire venue. That I won, he murmured to himself. In the stands, his father Qin Haidong sat in a dark corner, tears streaming down his aged face. Xiao Tian, you're so brave. So awesome. Zhao Taixing sat beside him, patting his shoulder. Old Qin, your son's strength has already surpassed yours. Qin Haidong wiped away his tears and smiled. Nonsense, of course my son is better than me. After winning the city competition, Qin Tian's life completely changed. First, money. The championship prize of 5 million plus the over 1 million he had left gave him over 6 million in cash. Dad's 3 million debt can finally be paid off. Qin Tian transferred 3 million to Qin Haidong's account. 3 seconds later, Qin Haidong replied, received. Xiao Tian, keep the rest of the money for yourself. and train your spirit beasts well. Got it, Dad. Then his fame continued to grow. Qin Tian's photo made headlines across all news in the city. The story of the Grey Talent Youth's comeback victory was wildly reported by major media. Within a day, his contact list gained over 300 friend requests, journalists, team representatives, wealthy heiresses, and all sorts of people wanting to curry favor. Qin Tian accepted none. Finally, a big trouble came. After winning the city competition, the president of the Spirit Beast Association, Qin Tian, formally extended him an invitation. Student Qin Tian, congratulations on winning the city championship. The Spirit Beast Association would like to conduct a comprehensive assessment of your Spirit Beast's aptitude so as to better provide you with resource support. Please report to the Spirit Beast Association headquarters within 3 days. Qin Tian looked at the message and sneered. Qin Tian, you still won't give up. The nine-tailed celestial fox lay on his lap, its golden red eyes looking at him. Master, are you going? Yes. Why not? Qin Tian stood up. I'll just see what he can do to me. System prompt: Qin Tian is a red talent beast tamer with a golden holy dragon at A-level peak. The host's current strength is not a match for him. Suggestion: before going, the host should make thorough preparations. Qin Tian nodded. I know. He opened the system panel to check the levels of his 4 spirit beasts. Jinmu sapling, C-level mid-tier nine-tailed celestial fox, C-level mid-tier dark dragon king, C-level mid-tier Garuda golden-winged bird, D-level peak. The little golden-winged eagle had just been contracted recently. Its level was still very low, and it needed focused training. System: is there any way to quickly raise the level of the Garuda golden-winged bird? Suggestion: let the Garuda golden-winged bird devour wind or lightning treasures, or use evolution spirit stones. Current evolution spirit stones: 0. New acquisition method: explore secret realms or complete tasks. New mission released: the Spirit Beast Association visit objective. In the aptitude assessment at the Spirit Beast Association, successfully hide the true aptitude of the spirit beasts without being discovered by Qin Tian. Reward: evolution spirit stones. 2. Divine template draw chance: 1 note. Qin Tian is determined to obtain the host's spirit beasts. The host needs to leave the Spirit Beast Association safely without revealing his true strength. Qin Tian narrowed his eyes. Hide the true aptitude. System: is there a way to hide it? Yes. The system can provide an aptitude camouflage function disguising the spirit beast's rainbow grade aptitude as blue grade aptitude. Each use costs 100 gold coins with a duration of 24 hours. Qin Tian looked at his bank card balance. Over 6 million. Spending 100,000 to camouflage is not a loss. Alright, let's do it. 3 days later, at the Spirit Beast Association headquarters, Qin Tian stood at the entrance looking at the 30-story building before him and took a deep breath. The nine-tailed celestial fox hid inside his clothes. The baby dragon shrank and lay on his shoulder. The little golden-winged eagle stood on his other shoulder, and the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling was in his backpack. The Shadow Wolf King stayed home, remaining at the special training department to prevent Qin Tian's people from making a feint and attacking the rear. Let's go. Qin Tian pushed the door and walked in. The interior of the Spirit Beast Association headquarters was luxuriously decorated with marble floors, crystal chandeliers, and portraits of past presidents hanging on the walls. The front desk receptionist saw Qin Tian, and her eyes lit up. Student Qin Tian, the president is waiting for you on the top floor. Please follow me. Qin Tian followed the receptionist into the elevator, which went straight to the 30th floor. 30th floor, the president's office. Qin Tian sat behind the desk. He was in his 50s with graying hair, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, looking like a kind elder. But Qin Tian's intuition told him this man was dangerous. Student Qin Tian, please sit. Qin Tian smiled and gestured for Qin Tian to sit. Congratulations on winning the city championship. Your performance surprised me greatly. Qin Tian sat down, his expression calm. Thank you, President. I heard your spirit beasts have high aptitude. I want to conduct a comprehensive aptitude assessment for you. Qin Tian took out a device from the drawer. This is the latest Spirit Beast Aptitude Assessor, which can accurately determine the aptitude grade and growth limit of spirit beasts. Qin Tian glanced at the device and sneered inwardly. System: can that device detect rainbow grade aptitude? Yes, but the host has already used aptitude camouflage, so the device will show blue grade aptitude. Rest assured, the system's camouflage technology cannot be cracked by this world science. Qin Tian felt relieved. President, please proceed. Qin Tian first tested the nine-tailed celestial fox. The device showed blue grade aptitude growth limit B level. Qin Tian frowned. Blue grade aptitude? Impossible. Your nine-tailed celestial fox's strength clearly exceeds blue grade. Qin Tian shrugged. Maybe it's exceptionally gifted. Qin Tian then tested the Dark Dragon King and the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling, and the results were also blue grade. His expression grew increasingly unpleasant. Student Qin Tian, are your spirit beasts really only blue grade? The device measured it. How could it be false? Qin Tian said with an innocent look. Qin Tian stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. Perhaps I was overthinking. Student Qin Tian, thank you for your cooperation. The Spirit Beast Association will continue to follow your growth and look forward to your even better results on a bigger stage. Qin Tian stood up. Thank you, President. I'll take my leave now. Finally managed to fool Qin Tian. Hope he won't cause any more trouble. Take care. Qin Tian turned and left. The moment he stepped out of the office, he felt cold sweat on his back. System, did he believe it? Uncertain, but the host left safely. Mission completed. Reward obtained, Evolution Spirit Stones 2. Divine Template Draw Chance 1. Qin Tian walked out of the Spirit Beast Association building and took a deep breath. Whether he believes it or not, at least he won't dare to act openly against me now. The nine-tailed celestial fox poked its head out of his clothes. Master, that person is so scary. I know. The way he looked at you like you were prey. I know that too. Qin Tian clenched his fists. So, I must become strong enough that he won't dare to treat me as prey. He opened the system panel and used the Divine Template Draw Chance. Divine Template Drawing. Draw successful. Obtain Template. White Tiger Mythical Level Eastern Divine Beast. This template can match any Felinator type Spirit Beast, evolving it into a White Tiger. After evolution, the aptitude is upgraded to Rainbow Grade, unlocking skills Gungjin Sharpness, Tiger Roar in the Mountains, White Tiger Slaughter 4 symbols, Sacred Beast unlocked. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. The White Tiger. One of the 4 sacred beasts, the god of Gungjin of the West, presiding over slaughter and conflict. A tiger-type, tamed beast. Qin Tian stroked his chin. I should be able to find one at the Beast Taming market. He checked his bank account balance. Over 6 million, more than enough to purchase a tiger-type beast. Let's go to the Beast Taming market. The Beast Taming market. This time Qin Tian did not head to the secluded corners. Instead, he walked straight into the largest beast taming store, Wanshou Pavilion. Wanshou Pavilion was the largest beast taming chain in Yuzhou City. Every kind of beast imaginable was available, from F grade to B grade, from common species to rare ones. As long as one had the funds, anything could be purchased. Welcome to Wanshou Pavilion. A store clerk greeted him warmly. What can I help you find, sir? A tiger-type beast, preferably a cub. Qin Tian stated directly. The clerk's eyes brightened. Please follow me, sir. The 3rd floor is our tiger-type section. The 3rd floor, tiger-type section. Various tiger-type beasts were kept in glass enclosures: flame tigers, frost tigers, thunder tigers, gale tigers. Each was labeled with a price ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. Qin Tian looked around, his gaze eventually landing on a glass enclosure in the corner. Inside was a small white tiger cub, snow white all over with black stripes and striking blue eyes. It curled up in the corner, looking utterly listless. Name: White Tiger Cub. Rare species, impure bloodline. Level F grade. Aptitude green. Price 500000. Remark: this white tiger cub possesses an impure bloodline, limiting its growth potential, which is why it is priced so cheaply. Qin Tian stared at the little white tiger, and the cub looked up at him, a faint glint flashing in its blue eyes. I'll take this one. The clerk was taken aback. Sir, this white tiger cub has an impure bloodline, and its growth potential caps at D grade. Are you sure you want to buy it? I'm sure. Without further word, the clerk processed the transaction. Qin Tian paid the 5000 and lifted the little white tiger out of the glass enclosure. The cub was very light, weighing only about 10 pounds. It snuggled into Qin Tian's arms, staring up at him with curious blue eyes. Little guy, you're with me from now on. The little white tiger tilted its head. Meow. You're a tiger, not a cat. You should roar like a woo. The little white tiger opened its mouth. A woo. It sounded soft and babyish, not fierce at all. Qin Tian chuckled. Returning to his rented apartment, Qin Tian placed the little white tiger on the bed. The nine-tailed celestial fox trotted over, sniffing the cub curiously. Master, is this a new member? Yes. The young dragon flew over, landing beside the little white tiger. How adorable. The little golden-winged eagle stood on the windowsill, tilting its head to examine the cub. Chirp A. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling extended a vine from the windowsill, gently tapping the little white tiger's nose. The cub sneezed and shrank back into Qin Tian's embrace. Qin Tian gently rubbed its head. Don't be afraid. They're your big brothers and sisters. The little white tiger looked up, its blue eyes gazing at Qin Tian. A woo. Contract successful. Detected that the host has contracted their 5th beast. The core functions of the God tier template system have been enhanced. Currently drawing a matching template for the white tiger cub. Matching. Match successful. Template: White Tiger, Mythical Grade, Western Sacred Beast. Aptitude upgrade green, Rainbow Grade. Level cap none. Drawing skills. Skills obtained: Gungjin Sharp, Chi Metal Attribute Attack, Unstoppable Force Tigers, Forest Shaking Roar, Sonic Attack, Dieter's Enemies, White Tiger's Carnage Slaughter. Aura grows stronger as the battle rages, Force Sacred Beast locked. Loyalty 90 dependent. Remark: this was once a spurned and pure-blooded white tiger cub, but you have given it a myth. It will tear apart all your enemies with its sharp claws. Qin Tian looked at the little white tiger in his arms, a smirk playing on his lips. 5 beasts now. A plant, a fox, a dragon, an eagle, and a tiger. System, what is my current level? Hosts current strength evaluation 5 tamed beasts, 4 C grade, 1 peak D grade. Comprehensive combat power capable of challenging B grade beast tamers above your level. City tournament champion, well deserved. However, the host must not slack off. A grander stage awaits you, the national tournament. Qin Tian nodded. The national tournament. The ultimate showdown for genius beast tamers under 16 years old across the entire federation. The champion's prize is 20 million plus an S-grade evolution stone and a mythical grade skill book. The national tournament is in 3 months. Qin Tian clenched his fists. 3 months to raise all 5 beasts to B grade. The 9-tailed celestial fox patted his shoulder with its tail. Master, we will help you. The young dragon nodded. Yes, help master. The little golden-winged eagle chirp. The little white tiger a woo. The ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling shook its leaves. Qin Tian looked at his 5 beasts and smiled. All right, let's aim to win the national championship this time. He lay back on the bed staring at the ceiling. 5 beasts with mythical templates, 5 with rainbow grade aptitude. From a useless nobody with a gray talent to the champion of the city tournament. It had taken him less than 3 months. National tournament, here I come. Outside the window, the moonlight flowed like water. 1 person and 5 beasts fell peacefully asleep. Tomorrow would mark the beginning of a new journey. The virtual screen on the wall broadcasted the headlines of Yusho City News. Shocking comeback. Great talented Qin Tian wins the city tournament championship. Murong Shue's post-match interview. Qin Tian is the strongest opponent I have ever faced. Oh, I must admit my defeat. Lin Qingxue at the national tournament, I will win it back. Chen Yunfei. Declined interview. 3 days after the conclusion of the city tournament. Qin Tian stood on the training grounds of the Beast Taming Academy's special training department, surrounded by his 5 beasts, as they conducted their daily training. The 9-tailed celestial fox unfurled all 9 of its tails, weaving the power of 9 different elements into a massive web in the sky. The Dark Dragon King soared in the air, its dark dragon breath corroding the training targets into nothing but ashes. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling took root in the ground, its vines spreading far and wide, turning the entire training ground into a sea of green. The golden-winged Peng spread its wings, its golden feathers shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight, moving so fast it was almost invisible to the naked eye. The little white tiger lay on the ground, its blue eyes tracking the movements on the training field, occasionally letting out a soft, babyish awoo. Not bad, Qin Tian thought with satisfaction as he looked at the system panel. 9-tailed celestial fox, mid-C grade rainbow aptitude. Dark Dragon King, mid-C grade rainbow aptitude. Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling, mid-C grade rainbow aptitude. Golden-winged Prung Peak, D grade rainbow aptitude. White tiger cub, mid-D grade rainbow aptitude. The levels of all 5 beasts were steadily rising, but Qin Tian knew this was still not enough. With less than 3 months until the national tournament, geniuses from across the entire federation would be participating. He needed to raise all 5 of his beasts to at least B grade to be assured of victory. System, is there a way to level up quickly? Yes. Explore the B grade secret realm, the Dragonbone Ruins. The Dragonbone Ruins is the resting place of ancient dragons rich in dragon chi and dark attribute energy, making it exceptionally beneficial for the growth of the Dark Dragon King. The ruins also contain numerous treasures, including dragon crystals, dragon clan skill books, and rare evolution stones. Recommendation: the host should head to the Dragonbone Ruins to explore as soon as possible. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. The Dragonbone Relic. He had long yearned to go there. Last time in the underground second floor of the library, he had spotted a dragon crystal, but was framed and failed to obtain it. Now the chance to personally explore the relic and seek treasures was fortuitous. Qin Tian asked the system, where is the Dragonbone Relic? Located 300 kilometers north of Yusho City in a canyon shrouded by thick mist. The entrance is sealed, requiring a beast tamer of C rank or above to enter. Qin Tian nodded. All right, we depart tomorrow. The 9-tailed celestial fox bounded over from the training ground and leaped into his arms. Master, are we going on an adventure? Yes. Is it dangerous? Possibly. The 9-tailed celestial fox wagged its tail joyfully. I love adventures the most. The more dangerous, the better I like it. The young dragon swooped down from the sky and landed on Qin Tian's shoulder. Master, I'm coming too. The Dragonbone Relic must have my kin. The little golden-winged eagle flew over, perching on Qin Tian's other shoulder, chirping crisply chirp. The little white tiger ran over, biting Qin Tian's pant leg. Roar. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling pulled itself out of the ground, shrank to the size of a palm, and burrowed into Qin Tian's pocket. All 5 contracted beasts eagerly anticipated the next day's adventure. Qin Tian smiled. Good, we'll go together. Early the next morning, Qin Tian packed his gear and set off with his 5 beasts. The dragon bone relic, located 300 kilometers north of Yusho City, was a canyon veiled in dense fog. Legend held that in ancient times the Dark Dragon King battled a golden holy dragon, here resulting in mutual destruction and both perishing. Their dragon aura and dragon souls merged into this land, forming the present dragon bone relic. Qin Tian rode the Dark Dragon King through the sky, the nine-tailed celestial fox curled in his arms, the little golden-winged eagle scouting ahead, the little white tiger strapped to his back, and the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling peeking out from his pocket, admiring the scenery. The Dark Dragon King's speed was swift. In less than an hour they reached the relic's entrance. The entrance was a massive canyon shrouded in thick fog with visibility less than 10 meters. At the canyon mouth stood a translucent barrier inscribed with ancient runes. Detected B rank, secret realm seal. Requires Beast Tamer of C rank or above to enter. Host meets conditions, A entry permitted. Qin Tian dismounted the Dark Dragon King and reached out to touch the barrier. The barrier trembled and a fissure split open. Qin Tian took a deep breath and stepped inside. Thick fog rushed toward him, and the air reeked of decay. The ground was blackened, scorched earth littered with enormous white bones, the remains of ancient dragons. The nine-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from his embrace, its golden-red eyes vigilant, scanning the surroundings. Master, the Yin energy here is heavy. Emma, be careful. The Dark Dragon King landed beside Qin Tian, its golden vertical pupils fixed on the bones, a flicker of complex emotion in its gaze. Master, I sense the presence of my kin. Qin Tian looked at it. Can you sense the location of the dragon crystal? The Dark Dragon King closed its eyes, focused for a moment, then opened them. In that direction. It pointed toward the depths of the canyon. Qin Tian nodded and led his beasts deeper into the canyon. After about half an hour of walking they arrived at an open area. At the center of the clearing lay a massive pile of dragon bones, the remains of a dragon over 100 meters long. The bones were dark gold, exuding a terrifying dragon might even after countless years of death. Detected high concentration of dragon aura. Suspected remains of the Dark Dragon King's ancestor. Suggestion: allow the Dark Dragon King to absorb the dragon aura from the remains to significantly enhance its rank and bloodline purity. Qin Tian's eyes brightened. What he sought was found right before him. Young dragon, go. The Dark Dragon King approached the bone pile, extending its claws to touch the dark gold bones. Dragon aura surged from the bones, transforming into black light that poured into the Dark Dragon King's body. The Dark Dragon King's body began to glow. Intricate runes emerged on its dark gold scales. Its size grew from 15 meters to 18 meters, with a wingspan expanding to 50 meters. Dark Dragon King rank increased C rank, mid C rank peak. Dark Dragon King bloodline purity increased 85-90. Unlocked new skill, Dragon God Possession, temporarily gains ancestral power, all stats 200, duration 5 minutes. Qin Tian glanced at the panel and nodded in satisfaction. Good, continue absorbing. The Dark Dragon King kept absorbing the dragon aura, its ranks steadily rising. Just then a low growl echoed from the dense fog. Qin Tian turned to see a massive black lizard emerging from the mist. It was over 20 meters long, covered in black scales, with blood-red eyes fixed on the dragon bone pile the Dark Dragon King was absorbing. Name: Shadow Earth Dragon. Rank B rank, early quality, blue skills, Shadow Breath, Earth Split Dragon, Might. Fake note: this is a native beast of the dragon bone relic, possessing a thin dragon bloodline. It was drawn by the dragon aura from the bone pile and seeks to seize it. Qin Tian narrowed his eyes, contemplating a battle strategy. A B rank early Shadow Earth Dragon was a full major realm above his beasts. Nine-tailed young dragon, prepare for battle. The nine-tailed celestial fox leaped from his arms, its 9 tails raised, golden red eyes fixed on the Shadow Earth Dragon. The Dark Dragon King rose from beside the bone pile, a spark of battle intent burning in its golden vertical pupils. The Shadow Earth Dragon roared, unleashing a shadow breath. A black energy beam shot toward Qin Tian. Ancient Shu Divine Tree World Barrier. The sapling poked its head from his pocket, and a translucent barrier expanded, blocking the shadow breath. But the B-rank early attack was too powerful. Cracks appeared on the barrier. Nine-tailed celestial fox, true form. Young dragon, true dragon form. Both beasts unleashed their ultimate moves simultaneously. The nine-tailed celestial fox's body swelled to 5 meters, its 9 tails stretching 10 meters, its golden red eyes turning pure gold. The Dark Dragon King's body expanded to 20 meters with a wingspan of 60 meters, runes flickering on its dark gold scales. 9-colored light beam. Dark Dragon Breath. Both attacks slammed into the Shadow Earth Dragon. The Shadow Earth Dragon struck the ground with its claws, splitting the earth to block part of the assault. But the combined power of the 9-colored light beam and Dark Dragon Breath was overwhelming. The Shadow Earth Dragon was blasted away, tumbling several times across the ground. Yet it quickly rose, its B rank early vitality tenacious. Ancient Shu Divine Tree, all things grow. Vines surged from the ground, entangling the Shadow Earth Dragon's limbs. The Shadow Earth Dragon struggled snapping vines, but new ones immediately sprang forth. Little Jean Golden Wing Heavenly Blade. The golden-winged rock dove from the sky, its wings like blades slashing across the Shadow Earth Dragon's back. The Shadow Earth Dragon's scales were sliced open, black blood gushing out. Little White Tiger Roar Mountain Forest. The little white tiger opened its mouth, unleashing a deafening roar. The sonic shockwave struck the Shadow Earth Dragon, causing its body to stiffen momentarily. Final strike. Qin Tian commanded loudly. The nine-tailed celestial fox, Dark Dragon King, and golden-winged rock simultaneously launched their strongest attacks. The nine-colored light beam, Dark Dragon Breath, and Golden Wing Heavenly Blade converged on the Shadow Earth Dragon. The Shadow Earth Dragon let out a pained cry, collapsed, and lost its combat capability. Defeated B rank Early Beast. Triggered Upsetter Title, all stats 5, current stack 5 layers, all stats 25. Defeated B rank Early Beast. Triggered Upsetter Title, all stats 5, current stack 5 layers, all stats 25. Qin Tian caught his breath and recalled his beast. A B rank initial beast, indeed not easy to fight. The nine-tailed celestial fox shrunk back to its small form, leaped into his arms, panting heavily. Master, so tired. You've worked hard. Qin Tian rubbed its head. The Dark Dragon King walked back to the pile of dragon bones and continued absorbing dragon chi. This time no one disturbed them. The Dark Dragon King absorbed dragon chi for a full hour, its grade breaking through from C rank peak to C rank perfection, just one step away from B rank. Dark Dragon King C rank perfection, prismatic quality, bloodline purity, 90-95, just a little more, and it can reach B rank. Qin Tian looked at the panel. We need more dragon chi or a dragon crystal. He looked deeper into the canyon. Keep moving. The team continued deeper. After walking for about half an hour, they arrived in front of a massive cave. The cave entrance had two enormous stone pillars inscribed with ancient dragon script. Deep within the cave, a faint purple glow flickered. Detected high concentration energy reaction. The depths of the cave are suspected to contain numerous treasures. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw a group of people emerging from the thick fog. The leader was a young man in a black combat suit in his early 20s with an orange talent badge pinned to his chest. Behind him followed 5 people, all beast tamers above C rank. Yo, isn't this the city tournament champion Qin Tian? The black-clad young man looked him up and down. What, you're also here to try your luck at the Dragonbone ruins? Qin Tian frowned. Who are you? The black-clad young man sneered. Let me introduce myself. I'm Qin Tian, son of Qin Tian, the president of the Beast Tamer Association. You made my father quite unhappy at the Beast Tamer Association last time. Qin Tian's gaze turned cold. Qin Tian's son. What do you want? Nothing much. Qin Tian shrugged. I heard you have some good stuff on you, and I want to take a look. The 5 people behind him dispersed and surrounded Qin Tian. Qin Tian swept his eyes over them. All 5 were C rank peak, and their beasts were also C rank peak. 5 against 1 plus Qin Tian himself 6 against 1. System, can we win? Evaluating. Opponents 6 people, all with C rank peak beasts. Host has 5 beasts, 4 at C rank intermediate, peak 1 at D rank intermediate. Overall combat power, difficult but doable. Suggestion: strike first to catch them off guard. Qin Tian nodded. 9 tails, illusory world. The 9-tailed celestial fox's 9 tails lit up simultaneously, and the illusion unfolded. Qin Tianyu and his men were instantly pulled into the illusion, seeing countless Qin Tians running in different directions. This move again. Qin Tianyu sneered. My father told me last time that your fox knows illusion. Did you think I wouldn't be prepared? He took out a golden spirit card from his chest and drew a circle in front of him. A golden light swept through and the illusion shattered instantly. Illusion-breaking spirit cards specially designed to counter illusions, Qin Tianyu said smugly. One cost 100,000 and I've brought 10. Qin Tian narrowed his eyes. Ancient Shu Divine Tree, flourishing growth. Vines surged from the ground, winding toward Qin Tianyu and his men. Qin Tianyu said calmly, Fire-type, beast, burn them. One of the men behind him released a flame lion, and flames swept across, burning the vines to ashes. Young dragon, Dark Dragon Breath. The Dark Dragon King spewed black dragon breath toward the flame lion. Ice-type, beast, block it. Another man released a frost bear, and an ice crystal shield blocked the dragon breath. Qin Tian's face turned solemn. The 6 opponents coordinated well with complementary attributes. Hard to deal with. It seemed this battle would be troublesome. System, any ideas? Suggestion: break them one by one. First, use the golden-winged rock's high-speed assault to disrupt their formation. Qin Tian nodded. Xiao Jin, extreme speed, divine movement. The golden-winged rock flapped its wings, moving so fast, it was almost invisible to the naked eye. It darted among the 6, its golden wings like blades slashing at their beasts. Ah, One man screamed as his beast was wounded by the golden winged sky blade and recoiled. Shout by tiger roar of the mountains. The white tiger let out a sonic roar, and another man and his beast were stunned by the high decibel sound. Ninetails' nine-colored beam of light. Young dragon dark dragon breath. The two attacks simultaneously struck the two stunned beast tamers. Their beasts were hit, fell to the ground, and lost combat capability. Qin Tian was startled. Damn. Concentrate attacks on Qin Tian himself. The remaining four gave orders simultaneously and their beasts charged at Qin Tian. Ancient Shu Divine Tree World Barrier Maximum Output. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling unleashed all its power, and a translucent barrier enveloped Qin Tian. The attacks of four C-rank peak beasts struck the barrier simultaneously. The barrier shook violently, developing countless cracks, but it didn't shatter. Ninetails Celestial Fox True Form. Young Dragon True Dragon Form. The two beasts unleashed their ultimate moves again. Nine-colored beam of light. Dark Dragon Breath. Golden winged sky blade. Tiger roar of the mountains. The four attacks simultaneously struck the remaining four beast tamers. Their beasts desperately defended, but couldn't hold. One by one they fell to the ground. In the end, only Qin Tian remained. His face pale, he stepped back. Why you? Don't come closer. Qin Tian walked up to him, looking down at him from above. Qin Tian, go back, and tell your father not to mess with me. Qin Tian gritted his teeth, turned around, and ran. His five underlings also scrambled away. The nine-tailed celestial fox leaped into Qin Tian's arms, panting. Master, I'm exhausted. You've worked hard. Qin Tian rubbed its head. Let's go into the cave. The Dark Dragon King said, Master, why not uproot the weeds? Xiao Fei asked with a puzzled face. Yeah, Master, why don't we press the advantage? Qin Tian consoled, don't pursue a cornered foe. Besides, it's not time to deal with them yet. Let them go for now. Deep in the cave, Qin Tian walked in, and the sight before him stunned him. The cave was piled with treasures, evolution stones, skill books, beast eggs, rare ores. A dazzling array worth a fortune. But the most striking was a fist-sized black crystal floating in the center of the cave. Detected Dragon Crystal. Grade A rank. Contains vast dragon chi and dark attribute energy. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. An A-rank dragon crystal. If the Dark Dragon King absorbed this, it could at least reach B-rank peak. Young Dragon Go. The Dark Dragon King walked to the dragon crystal, opened its massive mouth, and swallowed it. As the dragon crystal entered its stomach, the Dark Dragon King's body began to glow. Complex runes emerged on its dark gold scales. Its body grew from 20 meters to 25 meters, and its wingspan expanded to 70 meters. A fiercer dragon flame burned in its golden vertical pupils. Dark Dragon King grade increased C-rank perfection B-rank initial bloodline purity 95100 unlocked new skill Dragon King true form permanent true dragon form all stats 100. The Dark Dragon King let out a long roar to the sky, its dragon might sweeping through the entire cave. Qin Tian felt the terrifying aura and curled his lips. B-rank finally. The nine-tailed celestial fox poked him with its tail. Master, the young dragon is already B-rank. We need to catch up. Don't worry, I'll use evolution stones for you when we get back. Qin Tian swept up all the treasures in the cave, filling a backpack to the brim. 20 evolution stones, 15 skill books, 3 beast eggs, and a pile of rare ores. I'm rich. Qin Tian looked at his backpack, grinning from ear to ear. System notification: this secret realm expedition yielded great gains. It is recommended that the host digest them quickly to improve overall strength. New mission released: national tournament preparation objective within 3 months, raise all 5 beasts to B rank or above. Reward: God level template, draw 2, S rank, evolution stone 1, mythical skill book 1. Qin Tian clenched his fists. 3 months, 5 B ranks. National tournament, here I come. I will show all of you who the ultimate victor is. Returning from the exploration of the Dragonbone ruins, Qin Tian went into secluded cultivation for an entire week. During this week, he poured all the treasures he brought back from the ruins into his beasts. 20 evolution stones were distributed evenly among his 5 beasts. 15 skill books were selected for the beasts to learn appropriate skills. After appraisal, 3 beast eggs were found to have blue aptitude. Qin Tian chose not to contract them, planning to sell them for cash. A week later, the ranks of the 5 beasts had undergone earth-shaking changes. Nine-tailed celestial fox mid C rank, early B rank. Dark Dragon King early B rank, mid B rank. Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling mid C rank, early B rank. Golden winged great pung peak D rank, peak C rank. White tiger cub mid D rank, mid C rank. 5 beasts, 3 B ranks, 2 C ranks. Qin Tian looked at the status panel and nodded with satisfaction. System: what are my chances if I enter the national tournament now? Assessing. Host current strength: 3 B rank beasts, 2 C rank beasts. Comprehensive combat power allows for leapfrog challenges against A-rank beast tamers. Estimated strength of the national tournament champion: peak B rank to early A rank. Host probability of winning the championship 60. Suggestion: continue exploring secret realms or participate in higher-level tournaments to acquire resources. Qin Tian nodded. 60% is not enough. Qin Tian shook his head. I need to raise Xiao Jin and Xiao Bai to B rank as well. I'll rest for 2 days first, then search for a new secret realm. The nine-tailed celestial fox leaped into his embrace, gently fanning him with her tails. Master, we have become stronger. Yes. Does that mean we can beat up even more bad guys? Qin Tian smiled. Yes. The young dragon flew over, landing on Qin Tian's shoulder. Master, on B rank now? I can protect you. You have already protected me many times. Qin Tian gently rubbed its head. The little golden-winged pung flew over, landing on Qin Tian's other shoulder. Chirp. The little white tiger ran over, biting Qin Tian's pant leg. Whoa! The Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling extended its vines from the balcony, forming a heart shape. 5 beasts, all B rank or C rank, and all of rainbow aptitude. Looking at them, a warm current welled up in Qin Tian's heart. Come on, let's go out for a feast. Beast City, the most upscale beast restaurant. Qin Tian walked into the restaurant with his 5 beasts, instantly drawing a crowd of stares. Look quick. That's the city tournament champion Qin Tian. How did his beast get stronger again? The aura of that dragon is terrifying. B rank. That dragon is definitely B rank. A gray talent beast can reach B rank. That's unscientific. Qin Tian turned a deaf ear, finding a private room to sit down. The waiter brought the menu, and Qin Tian ordered a table full of dishes. The nine-tailed celestial fox lay on the table, eating deep-sea salmon. The young dragon crouched on a chair, devouring a charcoal-roasted whole sheep. The little golden-winged pung stood on the table, pecking at freshly caught krill. The little white tiger lay under the table, chewing on a rare steak. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling stood rooted in the center of the dining table, absorbing sunlight and moisture. It didn't eat food, as photosynthesis was more than enough. Qin Tian watched his 5 beasts eat happily, and also picked up a piece of braised pork. Master, the nine-tailed celestial fox suddenly raised her head. Someone is watching us. Qin Tian looked up. Through the glass window of the private room, he saw a person in a black trench coat staring at him. The person wore a mask, revealing only a pair of cold, sinister eyes. Qin Tian's pupils contracted. Why did this person look so familiar? It was the S-rank beast tamer who had tried to snatch the dragon egg at the black market last time. System: why is he here? Unknown. However, he has been tracking the host. Suggestion: leave as soon as possible. Qin Tian stood up, scooped up the nine-tailed celestial fox, and beckoned the other beasts. Let's go. He paid the bill and left through the restaurant's back door. Just as he stepped out, the masked man appeared right in front of him. Qin Tian hand over the Dark Dragon King. The masked man's voice was low and deep. And I can spare your life. Qin Tian shielded the young dragon, his gaze ice cold. On what grounds? On the grounds that I am an S-rank beast tamer. The masked man summoned his beast, a pitch-black colossal dragon over 50 meters long, radiating the terrifying aura of a peak A rank. Name: Shadow Demonic Dragon. Rank: peak A rank. Aptitude: red. Skills: Shadow Breath Dragon, Might Demonic Dragon, Possession Shadow Domain. Qin Tian's expression changed. A peak A rank Shadow Demonic Dragon was a whole major realm higher than his own beasts. System: I can't beat him, can I? Unwinnable. The only advice is to run. How? Where do we run? The golden-winged great pung is the fastest and can carry the host away. The Dark Dragon King and the nine-tailed celestial fox will cover the retreat. Qin Tian gritted his teeth. Xiao Jin Extreme Speed Divine Flight. The golden-winged great pung expanded in size, and Qin Tian leaped onto its back. Jiawei Illusionary World. Young Dragon King's Pressure. The nine-tailed celestial fox unfurled all 9 of her tails, unleashing an illusionary realm that plunged the Shadow Demonic Dragon into brief confusion. The Dark Dragon King erupted with his Dragon King's pressure, causing the Shadow Demonic Dragon's body to stiffen slightly. In that split second, the golden-winged great pung flapped its wings, transforming into a streak of golden light and vanishing into the sky. The masked man stared in the direction of Qin Tian's escape and let out a cold snort. You run fast, but you cannot escape. He recalled his Shadow Demonic Dragon and vanished into the darkness. The golden-winged great pung was indeed swift, covering over 100 kilometers in less than 10 minutes. Qin Tian glanced back, and only after confirming no one was pursuing did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. That was close. He slid off the back of the golden-winged great pung, leaning against a tree as he panted. The nine-tailed celestial fox poked her head out of his shirt, her golden red eyes filled with terror. Master, that person is so terrifying. I know. The young dragon huddled in Qin Tian's arms, trembling. Master Papa, I'm scared. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Qin Tian rubbed its head, though his own hands were shaking. An S-rank beast tamer and a peak A-rank Shadow Demonic Dragon. This was simply not an opponent he could face at his current level. System: who on earth is that man? Why is he so intent on snatching the young dragon? Identity unknown, but it is certain that he is connected to Qin Tian. His purpose in tracking the host is to seize the Dark Dragon King's dragon crystal and bloodline. Suggestion: the host should increase his strength as quickly as possible. Having at least one beast reach A rank is necessary for self-preservation. Qin Tian smiled bitterly. A rank. His strongest beast, the Dark Dragon King, was only at mid-B rank, still 2 minor realms away from A rank. 3 months. Before the national tournament, I must have at least one A rank beast. Who's there? A strange voice echoed from behind the tree. Qin Tian spun around abruptly and saw an elderly man dressed in a white robe stepping out from behind the trunk. The old man's hair and beard were completely white, yet he was hale and hearty, his eyes gleaming with vitality. Following behind him was a snow-white crane radiating the aura of a peak A rank. Who are you? Qin Tian asked warily. The old man smiled slightly. My name is Bai Yunfei, the former president of the Beast Association. Qin Tian was taken aback. Former president? You know Qin Tian? Of course I do. Bai Yunfei's eyes turned cold. That traitor used his schemes to oust me back then. Qin Tian fell silent for a moment. Why are you helping me? Because you're also being hunted by Qin Tian. Bai Yunfei walked up to Qin Tian. An enemy of my enemy is my friend. He glanced at the young dragon in Qin Tian's arms, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The Dark Dragon King. And pure-blooded at that. Qin Tian did not answer. Bai Yunfei didn't press further. He simply said, Kid, Qin Tian won't let you go. You can't take him on alone. Come with me. I can protect you and help you grow stronger. Qin Tian hesitated. System, can I trust him? Scanning. Bai Yunfei, former president of the Beast Taming Association. Red talent, tames the Tai immortal crane A rank peak. Framed by Qin Tian, he has lived in seclusion for years, biding his time for revenge. Trustworthiness, 85. Recommendation: cooperate, but stay cautious. Qin Tian nodded. Alright, I'll go with you. Bai Yunfei smiled. Smart kid. Come on, I'll take you to a good place. He released his Tai immortal crane and leaped onto its back. Qin Tian also jumped onto the golden-winged rock and followed Bai Yunfei into the distance. An hour later they arrived at a manor hidden deep in the mountains. The manor was modest but exquisite. The courtyard was filled with all kinds of spiritual plants, the concentration of spiritual energy even higher than in the Beast Taming Academy's special training division. This is my home. Bai Yunfei pushed open the gate. You'll stay here from now on. Qin Tian walked inside. 5 tamed beasts emerged from his backpack and closed, curiously looking around. The 9-tailed celestial fox took a deep breath. Master, the spiritual energy here is so rich. The young dragon also sensed it. Master, I love this place. The little golden-winged eagle flew around the courtyard, chirping with joy. The white tiger cub rolled on the grass. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling poked its head out of the pocket, rooted itself in the ground, and its leaves glowed green as it absorbed the spiritual energy. Qin Tian watched his 5 tamed beasts enjoying themselves and smiled. Thank you, Elder Bai. Bai Yunfei waved his hand. Don't mention it. By the way, I have some good stuff here. Let me show you. He went inside and brought out a box. The box was filled with evolution stones, skill books, beast eggs, all of higher grade than those found in the Dragon Bone ruins. These are things I've collected over the years, but I don't need them. Take them. Qin Tian swallowed hard as he looked at the treasure-filled box. Elder Bai, this gift is too precious. Take it. Bai Yunfei pushed the box toward him. You're Qin Tian's enemy. Helping you is helping myself. Qin Tian didn't refuse any longer and accepted the box. Thank you, Elder Bai. Don't thank me yet. Go cultivate. The national tournament is just over 2 months away. I'm going to train you into a champion. Qin Tian nodded and took his tamed beasts to the backyard to train. Bai Yunfei watched his retreating figure and murmured to himself. Old Qin, your son, is more promising than you. Bai Yunfei's training was far more brutal than Qin Tian had imagined. Every morning at 4 o'clock, they started with a 20-kilometer weighted run. Then came 2 hours of basic beast taming training, speed, strength, endurance, and reflexes. The afternoon was reserved for combat practice, with Bai Yunfei's Tai immortal crane serving as the sparring partner. An A-rank peak crane could knock down all 5 of Qin Tian's tamed beasts with a single strike. Too weak. Too weak. Bai Yunfei shouted from the sidelines. Where's your coordination? Where's your strategy? Do you think this is enough to win the national championship? The 9-tailed celestial fox lay on the ground, panting heavily with its tongue out. Master, this old man is so fierce. The young dragon also lay sprawled, its tongue hanging out long. Master, I'm so tired. The little golden-winged eagle's feathers were all messed up, and the white tiger cub had simply given up and lay flat. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling's vines had been broken and were slowly recovering. Qin Tian was also exhausted, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. Again, a flicker of approval crossed Bai Yunfei's eyes. Not bad. You've got backbone. Crane, one more round. The Tai immortal crane flapped its wings, and a gale swept through. All 5 of Qin Tian's tamed beasts were blown away again. The special training lasted 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, the levels of the 5 tamed beasts had noticeably improved. Nine-tailed celestial fox B rank, early B rank mid. Dark dragon king B rank, mid B rank peak. Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling B rank, early B rank mid. Golden winged rock C rank, peak B rank early. White tiger cub C rank, mid C rank peak. Not bad. Bai Yunfei looked at the 5 tamed beasts on the training ground and nodded with satisfaction. In 2 weeks, 1 reached B rank, peak 2 reached B rank, mid 1 reached B rank early, and 1 reached C rank peak. Your tamed beast growth rate is the fastest I've ever seen. Qin Tian wiped his sweat. It's not enough. The national tournament is 2 months away. I need them all to be at least B rank peak. Bai Yunfei shook his head. Haste makes waste. Your tamed beasts are already growing very fast. Pushing them any harder will harm their foundation. Qin Tian fell silent. Elder Bai, I want to go to the next secret realm to test my tamed beast combat abilities through real combat. Bai Yunfei looked at him. Which one do you have in mind? The Dark Swamp, a C-rank secret realm, or any other secret realm that can help us improve? Bai Yunfei thought for a moment. There's a place more suitable for you than the Dark Swamp. Where? Thundercloud Mountain Range, an A-rank secret realm. Qin Tian's pupils constricted. An A-rank secret realm. Isn't that too dangerous? Dangerous, but the rewards are great. Bai Yunfei said. Thundercloud Mountain Range is rich in lightning-type treasures, which will benefit your golden-winged rock and nine-tailed celestial fox. Moreover, deep in the mountains lies an ancient thunderwood said to contain the origin of lightning. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. The origin of lightning. System, what is the origin of lightning? The origin of lightning is the purest lightning-type energy in heaven and earth. Absorbing it can grant a tamed beast mastery over lightning attributes, greatly enhancing speed and attack power. If the golden-winged rock absorbs the origin of lightning, its speed can increase by more than 3 times, and its attack power can double. If the 9-tailed celestial fox absorbs it, it can unlock a lightning-type tail, turning 9 tails into 10. Qin Tian's heart raced. A 10-tailed fox. Wasn't that the legendary 10-tailed demon fox? Elder Bai, I'm going to Thundercloud Mountain Range. Bai Yunfei nodded. I'll go with you. No, I'll go alone. Bai Yunfei frowned. An A-rank secret realm. It's too dangerous for you alone. Elder Bai, I can't rely on you forever. Qin Tian looked at him. I have to become strong on my own. Bai Yunfei was silent for a long time, then sighed. Fine. Go ahead. But take this. He pulled out a golden spirit card from his pocket and handed it to Qin Tian. This is a life-saving talisman. Use it when things get dire, and it will teleport you back here instantly. Qin Tian took the spirit card and nodded solemnly. Thank you, Elder Bai. Thundercloud Mountain Range, an A-rank secret realm. Located 500 kilometers west of the Beast Taming city, it is a mountain range shrouded by lightning. The sky above the range is perpetually overcast with dark clouds, and lightning strikes continuously, turning the entire mountain range into a realm of thunder. Qin Tian stood at the entrance of the mountain range, gazing at the purple lightning bolts descending from the sky, and took a deep breath. The 9-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from his arms, a flicker of fear flashing in its golden red eyes. Master, this place is terrifying. Don't be afraid, I'm here. The young dragon shrank on Qin Tian's shoulder, trembling. Master, I'm afraid of thunder. Qin Tian patted its head. Would you like to stay outside? No, I want to stay with Master. The young dragon shook its head, but its body still trembled. Xiao Jin, the golden-winged eagle, stood on Qin Tian's other shoulder, its jet-black eyes fixed on the lightning in the sky, a glint of excitement dancing in them. Chirp! It opened its beak and surprisingly began absorbing the lightning power in the air. Qin Tian was taken aback. The golden-winged great pung can actually absorb lightning. The golden-winged great pung possesses a lightning attribute bloodline. Oh, lightning is nourishment for it. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. Then isn't this place Xiao Jin's paradise? It can be said so. Qin Tian smiled. Let's go enter. Inside the Thundercloud Mountain Range, the lightning was even denser. Qin Tian rode the Dark Dragon King through the air, while the 9-tailed celestial fox used its 9-colored shield to block the falling lightning, and the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling wove a protective barrier with its vines to shield Qin Tian from being struck by lightning. Xiao Jin, the golden-winged eagle, flew freely in the sky, opening its beak to absorb the lightning power, with purple arcs flickering on its feathers. Its level was rising at a visible speed. Golden-winged great pung level up B rank, early stage B rank, mid stage. In less than an hour it had leveled up once. Qin Tian looked at the panel and grinned from ear to ear. This place is simply amazing. The 9-tailed celestial fox poked him with its tail. Master, I want to absorb lightning too. But you're not lightning attribute. But I can become lightning attribute. The 9-tailed celestial fox's yellow tail lit up. This tail controls lightning. Ooh, I can absorb lightning to strengthen it. Qin Tian nodded. Alright, go ahead. The 9-tailed celestial fox leaped out of his arms, its yellow tail standing upright, absorbing the lightning power from the sky. Purple arcs surged into its tail, and the lightning at the tip of the tail grew stronger. 9-tailed celestial fox lightning attribute, tail strengthening in progress. strengthening complete. Lightning attribute, tail, level up C rank B rank. The nine-tailed celestial fox returned to Qin Tian's arms with arcs dancing on all nine tails. Master, I feel stronger. Qin Tian rubbed its head. Not bad, Xiao Fei, you're getting more and more powerful. The group continued to delve deeper. Deep in the mountain range, the lightning became even denser. The bolts descending from the sky turned from purple to gold, their power multiplied several times. The world barrier of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling could barely withstand it, cracks appearing. Ancient Shu Divine Tree, hold on. The leaves of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling glowed with green light, and the barrier became more solid. Just then a deafening roar came from the depths of the mountain range. A giant purple lion stepped out of the thunderclouds, its body wreathed in golden lightning, exuding a terrifying aura of B-rank peak. Name: Thundercloud Lion King. Level: B-rank peak. Talent: purple. Skills: Thunderous Might, Thunderstorm Domain, Lion King's Lightning Fury. Qin Tian squinted his eyes. The Thundercloud Lion King at B-rank peak was higher than his Beast Taming level. But this was the Thundercloud mountain range. The lightning environment boosted the Lion King, but also boosted his beast, especially the golden-winged Great Pung. Xiaojin, go. The golden-winged Great Pung swooped down from the sky, its wings spread wide, golden feathers entwined with purple arcs. Golden Wing Heavenly Blade. Its wings like blades slashed toward the Thundercloud Lion King. The Thundercloud Lion King roared and golden lightning burst from its body, forming a lightning shield. The Golden Wing Heavenly Blade struck the shield. The shield trembled, but was not shattered. Xiao Fei Nine-Colored Light Pillar. A nine-colored light pillar blasted toward the Thundercloud Lion King. The Thundercloud Lion King dodged sideways, but was grazed by the flame on its back. A large patch of scales was scorched. Young Dragon, Dark Dragon Breath. Black Dragon Breath spewed toward the Thundercloud Lion King. The Thundercloud Lion King opened its massive maw and unleashed thunderous might. The Golden Lightning and Black Dragon Breath collided, producing a deafening roar. The Lion King's lightning was clearly stronger. The Dragon Breath was suppressed. Ancient Shu Divine Tree, all things grow. Vines entangled the Lion King's limbs, rooting from the air into the earth, gaining a firm foothold. The Thundercloud Lion King struggled, its lightning burning the vines to ashes, but new vines surged up immediately. Shall by Tiger roar in the mountains. The white tiger roared, its sound wave impact causing the Lion King's body to stiffen slightly. Now, Xiao Jin Golden Wing Heavenly Blade. Xiao Fei Nine-Colored Light Pillar. Young Dragon, Dark Dragon Breath. 3 attacks struck the Thundercloud Lion King simultaneously. The Thundercloud Lion King let out a pitiful cry, fell to the ground, its body charred black, losing combat capability. Defeated a B-rank peak beast. Counterattack title triggered, all stats 5, current stack 6 layers, all stats 30. Qin Tian recalled his beasts and took a breath. B-rank peak, it's getting harder and harder to fight. The nine-tailed celestial fox, having accomplished great deeds, jumped into his arms and rested on its back. Master, how much further? Almost there, just ahead. The group continued deeper, finally arriving at the deepest part of the mountain range. Before them stood a gigantic ancient tree, its trunk so thick that it would take dozens of people to encircle it, its canopy blotting out the sky and covering the sun. But the ancient tree's leaves were not green, they were purple. Each leaf was entwined with golden lightning. Detected ancient thunderwood. Contains the origin of lightning. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. Origin of lightning. He walked up to the ancient tree and reached out to touch the trunk. A powerful surge of lightning erupted from the trunk, repelling his hand. There's a seal. The ancient thunderwood has a lightning seal. It requires absorbing sufficient lightning power to be released. Suggestion: have the golden-winged Great Pung absorb the lightning around the ancient tree to gradually unlock the seal. Qin Tian nodded. Xiao Jin, time to eat. The golden-winged Great Pung flew to the ancient tree, opened its beak, and began absorbing the lightning power around the tree. Purple arcs surged into its body, its feathers grew brighter, and its level steadily rose. Golden-winged Great Pung level up B-rank, mid-stage B-rank peak. After an hour of absorption, the ancient tree seal was finally released. A crack split open in the trunk and a fist-sized purple crystal floated out from the gap. The crystal radiated dazzling purple light, containing terrifying lightning power. Origin of lightning. Grade S rank. Qin Tian reached out and caught the origin of lightning, feeling a tingling numbness in his palm. System: how to use it. It can be absorbed by a beast. If the golden-winged Great Pung absorbs it, it can evolve into the Thunder Great Pung with speed tripled and attacks imbued with lightning effects. If the nine-tailed celestial fox absorbs it, it can unlock the 10th tail, the lightning tail, turning 9 tails into 10. Qin Tian hesitated. It can be absorbed by a beast. If the golden-winged Great Pung absorbs it, it can evolve into the Thunder Great Pung with speed tripled and attacks imbued with lightning effects. If the nine-tailed celestial fox absorbs it, it can unlock the 10th tail, the lightning tail, turning 9 tails into 10. Qin Tian hesitated. To whom should it be given? The golden-winged Great Peng is of the thunder attribute, making it the most suitable candidate to absorb the source of thunder. However, if the nine-tailed celestial fox absorbs it, she could grow an additional tail. He had heard of the legend of the 10-tailed celestial fox, an existence comparable to a deity. Xiao Jin Jiwei, which of you wants it? The two tamed beasts exchanged a glance. The nine-tailed celestial fox spoke first. Give it to Xiao Jin. Since he possesses the thunder attribute, this will grant him a far greater breakthrough. The golden-winged Great Peng shook his head. Give it to Sister Xiaofei. Watching them politely defer to one another, Qin Tian smiled. No need to argue. Xiao Jin, you are of the thunder attribute, so the source of thunder belongs to you. Jiwei, your thunder attribute tail has already been strengthened. I will find other sources for you in the future. The golden-winged Great Peng nodded, flew before Qin Tian, and opened his beak. Qin Tian placed the source of thunder into his beak. As the source of thunder entered his belly, the body of the golden-winged Great Peng began to glow. Violet lightning erupted from within him, and his feathers transformed from brilliant gold to a majestic purple gold. As he spread his wings, golden arcs of electricity coiled around every single feather. His pitch-black eyes turned a deep violet with lightning dancing within his pupils. The golden-winged Great Peng has evolved into the Thunder Great Peng. Rank up, peak B rank to early A rank. New skills unlocked. Thunderous Wrath summons lightning to attack. Thunder Evasion transforms into lightning. For instantaneous movement, Great Peng spreads its wings. Locked aptitude iridescent rank to mythological rank aptitude. Enhanced further post-evolution. Looking at the newly upgraded Thunder Great Peng, before him, Qin Tian's mouth fell wide open in sheer disbelief. Early A rank. Mythological aptitude. Holy crap. Qin Tian couldn't help but swear. The nine-tailed celestial fox was also dumbfounded. Xiao Jin has become so powerful. The young dragon flew over, gazing at the Thunder Great Peng with envy. Brother Xiao Jin is so cool. The little white tiger let out a soft roar, while the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling gently swayed its leaves. The Thunder Great Peng landed on Qin Tian's shoulder, nuzzling his cheek with his head. Chirp, his cry was still as adorable as ever, but his strength had undergone a world-shaking transformation. Qin Tian rubbed his head and smiled. Xiao Jin, you are now the strongest in our team. Chirp. The Thunder Great Peng puffed out his chest with immense pride. System notification: the host has acquired their first A-rank tamed beast. Overall strength has significantly increased. Current strength assessment: capable of challenging a peak A-rank beast tamer above your level. Probability of winning the national championship 85. Qin Tian clenched his fists. Still 15 short. I must keep pushing. On the way out of the Leiyan mountain range, Qin Tian was in an exceptionally good mood. The Thunder Great Peng was at early A rank, the nine-tailed celestial fox at mid B rank, the Dark Dragon King at peak B rank, the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling at mid B rank, and the White Tiger Cub at peak C rank. 5 tamed beasts, 1 A rank, 3 B ranks, and 1 C rank. With a month and a half left before the national championship, he was fully confident in elevating the remaining ones to A rank as well. Master, someone is here. The nine-tailed celestial fox suddenly warned, her senses on high alert. Qin Tian looked up and saw a figure standing ahead. A black trench coat, a mask, and cold, sinister eyes. It was that S-rank beast tamer again. Qin Tian, we meet again. The masked man's voice was low and gravelly. This time you won't escape. He summoned the Shadow Demonic Dragon, a peak A-rank beast. But this time Qin Tian's expression remained utterly calm. He glanced at the Thunder Great Peng resting on his shoulder. Xiao Jin, can you fight? The Thunder Great Peng stared at the Shadow Demonic Dragon, intense battle, intent flashing in his violet eyes. I can fight. Then let's fight. The Thunder Great Peng soared from Qin Tian's shoulder. His body expanded to a massive 30 meters with a wingspan of 80 meters, golden electrical currents coiling around his purple gold feathers. The Shadow Demonic Dragon stared at the Thunder Great Peng, a flicker of astonishment crossing its eyes. Early A rank. When did your bird break through? The masked man's voice was laced with disbelief. Qin Tian offered no reply. Xiao Jin, Thunderous Wrath. The Thunder Great Peng let out a resonant cry toward the sky. Dark clouds instantly gathered and golden lightning crashed down from the heavens, striking toward the Shadow Demonic Dragon. The Shadow Demonic Dragon roared, unleashing its shadow breath. The golden lightning collided with the dark dragon breath, erupting in a deafening explosion. This time the lightning did not falter. The early A-rank Thunder Great Peng went head-to-head against the peak A-rank Shadow Demonic Dragon, incredibly holding his ground without yielding an inch. The masked man's expression twisted. Impossible. Your bird is only at early A rank. How can it possibly rival my Shadow Demonic Dragon? Because he is of mythological rank, Qin Tian said calmly. Xiao Jin, Thunder Evasion. The Thunder Great Peng transformed into a streak of golden lightning, instantaneously appearing behind the Shadow Demonic Dragon. Golden-winged heavenly blade. His wings, sharp as blades, slashed directly across the back of the Shadow Demonic Dragon. The dragon's armored scales were sliced open and dark blood gushed out. The shadow demonic dragon shrieked in pain, turning to unleash another shadow breath. However, the thunder great Peng dissolved into lightning, once more vanishing from the spot, causing the breath attack to strike empty air. Jiawei 9-colored light pillar. Young dragon dark dragon breath. Ancient Shu Divine Tree growth of all things. Xiaobai tiger's roar. Qin Tian's other 4 tamed beasts struck in unison. The 9-colored light pillar dark dragon breath, binding vines, and sonic shockwave slammed into the shadow demonic dragon simultaneously. The dragon was sent flying, rolling several times across the ground. The masked man's face turned livid. Damn it. He recalled the shadow demonic dragon and spun around to flee. Qin Tian, you just wait. This isn't over. The masked man vanished into the darkness. Qin Tian did not pursue. He recalled his beasts and bent down to scoop up the 9-tailed celestial fox. Master, we won. The 9-tailed celestial fox wagged her tails excitedly. Yes, we won. Qin Tian smiled. The young dragon flew over and perched on Qin Tian's shoulder. Master, we defeated a peak A rank. Yes, you all did wonderfully. The thunder great Peng shrank back to his small size and landed on Qin Tian's other shoulder. Chirp. The little white tiger ran over, circling around Qin Tian's trouser legs. Roar. The ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling extended a vine from the backpack, flashing a victorious V sign. All 5 tamed beasts were ecstatic. Looking at them, a warm current welled up in Qin Tian's heart. Let's go home. Upon returning to Bai Yunfei's manor, Elder Bai was in the courtyard sipping tea. Seeing Qin Tian return, he looked up and then, he spat his tea all over the ground. You? How did your bird become an A rank? Bai Yunfei stared with wide eyes, completely incredulous. Qin Tian smiled. We found the source of thunder in the Leiyin mountain range. Xiao Jin absorbed it and evolved. The source of thunder. Bai Yunfei stood up, walked over to the thunder great Peng, and inspected him from head to toe. It really is the aura of the source of thunder. Kid, your luck is simply too formidable. Yes, Elder Bai, I was indeed quite fortunate this time, Qin Tian replied modestly. Bai Yunfei shook his head. It is not mere luck, it is destiny. Back then I searched the Leiyin mountain range 3 times and never found the source of thunder. You found it on your very first trip. This proves that the source of thunder chose you. Qin Tian was taken aback. The source of thunder chose me. Indeed, Bai Yunfei nodded. Spiritual treasures of heaven and earth possess sentience. They choose those destined for them. Your thunder great Peng is likely that destined one. Qin Tian looked at the thunder Dapeng perched on his shoulder. The thunder Dapeng tilted its head, looking at him. Chirp A. Qin Tian smiled and gently rubbed its head. Regardless of whether it was destiny, it is my partner. Bai Yunfei looked at Qin Tian, a glint of approval flashing in his eyes. Kid, you are stronger than I imagined. You have a great chance of winning the national championship. It's still not enough. Qin Tian shook his head. I need to upgrade 9 tails the Ancient Shu Divine Tree and Xiao Bai all to A rank. Bai Yunfei frowned. An A rank upgrade for 3 beasts in just a month and a half. That's too difficult. It's not hard. Qin Tian retrieved the treasures he had brought back from the Longu ruins and the Leiyin mountains from his backpack. With these resources, it's more than enough. Bai Yunfei stared at the table piled high with evolution stone skill books and spiritual fruits, falling into a stunned silence. Where on earth did you get all of this? I picked them up in the Longu ruins and the Leiyin mountains. Qin Tian spoke the simple truth. Bai Yunfei's mouth twitched. Pick them up? You call this picking them up? Yes, just pick them up from the ground. Bai Yunfei took a deep breath, deciding not to press the matter any further. Fine, continue with your cultivation. I will go and prepare your registration materials for the national championship. Thank you, Elder Bai. Bai Yunfei waved his hand and walked into the house. Qin Tian then led his beasts to the backyard to train. Over the next month and a half, he intended to elevate all 5 of his beasts to a rank. The 9-tailed celestial fox lay nestled on his lap, gently brushing his face with its tail. Master, we will win the national championship. I know. The young dragon flew over, landing on Qin Tian's shoulder. Master, I will work hard to reach A rank. You are already at the peak of B rank, it won't be long. The little golden-winged eagle, no, it should be called the thunder Dapeng now, stood on Qin Tian's other shoulder. Chirp. The little white tiger ran over, crouching by Qin Tian's feet. Whoa! The sapling of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree extended its vines from the flower pot, wrapping gently around Qin Tian's wrist. 5 beasts all ready to go. Qin Tian looked at them, a smile curving his lips. National championship here, I Qin Tian come. On the eve of the national championship, Qin Tian stood in the backyard of Bai Yunfei's manor, gazing at his 5 beasts. A month and a half of special training had yielded remarkable results. 9-tailed celestial fox mid B rank to early A rank. Dark dragon king peak B rank to early A rank. Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling mid B rank to early A rank. Thunder Dapeng early A rank to mid A rank. White tiger cub peak C rank to peak B rank. 5 beasts, 4 at A rank and 1 at the peak of B rank. Qin Tian's strength was no longer what it used to be. System: what are my chances in the national championship now? Assessing. Host: current strength 4 A rank beasts, 1 peak B rank beast. Comprehensive combat power allows the host to challenge S rank beast tamers above their level. Estimated strength of the national championship winner: peak A rank to early S rank. Host: probability of winning the championship 95. Qin Tian nodded in satisfaction. 95 is enough. The nine-tailed celestial fox leapt into his arms, brushing its tail against his face. Master, tomorrow is the national championship. Are you nervous? A little. Don't worry, we will win. I know. The young dragon flew over, landing on Qin Tian's shoulder. Master, I've reached A rank. I can protect you now. You must protect yourself too, little dragon, Qin Tian said, rubbing its head. The thunder doping flew over, perching on Qin Tian's other shoulder. Chirp. The little white tiger ran over and crouched at Qin Tian's feet. Its size had grown considerably, from 10 pounds to 50, and its blue eyes gleamed with a fierce desire for battle. Whoa! The sapling of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree extended its vines from the flower pot, stretching lazily, as the runes on its leaves shimmered with golden light. Qin Tian looked at them, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Tomorrow, the national championship. Let everyone in the Federation see that even with a gray talent, one can become the strongest beast tamer. He looked up at the sky, where the bright moon hung high amidst a sea of brilliant stars. Dad, will you be watching the match tomorrow? He murmured to himself. His communicator vibrated as a message from Qin Haidong arrived. Xiao Tian, tomorrow is the national championship. I will be watching you from the stands. Good luck, son. Qin Tian stared at the message, feeling a lump in his throat, but a smile broke across his face. All right, Dad. You spent your life savings and sacrificed everything just so I could become a beast tamer. I won't let you down. He lay back on his bed. The nine-tailed celestial fox rested on his chest, the young dragon curled up at his feet, the thunder doping perched at the head of the bed, the little white tiger lay at the foot, and the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling sat quietly on the windowsill. 1 human, 5 beasts sleeping peacefully. Tomorrow would be the ultimate battle. On the communication watch, the preview news for the national championship was already broadcasting. The national championship opens tomorrow. Can the great talented dark horse Qin Tian create another miracle? Yusho City Daily. Qin Tian from gray trash to city champion, what secrets do his beasts hide? Yusho Weekly. Morong Shui, I believe Qin Tian can win the championship. Exclusive journalist interview. Lin Qingxue, at the national championship, I will challenge Qin Tian once again. Personal interview. Qin Tianyu Qin Tian. I'll show him what I'm made of on the field. Personal social media platform. The next day arrived. The day of the national championship had finally come. This was the ultimate showdown for the most talented young beast tamers in the entire Federation. Hundreds of top contestants from 36 cities gathered in Daidu to vie for the title of strongest youth beast tamer. The grand prize for the champion was 20 million credits, an S-rank evolution stone, and a mythical grade skill book. More importantly, the winner would be bestowed with the title of Star of Beast Taming, enjoying top-tier resource support from the federal government. Qin Tian stood at the entrance of the Daidu Stadium, gazed up at the colossal structure capable of holding 100,000 people, and took a deep breath. Is this the arena for the national championship? It's massive. The nine-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from his clothes, its golden red eyes scanning the surroundings. Master, there are so many people here. The young dragon rested on his shoulder, its golden vertical pupils fixed on the giant light screen suspended above the stadium. Master, what is that? A light screen used to broadcast the matches live. Everyone in the Federation can see it. Does that mean we're going to be on TV? Yes. The young dragon instantly puffed out its chest, striking a pose it deemed incredibly handsome. Then I must look as cool as possible. The nine-tailed celestial fox rolled its eyes. You're a dragon, why do you care about being cool? Even dragons have their pride. Qin Tian laughed, ruffling the heads of both beasts. Let's go and check in. The interior of the stadium was even more spectacular. The massive arena was divided into 4 distinct zones, each featuring a different terrain: forest, desert, ice field, and volcano. The finals would take place in the central main arena, which was a flat, rocky battlefield. A crowd had already gathered in the waiting area, standing in small groups, chatting or trading boasts. Qin Tian's arrival immediately drew a wave of attention. Look, that's Qin Tian from Yusho City, the one with the gray talent. That's him. He doesn't look like much. I heard his beasts are incredibly powerful. He defeated the young lady of the Murong family in the city tournament. What does the Murong family amount to? The geniuses of Daidu are the truly strong ones. A youth clad in a golden combat suit walked over, sizing Qin Tian up from head to toe. Are you Qin Tian? Qin Tian glanced at him. And you are? Zhao Yunlong from the imperial capital, First High School. The youth raised his chin, an orange talent badge pinned to his chest. Orange talent. My beast is the golden armored dragon, early A rank. Qin Tian nodded. Oh, Zhao Yunlong frowned. That is your only reaction? What else? Do you want me to applaud for you? Zhao Yunlong's face darkened. You. Enough. A cold, clear voice interrupted him. Lin Qingxue walked over the frost dragon trailing behind her. She cast a cool glance at Zhao Yunlong. Zhao Yunlong, do not embarrass the imperial capital here. With a cold snort, Zhao Yunlong turned and walked away. Lin Qingxue looked at Qin Tian. You have arrived. Yes. This time I will not lose to you. Qin Tian smiled faintly. Then let us see. Lin Qingxue nodded and turned to leave. Murong Shui walked over the 9-colored spirit sparrow perched on her shoulder. Qin Tian, good luck. Thank you. The tips of Murong Shui's ears flushed slightly red as she whispered, after the tournament ends I have something to tell you. What is it? I will tell you once the tournament is over. Murong Shui turned and ran off. The 9-tailed celestial fox poked Qin Tian with its tail. Master, she is going to confess her love again. Do not speak nonsense. I am not speaking nonsense. Her heart rate accelerated, her body temperature rose, and her pupils dilated. Enough. Qin Tian decided to tune out the fox's endless chatter. The lottery results were announced. The national tournament followed a single elimination format where 128 contestants were randomly matched, the winners would advance, and the losers would be eliminated. Qin Tian was placed in the upper bracket alongside Lin Qingxue, Zhao Yunlong, and several other powerful contestants. In the first round, Qin Tian was matched against a contestant named Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei possessed a green talent, and his beast was an iron-armored rhino at the peak of D rank. Before the match began, Zhang Wei walked over with a sincere expression. Qin Tian, I know I will most likely lose, but I will still give it my all. Qin Tian nodded. As you should. So, could you perhaps ask your beast to go a bit easy on me? Qin Tian was momentarily stunned, then chuckled. Alright, I will do my best. The match commenced. Qin Tian summoned the little white tiger. The little white tiger stepped onto the arena, its azure eyes locking onto the iron-armored rhino opposite it. Zhang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it is not that fox, or the dragon. Shout by tiger's roar of the forest. The little white tiger opened its maw, unleashing a deafening, earth-shaking roar. The shockwave of sound hit, knocking the iron-armored rhino unconscious instantly. Zhang Wei stared blankly. Did you not say you would go easy on me? Qin Tian shrugged. That was already going very easy. Xiao Bai is only at the peak of B rank. If I had summoned Jiu Wei instead, your rhino would have been roasted. Zhang Wei fell silent for 3 seconds, then silently raised his hand. I concede. The referee announced, Qin Tian wins. The arena erupted into an uproar. One move, another single move victory. That white tiger only looks to be at the peak of B rank. How can its power be so immense? This must be bloodline suppression. Besides, the tiger's soundwave attack has a massive range and is incredibly hard to dodge. Every single one of Qin Tian's beasts is terrifyingly strong. Qin Tian recalled the little white tiger, gently patting its head. Beautifully done. The little white tiger nuzzled his hand, letting out a soft howl. The first round was an effortless victory. In the second round, Qin Tian faced a girl named Li Shui. Li Shui possessed a blue talent, and her beast was a frost butterfly at the peak of C rank. Qin Tian, I am a huge fan of yours. Li Shui's eyes sparkled. Could you give me an autograph? Qin Tian was taken aback. Right now, yes. Before the match begins. Helpless Qin Tian signed his name for her. Clutching the autograph with joy, Li Shui then raised her hand. Referee, I surrender. The referee blinked. Are you sure? Absolutely. I cannot win anyway, so I might as well save my energy. Qin Tian. The entire audience was rendered speechless. The 9-tailed celestial fox poked Qin Tian with its tail. Master, your fan is truly adorable. Shut it. With 2 consecutive victories, Qin Tian advanced to the round of 32. In the third round, Qin Tian went up against a contestant named Wang Hao. Wang Hao possessed a purple talent, and his beast was a flame lion at the peak of B rank. Qin Tian, I will not surrender like those previous 2 did. Wang Hao summoned his flame lion. Flame lion fire pillar blast. A towering pillar of flame surged toward Qin Tian. Qin Tian did not even flinch. The sapling of the Ancient Shu sacred tree poked its head out of his backpack, weaving its vines into a lush green shield that completely blocked the flames. Ancient Shu sacred tree, boundless growth. Vines erupted from the ground, tightly wrapping around the flame lion's limbs. The flame lion struggled, its flames burning the vines to ashes, but new vines surged up instantly to replace them. Xiao Fei Fox Fire Heaven's Incineration. The 9-tailed celestial fox leaped from Qin Tian's arms, its crimson tails igniting with blazing fire. A swirling vortex of flames swept across the arena, instantly swallowing the flame lion. I concede. Wang Hao surrendered decisively. As the flames dissipated, the flame lion lay sprawled on the ground, completely scorched. The referee announced, Qin Tian wins and advances to the round of 16. Qin Tian recalled his beasts and turned to leave the arena. Just as he stepped out, he ran into Zhao Yunlong. Zhao Yunlong was leaning against the corridor wall, the golden armored dragon resting at his feet. Qin Tian, in the round of 16, your opponent will likely be me. Qin Tian glanced at him. And so, I will make you realize the vast chasm between a gray talent and an orange talent. Zhao Yunlong stood up. Golden Armored Dragon, Heavenly Dragon's Might. The Golden Armored Dragon raised its head, releasing its draconic aura. A powerful wave of oppressive pressure swept over the hallway. Qin Tian's expression remained completely unchanged. The Dark Dragon King stepped out from behind him, its golden vertical pupils locking onto the Golden Armored Dragon as it unleashed its own Dragon King's pressure. As the two draconic auras clashed, sparks seemed to crackle in the air. The Golden Armored Dragon's body stiffened slightly. Zhao Yunlong's expression shifted drastically. Your dragon. What about my dragon? Qin Tian said calmly. Your Golden Armored Dragon is decent, but my Dark Dragon King is a pure-blooded Dragon King. Zhao Yunlong fell silent for a few seconds before recalling his Golden Armored Dragon. In the round of 16, I will show you the true power of the dragon race. I shall be waiting. Zhao Yunlong turned and left. The nine-tailed celestial fox poked its head out of Qin Tian's arms. Master, he is so arrogant. It is fine. Arrogant people usually suffer the most crushing defeats. Are you talking about yourself? Qin Tian decided he would sew this fox's mouth shut once they got back. The lottery results for the round of 16 were announced. Qin Tian versus Zhao Yunlong. This was the most highly anticipated match in the upper bracket. The dark horse with the gray talent against the genius of the imperial capital with the orange talent. Before the match, major media outlets hyped up the clash and netizens watching online followed every single report without missing a frame. Gray Miracle versus Orange Genius, who will advance to the quarterfinals. Imperial Capital Sports Daily. Zhao Yunlong, I will show Qin Tian what true strength is. Exclusive journalist interview. Qin Tian, see you in the arena. Beast Taming World YSDV. On the day of the match, the stadium was packed to maximum capacity. A crowd of 100,000 spectators attended in person, while hundreds of millions watched through the projection screens. Qin Tian stood on one side of the arena, while Zhao Yunlong stood on the other. The referee raised the signaling flag. The round of 16 match begins now. Zhao Yunlong struck first. Jinjia Dragon Golden Armor Shield. Dragon Breath. The Jinjia Dragon's body was covered in golden armor, then it opened its massive maw and sprayed golden dragon breath toward Qin Tian. Gushu Divine Tree World Barrier. The Gushu Divine Tree sapling took root on the ground from the backpack, and a translucent barrier expanded, blocking the dragon breath. Xiao Fei Foxfire Conflagration. The nine-tailed heavenly fox leaped onto the arena, its red tails blazing with flames. A vortex of fire swept forward. Jinjia Dragon Golden Armor Shield. The Jinjia Dragon folded its wings, and a golden shield deflected the flames. The first round ended in a draw. Zhao Yunlong's expression turned grim. Your fox is stronger than the rumors said. Your dragon is not bad either, Qin Tian said flatly. But mine is stronger. Young dragon, go. The Dark Dragon King emerged from behind Qin Tian, its size swelling to 25 meters with a wingspan of 70 meters, unleashing the full pressure of the Dragon King's might. The Jinjia Dragon felt the oppression from the depths of its bloodline and trembled slightly. Zhao Yunlong's face changed. Jinjia Dragon, don't be afraid. Jinjia Dragon Breath. Golden Dragon Breath shot toward the Dark Dragon King. Dark Dragon Breath. Black Dragon Breath collided with the golden, erupting in a deafening roar. The golden dragon breath was corroded away by the black, which continued unabated toward the Jinjia Dragon. The Jinjia Dragon dodged sideways, but the flank was grazed. A large patch of the golden armor was corroded, revealing flesh. True dragon form. The Dark Dragon King's body expanded again from 25 meters to 30 with a wingspan of 100 meters. More intricate runes emerged on the dark golden scales, and dragon flames burned in its golden vertical pupils. The power of an A-rank initial true dragon form was terrifying. Zhao Yunlong's face turned pale. How can this be? How is your dragon A-rank? I told you my dragon is a pure-blooded dragon king. Qin Tian said calmly, give up. Zhao Yunlong gritted his teeth, unwilling. I won't. Jinjia Dragon Golden Armor Frenzy. The Jinjia Dragon's eyes turned red, its body swelled, and its golden armor became blood red. A forbidden technique. Qin Tian frowned. Are you insane? This will ruin your dragon. As long as I can beat you, it's worth it. After the frenzy, the Jinjia Dragon's power surged to A-rank mid-stage, charging at the Dark Dragon King. Qin Tian sighed. Young Dragon God Possession. The Dark Dragon King roared to the heavens, activating Dragon God Possession. The power of its ancestors flowed into it, temporarily elevating its strength to A-rank peak. Dark Dragon Breath, full power. Black Dragon Breath spewed out 3 times thicker than before. The Jinjia Dragon was engulfed, let out a miserable cry, and collapsed to the ground, charred and unable to fight. Zhao Yunlong knelt, holding the Jinjia Dragon, tears streaming down. Jinjia Dragon. I'm sorry. I've harmed you. Qin Tian looked at him silent for a moment. Then he took a healing fruit from his backpack and tossed it to Zhao Yunlong. Feed it this, it will heal its wounds. Zhao Yunlong caught the fruit staring at Qin Tian in shock. Why are you helping me? Because your dragon is innocent. Qin Tian turned to leave. Don't use forbidden techniques next time. It's not worth it. Zhao Yunlong watched Qin Tian's back, crying even harder. Thank you. The referee announced. Qin Tian wins, advancing to the top 8. The entire audience rose to their feet, applause thundering. 100,000 people cheered for the Grey Talent youth. Qin Tian stood in the center of the arena holding the nine-tailed heavenly fox with the dark dragon king, the Gushu Divine Tree, sapling the Thunder Rock, and the little white tiger by his side. 5 beast companions, 5 mythical ones. Top 8. Qin Tian murmured to himself. The nine-tailed heavenly fox rubbed its tail against his face. Master, 3 more rounds. Yes, 3 more rounds. Can we win? We can. In the quarterfinals, Qin Tian faced Lin Qingxue. This was their 3rd encounter after the college ranking battle and the city tournament. In the previous 2, Qin Tian had won. But Lin Qingxue never gave up. Qin Tian, I won't lose this time. Lin Qingxue stood across the arena, her ice blue eyes burning with battle intent. Frost Dragon Absolute Zero. A first move ultimate. The Frost Dragon roared to the heavens, glacial cold sweeping across the arena. The temperature plummeted to 100 degrees below zero, moisture in the air instantly crystallizing into ice, turning the entire arena into a frozen wasteland. A layer of frost formed on Qin Tian's eyebrows. Gushu Divine Tree World Barrier. The Gushu Divine Tree sapling took root on the ground, and a translucent barrier expanded, sealing off the cold. But the power of Absolute Zero was too strong. Ice formed on the surface of the world barrier, and cracks began to appear. Nine-tailed Foxfire Conflagration. The nine-tailed heavenly fox leaped onto the arena, its red tails blazing with flames. A vortex of fire swept forward, clashing with the cold steam billowing. This time the nine-tailed heavenly fox's flames could already suppress the frost dragon's chill. An A-rank initial nine-tailed heavenly fox was more than 10 times stronger than when it was C-rank. Lin Qingxue's expression shifted. Frost Dragon Ice Dragon Roar. The frost dragon condensed a massive ice bullet and hurled it at the nine-tailed heavenly fox. Xiao Fei Nine-Colored Light Pillar. The nine-colored light pillar collided with the ice bullet, shattering it instantly. The pillar continued unabated, shooting toward the frost dragon. Ice Crystal Shield. The frost dragon folded its wings, and an ice crystal shield blocked the nine-colored light pillar, but countless cracks appeared on the shield. Young Dragon Dark Dragon Breath. The Dark Dragon King emerged from behind Qin Tian, Black Dragon Breath spraying toward the frost dragon. The ice crystal shield shattered. The frost dragon was engulfed by the dragon breath, let out a miserable cry, and collapsed. Lin Qingxue bit her lip. I concede. The referee announced. Qin Tian wins, advancing to the top 4. Lin Qingxue recalled the frost dragon and walked up to Qin Tian. You won. Your frost dragon has also grown stronger, but still not enough to beat you. Lin Qingxue was silent for a moment. Qin Tian, can I ask you a question? Go ahead. How do your beast companions grow so fast? Qin Tian thought for a moment. Because I believe in them. Lin Qingxue paused. Believe in them? Yes. Qin Tian looked at his 5 beast companions. I believe they can become stronger, and they really do. The trust between a beast tamer and their companions is more important than talent. Lin Qingxue was silent for a long time, then nodded. I understand. She turned to leave, took a few steps, then looked back. Qin Tian, after the national tournament, can I join your team? Qin Tian was taken aback. My team? Yes. Lin Qingxue's ears reddened slightly. I want to grow stronger with you. Qin Tian thought for a moment and nodded. Okay. Lin Qingxue's lips curled slightly, and she turned away. The nine-tailed heavenly fox poked Qin Tian with its tail. Master, that's the 3rd one. The 3rd what? Su Muqing Morong Shui. Lin Qingxue. 3 girls all want to join your team. They said team, not harem. Is there a difference? Qin Tian decided not to discuss this with the fox. The semifinals featured Qin Tian versus Morong Shui. This was the 2nd encounter between the two since their previous matchup in the city championship finals. Qin Tian, I won't lose this time like last time. Morong Shui stood on the opposite side of the arena with her 9-color Spirit Sparrow and 7-color Phoenix beside her. 9-color Spirit Sparrow Rainbow Storm. 7-color Phoenix, 7-color Divine Light. Both of her battle beasts attacked simultaneously. 2 beams of light merged into one, forming an even more terrifying column of radiance that thundered toward Qin Tian. Ancient Shu Divine Tree, maximum output of the world barrier. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling unleashed all its power, making the translucent barrier more solid and compact. The light pillar struck the barrier, erupting in a deafening roar. The barrier vibrated violently, cracking extensively, but it held. Xiao Fei 9-color light pillar. Young Dragon Dark Dragon's Breath. Tiger Thunderous Might. All 3 A-rank battle beasts launched their attacks simultaneously. 9-color light pillar dark dragon's breath and golden lightning. 3 strikes hit the 9-color spirit sparrow and 7-color phoenix at the same time. Morong Shue's 2 beasts defended with all their strength, but were still blown away. Lying on the ground, they were left without fighting capacity. I concede. Morong Shue surrendered decisively. The referee announced, Qin Tian wins, advancing to the finals. Morong Shue recalled her beasts and walked toward Qin Tian. You won again. Your coordination has grown much better. But you're still unbeatable. Morong Shue took a deep breath. Qin Tian, there's something I need to tell you. Qin Tian looked at her. What is it? Morong Shue's ear tips turned red, and she lowered her head, speaking in a barely audible voice. I like you. Qin Tian froze. The 9-tailed heavenly fox poked its head out from his chest, its golden red eyes sparkling. I told you so. I told you so. The young dragon also crept over. Master, she said she likes you. The thunderous rock let out cheerful chirps. The little white tiger roared enthusiastically. The ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling shook its leaves. Hoo hoo hoo. Qin Tian glared at them. Shut up. Then he turned his gaze back to Morong Shue. Morong Shue, no need to answer right now. Morong Shue raised her head, her ice blue eyes meeting his. Tell me after the competition ends. She turned and ran away. Qin Tian stood motionless, silent for a long time. The 9-tailed heavenly fox poked him with its tail. Master, will you accept? I don't know. Do you like her? Qin Tian thought about it. She's a good girl. But you don't like her, eh? It's not that I don't like her. Qin Tian rubbed his temples. Never mind, let's talk about it after the finals. He turned and left the arena. The finalist opponent was the winner of the lower bracket, a man named Di Lin. Di Lin possessed a red talent aptitude, and his battle beast was a golden sacred dragon at the peak of A rank. This was Qin Tian's ultimate opponent. The night before the finals, Qin Tian sat on the rooftop of Bai Yunfei Manor, gazing at the starry sky. All 5 of his beasts accompanied him. The 9-tailed heavenly fox rested on his lap, the young dragon curled by his feet, the thunderous rock perched on his shoulder, the little white tiger lay beside him, and the ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling took root in the roof. Master, are you nervous? Asked the 9-tailed heavenly fox. No. Will tomorrow's opponent be very strong? Very strong. Red talent golden sacred dragon at the peak of A rank. Stronger than us. Higher in level, but not necessarily in strength. The 9-tailed heavenly fox rubbed its tail against his cheek. Then there's nothing to fear. I'm not afraid. Qin Tian stroked its head. I was just wondering what comes next if I win. Next, National Tournament Champion, the title of Beast Tamer, Star Resource support from the Federation government. Qin Tian gazed at the stars. After that, I'm going to settle scores with Qin Tianxing. A flash of killing intent crossed the 9-tailed heavenly fox's golden red eyes. That guy wanted to steal the young dragon. He deserves it. Exactly, he deserves it. Qin Tian stood up. But before that, we win tomorrow's championship. He looked down at his 5 beasts. Tomorrow's finals, I want the entire Federation to see that even a gray talent can become the strongest beast tamer. All 5 beasts cried out in unison. The 9-tailed heavenly fox raised her 9 tails, flames flickering. The dark dragon king let out a mighty roar, his dragon might radiating outward. The thunderous rock spread his wings, lightning coiling around him. The little white tiger pounced, sonic waves shaking the air. The ancient Shu Divine Tree seedlings' leaves glowed green, brimming with vitality. Qin Tian watched them, a smile curling his lips. Good. Tomorrow we fight. Finals day. The stadium holding 100,000 spectators was packed to capacity, while hundreds of millions watched through light screens. Qin Tian stood on one side of the arena, while Di Lin stood on the other. Di Lin was 18 years old, possessed red talent, and his battle beast was a golden sacred dragon at the peak of A rank. He was the runner-up of the previous national tournament, and was determined to claim the championship this year. Qin Tian, I've heard about you. Di Lin's voice was low. Gray talent 5 battle beasts winning streak all the way. You're formidable, but your winning streak ends today. Qin Tian smiled. Then let's see. The referee raised the flag. Finals begin. Di Lin struck first. Golden sacred dragon, golden dragon breath. A golden torrent of dragon breath surged toward Qin Tian, its power more than 10 times that of Zhao Yunlong's golden armored dragon. Ancient Shu Divine Tree, maximum output of the world barrier. The seedling rooted itself into the ground, fully deploying its translucent barrier. The dragon breath collided with the barrier, erupting in a deafening roar. The barrier shook violently, cracks spreading across its surface. Qin Tian's expression changed. The golden sacred dragon at the peak of A rank was far too powerful. Jiu Wei 9-tailed fox true form. Young dragon true dragon form. Shao Jin thunder avatar. All 3 A rank beasts simultaneously activated their ultimate techniques. The 9-tailed heavenly fox expanded to 10 meters tall, her 9 tails stretching 20 meters long, her golden red eyes turning pure gold. The dark dragon king grew to 30 meters, his wingspan reaching 100 meters, runes flashing across his dark gold scales. The thunderous rock transformed into a golden lightning bolt soaring through the sky. 9-color light pillar. Dark dragon's breath. Thunderous might. 3 attacks struck the golden sacred dragon simultaneously. Lin remained unfazed. Golden sacred dragon golden shield. The golden sacred dragon folded his wings, forming a golden shield that blocked all 3 attacks. Cracks appeared on the shield, but it held firm overall. Your beasts are strong, but the level gap is too large. Lin shook his head. Golden sacred dragon golden storm. The dragon swept his wings, sending a golden storm sweeping toward them. Qin Tian was blown back several steps by the storm. Ancient Shu Divine Tree, all things growing. Vines erupted from the ground, weaving into a green barrier that blocked the storm. Xiao by tiger's roar of the mountain. The little white tiger pounced, sending sonic waves crashing forward. The golden sacred dragon's body stiffened slightly. Now, Jiawei young dragon and Xiao Jinbird full output. The 3 A-rank beasts attacked again, this time with even greater power. 9-color light pillar, dark dragon's breath, and thunderous might. All 3 strikes hit the golden sacred dragon simultaneously. The golden sacred dragon's shield shattered. It was blasted backward, rolling across the ground several times, but quickly rose back to its feet. The golden sacred dragon at the peak of A rank possessed extraordinary vitality. Golden sacred dragon golden berserk. Lin gave the order. The dragon's eyes turned crimson, its body expanded, and its golden scales shifted to a flaming gold-red hue. Its strength temporarily surged from the peak of A rank to S rank. Qin Tian's expression turned completely serious. System S rank. Detected that the golden sacred dragon is using the forbidden technique berserk, temporarily elevating its strength to the early stage of S rank. Suggestion: host should also use forbidden techniques. Qin Tian gritted his teeth. Ninetails young dragon Xiao Jin Ancient Shu Divine Tree Xiao Bai. All beasts forbidden technique. 5 spirit beasts erupted simultaneously. 9-tailed celestial fox. Ninetails fully unleashed the power of 9 attributes, converged into a 9-colored beam, its might tripled. Dark dragon king. Dragon god possessed the power of ancestors, surged into its body, its strength temporarily elevated to the peak of A rank. Thunder rock. Rock spreads wings, temporarily unlocked its wings, spanned 150 meters, wreathed in lightning, its strength temporarily elevated to the peak of A rank. Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling. Divine tree reaching heaven, temporarily unlocked, its trunk grew to 100 meters tall, roots plunged deep into the earth, life aura enveloped the entire field. White tiger cub. White tiger's slaughter fully released, the aura of slaughter condensed into a white beam, its power comparable to A rank. 5 attacks simultaneously struck the golden sacred dragon. The golden sacred dragon also unleashed its strongest attack, golden dragon breath, full power. The golden dragon breath collided with the 5 attacks, erupting into a dazzling light. The entire stadium trembled, the audience covered their eyes, and the older ones also clutched their chests. After the light faded, the golden sacred dragon lay on the ground, charred black, having lost its combat capability. Lin knelt on the ground, his face ashen. Impossible. My golden sacred dragon is at the peak of A rank. How could it lose? The referee was stunned for several seconds before raising the command flag. The final, Qin Tian wins. The champion of this all-federation beast tamer tournament, Qin Tian. The entire audience rose to their feet, thunderous applause. 100,000 people cheered in unison, and hundreds of millions of viewers before the light screens witnessed this moment. The young man with a gray talent climbed to the top of the nation. Qin Tian stood in the center of the arena, holding the 9-tailed celestial fox, surrounded by the dark dragon king, thunder rock, white tiger cub, and ancient Shu divine tree seedling. 5 spirit beasts, 5 myths. From a gray waste to national champion, he had taken less than half a year. Qin Tian looked up at the sky. It was cloudless for 10,000 miles, the sunlight just right. That I won. In the audience, Qin Haidong was in tears. Xiao Tian, you are my pride. Xiao Taixing patted his shoulder. Old Qin, your son is the champion. Qin Haidong wiped his tears and laughed. Nonsense, my son is naturally the champion. At the awards ceremony, Qin Tian received the champion trophy, a check for 20 million, an S-rank evolution stone, and a mythical grade skill book. Student Qin Tian, congratulations. The president of the Federal Beast Tamer Association personally presented the award. Your performance has shown everyone the infinite possibilities of great talent. Thank you, President. After the national tournament, what are your plans? Qin Tian thought for a moment. Continue to grow stronger. The president smiled. Good, the federal government will fully support you. After the awards ceremony, Qin Tian was surrounded by reporters. Student Qin Tian, can you talk about your feelings on winning? Student Qin Tian, why have your spirit beasts grown so fast? Student Qin Tian, do you have a girlfriend? Qin Tian answered each one, but for the last question, he chose silence. Murong Shui stood outside the crowd, her ice blue eyes watching him. Qin Tian saw her. Their gazes met in the air as if a spark was struck. The tips of Murong Shue's ears turned red, and she turned and ran away. Qin Tian sighed. System, what should I do? Host, emotional issues are not within the system's processing scope. Aren't you supposed to be able to analyze anything? Emotions are not something data can analyze. Host, you can only decide for yourself. Qin Tian was silent for a long time. I understand. On the third day after the national tournament ended, Qin Tian was cultivating in the backyard of Bai Yunfei's manor, and Murong Shui arrived. She wore a white dress with long hair cascading over her shoulders, looking less like a beast tamer and more like a girl next door. Qin Tian. Qin Tian turned around, saw her, and was stunned for a moment. Why are you here? I have something to tell you. Murong Shui walked up to him, her ice blue eyes fixed on him. You haven't answered my question yet. Qin Tian was silent for a moment. Murong Shui, you are a good girl. But Qin Tian took a deep breath. I can't give you an answer right now. A shadow dimmed Murong Shui's eyes. Why? Because I still have many things to do. Qin Tian looked at her. Qin Tianxing is hunting me. My spirit beasts still need to grow stronger, and I haven't yet uncovered the truth about my father. I don't have the energy for romance right now. Murong Shui was silent for a long time. Then I'll wait for you. Qin Tian was taken aback. Wait for me? Yes. Murong Shui lifted her head, a determined light flickering in her ice blue eyes. After you finish those things, then give me your answer. Qin Tian looked at her, a warm current surging in his heart. Okay. Murong Shui smiled, a smile like a spring flower. Then I'll go. I'll see you off. No need. Murong Shui turned around, took a few steps, then looked back. Qin Tian, no matter how long I will wait. She ran off. The nine-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from Qin Tian's arms, its golden red eyes watching Murong Shui's receding figure. Master, you've missed a good girl. I didn't miss her, Qin Tian said softly. I just don't want to involve her in my troubles. But you promised to let her wait. Yes. Qin Tian looked at the sky. When I've resolved my troubles, I'll give her an answer. The nine-tailed celestial fox rubbed its tail against his cheek. Master, you're a good person. I know, but good people often don't live long. Qin Tian decided to stew that fox when he got back. After winning the national tournament, Qin Tian's fame reached its peak. But danger followed as well. One night, while Qin Tian was sleeping, he was suddenly awakened by the nine-tailed celestial fox. Master, someone's coming. Qin Tian snapped his eyes open and saw a shadow outside the window. The shadow pushed the door open and walked in. It was Qin Tianxing, the president of the Beast Tamer Association Red Talent, with his spirit beast, the golden sacred dragon, at the peak of A rank. Qin Tian, congratulations on winning the national championship. Qin Tianxing smiled. But your good luck ends here. Qin Tian stood up, shielding his 5 spirit beasts. What do you want? Hand over your dark dragon king. Qin Tianxing's gaze turned icy. I can spare your life. Dream on. Qin Tianxing shook his head. Then don't blame me for being rude. Golden Sacred Dragon. The golden sacred dragon appeared behind him, its terrifying aura at the peak of A rank enveloping the entire room. Qin Tian released his 5 spirit beasts. The 9-tailed celestial fox, dark dragon king, thunder rock, white tiger cub, and ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling stood before Qin Tian. Do you think 5 A ranks can defeat my golden sacred dragon? Qin Tianxing sneered. The golden sacred dragon is at the peak of A rank, only 1 step away from S rank. Then let's try. Qin Tian gritted his teeth. Golden sacred dragon, golden dragon breath. A torrent of golden dragon breath erupted forward. Ancient Shu Divine Tree unleashed the full force of the world barrier. The ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling deployed the world barrier to its utmost limit, but the A rank peak dragon breath was far too overwhelming, and the barrier shattered instantly. The 9-tailed heavenly fox, dark dragon king, and thunder great pung launched their attacks simultaneously. The 3 strikes collided with the dragon breath, barely holding it back. However, all 5 of Qin Tian's contracted beasts were sent flying by the backlash. The power gap was simply too vast. Master. The 9-tailed heavenly fox struggled to its feet, blood trickling from the corner of its mouth. Master. The young dragon was also wounded. Qin Tian gazed at his 5 injured contracted beasts, his heart twisting with agony. Qin Tianxing, you want me? Let them go. No. Qin Tianxing shook his head. I want your contracted beasts. Your dark dragon king, your 9-tailed heavenly fox, thunder great pung white tiger, and ancient Shu Divine Tree. All are of the highest grade. I intend to take them all away. Qin Tian's eyes turned cold. You dare? Why wouldn't I dare? Qin Tianxing stepped forward. I am the president of the Beast Tamer Association. Every beast tamer in the entire federation answers to me. What can you, a worthless individual with gray aptitude, possibly do to me? Just then a beam of white light shot through the window. Tai, immortal crane. Bai Yunfei leaped in through the window, positioning himself in front of Qin Tian. Qin Tianxing, you traitor. Qin Tianxing's expression shifted. Bai Yunfei. Of course I'm still alive. Bai Yunfei sneered. I live to watch you descend into hell. You alone, eh? Qin Tianxing unleashed the golden sacred dragon. Your Tai immortal crane is merely at A rank peak. Can it stand against my golden sacred dragon? It cannot, Bai Yunfei admitted plainly. But I can hold you just long enough. Qin Tian, run. Qin Tian hesitated for a moment. Elder Bai, run. Don't let my sacrifice be in vain. Qin Tian gritted his teeth, recalled his 5 contracted beasts, and jumped out the window. The thunder great Peng enlarged itself, and Qin Tian leapt onto its back. Xiao Jin full speed. The thunder great Peng became a streak of golden lightning vanishing into the night sky. Behind him came the sounds of battle between Bai Yunfei and Qin Tianxing. Qin Tian glanced back over his shoulder, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Qin Tianxing, just wait. I will return and kill you with my own hands. The thunder great Peng flew throughout the entire night, descending upon an unfamiliar city as dawn broke. Qin Tian hopped down from its back and leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. The 9-tailed heavenly fox poked its head from his embrace, its golden red eyes brimming with exhaustion. Master Elder Bai He. He'll be fine, Qin Tian said, though he barely believed his own words. An A-rank peak Tai immortal crane facing an A-rank peak golden sacred dragon had slim odds of victory. Yet Bai Yunfei was the former president of the Beast Tamer Association, rich in experience, and should be able to hold out. System is Elder Bai still alive? Unable to confirm. However, Bai Yunfei's contracted beast shows no decline in vital signs, indicating he remains engaged in combat. Qin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Then that's good. He rose to his feet and surveyed the unfamiliar city. Where is this? Northern suburbs of the imperial capital Qingmu City. Qingmu City. Qin Tian pondered for a moment. How far is it from the imperial capital? 300 kilometers. Qin Tian nodded. I'll find a place to stay first, rest for a few days, then return and settle the score with Qin Tianxing. The 9-tailed heavenly fox brushed its tail against his face. Master, can we defeat him now? Qin Tian fell silent for a moment. No, we cannot. Then what should we do? Grow stronger. Qin Tian looked at his 5 contracted beasts. I'll raise you all to S rank, then return and crush him. The 9-tailed heavenly fox nodded. All right, I'll help, Master. The young dragon flew over. I'll help, Master, too. The thunder great Peng chirp. The little white tiger roar. The ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling swayed its sturdy trunk. Qin Tian looked at them and smiled. Very well. Let's grow stronger together. Qin Tian turned and walked into Qingmu City. In the city center, electronic screens broadcast highlights from the national competition, Grey Miracle. Qin Tian claims the national championship. Federation Daily. Post-match interview with D. Lin. I conceded with a clear conscience. Qin Tian's beast coordination was flawless. I couldn't find a single weakness in mine. Reporters exclusive. Morong Shui, I'm waiting for him. Entertainment section headline. Qin Tianxing, the Beast Tamer Association, will continue to monitor and support Qin Tian's growth. Official statement. Qingmu City, at an unremarkable inn. Qin Tian had already been staying there for 3 days. Over those 3 days, he tended to his beast's injuries while gathering intelligence on Qin Tianxing. But the news he uncovered chilled him to the bone. Bai Yunfei had gone missing. Elder Bai. Qin Tian clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. The 9-tailed heavenly fox lay across his lap, nuzzling his hand with its tail. Master Elder Bai is so powerful, he'll surely be fine. I know. Qin Tian drew a deep breath. But Qin Tianxing must die. He opened the system panel to review his 5 contracted beasts. 9-tailed heavenly fox A-rank early stage chromatic quality injuries healed. Dark Dragon King A-rank early stage chromatic quality injuries healed. Thunder Great Peng A-rank mid-stage mythical quality injuries healed. Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling A-rank early stage chromatic quality injuries healed. White Tiger Cub B-rank peak chromatic quality injuries healed. Among the 5 contracted beasts, 4 were at A-rank and 1 at B-rank peak. They could barely stand against the A-rank peak Golden Sacred Dragon, but Qin Tianxing commanded not only the Golden Sacred Dragon. He controlled the entire Beast Tamer Association and would surely mobilize its resources against him. I need more power, Qin Tian murmured to himself. Just then his communicator rang. An unfamiliar number. Qin Tian answered and a frantic voice came through the other end. Qin Tian, is that you? It's old Lu, the Qin family steward. Qin Tian was taken aback. The Qin family? Old Lu, what's wrong? Young master, something terrible has happened. The Qin family is under siege, and your father. He's been gravely injured. Qin Tian's expression darkened instantly. What happened to my father? Qin Tianxing sent people to the Qin estate, demanding the family's ancestral beast manual. When your father refused, they beat him severely. Young master, you must come back at once. Qin Tian rose to his feet, his eyes cold as ice. Qin Tianxing. The 9-tailed heavenly fox sensed his turmoil and raised all 9 tails. Master, shall we go rescue your father? The young dragon fluttered over and perched on Qin Tian's shoulder. Master, let's crush them. The thunder great Peng chirp. The little white tiger roar. The ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling rustled its leaves. Qin Tian nodded and stored his 5 contracted beasts. Let's go home and annihilate Qin Tianxing. The Qin family estate, an old residence located in the southern suburbs of Beast Tamer City. The Qin family had once been a prominent clan in Beast Tamer City, but after Qin Tian's grandfather passed away, the family's fortunes declined. Qin Tian's father Qin Haidong had been severely injured and lost his cultivation, leaving the family with no income, and their decline only worsened. When Qin Tian arrived at the Qin family estate, he was met with utter devastation. The main gate had been smashed to pieces, and the courtyard bore the marks of fierce combat. Several Qin family members lay on the ground groaning in pain. Qin Tian rushed into the house and saw Qin Haidong lying on his bed, his face pale, his chest bandaged, and seeping blood. "Father!" Qin Tian threw himself beside the bed and gripped Qin Haidong's hand. Qin Haidong opened his eyes, and upon seeing Qin Tian, a flicker of surprise appeared in his gaze. "Xiao Tian, you've returned. Father, did Qin Tianqing, that bastard, do this?" Qin Tianqing's people. Qin Haiqing coughed a few times. "They wanted the Qin family's ancestral beast taming manual, but I refused, and so they." Qin Tian's gaze turned cold as ice. "Father, where is the manual?" Qin Haiqing retrieved an ancient tome from beneath his pillow and handed it to Qin Tian. "This is the Qin family's generational beast taming secret manual, recording the hidden arts of the ancient beast tamers. Your grandfather said upon his deathbed that only a Qin family descendant could open this book, but I have never succeeded. Perhaps my method was incorrect. Shall Tian give it a try?" Qin Tian took the manual and opened it. The pages were blank, entirely empty. "System, what is happening here?" "Bloodline seal detected. Requires blood from the Qin lineage to unlock." Qin Tian bit his fingertip and let a single drop of blood fall onto the page. The blood seeped into the page, and the paper began to glow. Ancient characters emerged from the pages, densely packed, recording a myriad of beast-taming arts, contract techniques, evolution methods, combat strategies. Obtain skill book, Ancient Beast Taming Manual, Mythic grade. Learning requirement, Beast Tamer level B or above. Host meets the condition. Do you wish to learn? Learn. The manual dissolved into a beam of golden light and merged into Qin Tian's body. Learning successful. Obtain skills, contract enhancement, contract success rate 50, evolution acceleration, beast evolution, speed 100, combat amplification, beast, all attributes 20. Qin Tian felt the power surging within him and clenched his fist. "I feel myself growing stronger." Qin Haiqing looked at Qin Tian's satisfaction flashing in his eyes. "Xiao Tian, you have achieved what your father could not. Father, rest and recover. I will go settle things with Qin Tianqing." "Wait." Qin Haiqing grabbed his arm. "Qin Tianqing is the head of the Beast Taming Association with immense power. You cannot defeat him alone. I am not afraid. I know you are fearless, but I will not watch you throw your life away." Qin Haiqing retrieved another object from beneath his pillow, an antique ring. "This is the Beast Taming ring your grandfather left behind. It can store beasts and enhance their power. Now that you have opened the Beast Taming Manual, you qualify to wear this ring." Qin Tian took the ring and slipped it onto his finger. Obtained Beast Taming Ring grade A. Treasure can store up to 10 beasts, all beast attributes 10. "Thank you, father. Go." Qin Haiqing closed his eyes. "Be careful." Qin Tian nodded and turned to leave. The nine-tailed heavenly fox poked its head from his embrace, its golden red eyes gleaming with killing intent. "Master, shall we go kill Qin Tianqing?" "Not yet." Qin Tian steadied his thoughts. "Qin Tianqing is not alone. He can command the entire Beast Taming Association against us. We still need allies." "With whom?" Qin Tian pondered for a moment. "The Morong family." The Morong family, one of the 4 great families of Beast Taming City. Qin Tian stood before the grand gates of the Morong mansion and drew a deep breath. The guard at the entrance recognized him. "Qin Tian, what brings you here?" "I wish to see Morong Shui." The guard went inside to announce his arrival, and moments later Morong Shui came running. She wore a white dress with her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Upon seeing Qin Tian, her eyes lit up with delight. "Qin Tian, you are back." "Yes." Qin Tian looked at her. "Morong Shui, I need your help." Morong Shui hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Come inside and speak." In the Morong family reception hall, Morong Shui's father Morong, Yuntian, head of the Morong clan, sat in the seat of honor and scrutinized Qin Tian from head to toe. "You must be Qin Tian, the national competition champion." "Yes." "What do you want with my daughter?" Qin Tian spoke plainly. "I intend to deal with Qin Tianqing." Morong Yuntian's gaze sharpened. "Qin Tianqing, the head of the Beast Taming Association." "Yes. He attacked my father in order to seize our Qin family's ancestral manual. I seek vengeance." Morong Yuntian remained silent for a long time. "Qin Tianqing possesses a crimson talent and commands the golden sacred dragon at its peak A rank. His influence extends throughout the city. On what basis do you believe you can oppose him?" "By my beasts." Qin Tian released 5 beast companions. The nine-tailed heavenly fox, the dark dragon king, the thunderstorm pung bird, the ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling, and the white tiger cub. All 5 exuded terrifying auras. Morong Yuntian's pupils contracted. 4 A rank, and 1 at the peak of B rank. How have your beasts grown so rapidly? That is my secret. Qin Tian recalled his beasts. Lord Morong, I do not require the Morong family to intervene directly. I only need you to help contain the other members of the Beast Taming Association. Leave Qin Tianxing to me. Morong Yintian fell silent for a long while before glancing at Morong Shui. Xiao Shui, what do you think? Morong Shui rose to her feet and stepped beside Qin Tian. Father, I trust him. Seeing his daughter's unwavering gaze, Morong Yintian sighed. A daughter grows up and cannot remain at home. Morong Shui's ears reddened. Father, very well. Morong Yintian stood. The Morong family will assist you, but I have conditions. What conditions? Upon completion of this matter, you must join the Morong family team. Qin Tian considered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Agreed. Morong Yintian smiled. Then it is settled. Morong Shui looked at Qin Tian, delight flashing in her eyes. The nine-tailed heavenly fox poked Qin Tian with its tail. Master, you have acquired another betrothed. Do not speak foolishly. It is merely joining a team. But the way Lord Morong looks at you, he views you as a son-in-law. Qin Tian decided to cease conversation with the fox. With the Morong family's backing, Qin Tian's confidence had grown considerably, yet he still needed more allies. The first person who came to mind was Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue, ranked first at the Beast Taming Academy, possessed an orange talent and commanded the Frost Ice Dragon at its early A-rank stage. Qin Tian found Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue, I need your help. Lin Qingxue regarded him, her ice blue eyes showing no hesitation. Very well. Will you not ask what it concerns? There is no need. Lin Qingxue said coolly. Your matters are my matters. Qin Tian paused momentarily. Thank you. The second was Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang, orange talent, commanding the Thunder Battle Tiger at its peak B rank. Chu Kuang, I need your assistance. Chu Kuang looked at him and smiled. You have finally come to request my help. I have waited long for this day. Are you not afraid? Afraid of what? Battling Qin Tianxing. I have long despised that old man. The third was Su Muching. Su Muching, purple talent, commanding the Ice Phoenix at its peak B rank. Qin Tian, I was just considering testing the current combat power of my Ice Phoenix. Su Muching's ice blue eyes sparkled. I will go with you. The fourth was Zhao Yunlong. Zhao Yunlong, orange talent, commanding the Golden Armor Dragon at its early A-rank stage. Qin Tian, you once saved my Golden Armor Dragon. I owe you my life. Zhao Yunlong looked at him. This time I repay the debt. Qin Tian gazed at the five people before him, warmth swelling in his heart. Thank you all. No need for thanks. Chu Kuang patted his shoulder. When do we strike? In 3 days. Then it is decided. In 3 days we will crush Qin Tianxing together. The nine-tailed heavenly fox poked its head from Qin Tian's embrace, its golden red eyes regarding the 5 individuals. Master, your harem grows ever larger. Silence. I merely speak the truth. 3 days later. Beast Taming Association headquarters. Qin Tian led 5 people sneaking into the building. The Morong family provided support outside, diverting the association's reinforcements. Qin Tian's target was Qin Tianxing. System, which floor is Qin Tianxing on? 30th floor, chairman's office. Golden Sacred Dragon is by his side, peak A rank. Any other guards? From the 20th to 30th floors, there are numerous guards, all beast tamers of B rank or above. Qin Tian frowned. Can we bypass them? Yes. The building has ventilation ducts that can reach the 30th floor directly. But the ducts are narrow, only accommodating 1 person. Qin Tian looked at the 5 people. I'll go up alone. You provide cover outside. Lin Qingxue frowned. It's too dangerous. I have 5 A-rank beasts. Even if I can't win, I can escape. Qin Tian looked at her. Trust me. Lin Qingxue hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Be careful. Qin Tian crawled into the ventilation duct. Nine-tailed heavenly fox rested on his back. The young dragon had shrunk and followed behind him. Thunderbird, little white tiger, and the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling were all stored in his beast ring. After climbing for about 20 minutes, Qin Tian reached the ventilation outlet on the 30th floor. Through the grate, he saw Qin Tianxing. Qin Tianxing sat behind his desk with the golden sacred dragon lying at his feet, rolling a string of jade beads in its claws. Qin Tianxing. Qin Tian's voice came from the vent. Qin Tianxing looked up as Qin Tian dropped down from the ventilation shaft, his pupils contracting. Qin Tian, how did you get in? Walked in. Qin Tian summoned his 5 beasts. Qin Tianxing, today is your death day. Qin Tianxing stood up, sneering. You little brat, you have some nerve daring to come after me. You think you can kill me with just yourself? Golden Sacred Dragon, kill him. The Golden Sacred Dragon rose, its terrifying peak A rank auras suffocating the entire room. Ancient Shu Divine Tree World Barrier. The sapling rooted itself into the ground, spreading a translucent barrier that blocked the dragon's pressure. Ninetails Heavenly Fox True Form. Young Dragon True Dragon Form. Xiao Jin Thunder Manifestation. The 3 A-rank beasts simultaneously activated their ultimate techniques. Nine-tailed Heavenly Fox expanded to 10 meters, its 9 tails stretching 20 meters long. The Dark Dragon King swelled to 30 meters, its wings spanning 100 meters. The Thunderbird transformed into golden lightning soaring through the room. Thankfully, the room was large enough, or it couldn't have fit. 9-colored light beam. Dark Dragon's breath. Thunderous strike. The 3 attacks struck the golden sacred dragon simultaneously. It folded its wings, raising a golden shield to block the assault. But cracks appeared on the shield. Qin Tian's expression changed as he felt the overwhelming power. Your beasts have grown stronger again. I told you my dragon is pure blood. Qin Tian said coldly. Ancient Shu Divine Tree, all things grow. Vines surged from the ground, wrapping around the golden sacred dragon's limbs. The dragon struggled, but the vines tightened. Shao by tiger's roar of the mountains. The white tiger roared, sending sonic waves that made the golden sacred dragon's body stiffen momentarily. Final strike. 9-tailed heavenly fox, Dark Dragon King, and Thunderbird all launched their strongest attacks together. The 9-colored light beam, Dark Dragon's breath, and thunderous strike all hit the golden sacred dragon simultaneously. The golden sacred dragon screamed and collapsed, its body charred. Qin Tian's face turned pale. Impossible. My golden sacred dragon is peak A rank. Rank isn't everything. Qin Tian walked toward him. Qin Tian, you've lost. Qin Tian gritted his teeth and pulled a remote control from his drawer. Then we die together. He pressed the button and the building began to shake. Bombs detected. Building will explode in 3 minutes. Qin Tian's expression changed. Are you crazy? If I can't have it, nobody will. Qin Tian laughed maniacally. Qin Tian lunged forward and punched him in the face, knocking him unconscious. He then stored his 5 beasts and rushed to the window. Xiao Jin. The Thunderbird enlarged itself, and Qin Tian jumped onto its back. It crashed through the window and flew out. Evacuate quickly. The building is about to explode. Qin Tian shouted into his walkie-talkie. After receiving the message, Lin Qingxue and the others immediately withdrew. 3 minutes later, the building exploded. Flames shot into the sky, glass shards scattering in every direction. Qin Tian glanced back, still shaken. That was close. The 9-tailed heavenly fox peeked out from his embrace, watching the burning building. Master, is Qin Tian dead? I don't know. Qin Tian shook his head. But whether he lives or dies, the Beast Taming Association is finished. He looked toward the distance, sunlight pouring down through the clouds. Dad, I've avenged you. The news of the Beast Taming Association headquarters explosion spread rapidly across the entire city. Major media outlets competed to report. Beast Taming Association headquarters explosion, Chairman Qin Tian missing. Beast Taming City Daily. Cause of explosion unknown, police investigating its scene. News flash. Qin Tian got what he deserved. Exclusive interview. Qin Tian knew Qin Tian wouldn't die so easily. That old fox definitely had backup plans. As expected, 3 days later, news arrived. Qin Tian was still alive, but severely injured, having fled overseas. He ran. Qin Tian stared at the message on his communicator, his eyes cold. The 9-tailed heavenly fox lay on his lap, rubbing its tail against his hand. Master, shall we pursue? Yes. Qin Tian stood up. It's either him or us. Qin Tian will definitely come back for revenge. But before that, let's handle the Qin family matters first. Qin family ancestral mansion. When Qin Tian returned, Qin Haiqing could already walk with assistance. Father, how are your injuries? Much better. Qin Haiqing looked at Qin Tian, his eyes filled with relief. Xiao Tian, you've saved the Qin family. This was my duty. Qin Haiqing shook his head. No, you've done more than save the Qin family. You've made the Qin family stand tall again. He led Qin Tian into the courtyard, where dozens of Qin family clansmen stood waiting. From this day forward, Qin Tian is the new head of the Qin family. The crowd erupted in shock. Family head. He's only 18. But he saved the Qin family. And he's the national champion. I support Qin Tian as family head. Qin Tian looked at them somewhat bewildered. Father, I don't refuse. Qin Haiqing patted his shoulder. The Qin family needs you. Father believes you have what it takes. Qin Tian hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Very well, I accept. The 9-tailed heavenly fox peeked out from his embrace, its golden red eyes observing the clansmen. Master, you're now the head of this family. Shouldn't you marry and produce heirs to continue the lineage? Silence. I'm merely stating the facts. Qin Tian decided that once the clansmen dispersed, he would sew that fox's mouth shut. After Qin Tian became the head of the Qin family, the first thing he did was to rebuild the family estate. He used the 2 million prize money from the national championship along with the sponsorship from the Morone family to renovate the old Qin family mansion. The new Qin family compound covered 10 acres, featuring a training ground, a beast taming chamber, a library tower, and specially built habitats for the tamed beasts. This is what a family should look like. Qin Tian stood at the main gate, nodding with satisfaction at the brand new compound. The 9-tailed celestial fox lay on his shoulder, its 9 tails gently swaying. Master, are we going to live here from now on? Yes. The young dragon flew over and landed on Qin Tian's other shoulder. Master, I want the biggest room. My sleeping place has to be large. Alright, you'll get the biggest room. The thunder rock flew over. I want one too. Fine, I'll find a big one for you too. The little white tiger ran over and bit Qin Tian's pant leg. I also love living in a big house. I'll arrange big rooms for all of you. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling extended a vine and tapped Qin Tian's wrist. Don't forget about me. You don't need a room. You'll be planted in the courtyard. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling shook its leaves. Great. The whole yard is mine. I'll absorb all the sunlight. Qin Haidong walked out of the house, looked at Qin Tian and his 5 tamed beasts and smiled. Tian, you're even more impressive than I imagined. Dad, don't praise me, or I'll get conceited. Be conceited if you want. You have the right to be. Qin Haidong patted his shoulder. By the way, the young lady of the Murong family is here. Qin Tian turned and saw Murong Shui standing at the gate, dressed in a light blue dress, her long hair hanging over her shoulders, carrying a food box in her hand. Qin Tian, I brought you some pastries. Thank you. Murong Shui walked and placed the food box on the table and opened it. Inside were delicate pastries exuding a faint fragrance. Did you make these yourself? Qin Tian asked. Murong Shui's cheeks flushed. Qin Tian picked up one and took a bite. Delicious. Murong Shui laughed, her smile radiant like a spring flower. The 9-tailed celestial fox nudged Qin Tian with its tail. Master, she likes you. I know. Do you like her? Qin Tian was silent for a moment. Murong Shui shyly lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Her hands fidgeted in front of her at a loss. Qin Tian replied, I can't think about this now because there are more important things to do. Murong Shui's expectant eyes turned deeply disappointed. What things, eh? Hunting down Qin Tianxing. The 9-tailed celestial fox sighed. Master, you're really a workaholic. Under Qin Tian's leadership, the Qin family rose rapidly. In less than a month, the family transformed from a declining clan into the new nobility of the Beast Taming city. Various major forces came to visit, seeking alliances with the Qin family. But Qin Tian turned them all down. I don't have time for socializing, he told Qin Haidong. Dad, you handle these matters. Qin Haidong smiled bitterly. You are the head of the family. You're the head's father, so you're qualified too. Qin Haidong shrugged helplessly. Fine, I'll handle it, acting in your name. After entrusting family affairs to his father, Qin Tian focused on tracking Qin Tianxing's whereabouts. System, where is Qin Tianxing? Scanning. Qin Tianxing's last known location overseas, Black Dragon Mountains. The Black Dragon Mountains are an S-rank secret realm with extremely high danger levels. Qin Tianxing fled into the Black Dragon Mountains, likely to use the power within the secret realm to recover from his injuries or to find a more powerful tamed beast. Qin Tian narrowed his eyes. The Black Dragon Mountains. Sounds like they're related to dragons. Legend has it that an ancient demonic dragon was buried in the Black Dragon Mountains, and its dragon soul still roams the mountains. Qin Tianxing might be trying to find the demonic dragon's soul and contract it as his tamed beast. He won't succeed. Qin Tian stood up. I'm going to the Black Dragon Mountains. The 9-tailed celestial fox rubbed its tail against his hand. Master, we'll go together. The young dragon flew over. I'm coming too. The thunder rock, chirp. The little white tiger, roar. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling reached a vine from the courtyard. Let's keep fighting him. Qin Tian looked at his 5 tamed beasts and smiled. All right, we'll all go together. The 9-tailed celestial fox said, what about the Shadow Wolf King? Isn't it coming? Qin Tian replied, the Wolf King will stay to guard the house. The Shadow Wolf King, you all go ahead without worry. I'll guard the house better than any watchdog. Qin Tian immediately packed his gear and prepared to set off. Before leaving, Murong Shui spoke with deep emotion. Qin Tian, are you really going to the Black Dragon Mountains? I'll go with you. Qin Tian shook his head. It's too dangerous. You can't go. Murong Shui looked at him, her ice blue eyes shimmering with determination. I'm not afraid. I am, Qin Tian said, looking at her. I'm afraid you'll get hurt. Murong Shui's face turned crimson and she lowered her head. Then, be careful. Qin Tian turned and left. Murong Shui watched his back and murmured to herself. Qin Tian, you must come back. The Black Dragon Mountains, an S-rank secret realm. Located at the border of the Federation, they were a range shrouded in black mist. Legend said that in ancient times a demonic dragon fell here, and its resentment turned into black mist that enveloped the entire mountain range. The mountains were home to a large number of wild tamed beasts above A rank, making the danger level extremely high. Qin Tian stood at the entrance of the mountains, gazing at the eerie black mist before him, and drew a sharp breath. The 9-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from his embrace, a flicker of fear in its golden red eyes. Master, this place is terrifying. Don't be afraid, I'm here. The young dragon curled up on Qin Tian's shoulder, its golden vertical pupils fixed on the black mist. Master, I sense the aura of my kin. The demonic dragon. Perhaps. The young dragon's voice trembled. It's very strong. Stronger than you. Much stronger. Qin Tian was silent for a moment. Then we must be even more cautious. He stepped into the black mist, his 5 tamed beasts encircling him, alertly watching their surroundings. After about an hour of walking, they reached a clearing. In the center of the clearing lay a massive pile of dragon bones, the remains of a dragon over 200 meters long, its black bones emitting a terrifying draconic pressure. Demonic dragon remains detected. Contains high concentration of dark attribute energy and dragon soul fragments. Suggestion: allow the Dark Dragon King to absorb the energy from the remains to significantly increase its level and bloodline purity. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. Young dragon, devour it all, leave nothing. The Dark Dragon King approached the bone pile, extended its claws, and touched the black bones. Dragon chi and dragon soul fragments surged from the bones, transforming into black light that poured into the Dark Dragon King's body. The Dark Dragon King's body began to glow. More complex runes appeared on its dark gold scales. Its size grew from 30 meters to 35 meters, and its wingspan expanded to 120 meters. Dark Dragon King level up: A rank, initial A rank, intermediate bloodline purity, 100-105 exceeded limit, new skill unlocked, demonic dragon possession, temporarily, gains the power of the demonic dragon, all stats, 300, duration, 3 minutes. Qin Tian looked at the panel and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, keep absorbing, not a single bit left. The Dark Dragon King continued absorbing energy, its level steadily rising. Just then a low growl came from the thick mist. A massive black dragon emerged from the mist, over 50 meters long, its body covered in black scales, its blood-red eyes fixed on the Dark Dragon King. Name: Demonic Dragon Remnant Soul, entity of resentment, level S rank, initial talent red, skills, Demonic Dragon Breath, dragons, might, resentment, strike, soul devour. Note: this is a monster formed from the resentment of the ancient demonic dragon after its death, with power comparable to an S rank tamed beast. Qin Tian's expression changed. Early S class. A whole realm higher than him. System: can we defeat it? Evaluating. The Demon Dragon Remnant Soul is at early S class, while the host's 5 contracted beasts are at most mid A class. The level gap is considerable, but the Dark Dragon King possesses the bloodline of the Demon Dragon, granting a natural suppression over the Demon Dragon Remnant Soul. Additionally, the Thunder Rock's lightning attribute counters the dark attribute, likely resulting in a stalemate. Suggestion: first weaken the Demon Dragon Remnant Soul with the Thunder Rock's lightning, then deliver the fatal blow using the Dark Dragon King's Demon Dragon possession. Qin Tian nodded. Shaojin, thunderous might. The Thunder Rock let out a long cry to the sky. Dark clouds gathered and golden lightning bolts struck down from the clouds, crashing into the Demon Dragon Remnant Soul. The Demon Dragon Remnant Soul roared, conjuring a black shield that blocked the lightning. However, the lightning's suppression over dark attributes was evident, and cracks appeared on the shield. Shao Fei, 9-colored pillar. Shao by tiger's roar that shakes the mountains. The 9-colored pillar and the sonic shockwave struck the Demon Dragon Remnant Soul simultaneously, causing its body to stiffen for a moment. Young dragon, Demon Dragon possession. The Dark Dragon King raised its head and roared, activating Demon Dragon possession. The power of the Demon Dragon surged into its body, temporarily elevating its strength to early S class as well. Dark Dragon Breath, full power. A jet of black dragon breath erupted 5 times thicker than before. The Demon Dragon Remnant Soul was engulfed, letting out a piercing shriek as it struggled violently. Ancient Shu Divine Tree flourish. Vines burst forth from the ground, entangling the Demon Dragon Remnant Soul's limbs and pinning it to the earth. Final strike. Everyone full power. The 9-tailed fox, Dark Dragon King, Thunder Rock, Little White Tiger, and Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling. All 5 contracted beasts unleashed their strongest attacks simultaneously. 9-colored pillar, Dark Dragon Breath, thunderous, might, metal, vitality, and vine piercing. 5 attacks struck the Demon Dragon Remnant Soul at once. The Demon Dragon Remnant Soul let out a final cry, then shattered into black fragments that dissipated into the air. Defeated an early S-class contracted beast. Title: Underdog strike, triggered, all attributes 5. Current stack 7 layers, all attributes 35. Obtained Demon Dragon Soul, Crystal 1 S-class treasure, can be used for beast evolution. Qin Tian gasped for breath and recalled his contracted beasts. S-class, finally defeated. The 9-tailed fox leaped into his arms, panting heavily. Master, we won. Good work. Qin Tian rubbed its head. The Dark Dragon King returned to the pile of dragon bones and continued absorbing energy. No one will disturb us this time. The Dark Dragon King absorbed the Demon Dragon's energy for a full hour, its level rising from mid-A class to peak A class. Dark Dragon King, peak A class, rainbow quality. Bloodline purity 105-120. Unlocked new skill, Dragon King True Form, second stage, permanent true dragon form, all attributes 200. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. Peak A class, only 1 step away from S class. Young dragon, how much more to reach S class? Master, I still need 1 dragon crystal. The Dark Dragon King said, or absorb the Demon Dragon Soul Crystal. Qin Tian pulled the demon dragon soul crystal from his backpack and held it in his palm. A black crystal the size of a fist radiating a dim glow contained immense draconic soul power. System: can the demon dragon soul crystal be used for young dragon? Yes. The demon dragon soul crystal is an S-class treasure containing the demon dragon's soul fragments and all its energy. The Dark Dragon King is at peak A-class and has the ability to absorb it, enabling evolution into the Demon Dragon King and a level increase to S-class. Qin Tian took a deep breath. Young dragon, open your mouth. The Dark Dragon King opened its massive maw, and Qin Tian tossed the Demon Dragon Soul Crystal into its mouth. As the Demon Dragon Soul Crystal entered its stomach, the Dark Dragon King's body began to glow. Black light erupted from within, and its size grew from 35 meters to 50 meters with a wingspan of 150 meters. Its dark golden scales turned pure black, inscribed with dark golden runes. Its golden vertical pupils became blood red, burning with demonic flames. The Dark Dragon King has evolved into the Demon Dragon King. Level increase: peak A-class, early S-class. Unlocked new skills: Demon Dragon Domain. All enemies within the domain have their attributes reduced by 50. Demon Dragon Breath, 5 times more powerful than Dark Dragon Breath. Dragon King, second stage, absolute suppression over dragon-type beasts. Demon Dragon True Form locked. Quality: Rainbow. Mythical quality further enhanced after evolution. Qin Tian stared at the Demon Dragon King before him, his mouth agape wide enough to fit an egg. Early S-class. Mythical quality. Holy crap. Qin Tian couldn't help but curse again. The nine-tailed fox was also stunned. Young dragon has become so powerful. Invincible. The Demon Dragon King lowered its head and nuzzled against Qin Tian. Master, I'm S-class now. Its voice was still as adorable, but its strength had undergone a earth-shattering transformation. Qin Tian rubbed its head and smiled. Young dragon, you're the strongest in our team now. I want to protect Master. All right. The Thunder Rock flew over, landed on Qin Tian's shoulder, and gazed at the Demon Dragon King with envy in its eyes. I want to get stronger too. Don't worry, I'll find an evolution stone for you when we get back. Qin Tian rubbed its head. The little white tiger ran over and bit Qin Tian's pant leg. I want one too, Roar. You two don't worry, everyone gets a share. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling swayed its leaves and tapped Qin Tian's arm with a vine. You don't need an evolution stone, just photosynthesis is enough. Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling. After the Demon Dragon King broke through to S-class, Qin Tian's strength underwent a qualitative change. An S-class contracted beast was an extreme rarity across the entire Federation. Yet Qin Tian had won. System: can I defeat Qin Tianqing now? The system has detected Qin Tianqing's exact location. He is currently severely injured and not yet healed, and the Golden Holy Dragon is also wounded. The host has 1 S-class Demon Dragon King and 4 A-class contracted beasts with overall combat power far exceeding Qin Tianqing's. Suggestion: pursue immediately. Qin Tian nodded. Let's go settle the score with Qin Tianqing. The Demon Dragon King enlarged and Qin Tian leaped onto its back. The nine-tailed fox lay in his arms, the Thunder Rock perched on his shoulder, the little white tiger crouched at his feet, and the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling sat in his backpack. With a flap of its wings, the Demon Dragon King soared toward the depths of the Black Dragon Mountains. After about half an hour of flight, they arrived before a cave. Deep within the cave, a faint light flickered. Qin Tian jumped down and entered the cave. Deep inside, Qin Tianqing lay on a stone slab, covered in wounds, his face deathly pale. The Golden Holy Dragon lay beside him, also battered and scarred. Qin Tianqing. Qin Tian's voice echoed in the cave. Qin Tianqing's eyes snapped open. Seeing Qin Tian, his pupils contracted. Qin Tian, how did you find this place? I followed your tracks. Qin Tian walked up to him. Qin Tianqing, your end is here. Qin Tianqing gritted his teeth and struggled to stand. Golden Holy Dragon, kill him. The Golden Holy Dragon struggled to rise, but its injuries were too severe. It collapsed as soon as it stood. Qin Tianqing's face turned completely ashen. No, impossible. Your Golden Holy Dragon is finished. Qin Tian released the Demon Dragon King. And my dragon is now S-class. The Demon Dragon King appeared in the cave, its 50-meter-long body nearly filling the entire space. Its blood-red eyes fixed on the Golden Holy Dragon, releasing the Dragon King's awe. The Golden Holy Dragon, feeling the pressure from the depths of its bloodline, trembled uncontrollably. Qin Tianqing collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. I've lost. You've lost. Qin Tian crouched down, looking into his eyes. Qin Tianqing, you've been suppressing our Qin family all along, and you even tried to kill me and steal my contracted beasts. Today you must pay the price. Qin Tianqing closed his eyes. Kill me. Qin Tian stood up, gazing at the demonic Dragon King. Dragonling, kill him. The demonic Dragon King opened its massive maw, its demonic breath primed and ready to unleash. Wait, the nine-tailed celestial fox suddenly poked her head out from Qin Tian's arms. Master, killing him is far too easy on him. Why not hand him over to the federal government? Let him face the judgment of the law and be utterly humiliated before the entire nation. Qin Tian pondered for a moment and nodded. You are right. Killing him is indeed too easy on him. He recalled the demonic dragon king bound Qin Tian securely and dragged him out of the cave. Qin Tian, you shall spend the remainder of your days in prison. Qin Tian stared at Qin Tian, a flash of venomous hatred in his eyes, though it was quickly overwhelmed by sheer despair. Qin Tian, have mercy. Just kill me instead. I don't want to be humiliated by the sentencing officers and spat upon by the public. Qin Tian did not offer a response. Qin Tian knew he had lost utterly and completely. Yusho City News headlines, Qin Tian arrested. President of the Beast Taming Association accused of multiple crimes. Federation Daily, Qin Tian justice may be delayed, but it will never be denied. Exclusive interview, the rise of the Qin family. Qin Tian becomes the new patriarch of the Qin family. Yusho City Daily, Murong Shui, I am proud of him. Entertainment headline, Lin Wanner, the untold story between Qin Tian and me. Weixin social platform, following Qin Tian's arrest, Yusho City ushered in a period of tranquility. Qin Tian's life also returned to its normal track, cultivating in the Qin family courtyard by day, having dinner with his father by night, and occasionally visiting the Murong family. However, the peaceful days did not last long before a blockbuster piece of news arrived. The qualifiers for the National Beast Taming Championship were about to begin. Unlike the previous national tournament, this was the National Beast Taming Master Championship. Participants had to be over 18 years old, but they were allowed to use multiple beasts. With more open rules, the competition was bound to be far more intense. Most crucially, the champion would receive the title of Beast Taming Master, as well as a key to the Ancient Mystic Realm. The Ancient Mystic Realm. Qin Tian's eyes lit up as he stared at the message on his communicator. The Ancient Mystic Realm was a ruin left behind by ancient beast tamers harboring countless treasures and legendary beasts. It was said that the 4 ancient divine beasts, the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, were also sealed within the realm. Qin Tian's breathing grew rapid. The 4 divine beasts. He currently possessed a white tiger cub, but it had not yet reached its complete form. If he could find the complete inheritance of the white tiger within the mystic realm, the little white tiger could evolve into a true divine beast. System, when will the ancient mystic realm open? In 3 months. The top 3 contestants of the national championship qualifiers will earn the qualification to enter the mystic realm. Qin Tian clenched his fists. Top 3. I want first place. The 9-tailed celestial fox lay on his lap, gently rubbing his hand with her tail. Master, are we going to fight again? Yes. Whom are we fighting? All the geniuses of the entire federation. The 9-tailed celestial fox's 9 tails stood erect, her golden red eyes gleaming with an intense battle intent. Let's grab our gear and crush them. The dragonling, who should now be called the demonic dragon king, flew in from the courtyard and perched on Qin Tian's shoulder. Master, I want to fight too. All right, you shall lead the charge. The demonic dragon king flapped its wings in delight, nearly tearing the ceiling off. Dragonling, keep it down, this is our home. Oh. The demonic dragon king shrank in size and snuggled into Qin Tian's arms. The thunder rock flew in through the window, landing on Qin Tian's other shoulder. I want to peck them to death. The little white tiger ran in from the yard, biting down on Qin Tian's trouser leg. Roar, I want to have a satisfying wild battle. The sapling of the Ancient Shu's sacred tree extended its vines, dancing in celebration. 5 taming beasts, all rearing to go. Qin Tian smiled. All right, then let's go register. The registration site for the national championship qualifiers was located at the Yusho City Gymnasium. By the time Qin Tian arrived, a long queue had already formed. People aged from 18 to 80 were chatting and laughing, accompanied by their respective beasts. Qin Tian's arrival instantly drew a wave of attention. Look, that's Qin Tian, the national champion. He's participating in the qualifiers too. Doesn't that mean we stand no chance? What are you afraid of? The qualifiers don't just offer a single ticket. The top 3 can all enter the realm. But his beasts are too powerful. If we get grouped with him, we're finished. Qin Tian turned a deaf ear to the chatter and queued up to register. When his turn came, the staff member recognized him, and their attitude immediately became highly respectful. Student Qin Tian, you don't need to queue. You can go directly through the VIP passage. No need, queuing is fine, Qin Tian said calmly. The staff member froze for a moment, then nodded. Well, please go ahead. Having completed his registration, Qin Tian turned and left. Just as he stepped out of the gymnasium, he ran into an acquaintance. Lin Qingxue. She was wearing a white combat suit with the frost dragon following behind her, its icy blue eyes fixed on Qin Tian. Did you register too? Yes, Qin Tian nodded. You too? Yes, Lin Qingxue paused. This time I won't lose to you. Let's see about that then. The 2 locked eyes, and sparks seemed to fly in the air once more. The 9-tailed celestial fox poked Qin Tian with her tail. Master, she's here to challenge you again. That's normal. Does she like you? Don't talk nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. Her heart rate has accelerated just like before, her body temperature has risen and her pupils are dilated. Qin Tian timely cut off the fox's nonsense. The qualifiers for the national championship officially commenced. The rules of this competition differed from the past. All contestants would be randomly divided into 8 groups, with each group playing a round-robin tournament. The top 2 with the highest scores would advance to the round of 16. The round of 16 would then proceed to a knockout stage to determine the top 3 who would secure entry into the ancient mystic realm. Qin Tian was placed in Group A alongside Lin Qingxue, Zhao Yunlong, and several other powerful contestants. It's you guys again. Zhao Yunlong forced a bitter smile as he looked at the group list. Why am I grouped with Qin Tian every single time? Because you have terrible luck. Chu Kuang gloated from the side. Chu Kuang was placed in Group B, Su Muching in Group C, and Murong Shui in Group D. Fortunately, I'm not in the same group as Qin Tian. Chu Kuang let out a sigh of relief. But you're in my group, Lin Qingxue said flatly. Chu Kuang's smile froze. Senior Sister Lin, please show some mercy. Weapons have no eyes, and the arena has no mercy. Chu Kuang was left speechless. In the first round, Qin Tian faced off against a contestant named Li Ming. Li Ming possessed a blue talent, and his beast was a flame tiger at the peak of B rank. Qin Tian, I know I can't beat you, but I won't just give up. Li Ming summoned his flame tiger. Flame tiger fire pillar spray. A pillar of fire shot toward Qin Tian. Qin Tian did not even flinch. The little white tiger stepped out from beside his feet, its blue eyes locked onto the flame tiger. Shao by Gungjin piercing energy. The little white tiger's claws were enveloped in a golden radiance. With a single swipe, the pillar of fire was sliced clean in half. What a... Li Ming's eyes widened in shock. The little white tiger lunged at the flame tiger, striking down with its paw. The flame tiger was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground, and losing all combat capability. The entire arena erupted into an uproar. One strike. Another single strike, victory. Isn't that white tiger only at the peak of B rank? How is it so strong? Every single one of Qin Tian's beasts is a monster. Qin Tian won so cleanly. The referee announced, Qin Tian wins. Qin Tian recalled the little white tiger and rubbed its head. Beautifully done. The little white tiger rubbed against his hand with a soft roar. In the second round, Qin Tian was matched against Lin Qingxue. This would be their first clash since the national championship. Lin Qingxue's Frost Dragon had already advanced from the early stage of A rank to the mid-stage. She was determined to give Qin Tian a massive surprise this time and show him that her title as his senior sister was not just for show. Qin Tian, I won't lose this time. Lin Qingxue stood on the opposite side of the arena, her icy blue eyes burning with battle intent. Frost Dragon Absolute Zero. A preemptive strike. The Frost WIRM raised its head to the sky, unleashing a wintry gale that swept across the entire arena. The temperature plummeted to 120 degrees below zero, causing moisture in the air to instantly crystallize into ice. The whole arena turned into a frozen wasteland, and the spectators huddled together in their winter coats, clinging to each other for warmth. This cold is even worse than an ice cellar. How can anyone survive? Not even the global ice age doomsday had such low temperatures. Qin Tian's breath turned into ice as he exhaled, falling to the ground with a crisp crack. Ancient Shu Divine Tree World Barrier. The seedling of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree rooted itself into the ground, and a translucent barrier expanded, sealing off the frigid air. But the power of Absolute Zero was too great. A thick layer of ice formed on the surface of the world barrier, and cracks began to appear. Shao Fei Foxfire incinerate the heavens. The nine-tailed celestial fox leaped onto the arena, its red tails blazing with flame. A vortex of fire swept forward, colliding with the cold air, and steam billowed everywhere. This time the flames of the nine-tailed celestial fox could barely suppress the Frost WIRM's cold. An A-level mid-stage nine-tailed celestial fox versus an A-level mid-stage Frost WIRM. They were evenly matched. Lin Qingxue's expression changed. Frost WIRM Frost Dragon's roar. The Frost WIRM condensed a massive ice sphere and hurled it at the nine-tailed celestial fox. Shao Fei Nine-Colored Light Pillar. The nine-colored light pillar clashed with the ice sphere, instantly shattering it into a shower of ice shards. The pillar continued undiminished, shooting toward the Frost WIRM. Crystal Ice Shield. The Frost WIRM folded its wings, and a crystalline ice shield blocked the nine-colored light pillar, but cracks appeared on the shield. Little Dragon Demon Dragon's Breath. The Demon Dragon King stepped out from behind Qin Tian, opened its massive maw, and unleashed a black dragon breath. The Frost WIRM was engulfed in the breath, let out a pained cry, and collapsed to the ground. Lin Qingxue bit her lip. I surrender. The referee announced, Qin Tian wins. Lin Qingxue recalled the Frost WIRM and walked up to Qin Tian. You won again. Your Frost WIRM has grown stronger too. But still no match for you. Lin Qingxue paused. Qin Tian is your Demon Dragon King. S rank. Qin Tian nodded. Lin Qingshue's pupils contracted. S rank. When did you break through? A few days ago. Lin Qingxue was silent for a long time. Then I'm done for. I can't catch up to you. Not necessarily. Qin Tian looked at her. Your Frost WRM has great potential. Nurture it well, and it can reach S rank too. Lin Qingxue nodded and turned to leave. After a few steps she looked back. Qin Tian, I'll get a ticket to the ancient secret realm. I'll be waiting. The last match of the group stage pitted Qin Tian against Zhao Yunlong. Zhao Yunlong's golden armor dragon had advanced from early A rank to mid A rank, greatly increasing its strength. Qin Tian, I won't lose like last time this time. Zhao Yunlong stood across the arena, his eyes resolute. Golden armor dragon, golden armor body. Golden armor dragon breath. The golden armor dragon covered itself in golden armor, opened its mouth wide, and spat a golden dragon breath at Qin Tian. Ancient Shu Divine Tree World Barrier. The seedling of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree rooted itself into the ground, and a translucent barrier expanded, blocking the dragon breath. However, the power of the mid-A rank golden armor dragon breath was immense, and this time cracks appeared on the world barrier of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree. Xiao Fei Nine-Colored Light Pillar. The nine-colored light pillar blasted toward the golden armor dragon. Golden armor shield. The golden armor dragon folded its wings, and a golden shield blocked the nine-colored light pillar. The first round ended in a draw. Zhao Yunlong's expression grew serious. Your nine-tailed celestial fox has grown stronger again. Your golden armor dragon is not weak either. Qin Tian said calmly, but my dragon is stronger. Little dragon, go. The demon dragon king stepped out from behind Qin Tian, its 50-meter-long body blotting out the sky, releasing the S-rank dragon's might. The golden armor dragon felt the pressure from the depths of its bloodline and began to tremble. Zhao Yunlong's face turned pale. S-rank. Your dragon is S-rank. Yes. Qin Tian nodded. Admit defeat. Zhao Yunlong gritted his teeth, unwilling. I won't surrender. Golden armor dragon, golden armor frenzy. The golden armor dragon's eyes turned red, its body expanded, and the golden armor turned blood red, as if it were about to burst. Another forbidden technique. Qin Tian frowned. Aren't you afraid of destroying your dragon? As long as I can beat you, it's worth it. After the frenzy, the golden armor dragon's power surged to the peak of A rank, and it charged at the demon dragon king. Qin Tian sighed. Little dragon, demon dragon's pressure. The demon dragon king fixed its blood-red eyes on the golden armor dragon and released the second stage of the dragon king's pressure. The golden armor dragon's body suddenly stiffened, then it knelt directly on the ground. The frenzy state was forcibly dispelled, and the golden armor dragon returned to its normal form, lying on the ground drenched in sweat. Zhao Yunlong was stunned. How is this possible? I told you my dragon is a pure-blooded dragon king. Qin Tian walked up to him. Zhao Yunlong, your golden armor dragon has great potential, but your mindset is flawed. You're too eager to win, which is actually holding it back. Zhao Yunlong was silent for a long time, then gave a bitter smile. You're right. I've been too obsessed with defeating you. He stood up and extended his hand to Qin Tian. I concede. Qin Tian shook his hand. Zhao Yunlong, don't lose heart. Failure is the mother of success. I hope to meet you again on the arena in the future. The referee announced. Qin Tian wins first in the group and advances to the top 16. The entire arena erupted in applause. In the round of 16, Qin Tian faced Chu Kuang. This was their fourth encounter since the academy ranking battle and the city tournament. Qin Tian had won the previous 3 times. But this time Chu Kuang's Thunder War Tiger had advanced from peak B rank to early A rank. Qin Tian, I won't lose like last time. Today I'm going to grind all your spirit beasts into the ground. Chu Kuang stood across the arena, his eyes burning with battle intent. Thunder War Tiger, Thunderstorm Domain. A preemptive strike. The Thunder War Tiger roared, lightning bursting from its body, forming a 50-meter-wide electric field around it. Purple arcs leaped through the air, leaving scorched pits on the ground. Ancient Shu Divine Tree World Barrier. The seedling of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree rooted itself into the ground, and a translucent barrier expanded, blocking the lightning. But the power of the early A-rank Thunderstorm Domain was formidable, and the world barrier of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree, already damaged by Zhao Yunlong's earlier assault, now showed large cracks on its surface. Xiao Fei Foxfire incinerate the heavens. The nine-tailed celestial fox leaped onto the arena, its red tails blazing with flame. A vortex of fire swept forward, clashing with the electric field, producing a deafening roar. The electric field was suppressed by the flames and began to shrink. Chu Kuang's expression turned extremely fierce. Thunder War Tiger, Thunderbolt Myriad. The Thunder War Tiger gathered all its lightning into a massive thunderbolt and hurled it at the nine-tailed celestial fox. Xiao Fei Nine-Colored Light Pillar. The nine-colored light pillar collided with the thunderbolt, shattering it. The pillar continued undiminished, shooting toward the Thunder War Tiger. Lightning escape. The Thunder War Tiger transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing instantly from its spot, dodging the 9-colored light pillar. In the next second it appeared behind the 9-tailed celestial fox, its claws swiping down. Xiao Fei, be careful. The 9-tailed celestial fox raised all 9 tails simultaneously, forming a 9-colored shield behind it. The claws struck the shield, causing it to tremble, but it did not break. Celestial Fox True Form. The 9-tailed celestial fox's body began to grow, expanding from half a meter to 10 meters, its 9 tails stretching to 20 meters. Its golden red eyes turned pure gold, radiating a terrifying pressure. 9-colored light pillar, full power. The 9-colored light pillar struck the Thunder War Tiger with 3 times its previous power. The Thunder War Tiger could not evade and was engulfed by the pillar. I surrender. Chu Kuang conceded immediately. The light pillar dissipated, revealing the Thunder War Tiger lying on the ground, charred, but still conscious, its life barely spared. The referee announced, Qin Tian wins, advancing to the top 8. Chu Kuang recalled the Thunder War Tiger and walked up to Qin Tian. I lost again. Your Thunder War Tiger has improved a lot. Qin Tian patted him on the shoulder. Keep working hard, it'll reach S rank eventually. Chu Kuang smiled bitterly. S rank? Your dragon is already S rank. I'll never catch up to you. Not necessarily. Qin Tian looked at him. The Thunder War Tiger has great potential. Nurture it well, and S rank is not a dream. Chu Kuang nodded, a spark of hope rekindling in his eyes. Alright, I'll work hard. The quarterfinals, Qin Tian versus Su Muqing. They had faced each other in previous competitions and could be considered old acquaintances. Su Muqing's Ice Phoenix had advanced from the peak of B rank to the early stage of A rank. Qin Tian, I won't hold back this time. Don't think that because you spared me once I'll go easy on you. Su Muqing stood across the arena, her ice blue eyes gleaming. Ice Phoenix seal of 1,000 miles. The Ice Phoenix spread its wings and soared, sending a wave of biting cold across the entire venue. The temperature plummeted to 100 degrees below zero. Ice formed on the ground and snowflakes drifted through the air. Ancient Shu Divine Tree, Invincible Dome. A young sapling of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree took root in the ground, its branches spreading like an umbrella to keep the frigid cold at bay. 9-tailed fox, Heaven Burning, True Fire. The 9-tailed heavenly fox leaped into the arena, its red tails ablaze with flames. A vortex of fire surged forward, colliding with the Ice Phoenix's biting cold. Steam billowed everywhere, instantly transforming the competition venue into a massive sauna. The flames overwhelmed the cold, and the Ice Phoenix was devoured by fire. I concede. Su Muqing chose to surrender without hesitation. The referee announced, Qin Tian wins, advancing to the semifinals. Su Muqing recalled her Ice Phoenix and walked up to Qin Tian. You won. Your Ice Phoenix has grown stronger too. But you've become even stronger. Su Muqing fell silent for a moment, then suddenly said, Qin Tian, I have something to tell you. Qin Tian looked at her. What is it? Su Muqing's face flushed with embarrassment. She lowered her head, her voice barely audible. I, like you. Qin Tian was stunned. The 9-tailed heavenly fox poked its head out from his embrace, its golden red eyes gleaming. I told you so. I told you so. The Demon Dragon King also gathered close. Master, she said she likes you. The Thunder Divine Pung, chirp chirp chirp. The little white tiger, roar roar roar. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling swayed, its leaves dancing gracefully. Qin Tian glared at them. Shut up. Then he looked at Su Muqing. Su Muqing, no need to answer right away. Su Muqing looked up, her ice blue eyes meeting his. Tell me after the competition ends. She turned and ran off the field. Qin Tian stood there silent for a long time. The 9-tailed heavenly fox poked him with its tail. Master, the second one. What's the second one? Murong Shui was first, Su Muqing is second. And Lin Qingxue, she has feelings for you too, just hasn't said it. Master, you're such a womanizer. Shut up. The semifinals, Qin Tian versus Murong Shui. This was their third encounter since the city finals and the national finals. They knew each other's tactics inside out. In the previous 2 matches, Qin Tian had won both times. But this time Murong Shui's 9-color Divine Sparrow and 7-color Phoenix had both grown significantly. The 9-color Divine Sparrow advanced from the early stage of A rank to the mid-stage, and the 7-color Phoenix did the same. Qin Tian, this time I won't lose like before. Murong Shui stood across the arena, her gaze resolute. 9-color Divine Sparrow, Rainbow Storm. 7-color Phoenix, 7-color Divine Light. The 2 beast companions attacked simultaneously. Their beams merged into one, transforming into an even more terrifying pillar of light that crashed toward Qin Tian. Ancient Shu Divine Tree, Eternal Bastion. Maximum output. The young sapling of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree unleashed all its power, its formidable barrier growing thicker and more impenetrable. The pillar of light slammed into the barrier, erupting with a deafening roar. The barrier shook violently, but held firm against Murong Shui's assault, steadfast as Mount Tai. Xiao Fei, 9-tail impact. Young Dragon, Demon Dragon's breath. Xiao Jin, 1,000-mile thunder. The The three beasts above A rank launched simultaneous attacks. Nine-tail impact, demon dragon's breath, and golden lightning. The three beast strikes converged on the nine-color divine sparrow and the seven-color phoenix. Murong Shue's two companions swiftly adopted defensive stances, yet were still blasted backward by the overwhelming assault. I concede. Murong Shue lowered her head. The referee announced, Qin Tian wins and advances to the finals. Murong Shue recalled her beast companions and walked up to Qin Tian. You won again. Your coordination was even more seamless this time. But your teamwork was still superior. Murong Shue took a deep breath. Qin Tian, do you still remember what you promised me? Qin Tian nodded. I remember. Once I sort out my troubles, I'll give you an answer. What troubles are you still dealing with? Qin Tian paused to think. Qin Tianxing has been arrested elder but hasn't been found yet, but should still be alive. The Qin family has been rebuilding, and my father's injuries have healed. That's part of it resolved. That doesn't count as a real trouble. Are you avoiding me? Murong Shue gazed at him. Can you give me an answer now, eh? Qin Tian fell silent for a long while. The nine-tailed heavenly fox poked him with its tail. Master, stop pretending you like her. Stop meddling. Qin Tian whispered. Say yes already. Qin Tian took a deep breath and looked at Murong Shue. Murong Shue, Wait. Murong Shue interrupted him. I want to hear your answer to Su Muching first. Qin Tian was taken aback. Su Muching, she confessed to you, didn't she? Murong Shue's ice-blue eyes studied him. I know she likes you too. I don't want to get ahead of her. Qin Tian hesitated. What do you mean? After the competition, gather us together and give your answer to both of us, Murong Shue said. Whatever the outcome, we'll accept it. Qin Tian looked at her, a complex wave of emotion rising within him. All right. Murong Shue smiled, radiant as spring flowers. Then I'll wait for you. She turned and walked away. The nine-tailed heavenly fox nudged Qin Tian with its tail. Master, you're in deep trouble. I know. Two girls, how will you choose? I don't know. Then have both. Qin Tian remained silent for a long time. System, can I have both? Host, emotional matters fall outside the scope of this system. Can't you at least analyze this for me at a critical moment? Emotions cannot be analyzed through data. Host, I've told you before. This is something you must decide yourself. Qin Tian sighed. Fine, I'll decide for myself. The finals, Qin Tian versus Di Lin. This was their second encounter since the national competition finals, and both carried an unmistakable tension the moment they stepped onto the field. Di Lin's golden holy dragon had already advanced from the peak of A rank to the early stage of S rank. Qin Tian, I'll kill you this time. Di Lin stood across the arena, his eyes blazing with battle lust. Golden holy dragon, golden dragon's breath. Killed him. Golden dragon breath surged toward Qin Tian, 3 times more powerful than last time. Ancient Shu Divine Tree world barrier. Maximum output. The young Ancient Shu Divine Tree unleashed all its power, the formidable barrier spreading to its full extent. The golden holy dragon's breath collided with the barrier, erupting with a thunderous boom. Countless cracks appeared across the barrier, yet it managed to hold. Qin Tian's expression darkened. The early stage S-rank golden holy dragon was indeed difficult to handle. Xiao Fei, true form of the heavenly fox. Young dragon, true form of the demon dragon. Xiao Jin spread the wings of the great Peng. The 3 beasts above A rank simultaneously unleashed their ultimate abilities. The 9-tailed heavenly fox's body expanded to 10 meters, its 9 tails stretching 20 meters long, its golden red eyes transforming into pure gold. The demon dragon king swelled to 50 meters, its wingspan reaching 150 meters, and shrouding the entire arena sky with demonic flames burning fiercely in its blood-red eyes. The thunder divine Peng spread its wings 100 meters wide, with purple gold feathers crackling and golden lightning resembling an overcast sky before a storm. 9-color light pillar. Demon dragon's breath. Thunderous might. All 3 attacks struck the golden holy dragon simultaneously. Di Lin remained composed. Golden holy dragon, golden armor shield. The golden holy dragon folded its wings as a golden barrier deflected the 3 attacks. 3 seconds later, cracks appeared on the golden armor shield, but fortunately it held. Golden holy dragon, golden frenzy. The dragon's eyes turned crimson, its frame expanding, its golden scales shifting to a reddish hue. Its strength temporarily surged from the early stage of S rank to the mid-stage. Qin Tian's expression changed. System S-level mid-stage. Detected golden holy dragon, using forbidden technique to go berserk, temporarily boosting its power to S-level mid-stage. Suggestion: host should also use forbidden technique, or there is a possibility of being destroyed. Qin Tian's expression remained calm. Little Fei Dragon Cub, Little Gold, Ancient Shu Divine Tree, Little White. All use forbidden techniques. All 5 spirit beasts erupted simultaneously. 9-tailed Celestial Fox. All 9 tails fully deployed. The power of 9 attributes converged into a 9-colored pillar of light, increasing its power 3-fold. Demon Dragon King. Demon Dragon Possession. The power of the Demon Dragon surged into its body, temporarily boosting its strength to S-level mid-stage. Thunder Rock. Rock spreads wings. Second stage, temporarily unlocked wingspan of 150 meters. Wreath in lightning power, temporarily elevated to S-level early stage. Ancient Shu Divine Tree Seedling. Ancient Shu Divine Tree ascends to heaven. Second stage, temporarily unlocked trunk grew to 200 meters tall. Roots plunged deep into the earth. Life force enveloped the entire arena. Little White Tiger. White Tiger Slaughter. Full release killing aura condensed into a white pillar of light power comparable to a level peak. 5 attacks simultaneously struck the Golden Holy Dragon. The Golden Holy Dragon also unleashed its strongest attack, Golden Dragon Breath. Full power. The Golden Dragon Breath collided with the 5 attacks, erupting in a blinding radiance like an atomic hydrogen bomb exploding in the sky. The entire stadium trembled. Spectators covered their eyes and were instantly blinded for over 10 seconds. After the light faded, the Golden Holy Dragon lay on the ground, charred black, having lost its combat capability. D-Lin knelt on the ground, pale-faced and gasping for breath. Impossible. My Golden Holy Dragon is S-level. How could it lose? The referee was stunned for several seconds before tremblingly raising the signal flag. The final. Qin Tian wins. The champion of this year's Spirit Beast Master Tournament, Qin Tian. The entire audience rose to their feet with thunderous applause. 100,000 people cheered in unison, while hundreds of millions of viewers before the light screens witnessed this moment. Qin Tian stood in the center of the arena holding the 9-tailed celestial fox with the Demon Dragon King, Thunder Rock, Little White Tiger, and Ancient Shu Divine Tree Seedling by his side. 5 spirit beasts, 5 myths. From a gray nobody to the tournament champion, he had taken less than a year. Qin Tian looked up at the sky. It was cloudless, and the sunlight was just right. Finally, I have some playtime. Ancient Secret Realm, here I come. I'm going to embark on a comfortable journey. After the match, Morong Shui and Su Muching pulled Qin Tian together to prevent him from escaping amid the chaotic crowd. The 3 stood on the rooftop of the stadium. The setting sun cast golden light upon them. Qin Tian stood silently between the 2 girls. The 9-tailed celestial fox lay in Qin Tian's arms, its golden red eyes shifting between Morong Shui and Su Muching. Master, how will you choose? It asked softly. Don't speak. Qin Tian took a deep breath and looked at the 2 girls. Morong Shui, Su Muching, you are both good girls. Morong Shui and Su Muching exchanged a glance, both silent, offering no response. I like you both, Qin Tian said. I like both of you. Morong Shui was stunned. Su Muching was also stunned. You? Morong Shui blushed deeply. What do you mean? Qin Tian looked at them and cleared his throat. I mean, I don't want to choose. If you're willing, I want to be with both of you. Complete silence. The 9-tailed celestial fox covered its eyes with its tail. Master, you've muddied the waters. I'm curious how you'll resolve this. Shut up. Morong Shui and Su Muching stared at each other for a long time. Then Morong Shui spoke first. I agree. Su Muching also nodded. I have no objections either. Qin Tian was stunned. You can even agree to that? Yes, Morong Shui said, looking at him. But after this you can't team up with any other girls. Lin Qingxue either. Su Muching added. Lin Qingxue. Qin Tian shook his head. She and I can only be rivals. Good. Morong Shui smiled. Then from today on, the 3 of us are teammates. Su Muching also smiled, walked over, and linked arms with Qin Tian. Qin Tian looked at the 2 girls, a warm current surging in his heart. Okay. The 9-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from his embrace and sighed. Master, your days ahead won't be easy. Why? 2 female teammates. You have to please both. If one is unhappy, you're finished. Qin Tian suddenly felt that the fox's words made a lot of sense. After the national preliminaries, the top 3 qualified to enter the Ancient Secret Realm. First, Qin Tian. Second, D-Lin. Third, Lin Qingxue. 3 people. Qin Tian looked at the list. Isn't it the top 3? Why only 3? It is 3, the staff member said. The Ancient Secret Realm has only 3 keys, 1 for each person. The staff member took out 3 ancient keys and handed them to the 3. The keys were golden, engraved with ancient runes emitting a faint glow. Obtained Ancient Secret Realm key. S-grade treasure can open the gate to the Ancient Secret Realm. The Secret Realm holds countless treasures and legendary spirit beasts, as well as the inheritance of the 4 ancient divine beasts. Qin Tian gripped the key, his heart racing. The inheritance of the 4 divine beasts. If Little White Tiger could obtain the complete inheritance of the White Tiger, it could evolve into a true White Tiger divine beast. When will the Secret Realm open? Qin Tian asked. 1 month from now, the staff member said. Someone will come to pick you up then. Qin Tian nodded and put the key away. D-Lin walked over and looked at Qin Tian. Qin Tian, in the Secret Realm, I won't lose to you. Then let's try. Lin Qingxue walked over, her ice blue eyes fixed on Qin Tian. Qin Tian, shall we explore the Secret Realm together? Qin Tian thought for a moment and nodded. All right. The nine-tailed celestial fox poked Qin Tian with its tail. Master, you've got another girl. Aren't you afraid Su Muching and Murong Shui will object? What do you mean another girl? Lin Qingxue. She wants to explore the secret realm with you. Isn't that a date? Don't talk nonsense. It's just cooperation. But every time she sees you, her heart races, her temperature rises, her pupils dilate. Enough, shut up. The night before the ancient secret realm opened, Qin Tian sat on the rooftop of the Qin family compound, gazing at the starry sky. The nine-tailed celestial fox lay on his lap, the demon dragon king curled up at his feet, the little white tiger lay beside him, the ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling was rooted on the rooftop, and the thunder rock stood on the ancient Shu Divine Tree. 5 spirit beasts, all in attendance. Master, we're going to the secret realm tomorrow. Are you nervous? Asked the nine-tailed celestial fox. A little. After all, no one has explored this secret realm before. What's in the secret realm? I don't know. There might be treasures, there might be danger. The tournament people said there are ancient divine beasts, right? Can we beat them? I don't know. We'll be as careful as possible. Who knows what bizarre invincible creature might pop up. The nine-tailed celestial fox rubbed its tail against his face. No matter what, we'll protect Master. The demon dragon king raised its head. Right, protect Master, and also see the new world and broaden our horizons. The thunder rock. I was just thinking about enjoying the scenery. The little white tiger. I've been competing these days. I want to eat some wild game in the secret realm. The ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling rustled its leaves. I also want to absorb some new nutrients. Qin Tian looked at the 5 spirit beasts and smiled. All right, tomorrow we'll brave the secret realm together. He lay down gazing at the starry sky and suddenly remembered he still had the system. System, is there really the inheritance of the 4 divine beasts in the secret realm? Qin Tian waited for the system's response. Ding. The ancient secret realm is a ruin left behind by ancient beast tamers, and it indeed seals the inheritance of the 4 divine beasts. However, the inheritance will not be bestowed easily, one must pass a trial. What trial? Unknown. But given the host's strength and fortune, it should pose no problem. Fortune. I am already this powerful, do I still need to rely on luck? The host's journey from a gray talent to your current height relied not only on strength, but also on fortune. However, the system believes that the host ultimately relies on strength. Qin Tian smiled. You finally said something human. The system is not human. Then speak, beast language. Qin Tian closed his eyes and drifted into a deep sleep. The nine-tailed celestial fox gently covered his body with its tails wrapping him like a warm blanket. The demonic dragon king curled up at his feet, emitting soft rhythmic snores. The thunder rock perched beside Qin Tian's bed, its feathers glowing faintly like a luminous bulb. The little white tiger lay prone beside Qin Tian, its azure eyes gazing at the starry sky, brimming with curiosity for the impending exploration of the secret realm. The sapling of the ancient Shu Divine Tree unfurled its leaves and branches under the moonlight, greedily absorbing the lunar energy. Outside the door, the Shadow Wolf King stood tall and straight, diligently fulfilling its duty as a loyal sentinel. 1 human and 6 beasts slept peacefully under the silver moonlight. Tomorrow would mark the beginning of a new journey. Billboards along the streets broadcasted the current affairs of Binhai Beast Taming City. Highlights of the National Beast Taming Grandmaster Championship. Breaking news, Qin Tian secures the championship once again. The S-rank demonic dragon king shocks the entire arena. Federal Daily. Post-match interview with D. Lin. I lost utterly and completely. Qin Tian's demonic dragon king is simply too powerful. Exclusive reporter interview. Murong Shui Su Muching, we are both waiting for him. He is a wonderful man. Entertainment headline. Lin Qingxue, my junior brother, is going to explore the secret realm with me, and I will protect him. Post-match interview. 1 month later. The day for the opening of the ancient secret realm had finally arrived. Qin Tian stood before the massive teleportation formation on the outskirts of the beast taming city, flanked by a crowd of geniuses, including Murong Shui, Su Muching, Lin Qingxue, and Di Lin. The teleportation formation was colossal, spanning over 100 meters in diameter. Its surface was carved with intricate ancient runes that emitted a faint, ethereal glow. 3 golden keys were inserted into the formation, cores rotating slowly. Is this the entrance to the ancient secret realm? Murong Shui asked, her icy blue eyes shimmering with curiosity as she stared at the teleportation formation. It should be. Qin Tian nodded. The system mentioned that this is a ruin left behind by ancient beast tamers containing the inheritances of the 4 divine beasts. The 4 divine beasts. Di Lin's eyes lit up. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. Yes. Then I shall form a contract with the azure dragon. Di Lin declared, clenching his fists. The azure dragon might not necessarily look upon you with favor, Lin Qingxue remarked indifferently. Di Lin's face darkened. You, stop bickering. Qin Tian interrupted them. The secret realm is about to open. The teleportation formation began to glow. Golden light surged from the formation cores enveloping the entire array. The ground trembled as an ancient and vast aura permeated the air. Ding. Detected the opening of the ancient secret realm. Secret realm rank SSS rank. Danger level extremely high. Recommendation: upon entering the secret realm, the host should avoid acting alone and coordinate with teammates as much as possible. Qin Tian nodded and turned to look at those beside him. Morong Shui Su Muqing Lin Qing Xue, we will move together. What about me? Di Lin asked. You will move on your own. Qin Tian replied flatly. Di Lin, are you discriminating against men? It's not discrimination, it's a lack of trust. Di Lin fell silent for 3 seconds before quietly stepping aside. The nine-tailed celestial fox poked its head out of Qin Tian's embrace, its golden red eyes fixed on the teleportation formation. Master, it feels terrifying in there. I can sense an incredibly intense pressure. Do not fear, I am here. But your hand is trembling. That is excitement. Liar. Qin Tian decided not to waste his breath on this fox. The light of the teleportation formation grew increasingly intense, finally transforming into a pillar of light that soared straight into the clouds. Let's go. Qin Tian was the first to charge into the formation. The brilliant light engulfed him, turning his vision completely white. After about 10 seconds, the white light dissipated and Qin Tian found himself standing upon an unfamiliar land. The sky was a deep violet, the ground pitch black, and the air was thick with the scent of decay. In the distance lay continuous mountain ranges, their slopes covered with bizarre and grotesque flora. Current location: Ancient Secret Realm, Outer Region. Secret Realm rules: transmitters and teleportation spirit cards cannot be used within the realm. The only way to leave is to locate the core of the Secret Realm. The Secret Realm contains a vast number of wild beasts of A rank and above, as well as traps and mechanisms left by ancient beast tamers. Please proceed with caution. Qin Tian took a deep breath. Morong Shui, Su Muqing, Lin Qingxue. He called out several times, but there was no response. The teleportation formation had scattered them. System, where are they? Unable to determine. There is interference within the Secret Realm, making it impossible to locate other personnel. Recommendation: the host should first explore the outer region to search for teammates and treasures. Qin Tian thought to himself that he had to find Lin Qingxue and the others first, or they would be in grave danger. In such a high-level secret realm, perhaps only he, Qin Tian, possessed the means to survive on his own. His 5 beasts were on high alert. The nine-tailed celestial fox perched on Qin Tian's shoulder, while the demonic dragon king shrank in size and hovered by his side. The thunder rocks scouted from the sky, the little white tiger brought up the rear, and the sapling of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree poked its head out of his backpack. Let's go. Qin Tian walked through the secret realm for about an hour before encountering a wild peak A rank beast, the Scarlet Demonic Wolf. Name: Scarlet Demonic Wolf. Rank: peak A rank. Aptitude: blue. Skills: Blood Shadow, Assault, Wolf King's Roar, Bloodthirsty Berserk. Peak A rank. Just the perfect opponent for Xiao Bai to practice on. Qin Tian glanced down at the little white tiger. Xiao Bai, go. The little white tiger stepped forward, its azure eyes locking onto the Scarlet Demonic Wolf. The Scarlet Demonic Wolf let out a fierce roar, activating its Blood Shadow Assault as it transformed into a crimson blur rushing toward the little white tiger. Xiao Bai Gungjin Piercing Qi. Golden light enveloped the little white tiger's claws. With a single swipe, the Scarlet Demonic Wolf was sliced cleanly in half. An instant kill. White tiger cub, rank up, peak B rank, early A rank. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. You've reached A rank. Xiao Bai, you are incredible. A single swipe, and you're already A rank. The little white tiger turned its head, looking at Qin Tian with its azure eyes as it cried out in a cute, babyish voice. Bloodline suppression. After all, I am a tiger. Eliminating a mere wolf is child's play. Beautifully done. Qin Tian knelt down and rubbed its head. Your rank was lower than it, so I thought you'd have to take a few hits and go through a bloody battle to defeat it. The little white tiger nuzzled against his hand, happily wagging its tail with an air of pride. Master, do not underestimate the king of the forest. The nine-tailed celestial fox poked Qin Tian with its tail. Master, even Xiao Bai has reached A rank. I want to level up too. You are already at mid-A rank, no need to rush. But I want to reach peak A rank. Alright. When we encounter a suitable opponent, I'll let you fight. The group continued their advance. After walking for another hour, they arrived at a vast open clearing. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient structure resembling a temple. The temple's entrance was made of stone carved with ancient runes. Detected an ancient temple. There may be treasures and inheritances within. Qin Tian's eyes lit up as he stepped into the sacred temple. The interior of the temple was vast. Within the grand hall stood 4 stone pillars, each meticulously carved with the likeness of a divine beast: the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. At the far end of the hall stood 4 doors, each inscribed with characters. The first door: trial of the azure dragon. The second door: trial of the white tiger. The third door: trial of the vermilion bird. The fourth door trial of the Black Tortoise. The trials of the four divine beasts, Qin Tian murmured, his gaze sweeping across the four doors. Shall by you head into the trial of the white tiger? The little white tiger stared at the door of the white tiger's trial, its azure eyes shimmering with light. With a low howl it dashed into the gateway of the trial. Qin Tian attempted to follow, but a seal upon the door barred his entry. System, why can't I enter? The trial of the white tiger is accessible only to tiger-type tamed beasts. The host must wait outside. Qin Tian nodded and leaned against the wall waiting. After approximately half an hour, the little white tiger emerged from the doorway. Its body had grown significantly, rising from half a meter to a full meter in height. The black stripes across its coat had become more defined, and a golden luster now flickered within its azure eyes. Upon its forehead the character Wang, meaning king, gradually materialized, radiating a faint golden glow. The white tiger cub has completed the trial of the white tiger. Acquired white tiger inheritance, first stage. Level up A grade initial stage to A grade peak stage. New skill unlocked, white tiger true. Form temporarily grants the power of the divine white tiger, increasing all attributes by 300. Gingjin devastation, an advanced version of Gungjin sharp chi, increasing its power fivefold. Qin Tian looked at the little white tiger and smiled. Xiaobai, you are now the second strongest in our team. The little white tiger nuzzled his hand with a soft growl. The nine-tailed celestial fox nudged Qin Tian with her tail, saying, Master, I want to take a trial too. You are not of the tiger lineage, so you cannot enter. Then which one should I go to? Qin Tian glanced at the remaining three doors. The azure dragon trial is for the dragon lineage. The young dragon can go there. The vermilion bird trial is for the avian lineage, so Xiaojin can go. The black tortoise trial is for the tortoise lineage. But we don't have a tortoise-type beast. Then what about the black tortoise trial? Asked the nine-tailed celestial fox. Let's put that aside for now, and complete the trials of the azure dragon and the vermilion bird first. Qin Tian turned his gaze toward the demonic dragon king and the thunder rock. Young dragon, the azure dragon trial. Xiaojin, the vermilion bird trial. Go. The demonic dragon king and the thunder rock dashed into their respective gateways. After waiting for about another hour, they emerged. The demonic dragon king's body had grown from 50 meters to 60 meters, with its wingspan reaching a massive 180 meters. Azure runes now shimmered upon its dark golden scales. A hint of azure had appeared within its blood-red eyes. The demonic dragon king has completed the azure dragon trial. Acquired azure dragon inheritance, first stage. Level up S-grade initial stage to S-grade middle stage. New skill unlocked, azure dragon power. Would attribute buff, health regeneration speed increased by 500. Demonic dragon breath stage 2 power increased threefold. The thunder rock's body had grown from 30 meters to 40 meters, with its wingspan expanding to 120 meters, and crimson runes surfaced upon its violet gold feathers. A touch of crimson now tinted its violet eyes. The thunder rock has completed the vermilion bird trial. Acquired vermilion bird inheritance, first stage. Level up A-grade peak stage to S-grade initial stage. New skill unlocked, vermilion bird fire. Fire attribute attack inflicts a burning effect. Thunderbolt of myriad decimation stage 2 power increased threefold. Looking at his two tamed beasts, Qin Tian grinned from ear to ear, realizing he had truly struck gold. Two S-grade beasts now. The young dragon is S-grade middle stage. Xiaojin is S-grade initial stage. Xiaobai is A-grade peak stage. Jiawei is A-grade middle stage, and Jianmu is A-grade initial stage. System, what level of strength do I currently possess? Host, current strength 2 S-grade tamed beasts, 3 A-grade tamed beasts. Comprehensive combat power capable of challenging an SS-grade beast tamer above your level. Ancient secret realm exploration progress 1. Only 1. Qin Tian frowned. There is still 99 left. The secret realm is vast, and its core region lies deep within. It is advised to continue venturing deeper. Qin Tian nodded, recalled his tamed beasts, and pressed forward. After walking for about 2 hours in the secret realm, he suddenly heard the sounds of battle echoing from ahead. He walked toward the sound and saw Murong Shui engaged in a fierce battle with a massive black python. Name, Black Mold Python King, grade S-grade initial stage aptitude, purple skills, Black Mold, Entanglement, Poison, Mist. Python King's Wrathful Strike. Murong Shui's 9-colored Spirit Sparrow and 7-colored Phoenix were both only at the A-grade middle stage, making it extremely difficult for them to fight the S-grade initial stage Black Mold Python King. Murong Shui. Qin Tian shouted. Murong Shui looked back, and upon seeing Qin Tian, a flash of pleasant surprise crossed her eyes. Qin Tian, quick, save me. What are you just standing there watching for? Jiawei 9-colored light beam. The 9-tailed celestial fox leaped from Qin Tian's arms, unleashing a beam of 9-colored light that blasted toward the Black Mold Python King. The Black Mold Python King was struck, its body freezing instantly. Young dragon, demonic dragon breath. The demonic dragon king opened its massive maw, unleashing a torrent of black dragon breath. The black mold python king was swallowed by the breath, letting out a wretched shriek before collapsing to the ground. Defeated an S-grade initial stage tamed beast. Counterattacker title triggered, all attributes increased by 5. Current stacks 8. Total attribute increase 40. Murong Shui recalled her tamed beasts and ran over to Qin Tian. Are you alright? Qin Tian asked, looking at her. I'm fine. Murong Shui shook her head. Thank goodness you showed up. Why are you all by yourself? Where are Su Muqing and Lin Xingxue? We got separated during the teleportation, Murong Shui replied. I've been searching for them this entire time. Qin Tian nodded. Let's go together. Alright. The two walked side by side. The nine-tailed celestial fox nudged Qin Tian with her tail. Master, it's date time. Shut up. I'm just speaking the truth. Deep in the wilderness, just the two of you. Murong Shui watched the interaction between Qin Tian and the nine-tailed celestial fox and burst into laughter. Your fox is really adorable. Adorable. She's just a chatterbox. Dissatisfied, the nine-tailed celestial fox swiped at Qin Tian with her tail. Master, you're the chatterbox. See, she even hits people. Murong Shui laughed even harder. After walking for another hour, they heard Su Muqing's voice echoing from the dense forest ahead. Ice Phoenix, glacial, boundless frost. Qin Tian rushed over and saw Su Muqing battling a massive fiery lion. Name: Blazing Lion King, grade S, grade initial stage aptitude, purple skills, Blazing Breath, Lion King's Roar Flame, domain. Su Muqing's Ice Phoenix was only at the A grade middle stage and was heavily countered by the Blazing Lion King, making the battle incredibly arduous. Su Muqing, we're here to save you, Qin Tian shouted. Su Muqing looked back and saw Qin Tian, her eyes lighting up with joy. Qin Tian. Jiu Wei, 9-colored light beam. Young dragon, demonic dragon breath. The two attacks blasted toward the Blazing Lion King simultaneously. Struck by both, the beast collapsed to the ground. Defeated an S-grade initial stage tamed beast. Counterattacker title triggered, all attributes increased by 5. Current stacks 9. Total attribute increased 45. Su Muqing recalled her Ice Phoenix and ran over to Qin Tian. Are you alright? Qin Tian asked, looking at her. I'm fine. Su Muqing shook her head. Thank goodness you arrived, otherwise the consequences would have been dire. Where is Lin Xingxue? I didn't see her. Qin Tian frowned. Lin Xingxue, with her self-proclaimed aloofness, would be in grave danger alone in the secret realm. She might be in trouble. Let's go find her. The three continued onward. The nine-tailed fox poked Qin Tian with its tail. Master, you already have 2 girlfriends. Only Lin Xingxue is missing. Can you not be anxious? Stop. Lin Xingxue is not my girlfriend. But she's interested in you. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. Her heartbeat. Enough. You're like a fly buzzing endlessly. Su Muqing and Murong Shui exchanged glances and both smiled. Qin Tian, your fox is really amusing, said Su Muqing. Amusing my foot. It's just a gossip monger. The nine-tailed fox whacked Qin Tian with its tail again. Master, you're the gossip monger. Murong Shui and Su Muqing laughed even harder. The three, along with their respective spirit beasts, searched for about 2 hours before finally finding Lin Xingxue. But her condition was dire. She was trapped in a massive spider web, and the frost dragon was also entangled, unable to move. A gigantic black spider S-rank midstage crawled on the web. Name: Shadow Spider Queen. Level S-rank midstage. Affinity: purple. Skills: Shadow Web, Venomous Fangs, Queen Summon. Lin Xingxue. Qin Tian shouted, we finally found you. Jealousy rose in Su Muqing and Murong Shui's hearts as they frowned. Qin Tian thought you were dead. Lin Xingxue lifted her head, a glimmer of hope flashing in her ice-blue eyes. Qin Tian. Xiaofei, 9-colored light pillar. Young dragon, demonic dragon breath. Xiaojin, thunderous might. The 3 S-rank spirit beasts launched their attacks, simultaneously raining 3 strikes down upon the Shadow Spider Queen. The Shadow Spider Queen was hit, let out a shriek, and fell from the web. But it quickly scrambled up. An S-rank mid-stage beast vitality was tenacious and resumed its battle stance. Ancient Shu Divine Tree, flourish of life. Vines surged from the ground, wrapping around the Shadow Spider Queen's limbs. Each has its nemesis. The Shadow Spider Queen struggled, but the vines tightened ever more. Xiaobai, white tiger, true form. The little white tiger's body began to swell, growing from 1 meter to 5 meters. The king, character on its forehead shone, and a golden radiance enveloped its entire form. Gungjin, slaughter. A golden beam shot from the little white tiger's mouth, hurtling toward the Shadow Spider Queen. Struck by the beam, the Shadow Spider Queen was cleaved in 2 and collapsed to the ground. Defeated S-rank mid-stage spirit beast. Rebel title triggered, all stats 5. Current stack 10 layers, all stats 50. Qin Tian ran to the web, used demonic dragon breath to burn it away, and rescued Lin Xingxue. Lin Xingxue, a slump to the ground, pale-faced, breathing lightly. Thank you. You're welcome. Qin Tian looked at her. Are you all right? I'm fine. Lin Xingxue shook her head. The frost dragon is a bit injured, but nothing serious. Qin Tian took a healing fruit from his pack and handed it to Lin Qingxue. Give this to the frost dragon. Lin Qingxue took the fruit and fed it to the frost dragon. After eating the fruit, the frost dragon's wounds healed rapidly. Thank you, Qin Tian. Lin Qingxue gazed at him, complex emotions flickering in her ice blue eyes. Don't mention it. Let's go. Qin Tian turned. The core of the secret realm is still ahead. The four continued forward. The nine-tailed fox poked Qin Tian with its tail. Master, all three girls are here. Now you have 3 girlfriends. Lin Qingxue is not my girlfriend. Then you admit that Murong Shui and Su Mukin are your girlfriends. And no, you cunning little fox, you're exploiting the loopholes in my words. But the way Lin Qingxue looks at you is exactly the same as the way Murong Shui and Su Mukin look at you. Qin Tian decided not to discuss this with the fox, as it was hardly appropriate to talk about such private matters in front of 3 beautiful young ladies. The four walked for about 3 hours, experiencing a relatively smooth journey, and finally reached the core area of the secret realm. Before them stood a massive golden palace radiating dazzling light. The palace gates were wide open, and inside a colossal altar was faintly visible. Detected secret realm core. The altar seals the complete inheritance of the 4 divine beasts. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. The complete inheritance of the 4 divine beasts. The 4 entered the palace and approached the altar. On the altar stood 4 statues: azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise. Each statue exuded a fearsome aura. At the center of the altar was a massive stele inscribed with ancient characters. Only a true spirit beast master can obtain the inheritance of the 4 divine beasts. Lin Qingxue read the words on the stele. The inheritor must pass the ultimate trial of the 4 divine beasts. Ultimate trial. Qin Tian frowned. What trial? As his words fell, the 4 statues began to glow. The azure dragon statue transformed into a cyan dragon over 100 meters long, exuding an SS rank aura. The white tiger statue turned into a white giant tiger over 50 meters long, radiating an SS rank aura. The vermilion bird statue became a colossal red bird with a wingspan exceeding 100 meters, also SS rank. The black tortoise statue morphed into a gigantic turtle more than 100 meters in size, with an SS rank aura. The avatars of the 4 divine beasts appeared simultaneously, blotting out the sky. A truly awe-inspiring sight. Qin Tian's face changed. SS rank. 4 SS rank. Detected avatars of the 4 divine beasts, all at SS rank, early stage. Suggestion: host should not fight head-on as seek the rules of the trial. Qin Tian looked at the stele and continued reading. Rules of the ultimate trial: the inheritor may choose to fight the avatars of the 4 divine beasts or pass a test of wisdom. Victory in battle or success in the wisdom test will grant the inheritance. Qin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there's a choice. We definitely lose in a direct fight. But what is the wisdom test? The words on the stele changed. Wisdom test: answer 4 questions. Each question corresponds to 1 divine beast. Answer all 4 correctly to obtain the inheritance. What are the questions? First question: azure dragon. How many scales does the azure dragon have? Qin Tian. Who knows that? Lin Qingxue clenched her teeth. This question is harder than a math exam. Who can count that many scales? Murong Shui frowned. Exactly. We might as well fight them. Let's just go all out. The 9-tailed fox poked him with its tail. Master, the answer is 8,100. How do you know? During the azure dragon trial, the young dragon told me. Qin Tian looked at the demon dragon king. The demon dragon king nodded. Master, the azure dragon has 8,100 scales. Qin Tian entered the answer. The stele lit up, briefly displaying correct. Second question: white tiger. How many teeth does the white tiger have? The little white tiger opened its huge maw and roared, "Ayo!" The 9-tailed fox quickly counted 42. Qin Tian entered the answer. Correct. Third question: vermilion bird. How many feathers does the vermilion bird have? The thunder rock called out, "This is too easy. I count my own feathers every day." 9,999. Qin Tian entered the answer. Correct. Fourth question: black tortoise. How many cracks are on the black tortoise's shell? Qin Tian fell silent. Who knows that? The 9-tailed fox also fell silent. Master, I don't know. The demon dragon king shook its head. The thunder rock shook its head. The little white tiger shook its head. The 3 pure young ladies shook their heads like spinning rattles. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling rustled its leaves. It didn't know either, looking utterly bewildered. Qin Tian stared at the stele, taking a helpless deep breath. System: do you know? The Xuanwu tortoise's shell had 3,650 cracks, corresponding to the 365 days of the year, with 1 crack every 10 days. Qin Tian entered the answer. The stone tablet lit up and displayed correct. All 4 questions were correct. The 4 divine beast avatars transformed into rays of light and merged into the altar. In the center of the altar, 4 crystals of different colors appeared: cyan, white, red, and black. Obtained Azure Dragon Inheritance Crystal SSS Grade Treasure allows Dragon-type Spirit Beasts to evolve into the Azure Dragon Divine Beast. Obtained White Tiger Inheritance Crystal SSS Grade Treasure allows Tiger-type Spirit Beasts to evolve into the White Tiger Divine Beast. Obtained Vermilion Bird Inheritance Crystal SSS Grade Treasure allows Bird-type Spirit Beasts to evolve into the Vermilion Bird Divine Beast. Obtained Xuanwu Inheritance Crystal SSS Grade Treasure allows Tortoise-type Spirit Beasts to evolve into the Xuanwu Divine Beast. Qin Tian looked at the 4 crystals and grinned from ear to ear. I'm rich. He distributed the 4 inheritance crystals to his spirit beasts. The Azure Dragon Inheritance Crystal went to the Demon Dragon King. The White Tiger Inheritance Crystal went to the Little White Tiger. The Vermilion Bird Inheritance Crystal went to the Thunder Rock. The Xuanwu Inheritance Crystal was kept for now. He had no tortoise-type spirit beast. Young Dragon absorbed the Azure Dragon Inheritance Crystal. The Demon Dragon King opened its massive maw and swallowed the cyan crystal. Its body began to glow enveloped in a cyan radiance. Its size grew from 60 meters to 80 meters with a wingspan of 200 meters. The dark golden scales transformed into a cyan gold hue upon which Azure Dragon runes emerged. Its blood-red eyes turned golden, and a dragon swam within its pupils. Demon Dragon King evolved into Azure Dragon Demon Dragon King. Level increased S rank, mid SS rank, early unlocked new skills Azure Dragon Domain. All friendly units within the domain receive 50 to all stats Azure Dragon Breath, Wood Element Dragon Breath, heals allies, and damages enemies. Divine Dragon True Form Lock Talent, Mythic Legendary Talent, further improved after evolution. Little White absorbed the White Tiger Inheritance Crystal. The Little White Tiger swallowed the white crystal, and its body began to glow. A white radiance enveloped it. Its size grew from 5 meters to 10 meters. The king character on its forehead turned gold, and golden stripes appeared on its body. Its blue eyes turned golden, radiating a mesmerizing light. White Tiger Cub evolved into White Tiger Divine Beast. Level increased A rank, peak SS rank, early unlocked new skills White Tiger Domain. All enemies within the domain receive -50 to all stats. White Tiger Slaughter. Second stage power increased tenfold. Divine Tiger True Form Lock Talent, Rainbow Mythic Talent, improved after evolution. Little Gene absorbed the Vermilion Bird Inheritance Crystal. The Thunder Rock swallowed the red crystal, and its body began to glow. A red radiance enveloped it. Its size grew from 40 meters to 60 meters with a wingspan of 150 meters. Its purple gold feathers turned to crimson gold, and vermilion bird runes appeared on them. Its purple eyes turned red, and a vermilion bird soared within its pupils. Thunder Rock evolved into Vermilion Bird Thunder Rock. Level increased S rank, early SS rank, early unlocked new skills Vermilion Bird Domain. All enemies within the domain continuously suffer flame damage. Vermilion Bird Fire. Second stage power increased tenfold. Divine Rock True Form Locked Talent, Mythic Legendary Talent, further improved after evolution. Qin Tian stared at the 3 evolved spirit beasts, his mouth agape in astonishment. 3 SS rank. Legendary Talent. Holy crap. Qin Tian couldn't help but curse again. The 9-tailed celestial fox poked him with its tail. Master, what about me? You don't have an inheritance crystal. Then how do I evolve? We'll find a suitable inheritance for you later. The 9-tailed celestial fox curled up in his arms, looking aggrieved. Master is biased. I'm not biased. Oh, I'll definitely find one for you next time. Really? Really? The 9-tailed celestial fox wrapped its tail around his wrist. Then it settled. It settled. After the 3 spirit beasts evolved, Qin Tian's power underwent a qualitative change. 3 SS rank spirit beasts were absolutely unprecedented in the entire Federation. System, what's my level now? Host current strength, 3 SS rank spirit beasts, 2 A rank spirit beasts. Comprehensive combat power, can challenge SSS rank beast tamers across levels. Ancient Secret Realm exploration progress 10. There's still 90. The core area of the secret realm has been explored, but there are hidden regions. The hidden regions might contain the inheritance of the secret realm's master. Secret Realm Master. The master of the ancient secret realm, a legendary SSS rank beast tamer. If the host obtains his inheritance, your strength will once again increase dramatically. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. Where is the hidden region? There is a hidden passage beneath the altar leading to the secret realm master's tomb. Qin Tian walked to the altar and knocked on the ground. The floor emitted a hollow sound different from the rest of the area. There's space below. He had the Demon Dragon King burn through the floor with its dragon breath, revealing a downward passage. Let's go. The 4 of them entered the passage and arrived at an underground tomb. In the center of the tomb lay a stone coffin engraved with ancient script. I am the ancient beast tamer, Xin Yuan Hao. In my life, I contracted 9 divine beasts and roamed the world undefeated. After my death, I sealed all my life's knowledge here, awaiting the destined one. Qin Tian stared at the stone coffin, his heart racing. System, is this real? Detected high concentration energy reaction. There is indeed an inheritance crystal inside the stone coffin. Qin Tian pushed open the stone coffin, revealing a skeleton lying inside. In the skeleton's hand, a 7-colored crystal was clutched. Obtain Xian Yuan Hao's inheritance crystal. SSS grade treasure contains Xian Yuan Hao's lifelong knowledge and experience in beast taming, as well as the contract secrets of 9 divine beasts. Qin Tian grasped the crystal and 7-colored light surged into his body. Learning successful. Skills acquired. Divine beast contract can contract up to 9 divine beasts simultaneously, not occupying normal contract slots. Beast taming master. All stats of spirit beasts 50 light, of inheritance spirit beast evolution speed 200. Obtain the contract secrets of 9 divine beasts, can summon the phantoms of 9 divine beasts to assist in battle lasting 10 minutes. Qin Tian felt the surging power within him and clenched his fists. Xian Yuan Hao, thank you for your inheritance. The stone coffin trembled, and the skeleton turned into a beam of light dissipating into the air. The tomb began to shake. The secret realm is about to close. Leave as soon as possible. Qin Tian recalled his spirit beasts and led the 3 girls as they rushed toward the exit. The 4 of them burst out of the teleportation array in the last second before the secret realm closed. A flash of white light, and they were back in the outskirts of Spirit Beast City. We're out. Murong Shui sighed in relief. That was close. Su Maching patted her chest. The journalists waiting at the entrance, seeing Qin Tian and the others emerge, hurriedly surrounded them. Qin Tian, what did you obtain in the secret realm? Qin Tian smiled. 3 SS level beasts. The 3 people were stunned simultaneously. SS level. A portly male reporter's eyes widened in disbelief. 3. A petite female journalist's eyes also bulged. Impossible. A stunningly attractive live streamer shook her head. There aren't even a handful of SS-level beasts across the entire Federation. Qin Tian unleashed 3 beasts. The Azure Dragon Demon King, measuring 80 meters in length with wings spanning 200 meters, its blue-gold scales shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. The White Tiger Divine Beast, 10 meters long with a radiant golden king character emblazoned on its forehead. The Vermilion Bird Thunder Phoenix stretched 150 meters across its wingspan, crimson gold feathers crackling with lightning. All 3 SS-level beasts materialized simultaneously, their terrifying presence enveloping the entire Beast Tamer city and nearly causing those present to wet themselves. Murong Shui, Su Mukin, and Lin Qingxue stood paralyzed with shock. This is real. Murong Shui murmured to herself. SS level. It really is SS level. Su Mukin whispered in disbelief as well. Lin Qingxue fell silent for a long while before finally remarking, Qin Tian, you're a monster. Qin Tian smiled. Thank you for the compliment. The 9-tailed heavenly fox peeked out from his embrace, its golden red eyes fixed upon the 3 SS-level beasts with unmistakable longing in their gaze. Master, that's incredibly impressive. I want to evolve too. It will happen. Soon enough. News of Qin Tian's return from the secret realm spread like wildfire throughout the city. The revelation of his 3 SS-level beasts detonated across the entire Federation like an atomic bomb. Explosive revelation: Qin Tian inherits ancient secret realm legacy, evolves beasts to SS level. Federation Daily front page. Unstoppable 3 SS-level beasts. Qin Tian named Federation's most powerful young beast master. Beast Tamer City Daily. Breaking news: Qin Tian claims the legacy of Xian Yuan Hao, Lord of the Ancient Secret Realm. Beast Tamers Weekly. Murong Shui, I'm proud of him, how lucky to have him. Entertainment front page. Su Mukin, he's the wildest man I've ever seen. Lin Qingxue, I'll keep striving to match his pace. Post-match interview. Qin Tian's communicator overloaded and crashed from the relentless barrage of messages. He simply shut down his communicator and retreated to the Qin family estate, basking in the sun alongside his 5 beasts while sipping iced drinks. The 9-tailed heavenly fox rested on his lap, its tail brushing against his hand affectionately. Master, you've become a celebrity across the entire Federation now. How does it feel? Annoying. Why annoying? Because I can't even leave the house without being mobbed the moment I step outside. The 9-tailed heavenly fox chuckled. That's the burden of fame. Qin Tian sighed heavily. I wish I could go back to how things were. No one knowing me, free to go wherever I please. But you can't go back. The 9-tailed heavenly fox nuzzled his face with its tail. You're no longer that trash with gray tier aptitude. You're now the Federation's most powerful young beast tamer. Qin Tian fell silent for a moment. You're right. I can't go back. He rose to his feet and gazed upward at the sky. Then I'll keep moving forward. The 9-tailed heavenly fox wrapped its tail around his wrist. Master, I'll stay by your side. The Demon Dragon King flew over and landed on Qin Tian's shoulder. Master, I'll accompany you too. The Vermilion Bird Thunder Phoenix settled on his other shoulder with a chirp. The White Tiger Divine Beast bounded over and tugged at his pant leg. A woo! The Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling extended its vines from the pot, performing an energetic dance. The Shadow Wolf King redoubled his efforts as a watchdog, keeping a close watch on the fake reporters outside to prevent them from fabricating scandalous stories or spreading baseless rumors. All 6 beasts remained at his side. Qin Tian looked at them and smiled. All right, let's move forward together. Later, reclining on a poolside chair in the courtyard, he watched a televised profile and smiled faintly. Federation Daily exclusive interview reporter Qin Tian, now that you've inherited the legacy from the ancient secret realm, what are your thoughts? Qin Tian, I'm grateful for senior brother Xian Yuanhao's inheritance. I intend to make proper use of this power to protect those near and dear to me. Reporter, how did you come into possession of your 3 SS-level beasts? Qin Tian, I completed the trials of the 4 divine beasts within the secret realm and obtained the inheritance crystal. Reporter, what are your goals going forward? Qin Tian, to continue growing stronger and safeguard my family and friends. Reporter, do you have a girlfriend? Qin Tian. Reporter, are both Morong Shui and Su Mukin your girlfriends? Qin Tian. Next question. Reporter, what's your relationship with Lin Qingxue? Qin Tian. That concludes the interview. After returning from the ancient secret realm, Qin Tian kept to himself within the Qin family estate, living a peaceful and undisturbed life. Each day he woke without an alarm breakfast prepared by his father and spent time training alongside his 6 beasts. He'd occasionally video chat with Lin Qingxue, Morong Shui, and Su Mukin. But this peaceful existence didn't last long. A formal invitation from the Federation government shattered the tranquility. Mr. Qin Tian, in recognition of your outstanding achievements within the ancient secret realm, the Federation government formally invites you to participate in the Beast Star selection. Those selected will be bestowed the title of Beast Star, receiving top-tier Federation government resources and recommendations for entry into the 3 most prestigious organizations, the Dragon Abyss Pavilion, Fengming Mountain, and Xuanwu Terrace. Qin Tian studied the invitation and raised an eyebrow. Beast Star, the 3 premier organizations. Dragon Abyss Pavilion, the Federation's most powerful beast organization specializing in dragon-type beasts under an SSS rank master. Fengming Mountain, the Federation's 2nd strongest beast organization, focusing on phoenix-type beasts led by an SSS rank master. Xuanwu Terrace, the Federation's 3rd most powerful organization specializing in defensive beast types under an SSS rank master. All 3 organizations recruit only the absolute finest talents each year, with every admitted member inevitably rising to become one of the Federation's elite powerhouses. Qin Tian's eyes lit up with interest. SSS rank Beastmaster. That was the highest tier in the Federation. System, could I defeat an SSS rank opponent now? Currently, the host possesses 3 SS rank beasts and 2 A rank beasts. An SSS rank Beast Master requires at least 1 SSS rank beast. Data comparison indicates defeat is unlikely, but evasion is feasible. That's sufficient. Qin Tian rose to his feet. I'll enter the selection. The 9-tailed heavenly fox rested against his leg, its tail brushing his hand affectionately. Master, heading out again. Yes. Where to? The Imperial capital. Far. An hour's flight on Qinglong Demon Dragon King. Then it's not too bad. The 9-tailed heavenly fox curled its tail around his wrist. I'll accompany you. The Demon Dragon King flew into the courtyard and landed on Qin Tian's shoulder. Master, I'm coming too. The vermilion bird Thunder Phoenix swooped through the window and perched on his opposite shoulder. Chirp. The white tiger divine beast sprinted from the courtyard, gripping Qin Tian's pant leg in its jaws before leaping onto his back. Oh whoa, the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling reached out from its pot, wrapping its vines around Qin Tian's wrist. All 5 beasts displayed unmistakable excitement. Qin Tian smiled. Excellent. We'll go together. The Beast Star selection took place in the Imperial capital, where 36 prodigy beast tamers from across the Federation gathered to compete for 10 coveted spots. The selection process consisted of 3 rounds, the first testing beast aptitude, the second featuring combat encounters, and the third involving comprehensive interviews. By the time Qin Tian arrived at the venue, numerous participants had already gathered. Look over there, that's Qin Tian, the heir to the ancient secret realm. I've heard he commands 3 SS-level beasts. Is that true? That's impossible. There aren't even a handful of SS-level beasts across the entire Federation. But he did inherit from the ancient secret realm. It might actually be true. Qin Tian paid them no mind and found a seat. The 9-tailed heavenly fox peeked out from his embrace, its golden red eyes scanning the surroundings. Master, there are so many people here. Indeed. Any attractive women? There are, but they're none of my concern. Lin Qingxue, Morong Shui, and Su Mukin aren't here. You could do as you please. Enough. The 9-tailed heavenly fox retreated back into his embrace with a pout. The first round began, the beast aptitude evaluation. The evaluator was an elderly man with white hair, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and holding some kind of device. Come forward one at a time and release your beasts. I'll assess their aptitude using this instrument. The contestants took turns releasing their beasts, each producing readings of blue, purple, orange, red on the device. When it was Qin Tian's turn, the entire venue fell silent. Qin Tian released all 5 of his beasts. The nine-tailed heavenly fox, azure dragon, demon king, vermilion bird, thunder phoenix, white tiger, divine beast, and ancient Shu divine tree sapling emerged. All 5 beasts manifested simultaneously, their overwhelming pressure blanketing the entire venue. The evaluator's hand trembled as the numbers on the device scrolled frantically. This. The evaluator's eyes widened in shock. SS rank. 3 SS ranks. 2 A ranks. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. 3 SS rank beasts. He truly has 3 SS rank beasts. Good heavens, how did he manage this? The heir to the ancient secret realm lives up to his reputation. Gathering his composure, the evaluator announced, Qin Tian Beast Aptitude Evaluation, perfect score. The audience erupted once more in disbelief. In the entire history of the Beast Star selection, a perfect score had never been achieved. Qin Tian calmly recalled his beasts and returned to his seat, without a flicker of emotion. The nine-tailed heavenly fox peeked out from his embrace, swaying its tail with evident pride. Master, we're impressive, aren't we? Very impressive. Then praise me properly. You're exceptionally talented. That doesn't sound sincere enough. Qin Tian rubbed its head. You're the most remarkable little fox I've ever encountered. Satisfied, the nine-tailed heavenly fox curled back into his embrace. According to the Beast Tamer Star selection requirements, the second round was a combat trial. 36 contestants were paired through drawing lots, with winners advancing and losers eliminated. In the end, 10 Beast Tamer Stars would be chosen. Qin Tian's drawn opponent was a contestant named Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu red talent commanded a black-fiend crow. It was not a mythical golden-winged pung bird like Qin Tian's, merely an ordinary crow at the peak of grade A. Qin Tian, I know I cannot defeat you, but I will not yield. Zhao Tianyu released the black-fiend crow. Black-fiend crow, black wing, heaven blade. The black-fiend crow's wings sliced through the air like blades slashing toward Qin Tian. Qin Tian did not move. His golden-winged pung bird spoke. Master, shall I crush it? Qin Tian said calmly. You have already evolved into the invincible vermilion bird, thunder pung. Stay out of this. I would rather not let others accuse us of bullying. The white tiger divine beast walked out from beside Qin Tian's feet, its golden eyes fixed on the black-fiend crow. Master, let me handle this. Qin Tian nodded. Shao Bai Gung metal execution. A pillar of golden light erupted from the white tiger divine beast's mouth, striking the enemy. The golden-winged pung bird let out a piercing scream and plummeted from the sky. Zhao Tianyu stood frozen. What, just one move, eh? The referee announced, Qin Tian wins, advancing. The crowd erupted once again. Another one shot. That was a peak grade, a black-fiend crow. Qin Tian's white tiger divine beast is too powerful. Qin Tian recalled the white tiger and rubbed its head. Well done. The white tiger nuzzled his hand. Ayo. In the second round, Qin Tian faced a contestant named Li Mingyao. Li Mingyao, orange talent, commanded a nine-tailed spirit fox. Resembling a nine-tailed heavenly fox, yet its aptitude was only red, and its level was peak grade A. Qin Tian, my nine-tailed spirit fox also has 9 tails. I want to see whether your nine-tailed heavenly fox or mine is stronger. Li Mingyao released her nine-tailed spirit fox. The nine-tailed spirit fox raised its 9 tails, red flames burning at their tips. From Qin Tian's embrace, the nine-tailed heavenly fox poked its head out, its golden red eyes fixed on the opponent. Master, let me fight. All right. The nine-tailed heavenly fox leaped onto the arena, its 9 tails raised flames of 9 different colors burning at their tips. The 2 nine-tailed foxes faced each other. Li Mingyao struck first. Nine-tailed spirit fox fire devours the earth. A vortex of red flames swept toward them. Xiao Fei fox fire devours the sky. The red tail of the nine-tailed heavenly fox ignited with flames, sending a vortex spiraling outward to meet the assault. The 2 flames collided, but the nine-tailed heavenly fox's flames were overwhelmingly stronger. They devoured the opponent's fire whole and struck the nine-tailed spirit fox with full force. The nine-tailed spirit fox cried out and collapsed to the ground motionless. Li Mingyao stood stunned. Just one move, eh? The referee announced. Qin Tian wins, advancing to the top 10. The nine-tailed heavenly fox leaped back into Qin Tian's embrace, wagging its tail proudly. Master, wasn't that impressive? Impressive? Then praise me more. You are the most magnificent fox in the entire universe. Now that's more like it. After 2 rounds of fierce battles, the 10 Beast Tamer Stars were finally chosen. Qin Tian secured the first place without a doubt. The other 9 Beast Tamer Stars were Di Lin Lin Xingxiu, Zhao Yunlong, Chu Kuang Morong, Xue Su Muqing, and 3 other prodigies from different cities. We've all made it, Morong Xue said with a smile as she looked at the list. But the Beast Tamer Star selection is only the beginning, Lin Xingxiu said calmly. The real event lies in the recruitment by the 3 major factions. The three major factions will select members from among us 10, D. Lin explained. Dragon Abyss Pavilion, Fengming Mountain, and Xuanwu Platform. Each will choose 3 to 4 people. Then what are those left out? Su Muching asked. They will have to wait until next year, Zhao Yunlong said. Qin Tian glanced at the roster and fell silent for a moment. I want to join Dragon Abyss Pavilion. Why? Murong Shui asked. Because Dragon Abyss Pavilion focuses on dragon-type beasts and my Demon Dragon King is a dragon. It suits me there. Then let's all join Dragon Abyss Pavilion, Su Muching said. Dragon Abyss Pavilion may not accept all of you, Lin Qingxue warned. Their standards are very strict. Then we'll work hard to convince them to. Murong Shui clenched her fist. Qin Tian looked at the 3 girls and smiled. Very well, let us strive together. The 9-tailed heavenly fox nudged Qin Tian with its tail. Master, you'll be with them again. 3 beautiful girls all joining Dragon Abyss Pavilion. Aren't you afraid they'll fight each other? They won't fight, but they will compete for you. Qin Tian fell silent for a moment, feeling that the fox had a point. After the Beast Tamer star selection concluded, the 3 major factions began their recruitment. Dragon Abyss Pavilion took the most direct approach. Candidates had to pass a trial. The trial was held at Dragon Abyss Pavilion's headquarters, a massive island floating in the sky. Standing at the entrance, Qin Tian stared at the floating island before him, utterly amazed. This is too spectacular. The 9-tailed heavenly fox peeked out from his embrace, its golden red eyes fixed on the floating island. Master, how does this island stay airborne? I'm not sure. Perhaps some formation array is being used. How amazing. The Dragon Abyss Pavilion's reception envoy was a man in his 30s wearing a teal robe with a golden dragon embroidered on the chest. You are this year's Beast Tamer stars. He glanced over the 10 of them. Follow me. The 10 followed the envoy into Dragon Abyss Pavilion. Inside Dragon Abyss Pavilion was even more magnificent. Towering palaces, splendid courtyards, and every manner of rare beast with dragon-type beasts soaring everywhere. The envoy led them to a massive training ground. The trial is simple. Defeat one of our disciples. A disciple, A. Lin asked. What's their level? Peak grade A, the envoy replied. You may team up or compete individually. As long as you win, you can join Dragon Abyss Pavilion. The 10 exchanged glances. Let's do individual matches, Qin Tian said. Winning as a team lacks honor. Are you sure? The envoy asked in surprise. Certain. Very well. The envoy shook his head helplessly, then clapped his hands. A young man walked into the training ground. He looked about 20, wearing a teal battle uniform with a cyan giant dragon following behind him. Early stage grade S. I am Long Yunfei, an intersect disciple of Dragon Abyss Pavilion. He looked at Qin Tian. You must be Qin Tian. I've heard you have 3 grade SS beasts. Yes. I don't believe it. Long Yunfei released his Azure Dragon and entered a combat stance. Azure Dragon's dominance. The grade S level dragon's dominance was unleashed. The weaker among the 10 stumbled backward a few steps. Qin Tian remained unfazed. Ancient Dragon's dominance. The Demon Dragon King emerged from behind Qin Tian, releasing a grade SS level pressure. The Azure Dragon's body stiffened instantly, and it dropped to its knees. Long Yunfei's expression changed, disbelief written across his face. Grade SS. Is it really grade SS? Do you yield? Qin Tian asked. Long Yunfei clenched his teeth, unwilling to accept defeat. Not yielding. Qinglong breath. The green dragon opened its massive maw, unleashing a torrent of emerald dragon breath toward Qin Tian. Young dragon, demon dragon breath. The black dragon breath collided with the green, swallowing it instantaneously. The dark torrent surged forward unimpeded, heading straight for the Qinglong. The Qinglong was engulfed by the breath and collapsed to the ground with a piercing wail. Long Yunfei's face drained of color. Mountains beyond mountains, towers beyond towers. The strongest always have a stronger. He never imagined there would be a youth this formidable beyond the Longyuan Pavilion. I concede defeat. The reception envoy's eyes lit up. Recruiting a promising talent like Qin Tian would only enhance the reputation of the Longyuan Pavilion in the future. Qin Tian, you have passed. Welcome to the Longyuan Pavilion. After Qin Tian joined the Longyuan Pavilion, Murong Shui, Su Muching, and Lin Qingxue also passed their trials and joined the pavilion in succession. Di Lin joined the Longyuan Pavilion, Zhao Yunlong joined the Longyuan Pavilion, and Chu Kuang also joined the Longyuan Pavilion. 7 out of the 10 candidates chose to join the Longyuan Pavilion. The remaining 3 chose to join Fengming Mountain and Xuanwu Terrace instead. We are all in the Longyuan Pavilion now, Murong Shui said with a smile. Qin Tian, we are fellow disciples from now on. Su Muching also smiled. Lin Qingxue looked at Qin Tian, her ice blue eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Qin Tian, we will be together from now on. Please look after me in the future. Let us learn from each other. Qin Tian settled into the Longyuan Pavilion, training, studying, and cultivating every day. The resources of the Longyuan Pavilion were indeed abundant. S-rank evolution stones were available freely. Mythological tier skill books could be consulted at will, and SSS rank beast tamers provided personal guidance. Within less than a month, Qin Tian's beast companions achieved new breakthroughs, and his own physical conditioning improved significantly. Nine-tailed celestial fox A-rank mid-stage to A-rank peak. Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling A-rank early stage to A-rank peak. White Tiger Divine Beast SS rank early stage to SS rank mid-stage. Vermilion Bird Thunder Pung SS rank early stage to SS rank mid-stage. Qinglong Demon Dragon King SS rank early stage to SS rank mid-stage. 5 Beast Companions. 3 at SS rank mid-stage, 2 at A rank peak. System: what is my current level? Hosts current combat power: 3 SS rank mid-stage Beast Companions and 2 A rank peak Beast Companions. Overall combat capability: capable of challenging early stage SSS rank beast tamers across rank tiers. Longyuan Pavilion Inner Disciple ranking host can enter the top 10. Only top 10. Qin Tian frowned. The Longyuan Pavilion has 300 inner disciples. Top 10 is already at the elite level. Ranked first is the son of the Longyuan Pavilion Master Long Outyin, an early stage SSS rank beast tamer. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. Early stage SSS rank. I want to fight him. Suggestion: maintain a low profile and continue developing for now. Challenge only after obtaining at least 1 SS rank peak beast companion. Qin Tian nodded. Fine. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Let's continue developing for a while. Half a month after Qin Tian began cultivating at the Longyuan Pavilion, Long Outyin came looking for him. Long Outyin, 20 years old, an early stage SSS rank beast tamer. His beast companion was the Golden Sacred Dragon King, peak S rank. This Golden Sacred Dragon King surpassed D Lin's Golden Sacred Dragon by 1 full realm. You must be Qin Tian. Long Outyin stood before him, looking down at him haughtily. I've heard you're quite formidable. Qin Tian looked at him. And you are? Long Outyin, son of the Longyuan Pavilion Master. Oh, is that your only reaction? Long Outyin frowned. You're very calm. Aren't you afraid of me? Why would I be afraid of you? Because I am an SSS rank beast tamer. So what if I am? I will reach SSS rank sooner or later. Long Outyin stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. Youthful arrogance, truly ignorant of the height of the sky and the depth of the earth. Did he think his father was the most powerful beast tamer? Interesting. Qin Tian, I challenge you to a duel. I decline. Why? Because there is no benefit. Long Outyin paused, then pulled an S-rank evolution stone from his robe. You have courage. If you win, this is yours. Qin Tian glanced at the evolution stone, then at Long Outyin. This wealthy young master lacked nothing in money or resources. At a mythological tier skill book. Long Outyin's mouth twitched, his expression darkening with irritation. Are you extorting me? You can refuse. Long Outyin gritted his teeth and pulled a skill book from his robe. Fine. This is yours too. Qin Tian took the evolution stone and skill book and smiled. Very well, I accept. The two walked to the training ground and released their beast companions respectively. Long Outyin unleashed the Golden Sacred Dragon King, peak S rank, 60 meters in length, its golden scales gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. Qin Tian released the Qinglong Demon Dragon King, SS rank, mid-stage, 80 meters in length, its cyan gold scales radiating a terrifying presence. The two great dragons faced each other, their draconic auras colliding as sparks seemed to fly through the air. Long Outyin's expression changed. SS rank mid-stage. Wasn't your dragon SS rank early stage? That was half a month ago. Long Outyin took a deep breath. Golden Sacred Dragon King, Golden Dragon Breath. A stream of golden dragon breath surged toward the Demon Dragon King. Young Dragon, Demon Dragon Breath. The black dragon breath collided with the golden, turning the Longyuan Pavilion into a blinding golden star followed by a violent earthquake. The black breath surged forward, unrelenting, gradually devouring the golden torrent. The Golden Sacred Dragon King was swallowed by the breath and let out a shrill cry, fleeing beyond the 9 heavens. Long Outyin stood frozen in place. One move. The referee announced. Qin Tian wins. Long Outyin recalled the Golden Sacred Dragon King and walked to Qin Tian's side, his expression complicated. You have won. Well fought. The evolution stone and skill book are yours. Long Outyin turned to leave, then paused and looked back. Qin Tian, next time I will win it back. I'll be waiting. The 9-tailed celestial fox peeked out from Qin Tian's robes, watching Long Outyin's receding figure. Master, he seems unconvinced. Unconvinced or not, it won't help. He cannot defeat me. You're becoming more arrogant by the day. With strength, one may certainly be arrogant. The 9-tailed celestial fox flicked its tail against him. Keep a low profile. Can't be helped. Qin Tian's reputation grew within the Longyuan Pavilion, drawing attention even from Fengming Mountain and Xuanwu Terrace. One day, a woman in a crimson robe arrived at the Longyuan Pavilion requesting to see Qin Tian by name. You must be Qin Tian. The woman studied him. I am Feng Qing'er, an elder of Fengming Mountain. Our sect master wishes to meet you. Meet me? Why? Because our sect master is very interested in your beast companions, Feng Qing'er said. Especially your vermilion bird, Thunderpong. Qin Tian frowned. I have already joined the Lonyuan Pavilion. You may withdraw, Feng Qing'er said calmly. The benefits Fengming Mountain offers are triple what the Lonyuan Pavilion provides. Triple. Qin Tian's eyes brightened momentarily, but he quickly composed himself. No need. Having joined the Lonyuan Pavilion, I will not withdraw. Feng Qing'er studied him for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. Such integrity. The sect master was right. You are not someone to be swayed by money. She pulled a token from her robe and handed it to Qin Tian. This is a guest elder token of Fengming Mountain. You need not withdraw from the Lonyuan Pavilion. Simply provide assistance whenever Fengming Mountain is in need. The benefits are double those of the Lonyuan Pavilion. Qin Tian looked at the token and hesitated. System should I accept? Qin Tian knew in his heart that with the system's guidance he had nothing to worry about. Ding. Suggestion accept. A guest elder is not an official member, so it will not affect your status in the Lonyuan Pavilion. Double the benefits. It would be foolish to refuse. Only an idiot would pass up such an advantage. Qin Tian took the token, glanced at it a few times, and slipped it into his backpack. Alright, I'll take it. Feng Qing'er smiled. It seemed that no matter the task, money was always the ultimate motivator. Having completed her mission so quickly, she could now return and report back with a light heart. Smart boy. She turned to leave, leaving behind a sweet smile. The nine-tailed celestial fox poked Qin Tian with its tail. Master, you've gained another backer. Not a backer, but a partner. Is there a difference? Yes. A backer protects you while partners help each other. Then if Fengming Mountain ever needs your help, will you really assist them? One must be trustworthy. Of course I will help. What if they ask you to fight? If they want you to beat someone up, will you go? A fight is a fight as long as the pay is good. Doesn't that make us their slaves? Hey, we aren't their slaves, we are the slaves of money. Master, what's the use of having so much money anyway? We can't even spend it all. You're like a well-fed person who doesn't understand the hunger of the starving. Raising 6 tame beasts like you is no small expense. Well, I think making money is so boring. It would be much more fun if you took us out to play. Don't worry, Xiao Fei. I will definitely take you all out to see more of the world. Also, once we become stronger, can we not just beat people up for no reason? I believe hitting others without a good reason is wrong. I can distinguish right from wrong. If they ask me to harm a good person, I naturally won't agree. Yes, Master. We must never do anything that goes against heaven and humanity. Of course, otherwise we would become public enemies. The nine-tailed celestial fox felt that this conversation with its master was highly pleasant. Its master was truly a kind-hearted person, which explained why Lin Qingshu Amurong and Su Muching were all desperately vying for him. After Fengming Mountain representatives from the Xuanwu Terrace also came to find Qin Tian. The envoy from the Xuanwu Terrace was a white-haired elder clad in a black robe, leaning on a walking cane, exuding an air of transcendent sage-like elegance. Young friend Qin Tian, I am an elder of the Xuanwu Terrace, Taoist Xuanwu. The elder looked at him with a beaming smile. Our terrace master wishes to discuss a collaboration with you. What kind of collaboration? The Xuanwu Terrace possesses a secret realm where the complete inheritance of the Xuanwu Divine Beast is sealed. We need the help of your demonic dragon Divine Beast, White Tiger Divine Beast, and vermilion bird Thunderpong to break the seal. Qin Tian frowned. No one had ever made such a grand request of him before. Why do you need my tamed beasts? Because the seal requires the power of the 4 auspicious beasts, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuque, and Xuanwu. You possess 3 of the divine beasts, Qinglong, Baihu, and Zhuque, which means we have almost gathered them all. What about Xuanwu? We can't proceed if we're missing even one. Xuanwu is inside the secret realm, Taoist Xuanwu said. Once the seal is broken, the inheritance of the Xuanwu Divine Beast will belong to you, and the treasures within the secret realm will be split equally. Qin Tian pondered for a moment. System, is this trustworthy? The Xuanwu Terrace is one of the 3 major forces in the Federation and has an excellent reputation. This collaboration is feasible. Alright, I agree, Qin Tian nodded. Taoist Xuanwu smiled. He had expected this to be an incredibly difficult agreement to reach, but he had not anticipated it would go so smoothly. Qin Tian was indeed decisive and efficient, truly worthy of being the national champion of the Youth Beast Taming competition. Excellent. We shall meet at the Xuanwu Terrace in 1 month. Our terrace master will certainly not mistreat you. He turned and departed. The nine-tailed celestial fox poked Qin Tian with its tail. Master, you've taken on another major job. Yes. Can you manage all this work? Didn't you all want to go out, wander around, and broaden your horizons? I think the Xuanwu secret realm is a pretty good place for that. Master, making money doesn't really matter. The most important thing is having a place to play. Qin Tian was taken aback for a moment, then gently rubbed its head. Alright, I'll make sure you have the time of your life when the time comes. The nine-tailed celestial fox snuggled back into his arms with satisfaction. Qin Tian's performance in the Longyuan Pavilion had finally earned the recognition of the Pavilion Master. The master of the Longyuan Pavilion, Long Tian, was an SSS grade peak beast tamer. His tamed beast was the 9-clawed golden dragon, an SSS grade peak entity and one of the strongest beasts in the Federation. One day Long Tian summoned Qin Tian. Qin Tian, you've been at the Longyuan Pavilion for a month now. How do you feel? Very well. Qin Tian replied, the resources are abundant, the mentors are excellent, and my peers are friendly. Long Tian smiled, took a sip of tea, and spoke slowly. No need for flattery. Ever since that brat Long Yin was defeated by you, he's been training bitterly at home every day, vowing to win his honor back. This is the first time he's ever been so motivated. I used to tell him to study and train, but he never listened. Now he is studying and practicing incredibly hard. I must thank you for that. Long Yin is very strong, it's just that his mindset still needs to be tempered. You are absolutely right. Long Tian nodded. Qin Tian, I have a proposal. I want you to become the young Pavilion Master of the Longyuan Pavilion. Qin Tian was stunned. The young Pavilion Master. Yes, the young Pavilion Master of the Longyuan Pavilion is the successor to the next Pavilion Master. Long Tian looked at him. You possess that potential. Qin Tian remained silent for a long time. Pavilion Master, I am only 18 years old. Besides, your son Long Yin is also highly capable. He is more suited to be the young Pavilion Master than I am. Age is not an issue and neither is strength, Long Tian said. You possess 3 SS grade beasts and most importantly, you have a steady temperament and limitless potential. I do not misjudge people and I believe in you. Qin Tian took a deep breath. Having participated in so many competitions, he had never held any formal title. To suddenly be offered such a prestigious position brought him both a rush of ecstasy and a wave of apprehension. I will consider it. Very well, there is no rush. Long Tian patted his shoulder. Focus on your cultivation. I have dedicated my entire life to the Longyuan Pavilion for decades. Its future now rests upon the shoulders of you young people. Qin Tian walked out of the Pavilion Master's office and the 9-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from his chest. Master, are you going to become the young Pavilion Master? I haven't decided yet. Why not? Being the young Pavilion Master sounds so prestigious. The responsibility is too heavy. Qin Tian looked up at the sky. I'm afraid I won't be able to bear it. After all, the Longyuan Pavilion is the greatest power. Once I become the young Pavilion Master, I will bear the responsibility of making the Longyuan Pavilion even stronger. You can do it. The 9-tailed celestial fox rubbed its tail against his hand. We divine beasts are your ultimate pillars of strength. The demonic dragon king flew over and landed on Qin Tian's shoulder. Master, do not fear. I am with you. The vermilion bird Thunderpung flew over, perching on Qin Tian's other shoulder. Chirp. And me? The white tiger divine beast ran over, gently biting the hem of Qin Tian's trousers. Roar. The ancient Shu sacred tree sapling extended a vine from his backpack. Master, congratulations on your promotion to young Pavilion Master. All 5 tamed beasts were right by his side. Qin Tian looked at them and smiled. These divine beasts were his true source of confidence. All right then, I shall take the position. He turned and walked back into Pavilion Master Long Tian's office. Pavilion Master, I accept. Long Tian smiled with relief. Excellent. From this day forth you are the young Pavilion Master of the Longyuan Pavilion. Federal Daily Exclusive Interview. Reporter Student Qin Tian, how do you feel after becoming the young Pavilion Master of the Longyuan Pavilion? Qin Tian, I am grateful for the Pavilion Master's trust, and I will strive not to let down everyone's expectations. Reporter, what are the current grades of your tamed beasts? Qin Tian, 3 are at the mid-stage of SS grade and 2 are at the peak of A grade. Reporter, what is your next goal? Qin Tian, to elevate both the 9-tailed celestial fox and the ancient Shu sacred tree to SS grade, and then challenge the SSS grade. Reporter, to ask a more personal question, when do you plan to have children? Qin Tian, I am still single. Reporter, but rumors say you have 3 girlfriends. Qin Tian, this interview is over. Dragon Abyss Pavilion Intersect Training Ground. Qin Tian sat cross-legged at the center of the training ground with 5 beast companions surrounding him as he conducted his daily cultivation. The azure dragon demon god dragon coiled upon the rooftop, its cyan gold scales shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Its 80-meter-long body nearly covered half of the entire roof. It kept its eyes closed, dragon whiskers swaying gently in the breeze, each breath radiating waves of dragon aura. The white tiger divine beast lay in the courtyard, its white fur marked with distinct black stripes. A faint golden light emanated from the Wang character emblazoned upon its forehead. It appeared thoroughly relaxed, yet those golden eyes remained ever vigilant. The vermilion bird Thunder Rock perched upon a tree, fine arcs of electricity winding around its purple gold plumage. Occasionally 1 or 2 lightning bolts would leap from its feathers, carving small craters into the ground below. Its violet gaze was fixed upon the sky as though scanning for prey. The nine-tailed heavenly fox rested upon Qin Tian's lap, its 9 tails swaying gently. At the tip of each tail burned flames of a different hue. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling took root in the flower bed, its emerald green leaves glistening in the sunlight. Its trunk had already reached 3 meters in height. Though it could not match the size of the other beast companions, the vigorous aura of life it exuded was by no means inferior. 5 beast companions, 3 at the SS rank and 2 at the peak of the A rank. Qin Tian's strength was already among the finest of the Federation's younger generation. Master, the nine-tailed heavenly fox nudged Qin Tian's face with her tail. I'm hungry. You just ate an hour ago. Qin Tian opened his eyes and gazed at her helplessly. That was a snack. This is a proper meal. Your meal intervals are far too short. I'm still growing. The nine-tailed heavenly fox said firmly. 9 tails require nourishment. Qin Tian looked at those 9 fluffy tails and sighed. Ever since the nine-tailed heavenly fox had evolved to sprout all 9 tails, her appetite had doubled. Previously she ate 3 meals a day, now she devoured 6. And she was extraordinarily selective. A-rank spiritual fruits, S-rank beast meat, century-old Lingji mushrooms. Qin Tian's bank account balance was visibly dwindling by the moment. Just hold on a little longer. Qin Tian stroked her head. Once we return from the Xuanwu secret realm, I'll buy you the finest spiritual fruits. Really? Really? Then I want S-rank ones. Alright. The nine-tailed heavenly fox coiled her tail contentedly around his wrist, emitting soft purring sounds. The azure dragon demon god dragon lowered its head from the rooftop, its golden vertical pupils fixed upon Qin Tian. Master, are there truly Dragon Clan treasures inside the Xuanwu secret realm? There should be. Qin Tian nodded. The Xuanwu secret realm is an ancient hidden realm teeming with countless treasures. Dragon Clan relics must surely be among them. Then I want dragon crystals. The azure dragon demon god dragon's eyes gleamed. Once I consume dragon crystals, I shall break through to the peak of the SS rank. Very well, I'll find them for you. The vermilion bird Thunder Rock flew down from the tree and alighted upon Qin Tian's shoulder, pecking gently at his ear with its beak. I want treasures too. Chirp, chirp, chirp. There will be plenty for everyone. Qin Tian rubbed its head. The vermilion bird inheritance also resides within the secret realm. You may seek it out when we enter. The vermilion bird Thunder Rock flapped its wings in satisfaction. The white tiger divine beast rose from the ground and approached Qin Tian's feet, nuzzling his leg with its head. Roar. It let out a low call, its voice deep, yet its gaze filled with anticipation. The white tiger inheritance is also within. Qin Tian squatted and stroked its head. Both you and the vermilion bird and azure dragon have a chance to obtain your inheritances. The white tiger divine beast licked his hand, a spark of excitement flashing in its golden eyes. A vine from the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling stretched out from the flower bed and wrapped around Qin Tian's wrist. You wish to go as well? Qin Tian looked at it. The sapling's leaves trembled gently as if nodding. Your inheritance is rather unique. Qin Tian pondered for a moment. The Xuanwu secret realm should contain wood attribute treasures. I will find some for you. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling's leaves glowed green, quivering with delight. All 5 beast companions brimmed with expectation. Qin Tian looked at them, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Then it is decided. We shall journey to the Xuanwu secret realm. No sooner had the words left his lips than a cyan radiance streaked across the horizon and descended upon the entrance of the training ground. As the light dissipated, a middle-aged man clad in a cyan robe came into view. Embroidered upon his chest was a golden dragon, the envoy of Dragon Abyss Pavilion. Young Master Qin Tian. The middle-aged man bowed respectfully. You have received a letter. Qin Tian accepted the correspondence. The envelope was black, thick, and sturdy to the touch, resembling some manner of beast hide. Upon the envelope, rendered in golden script, were the 4 characters Qin Tian personally opened. The calligraphy was vigorous and powerful, exuding an ancient and elegant aura. In the lower right corner of the envelope was imprinted a tortoiseshell motif with the character Xian carved at its center. Xuanwu Pavilion. Qin Tian raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the middle-aged man confirmed. The envoy from Xuanwu Pavilion delivered it personally, stating it was of utmost importance. The envoy awaits in the front hall and offers to answer any questions you may have in person. Understood. You may retire for now. Yes, sir. The middle-aged man transformed into a beam of cyan light and vanished into the heavens. Qin Tian opened the envelope and withdrew a golden invitation card. The card felt heavy in his hand, as though forged from pure gold. Inscribed upon it in neat regular script were the following words. To Lord Qin Tian, the Xuanwu secret realm is soon to open. We cordially invite you to explore it alongside us. Within the secret realm lies the complete inheritance of the Xuanwu divine beast, as well as a vast array of ancient treasures. Should you wish to accept, please visit Xuanwu Pavilion 3 days hence to discuss matters of importance. Respectfully, Xuanwu Jinjuan, Master of Xuanwu Pavilion. Affixed to the reverse side of the invitation was a brief explanation detailing the basic circumstances of the Xuanwu secret realm. Qin Tian read through the invitation, his brows drawing together. Master, what does it say? The nine-tailed heavenly fox poked her head out from his embrace, curiously regarding the invitation. Qin Tian handed it to her. Xuanwu Pavilion has invited me to explore the secret realm. They claim the inheritance of the Xuanwu divine beast lies within. The nine-tailed heavenly fox curled her tail around the invitation and read it once. Then all 10 tails stood rigidly upright. The inheritance of the Xuanwu divine beast. Her eyes blazed with light. Master, we must go? That is one of the 4 great divine beasts. Hold your horses. Qin Tian restrained his excited nine-tailed heavenly fox. Let me consider this first. He rose to his feet and paced within the training ground. Xuanwu Pavilion was one of the Federation's 3 great powers, standing alongside Dragon Abyss Pavilion and Foaming Mountain. Its master Xuanwu Jinjuan was a peak SSS rank beast tamer whose strength was unfathomable, ranking among the top 3 beast tamers throughout the Federation. For such a towering power to extend an invitation to an 18-year-old youth like himself was on the surface rather extraordinary. Yet upon closer consideration, there was method to the madness. Qin Tian possessed both the White Tiger Divine Beast and the Vermilion Bird Thunder Rock. Though neither had yet attained their complete divine forms, they already carried the bloodline of the White Tiger and Vermilion Bird. Coupled with his status as young master of Dragon Abyss Pavilion and his performance in the national competition, he was certainly qualified to receive such an invitation. System, what is your assessment? Xuanwu Platform has a good reputation, maintaining long-term cooperative relations with Longyuan Pavilion with no record of betrayal in history. The Xuanwu Secret Realm does indeed exist, opening once every 100 years. The last opening was 99 years ago. Within the secret realm lies the complete inheritance of the Xuanwu divine beast, along with numerous ancient treasures. Inviting the host is reasonable and justified for the following reasons. First, the host possesses beast tamers carrying the White Tiger and Vermilion Bird bloodlines, which are key elements needed to unlock the secret realm seal. Second, the host's strength is more than sufficient. With 3 SS rank beast tamers, he ranks among the top of the federal generation. Third, Xuanwu Platform genuinely needs the host's power and has no motive to set a trap. Suggestion, accept the invitation. Qin Tian nodded. The system's reasoning made sense. Before he could speak, his communicator rang. It was Morong Shue's video call. Qin Tian answered and Morong Shue's face appeared on the screen. She was wearing a white combat suit, her long hair tied in a high ponytail. She looked like she had just finished training, with sweat glistening on her forehead. But her ice blue eyes held a trace of worry, her lips slightly pressed together. Qin Tian, I heard Xuanwu Platform sent you an invitation. How did you know? My father told me. Morong Shui bit her lip. He said the Xuanwu secret realm is very dangerous and half of those who enter never come out. I know. Then you're still going. I must go. Qin Tian looked into her eyes. I need to grow stronger. Morong Shui fell silent for a few seconds. She understood why Qin Tian needed to become stronger. The gate of the divine realm was about to open and only SSS rank beast tamers could enter. Although Qin Tian now had 3 SS rank beast tamers, the path to SSS rank was still long. And the Xuanwu secret realm was the best way to quickly increase his strength. Then I'll go with you, Morong Shui said. Qin Tian shook his head. Xuanwu Platform only invited me. But Qin Tian interrupted her. Stay home and wait for me to return. Morong Shui's eyes reddened. She bit her lip, trying hard not to cry. You must come back. I promise. Morong Shui stared at him for a few seconds, then reached out and tapped the screen, ending the call. Qin Tian looked at the dark screen and sighed. Master, Morong Shui doesn't want you to go, the nine-tailed heavenly fox said, poking him with its tail. I know. Then kiss her before you leave. What do you know? You're just a fox. With 9 tails I understand everything. The nine-tailed heavenly fox wagged its tail proudly. Master, your face is blushing. I'm not. You do. From the roots of your ears, all the way down to your neck. That's from the heat. It's autumn now. The nine-tailed heavenly fox covered its mouth with its tail, giggling. Master, your lying skills are getting worse. Qin Tian decided not to debate this with the fox. He felt that in terms of intelligence he was no match for the nine-tailed heavenly fox. He put away the invitation and returned home. His father Qin Haidong was sitting by the window drinking tea, holding an ancient beast taming manual and reading it through reading glasses. Ever since Qin Tian's beast tamers kept multiplying, his father had begun studying the habits and training methods of various beast tamers, terrified his son couldn't raise them properly. Dad, I'm going on a long trip. Qin Haidong put down his teacup and removed his reading glasses. Where to? Xuanwu Platform. Qin Haidong's brow furrowed. Xuanwu Platform. What do they want with you? They invited me to explore the secret realm. Qin Tian handed the invitation to Qin Haidong. The Xuanwu secret realm contains the inheritance of the Xuanwu divine beast. Qin Haidong took the invitation and read it carefully. His hand trembled slightly. Xiao Tian, your grandfather also visited the Xuanwu secret realm back then. Qin Tian was startled. Grandfather? Yes. Qin Haidong's gaze grew distant, as if recalling something from long ago. Your grandfather Qin Tian was one of the strongest beast tamers in the Federation back then. He entered the Xuanwu secret realm, and upon emerging he broke through to SSS rank, becoming one of the Federation's most distinguished top-tier experts. And then what happened to grandfather? Later, Qin Haidong gave a bitter smile. Later he entered the Divine Realm, and never came back. Qin Tian fell silent. The Divine Realm, a legendary abode of the gods accessible only to SSS rank beast tamers. Yet not a single one who entered ever returned. Some claimed they broke through their limits within the Divine Realm and became true gods, having no need to come back. Others said they perished in the Divine Realm, devoured by more powerful beings. No one knew the truth. Xiao Tian, I won't stop you. Qin Haidong stood up and patted Qin Tian on the shoulder. But remember this, no matter what happens you must come back alive. I will, Dad. Your grandfather said the same thing back then. Qin Haidong's eyes reddened. But he didn't make it. Qin Tian opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Qin Haidong took a deep breath, turned around, and walked to the cabinet. From the back, he retrieved an antique wooden box. Crafted from 1,000-year-old sandalwood, it was carved with intricate sealing runes. Qin Haidong bit his fingertip and let a drop of blood fall onto the seal. The runes glowed briefly and the wooden box opened on its own. Inside lay an ancient jade pendant, dark green throughout, with the character Qin carved on it. This is the amulet your grandfather left behind. Qin Haidong handed the jade pendant to Qin Tian. He gave it to me before entering the Divine Realm, saying if one day his descendants needed to enter a secret realm, they should take this with them. Qin Tian took the jade pendant and held it in his palm. A warm energy surged from the pendant, flowing through his arm and spreading throughout his body as if enveloped by a pair of gentle hands. Acquired amulet, SS grade treasure 20 to all attributes for the wearer, immune to one fatal blow. Note this is a legacy item left by Qin Tian for his descendants, imbued with an ancestor's love. Qin Tian held the jade pendant, his nose tingling. Thank you, Dad. Go. Qin Haidong turned around his back to Qin Tian. Come back soon. Qin Tian watched his father's retreating figure. The man who had once been tall and imposing now had white hairs at his temples and a slightly stooped back. Time had been unkind. Dad, moi. When I return I'll drink with you. Qin Haidong's shoulders trembled. He covered his face with his hand and turned his body away. All right. Qin Tian turned and walked out of the room. The nine-tailed heavenly fox peeked out from his embrace, nuzzling his face with its tail. Master, your father is crying. I know. Aren't you going to comfort him? No. Qin Tian shook his head. If I go comfort him, he'll cry even harder. The nine-tailed heavenly fox fell silent for a moment. Master, you really understand your father. Obviously he's my dad. 3 days later, Xuanwu platform. Qin Tian stood before the grand entrance, gazing at the structure built upon the massive turtle-shaped mountain, and took a deep breath. Xuanwu platform rested atop Mount Xuanwu, the entire peak resembling a colossal turtle crawling across the earth, its slopes draped in black rock and dark green vegetation. The platforms rose in terraced levels along the mountainside, crowned at the summit by a monumental statue of Xuanwu, a sacred creature embodying both turtle and serpent, rendered with astonishing realism. What a giant turtle! The nine-tailed heavenly fox observed from Qin Tian's embrace, its 9 tails swaying gently. Don't speak nonsense. That's not a turtle, it's Xuanwu. Is there a difference? Xuanwu is a divine beast while turtles are just animals. Then why do they look exactly the same? My goodness. You win. The 9-tailed heavenly fox wagged her tail triumphantly, then took a deep breath, her eyes lighting up. Master, I smell the scent of treasure. Nonsense. Since when can treasures be smelled? I do not know, but it is extremely fragrant. Your noses are simply not as keen as those of us from the Fox clan. The 9-tailed heavenly fox's nose twitched. It smells like ancient spiritual fruit and evolution stones, and dragon crystals. Dragon crystals. The demonic Azure Dragon King poked his head out from the Beast Taming ring, his eyes gleaming. Quick, tell me, where is it? Inside the secret realm, the 9-tailed heavenly fox replied. I can smell it somewhere very deep within. A greedy light flashed in the eyes of the demonic Azure Dragon King. Master, I want to go. Do not rush, we are about to enter. Qin Tian gently patted its head. With that he stepped forward into the Xuanwu platform. The entrance of the Xuanwu platform consisted of 2 massive stone doors, each standing 10 meters tall, carved with intricate tortoiseshell patterns. 2 guards stood before the gates, both of whom were A-rank beast masters. Upon seeing Qin Tian, they bowed in unison. Lord Qin Tian, the platform master, is already awaiting your arrival in the council chamber. Please follow me. One of the guards led Qin Tian through the massive gates. The interior of the Xuanwu platform was even more ancient and simplistic than the Longyuan pavilion. There were no magnificent decorations or splendid halls, only rough stone walls, stone pillars, and paved stone pathways. Yet runes were carved upon every single stone, and arrays were inscribed on every pillar. Qin Tian could discern that the entire Xuanwu platform was in fact a colossal defensive fortress. The defensive arrays here are 3 times stronger than those of the Lonyuan Pavilion, the nine-tailed heavenly fox whispered. How do you know that? I am not a fool. Qin Tian followed the guard through a long corridor and arrived at a vast plaza. In the center of the plaza stood a colossal statue of Xuanwu, a fusion of tortoise and serpent. Rising approximately 50 meters high, it was carved entirely from a single massive block of black stone. The statue's eyes were 2 fist-sized red gems glittering with a mysterious eerie light under the sun. Detected SSS-class treasure eyes of Xuanwu 2 can be embedded in beast taming equipment, increasing all attributes of the tamed beast by 50. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. 2 SSS-class gems just embedded in a statue to serve as its eyes. Was the Xuanwu platform truly this wealthy? Lord Qin Tian. A voice echoed from behind the statue. Qin Tian turned his head and saw a white-haired elder stepping out from behind the monument. The elder wore a long black robe and leaned on a walking cane. Though he walked slowly, every step fell into a precise rhythmic cadence, imparting a profound and mysterious aura. Although his hair was entirely silver, his complexion was ruddy and his eyes were bright, radiating vigor and health. This old man is perfected Xuanwu, awaiting your arrival here by order of the platform master. The elder cupped his hands in greeting. You are too polite, perfected one. Qin Tian replied hastily, returning the gesture. Perfected Xuanwu sized Qin Tian up, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. Your aura is even stronger than the rumors suggest. You overpraise me, perfected one. 3 SS class tamed beasts and 2 at the peak of A class. Perfected Xuanwu nodded in admiration. To possess such strength at your age is something this old man has never witnessed in his entire life. Qin Tian offered a modest smile. Please follow me. The platform master is waiting for you in the council chamber. Qin Tian followed perfected Xuanwu across the plaza and entered a towering stone palace. The interior of the stone palace was even more spacious than the outside. Carved upon the vaulted ceiling was a massive mural depicting a battle between the divine beast Xuanwu and an ancient fiend god. In the mural, the divine beast Xuanwu blocked the fiend god's onslaught with its tortoise shell and coiled its serpent body around the fiend god's neck, ultimately sealing the entity beneath the depths of the ocean. This is the origin of the Xuanwu secret realm, perfected Xuanwu said, pointing to the mural. In ancient times, the divine beast Xuanwu sealed the remnant soul of the fiend god here. The secret realm is that very place of sealing. Qin Tian gazed at the mural, lost in thought. Perfected one, is the remnant soul of the fiend god still there? It is. And it is growing stronger by the day. The seal has already begun to loosen. If we do not reinforce it soon, the remnant soul of the fiend god will break free. Is that why the platform master wishes to open the secret realm? Indeed, perfected Xuanwu nodded. Opening the secret realm serves 2 purposes: to obtain the inheritance of Xuanwu and to reinforce the seal. Qin Tian fell silent for a brief moment. I understand. The 2 of them walked to the deepest recesses of the stone palace and pushed open a heavy stone door. Behind the stone door lay a colossal circular hall. In the center of the hall stood a stone table carved with the emblem of Xuanwu. Seated behind the table was an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, yet he was full of vitality, his eyes shining with piercing brilliance. He wore a black robe embroidered with a golden Xuanwu on the chest. The master of the Xuanwu platform, true monarch Xuanwu. Young friend Qin Tian, please take a seat. Qin Tian sat down opposite him. The moment he sat, he felt an invisible pressure surging from all directions, as if an entire mountain were gazing down upon him. The pressure of a peak SSS-class beast master was indeed worthy of its reputation. Qin Tian's expression remained unchanged as the auras of his 3 SS-class tamed beasts faintly emanated from his ring, countering the overwhelming pressure. True monarch Xuanwu's eyes brightened. 3 SS-class tamed beasts and 2 at the peak of A-class. Your strength, young friend, is even greater than I imagined. You overpraise me, platform master. It is not overpraise but the simple truth, true monarch, Xuanwu chuckled. When this old man was your age, I did not possess even a single A-class tamed beast. Qin Tian did not respond, waiting for true monarch Xuanwu to get to the main point. True monarch Xuanwu did not beat around the bush either. He retrieved a map from beneath the stone table and spread it across the surface. The map was crafted from beast hide, tinged with an ancient yellow hue, and was filled with intricate patterns and inscriptions. Most prominent was a 7-layered underground palace with each layer marked by different colors and symbols. The Xuanwu secret realm, true monarch Xuanwu's finger traced across the map. A 7-layered secret realm, with each layer possessing a distinct environment and guardian. The first layer is the shallow sea layer, the second is the coral layer, the third is the deep sea layer, the fourth is the labyrinth layer, the fifth is the trial layer, the sixth is the inheritance layer, and the seventh is the core layer. A century ago, I entered the secret realm and made my way to the 5th layer, obtaining a portion of the Xuanwu trials. However, I was never able to set foot in the 6th and 7th layers. Why? Qin Tian asked. Because it requires the power of the 4 divine beasts, true monarch Xuanwu explained, looking at Qin Tian. Only when the 4 powers of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Xuanwu are activated simultaneously can the gates to the 6th layer be opened. Qin Tian understood. Does the platform master possess the Azure Dragon? I do not, true monarch Xuanwu shook his head. However, Long Outyin, the son of the Long Yuan Pavilion's lord, does. His golden holy dragon king possesses the bloodline of the Azure Dragon, which can serve as the power of the Azure Dragon. Then what of the White Tiger and the Vermilion Bird? You have them, true monarch Xuanwu smiled. Your divine White Tiger Beast and Vermilion Bird Thunder Rock are indeed the powers of the White Tiger and the Vermilion Bird. Although they have not yet reached their fully matured divine beast forms, their bloodlines are already sufficient. And what of Xuanwu? This is the second reason I sought you out. Xuanwu Jinjuan took a black crystal from his pocket and placed it on the table. The crystal was the size of a fist, pitch black, with countless tiny points of light flowing within like a starry sky. The crystal emanated a faint chill, feeling like ice to the touch. Detected Xuanwu Inheritance Crystal Fragment SSS Rank Treasure. Contains a portion of the Xuanwu Inheritance, can temporarily serve as the power of Xuanwu. Gather all 4 fragments to synthesize the complete Xuanwu Inheritance Crystal. This is a fragment of the Xuanwu Inheritance Crystal, said Xuanwu Jinjuan. It can temporarily act as the power of Xuanwu to open the gate to the 6th floor. But the true Xuanwu Inheritance lies on the 7th floor, and your spirit beast must obtain it on its own. Qin Tian stared at the black crystal, his heart racing. The Xuanwu Inheritance, the strongest defensive power among the 4 divine beasts. If his Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling could obtain the Xuanwu Inheritance, it would be a qualitative leap. Platform master, besides the Xuanwu Inheritance, what else is in the secret realm? Treasures, said Xuanwu Jinjuan. Evolution stones, skill books, spirit fruits, spirit beast eggs. The ancient secret realm has everything. If you're lucky, you might even find an ancient divine beast egg. Qin Tian's eyes gleamed even brighter. An ancient divine beast egg. Platform master, I accept. Xuanwu Jinjuan smiled. Good. The secret realm opens in 3 days. Stay at Xuanwu platform these 3 days. I'll have someone arrange lodging for you. Thank you, platform master. Qin Tian stood up and was about to leave when Xuanwu Jinjuan suddenly called him back. Young friend Qin Tian, there's something I must tell you. What is it? In the secret realm, besides the Xuanwu Inheritance, another thing is sealed. Xuanwu Jinjuan's gaze turned solemn. The remnant soul of an ancient demon god. SSS rank midstage, extremely terrifying in power. Qin Tian's pupils contracted. SSS rank midstage. 1 rank higher than his strongest spirit beast. 100 years ago when I entered the secret realm, it was still asleep, said Xuanwu Jinjuan. But now the seal is loosening and it could awaken at any moment. If it awakens, the entire secret realm will be devoured. I understand, Qin Tian nodded. I'll be careful. He walked out of the meeting hall. The 9-tailed celestial fox poked her head out from his chest. Master, are you afraid? No. Why? Because I have you all. Qin Tian rubbed her head. 3 SS ranks, 2 A rank peaks. If we can't win, we run. Survival is what matters, there's no shame in that. The 9-tailed celestial fox's mouth curved into a crescent moon. Master, we won't let you die. I know. Qin Tian looked up at the sky. The setting sun painted the horizon crimson. 3 days later, the Xuanwu secret realm. A new adventure was about to begin. Suddenly, the 9-tailed celestial fox poked Qin Tian's face with her tail. Master Long Outyin is here too. Qin Tian turned and saw a familiar figure approaching from afar. Long Outyin, clad in a golden battle suit with the golden sacred dragon king following behind him, released the aura of an SS rank peak without restraint. He spotted Qin Tian, paused, then furrowed his brow. What are you doing here? I was invited by Xuanwu platform, Qin Tian said flatly. I was invited too. Long Outyin's brow furrowed deeper. Why do you follow me everywhere I go? I got here first. I was invited first. I arrived first. Long Outyin paused. You're determined to compete with me, eh? You're the one competing with me. The two locked eyes, sparks seemingly flying in the air. The 9-tailed celestial fox covered her mouth with her tail and whispered, Master, you two have such chemistry. Shut up. Long Outyin heard it too, and his face darkened. What did your fox say? She said you're handsome. Long Outyin stared at Qin Tian for 3 seconds. You're lying. Yes. Long Outyin flicked his sleeve forcefully and turned away. The 9-tailed celestial fox burst out laughing. Master, he's angry. I know. Aren't you going to appease him? Why should I, eh? Because you're going into the secret realm together. Qin Tian was silent for a moment. You're right. He walked toward the direction Long Outyin had left. Master, you're getting better at dealing with people. I've always been good at it. Then why didn't you have friends before? Mind your own business. I'm just concerned. Qin Tian quickened his pace and caught up to Long Outyin. 3 days later the secret realm would open. The two would enter the Xuanwu secret realm together. One was the junior pavilion master of the Longyuan Pavilion, the other the son of the pavilion master. One was a dark horse with a gray talent, the other a genius with an orange talent. One possessed 3 SS rank spirit beasts, the other the SS rank peak golden sacred dragon king. Who was stronger? As the saying goes, a horse is known by its paces. They would see in the secret realm. On the other side, the media in the Spirit Beast City was broadcasting news of Qin Tian's arrival at Xuanwu platform, non-stop, Xuanwu platform, internal news, Qin Tian arrives at Xuanwu platform. 3 SS rank spirit beasts stun the crowd. Xuanwu platform daily. Xuanwu Xinjuan young friend Qin Tian is the most promising young man I've ever met. I look forward to working with him. Platform master exclusive interview. Long Outyin, he's here again. Why does he follow me everywhere? Long Outyin's complaint, Morong Shui, oh my god. I'll wait for him to come back. Entertainment, reporter, remote connection. Qin Haidong, remember to bring my grandson back. Heartfelt magazine, true feelings section, a father's heart. Long Outyin, wait. Long Outyin walked fast, and Qin Tian chased him down half a corridor before catching up. Long Outyin stopped, but didn't turn around. Pest, what do you want? Outyin, I became the junior pavilion master. Don't be mad. Your father made me do it. I'm not mad. I don't care about being junior pavilion master anyway. Being free and alone suits me fine. Outyin, we're going into the secret realm together in 3 days. We need to discuss how to handle it. Long Outyin turned around and looked at Qin Tian, a hint of surprise in his eyes. You actually initiated a discussion. I thought you always carried everything alone. That was the past. Qin Tian walked up to him. The secret realm is dangerous. No one can handle it alone, including you. Long Outyin stared at him for a few seconds, then smiled. All right, let's discuss it then. The two walked side by side down the corridor of Xuanwu platform. The nine-tailed celestial fox poked her head out from Qin Tian's chest, looking at Qin Tian, then at Long Outyin, her 9 tails gently swaying. Master, you two are both the next generation of Longyuan Pavilion. Why not become sworn brothers? I agree, said Qin Tian. I disagree, said Long Outyin. They looked at each other, then both turned away. The 9-tailed celestial fox covered her mouth, with her tail shaking with laughter. At the end of the corridor, Xuanwu Jinren stood by a stone gate, leaning on a staff, smiling kindly at them. Young friends, your lodgings are arranged. They're next to each other, convenient for communication. Next to each other. Qin Tian and Long Outyin frowned simultaneously. Yes, next to each other. Xuanwu Jinren smiled, even more benevolently. Young people should communicate more and deepen their understanding. Who wants to deepen understanding with him? Long Outyin blurted out. Qin Tian smiled slightly. Well, the rich second generation certainly has his own style. Xuanwu Jinren laughed out loud. Your rooms are this way. Please follow me. Qin Tian and Long Outyin followed Xuanwu Jinren through the corridor to a row of stone chambers. The doors of the stone chambers were engraved with numbers. Jia Yi Jia Er Jia San. Jia Yi is young friend Qin Tian's room. Jia Er is young friend Long Outyin's room. Xuanwu Jinren pushed open the door. The facilities are complete inside. If you need anything, just let me know. Qin Tian walked into Jia Yi and looked around. Qin Tian observed his surroundings. The stone chamber was small but tidy, containing a stone bed, a stone table, and a stone chair. Hanging on the wall was a portrait of the Xuanwu. In the corner stood a small cultivation platform inscribed with a spirit-gathering array which concentrated the spiritual energy to 5 times the density of the outside world. Not bad, Qin Tian nodded in approval. Long Outyin poked his head out from the adjacent room, glancing at Qin Tian's quarters. Yours is smaller than mine. They are the same size. My window faces south while yours faces north. How do you know? I checked. Qin Tian fell silent for a brief moment. Are you showing off? Yes. Childish. You started it. The 9-tailed celestial fox leapt from Qin Tian's embrace onto the stone bed, patting the surface with her tail. Master, the bed is quite soft. That is good. Long Outyin's bed is probably softer. How do you know? Can a wealthy scion endure even a shred of hardship? Fair point. Qin Tian set down his luggage and walked over to look out the window. Outside lay the back mountain of the Xuanwu platform, covered by a dense bamboo forest. Deep within the bamboo forest, a crystal-clear stream wound its way, with fish visible swimming in its depths. In the distance stretched a continuous mountain range, its snow-capped peaks shimmering with a golden hue under the setting sun. The scenery is quite lovely, Qin Tian remarked. From next door, Long Outyin's voice drifted over. I can see the ocean from my window. Qin Tian did not reply. Did you see it? The ocean? Long Outyin asked again. I see it. Your window faces north. How could you possibly see the ocean? If I say I see it, I see it. Long Outyin fell silent for a moment. You are lying to me. Yes. Long Outyin shut his window with a resounding thud. The 9-tailed celestial fox burst into laughter. Master, you are too wicked. He started it. Ever since you became the young pavilion master, he has constantly regarded you as his rival. Qin Tian did not refute her. He placed his beast taming ring onto the stone table, and 5 beams of light surged forth from within. The azure dragon demonic dragon king transformed into a streak of green light, landing in the corner of the stone chamber and coiling itself into a heap. Its massive size nearly filled the entire chamber. Young dragon, shrink a bit, Qin Tian commanded. The azure dragon demonic dragon king reduced its size to 2 meters in length, resembling a large serpent as it curled up in the corner with its eyes half closed. The white tiger divine beast landed beside the stone bed and laid down its golden eyes fixed on the doorway, maintaining a vigilant guard. The vermilion bird Thunder Rock perched on the windowsill, its purple eyes gazing out at the bamboo forest as occasional arcs of lightning crackled across its feathers. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling took root upon the cultivation platform, its leaves glowing with a green light as it began to absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit-gathering array. The 9-tailed celestial fox lay on the stone bed, her 9 tails draped over her body like a colorful blanket. The 5 tamed beasts had each found a comfortable spot. Qin Tian sat upon the stone bed and opened the system panel. Host Qin Tian. Talent Gray. Tame Beasts Azure Dragon Demonic Dragon King SS Grade Mid-Stage White Tiger Divine Beast SS Grade Mid-Stage Vermilion Bird Thunder Rock SS Grade Mid-Stage 9-Tailed Celestial Fox A Grade Peak Stage Ancient Shu Divine Tree Sapling A Grade Peak Stage Guardian Shadow Wolf King C Grade. Current Strength Assessment capable of challenging SS Grade Peak Stage Beast Tamers above his level. Secret Realm Exploration Progress 0. Qin Tian stared at the panel, lost in thought. 5 tamed beasts, 3 at SS grade mid-stage, and 2 at A grade peak stage. Among the younger generation of the Federation, this lineup was already peerless. Yet when placed within the Xuanwu secret realm against the remnant soul of a SSS grade mid-stage demon god, they were still somewhat too green. I need a breakthrough, Qin Tian muttered to himself. The 9-tailed celestial fox raised her head. Master, what did you say? I said we need a breakthrough. Qin Tian looked at her. You and the Ancient Shu Divine Tree need to reach SS grade as soon as possible. The 9-tailed celestial fox's 9 tails stood on end. How do we make the breakthrough? There are resources within the secret realm, Qin Tian replied. True monarch Xuanwu mentioned that the realm holds a vast bounty of ancient treasures, evolution stones, spiritual fruits, inheritance crystals. As long as we can find them, we can break through. But what if we can't find any? We will. Qin Tian gently stroked her head. My luck has always been excellent. The 9-tailed celestial fox nodded, a mysterious smile gracing her face. Master, your good luck is all thanks to me. Why is that? Have you not noticed? Ever since you formed a contract with me, your life has been on an unstoppable upward trajectory, as if you were blessed with extraordinary fortune. You have a point. Then you should thank me. Qin Tian chuckled. Very well, I shall rely on you from now on. Just then Long Outyan's voice echoed from next door. Qin Tian, what are you muttering to yourself about? I am speaking with my tamed beasts. Speaking with your beasts? Yes. Are you out of your mind? You are the one who is out of his mind. Come over here, let's have a fight. Not interested. Why? Because there is nothing in it for me. Long Outyan fell silent for a moment. I have an S-grade evolution stone. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. If I win, it is mine. Yes. And if I lose? It is impossible for you to win. I said what if. There are no what ifs. Qin Tian stood up, walked to the door, and opened it. Long Outyan opened his door as well, and the two locked eyes. Let's go, Qin Tian said. Let's go, Long Outyan agreed. The two walked side by side toward the training grounds. The 9-tailed celestial fox peeked her head out from Qin Tian's embrace, staring at Long Outyan's retreating figure. Master, are you going to thrash him again? He brought it upon himself. He is no match for you. He knows. Then why does he still challenge you? Because he refuses to admit defeat. The 9-tailed celestial fox sighed. He is still too young and has never suffered a major setback. Master, thrash him thoroughly. Beat him until he is utterly convinced. The training ground was located on the eastern side of the Xuanwu platform. It was an open-air circular arena 200 meters in diameter, paved with black basalt and inscribed with defensive formations. Qin Tian and Long Outyan stood at opposite ends of the training ground. Long Outyan summoned the Golden Sacred Dragon King. A majestic golden dragon materialized upon the arena, its body stretching 60 meters long with a wingspan of 150 meters, its golden scales shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. The aura of an SS-grade peak stage beast was unleashed without restraint, causing the entire training ground to tremble. SS-grade peak stage. Qin Tian raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Long Outyan said triumphantly. After losing to you last time, I returned and cultivated bitterly for a month. The Golden Sacred Dragon King has broken through from SS-grade mid-stage to SS-grade peak stage. Not bad. Just not bad. Long Outyan frowned. Very good. Long Outyan's frown deepened. Your tone sounds rather dismissive. It is not. It is. Perhaps a little then. Long Outyin took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. Qin Tian, I will reclaim my victory today. Sure, you are not nervous? Not at all. Why, oi? Because you cannot defeat me. Long Outyin's face flushed red with anger. Golden Sacred Dragon King Golden Dragon Breath. A torrent of golden dragon breath surged toward Qin Tian, its power easily thrice as formidable as their last encounter. Qin Tian did not even flinch. The Azure Dragon Demonic Dragon King stepped out from behind him, its body expanding from 2 meters to 80 meters as intricate runes manifested upon its blue-gold scales. It unleashed its SS-grade mid-stage aura. Although it was a tier lower than the Golden Sacred Dragon King, its pure sovereign draconic pressure was not the least bit inferior. Young Dragon Demonic Dragon Breath. The Black Dragon Breath collided with the Golden Dragon Breath. The Golden Breath was instantly suppressed by the Black Breath, forced back inch by inch. Long Outyin's face instantly turned deathly pale. How is this possible? My dragon is at the peak of SS rank. Rank isn't everything, Qin Tian said calmly. Bloodline is. The dragon aura of the Azure Dragon Demon King intensified once more. The Black Dragon Breath instantly devoured the Golden Dragon Breath and shot toward the Golden Sacred Dragon King. The Golden Sacred Dragon King sidestepped to dodge, but was still grazed on its flank. The scales were corroded across a large area, exposing raw flesh in a gruesome sight. Enough. Qin Tian recalled the Azure Dragon Demon King. Long Outyin stood frozen, his face ashen as he stared at the wound on the Golden Sacred Dragon King's flank. I lost again. You lost again. One move, hey, one move. Long Outyin fell silent. He recalled the Golden Sacred Dragon King and pulled out an S-rank evolution stone from his belongings, tossing it to Qin Tian. For you. Qin Tian caught the evolution stone and stowed it in his ring. Long Outyin turned and walked away. Wait. Qin Tian called after him. What else? Your Golden Sacred Dragon King is injured. Shouldn't you treat it? Long Outyin paused, then retrieved a healing potion from his backpack and began tending to the dragon's wound. Qin Tian stepped forward and produced a healing fruit from his ring, offering it to him. Use this, it works better. Long Outyin studied the healing fruit, hesitated, then accepted it. Thank you. You're welcome. Long Outyin fed the healing fruit to the Golden Sacred Dragon King, and the wound closed before their eyes. He looked up at Qin Tian. Why are you helping me? Because you lost, Qin Tian replied. Those who lose shouldn't have to suffer further. Long Outyin was quiet for a long moment. Qin Tian, you're quite an interesting person. In what way? You're clearly powerful, yet you have no desire to bully others. You could have won gracefully, but never boast about it. You could have refused to help, yet you did anyway. Qin Tian considered this. Perhaps because I once went through difficult times myself. Difficult times? Yes. Qin Tian gazed at the sky. I used to have gray-tier aptitude. Everyone looked down on me and made things difficult at every turn. I know what it feels like to be despised, so I can't bear to watch others suffer the same fate. Long Outyin fell silent. He remembered the first time he'd seen Qin Tian. He'd also looked down on that youth with gray-tier aptitude. I'm sorry, Long Outyin said. Why apologize? Because I used to look down on you too. Qin Tian smiled. No harm done. I deserved it back then. Long Outyin paused, then laughed. You're a good person, Qin Tian. The two stood side by side on the training ground as the setting sun cast long shadows across their figures. The nine-tailed heavenly fox poked its head out from Qin Tian's arms, eyeing Long Outyin. Master, are we friends now? Not yet, Qin Tian said. We are, Long Outyin said. They both turned to look at each other. Not yet, Long Outyin corrected himself. We are, Qin Tian said. They fell silent once more. The nine-tailed heavenly fox covered its face with its tail. The two of you should put aside your differences now. Harmony brings prosperity after all. 3 days later, the day the Xuanwu secret realm opened. Qin Tian stood in the Xuanwu platform plaza with Long Outyin at his side, and Xuanwu Jinjuan and Xuanwu Jinren facing them. At the center of the plaza, the Xuanwu statue radiated a faint glow. A crack had split open beneath it, revealing a downward passage. The passage carried the salty tang of seawater and an ancient vast presence. Detecting Xuanwu's secret realm entrance. Secret realm grade SSS tier. Danger level extremely high. Recommendation: host should not act rashly upon entering the secret realm. Coordinate with teammates as much as possible. Qin Tian glanced at Long Outyin. You follow me. Why aren't you following me? Because I'm stronger than you. Just by a little. A little stronger is still stronger. Long Outyin gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll follow you. Xuanwu Jinjuan approached and handed each of them a black pearl. These are teleportation pearls. Shatter one if danger arises, and you'll be instantly transported out of the secret realm. Qin Tian took the teleportation pearl and stored it in his ring. Elder, what dangers await us in the secret realm beyond the demon god's remaining soul? The guardians, Xuanwu Jinjuan replied. Each layer is protected by guardians whose power ranges from SS to SSS tier. You must defeat each guardian to advance to the next layer. Understood. Xuanwu Jinjuan regarded them both with a glimmer of expectation. Qin Tian Long Outyin, I've waited a century for this moment. I trust you'll set aside old grievances and become allies keeping the greater good in mind. May you succeed. We will succeed, Qin Tian said. He turned and made his way toward the secret realm entrance. Long Outyin followed behind him. The nine-tailed heavenly fox peeked out from Qin Tian's arms, gazing down the dark passage. It's so dark in there, master. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Your hands are trembling. That's just excitement. Right? Qin Tian offered no response and stepped into the passage. Darkness swallowed his figure. Long Outyin drew a deep breath and followed him inside. Xuanwu Jinjuan watched the two retreating figures and murmured to himself. 100 years. Finally, it's happened. Xuanwu Jinren stood beside him, leaning on his cane. Elder, do you think they'll succeed? They will, Xuanwu Jinjuan said. That boy Qin Tian carries the same spirit as Qin Baodian. Qin Baodian. Xuanwu Jinren's gaze grew distant. The strongest man in his era. Exactly. Xuanwu Jinjuan nodded. His grandson will not fall short. The passage stretched long and steep, descending hundreds of meters into the earth. After roughly 10 minutes of walking, light appeared before Qin Tian's eyes. At the passage's end lay a vast underground space. Above them arched a rocky ceiling embedded with luminous minerals that shimmered like stars. Beneath their feet, black rock was carved with ancient runes glowing faintly blue. But what struck them most was the ocean before them. Its deep blue waters were crystal clear, revealing coral reefs and swimming fish below. The sea's surface lay calm as glass, mirroring the starry canopy above. Is this the Xuanwu secret realm? Long Outyin stood beside Qin Tian, staring at the expanse before them in awe. The first layer, the shallow sea zone, Qin Tian said. He took a deep breath and walked toward the water's edge. The sea was cool, reaching his ankles. The nine-tailed heavenly fox peered out from Qin Tian's arms, watching the fish in the water, its 9 tails swaying gently. Master, there's something in the water. What is it? Living things, the nine-tailed heavenly fox said, its ears perking up. Many of them, huge. Before it finished speaking, the sea's surface exploded upward. A massive tentacle burst from the water, lashing toward Qin Tian. Thick as a barrel, its surface bristled with suckers, oozing thick clusters of mucus. Qin Tian didn't move. The white tiger divine beast surged from his beast ring, its golden eyes fixed on the tentacle as it let out a roar. Ayo! The tiger's roar echoed through the mountain forest. The sonic impact forced the tentacle to recoil. A minute passed. More thick tentacles emerged from the water, filling the sky in a dense mass. Long Outyin's expression shifted. What kind of monster is this? Qin Tian did not answer. Instead, he looked at the nine-tailed sky fox. Nine-tailed, ignite the foxfire that scorches the heavens. The nine-tailed sky fox leaped from his arms, raising all 9 tails with flames of 9 colors burning at their tips. 9 tails unite. Foxfire burns the sky. The 9-colored flames converged into a vortex of fire that swept across the sea. Seawater evaporated, tentacles were scorched black, and the air filled with the smell of grilled squid. When the flames dissipated, a colossal octopus carcass floated on the surface. Defeated SS-level Guardian Deep Sea Octopus. Gained 10,000 experience points. Qin Tian recalled the 9-tailed sky fox and patted her head. Well done. The 9-tailed sky fox wagged her tails proudly. Long Outyin stared at the roasted octopus, swallowing hard. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he quickly masked his gluttonous expression. Your fox is quite formidable. She has always been formidable. The 9-tailed sky fox lashed Qin Tian with her tail. Master, thank you for the praise. Long Outyin watched the interaction between master and pet and suddenly smiled. Qin Tian, teaming up with you isn't so bad after all. Nonsense. They walked for about 10 more minutes before reaching the underground teleportation array of the Xuanwu platform. Qin Tian stood before the enormous teleportation array, gazing at the ancient formation that spanned over 100 meters in diameter. He took a deep breath. The teleportation array was carved into the ground, composed of countless intricate runes arranged in concentric circles. The outermost ring bore the 8 trigrams, the middle ring the 4 symbols, and at the very core a massive Xuanwu totem. Each rune emitted a faint blue glow as if infused with life. Is this the ancient teleportation array? Long Outyin stood beside Qin Tian, eyes wide with astonishment. It's much larger than I imagined. The work of an ancient beast tamer would naturally be grand. Qin Tian replied. Xuanwu True Lord walked to the center of the array and inserted his staff into a groove on the ground. The staff blazed with golden light, which spread along the runes, activating the entire teleportation array. The runes began to spin the blue light, turning white, growing brighter until it was blinding. Ancient teleportation array detected. Destination, Xuanwu Secret Realm. First layer, shallow sea. Array level SSS. Stability good. Suggestion, remain still during teleportation. Do not move. Remember. Xuanwu True Lord's voice came from within the white light. Each layer of the secret realm has a guardian. You must defeat the guardian to enter the next layer. If you encounter a remnant of the demon god, do not engage. Crush the teleportation orb immediately and return to the Xuanwu platform. Understood. Qin Tian and Long Outyin said in unison. Also, Xuanwu True Lord's voice grew solemn. The flow of time in the secret realm differs from the outside world. A day inside might be only an hour outside. But do not let your guard down because of this. The danger is real. If you die, you die. Qin Tian clenched his fists. Let's set out. Xuanwu True Lord said, I will wait for your return outside. The white light of the teleportation array completely engulfed the two of them. Qin Tian felt his body lighten as if lifted by an invisible hand. The surroundings began to warp. Rocks, runes, and light blurred into indistinct patches of color flashing past his eyes. A whistling wind filled his ears accompanied by a low hum like the heartbeat of an ancient giant. The nine-tailed sky fox poked her head out from his arms, her 9 tails tightly wrapped around his arm. Master, I feel dizzy. Close your eyes. Already closed. Still dizzy. More dizzy. Qin Tian sighed and pressed her back into his embrace. Bear with it. We'll be there soon. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene before him suddenly changed. The white light vanished, replaced by a vast expanse of azure. Blue seawater, crystal clear, with visibility reaching over 100 meters. Sunlight streamed down from above, piercing the water and casting dappled shadows on the seabed. Qin Tian found himself standing on the ocean floor. Or rather, not standing, but floating. There was no ground beneath his feet. He was suspended in the water, yet breathing was completely unimpeded. This is... He looked down at his hand and noticed a transparent film enveloping his body like a soap bubble, separating him from the seawater. Secret Realm Protection Mechanism detected automatically generates an underwater breathing membrane for entrance. Duration infinite. Note the ancient Beast Tamer's technology is at least 1,000 years ahead of modern science. Awesome. Qin Tian marveled sincerely. Long Outyin floated over from behind, also wrapped in a transparent membrane. He looked around, his eyes wide as brass bells. So this is the Xuanwu secret realm? It's incredibly beautiful. Qin Tian surveyed their surroundings and had to admit Long Outyin was right. The first layer, the shallow sea, was stunningly gorgeous. The seabed was a vast plain covered in colorful coral reefs. The corals were red, yellow, purple, and blue in all shapes. Some like antlers, some like fans, some like brains, some like flowers. Shoals of fish in every color darted among the coral, golden, silver, rainbow, glistening in the sunlight. Luminous plankton drifted in the water like countless tiny stars, slowly moving with the currents. In the distance rose a massive submarine mountain, its peak covered in glowing seaweed, resembling a volcano burning with green flames. This is too dreamlike. Long Outyin murmured, I've never seen such a beautiful place. Don't just stare, Qin Tian warned, scanning the surroundings alertly. Beautiful places often hide danger. As soon as he spoke, a school of fish suddenly burst from the coral in the distance. The fish were small, each only palm-sized, but there were thousands of them, dense like a silver cloud. Their eyes were blood red and their mouths were lined with 2 rows of sharp teeth with shreds of flesh still hanging from them. S-level beast detected, piranha swarm. Quantity approximately 3,000. Danger level moderate. Note a single piranha is only early S-level, but their swarm combat ability is extremely strong. They can strip a whale to bones in 10 seconds. Piranhas. Long Outyin's face paled. So many. Weren't you itching for a fight? Qin Tian looked at him. Go ahead. Long Outyin gritted his teeth and summoned the Golden Holy Dragon King. The Golden Dragon appeared in the seawater, its 60-meter-long body glittering under the sunlight. But the water hindered its movement, of flapping its wings was laborious. Golden Holy Dragon King, Golden Dragon Breath. A golden dragon's breath erupted from the dragon's mouth, exploding in the seawater. The intense heat of the dragon breath instantly vaporized the seawater, creating a zone of steam. The piranha swarm was caught in the blast. Hundreds of piranhas died on the spot, their carcasses floating in the water. But more piranhas surged in from all directions, encircling the Golden Holy Dragon King. They opened their mouths, revealing sharp teeth, and bit into the dragon. Damn it! Long Outyin's face twisted in panic. Golden Holy Dragon King, Golden Armor Shield. Golden armor covered the dragon's body. The piranha's teeth broke on the armor, but the armor itself was dented from the bites. Your dragon can't handle this many, Qin Tian said. Move aside. Long Outyin gritted his teeth with reluctance, but ultimately recalled the Golden Holy Dragon King. Qin Tian then unleashed the Azure Dragon Demon Dragon King. The cyan golden colossal dragon emerged from the seawater, its 80-meter body even more imposing than the Golden Holy Dragon King. However, the Azure Dragon Demon Dragon King belonged to the water attribute dragon lineage, moving with effortless grace through the sea. Young Dragon Demon Dragon Breath. A torrent of black dragon breath erupted from its maw, forming a dark vortex in the surrounding waters. The vortex spiraled outward, swallowing all the piranhas in its vicinity. The corrosive dragon breath dissolved their scales, and 3,000 piranhas were instantly wiped out in a massive sweep. Yet hundreds more piranhas burst from the coral reefs, bypassing the Azure Dragon Demon Dragon King and charging straight toward Qin Tian and Long Outyin. Jiwei! Qin Tian shouted. Jiwei Tianhu leaped from his embrace, all 9 tails bristling at once. 9 tails unleashed. Foxfire scours heaven. 9 colored flames spewed from Jiwei Tianhu's tail tips, creating a vortex of fire within the seawater. Where the flames met, the water clouds of steam billowed up, shrouding the entire ocean floor. The piranha school was engulfed by the flames before they could even scream, reduced to ash in an instant. As the steam cleared, thousands of charred piranha bodies floated in the water, only to be swept away and scattered by the currents. Long Outyin stared at Jiwei Tianhu, his mouth hanging open wide enough to fit an egg. Your fox. How are those tails so powerful? Jiwei Tianhu swished its 9 tails proudly. I am inherently stronger. Looks can be deceiving. Long Outyin rubbed his eyes. Such a tiny creature, yet so formidable. It's a fox. Qin Tian replied without a flicker of emotion. Oh, I take that back. Foxes shouldn't be judged by appearance either. Long Outyin's face turned red with fury. What a darn fox, flaunting itself endlessly. All hair and no brains. Qin Tian, you've got quite the tricks up your sleeve, kid. Indeed. Qin Tian admitted candidly. Long Outyin fell silent for 3 seconds, then took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. Just what kind of beast tamer are you? How can you use fire underwater? And why is your dragon more agile in water than on land? Because my beasts are different. Qin Tian said. How so? They eat well, they're pampered just like you. Long Outyin felt like he might actually explode. Jiwei Tianhu covered its mouth, with its tail shaking with laughter. Master, he's about to cry from anger. Not a chance, he's got thick skin. You're the one with thick skin. Long Outyin roared. Qin Tian ignored him, and instead gazed toward the deep ocean floor. The guardian of the first layer hasn't appeared yet, he said. The piranha swarm was merely an appetizer. Long Outyin's expression turned grave. Where is the guardian? I don't know. Qin Tian shook his head. But it should be nearby. The moment he finished speaking, the seabed began to tremble. Coral reefs began to collapse, fissures cracking across the ground as seawater churned violently. A terrifying aura surged upward from below, carrying the scent of ancient decay. Long Outyin's expression shifted. What is this presence? The guardian. Qin Tian's eyes sharpened. Peak SS rank. A massive fissure tore open in the seabed and a monstrous figure emerged from within. It was a gigantic sea snake over 100 meters long, its body covered in black scales. 3 crimson eyes glowed with an eerie radiance upon its head. Its mouth gaped open, revealing 2 rows of razor-sharp fangs, each half a meter in length. First layer guardian detected, 3-eyed sea serpent king. Rank Peak SS. Skills venom spray, constricting, strangle serpent king's gaze. Note a descendant of the ancient sea serpent with diluted divine blood coursing through its veins. Peak SS rank. Long Outyin swallowed hard. My golden holy dragon king is also peak SS rank. I can fight this. Then leave it to you. Qin Tian said. Long Outyin paused. You're letting me handle it. Yes. You're not helping. Didn't you just say you wanted to prove yourself? Qin Tian looked at him. Now's your chance. Long Outyin gritted his teeth and released the golden holy dragon king. The golden dragon and the black sea snake faced off, 2 peak SS rank beasts evenly matched in size and aura. Golden holy dragon king, golden dragon breath. Long Outyin struck first. Golden dragon breath surged toward the 3-eyed sea serpent king. The serpent opened its maw wide and countered with a spray of venom. Black venom collided with golden dragon breath, hissing violently. The dragon breath corroded the venom, and the venom evaporated the breath, both dissipating simultaneously. Again, golden holy dragon king, golden armor charge. The golden holy dragon king encased itself in golden armor and charged toward the 3-eyed sea serpent king. The serpent's tail whipped around, slamming into the golden holy dragon king and sending it flying. It crashed into the coral reef, shattering an entire section to pieces. Damn it. Long Outyin's expression changed. Its strength exceeds mine. Because it's a sea snake and it has the ocean's advantage. Qin Tian said. Your dragon is amphibious, so it cannot match it underwater. Then what should I do? Switch to me. Long Outyin gritted his teeth and recalled the golden holy dragon king. Qin Tian turned to the Azure Dragon Demon Dragon King. Young dragon, channel the Azure Dragon's power. The Azure Dragon Demon Dragon King let out a piercing roar, and cyan light exploded from within its body. Its scales shifted from cyan gold to pure azure, its dragon horns elongated, and its body grew from 80 meters to 100 meters. Demon Dragon Breath, second stage. A torrent of black dragon breath erupted from the Azure Dragon Demon Dragon King's mouth, 3 times thicker than before. The breath formed a black pillar in the seawater, shooting straight toward the 3-eyed sea serpent king. The 3-eyed sea serpent king sensed the danger and tried to dodge, but the dragon breath was far too fast. The black pillar struck the serpent's head, its scales beginning to corrode as black blood gushed forth. The three-eyed sea serpent king let out a soul-piercing shriek, its body thrashing violently and churning the surrounding waters into turmoil, seaweed bending wildly in the chaos. The final strike. Qin Tian looked toward Jiawei Tianhu. Jiawei, unleash all nine tails. Final form. Jiawei Tianhu leaped from Qin Tian's embrace, all nine tails standing erect, 9 colors of flame burning at each tip. The flames converged into a single 9-colored pillar of light aimed directly at the three-eyed sea serpent king. The 9-colored pillar overlapped with the black dragon breath, doubling their combined power. The 9-colored light pillar pierced clean through the three-eyed sea serpent king's body, blasting a massive hole from head to tail. All 3 of its eyes dimmed simultaneously, and its body slowly sank to the seabed, stirring up clouds of silt. First layer guardian defeated. Three-eyed sea serpent king. Experience gained 50000. Rewards: S rank, evolution stone 3, ancient snake scale 10, secret realm, key fragment 1. Qin Tian recalled his beasts and turned to Long Outyin. Let's move on to the second layer. Long Outyin stood utterly stunned. He gazed at the corpse of the three-eyed sea serpent king, silent for a long while. Your Azure Dragon, demonic dragon king. Was that the power of the Azure Dragon just now? Yes. When did it learn that? Last time at the Dragonbone Ruins. The Dragonbone Ruins? Yes. Long Outyin took a deep breath. Qin Tian, just how many secrets do you have? Many, Qin Tian said. Do you want to know? I do. Then let's talk about it after we survive and get out. Long Outyin nodded. Fine, we'll discuss it once we're out alive. The two continued their descent, plunging deeper into the secret realm. The seawater shifted from pale blue to deep indigo as sunlight dimmed and the temperature dropped. The 9-tailed celestial fox lay curled in Qin Tian's embrace, its 9 tails wrapped tightly around his arms. Master, it's so cold down here. Don't worry, I'm here. Your hands are shaking. That's from the cold, not excitement. No. The 9-tailed celestial fox rubbed its tail against his face. Master, you feel cold too. I'm human as well. But you never say anything. There's no point in saying it. The 9-tailed celestial fox fell silent for a moment, then wrapped all 9 tails around Qin Tian's arms, neck, and chest like a furry blanket. Is this warmer now, eh? Qin Tian paused, then smiled and gave a thumbs up. Much warmer. Long Outyin watched from the side, his lip twitching. You too. Can you not be so funny? Jealous? Qin Tian asked. Who's jealous? Then why are you shouting? I'm not. You are. I'm not. The 9-tailed celestial fox covered its mouth with its tail, laughing out loud. Master, he's angry again. I know. Aren't you going to comfort him? Why should I comfort him? Because you're teammates. Qin Tian thought for a moment, then took out an S-class evolution stone from his ring and threw it to Long Outyin. For you. Long Outyin caught the evolution stone, stunned. Why are you giving me this? Because you lost. There's a reward for losing. Yes. Long Outyin was silent for a long time. Qin Tian, you're really strange. I know. You're hard to figure out. Then that's good. The two looked at each other and smiled simultaneously. The 9-tailed celestial fox gazed at Qin Tian with admiration. Master is really good at managing relationships. Playing Long Outyin like a fiddle, slap him, then give him a candy. Deep beneath the sea, a ray of light appeared. It was the entrance to the second level. Qin Tian took a deep breath and stepped inside. Long Outyin followed behind him, not daring to fall more than half a step behind. The people of Beast Taming City were also watching Qin Tian's actions. The three-eyed sea serpent king has been defeated. Qin Tian and Long Outyin successfully defeated the first-level guardian. Long Outyin, Qin Tian's Azure Dragon, demonic dragon king, is too strong, I concede. 9-tailed celestial fox master is the best. True Lord Xuanwu, having passed the first level, the challenges ahead will be even more difficult. Keep going, young friends. Level 2. Qin Tian passed through the light gate, and the sight before him took his breath away. If the first level's shallow sea layer was a dreamy blue world, then the second level's coral layer was a colorful fairy tale kingdom. Looking around, giant coral reefs were everywhere. The reefs varied in height, some just a few meters tall, others dozens of meters high. The tallest coral reef resembled a small mountain standing in the center of the seabed, its peak almost touching the rock layer above. The colors of the corals were incredibly rich. Red like fire, yellow like amber, purple like crystal blue, like the deep sea, green like jade, orange like sunset. Some corals were still glowing, emitting a soft fluorescence that illuminated the entire seabed. Between the corals swam various strangely shaped sea creatures. There were winged flying fish, transparent jellyfish, hermit crabs carrying shells on their backs, and sea slugs with rabbit ears. They weren't afraid of humans because they hadn't seen any in hundreds of years. Some even curiously swam over, circling around Qin Tian and Long Outyin. This is too beautiful. Long Outyin's eyes went wide. Even more beautiful than the first level. Qin Tian nodded. Unbelievably beautiful. The 9-tailed celestial fox peeked out from Qin Tian's embrace, its 10 tails swaying gently as its golden red eyes curiously looked around. Master, there are so many fish here. Can I eat them? Didn't you just eat? That was a snack. This is a proper meal. Your meal intervals are too short. I'm still growing. Qin Tian looked at the nine-tailed celestial fox's 10 tails, which had already grown to over a meter long, and fell silent. How much longer do you plan to grow? Long Outyin walked up to a coral reef and reached out to touch it. The surface was smooth, feeling like jade, cool to the touch. Are these corals real or fake? Real. Qin Tian walked over to his side and carefully examined the coral patterns. But these aren't ordinary corals. What do you mean? These corals have runes on them. Qin Tian pointed to the fine patterns on the coral surface. They weren't formed naturally, they were carved by someone. Long Outyin leaned in to look and indeed saw densely packed tiny runes carved on the coral surface. The runes were arranged in spiral patterns extending from the base of the coral all the way to the top. This is a formation. It should be. Qin Tian straightened up and looked around. The entire coral layer might be one giant formation. Qin Tian's brows furrowed. The system says this is a composite structure of illusion and killing formations. It don't touch anything randomly. Illusion formation. Killing formation. Long Outyin's expression changed. Does that mean these corals could be traps? Not could be. They definitely are. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Long Outyin slipped, losing his balance and instinctively reaching out to steady himself against the nearby coral reef. The reef trembled once. Then the entire coral layer began to shake. What did you do? Qin Tian's eyes widened in shock. I didn't mean to. Long Outyin's face turned pale. The runes on the coral reef began to glow, lighting up one by one from base to tip, like a lit fuse. The light spread from one coral reef to another like dominoes falling. In less than 3 seconds, the entire coral layer was illuminated. The seawater began to swirl, forming vortexes that grew larger and faster, churning up sand and gravel from the seabed, until everything became chaotic and dark. Careful! Qin Tian grabbed Long Outyin by the collar and yanked him away from the coral reef. In the next instant, the coral reef that Long Outyin had just touched exploded. Countless poisoned thorns shot out from within the coral reef, dense as rain. The poisoned thorns were translucent, almost invisible in the seawater, with only a faint glint of cold light discernible up close. Qin Tian released the seedling of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree. The seedling of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree burst forth from Qin Tian's Beast Taming ring, its emerald green vines instantly unfurling to weave a colossal shield standing before Qin Tian and Long Outyin. The poisoned thorns struck the vine shield with a thump, thump, thump sound. Though the thorns pierced through the vines, the Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling possessed extraordinary vitality. The damaged vines healed instantly, and new growth continuously emerged. The poisoned thorns rained down for a full 10 seconds before ceasing. Qin Tian looked down at the vine shield, densely covered with thorns resembling a green hedgehog. That was close. Qin Tian exhaled in relief and turned to look at Long Outyin. Long Outyin sat collapsed on the ground, his face pale as death, his lips trembling. Are you all right? Qin Tian crouched down to examine him. I'm fine. Long Outyin swallowed hard. Your little grass saved my life. That's the Ancient Shu Divine Tree, not just some grass. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree. Yes. The legendary one that grows all the way to the heavens. Yes. Long Outyin stared in shock, falling silent for a moment. Your beast companions are each more outrageous than the last. Thanks for the compliment. Not a compliment, just an observation. Still counts as a compliment. Long Outyin decided not to argue with Qin Tian. The man had just saved his life, which left him feeling rather humiliated. He rose to his feet, brushing off the dust, and gazed at the surrounding coral reef pocked by countless thorns, still trembling with lingering fear. These traps are far too insidious. Can't even touch it. That's precisely what makes it a trap. Qin Tian retracted the Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling. It wasn't meant for you to touch. Then why didn't you warn me earlier? I hadn't even had the chance to say anything before you touched it. Long Outyin opened his mouth, then realized he had no grounds for rebuttal. Enough. What's our next move? He asked. Qin Tian surveyed their surroundings. After the poisoned thorn barrage, the coral layer's formation seemed to have settled. The runes no longer glowed, the seawater stopped spinning, everything returned to normal, as though nothing had happened. But Qin Tian knew this was merely the calm before the storm. System, were those poisoned thorns an automatic counterattack mechanism of the formation? Yes. Touching the coral triggers a localized counterattack. But localized counterattacks won't destroy the overall formation structure. The formation remains operational. How do we break the formation? 3 coral pearls must be located. The coral pearls are the core of the formation. Collecting all 3 will deactivate it and grant access to the next layer. Where are the coral pearls? Unknown. However, the coral pearls contain highly concentrated energy that can be sensed. Qin Tian glanced toward the 9-tailed heavenly fox. Xiao Fei, can you sense treasures by scent? The nine-tailed heavenly fox leaped from Qin Tian's embrace, its 9 tails standing erect as its nose twitched. She drew a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. Master, there's the scent of treasures everywhere. Everywhere. Yes. The 9-tailed heavenly fox's tails pointed in various directions. Over there, and over there. So many. Qin Tian furrowed his brow. System, what's going on? The coral layer indeed contains numerous treasures. The coral pearls are merely one type among many. Evolution stones, skill manuals, spiritual fruits, equipment. The formation masks their presence, but the 9-tailed heavenly fox's perception can pierce through some of that concealment. Then how do we distinguish the coral pearls from other treasures? The energy fluctuation of coral pearls is periodic, resembling a heartbeat. Other treasures have constant energy fluctuations. Have the 9-tailed heavenly fox carefully differentiate them. Qin Tian relayed the system's words to the 9-tailed heavenly fox. The 9-tailed heavenly fox closed its eyes, its 9 tails trembling slightly, as if capturing some subtle signal. After roughly a minute, she opened her eyes. Master, I found them. Where? The 9-tailed heavenly fox's tails pointed in 3 different directions. Over there, and over there. All 3 directions emit energy fluctuations like a heartbeat. How far away? The closest one is about 500 meters. Qin Tian glanced at Long Outyin. Let's go. The pair and the fox moved toward the first direction. Long Outyin followed behind Qin Tian, carefully sidestepping the surrounding coral reefs, placing each step exactly where Qin Tian had walked. You're stepping on my footprints, Qin Tian said. I know, Long Outyin replied. I won't touch anything else. Hopefully not. The 9-tailed heavenly fox burst into laughter. Long Outyin bowed his head in embarrassment. After walking roughly 200 meters, Qin Tian suddenly halted. Long Outyin nearly collided with Qin Tian's back. What is it? There's a trap ahead. Qin Tian pointed toward a cluster of coral ahead. The coral cluster appeared normal at first glance, with colorful corals growing in an interwoven pattern and a path running through the middle that seemed passable. Yet Qin Tian noticed a thin layer of silt on the ground within the coral cluster. The surface of the silt bore faint scratch-like markings, as if something had passed over it. System, what kind of trap is ahead? Detected a vortex trap. Trigger condition, stepping on a specific position. Once triggered, it generates a 10-meter diameter vortex that swallows everything nearby into the ground below. The ground below is lined with spikes. Anyone dragged in will surely die. Qin Tian's pupils contracted sharply. Long Outyin, follow me and stay on course. Understood. Qin Tian detached a vine from the Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling, tying one end around his waist before offering the other to Long Outyin. Tied on, Long Outyin took the vine and secured it around his waist. What's this for? To keep you from getting lost. I'm not a child. You worry me more than any child would. Long Outyin gritted his teeth, but offered no rebuttal. Qin Tian took his first step. He landed on a black stone. The stone was stable, and no trap was triggered. His second step landed on a fragment of white coral, also safe. His third step pressed down on a patch of sandy ground. The sand sank slightly, but did not trigger anything. He moved slowly, testing each step with the vines of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling beforehand. The vine's sensitivity far surpassed that of human feet, capable of sensing the slightest vibrations and energy fluctuations in the ground. Long Outyin trailed behind, placing each step exactly where Qin Tian had walked. The two moved through the coral cluster with the careful precision of tightrope walkers. After roughly 10 minutes, they finally emerged from the trap zone. Long Outyin exhaled heavily. That nearly exhausted me. You merely walked. What's there to be tired about? Emotionally drained. Qin Tian ignored him and gazed ahead. Before them stood a massive coral mountain approximately 50 meters tall, entirely crimson, resembling a burning flame. The surface of the coral mountain was carved with runes that flickered slowly, rhythmic as breathing. Is the coral pearl inside? Qin Tian asked. The 9-tailed heavenly fox peeked out from Qin Tian's embrace, her nose twitching. It's inside. The heartbeat-like resonance is emanating from this direction. Qin Tian approached the coral mountain and reached out to touch its surface. The surface was remarkably smooth, unlike the rough texture of ordinary coral. The runes grew subtly warm beneath his palm, as though responding to his touch. System, how do I retrieve the coral pearl? The system replied. Coral beads are hidden inside the coral mountain, which must be breached to retrieve them. However, forcefully breaking it open will trigger the full counterattack of the formation. Suggestion, locate the weak point of the coral mountain and breach it with minimal force. Where is the weak point? The perception ability of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling can find it. Qin Tian looked at the Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling rushed out from the Beast Taming ring, its vines clinging to the coral mountain, exploring inch by inch. After about 3 minutes, one of the vines stopped at the middle of the coral mountain and gently tapped the surface. It's there, said the 9-tailed celestial fox. Qin Tian walked over to that spot, and reached out to touch it. The runes there were sparser than elsewhere, and their color was dimmer, as if worn away by something. Young dragon, open a hole here with minimal force. The azure dragon demon dragon king burst out from the beast taming ring, its body shrinking to 2 meters in length, and its claws lightly tapped the coral mountain. A wisp of black dragon breath condensed at the tip of the claw, corroding the surface of the coral mountain and creating a fist-sized hole. A red light emanated from within the hole. Qin Tian reached inside and felt a round object. He gently pulled it out. It was a red bead. The bead was the size of a fist, completely transparent, with a red glow pulsing inside like a heart. Obtained coral bead, red SS grade treasure. Collecting the red, blue, and green coral beads will allow you to deactivate the coral layer formation. The first one. Qin Tian stored the coral bead in his ring. Long Outyen leaned over to look at the bead. So this is a coral bead. It's beautiful. Don't stare, there are 2 more. The 2 turned around and headed toward the second direction. The second coral bead was in another coral mountain about 800 meters away, but the path to that coral mountain was littered with traps. Qin Tian used the vines of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling to probe the way, advancing step by step. After walking about 300 meters, they encountered an illusionary zone. The illusionary zone appeared as a flat stretch of sand devoid of any coral or rocks, looking extremely safe. But Qin Tian noticed that there were no fish on the sand, no living creatures, not even a single strand of seaweed. This is an illusion. How do you know? Asked Long Outyen. Because it's too safe. Qin Tian pointed at the sand. Everywhere in the coral layer there are corals and fish, but here there is nothing. That's abnormal. Long Outyen looked around and found it was indeed the case. What do we do? Go around. We can't go around. Qin Tian surveyed the terrain. On the left is the poison thorn zone, on the right is the whirlpool zone. This is the only path. Then we have to force our way through. Not necessarily. Qin Tian looked at the 9-tailed celestial fox. 9 tails, can you break the illusion? The 9-tailed celestial fox leaped out of his arms, her 9 tails raised, her golden red eyes fixed on the sand ahead. I'll try. She closed her eyes and the tips of her 9 tails simultaneously lit up with different colors. The lights intertwined, forming a rainbow-colored wave that spread outward. Where the wave passed, the sand began to warp and deform like a crumpled painting. Break. The 9-tailed celestial fox opened her eyes, her 9 tails flaring wide, and the rainbow wave exploded violently. The sand vanished, replaced by a pitch-black abyss. The abyss was bottomless, and from its depths came a terrifying roar. This is... Long Outyen's face changed. The core of the illusion, said the 9-tailed celestial fox. The abyss is fake, but the monster at the bottom is real. What monster? I don't know, but it's powerful. Qin Tian frowned. Can we go around? No. The 9-tailed celestial fox shook her head. The core of the illusion covers the entire area. We can only go through. Then we'll go through. Qin Tian looked at Long Outyen. Are you afraid of heights? No. Afraid of the dark? No. Afraid of monsters? Long Outyen was silent for a moment. A little. Then close your eyes. Close my eyes. That's practically asking for death. Qin Tian walked to the edge of the abyss, took a deep breath, and stepped out into the air. His foot landed on nothing, but he did not fall. The abyss was an illusion, not real. As long as you believed it wasn't real, you wouldn't fall. Long Outyen followed behind Qin Tian, eyes tightly shut, his face pale. Qin Tian, are we going to fall? No. Are you sure? Sure. Why are you so sure? Because my fox said the abyss is fake. Long Outyen opened one eye and stole a glance downward. At the bottom of the abyss, a giant eye was staring at him. Oh. Long Outyen screamed and nearly fell. Qin Tian grabbed his collar and yanked him back. What are you doing? There's an eye down there. Long Outyen's voice cracked. A huge eye? It's looking at me. Qin Tian glanced down. At the bottom of the abyss there was indeed a giant eye. The eye was golden with a vertical pupil like a snake's. The eye was at least 10 meters in diameter, staring at them. Don't be afraid, Qin Tian said. It's an illusion. How do you know it's an illusion? Because if it were real it would have charged up already. Long Outyen thought about it and found it reasonable. The 2 continued walking. After about 5 minutes they emerged from the abyss area. Turning back they saw a flat stretch of sand. No abyss at all. It really was an illusion, Qin Tian said with relief. Long Outyen collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. I never want to see eyes again. Then don't look in a mirror. You. The 9-tailed celestial fox burst out laughing. Master, you're too mean. He's too much of a coward, just a paper tiger. I'm not a coward. Long Outyen roared. I'm just cautious. Cautious enough to scream. Long Outyen decided not to talk to Qin Tian anymore. The 2 continued onward and finally arrived before the second coral mountain. This coral mountain was blue like a massive sapphire, utterly translucent and crystalline. Runes flowed across the surface of the coral mountain like glowing serpents. Qin Tian used the same method to find the weak point and had the azure dragon demon dragon king open a small hole. He reached inside and touched a blue bead. Obtained coral bead blue SS grade treasure. The second one. Qin Tian stored it in his ring. Long Outyin stared at the blue bead, a flicker of envy in his eyes. You're really lucky. It's not luck, but skill. Finding beads is skill, eh? Of course, Qin Tian said. Without the Ancient Shu Divine Tree's perception and Ninetales illusion breaking, could we have found them? Long Outyin thought for a moment and shook his head. No. So it's skill. Long Outyin was silent for a moment. You're great in every way, but you're too narcissistic. It's not narcissism, it's confidence. Is there a difference? Yes. Narcissism is thinking you're good at everything. Confidence is knowing where you're good. Long Outyin stared at him for 3 seconds. Are you doing tongue twisters? I'm teaching you how to live. The two continued onward toward the third direction. The third coral bead lay at the deepest part of the coral layer, roughly 2 kilometers away. There were more traps along the way, but Qin Tian had already discerned the pattern. Poison thorn zones, whirlpool zones, and illusion zones alternating in sequence, and sometimes overlapping. He used the vines of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling to probe the path, and employed the nine-tailed celestial fox's illusion arts to dispel the phantoms advancing steadily. Long Outyin trailed behind, unable to contribute anything, serving only as a morale booster. There's a trap on the left, said Long Outyin. I know. There's one on the right too. I know that as well. Then where do we go? The middle. There's a fish in the middle. The fish isn't a trap. What if the fish is a trap? Qin Tian stopped and turned to look at Long Outyin. Can you shut up? Long Outyin opened his mouth, then closed it. The nine-tailed celestial fox covered its mouth, with its tails trembling with laughter, unable to straighten up. Master, he seems like your little follower. Not seems, he is. I'm not a follower. Long Outyin roared. I'm a teammate. A teammate on equal footing with you. Do teammates coordinate? Do you? Long Outyin fell silent for a moment. No. Then shut up and be a follower. Long Outyin took a deep breath, struggling to calm himself. Qin Tian, when we get out of here, I'm going to fight you. If I beat you, I'll tear that smug mouth of yours apart. You can't beat me. Even if I can, I'll still fight. Then you're just asking to be humiliated. I'm willing. I just want to punch you. Qin Tian shook his head and continued forward. After about an hour, they finally arrived before the third coral mountain. This coral mountain was green like a massive emerald, entirely verdant and emitting a faint green glow. Runes flowed slowly across its surface, resembling luminous vines. Qin Tian found a weak point and had the Azure Dragon Demon King bore a small hole. Reaching inside, he touched a green bead. Obtained coral bead green SS grade treasure. All 3 coral beads have been collected. Qin Tian took the 3 coral beads from his ring. Red, blue, and green. The beads spun slowly in his palm, radiating a faint light. The lights intertwined, forming a pillar of color that shot straight up through the rock layer above. The entire coral layer began to tremble. The runes on the coral reef lit up simultaneously, then extinguished all at once. The seawater ceased to flow, the whirlpools stopped spinning, and everything returned to stillness. Coral layer formation deactivated. The entrance to the third layer has been opened. In the distance, a crack split open on the seabed, revealing a downward passage. From the passage emanated an aura deeper and more ancient. The third layer, the deep sea layer, Qin Tian murmured. Long Outyin stared at the passage, swallowed hard, and a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. We have to go deeper. Yes. What's down there? I don't know. Is it dangerous? Definitely dangerous. Long Outyin was silent for a moment. Then are you afraid? No, Qin Tian replied, stowing the 3 coral beads into his ring. Because I am the strongest. Long Outyin stared at him for 3 seconds. That line of yours is even more arrogant than mine. Because I have the capital to be arrogant. Long Outyin had no retort. The two walked toward the passage entrance. The nine-tailed celestial fox peeked out from Qin Tian's chest, looking into the pitch-black tunnel, its 9 tails gently swaying. Master, there are many treasures down there. I know. And danger too. I know that as well. Then you still want to go down? Of course, Qin Tian said as he stepped into the passage. Treasures and danger are always together. Long Outyin followed behind him. Qin Tian. Moi. You just said I'm a teammate. Yes. So you admit I have coordination? No. Then why did you call me a teammate? Because it sounds nice. Long Outyin was silent for a long time, his eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Qin Tian, you really deserve a beating. I know. The 9-tailed celestial fox watched the two and covered its face with its tails. These two are hopeless. The passage was long, descending over 1,000 meters. The deeper they went, the colder the seawater grew and the greater the pressure. The transparent film covering Qin Tian and Long Outyin began to glow, resisting the ocean's pressure. After about 20 minutes of walking, light appeared at the end of the passage. It was a deep blue glow, dim, profound, distant, and tinged with a hint of eeriness. Qin Tian took a deep breath and stepped out of the passage. The third layer, the deep sea layer. Before them lay a pitch-black seabed plain devoid of coral fish or any living creature. Only endless darkness, and within that darkness colossal shadows that flickered in and out of sight. This is... Long Outyen's voice trembled. The deep-sea layer, said Qin Tian. The real trial begins now. In the darkness a gigantic eye opened. A golden eye with a vertical pupil at least 20 meters in diameter. It stared at Qin Tian and Long Outyen as if they were ants. Long Outyen's face turned pale. This isn't an illusion, is it? No, Qin Tian's voice was calm. This is real. The golden eye slowly rose, revealing a massive head. The head resembled a serpent's, but far more ferocious. 6 horns sprouted from it, each 10 meters long. The mouth opened, revealing 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth, each 2 meters in length. Detected 3rd layer Guardian Deep Sea Demon Dragon. Level early SSS grade. Skills Deep Sea Breath Dragon Might Tier 3 Demon Dragon Domain. Note this is a descendant of the ancient demon dragon, with pure demon dragon blood flowing in its veins. Danger level extremely high. Qin Tian's pupils contracted. Early SSS grade. That was a full level higher than his strongest Azure Dragon Demon King. Long Outyen, said Qin Tian. Huh. This time we really have to fight together. Long Outyen gazed at the colossal deep sea demon dragon, rubbed his hands together, and forced a smile. Finally, it's my turn. He released the Golden Holy Dragon King. A golden dragon appeared in the deep sea, its 60-meter-long body gleaming in the darkness. Qin Tian released the Azure Dragon Demon King. An azure golden dragon emerged beside the Golden Holy Dragon King, its 100-meter-long form dwarfing the latter. 2 dragons faced off against the deep sea demon dragon. The 3 dragons confronted each other in the deep sea. The tension was palpable. The deep sea demon dragon opened its jaws wide and let out a low rumbling roar. Roar. The sound waves traveled through the deep sea, causing Qin Tian's and Long Outyen's ears to ring. Attack! Qin Tian shouted. The Azure Dragon Demon King struck first, spewing black dragon breath at the deep sea demon dragon. The Golden Holy Dragon King followed suit, its golden breath intertwining with the black to form a pillar of gold and black light. The deep sea demon dragon did not dodge or evade. It opened its maw and unleashed its deep sea breath. The deep blue dragon breath collided with the gold and black pillar, erupting in a deafening explosion. The seawater churned violently, and the seabed floor cracked from the shock waves. Qin Tian and Long Outyen were pushed back more than 10 meters by the blast. But both kept their eyes fixed on the battlefield, refusing to retreat. Meanwhile, the media in Beast Taming City continued to buzz with excitement over Qin Tian, who held the top spot in popularity, captivating audiences. Beast Taming City online Xuanwu platform internal bulletin: Qin Tian Long Outyen successfully cracked the coral layer formation. Collected all 3 coral beads. Xuanwu platform daily Long Outyen Qin Tian's beast is incredibly powerful. He's the ultimate sea king of the shallow sea secret realm. Wireless interview: Nine-tailed celestial fox master is the smartest. His IQ is above Long Outyen's. Beast Taming interview: Xuanwu True Lord, the guardian of the 3rd deep sea layer, is early SSS grade. Be careful, young friends. Beast Taming City Daily Heartfelt Edition: The Master's Message. A wood. Just as the two were locked in a standoff, a sudden cry echoed from afar. What's that? Long Outyen asked. There's something ahead. Qin Tian pointed ahead. In the darkness, a massive shadow was slowly moving. Its outline was blurry, but it was clearly enormous, at least 100 meters long. Long Outyen swallowed hard. What the hell is that? I don't know, Qin Tian said, but it's definitely alive. The shadow drew closer, its outline becoming clearer. It was a colossal whale over 100 meters in length, covered in black scales with a single huge horn on its head. Its eyes were deep blue, like 2 enormous gems glowing faintly in the darkness. Detected deep sea giant beast, deep sea demon whale. Level SS level mid-stage. Skills: Deep Sea Breath Whale, Swallow Demon Whale Domain. Notes: native of the deep sea layer, though not a guardian, it is extremely aggressive. SS level mid-stage. Qin Tian frowned. It's above our current level. Long Outyen's face changed. My dragon is only at A-level peak. How can we fight? Figure it out. The deep sea demon whale seemed to have noticed them. It turned its head, its deep blue eyes fixed on Qin Tian and Long Outyen as if they were ants. Then it opened its massive mouth. The mouth was absurdly huge, over 30 meters in diameter, when opened like an abyss. Seawater began to reverse flow, sucked into its mouth, forming a massive whirlpool. Qin Tian and Long Outyen were dragged forward by the current. The protective barrier of the Gushu Divine Tree sapling shook violently in the whirlpool, threatening to break at any moment. It's sucking us in, Long Outyen shouted. I know. Qin Tian grabbed the vines of the Gushu Divine Tree sapling to steady himself. Gushu Divine Tree reinforced the barrier. The vines of the Gushu Divine Tree sapling wove tighter, making the barrier stronger. But the whirlpool suction was too powerful. The barrier was still being dragged forward. This won't work. Long Outyin yelled. We'll be sucked in. Xiao Fei. Qin Tian shouted. The nine-tailed celestial fox leaped out from his embrace, all 9 tails standing erect. But under the suppression of the deep-sea layer, only a faint glow emanated from her tail tips. 9 tails open. Foxfire scorches the heavens. 9 colored flames erupted from the tail tips, but their power was only a tenth of normal. The flames burned in the seawater, forming a small fire whirlpool to counter the deep-sea demon whale's suction. But the fire whirlpool was too small to withstand it. Damn it! Qin Tian gritted his teeth. He looked at the Gushu Divine Tree sapling. Gushu Divine Tree Xuanwu Guard. The vines of the sapling suddenly burst out, extending in all directions like countless snakes. The vines intertwined, weaving a massive barrier that tightly enveloped Qin Tian and Long Outyin. Tortoiseshell-like patterns emerged on the barrier's surface, radiating a dark green glow. The deep-sea demon whale's suction was blocked. The barrier remained motionless. It's blocked. Long Outyen's eyes lit up. But the deep-sea demon whale wasn't about to give up. It closed its mouth, then suddenly opened it, spewing a deep blue water jet. The water jet, like a giant water blade, shot toward the barrier. The water jet struck the barrier with a thunderous roar. The barrier shook violently, cracks appearing on its surface, but the vines of the Gushu Divine Tree sapling immediately repaired them. Gushu Divine Tree, can you hold on? Qin Tian asked. The leaves of the sapling trembled, and it replied, yes. Then we counterattack. Qin Tian looked at the 9-tailed celestial fox. Xiao Fei, one more time, go all out. The 9-tailed celestial fox took a deep breath, its 9 tails rising again. This time it held nothing back, pouring all its power into the tail tips. The 10-colored flames blazed 3 times brighter than before, converging into a 10-colored beam that shot toward the deep-sea demon whale. The beam struck the deep-sea demon whale's head, exploding into a burst of 10-colored sparks. The whale's body shuddered violently, emitting a low, agonized howl. A large hole was burned into its head, black blood gushing out, staining the surrounding seawater. But as an SS-level mid-stage beast, the deep-sea demon whale had extraordinary vitality. This wound was merely superficial. It became enraged. Its eyes turned from deep blue to blood red. Opening its massive mouth, it spewed another deep blue water jet, twice as thick as before and far more powerful. Gushu Divine Tree, full defense. Qin Tian shouted. The vines of the sapling reinforced the barrier again, the tortoiseshell patterns becoming more distinct. The water jet struck the barrier, causing violent tremors, but this time no cracks appeared. Seeing the water jet ineffective, the deep-sea demon whale changed tactics. It swung its tail and charged its massive body toward the barrier. Dodge! Qin Tian yelled. The Gushu Divine Tree sapling tried to move the barrier sideways, but it was too cumbersome and moved slowly. The deep-sea demon whale's tail lashed against the barrier, sending it flying, rolling several times across the seabed. Inside, Qin Tian and Long Outyin were tossed around, dizzy and disoriented. This beast is too strong. Long Outyin leaned against the wall, his face pale. Qin Tian steadied himself, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Since we can't beat it, let's scare it away. Howie. Qin Tian didn't answer. Instead, he looked at the Azure Dragon Demon King. Young dragon, unleash dragon's might. Full power toward the deep-sea demon dragon. The Azure Dragon Demon King stepped out of the barrier. Although its size was suppressed to 20 meters, dragon's might was a bloodline power and could not be suppressed. It roared to the heavens, unleashing pure Dragon King pressure in all directions. The deep-sea demon dragon's body stiffened mistakenly, believing the deep-sea demon whale was an ally summoned by Qin Tian, and began attacking the whale furiously. Dragon's might naturally suppressed whale-type spirit beasts. Though the deep-sea demon whale was an SS-level mid-stage giant, it instinctively feared the pressure of the deep-sea demon dragon. Again, Qin Tian said. Xiao Fei illusion. The 9-tailed celestial fox leaped out from his embrace, all 9 tails glowing simultaneously. Colorful light waves spread out, creating a massive illusion in the deep-sea demon whale's mind. An azure dragon, 3 times its size, opening its mouth to devour it. Terror flashed in the deep-sea demon whale's eyes. It turned and fled, flicking its tail, disappearing into the dark depths. The deep-sea demon dragon followed closely, chasing the whale madly. They're gone. Long Outyin stared blankly in the direction the whale had disappeared. They both ran away. Of course, Qin Tian said, recalling his spirit beasts. I told you we could scare it off. Long Outyin looked at Qin Tian, a complex expression in his eyes. So your figure it out was this? Yes. How did you know dragon's might would scare it? Because whales fear dragons. How do you know whales fear dragons? Because dragons are the lords of the ocean. Long Outyin was silent for a moment. Your dragon is the lord of the ocean. My dragon is a pure-blooded dragon king. It's a lord everywhere. Long Outyin had nothing to say. The moment Qin Tian passed through the light gate of the deep-sea layer, his body suddenly felt heavy. Not a psychological heaviness, but a physical one. The seawater 10,000 meters deep pressed down like a mountain on his shoulders, every inch of skin feeling the terrifying pressure. The transparent film on his body began to glow intensely, as if it could barely hold on. This pressure. It's too much. Long Outyin followed behind him, his face pale. My film is about to shatter. Qin Tian looked down at the film on his body. Fine cracks appeared on its surface like glass about to break. But the cracks didn't spread, instead they maintained a delicate balance. Just enough to withstand the pressure, yet on the verge of collapse. Detected deep-sea layer water pressure approximately 1,000 atmospheres. Danger level high. Recommendation pass through this layer as quickly as possible. Stay time should not exceed 1 hour. 1 hour, Qin Tian said. Is that enough? Long Outyin looked around and swallowed. The scenery of the deep-sea layer was completely different from the 2 layers above. There were no colorful corals, no schools of fish, not even a single strand of seaweed. Only endless darkness and enormous shadows looming in the dark. The seabed was a barren plain covered in gray silt, as desolate as the lunar surface. Distant underwater mountains loomed in the black water like slumbering behemoths. Occasionally a faint light flashed from the deep, from some unknown creature. It's enough, Long Outyin said. If not, we'll have to make it enough. Qin Tian checked his spirit beasts. The Azure Dragon Demon King had visibly shrunk from 80 meters to 20 meters, its scales now dull and lackluster. A flicker of pain passed through its eyes as if enduring immense pressure. Azure Dragon Demon King level suppressed to A-level peak. Reason special rules of the deep sea layer temporarily lower the level cap of all spirit beasts. A-level peak. Qin Tian's brows furrowed. Long Outyin also released his Golden Holy Dragon King. The golden dragon appeared in the deep sea, but its size had shrunk from 60 meters to 15 meters, its golden scales dim and lusterless, unable to even spread its wings. My dragon is suppressed too. Long Outyin's face changed. A-level peak. Normal, Qin Tian said. The deep sea layer's rules suppress all spirit beasts. What if we encounter danger? If we can't fight, we run. Qin Tian continued releasing his other spirit beasts. The white tiger divine beast shrank from 10 meters to 3 meters, its golden stripes dim, but its eyes remained sharp. The vermilion bird Thunder Rock shrank from 40 meters to 5 meters, the arcs of electricity on its feathers almost gone. The 9-tailed celestial fox's size didn't change much, but the glow of its 9 tails was significantly weaker. Finally, he released the Gushu Divine Tree sapling. The emerald vines of the Gushu Divine Tree seedling spread out in all directions. Its size had not diminished, instead it seemed to have grown slightly larger, its trunk extending from 3 to 5 meters, its leaves even more verdant, exuding a vibrant life force. Gushu Divine Tree seedling adapted to deep-sea environment suppression effect halved. Current level A-rank peak, originally A-rank peak. Reason the Gushu Divine Tree possesses water attribute adaptability, granting it a natural advantage in the deep sea. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. Gushu Divine Tree, can you expand a domain? The leaves of the Gushu Divine Tree seedling swayed, as if nodding. Its vines wove into a massive shield enveloping Qin Tian and Long Outyin within. The shield was emerald green, emitting a faint fluorescence, isolating the pressure of the seawater. Long Outyin felt his body lighten as the pressure vanished instantly. Your grass. Can it also sustain a shield? It's not ordinary grass, Qin Tian said. I know it's not ordinary grass. Long Outyin rubbed his face. But isn't it too extraordinary? Other beast tamers are all suppressed, yet it not only remains unsuppressed, but grows stronger. Because it has water attribute adaptability. Does your fox have it? No. Does your dragon have it? Yes, but it's a dragon clan, not a pure aquatic clan. Then is your grass a pure aquatic clan? It's a plant. Plants need water. Long Outyin fell silent. You mean your grass isn't afraid of water because it needs to drink? Something like that. Long Outyin felt his brain struggling. Can you not be so cryptic? You asked. I asked, how can your grass survive in water? You just needed to say it's not ordinary grass. No need for all this explanation. Qin Tian glanced at him. Then did you understand? Yes. So you still say I'm being cryptic? Because I didn't understand before you said it, and after you said it I understood, but the process was convoluted. Qin Tian decided not to argue with Long Outyin about this. Protected by the Gushu Divine Tree seedlings shield, the two began advancing through the deep sea layer. The seabed sediment was soft, sinking underfoot like walking on snow. Every step Qin Tian took required pulling his foot out of the mud, making progress slow. Long Outyin followed behind, experiencing the same. This sediment is too deep, Long Outyin complained. Like a swamp. Stop complaining, keep walking. After about 10 minutes Qin Tian suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Nothing, just surveying the terrain. They continued. The deep sea layer was larger than the previous 2 layers combined. It took nearly an hour to reach the end. At the end stood a massive stone door intricately carved with a scene of a Xuanwu divine beast battling a deep-sea demon dragon. At the base of the stone door was a groove shaped exactly to fit the coral beads. Qin Tian took out 3 coral beads and placed them into the groove. The groove glowed, and the stone door slowly opened. Beyond the door was a downward passage leading to the 4th layer, the maze layer. Finally, through long, Qian exhaled deeply. Qin Tian did not let his guard down. Instead, he looked at the nine-tailed celestial fox. Xiaofei, what's below? The nine-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from his embrace, its nose twitching. There are many treasures, she said. And. The nine-tailed celestial fox's ears perked up. A great danger. Greater than the deep-sea demon whale. Much greater. Qin Tian took a deep breath. Then we must go. He stepped into the passage. Long Qian followed behind him. Qin Tian. Your grass really isn't ordinary grass. I told you. I believe you now. Qin Tian did not turn back, but the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. The passage was long, descending hundreds of meters. After about 10 minutes, light appeared at the end of the passage. It was an orange glow, warm and bright, starkly contrasting with the darkness of the deep-sea layer. Qin Tian stepped out of the passage, and the scene before him made him hold his breath. The fourth layer, the maze layer. Countless coral walls crisscrossed, forming a vast labyrinth. The walls were engraved with runes that flowed slowly like glowing snakes. Above the maze floated countless luminous orbs shimmering like stars. So beautiful, Long Qian marveled. Don't just stare, Qin Tian said. Mazes are more dangerous than illusions. Why? Because illusions are fake, mazes are real. Take a wrong turn, and you might never get out. Long Qian's expression changed. Then what do we do? Follow me, Qin Tian said. Don't wander off. He released the Ancient Divine Tree seedling. The Ancient Divine Tree seedling's vines extended in all directions, clinging to the maze walls, sensing the flow of runic energy. Can you find the exit? Qin Tian asked. The Ancient Divine Tree seedling's leaves swayed, its vines pointing toward the depths of the maze. Qin Tian stepped into the maze. Long Qian followed closely behind him. The nine-tailed celestial fox lay in Qin Tian's arms, its nine tails gently swaying. Master. Long Qian seems to truly admire you now. Not needed. But the way he looks at you has changed. To what? From hostility to dependence. Qin Tian fell silent. Don't gross me out. I'm serious. Shut up. The nine-tailed celestial fox covered its mouth with its tail and laughed. Long Qian was walking behind and suddenly spoke. What are you two whispering about? Complimenting your handsomeness, Qin Tian said. Long Qian fell silent. You're lying. Yes. Long Qian quickened his pace to walk beside Qin Tian. Qin Tian. When we get out of this secret realm alive, I'll treat you to a drink. You already said that. Afraid you'd forget, so I'm saying it again. I won't forget. Long Qian smiled. The two walked side by side into the depths of the maze layer. Behind them, the stone door slowly closed, sealing off the darkness of the deep-sea layer. Beast Tamer City Media breaking news. According to a Xuanwu Station internal flash report, Qin Tian Long Qian successfully passed the deep-sea layer. SS rank, deep-sea demon whale flees in defeat, abandoning armor. Source: Xuanwu Station Daily. Long Qian. Qin Tian's Ancient Shu Divine Tree is too strong, more agile than a fish in water. Live interview. Nine-tailed celestial fox master is the best. Beast Tamer interview. Xuanwu True Lord. The fourth layer is the maze layer, requiring wisdom and patience. Young friends, keep it up. Station master's message. Half an hour later, Qin Tian stood at the maze entrance, staring at the massive underwater labyrinth before him, his brows deeply furrowed. The maze was far larger than he had imagined. Countless coral walls crisscrossed, dividing the seafloor into tens of thousands of grids. Each wall was about 20 meters high and 3 meters thick, its surface covered in glowing runes. The runes flowed slowly like living snakes, slithering along the walls. Above the maze floated countless luminous orbs shimmering like stars. These orbs were not stationary. They moved slowly according to some pattern, like a massive astrolabe. This is huge. Long Qian stood beside Qin Tian, looking up at the glowing orbs. It's bigger than our city's central park. Detected SSS rank maze. Type: living maze, mobile formation, composite structure. Area approximately 1,000 square kilometers. Number of walls approximately 1,000. Difficulty extremely high. Suggestion: do not use brute force. Seek the pattern of wall movement. SSS rank maze. Qin Tian's brow furrowed even tighter. SSS rank. Long Qian's expression also changed. Isn't this the fourth layer? Why does the difficulty suddenly jump to SSS rank? Because the Xuanwu secret realm gets harder the deeper you go, Qin Tian said. The first layer is an appetizer, the second is a warm-up, and the third is the real test. The fourth layer, being SSS rank, is normal. Normal, my ass. Long Qian couldn't help cursing. An SSS rank maze. How are we supposed to get through? Use your brain. Long Qian fell silent. Are you calling me stupid? No. But the look in your eyes clearly said, you're stupid. That's your imagination. I'm not imagining it. The nine-tailed celestial fox poked its head out of Qin Tian's arms, looking at Long Qian, its 10 tails gently swaying. Master, Long Qian really seems to have no brain. You noticed? He almost got sucked into a whirlpool in the deep-sea layer. That was an accident. He tripped and got several cuts on his face. That was also an accident. He couldn't distinguish illusion from reality and almost fell into an abyss. Everyone has weaknesses. The nine-tailed celestial fox poked Qin Tian's face with its tail. Master, are you speaking up for him? No. Qin Tian said. I'm just stating facts. But the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Long Outyin didn't notice the silent exchange between Qin Tian and the nine-tailed celestial fox. He was staring at the maze, pondering how to enter. Should we send a beast in first to scout? He suggested. We can, but it's useless, Qin Tian said. This maze is alive, the walls move. Send a beast in, and it will get trapped. How do you know the walls move? The runes. Qin Tian pointed at the runes on the wall. The flow directions of these runes are inconsistent. Some go left, some right, some up, some down. This indicates the walls are not fixed, but constantly moving. Long Outyin observed carefully and found it true. Then what do we do? First, find the pattern. Qin Tian sat cross-legged at the entrance of the maze, closed his eyes, and began to think. Long Outyin wanted to sit down too, but the ground was too cold, so he stood up again. You think I'll stand guard? Qin Tian ignored him. He was constructing a map of the maze in his mind. The system provided the basic information of the maze, an area of 100,000 square kilometers, 10,000 walls divided into 4 regions arranged according to the 4 symbols and 8 trigrams. Each region corresponded to a divine beast: azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise. Each region had 64 grids, 8 by 8, corresponding to the 64 hexagrams of the 8 trigrams. The movement of the walls was not random, but followed a certain order. Each time the walls moved, the structure of the maze changed. The originally correct path might become a dead end, and the original exit might be blocked. System, what is the cycle of wall movement? Analyzing. Wall movement cycle once every 10 minutes. Each movement lasts 30 seconds, during which all walls change simultaneously. Movement order arranged according to the hexagram symbols of the 8 trigrams, from Qian hexagram to Qin hexagram, cycling repeatedly, once every 10 minutes. Qin Tian opened his eyes. Then we need to find the correct path within 10 minutes and pass through before the next movement. 10 minutes. Long Outyin's eyes widened. With such a huge maze, how can we find the correct path in 10 minutes? Not find, but calculate. Qin Tian stood up. Although the maze is large, the pattern is fixed. As long as we find the pattern, we can deduce the correct route. Can you calculate it? Yes. Really? Really? Long Outyin stared at Qin Tian for 3 seconds. You're not bragging, are you? No. Then how will you calculate? Qin Tian didn't answer. Instead, he released the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sprout. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree sprout rushed out from the Beast Taming ring, its emerald green vines extending in all directions, clinging to the maze walls, sensing the energy flow of the runes and the movement pattern of the walls. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree will make marks on the walls, recording the changes of each movement, Qin Tian said. I deduced the pattern based on the marks. Your grass can also make marks. It's not an ordinary grass. I know it's not an ordinary grass. Long Outyin rubbed his temples. But isn't it too extraordinary? It can be a shield, support, a barrier, scout paths, make marks. What else can it do? Qin Tian thought for a moment. It can't be eaten. Long Outyin decided not to ask further. The vines of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sprout left marks on the walls. Each time they passed a wall, they carved a spiral-shaped trace. The traces extended from the base to the top of the wall like a navigation line. Qin Tian stood at the entrance of the maze, staring at the feedback information from the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sprout, constructing a mathematical model in his mind. 10 minutes later, the first wall movement began. All the walls glowed simultaneously. The flow of runes accelerated, and the walls slowly moved. Some moved left, some right, some forward, some backward. The movement lasted 30 seconds, then stopped. After the movement, the entire appearance of the maze changed completely. The original entrance became a dead end, and the original dead end became a passage. Changed so quickly. Long Outyin was stunned. Once every 10 minutes, Qin Tian said. We missed the first opportunity. What now? Wait for the next one. Qin Tian continued analyzing the feedback from the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sprout. During the second movement, he simulated the complete process of wall movement in his mind. During the third movement, he found the pattern. During the fourth movement, he deduced the correct path. When the fifth movement began, Qin Tian opened his eyes. Let's go. He stepped into the maze. Long Outyin was startled and quickly followed. Did you find the way, eh? Found it. Really found it. Really? You're not lying to me, are you? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll leave you here. Long Outyin, shut up. The passages in the maze were very narrow, only allowing 2 people to walk side by side. The runes on the walls were glowing, illuminating the passages brightly. The ground was paved with black stone slabs engraved with the 8 trigrams patterns. Qin Tian walked very fast, almost without hesitation. At each fork, he directly chose a passage without needing to think. Long Outyin followed behind, his heart pounding with fear. Are you sure this path is right? He couldn't help asking. Sure. How can you be sure? Because on the wall of the left passage the flow direction of the runes is to the right, but the overall flow direction of the runes in the maze is to the left. The directions are inconsistent, indicating that road is a dead end. Long Outyin glanced at the wall of the left passage, then at the wall of the right passage. I don't see any difference. That's why I'm the captain and you're the follower. I'm not a follower. Then you go behind. I'm protecting you from behind. Protecting from behind. Yes. In case an enemy attacks from behind I can block. Qin Tian stopped and turned to look at Long Outyin. Do you think there will be an enemy attacking from behind in this maze? Long Outyin opened his mouth but couldn't speak. The nine-tailed celestial fox covered its mouth with its tail shaking with laughter. Master, he's so cute. Where is he cute? When he's stubborn. Qin Tian shook his head and continued forward. After walking for about 5 minutes they encountered a wall. The road was blocked. Dead end. Long Outyin's eyes widened. Didn't you say this path is right? It is right. Qin Tian walked to the wall and reached out to touch its surface. But the walls move. When we got here the walls just moved and blocked the road. What now? Wait. Qin Tian leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. Long Outyin paced anxiously. How long? 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the wall will move away. How do you know? Because the pattern of wall movement is cyclical. In 3 minutes this wall will shift right and clear the passage. Long Outyin was skeptical but had no other choice, so he waited. 3 minutes later the wall really began to move. It shifted right by 5 meters, opening a passage. Long Outyin's mouth opened wide enough to hold an egg. It really moved. I told you. Qin Tian walked into the passage. Use your brain. Long Outyin followed behind, silent for a long time. Qin Tian. Moi. When you said, use your brain, earlier were you insulting me for having no brain? No. Then what did you mean? I meant you should use your brain more and your fists less. When did I use my fists? Just now. When just now, Just now, when you wanted to break the wall with brute force. Long Outyin fell silent. He had indeed thought about breaking the wall with brute force, but he hadn't said it out loud. How did you know I thought about it? Because you brushed your hand against the wall twice, then clenched your fist. Long Outyin looked down at his hand and realized it was indeed still clenched. He quickly relaxed it. That's just a habit. It's muscle memory, Qin Tian said. Your body is more honest than your mind. Long Outyin felt he was no match for Qin Tian in arguments again. The two continued forward. After about 15 minutes they arrived at a massive crossroads. For passages led in 4 directions. Qin Tian did not rush to choose. Instead he carefully observed the walls of each passage. The runes on the walls flowed in different directions. The left passage flowed left, the right passage flowed right, the front passage flowed forward, and the rear passage flowed backward. Which one do we take? Long Outyin asked. Not yet, Qin Tian said. Not yet. Then how do we proceed? Qin Tian looked up. Above the maze luminous minerals drifted slowly. He noticed that the arrangement of these minerals was not random, but followed the pattern of the moving walls. Above, Qin Tian said. Above. Long Outyin looked up. There's no path up there. The minerals above will show us the way, Qin Tian said, pointing at the airborne minerals. See, the movement of the minerals aligns with the movement of the walls. Once we find the pattern of the minerals, we can find the correct path. Long Outyin stared at the minerals in the sky for a long time until his eyes grew dizzy. I can't see it. Of course you can't. Because you don't have the Ancient Shu Divine Tree. Then you're using the Ancient Shu Divine Tree to see. I'm already using it. The sapling of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree extended its vines along the walls, sensing the flow of runic energy. Meanwhile its leaves perceived the movement pattern of the minerals. After about 2 minutes the vine of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling pointed to the second passage on the left. This way, Qin Tian said, stepping into the passage. Long Outyin followed behind. Why the second on the left? Because the first passage on the left will be sealed shut in 3 minutes. The second passage will be sealed in 5 minutes. We can pass through within 3 minutes, so we choose the second. How do you know 3 minutes and 5 minutes? The Ancient Shu Divine Tree told me. Your plant can predict the future. It's not predicting the future, it's calculating patterns. Long Outyin felt his mind couldn't keep up. The two traveled through the maze for about an hour. During that time the walls shifted 6 times, and Qin Tian made the correct judgment before every shift, never taking a wrong turn. Long Outyin went from initial nervousness to half-belief to complete trust. He no longer asked, "Are you sure?" but silently followed behind Qin Tian, sticking close to his silhouette. The 9-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from Qin Tian's embrace and used its tail to nudge his face. Master, Long Outyin is listening to you now. Why are you here again? He knows that without you he would have been killed by the beasts in this secret realm long ago. He's a smart man. Long Outyin's face flushed red with anger. The two continued onward. After another 20 minutes or so they reached the center of the maze. It was a vast circular space about 100 meters in diameter with a massive Taiji diagram carved into the dome. The diagram rotated slowly, emitting a faint golden light. In the center of the space stood a stone platform upon which 3 items were placed. The first a golden key. The second a black crystal the size of a fist. The third an ancient jade slip. Detected core treasures of the maze. Key to the 4th floor can open the entrance to the 5th floor. Xuanwu inheritance, crystal fragment, SSS grade treasure, ancient maze formation diagram, SSS grade treasure records the complete formation and solution of the maze. Qin Tian walked to the stone platform and picked up the 3 items. So these are the treasures at the center of the maze, eh? Long Outyin leaned in, eyes gleaming. Yes. Qin Tian handed the key to Long Outyin. You take the key. Long Outyin took the key, stunned. Why give it to me? Because I took the treasures from the previous floors. It's your turn now. Long Outyin looked at the key in his hand, silent for a moment. Qin Tian, you're a really strange person. How so? In other teams the leader keeps the best items for himself. But you push them away. Because I don't lack them. Long Outyin stared at him for 3 seconds. Are you showing off? You're quite the humble bragger. No, Qin Tian said, tucking the Xuanwu inheritance crystal fragment and the ancient maze formation diagram into his ring. I'm just stating facts. Long Outyin took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Let's go. To the 5th floor. Not so fast, Qin Tian said. The 5th floor is the trial floor, requiring us to pass the 4 symbols trials individually. Let's first organize the treasures from the maze floor and prepare ourselves. Long Outyin nodded. The two sat down at the center of the maze to sort out their gains. The 9-tailed celestial fox curled up in Qin Tian's embrace, its 9 tails gently swaying. Master, I want to become invincible too. Don't worry, you will. The 9-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from Qin Tian's arms, looked at Long Outyin, and grinned. Master, why is he always frowning? That's from anger. Long Outyin roared. Your face is all red. The 9-tailed celestial fox tilted its head. Why are you always angry? Because I want to. Long Outyin's face instantly turned the color of a pig's liver. What do you, a fox, know? I know everything. Long Outyin, furious, stood up, walked to the side, and turned his back to Qin Tian. Qin Tian rubbed the 9-tailed celestial fox's head. You're provoking him too. He's easy to bully. Bullying a good person isn't right. He's not a good person, said the 9-tailed celestial fox. He's too arrogant. We saved his life, and he still won't give us a pleasant look. Qin Tian shook his head and stood up. He's angry because he didn't become the young pavilion master. Let's go. To the 5th floor. Long Outyin turned around, the anger still lingering on his face. Let's go. Long Outyin walked behind, not knowing what Qin Tian's fox had said, but seeing Qin Tian rubbing his temples, he knew the little creature was spouting nonsense again. The two headed toward the exit of the maze. The exit was a massive stone door on the opposite side of the circular space. Long Outyin inserted the golden key into the groove, and the stone door slowly opened. Behind the door lay a descending passage leading to the 5th floor, the trial floor. The passage exuded an ancient and vast aura, stronger than any of the previous 4 floors. Qin Tian took a deep breath and stepped inside. Long Outyin followed behind him. The two walked side by side into the passage. On the Beast Taming City livestream app, the viewer count exceeded 100, with bullet comments flooding the screen. Qin Tian successfully cracked the SSS grade maze. Intellect crushing the ancient formation. Long Outyin, how is Qin Tian's brain wired? He found the pattern of that complex maze in 10 minutes. I love the 9-tailed celestial fox the most, lively and the smartest. Qin Tian, be careful. Success or failure rests on you. Young friends, you cooperated well. Xuanwu, true lord. Qin Tian and Long Outyin stepped into the circular chamber at the center of the labyrinth. Overhead, the 8 trigrams diagram on the domed ceiling rotated slowly, shedding a faint golden luminescence that brightly illuminated the entire space. The stone slabs on the floor were carved with intricate runes that flowed sluggishly, resembling streams of liquid light. All of this radiance converged toward a stone platform situated at the very center of the chamber. The platform stood 3 meters high and 5 meters wide, crafted entirely from pitch-black stone and etched with the shell patterns of the Xuanwu. Yet Qin Tian's gaze did not linger on the platform itself. His eyes fell upon the area behind the stone platform. There lay a colossal tortoise. It was no ordinary creature. Its size was absurdly massive, with a shell spanning at least 50 meters in diameter. Its limbs were as thick as stone pillars, causing the ground to tremble with every step it took. Its head emerged from the shell like a giant serpent, its neck covered in fine, dense scales. Its eyes were a deep, dark green, resembling 2 massive emeralds. Its shell was far from a common carapace, densely blanketed with flowing runes that formed layers of defensive arrays. The edges of the shell featured jagged saw-like protrusions, each as sharp as a spear. This was the ancient Xuangue, the guardian of the labyrinth. System 4th floor guardian detected ancient Xuangue. Rank peak SS rank. Skills Xuanwu protection defense increased by 500 Xuangue breath, earth tremor carapace regeneration. Description: a descendant of the ancient Xuanwu carrying a trace of divine beast bloodline within its veins. Its defensive power is exceptionally formidable, making it nearly impossible for attacks of the same rank to pierce its defense. Peak SS rank, Qin Tian muttered, frowning. Yet its defensive power surpasses even that of an SSS rank. Defensive power stronger than an SSS rank. Long Outyan's expression paled. Then how are we supposed to fight it? We find its weakness. The ancient Xingui opened its eyes, its deep green pupils shifting to look at Qin Tian and Long Outyan. Its gaze was incredibly tranquil, devoid of both hostility and goodwill, as if it were merely observing two passing ants. 10,000 years. Its voice rumbled low and slow like the grinding of tectonic plates during an earthquake. Finally, someone has arrived here. Qin Tian's gaze narrowed. This tortoise could speak. In the beast taming world, it was not unusual for beast companions to speak. Once they reached SS rank or above, most could communicate in human tongue. However, the tone of the ancient Xingui did not resemble that of a mere beast companion. Instead, it sounded like an elder who had lived for tens of thousands of years, calmly stating an insignificant trifle. We need to proceed to the next floor, Qin Tian said. Please step aside. The ancient Xingui slowly shook its head. I am the guardian of this labyrinth. My duty is to guard the key to the 5th floor. If you wish to pass, you must defeat me. Long Outyan stepped forward, his face flushed with anger, finally finding an outlet for his pent-up frustration. Then let us fight, he bellowed, summoning the golden sacred dragon king. A golden dragon materialized within the circular chamber, its 60-meter-long body gleaming brilliantly under the radiance of the 8 trigrams diagram. Yet compared to the ancient Xuangui, the golden sacred dragon king looked like a mere goldfish. Qin Tian also summoned his beasts, the azure demonic dragon king, the white tiger divine beast, the vermilion bird Thunderpung, the 9-tailed celestial fox, and the ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling. 5 beast companions appeared in the chamber, surrounding the ancient Xingui. The ancient Xingui cast a glance at the beasts around it, its gaze remaining entirely unperturbed. Peak SS rank, mid SS rank, mid SS rank, peak A rank, peak A rank. It murmured, as if taking inventory. It is not enough. Whether it is enough can only be known through battle, Qin Tian declared. Attack! The azure demonic dragon king was the first to strike. Opening its massive maw, it unleashed a torrent of black demonic dragon breath toward the head of the ancient Xingui. The ancient Xingui did not dodge, it simply retracted its head into its shell. The demonic dragon breath slammed into the carapace, exploding into a burst of black sparks. The runes on the shell's surface flared briefly, completely absorbing the energy of the dragon breath. The carapace remained absolutely motionless, without even a single scratch left behind. What a... Long Outyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Golden Sacred Dragon King, Golden Dragon Breath. Unwilling to accept this, Long Outyan commanded his dragon to attack as well. The Golden Dragon Breath fused with the Black Dragon Breath, doubling the destructive force. However, the runes on the shell flared once more, absorbing the combined power of both breaths simultaneously. The ancient Xingui extended its head from the shell and glanced at them. Your attacks cannot even breach my defensive array. White Tiger Gingjin Slaying Strike. Qin Tian shouted. The white tiger divine beast roared as a pillar of golden light erupted from its maw, blasting toward the shell of the ancient Xingui. The Gungjin Slaying Strike was the white tiger's most potent single-target attack, incredibly sharp and capable of slicing through the armored scales of SS-rank beasts. As the golden pillar struck the shell, the runes flickered violently, and a faint crack appeared on the carapace. However, the fissure was only as thin as a strand of hair, and it began to mend the moment it formed. It's regenerating. Long Outyan cried out. I know, Qin Tian replied, his brow furrowing deeper. The defensive prowess of the ancient Xingui was even greater than he had anticipated. Even with the simultaneous onslaught of the peak SS rank Azure Demonic Dragon King, the peak SS rank Golden Sacred Dragon King, and the mid SS rank White Tiger Divine Beast, they could only leave a hair-thin crack on the shell, one that completely healed in a mere 3 seconds. How do we fight this? Long Outyan panicked. Our attacks are completely useless. Don't panic. Qin Tian stared intently at the shell of the ancient Xingui. When it heals, the flow of the runes slows down. What do you mean? It means that its defense is at its weakest during the regeneration process. Long Outyan was taken aback. So what? It heals while we attack, and it defends when we strike. We don't stand a chance at all. We do. Qin Tian said. If we can continuously strike the exact same spot at the very moment it regenerates, we can shatter the shell. Continuously strike the same spot. Long Outyan looked at the massive carapace of the ancient Xingui. Its shell is so vast, how can we ensure we hit the exact same spot? We mark it. Qin Tian looked toward the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling. Ancient Shu Divine Tree marked the crack from earlier. The vines of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling extended outward, leaving a vibrant green speck of light on the shell of the ancient Xingui. The speck of light aligned perfectly with the fissure created by the white tiger divine beast. Everyone aim your attacks at that light, Qin Tian commanded. Xiaofei, you go first. Use your illusion to disrupt its perception. The nine-tailed celestial fox leapt from Qin Tian's arms, its 9 tails rising in unison. A wave of 9-colored light rippled out from the tips of its tails, enveloping the head of the ancient Xuangui. The ancient Xuangui's gaze grew momentarily dazed. Now, Qin Tian bellowed. Vermilion bird, vermilion flame. The vermilion bird thunder-punged dove from the sky, spewing crimson flames from its beak directly toward the glowing mark on the shell. The temperature of the vermilion flame was intensely high, capable of melting solid steel. As the flames scorched the marked point, the runes on the carapace flickered violently, and the crack began to widen. Young dragon, demonic dragon breath. Qin Tian continued to command. The black dragon breath followed closely behind the vermilion flame, striking the exact same spot. The corrosive nature of the dragon breath, combined with the searing heat of the vermilion flame, widening the crack from the width of a hair to that of a finger. Outyin golden dragon breath. Long Outyin snapped to attention. Golden sacred dragon king, golden dragon breath. The golden dragon breath joined the assault. With the 3 forces combined, the crack widened from the size of a finger to that of a fist. White tiger Gingjin slaying strike. The white tiger divine beast's golden pillar of light shot directly into the crack. The fissure was forced wide open, exposing the raw flesh beneath the carapace. The final blow. Qin Tian roared. Everyone unleash full power. 5 beast companions simultaneously unleashed their most powerful attacks. The vermilion bird's flames, the demonic dragon's breath, the golden dragon's roar, the gong metal killing aura, and the 9-colored pillar of light from the 9-tailed celestial fox converged into a single multicolored beam, pouring into the cracks of the turtle shell. The beam detonated inside the turtle shell. The ancient dark tortoise let out a low rumbling growl, its body shuddering violently. The runes etched upon the shell flickered frantically, then extinguished one by one. The cracks widened from fist width to arm width, then to body width. Back! Qin Tian grabbed Long Outyin and pulled him backward. The turtle shell exploded. Shrapnel scattered in all directions like cannonballs. Qin Tian wove the vines of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling into a shield, blocking the flying fragments. The body of the ancient dark tortoise was exposed to the air. Its true form was not a tortoise, but a massive serpent. Or rather precisely, a tortoise-serpent union. Beneath the turtle shell lay a serpentine body, long and scaled, coiled through the space. This is the true form of the ancient dark tortoise. Qin Tian said, a tortoise-serpent fusion, a descendant of Xuanwu. The ancient dark tortoise lowered its head, its deep green eyes regarding Qin Tian. Its gaze was no longer calm, a trace of astonishment had appeared. You are formidable. You are no slouch yourself, Qin Tian said. Do you yield? The ancient dark tortoise fell silent for a moment. I concede. It slowly lay down. 10,000 years have passed, and finally someone can break my shell. Its body began to glow, shifting from deep green to golden. The radiance grew ever stronger, illuminating the entire circular space brilliantly. When the light faded, the ancient dark tortoise had vanished. In its place remained a golden key. Defeated the 4th layer guardian, the ancient dark tortoise. Gained experience 100,000. Rewards: SS grade evolution stone 5, ancient tortoise shell fragment 10, 5th layer key 1. Xiaofei hopped over and picked up the key. Qin Tian took it. The key was heavy in his palm, entirely golden, engraved with a Xuanwu pattern. The key emitted a warm glow as if breathing. The 5th layer key, Qin Tian said, storing the key in his ring. Long Outyin collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Finally done. Good heavens, I'm exhausted. Qin Tian glanced at him. How much did you contribute? I directed the tactics. Long Outyin puffed out his chest. You kept shouting forward, attack, careful. That still counts as effort. The 9-tailed fox poked her head out from Qin Tian's embrace, watching Long Outyin. Master, that's called verbal DPS. What's verbal DPS? It means all talk, no action. Long Outyin's face flushed red. My dragon fought. Your dragon fighting is different from you fighting. The 9-tailed fox tilted her head. Master fights with both action and words. You only use your mouth. I commanded my dragon with my mouth. That doesn't count. Why doesn't it count? Because your dragon fought on its own. You were just shouting from the side. Long Outyin rose in anger, pointing at the 9-tailed fox. You're just a fox. What do you know? I know everything. Long Outyin opened his mouth only to realize he couldn't argue his way past a fox. He turned to Qin Tian. Can you control your fox? No, Qin Tian said. Why not? Because she's telling the truth. Long Outyin took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Find the truth. I admit it. Qin Tian took a healing fruit from his ring and tossed it to him. Eat this, restore your stamina. Long Outyin caught the fruit and took a bite. Sweet juice exploded in his mouth, and the fatigue vanished instantly. This fruit is delicious. It's S grade, of course it's delicious. Where did you get it? I picked it up in the secret realm. How are you so lucky? It's not luck, Qin Tian said. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree found it. Long Outyin glanced at the Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling. The emerald green sapling was rooted beside the stone platform, its leaves shimmering in the light of the Bagua diagram. Your grass really isn't ordinary grass. I told you so. Now I truly believe it. Long Outyin finished the fruit, stood up, and brushed the dust from his clothes. Let's go advance to the 5th layer. Not yet, Qin Tian said. Let's collect all the treasures here first. Long Outyin paused in surprise. There are still treasures. Of course. Qin Tian walked to the stone platform. The guardian protects not only the key, but also treasures. He placed his hand on the platform. The runes on the surface flashed briefly, then slowly opened, revealing a recess. Inside lay 3 items, a fist-sized blue crystal radiating a chilling aura, an ancient jade slip engraved with the characters Xuanwu formation, a tortoise shell fragment the size of a palm entirely golden with intricate patterns running across its surface. Obtained Xuanwu heritage crystal fragment, 2nd SSS grade treasure, Xuanwu formation, jade slip SSS grade treasure records the defensive formation of the ancient Xuanwu clan, ancient dark tortoise shell fragment, SS grade treasure usable for forging beast equipment. Qin Tian stored the 3 items in his ring and looked at Long Outyin. Which one do you want? Long Outyin looked at the 3 treasures, thought for a moment, and felt that since he had contributed so little, taking anything would be disgraceful. I don't need any. You take them. Why? Because you found the items, you defeated the guardian, and I did nothing. You gave commands. Long Outyin paused, then laughed. Right, I commanded. So which one do you want? Long Outyin looked at the 3 treasures, hesitated, then pointed to the tortoise shell fragment. That shell fragment. For my golden holy dragon king. Qin Tian handed him the shell fragment. Thank you. Long Outyin took it and carefully stored it away. I didn't expect you to actually give it to me. You're welcome. The 2 gathered the treasures and walked toward the exit of the circular space. The exit was directly below the Bagua diagram, a round stone door. 5 recesses of varying sizes and shapes were carved into the door. Qin Tian took out the keys from the first 3 layers. The crystal key from the 1st layer, the coral key from the 2nd layer, the deep sea key from the 3rd layer, along with the golden key from the 4th layer, and inserted each into its corresponding recess. All 5 keys glowed simultaneously, and the stone door slowly opened. Behind it lay a downward passage leading to the 5th layer, the trial layer. An ancient and vast aura emanated from the passage, more intense than all 4 previous layers combined. The 5th layer, Qin Tian took a deep breath. The 4 symbols trial. The 4 symbols trial. Long Outyin asked. What is it? Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. 4 distinct trials. Qin Tian said, each beast companion can only enter the trial corresponding to its lineage. Long Outyin pondered. My golden holy dragon king has Azure dragon bloodline, so he can enter the Azure dragon trial. Qin Tian nodded. My white tiger enters the white tiger trial, the vermilion bird enters the vermilion bird trial, and the ancient Shu Divine Tree enters the Xuanwu trial. What about your fox? She has no trial. The 9-tailed fox poked her head out from Qin Tian's embrace, looking at him with a wronged expression. Master, I want a trial too. You lack 4 symbols bloodline. You cannot enter. Then did I come for nothing? Not for nothing. Qin Tian rubbed her head. There are still the 6th and 7th layers ahead. You will find inheritances suited to you. Really? Really? The 9-tailed fox's tail swayed contentedly. Then it settled. Settled. Qin Tian stepped into the passage. Long Outyin followed behind him. Qin Tian. Moi. You said there are inheritances in the 6th and 7th layers. Yes. What kind of inheritances? I don't know, Qin Tian said. But they should be good things. How do you know? Because the deeper we go, the better the treasures become. Long Outyin nodded. Then we'll take everything. Naturally. The 2 walked side by side into the passage. Behind them, the stone door of the maze layer slowly closed, sealing off the Bagua diagram and the circular space. The Beast Taming city's media circle erupted. Good news, Qin Tian and Long Outyin defeat the ancient dark tortoise. 4th layer maze cleared. Xuanwu terrace daily. Long Outyin, Qin Tian's tactics are brilliant. 5 beasts attacked the same point in succession. Even the ancient dark tortoise's shell couldn't withstand it. Live interview. 9-tailed fox, my master is the strongest. Verbal DPS counts too. Beast Taming interview. Xuanwu Jinjuan, the 5th layer, is the 4 symbols trial requiring the power of Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Dear young friends, prepare yourselves. Terrace Master Press Conference. As Qin Tian stepped through the passage, the sight before him made him stop in his tracks. There was nothing here. No water, no walls, no ceiling, not even a floor. He stood upon nothingness with an infinitely deep darkness beneath his feet and an endlessly vast starry sky above. The stars rotated slowly overhead as though guided by an invisible hand. Some glowed gold, others silver, some red, and some blue. They were arranged according to some ancient pattern forming intricate formations. The azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, the black tortoise. Is this the cosmos? Not the cosmos. Qin Tian gazed upward at those stars. It is a formation. The four symbols formation. Qin Tian's brows furrowed. The beast master cannot accompany them. Then what if the spiritual beast encounters danger inside? Qin Tian fell silent for a moment. He glanced back at his 5 spiritual beasts. The azure dragon, demon dragon king, the divine white tiger, the thunder pung, a vermilion bird, the nine-tailed heavenly fox, and the sapling of the ancient Shu Divine Tree. 5 beasts, and all 4 of whom would enter the trials, while 1 remained behind. Master, am I not entering? The nine-tailed heavenly fox poked her head out from his embrace, gazing at the starry sky, as her 9 tails swayed gently. You are not one of the 4 symbols, so you cannot enter. Qin Tian rubbed her head. Stay here, and keep me company. The 9-tailed heavenly fox wrapped her tail around his wrist. Very well. Long Outyin stood beside Qin Tian, and also released his spiritual beast, the golden dragon Saint King. A golden giant dragon materialized in the void, its 60-meter body gleaming radiantly under the starlight. The golden dragon Saint King carries azure dragon bloodline. It can enter the azure dragon trial. Understood. Qin Tian nodded. They stood in the void for a long time waiting for the trial gates to appear. The rotation of the starry sky accelerated. The arrangement of the stars shifted. The 4 patterns of azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise grew increasingly clear and luminous. Then a burst of brilliance erupted. 4 beams of light shot down from the starry sky and landed before Qin Tian and Long Outyin. As the light dissipated, 4 doors appeared in the void, each 10 meters tall and 5 meters wide, their frames crafted from some kind of luminous, or the doors carved with the corresponding divine beast patterns. The first door, azure dragon trial. A cyan giant dragon was engraved upon it, coiled amidst swirling clouds, its claws gripping lightning. The second door, white tiger trial. Upon its surface was carved a colossal white tiger standing atop a mountain peak, roaring at the heavens, the character King on its forehead radiating golden light. The third door, vermilion bird trial. A crimson giant bird was depicted with wings unfurled, flames coiling about its form, surrounded by burning clouds. The fourth door, black tortoise trial. Upon it was carved a divine beast of tortoise and serpent combined, complex runes etched across the tortoise shell, the serpent body wrapped tightly around the carapace. 4 doors, 4 divine beasts, 4 trials. Qin Tian approached the azure dragon trial door and reached out to touch its surface. It was cold as ice, yet the azure dragon motif beneath his palm grew faintly warm as though responding to his touch. Young dragon, you enter. The azure dragon, demon dragon king, emerged from behind Qin Tian, gazing at the trial door with a flicker of battle intent in its golden slit-pupiled eyes. Master, I can do this. I know. Qin Tian rubbed its head. Be careful. The azure dragon, demon dragon king, nudged Qin Tian's hand with its head, then transformed into a streak of azure light and slipped through the door. The azure dragon pattern on the door panel illuminated briefly before fading back to normal. Long Outyin too approached the azure dragon trial door. Golden dragon Saint King, you enter as well. The golden dragon Saint King let out a low roar, a flash of golden radiance, and also slipped through the door. 2 spiritual beasts entering the same trial. Qin Tian asked. It is permissible. The azure dragon trial space is vast enough to accommodate multiple spiritual beasts simultaneously. However, each beast must defeat its own azure dragon phantom independently. They cannot assist one another. That will do then. Qin Tian walked to the white tiger trial door. Shall Bai, you enter. The divine white tiger emerged from behind him, its golden eyes fixed upon the trial door. It let out a low growl, its body transforming into a beam of white light as it disappeared through the door. The white tiger pattern on the door panel flashed once. Before the vermilion bird trial door. Xiao Jin, you go in. The thunder pung of vermilion bird took flight from behind Qin Tian, its violet eyes fixed upon the trial door. It let out a cry of chirp, and its body dissolved into a streak of crimson light that entered the door. The vermilion bird pattern on the door panel illuminated briefly. Finally, the black tortoise trial door. Qin Tian approached and gazed at the tortoise and serpent motif upon the door. He had no turtle-type spiritual beast, but the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling was wood attribute. Wood gives rise to water. Perhaps it could serve as a substitute. Ancient Shu Divine Tree, go in and try. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling emerged from behind Qin Tian, its emerald green trunk gleaming in the starlight. It gazed at the black tortoise trial door, its leaves rustling slightly as though hesitant. Long Outyin stared at the sapling, momentarily stunned. Your grass can enter the black tortoise trial. It is no ordinary grass. I know it's not ordinary grass. Long Outyin massaged his temples. But it's also not a turtle. Wood and water nourish each other. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree paired with the black tortoise is viable. Long Outyin wore an expression of utter disbelief. Are you certain? Not entirely. Then why still let it enter? To test it. If it fails, we shall find another way. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree's vines extended toward the black tortoise trial door and gently touched its surface. The black tortoise pattern on the door panel illuminated. Then the door opened. Long Outyen's eyes widened in shock. It opened. I told you wood and water nourish each other. A slight smile touched Qin Tian's lips. Though the Ancient Shu Divine Tree does not conquer water, it can generate it. Water begets wood, and wood begets water. The 5 elements cycle endlessly. The black tortoise is water attribute, while the Ancient Shu Divine Tree is wood attribute. Through the mutual generation of wood and water, it qualifies for the black tortoise trial. Long Outyen felt as though his mind was struggling to keep pace. What can't your grass do? Because it is no ordinary grass. Can you think of another way to put it? It is the Ancient Shu Divine Tree. And what exactly is the Ancient Shu Divine Tree? An ancient divine tree, a bridge connecting heaven and earth. Long Outyen fell silent for a moment. You're telling me your grass is a divine tree? Correct. The kind that grows all the way to the heavens. Correct. Long Outyen took a deep breath. Qin Tian, just what kind of lineup do you have for your spiritual beasts? Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, nine-tailed fox. Qin Tian counted on his fingers. Still missing Qilin phoenix, Taoya Hundan. Still missing. Long Outyen's voice changed. You still want to contract more? Of course, Qin Tian said. The more beasts I tame, the stronger I become. Long Outyen stared at him for 3 seconds. Are you planning to contract every divine beast? That crossed my mind. Long Outyen felt he couldn't ask any more questions. If he continued, he might doubt his own existence. The vines of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling retracted, its trunk straightened, and leaves glowed with green light. It seemed to be psyching itself up, then transformed into a beam of green light that plunged into the gate of the black tortoise trial. The black tortoise engraving on the door flickered briefly, then returned to normal. All 4 tamed beasts had entered. Only Qin Tian, Long Outyen, and the 9-tailed celestial fox remained in the void. The 9-tailed celestial fox lay in Qin Tian's arms, its 9 tails gently swaying. It gazed at the 4 sealed doors, a flicker of envy in its eyes. Master, I wish I could go too. You're not a 4 symbols divine beast, so you can't enter. Why is there no 9-tailed fox trial among the 4 symbols? Because the 9-tailed fox is a celestial fox, not a 4 symbols beast. The 9-tailed celestial fox curled up in his arms, covering its face with its tail. I feel like I came here for nothing. Not for nothing. Qin Tian patted its head. Be patient. Legend says the 7th layer holds the inheritance of an ancient celestial fox specially prepared for you. The 9-tailed celestial fox moved its tail away from its face, revealing 2 sparkling eyes. Really? Really? You're not lying to me, are you? When have I ever lied to you? Just now, said the 9-tailed celestial fox. You said, almost there in the maze layer, but we ended up walking for 2 hours. That was an accident. You said, watch out, but Long Outyen still stepped on a trap. That's because he's clumsy. You said, follow me, but you almost walked into a dead end yourself. That was a miscalculation. The 9-tailed celestial fox poked his face with its tail. Master, you're getting better at making excuses. Not excuses, explanations. Is there a difference? Yes. Excuses shift blame, explanations give reasons. The 9-tailed celestial fox pondered. Then what you just said about the ancient celestial fox inheritance on the 6th layer, is that an excuse or an explanation? It's a fact. How do you know? The system told me. The 9-tailed celestial fox glanced at the system panel, which showed nothing. Where is the system? In your heart. Liar. Qin Tian chuckled. Long Outyen watched the pair from the side, his mouth twitching. Can you 2 master and servant stop idling? Jealous? Qin Tian asked. Who's jealous? Then why do you keep calling our chat idle? Because it really wastes time. You're just envious. Long Outyen stomped in frustration. The 9-tailed celestial fox looked at Long Outyen and smiled. Master, he's so cute. Cute where? When he's being stubborn. That's not cute, it's obstinate. Obstinate is cute too. Qin Tian ruffled the 9-tailed celestial fox's head. When did you learn to compliment people? I've always known how. The 9-tailed celestial fox wagged its tail proudly. I just didn't used to. Why now? Because he's become more agreeable. Long Outyen heard this and froze. Your fox says I'm agreeable. Yes. Qin Tian said. Really? Really? Long Outyen paused. She's lying to me. Yes. Long Outyen turned and walked to the side, his back to Qin Tian, silent. The 9-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from Qin Tian's arms, gazing at Long Outyen's back. Master, he's angry. No, he's not. He has thick skin. You're the one with thick skin. Long Outyen's voice came from afar. See, not angry. Qin Tian said. The 9-tailed celestial fox covered its mouth, with its tail trembling with laughter. The wait stretched on. The 4 doors remained tightly shut, motionless. The divine beast engravings on the panels glowed faintly, as if breathing. Qin Tian sat cross-legged in the void, closed his eyes, and began to contemplate. Long Outyin also sat down, but in a restless manner, rising, sitting, pacing. Can you stay still for a moment? Qin Tian opened his eyes. I'm nervous, Long Outyin said. Nervous about what? My dragon is inside. I don't know how it's doing. It'll be fine. How do you know? Because it's a golden sacred dragon king SS rank peak with azure dragon bloodline. Long Outyin paused. Your dragon is inside too. Aren't you nervous? No. Why? Because I trust it. Long Outyin stared at Qin Tian for 3 seconds. You know, sometimes you're really enviable. Envious of what? Of your confidence. Qin Tian thought for a moment. It's not confidence, it's trust. Is there a difference? Yes. Confidence is believing in yourself. Trust is believing in others. Long Outyin was silent for a long time. I want to trust my dragon too. Can't you? No. Long Outyin smiled bitterly. I'm always afraid it's not strong enough, that it'll lose, that it'll get hurt. So you keep using forbidden techniques. Long Outyin froze. How did you know I use forbidden techniques? At the national tournament you used golden armor frenzy against me. Isn't that a forbidden technique? Long Outyin lowered his head. I wanted to win too badly. Winning is important, but your beast's life is more important. Qin Tian said. Forbidden techniques might temporarily boost power, but they cause irreversible damage to the beast. If you keep relying on them, your dragon will never truly grow strong. Long Outyin was silent for a long time. You're right. Of course I'm right. Long Outyin looked up and met Qin Tian's eyes. You really are asking for a beating. I know, but I can't beat you. I know that too. So I'll just endure. Good habit. They looked at each other and burst into laughter. The 9-tailed celestial fox lay in Qin Tian's arms, watching them, its 9 tails gently swaying. Master, your relationship has improved. No, it hasn't. The 9-tailed celestial fox sighed. You two are so childish. As soon as it finished speaking, the 4 doors lit up simultaneously. The azure dragon pattern on the door of the azure dragon trial began to glow, its cyan light growing stronger. The white tiger pattern on the door of the white tiger trial began to glow, its white light growing stronger. The vermilion bird pattern on the door of the vermilion bird trial began to glow, its red light growing stronger. The black tortoise pattern on the door of the black tortoise trial began to glow, its black light growing stronger. The 4 colors interwove, illuminating the entire void. Qin Tian rose to his feet, staring at the 4 doors. They're coming out. Long Outyin also rose to his feet, his gaze fixed nervously on the gate of the azure dragon trial. The cyan radiance dissipated first. Then the gate of the azure dragon trial swung open. The azure dragon demon king emerged from the gate. Its body had swollen in size, growing from 80 meters to 100 meters. Its scales shifted from cyan gold to pure azure, its horns lengthened, and its claws enlarged. Its eyes changed from gold to cyan, and within its pupils a miniature azure dragon swam. The azure dragon demon king had completed the azure dragon trial. It had obtained the azure dragon legacy first stage. Its rank had advanced from mid-tier SS to peak-tier SS. New skills unlocked. Azure Dragon's Might would attribute bonus life recovery speed increased by 500%. Azure Dragon's Breath would attribute dragon breath capable of healing allies and damaging enemies. Young Dragon. Qin Tian ran over. The Azure Dragon Demon King lowered its head and nuzzled Qin Tian's hand. Master, I made it. Well done. Qin Tian rubbed its head. The gate of the White Tiger trial also opened. The White Tiger Divine Beast emerged from within. Its body had grown from 10 meters to 15 meters. The black stripes on its fur turned gold, and the character for King on its forehead radiated dazzling golden light. Its eyes shifted from gold to white, and within its pupils a white tiger galloped. The White Tiger Divine Beast had completed the White Tiger trial. It obtained the White Tiger Legacy first stage. Rank advanced from mid-tier SS to peak-tier SS. New skills unlocked. White Tiger's Might Metal Attribute bonus attack power increased by 500%. Gung Metal Slaying Strike second stage power increased 5-fold. Xiao Bite. Qin Tian ran over. The White Tiger Divine Beast rubbed its head against Qin Tian's leg. Roar. It called out, its voice deep and powerful. You've worked hard. Qin Tian crouched and stroked its head. The gate of the Vermilion Bird trial opened. The Vermilion Bird Thunder Pung flew out from within. Its body grew from 40 meters to 60 meters. Its wingspan stretched to 120 meters. Its feathers shifted from purple gold to scarlet with golden flames dancing across them. Its eyes changed from purple to red, and within its pupils a vermilion bird soared through the sky. The Vermilion Bird Thunderpung had completed the Vermilion Bird trial. It obtained the Vermilion Bird Legacy first stage. Rank advanced from mid-tier SS to peak-tier SS. New skills unlocked. Vermilion Bird Flame second stage power increased 5-fold. Vermilion Birds Might Fire attribute bonus attacks inflict burning effects. Xiao Jin. Qin Tian extended his arm. The Vermilion Bird Thunder Pung landed on his arm and gently pecked his ear. I passed. Chirp chirp chirp. Good job. Qin Tian stroked its head. Finally there was the gate of the Xuanwu trial. The Xuanwu pattern on the door panel flickered slowly, but the gate remained closed. Long Outyin gazed at the Xuanwu trial gate, a trace of worry crossing his face. Why hasn't your grass come out yet? Don't rush, Qin Tian said. The trial of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree may be different. How is it different? It is not a tortoise-type beastmaster. The trial is conducted using the principle of wood and water nourishing each other. The content of the trial may be more challenging. Long Outyin nodded and fell silent. The two waited before the Xuanwu trial gate for approximately 10 minutes. Finally the gate opened. A seedling of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree walked out from within. Its height had doubled from 5 meters to 10 meters. The trunk grew thicker and the leaves became more vividly green. Turtle shell-like patterns emerged on the bark, and each leaf emitted a faint luminescence. Roots extended from its base and sank into the void, as if absorbing the surrounding energy. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling had completed the Xuanwu trial. It obtained the Xuanwu Legacy First Stage. Its rank advanced from Peak Tier A to Initial Tier SS. New skills unlocked. Xuanwu's Might Water Attribute Bonus Defense increased by 500%. Xuanwu's Guardian Team Defense increased by 300%. Wood-Water Symbiosis Life Recovery increased by 500%. Little Grass, how are you doing? Qin Tian rushed over. The leaves of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree seedling rustled, and a vine extended wrapping around Qin Tian's wrist. The vine was warm, as if whispering that it was fine. You've worked hard too. Qin Tian gently patted the trunk. All 4 beast masters had passed their trials. 3 had reached Peak Tier SS, and 1 had attained Initial Tier SS. Qin Tian's strength had climbed to a new level. The 9-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from Qin Tian's embrace, watching the 4 strengthened beast masters with a glimmer of envy in its eyes. Master, they've all grown stronger. I'm so envious. I'm still at Peak Tier A. Boo-hoo soon. Qin Tian stroked her head. The 6th and 7th floors will surely hold your legacy. Really? Really? You're not lying to me, are you? This time is for real. The 9-tailed celestial fox wrapped its tail around his wrist. Then it's a promise. It's a promise. Long Outyin's golden sacred dragon king also emerged from the gate of the Azure Dragon trial. Its body had grown larger as well, increasing from 60 meters to 80 meters. Its scales shifted from gold to cyan gold, and faint cyan patterns appeared on its dragon horns. Golden sacred dragon king, you passed. Long Outyin rushed over, tears welling in his eyes from excitement. The golden sacred dragon king let out a low growl and nuzzled against Long Outyin. Good job. Long Outyin embraced the golden sacred dragon king's head, tears streaming down his face. Qin Tian watched the scene, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Outyin, my, your dragon has grown stronger. Yes. Long Outyin wiped his eyes. Peak Tier SS. I've finally reached Peak Tier SS. Congratulations. Long Outyin paused, then smiled. Thank you. The two stood in the void, gazing at their respective beast masters. For beast masters, 4 symbols legacies, all obtained. Yet their journey through the secret realm had not yet ended. The 6th floor still lay below. This wonderful news had already been shared by the Xuanwu Platform News Office with various media outlets. Xuanwu Platform News Office flash. 4 symbols trials all passed. Qin Tian's 4 beasts complete the 4 symbols legacy. Xuanwu Platform Daily. Long Outyin Qin Tian's Ancient Shu Divine Tree actually entered the Xuanwu trial. Wood and water nourish each other. Qin Tian is a genius. Post-match interview. 9-tailed celestial fox master, I want to undergo a trial too. Beast master interview. Xuanwu Jinjuan, 2 young friends, you are the best. Platform master's message. Qin Tian looked at his beast masters, barely concealing his excitement. Tell me quickly, how did you complete the trials? The beast masters, equally unable to contain their excitement, eagerly recounted the thrilling moments from just now. When the Azure Dragon Demon King passed through the trial gate the sight before it stole its breath away. It was not because it had seen something terrible, but because this place was simply too beautiful. A sea of clouds. Endless sea of clouds. White cloud layers spread beneath its feet, like cotton stretching all the way to the horizon. Above the cloud sea lay a deep blue sky with a few wisps of pale clouds drifting lazily. Sunlight filtered down through the cloud layers, casting a golden rim upon the sea of clouds. In the distance, several mountain peaks emerged from the clouds. The peaks were covered in verdant pines, their branches and leaves swaying gently in the wind. Waterfalls cascaded down from the peaks, plunging into the cloud sea and stirring up banks of white mist. There was no seawater, no crushing pressure, no traps, no enemies. Only tranquility. The Azure Dragon Demon King stood upon the cloud sea, its golden vertical pupils scanning all around. It was searching for the trial's objective, to defeat the Azure Dragon Phantom. But where was the Phantom? There was nothing around. Is anyone there? It asked. Its voice spread through the sea of clouds, creating ripples upon ripples, but no one answered. It waited for a moment, growing somewhat impatient. Although as a dragon that had lived for hundreds of years with memories of past life bloodline inheritance, it should have been more patient. But since following Qin Tian, it had learned human impatience. Its master moved quickly in everything. Eating fast, walking fast, fighting fast, leveling up fast, even speaking fast. Following its master's rapid pace, it had become faster too. Is anyone there? It called out again, this time louder. The sea of clouds trembled. Distant cloud layers began to churn, as though something sought to emerge from below. The cloud waves rose higher from 1 meter to 10, from 10 to 100, surging toward the Azure Dragon Demon King like a tsunami. But the Azure Dragon Demon King did not retreat. Standing atop the sea of clouds, it spread its wings and unleashed its dragon aura. Its blue-golden scales glittered in the sunlight, and its 100-meter body appeared particularly massive amidst the clouds. The cloud waves halted before it. The cloud layers split open, and a colossal figure rose from the sea of clouds, the Azure Dragon Phantom. Its frame was even larger than the Azure Dragon Demon King, measuring 120 meters in length, 20 meters greater. Its scales were pure azure, more pristine than the Demon King's blue-golden hue, carved as if from jade. Its dragon horns were golden, longer and thicker than those of the Azure Dragon Demon King. The claws were white, each one sharp as a sword, glinting with cold light. Its eyes were golden, and within the pupils a tiny azure dragon swam. It gazed at the Azure Dragon Demon King with neither hostility nor kindness, only a stillness like a lake's surface. The Demon King returned the look, a hint of battle intent flashing in its golden slit pupils. You are my opponent, the Azure Dragon Phantom nodded slowly. Defeat me and you shall receive the complete inheritance of the Azure Dragon. The complete inheritance. The Azure Dragon Demon King's eyes gleamed. Not the first stage. No, the Phantom replied. The first stage is merely the beginning. The true Azure Dragon inheritance can only be obtained by defeating me. Then what about the first stage? That is a welcome gift for the trial challenger. The Phantom's tone remained calm. All beast tamers who enter the Azure Dragon trial possess Azure Dragon bloodline. The first stage inheritance serves as the key to activate that bloodline. The second stage is where true power lies. The Azure Dragon Demon King understood. So the Azure Dragon power I just gained outside was merely an appetizer. You could understand it that way. After a brief pause, the Demon King smiled. Then let's begin. It spread its wings and charged toward the Phantom. The Phantom remained still. When the Demon King's claw struck, the impact echoed loudly, yet the Phantom didn't budge. Not even a scratch marred its scales. What? The Demon King was stunned. Your power isn't enough, the Phantom said. Again, gritting its teeth, the Demon King stepped back, then charged once more. This time it exerted full strength. Claws, tail, wings, every attack at its disposal. But the Phantom remained immovable. As I said, your power is insufficient, the Phantom maintained its calm tone. Your Azure Dragon force has only activated 30%. Use your full strength. The Demon King hesitated. 30%. But I clearly used my full strength. You relied only on brute force. Azure Dragon power is not brute strength. It is the power of your bloodline. Your recent combat approach was striking with muscles, not with bloodline. The Azure Dragon Demon King fell silent, recalling Qin Tian's words. Levels were not everything bloodline was. It had always believed its bloodline was pure, with a 120 purity rate marking it as a pure blood Dragon King. Yet confronting the Azure Dragon Phantom now, it realized its understanding of bloodline remained shallow. How do I wield the power of bloodline? It asked. Feel your bloodline, the Phantom instructed. Do not rely on sight or hearing or physical sensation. Sense through your bloodline. The Azure Dragon Demon King closed its eyes. Bloodline, what flowed within it? It remembered its origins, hatching from a sealed dragon egg and seeing Qin Tian as its first sight. It absorbed the ancestral dragon chi from the dragon bone ruins, raising its bloodline purity from 85 to 95. Then it absorbed a Class A dragon crystal, breaking through from Class C to Class B and reaching 100 purity. After absorbing the Demon Dragon Soul Crystal and evolving into a Demon Dragon King, its bloodline purity hit 120, surpassing the limitations of the dragon race. Within its bloodline lay ancestral power, its own power, and the Azure Dragon's power. Just the first stage of activation, yet undeniably the Azure Dragon's might. The Azure Dragon Demon King opened its eyes. I feel it. Then unleash it. Drawing a deep breath, its blood began to boil within. Blue runes emerged across its blue-golden scales, spreading from head to tail tip. Its eyes shifted from gold to azure, with a small azure dragon swimming in its pupils, mirroring the Phantom exactly. Azure Dragon power, fully activated. Its body began to glow with blue light erupting from between its scales, burning across its surface like flames. Its dragon horns elongated from 2 to 5 meters, its claws enlarged like long swords, and its wings expanded from a 200-meter span to 250 meters. Its aura surged dramatically, temporarily elevating from the peak of SS rank to the initial stage of SSS rank. The Azure Dragon Phantom's eyes flickered with interest. Now that's more like it. Spreading its wings, the Azure Dragon Demon King charged toward the Phantom at 3 times its previous speed, cutting through the clouds like a bolt of azure lightning. Dragon claws slammed down as the Phantom raised its own to block the collision, echoing like ringing metal across the heavens. Shockwaves radiated outward, tearing a massive rift through the cloud sea. Both dragons stepped back. The Demon King several paces, the Phantom a few as well. For the first time, the Phantom had moved. Not bad, it acknowledged. Again, the 2 azure dragons clashed fiercely within the cloud sea, their claws meeting, claw to claw, tails to tails, wings to wings. Each impact shattered the air with thunderous force, each collision rending the clouds asunder. The cloud sea churned violently, peaks trembled, waterfalls reversed their flow, and pines snapped. The Azure Dragon Demon King grew more fluid with each strike, bloodline power surging through its body like a raging river. Each attack carried more weight than the last, each defense more resolute. No longer relying on brute force, it sensed its opponent's strikes through bloodline awareness, reading movements before they came. A hairline fracture appeared on the Phantom's scales, not from impact, but from the pressure of bloodline dominance. The Phantom's gaze fixed on the crack, surprise flickering in its eyes. Your bloodline purity exceeds 120%. The Azure Dragon Demon King paused. What do you mean? Your bloodline is awakening, said the Azure Dragon Phantom. Combat has ignited your bloodline's potential. Now your bloodline purity is breaking through toward 130. The Azure Demonic Dragon King sensed the blood coursing within its veins. Indeed, its blood flowed faster, the runes upon its scales glowed brighter, and its physical power grew ever stronger. Again, it roared, charging toward the Azure Dragon Phantom. This battle raged on for a full hour. The sea of clouds was torn to shreds countless times, only to mend itself again and again. Several mountain peaks collapsed, and waterfalls ceased their flow multiple times. Lightning crashed across the sky, pausing only to strike anew. Innumerable wounds now marred the body of the Azure Demonic Dragon King. Its scales shattered, horns snapped, wings torn, and tail broken. Yet it did not fall. Each time it was repelled, it would instantly rise and charge once more. The Azure Dragon Phantom's injuries were also growing increasingly severe. Over half of its scales were shattered, one of its horns was broken, and a massive gash tore through its wing. Its movements grew sluggish, and its aura weakened progressively. Yet it fought on. Neither of the 2 dragons would admit defeat. Why? The Azure Dragon Phantom suddenly asked. Why what? Gasped the Azure Demonic Dragon King. Why refuse to yield? Said the Azure Dragon Phantom. You have already proven your strength. Even if you surrender now, I will still grant you the 2nd stage inheritance. That is not the same, said the Azure Demonic Dragon King. How is it different? An inheritance gained through surrender is not the same as one earned through victory. The Azure Dragon Phantom fell silent for a moment. How so? To surrender is to receive pity. The Azure Demonic Dragon King drew itself up to its full height, its golden vertical pupils locking onto the Azure Dragon Phantom. To win is to earn respect. The Azure Dragon Phantom gazed at it, a complex light flickering in its eyes. You resemble someone. Who? Qin Tian, your master. The Azure Demonic Dragon King was taken aback for a moment, then let out a laugh. Yes, I am like him. Because he taught me never to back down. The Azure Dragon Phantom fell into a long silence. Then it smiled. Very well, I shall send you on your way with all my might. The Azure Dragon Phantom's body began to glow. An azure light erupted from within, illuminating the entire sea of clouds. Its size swelled from 120 meters to 150 meters, its horns regenerated, its wings mended, and its scales regrew. The true Azure Dragon Phantom, at full power. The Azure Demonic Dragon King took a deep breath, the blood in its veins boiling to the absolute limit. Its bloodline purity broke through 130, 135, then 140. Its body also began to radiate light as its azure gold scales transformed into a pure azure hue. Its horns regenerated, its wings mended, and its scales regrew. The 2 azure dragons stood in a standoff above the sea of clouds. One final strike, said the Azure Dragon Phantom. So be it, replied the Azure Demonic Dragon King. Both dragons opened their jaws simultaneously. A torrent of azure dragon breath erupted from the Azure Dragon Phantom, hurtling toward the Azure Demonic Dragon King like a pillar of azure light. Wherever the breath passed, space itself warped, the sea of clouds evaporated, and the very air was ignited. The Azure Demonic Dragon King unleashed its own breath in response. It was neither a demonic dragon breath nor a dark dragon breath, but the true azure dragon breath, an azure breath infused with the essence of life. The 2 pillars of azure light collided. The sea of clouds exploded. The mountain peaks exploded. The sky exploded. The entire world trembled. The 2 azure pillars clashed in a bitter struggle for 10 seconds. Then the pillar of the Azure Dragon Phantom began to recede. An inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. A meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. A flicker of astonishment crossed the Azure Dragon Phantom's eyes, which then softened into a look of gratification. You have won. The Azure Pillar of Light dissipated. The body of the Azure Dragon Phantom began to disintegrate, dissolving into countless azure specks of light that drifted through the sea of clouds like fireflies. The specks of light drifted toward the Azure Demonic Dragon King, merging into its body. The Azure Demonic Dragon King has completed the Azure Dragon Trial. Acquired Azure Dragon Inheritance, 2nd stage. Rank advancement, peak SS rank to early SSS rank. Unlocked new skills: Azure Dragon True Form, Permanent Azure Dragon Form, all attributes, 300 Azure Dragon Breath Stage, 2 power, increased threefold Azure Dragon Domain, all attributes of friendly units within the domain 50. Bloodline purity 120 to 150. The Azure Demonic Dragon King stood upon the sea of clouds, feeling the surging power within its body. Early SSS rank. Its rank had finally caught up to its masters. In another direction within the sea of clouds, Long Out Yin's Golden Sacred Dragon King was also in battle, but it was struggling immensely. The Golden Sacred Dragon King faced another Azure Dragon Phantom, though this one was smaller and weaker, as if tailored specifically for it. Even so, the Golden Sacred Dragon King was still no match. Its bloodline purity was a mere 80, and its Azure Dragon power was only 10% activated. Every attack was effortlessly neutralized by the Azure Dragon Phantom, and every defense was easily shattered. Why? Why can't I win? Gasped the Golden Sacred Dragon King, its body covered in wounds. Because your bloodline purity is insufficient, said the Azure Dragon Phantom. Then how do I raise it? Through combat, replied the Azure Dragon Phantom. Combat can stimulate your bloodline's potential. The Golden Sacred Dragon King gritted its teeth and charged once more, only to be repelled yet again. Standing outside the gate of trials, Long Out Yin watched the battle through his spirit sight technique, his heart burning with anxiety. He could not enter to help, he could only watch from outside. Hang in there, Golden Sacred Dragon King, he shouted. Hearing his master's voice, the Golden Sacred Dragon King gritted its teeth, dragged itself up, and charged once more. This time it was not repelled. Not because it had grown stronger, but because the Azure Dragon Phantom had held back. The Azure Dragon Phantom looked at the Golden Sacred Dragon King, a trace of pity flashing in its eyes. You work hard, but your master is too impatient. The Golden Sacred Dragon King was stunned. What do you mean? Your master has been constantly using forbidden techniques, overdrawing your potential. Your bloodline could have broken through to 100, the Azure Dragon Phantom continued, but due to the side effects of those forbidden techniques, it has been suppressed to 80. The Golden Sacred Dragon King fell silent. It knew its master loved using forbidden techniques. Golden Armor Berserk, Golden Berserk. Every time they struggled in battle, its master would order it to use a forbidden technique. It did not want to use them, but its master's commands could not be disobeyed. Then what should I do? Tell your master to stop using forbidden techniques. Though forbidden techniques can temporarily boost your strength, they damage your foundation, said the Azure Dragon Phantom. Your foundation is already damaged and will require a long time to recover. The Golden Sacred Dragon King lowered its head. Will he listen? Try. The Golden Sacred Dragon King fell silent for a long time, then nodded. The Azure Dragon Phantom dissolved into light, merging into the Golden Sacred Dragon King's body. The Golden Sacred Dragon King has completed the Azure Dragon Trial. Acquired Azure Dragon Inheritance, 1st stage. Rank advancement, peak SS rank to peak SS rank, bloodline purity increased 80 to 85. Unlocked new skill, Azure Dragon Power, wood attribute buff, health regeneration rate 100. Although it had passed the trial, the Golden Sacred Dragon King felt no joy at all. With its head hanging low, it walked out of the gate of trials. Long Out Yin ran over, wrapping his arms around its head. You passed. You passed. Gazing at its master's ecstatic face, the Golden Sacred Dragon King wanted to convey the words of the Azure Dragon Phantom, but seeing how happy he was, it swallowed the words back down. Forget it, I will tell him later. On the other side of the sea of clouds, the Azure Demonic Dragon King had finished its trial and was preparing to leave. The final voice of the Azure Dragon Phantom echoed in its mind. Your master is a good master. I know, replied the Azure Demonic Dragon King. Follow him faithfully. I will. The sea of clouds returned to its tranquil state. Pine trees regrew upon the distant peaks, the waterfalls resumed their flow, and sunlight bathed the land once more. It was as if nothing had ever happened. The moment the Azure Dragon Demon King emerged from the trial gate, the entire void quaked. Not hyperbole, it was a genuine tremor. The stars drifting through the void began to flicker. The runes on all 4 trial gates ignited. The darkness beneath their feet rippled like a stone cast upon a tranquil lake, waves spreading outward in every direction. Qin Tian sensed something amiss immediately. He rose to his feet and stared at the Azure Dragon trial gate. The Azure Dragon motif upon its surface blazed with intense luminescence, cyan light seeping from every crack like glowing serpents slithering across the door. A hatchling, he called out. No response came. Only the intensifying cyan radiance and the growing violence of the tremors. Long Outyin also rose, his gaze locked nervously on the Azure Dragon trial gate. What's happening? What has your dragon encountered in there? I don't know. Qin Tian's brows furrowed deeply, yet he made no move. The system had not sounded any danger alert, which meant the Azure Dragon Demon King faced no mortal peril. This was either part of the trial itself or, optimistically speaking, a special transformation triggered upon its completion. The cyan light grew ever stronger, dyeing the entirety of the void in shades of blue-green. The runes on the other 3 trial gates began to resonate in kind. The White Tiger trial gate erupted in white light, the Vermilion Bird trial gate blazed red, and the Black Tortoise trial gate darkened with black luminescence. The 4 colors of radiance wove together, forming a colossal 4 symbols formation array in the void. Then the gate opened. Not with a slow creak, it exploded outward. The Azure Dragon trial gate's surface shattered into countless cyan motes of light scattering through the void like fireflies. The frame cracked apart, the runes flickered and died, and the entire door vanished. In its place stood a dragon. A true Azure Dragon. Its body had swelled by an entire size, stretching from 80 meters to 100 meters, with the tail alone spanning 40 meters. Its scales shifted from green gold to pure cyan, each one translucent as jade, glittering brilliantly under the starlight. The horns grew from 2 meters to 5 meters, their branches multiplying from 2 to 4, resembling a small tree. Its claws transformed from 4 toes to 5, each talon resembling a cyan broadsword radiating a chilling gleam. Its wings unfurled, the span expanding from 150 meters to 200. Azure Dragon patterns emerged upon the wing membrane, flowing slowly as though imbued with life. Even its eyes had changed. They shifted from gold to cyan, and within its pupils swam a tiny Azure Dragon. No, not one. 9. 9 miniature Azure Dragons coiled within its pupils, each representing a distinct power of the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon Demon King. No, it should now be called the Azure Dragon Divine King. The Azure Dragon Divine King has completed the Azure Dragon Trial 2nd phase. It has obtained the Azure Dragon Heritage 2nd stage. Level upgrade peak SS to initial SSS. New skills unlocked: True Azure Dragon Form, Permanent Azure Dragon Form, all attributes, 300 Azure Dragon's Breath Phase, 2 Power, Tripled Azure Dragon, Domain, all friendly units within the domain, gain 50 to all attributes. Aptitude upgrade Mythic tier to Legendary tier. Qin Tian gazed at the data on the panel, momentarily stunned. Initial SSS rank. Legendary tier aptitude. His first SSS rank bonded beast had been born. The Azure Dragon Divine King lowered its head and nudged Qin Tian gently. Its head was so enormous that even a light brush sent Qin Tian stumbling. Master, I passed. The voice was still as soft and youthful as ever, but its body had grown so vast it could swallow an entire mountain whole. Qin Tian steadied himself and reached out to stroke its head, or rather the scales atop its head, for the crown remained entirely out of his reach. Impressive work. Master, I'm SSS rank now. I see it. I'm your first SSS rank bonded beast. Indeed. The Azure Dragon Divine King raised its head proudly, its cyan scales shimmering brilliantly in the starlight. Its tail lashed behind it, churning the void into violent surges. Long Outyin stood nearby, his mouth agape. He pointed at the Azure Dragon Divine King, his finger trembling. Your dragon is SSS rank now, eh? Yes. From mid-stage SS straight to initial stage SSS. Yes. That defies all logic. Logic cannot explain my bonded beast. Long Outyin fell silent for a moment, then turned his gaze toward his golden holy dragon king. The golden dragon had just emerged from the trial gate, its body having grown from 60 meters to 65. Its scales had shifted from gold to a pale golden hue, and faint cyan patterns had appeared upon its horns. It had also been enhanced from SS rank peak to SS rank peak. Its bloodline purity rose from 80% to 85%, but it still fell far short of SSS rank. Long Outyin looked at the Azure Dragon Divine King, then at his own golden holy dragon king, his expression complicated. Why did your dragon complete this so effortlessly? The Azure Dragon Divine King lowered its head and regarded the golden holy dragon king. Its gaze held no arrogance, only calm, the same tranquil composure it had shown when facing the Azure Dragon Phantom. Because I am a pure-blood dragon king. My dragon is also pure-blood. Long Outyin's voice rose. Golden holy dragon king, pure-blood dragon lineage. Yet your bloodline purity is only 80%, the Azure Dragon Divine King replied. Mine is 150%. Long Outyin froze. 150%. Can bloodline purity exceed 100? It can, Qin Tian interjected. When bloodline purity surpasses 100%, it means breaking through the limits of one's race. The bloodline purity of ordinary dragons caps at 100%, But my dragon absorbed the dragon chi of its ancestors, and the soul crystal of the demon king, thereby shattering that limit. Long Outyin fell silent for a long while. He looked at his golden holy dragon king, a trace of heartache flashing in his eyes. I never gave it any of that. It is not your fault, Qin Tian said. Dragon treasures are inherently rare. Not everyone has the means to find them. Then why were you able to find them? Because I was lucky, haha. Long Outyin stared at Qin Tian for 3 seconds. Are you comforting me? Yes. Your comfort is awful. I dislike it. I'm aware. Long Outyin took a deep breath then smiled. But thank you. The Azure Dragon Divine King had completed its evolution, yet its body continued to glow. Cyan radiance erupted from between its scales, burning across its form like flame. The light grew ever more intense, illuminating the entire void. Then the transformation began. Its body started to contract, not shrinking back to its original size, but becoming more compact. Its 100-meter length remained unchanged, but its scales pressed tighter together, forming an almost seamless armor. The patterns upon its horns grew sharper, every line glowing with luminescence. The azure dragon patterns upon its wings began to extend, spreading from the membrane to its body, from its body to its tail, from its tail to its head. When the radiance finally faded, the Azure Dragon Divine King's form was permanently set. A true Azure Dragon. Not a demon king, not a dark dragon king, but a pure Azure Dragon Divine King, one of the 4 symbols, ancient divine beasts, the god of wood in the east. Its scales were cyan. Not ordinary cyan, but a transparent hue, like jade, revealing the veins and musculature beneath. Flowing through those veins was not red blood, but cyan luminescence, the very essence of Azure Dragon power. Its eyes were golden, yet the 9 miniature azure dragons coiling within its pupils shifted color with its emotions. Cyan when calm, crimson when furious, gold in battle. Its dragon aura blanketed the entire void. The golden holy dragon king instinctively retreated several steps under its pressure, and the 9-tailed heavenly fox buried its face in Qin Tian's embrace. So formidable, Long Outyin murmured. Qin Tian gazed at the Azure Dragon Divine King, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Young dragon changed back. The Azure Dragon God King's body glowed again, shrinking from 100 meters to 2 meters like a small green snake, flying over to land on Qin Tian's shoulder. Master, isn't this more convenient? Yes. Then I'll stay on your shoulder like this from now on. All right. Long Outyin looked at the little green snake, curled up on Qin Tian's shoulder, his mouth twitching. Can your dragon shrink from 100 meters to 2 meters? Yes. Why can't my dragon? Because your dragon doesn't have the Azure Dragon true body. Long Outyin fell silent. He turned to look at his golden holy dragon king. The golden holy dragon king also tried to shrink its body, struggling for a long time, reducing from 65 meters to 50 meters, and then could not shrink any further. Can't shrink. Long Outyin gave up. You can shrink after reaching SSS level, Qin Tian said. Keep it up. Long Outyin took a deep breath then smiled. All right, I'll keep it up. The 9-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from Qin Tian's arms, looking at the Azure Dragon God King on his shoulder, its 9 tails gently swaying. Master, the young dragon has grown stronger again. It's now SSS level. Right. What about me? You're still at a level. The 9-tailed celestial fox shrank into Qin Tian's arms, aggrievedly covering its face, with its tail feeling wronged and wanting to cry. Master dislikes me. No, I don't. Qin Tian rubbed her head. You are my treasure. Really? Really? You need to find a legacy for me quickly. I know I haven't found it yet, don't be anxious. When will you find it? Soon. You always say that. This time it's true. The 9-tailed celestial fox revealed one eye from the gap between its tails, looking at Qin Tian. Then I believe you. Long Outyin watched the master and servant from the side, shaking his head. You master and servant are really understanding. Jealous? Qin Tian asked. Who's jealous? Then why do you always say we're understanding? Because I'm envious. That's you being green-eyed. Long Outyin stomped his feet in anger. Long Outyin snorted and turned to look at the door of the White Tiger trial. When will your White Tiger come out? I don't know. Aren't you worried? No. Why? Because I trust it. Long Outyin paused for a moment. You always say I trust it. Do you really trust your beast master that much? Yes. Why? Because they have never let me down. Long Outyin looked at Qin Tian with a complicated expression. You really are enviable. What do you envy? I envy the trust between you and your beasts. Qin Tian thought for a moment. It's not innate. It was built through many experiences together. Like when I was being hunted, they stood in front of me. Like when they were injured, I carried them on my back for 30 li to find a healer. Like when I was so poor I couldn't afford a meal, they ate instant noodles with me. Like when they were looked down upon, I told them, you are not trash, you are the best. Long Outyin fell silent. I haven't experienced these things. So there is a lack of trust between you and your dragon. Then what should I do? From now on, trust it. Qin Tian said, don't use forbidden techniques anymore. Forbidden techniques are draining its potential and also draining the trust between you. Long Outyin lowered his head. You're right. Of course I'm right. Long Outyin raised his head and looked at Qin Tian. You really deserve a beating. I know. The two exchanged a glance and laughed at the same time. In the void, the door of the White Tiger trial began to glow. White light overflowed from the crack, carrying a sharp aura of slaughter. The White Tiger Divine Beast was about to come out. Xuanwu Platform Internal News: Azure Dragon Demon King evolved into Azure Dragon God King. Level broke through to early SSS level. Xuanwu Platform Daily: Long Outyin Qin Tian's dragon jumped from mid-SS level to early SSS level, while my dragon is still hovering at the peak of SS level. The gap is getting wider. Celebrity interview: Azure Dragon God King Master, I will continue to get stronger. Beast interview: Nine-tailed Celestial Fox Master, I also want to get stronger. Beast interview: Xuanwu True Lord, Azure Dragon Trial completed, White Tiger Trial in progress. Continue waiting. Platform Master's message. The White Tiger began to recount its own trial process. The moment the White Tiger Divine Beast passed through the trial gate, a strong smell of blood rushed toward it. Not imagined, but real blood smell. Thick, Swedish, pungent, as if someone had compressed the smell of an entire slaughterhouse into this space. The White Tiger Divine Beast's nose twitched, its golden eyes slightly narrowed. The scene before it reminded it of something. A battlefield of slaughter. Under its feet was scorched black earth, everywhere marks of burning and dried bloodstains. In the distance were collapsed city walls and broken banners, the patterns on the banners already indistinguishable. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and occasionally a lightning bolt struck down, illuminating the entire battlefield. Every corner of the battlefield was piled with corpses, human and beastmaster. Some were already rotting, some were still fresh. Blood gathered into streams, winding and flowing on the scorched black earth, making gurgling sounds. The air was filled with an aura of slaughter. Not an ordinary aura of slaughter, but one accumulated over millions of years, so intense, it was almost materialized like countless fine needles pricking the skin. The White Tiger Divine Beast stood in the center of the battlefield, its golden eyes scanning the surroundings. It was looking for the trial's content: defeat the White Tiger Phantom. But where was the Phantom? Around it were only corpses, bloodstains, and ruins. Come out, it said. The voice was not loud, but it echoed in the battlefield for a long time. No response, only the wind and the distant thunder. The White Tiger Divine Beast waited for a while, growing a bit impatient. It disliked this place. Not because of fear, but because the aura of slaughter here reminded it of its own birth, being despised, abandoned, and locked in a glass cabinet as a defective product. It also remembered the look in Qin Tian's eyes when he first saw it. Not looking from outside the glass cabinet, but looking from inside the cabinet as Qin Tian opened the door, picked it up, and said, "Little one, follow me from now on." That was the first time it felt warmth. The White Tiger Divine Beast took a deep breath, its golden eyes turning sharp. I said, come out. This time it used the White Tiger's power. Golden sound waves spread from its mouth, propagating through the battlefield like ripples. Wherever the sound waves reached, scorched earth cracked, corpses turned to ashes, and city walls completely collapsed. The battlefield trembled. Then the ground in the distance split open. A beam of white light shot out from the crack, shooting straight into the sky. The white light grew stronger, illuminating the entire battlefield. The dark clouds were dispersed by the white light, the thunder was swallowed by the white light, and the darkness was covered by the white light. After the white light dissipated, a giant white tiger stood in the center of the battlefield. The White Tiger Phantom. Its body was 2 sizes larger than the White Tiger Divine Beast, measuring 20 meters in length, a full 4 times larger than the 5-meter White Tiger Divine Beast. Its fur was pure white without a trace of other color, as white as fresh snow. The black stripes were denser than those of the White Tiger Divine Beast, extending from its forehead to the tip of its tail, each stripe glowing. The king character on its forehead was golden, larger and brighter than that of the White Tiger Divine Beast, emitting dazzling golden light. Its eyes were blood red, not golden. There was no emotion in those blood red eyes, only slaughter. Pure, primal, unabashed slaughter. The White Tiger Divine Beast looked at those blood red eyes and felt a chill in its heart. It felt pressure. Not pressure in terms of level, but pressure in terms of origin. The aura of slaughter of the White Tiger Phantom was too intense, so intense that its bloodline trembled. Are you my opponent? The White Tiger Phantom did not reply. It merely stood there, its blood-red eyes locked onto the Divine White Tiger like a hunter sizing up its prey. The Divine White Tiger did not appreciate that gaze. Taking a step forward, its golden eyes met the blood-red gaze. I am asking you a question. The corner of the White Tiger Phantom's mouth twitched, slightly resembling a smirk or perhaps a sneer. Your slaughterous aura is far too weak. The Divine White Tiger's pupils contracted. What did you say? I said your slaughterous aura is far too weak. The White Tiger Phantom's voice was low and raspy, like a rusted blade scraping against stone. There is no scent of slaughter upon you. How many tamed beasts have you slain? 10. Or perhaps 100. The divine white tiger fell silent. It had indeed slain beasts before. It had killed guardians within secret realms, defeated opponents in city tournaments, and vanquished foes in national championships. Yet none of those constituted true slaughter. Once defeated, the guardians would merely dissolve into specks of light, and once its opponents conceded, it would cease its attacks. It had never truly taken a life. You have never taken a life, the white tiger phantom remarked. There is no blood upon your hands. And what of it? The divine white tiger's voice turned cold. Nothing, the white tiger phantom replied. Only that you cannot pass the white tiger trial. Why? Because the white tiger trial demands a heart of slaughter. A glint flashed within the white tiger phantom's blood-red eyes. And you possess no such thing. The divine white tiger stared at the white tiger phantom for a long moment, then smiled. You are mistaken. Mistaken in what way? A heart of slaughter is not measured by how many lives one has taken, but by whether one has something to protect. The white tiger phantom froze for a moment. What do you mean? My master once told me that power is not meant for killing, but for protecting. Though I have never taken a life, the divine white tiger said, I have protected my master. When he was hunted by enemies, I shielded him with my own body. When he was injured, I stood guard by his side. When he was grieved, I remained with him. The white tiger phantom fell silent. That is the true heart of slaughter. It is not killing for the sake of killing, the divine white tiger continued, but slaying for the sake of protection. The white tiger phantom stared at the divine white tiger, a complex light flickering within its blood-red eyes. You resemble someone. Who? A human from a long time ago. What happened to him? He passed the white tiger trial. 8,000 years ago, the white tiger phantom said, he came here and spoke those very same words to me. The divine white tiger was taken aback. Who was that human? I do not know, the white tiger phantom shook its head. I only remember his aura. He carried the exact same aura as your master. The divine white tiger's heart raced. Qin Tian's grandfather. Qin Tian. 8,000 years ago. No, Qin Tian passed away only decades ago, not 8,000 years. Then who could it be? The white tiger phantom gave it no time to ponder. You claim to possess a heart of slaughter. Prove it to me. The white tiger phantom's body began to glow. A brilliant white light erupted from within its body, illuminating the entire battlefield. Its stature swelled from 20 meters to 30, its fur standing on end like countless white needles. Its black stripes grew denser, each one pulsing as though endowed with life. A torrential wave of slaughterous aura swept forward, engulfing the entire battlefield like a tsunami. Buffeted by the onslaught of slaughterous aura, the divine white tiger stumbled back a few steps. Yet it quickly stabilized itself, its golden eyes locking firmly onto the white tiger phantom. A heart of slaughter is not proved by mere words, the white tiger phantom declared. It is demonstrated through sheer strength. Then I shall prove it to you. The divine white tiger's body also began to glow, not with white light, but with a radiant golden luster. The golden light erupted from within, clashing violently against the white, slaughterous aura. The gold and white lights locked in a fierce confrontation at the center of the battlefield, neither yielding an inch. Your slaughterous aura is stronger than I anticipated, the white tiger phantom remarked. As is yours, the divine white tiger replied. Yet it is still not enough. The white tiger phantom's blood-red eyes suddenly flared, unleashing two beams of crimson light that shot directly toward the divine white tiger. The divine white tiger dodged to the side. The crimson beams grazed past its body, striking the ground behind it. The impact blasted open a massive crater 10 meters in diameter, scattering scorched earth in all directions. That was closed, the divine white tiger muttered, regaining its balance. That was merely the appetizer, the white tiger phantom sneered. Opening its maw wide, it unleashed a torrent of white light. The beam of light, as thick as a barrel and swift as lightning, surged toward the divine white tiger. The divine white tiger did not dodge. It too opened its maw, unleashing a brilliant golden beam. The gold and white beams collided. The battlefield erupted. The earth tore open, city walls crumbled, and remnants of the fallen were vaporized. A shockwave rippled outward in all directions, leveling the ruins at the battlefield's edge. The two beams locked in a stalemate for 10 seconds. Then the white beam began to falter and recede. A flicker of astonishment crossed the white tiger phantom's blood-red eyes. Your white tiger slaughter has already reached the second stage? Indeed, the divine white tiger replied. I just learned it outside. Just now? Yes. The white tiger phantom fell silent for a moment. Your talent surpasses mine. It is not talent. It is because my master is an exceptional teacher, the divine white tiger said. The golden beam overwhelmed the white one, surging into the white tiger phantom. Struck by the beam, the phantom slid backward for over a dozen meters. Yet it did not fall. It stood firm, its blood-red eyes fixed upon the divine white tiger. I acknowledge your strength. Then do you concede? No, the white tiger phantom replied. I shall unleash my full power. Its form began to shift, not expanding, but shrinking. It condensed from 30 meters to 25, then to 20, and finally down to 15. Though its size had decreased, its aura grew exponentially stronger. The slaughterous aura pouring from its body became so dense, it was almost visible to the naked eye, with white mist swirling around it, like a nest of white serpents. "This is my full strength," the white tiger phantom warned. "Are you certain you wish to face it?" The divine white tiger looked at the phantom, its golden eyes devoid of fear, brimming only with battle intent. "Bring it on." A flicker of appreciation crossed the white tiger phantom's blood-red eyes. "Very well." It moved. At a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, its entire form transformed into a streak of white light hurtling toward the divine white tiger. The divine white tiger did not evade. Closing its eyes, it perceived the oncoming strike with its heart of slaughter. It sensed that it was not merely white light, nor speed, nor physical force. It was the will of slaughter, the instinct to protect, and the absolute resolve to fight. White Tiger Slaughter second stage fully unleashed. The character for King on the divine white tiger's forehead erupted. Golden light poured forth from the King character, enveloping the divine white tiger's entire body. It opened its eyes. Its golden gaze had turned pure white, and within its pupils the silhouette of a white tiger was seen running. Then it moved. The golden light and the white light collided at the center of the battlefield. There was no explosion, no shockwave, and no sound. Only light. The gold and white lights intertwined like two dragons coiling in the sky. They wound around each other 3 times before parting. The divine white tiger and the white tiger phantom stood back to back 20 meters apart. The white tiger phantom looked down at its chest. There was a fist-sized hole piercing completely through its body. The edges of the hole glowed gold as though scorched. "Did you use the white tiger slaughter?" "Yes," the white tiger divine beast said. "When did you learn that?" Just now. Just now." "Yes." The white tiger divine beast turned around and gazed at the white tiger phantom. "At the moment you charged forward." The white tiger phantom fell silent. It lowered its head and stared at the hole in its chest, remaining motionless for a long while. "Your master is truly blessed to have you." "I know." The white tiger phantom smiled. Its body began to crumble and dissolve into countless white motes of light scattering across the battlefield like falling snow. The motes drifted toward the white tiger divine beast and merged into its body. The level rose mid-breakthrough SS rank to peak SS rank. New skills unlocked: true white tiger form, permanent white tiger transformation, all stats increased by 300, white tiger slaughter strike, second stage 5-fold power increase, and white tiger domain, all enemy stats reduced by 50 within the domain. The white tiger divine beast stood at the center of the battlefield, feeling the surge of power within. It lowered its head and gazed at its claws stained with white motes left behind when the phantom had dissolved. "Thank you," it murmured. In the void, the gate of the white tiger trial began to glow. White radiance spilled from the cracks, carrying an aura of fierce lethality. The white tiger divine beast was about to emerge. Qin Tian stood outside the gate, watching the white tiger emblem on the door intensify, with each passing moment a faint smile gracing his lips. The 9-tailed heavenly fox poked its head out from his embrace, its 9 tails swaying gently. "Master Xiaobai is coming out." Will she become stronger?" "Yes." "How much stronger?" "Peak SS rank." The 9-tailed heavenly fox's ears perked up. "Peak SS rank. That would make her your equal." "Exactly. What about me?" "You are still A rank." The 9-tailed heavenly fox curled into his arms with a grievous air. "When you obtain your inheritance, I will grant you an even greater reward." "Really?" "Indeed." The 9-tailed heavenly fox wrapped its tail around Qin Tian's wrist. The gate of the white tiger trial exploded. It did not slowly open, but burst apart much like the Azure Dragon trial. The door panels shattered into countless white motes, dispersing into the void. A colossal white tiger stepped through the shattered remnants. Its body had grown from 5 meters to 10, its fur whiter than ever, its black stripes more pronounced, and the character for King upon its forehead radiated blinding golden light. Its eyes shifted from gold to pure white, and within its pupils the image of a running white tiger could be seen. The white tiger divine beast. No, she should now be called the white tiger divine king. The white tiger divine beast completed the white tiger trial. She obtained the white tiger inheritance second stage. Level rise mid-breakthrough SS rank to peak SS rank. New skills unlocked: true white tiger form, white tiger slaughter strike, second stage white tiger domain. The white tiger divine king approached Qin Tian, lowered her head, and nudged his leg affectionately. "Ayo." She let out a low, resonant cry. "Well done," Qin Tian said, crouching to pat her head. The white tiger divine king licked his hand, a trace of gentleness flickering in her white eyes. The 9-tailed heavenly fox peered out from Qin Tian's embrace, regarding the white tiger divine king with a glint of envy. "Xiaobai, you've become stronger." "Ayo." The white tiger divine king nodded. "Your peak SS rank now, eh?" "Ayo." "Stronger than me." The white tiger divine king tilted her head, and looked at the nine-tailed heavenly fox, then stretched out her tongue to lick her face. The nine-tailed heavenly fox shrank back into Qin Tian's embrace, frantically rubbing her face with her tail. "What are you doing?" The white tiger divine king emitted a low growl, almost as though she were laughing. A single eye peeked through the nine-tailed heavenly fox's tails, glaring at the white tiger divine king. "What are you laughing at?" The white tiger divine king licked her again. The nine-tailed heavenly fox pressed herself fully into Qin Tian's embrace and refused to come out. Qin Tian rubbed the white tiger divine king's head. "Don't bully her." The white tiger divine king nudged his hand and obediently laid down at his feet. Long Outyin watched the white tiger divine king, his mouth twitching. "Your white tiger has also grown stronger." "Yes." "Peak SS rank." "Yes." "Your dragon is SSS rank, your white tiger is peak SS rank, your vermilion bird is likely also peak SS rank, and even your grass is SS rank. How are all your beast companions so exceptionally strong?" "Because I am strong." Long Outyin fell silent for a moment. "You're showing off." "Correct." Long Outyin took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. What Qin Tian said was undeniable truth. He had no grounds to refute it. Long Outyin snorted and turned his gaze toward the gate of the vermilion bird trial. Red radiance seeped from the cracks, carrying an intensely scorching aura. Zhuge Leipeng was about to emerge. The vermilion bird trial had concluded. As Zhuge Leipeng passed through the trial gate, a wave of heat slammed into her face. This was no ordinary heat. It was a heat capable of melting steel. Her feathers curled slightly in the thermal wave, but quickly spread out again. The vermilion bird bloodline possessed an innate affinity with fire. Extreme temperatures did not harm her, but rather made her feel comfortable. The scene before her eyes illuminated her purple irises. A sea of fire. An endless expanse of blazing inferno erupted from the earth, some columns soaring hundreds of meters high like fountains of flame. The flames shifted in color, from crimson to orange, from orange to yellow, from yellow to white, and from white to blue. The deeper one ventured, the higher the temperature and the colder the hue. Above the sea of fire stretched a crimson sky, where burning clouds drifted and sporadically rained down sheets of molten embers. These fiery droplets struck the ground, bursting into showers of sparks. In the distance, a volcano churned its crater, erupting continuously as lava cascaded down the slopes like a luminous river. Hovering above the volcanic vent was an enormous sphere of fire, its diameter exceeding 50 meters, radiating in dazzling white brilliance. Zhuge Leipeng stood at the edge of the fiery sea, her purple eyes fixed upon that blazing orb. She sensed something within it, something extraordinarily powerful. "Come forth," she commanded. Her voice reverberated across the inferno, sending concentric waves of scorching heat rippling outward. The fire sphere trembled. Then, without warning, it detonated. It did not crack open gradually, but exploded violently. Flames erupted in all directions, molten rock shattered through the air, and searing waves engulfed the entire fiery expanse. The flames of the sea surged upward simultaneously, as if alive, rejoicing wildly. A colossal vermilion bird emerged from the fire sphere, taking flight. The vermilion bird phantom. Its frame was 2 sizes larger than Zhuge Leipeng's, with wings spanning 150 meters compared to Zhuge Leipeng's 120. Its plumage was a pure, unblemished crimson, resembling burning charcoal. Every feather was aflame, the fire dancing across its surface with crackling sounds. Its tail extended 20 meters in length, the tail feathers adorned with golden patterns that flowed slowly, resembling serpents of living gold. Its eyes were white, not red. Within those white pupils there was no emotion, only fire, pure, primal, and utterly unguarded. Zhuge Leipeng met those white eyes and felt her very blood begin to boil within her veins. The aura radiating from the vermilion bird phantom was overwhelmingly intense, powerful enough to make her feathers tremble. Fear did not stir within Zhuge Leipeng, instead excitement surged through her. Perhaps it was the vermilion bird bloodline calling to her, driving her toward battle, urging her to prove herself. "Are you my opponent?" Zhuge Leipeng asked. The vermilion bird phantom offered no response. It merely hovered above the sea of fire, its white eyes fixed upon Zhuge Leipeng like flames fixating upon dry kindling. Zhuge Leipeng disliked that gaze. She advanced with a single wing beat, her purple eyes locking directly with the pair of white ones. "I am addressing you." The vermilion bird phantom's beak parted, emitting a piercing shrill cry. That cry was laden with emotion, mockery, disdain, and contempt. You think you are worthy to fight me?" Zhuge Leipeng's fury was ignited. "If Shao Jin does not show its true power, do you take me for a mere sparrow?" It flapped its wings and surged toward the vermilion bird phantom. Moving with the speed of lightning, it left a violet afterimage streaking across the sea of fire. The phantom flickered lightly and evaded. Zhuge Leipeng's attack missed. "What?" Zhuge Leipeng paused. The phantom loomed above, gazing down with mockery flashing in its pale white eyes. Then it moved. Its speed was beyond mortal comprehension, seeming not to leave an afterimage, but to vanish entirely from the spot. The next instant it appeared behind Zhuge Lieping. A sweep of its wings sent a blade of flame slicing toward Zhuge Lieping's back. Sensing the searing heat, the beast dodged to the side. The fiery blade grazed its wing and slammed into the sea of fire below. The sea of fire was cleaved open, birthing a massive fissure. Magma surged from the crack, cascading across the fiery expanse. That was close. Zhuge Lieping steadied itself. Your speed is far too slow. The phantom finally spoke, its voice shrill and grating like metal scraping against glass. You cannot catch me. A hint of coldness flashed in Zhuge Lieping's violet eyes. You say I'm slow? Indeed. Zhuge Lieping laughed. That is merely because I have yet to exert myself. Its body began to glow. Arcs of violet light erupted from between its feathers, dancing across its form like living electricity. This was no fire but raw thunder. The power of the origin of thunder surged through its veins, pushing its speed to the absolute limit. Great Ping's wings spread second stage. Its wings unfurled, spanning from 120 meters to 180. The electric arcs upon its feathers shifted from violet to gold, every plume radiating brilliance. Its eyes changed color as well, turning golden, and within its pupils soared a vermilion bird, or rather a great pung. The primordial bloodline of the golden-winged great pung awakened in that very moment. Zhuge Lieping's speed surged fivefold. A flicker of astonishment crossed the phantom's pale white eyes. How did your speed suddenly increase? Because I have merged with the origin of thunder, Zhuge Lieping replied. The origin of thunder is the source of all swiftness. You think I am the only one who knows how to fly? The phantom fell silent for a moment. The origin of thunder. No wonder. No wonder what? No wonder your aura does not belong to a pure vermilion bird, the phantom said. Your body carries the bloodline of the great pung. Correct. I am a fusion of the golden-winged great pung and the vermilion bird, Zhuge Lieping declared. The swift wings of the great pung, the blazing flames of the vermilion bird, and the power of thunder. Three forces made one. The phantom stared at Zhuge Lieping for a long while, a complex glint flickering within its white eyes. It remained silent, studying the beast, a trace of admiration finally crossing its gaze. 5,000 years ago a human once came to this place, the phantom said. What happened to him? He passed the vermilion bird trial. Zhuge Lieping hesitated. Who was that human? I do not know, the phantom replied, shaking its head. I only remember his contracted beast. It was a great pung, far faster than you. Zhuge Lieping's eyes lit up. A great pung. The golden-winged great pung. Yes. And then, oi. Afterward, he departed for the divine realm and never returned. Zhuge Lieping fell quiet. The divine realm again. Your strength is acknowledged, the phantom stated. But to complete the trial you must accomplish one final task. What task? Catch me. The phantom beat its wings, transforming into a streak of crimson light as it dove deeper into the sea of fire. Zhuge Lieping did not hesitate, becoming a bolt of golden radiance in pursuit. Two streaks of light chased one another across the fiery sky. One crimson, the other golden, like twin meteors carving paths through the heavens. The red light led the way while the gold pursued relentlessly. The distance between them ebbed and flowed, yet the golden streak could never close the gap. Too slow. You are far too slow. The phantom's voice echoed from ahead. Your speed is still woefully insufficient. Zhuge Lieping gritted its teeth and unleashed the thunderous energy within once more. The golden light surged forward, narrowing the distance by a third, but it remained out of reach. As I said, you cannot catch me. Zhuge Lieping did not reply. It closed its eyes, ceasing to chase with sight alone, and began to pursue with its heart. It recalled words spoken by Qin Tian. Do not watch your enemy with your eyes, perceive them with your body. And then it perceived. It was not the red light, nor its speed, nor its direction. It was the wind. The disturbance left by the phantom's passage carried shifts in temperature, currents of air, and ripples of energy. I have found you. Zhuge Lieping opened its eyes, a sharp glint flashing within its golden orbs. It beat its wings, becoming a golden lightning bolt. Instead of flying straight, it took a curved path, intercepting the phantom at the precise point where it would turn. The vermilion bird phantom was mid-turn when a streak of gold slammed into it from the flank. What a... Astonishment flashed across the phantom's eyes. The collision erupted in a massive mushroom cloud above the sea of fire. A shockwave radiated outward in all directions, sending 100-meter-high waves of flame crashing into the air. The smoke cleared. Suspended face-to-face above the fiery expanse were Zhuge Lieping and the phantom. Zhuge Lieping's talons gripped the phantom's wing, and the phantom's claws held fast to Zhuge Lieping's. The two colossal birds locked in a stalemate, neither willing to let go. You caught me, the phantom said. Indeed, Zhuge Lieping replied. How did you do it? By using my heart, Zhuge Lieping, not my eyes. The phantom fell silent for a long while. Your master has taught you well. Yes. He is a fine master. I know. The phantom smiled. Very well. You have passed. Its form began to disintegrate, scattering into countless crimson motes of light that drifted across the sea of fire like sparks. The motes drifted toward Zhuge Lieping and merged into its body. It felt its very blood boiling within. The vermilion bird bloodline awakened. The great Peng bloodline awakened. The origin of thunder awakened. The three forces merged into a singular, entirely new power. Zhuge Lieping has completed the vermilion bird trial. Obtain vermilion bird inheritance, second stage. Rank promotion SS rank mid-stage, SS rank peak stage. New skills unlocked: vermilion bird true form permanent, vermilion bird state, all attributes, 300 vermilion bird fire second stage, 5-fold power, increase great pang's wing spread second stage, 5-fold speed, increase lightning step transform into thunder for instantaneous movement. Aptitude upgraded mythical tier legendary tier. Zhuge Lieping stood suspended above the sea of fire, feeling the surge of power coursing through it. Its feathers had shifted from russet gold to pure crimson, each one ablaze with flames dancing across their surfaces. Electric arcs wove through the fire, etching patterns of gold across its plumage. Its eyes turned golden, and within its pupils soared a fusion of the great Peng and the vermilion bird. It opened its beak and let out a piercing cry. Chirp! The sound reverberated across the fiery expanse, and the flames themselves leaped upward in response. In the void, the gate of the vermilion bird trial began to glow. Crimson light spilled from its seams, radiating intense heat. Zhuge Lieping was about to emerge. Qin Tian stood outside the gate, watching the vermilion bird motif upon its surface grow ever brighter, a faint smile touching his lips. The nine-tailed heavenly fox peeked out from his embrace, its 9 tails swaying gently. Master Xiao Jin is coming out. What has it become? SS rank, peak stage. The nine-tailed fox's tail bristled upright. Another SS rank peak stage? Yes. The nine-tailed fox retreated into his arms with a slight air of grievance. The gate of the vermilion bird trial exploded outward. The gate panels shattered into countless crimson motes, scattering through the void. A colossal vermilion bird soared forth from the wreckage. Zhuge Lieping, though it should now be addressed as the vermilion bird deity king. The vermilion bird deity king circled once in the void before shrinking to the size of a palm and alighting upon Qin Tian's shoulder. Chirp! It let out another cry to the heavens. Well done, Qin Tian murmured, patting its head. The nine-tailed fox poked its head out, gaze lingering on the deity king perched nearby, a flicker of envy in its eyes. The vermilion bird deity king tilted its head, regarded the fox, then fluttered over and gave its crown a gentle pat with its wing. The nine-tailed fox shrank back into Qin Tian's embrace. Qin Tian stroked the deity king's head. Long Outyin watched it, his lip twitching. Your vermilion bird has grown stronger as well. Indeed. Your dragon is SSS rank, your white tiger is SS rank peak, your vermilion bird is SS rank peak, and your grass beast is SS rank. How are all your contracted beasts so overwhelmingly powerful? Long Outyin drew a deep breath. Peering out from Qin Tian's arms, the nine-tailed fox observed him. Master Long Outyin seems to have accepted his fate. He has. The nine-tailed fox covered its mouth with its tail, shaking with suppressed laughter. Long Outyin turned his head toward the gate of the Xuanwu trial. Black light seeped from the gates, seams exuding an aura of profound stillness. The Xuanwu trial was still underway. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling had not yet emerged. Qin Tian's expression remained calm and composed as he waited in silence. The moment the sapling of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree crossed the gate of trials, a damp draft rushed over it. It was no ordinary moisture, but the spiritual energy of water condensed over countless millennia. Thick, moist, and carrying a faint hint of salinity, the spiritual energy made the leaves of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling tremble slightly as they greedily absorbed every drop of moisture. The sight before it caused its consciousness to ripple slightly. A vast ocean, boundless and infinite. The seawater was a deep, dark blue, crystal clear, yet seemingly bottomless. The depth of the sea exceeded 10,000 meters, with sunlight only penetrating a few hundred meters below the surface, beyond which lay eternal darkness. There was no wind, no waves, and the surface was as calm as a mirror. The sky was gray, devoid of both sun and clouds, offering only an endless expanse of gray. The horizon where the sea met the sky was a blurry line, making it impossible to distinguish where the ocean ended and the sky began. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling stood upon the sea, or more accurately hovered just above it. Its roots extended from its base, anchoring deep into the void without touching the water. Yet it could sense the temperature, salinity, and pressure of the sea. It was searching for the nature of the trial. The Qinglong trial was combat, the Baihu trial was slaughter, and the Zhuge trial was speed. What was the Xuanwu trial? The system had not specified. No phantom had appeared, and there was nothing around. There was only the sea. The leaves of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling rustled as it sensed its surroundings. There was life within the sea. Fish, shrimp, shellfish, and coral, all living undisturbed. Above the water, seagulls, albatrosses, and ospreys soared through the sky. Everything was normal, so normal that it did not seem like a trial ground. What is the trial? The Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling sent out ripples of consciousness, broadcasting them in all directions. There was no response. It waited for a moment, growing slightly impatient. Although as a tree destined to remain rooted in one place for years, it ought to have possessed far more patience. But ever since it began following Qin Tian, traveling far and wide had become its way of life. It had learned human impatience, change, and movement. I asked, what is the trial? The sea surface trembled. It was not an earthquake, but the ocean responding to it. The seawater began to churn, shifting from calm to rolling waves, and from rolling waves to towering surges. The giant waves grew higher and higher, from 1 meter to 10, from 10 to 100, and finally to 1,000, pressing down toward the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling like a towering wall of water. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling did not retreat. Its roots withdrew from the void and plunged into the seawater, stabilizing its body. The giant wave stopped right before it. The seawater parted, and a colossal figure rose from the seabed. It was the Xuanwu phantom, not a fully formed Xuanwu. There was no tortoise shell, no serpent body, only a blurry mass of light and shadow shaped like a tortoise, its details obscured. Its size was immense, with a diameter exceeding 100 meters, emitting a deep blue glow. Light radiated from within its body, illuminating the entire surface of the sea. Are you the challenger? The Xuanwu phantom's voice was deep and slow, like the grinding of tectonic plates on the seabed. Yes, the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling replied. Find the heart of Xuanwu, said the Xuanwu phantom. It lies at the deepest part of the seabed. And then, there is no then. Find it, and you pass the trial. The leaves of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling rustled slightly. Is this not a battle? No, the Xuanwu phantom said. The Xuanwu trial is not about combat, it is about wisdom. Wisdom? Yes. Combat can rely on brute force, but wisdom requires a brain. A hint of amusement seemed to ripple through the blurry light and shadow of the Xuanwu phantom. Do you have a brain, eh? The Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling fell silent for a moment. It did not have a brain. Being a tree, it lacked a physical cerebrum. But it possessed perception, analytical skills, and the capacity to solve problems. Did these count as a brain? I do, it said. Then go find it. The Xuanwu phantom sank back into the ocean depths, its light and shadow dissipating as the sea surface returned to calm. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling stood upon the sea, its roots plunging into the water as it began to sense. The seabed was incredibly deep. At 10,000 meters below, the water pressure was immense. Ordinary tamed beasts would be crushed to pieces if they ventured down. But the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling was no ordinary tamed beast. It possessed the ability of mutual generation of wood and water. To it, water was not resistance, but assistance. Its roots extended toward the seabed, 1 to 10 100. The roots passed through the seawater, through schools of fish, through coral reefs, and across the abyssal plains, extending all the way to the 10,000-meter deep seabed. The ocean floor was a desolate plain covered in gray silt, entirely devoid of life. It discovered something glowing in the darkness, faint, distant, and flickering. Is that the heart of Xuanwu? The Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling sensed the point of light. The point of light did not respond. The roots of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling continued to stretch toward the light. But the deeper they went, the more crushing the water pressure became. Upon reaching 12,000 meters, the speed of the roots extension slowed down significantly. By 15,000 meters, they could barely advance at all. The pressure is too great. A trace of anxiety rippled through the consciousness of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling. Its roots had already extended to 19,000 meters, leaving only 500 meters to the seabed. But those 500 meters were like an insurmountable chasm, impossible to cross. The water pressure deformed the roots, causing their tips to rupture. This won't do. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling withdrew its roots and reevaluated. Standing upon the sea surface, it gazed at the gray sky, pondering how to overcome the crushing water pressure. Xuanwu is a water attribute divine beast. Its trial cannot possibly require a tamed beast to resist the water pressure by brute force, it muttered to itself. There must be a way. It recalled the words Qin Tian had once said, wood and water generate each other, water nourishes wood, and wood can also generate water. The 5 elements generate each other in an endless cycle. Water nourishes wood, and wood can also generate water. Since the roots of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling were injured, it could use water attribute power to repair them. Similarly, though the water pressure was immense, it could use wood attribute power to neutralize it. Merge with the pressure rather than resisting it. The leaves of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling lit up with a green glow. It was no ordinary light, but one rippling with water patterns. The power of the mutual generation of wood and water circulated within its body. It extended its roots into the seabed once more. This time, instead of resisting, it merged with the pressure. When the tips of the roots contacted the high-pressure seawater, they did not resist. Instead, they absorbed the water's spiritual energy from the sea, converting the water pressure into its own strength. Sure enough, the water pressure was no longer an obstacle, but an asset. The speed of the roots' extension increased tenfold. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. The roots touched the seabed. The silt on the ocean floor was very soft, allowing the roots to burrow into it with ease. Beneath the silt lay hard rock. The roots threaded through the crevices in the stone, continuing downward. The point of light grew closer and closer. 50 meters, 10 meters, 1 meter. The roots touched the light. It was warm, pulsing like a beating heart. It was enveloped in a transparent membrane, thin, yet incredibly tough. The roots of the Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling tried to penetrate it, but the membrane did not budge in the slightest. Is this the heart of Xuanwu? The Ancient Shu Divine Tree sapling sensed the inside of the membrane. Within it lay a fist-sized bead, entirely black, its surface etched with tortoiseshell patterns with deep blue light flowing inside. The heart of Xuanwu. But how was it to retrieve it? The membrane was too tough and the roots could not pierce through. The Gushu Divine Tree seedling pondered for a moment, then once again employed the principle of mutual generation between wood and water. It caused the tips of its roots to secrete a special liquid, the essence of wood, the spiritual energy of water. The liquid dripped onto the membrane, and the membrane began to dissolve. It was not corroded, but assimilated. Wood and water generate each other. The membrane was also of the water a tribute, and the essence of wood could neutralize it. The membrane dissolved into a small hole, and the Gushu Divine Tree seedling's roots reached inside, entwining the Xuanwu heart. The Xuanwu heart was extracted. The Gushu Divine Tree seedling pulled the Xuanwu heart up from the seabed, traversing 10,000 meters of seawater, crossing the deep sea, plains, coral reefs, and schools of fish, until it returned to the surface. A fist-sized black orb floated before the Gushu Divine Tree seedling, radiating a deep blue light. Obtained Xuanwu heart, SSS grade treasure. The sea surface trembled. The entire ocean rose, waves surging. Seawater surged up from the 10,000-meter abyss, carrying silt, rocks, corals, and fish. Everything rushed upward. The sea surface climbed higher from the horizon to above the head, from above the head to the sky. The Gushu Divine Tree seedling stood within the seawater. The sea surface had risen above its crown, submerging it entirely. But the Gushu Divine Tree seedling was unafraid of water. As a plant, it needed water. It even found it comfortable. The seawater continued to rise until the entire sky was filled with the ocean. The gray sky vanished, replaced by deep blue seawater. The sea became the sky, and the sky became the sea. Everything was inverted. The Gushu Divine Tree seedling felt as if it stood in the sky with a bottomless ocean beneath its roots. But its roots were still anchored in the seawater. Its body was upside down, yet it felt no discomfort. It was a tree. It had no sense of direction and could grow in any orientation. The Xuanwu phantom appeared once more. This time it was not a blurry silhouette, but a complete Xuanwu. Its shell was engraved with runes, a serpent coiled around the carapace, and its eyes were deep blue like two gems. Its size was 10 times larger than before, over a kilometer in diameter, occupying the entire sky. You have found the Xuanwu heart and passed the trial. The Gushu Divine Tree seedling gazed at the Xuanwu phantom, its consciousness rippling with a hint of surprise. I passed without fighting. The trial of Xuanwu is not combat, but wisdom, said the Xuanwu phantom. You are worthy of the Xuanwu inheritance. But the Gushu Divine Tree seedling felt a little reluctant. Qinglong fought, Baihu fought, Zhuke fought. All of them battled. Why am I the only one who doesn't need to fight? Because combat is not the only way, said the Xuanwu phantom. Qinglong needed battle to break its limits, Baihu needed slaughter to activate its bloodline, Zhuke needed speed to prove itself. Xuanwu needs none of these. What does Xuanwu need? I have already told you. It is wisdom, said the Xuanwu phantom. Xuanwu is the most ancient of the 4 divine beasts. It does not need to fight to prove itself, it only needs to do the right thing. What is the right thing? The Xuanwu phantom said protection. Xuanwu's purpose is protection. Protect the ocean, protect the land, protect life. You do not need to fight, you only need to guard. The Gushu Divine Tree seedling fell silent for a long time. It thought of Qin Tian. Its master had many enemies. Qin Tian the masked man and many unknown foes. It could protect its master from harm. I understand, said the Gushu Divine Tree seedling. The Xuanwu phantom gazed at it, a glimmer of satisfaction in its deep blue eyes. The Xuanwu phantom smiled. Its body began to dissolve, transforming into countless deep blue specks of light, drifting like fireflies through the seawater. The specks floated toward the Gushu Divine Tree seedling, merging into its trunk, leaves, and roots. The Gushu Divine Tree seedling has completed the Xuanwu trial. Acquired Xuanwu inheritance, second stage. Level up, SS level, early, SS level, mid. Unlocked new skills, Xuanwu True Form, Permanent Xuanwu Form, all attributes, 300 Woodwater, Mutual Generation, Second Stage Health Recovery, 1000 Xuanwu Guardian, Second Stage Team, Defense 500. Talent Upgrade, Mythic Legendary. The Gushu Divine Tree seedling's trunk began to glow. A deep blue light emanated from within the trunk, intertwining with the emerald green leaves. The bark displayed the tortoiseshell patterns of Xuanwu, each line glowing. Roots extended from the base, plunging into the void, writhing like countless serpents. The canopy spread the leaves, shifting from emerald green to deep green, with veins of deep blue. Its size grew from 10 meters to 15 meters, the trunk thicker and the canopy denser. But more importantly, its power had changed. It was no longer purely wood attribute, but wood and water dual attributes. The strength of the Gushu Divine Tree combined with the power of Xuanwu wood and water, mutually generating endless and unceasing. The Gushu Divine Tree seedling could now be called the Xuanwu Gushu Divine Tree. It stood in the inverted ocean, its roots anchored in the sky, its canopy facing the seabed. The Xuanwu Gushu Divine Tree raised a vine looking at the tortoiseshell patterns on it. The patterns flowed slowly, and it could feel the power within its body growing stronger. In the void, the door of the Xuanwu trial began to glow. Black light seeped from the cracks, carrying a steady, profound aura. The Xuanwu Gushu Divine Tree was about to emerge. Qin Tian stood outside the door, watching the Xuanwu pattern on the door panel grow brighter. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He knew his gamble had paid off. The nine-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from his embrace and said excitedly, "Master, the Gushu Divine Tree is coming out. Will it become stronger? Yes. Will it be even more powerful than before? Of course. After the trial's baptism, its power has multiplied manifold." The nine-tailed celestial fox revealed a joyful smile. "The Gushu Divine Tree has given so much, always saving our lives in critical moments. I hope it grows stronger and stronger. Yes, with it here we are all safe." The nine-tailed celestial fox happily snuggled back into his arms, staring at the door of the Xuanwu trial. The door of the Xuanwu trial exploded, the door panels shattering into countless black specks of light, scattering in the void. A colossal tree stepped out from the door. Its trunk was deep green, with Xuanwu tortoiseshell patterns on the bark. The canopy was dense, leaves emerald green, with deep blue veins. Roots extended from the base, writhing like countless serpents in the void. The Xuanwu Gushu Divine Tree walked up to Qin Tian, its trunk bending slightly. A vine said happily, "I'm back." "Well done." Qin Tian gently patted the trunk. The nine-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from Qin Tian's arms, looking at the Xuanwu Gushu Divine Tree with a flicker of envy in its eyes. "Gushu Divine Tree, you've grown stronger." The Xuanwu Gushu Divine Tree's leaves rustled. Yes. The leaves rustled again, then a vine stretched out and gently patted the nine-tailed celestial fox's head. The nine-tailed celestial fox was patted back into Qin Tian's arms. The Xuanwu Gushu Divine Tree withdrew its vine and obediently rooted itself in the void. Long Outyin looked at the Xuanwu Gushu Divine Tree, his mouth twitching. "Your dragon is SSS level early, your white tiger SS level peak, your vermilion bird SS level peak, your grass SS level mid." Long Outyin counted 5 tamed beasts, 4 above SS level 1 at A level peak. "Yes, you're missing one. Nine tails." Long Outyin pointed at the nine-tailed celestial fox in Qin Tian's arms. "She's still A level." The nine-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from Qin Tian's arms and glared at Long Outyin. "Shut up." Long Outyin was stunned by the shout. "Did I say something wrong?" "You're not wrong, but I don't want to hear it." Long Outyin looked at Qin Tian. "What's wrong with your fox?" Frustrated Qin Tian said. "Because she's the only one who hasn't grown stronger." Long Outyin was sowing discord. "Little fox, your master is too partial. Don't stir up trouble. I won't fall for it. My master said he would find a spirit crystal for me to level up. But there's none in the secret realm." "There is." Qin Tian interrupted Long Outyin. "It's on the 7th floor. Then let's hurry down." "No rush," Qin Tian said. "Let's first collect all the treasures from the trial floor." Long Outyin nodded. Qin Tian walked to the 4 trial gates. The doors had been blown apart, but the frames remained. Runes were carved on the frames, slowly flowing. At the bottom of the door frame was a recess shaped like a bead. Qin Tian took out the Xuanwu heart, the black bead he had retrieved from the seabed, and placed it into the recess. The door frame trembled. All 4 frames simultaneously emitted light, cyan, white, red, and black, interweaving to form a massive 4 symbols array in the void. The array spun, opening a downward passage. The passage led to the 6th floor, the inheritance floor. From within came an ancient and vast aura stronger than all the previous 5 floors combined. The 6th floor held the complete inheritances of the 4 divine beasts. Qin Tian took a deep breath and stepped into the passage. Long Outyin followed behind him. The nine-tailed celestial fox lay in Qin Tian's arms, its 9 tails gently swaying. "Master, is there an inheritance for me on the 6th floor?" "Not sure." "Then what is certain?" The complete inheritances of the four divine beasts, Qin Tian said. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise. Your inheritance is on the 7th floor. What's on the 7th floor? The inheritance of the ancient demon foxes, Qin Tian said. 9-tailed demon fox, 6-tailed demon fox, 3-tailed demon fox. All kinds of demon fox inheritances are there. The 9-tailed celestial fox's eyes lit up. Really? Really? You're not lying to me, are you? Of course not. The 9-tailed celestial fox wrapped its tails around Qin Tian's hand. Then hurry up. What's the rush? I'm in a hurry to get stronger. Qin Tian smiled. All right, let's hurry. They entered the passage. Behind them, the light of the trial gates gradually faded, returning to calm. Binhai City Beastmaster Home News Desk. Ancient Shu Divine Tree Seedling passes Xuanwu Trial. Breaks through to SS level mid-stage. Beastmaster Home Channel. Long Out Yin Qin Tian's grass used intelligence to pass the trial, didn't even need to fight. What kind of move is that? Beastmaster Interview. Xuanwu Ancient Shu Divine Tree Master, I've gotten stronger. Beastmaster Interview. 9-tailed celestial fox master, I want to go to the 7th floor. I want to get stronger. Beastmaster Interview. The 6th floor. The inheritance floor. The moment Qin Tian walked through the passage, an ancient and vast aura rushed toward him. It was not oppression, not threat, but majesty. A sense of pressure, like standing before a towering mountain peak, gazing up at its summit, piercing the clouds. The scene of the inheritance floor took him by surprise. There was no seawater, no sea of clouds, no sea of fire, no ocean. Only a vast hall with a dome soaring into the clouds, the floor paved with black stone slabs engraved with runes. The runes flowed slowly like a river. In the center of the hall were 4 statues. Each was 100 meters tall, carved from a single giant stone, lifelike. The Azure Dragon statue coiled around a stone pillar, its scales distinct, its horns majestic, its claws sharp. Its eyes were cyan gems emitting a faint glow as if watching something. The White Tiger statue crouched on a stone platform, its front paws on the ground, roaring skyward. Its fur lines were clear, and the character, King, on its forehead was inlaid with gold, gleaming in the dim hall. The Vermilion Bird statue spread its wings as if about to fly, its wings fully extended, its feathers distinct, the patterns on its tail, feathers exquisitely detailed. Its eyes were red gems like burning coals. The Black Tortoise statue was a combination of turtle and snake, its shell covered with runes, the snake's body coiled around the shell. Its eyes were black gems, bottomless like 2 deep wells. For statues, 4 divine beasts, 4 auras. The Azure Dragon's aura was like a spring breeze, warm and gentle. The White Tiger's aura was like a sharp sword, keen and fierce. The Vermilion Bird's aura was like flames, hot and unrestrained. The Black Tortoise's aura was like the deep sea, steady and profound. The 4 auras intertwined, enveloping the entire hall. So magnificent. Long Out Yin stood beside Qin Tian, looking up at the 4 statues, his eyes fixed. Qin Tian nodded. The 9-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from Qin Tian's arms, looking at the 4 statues, its 9 tails gently swaying. Master, these statues are so huge. Even bigger than our house. Our house isn't that big. The 9-tailed celestial fox poked Qin Tian's face with its tail. I guess the young dragon is strong enough to move it. The Azure Dragon Divine King raised its head from Qin Tian's shoulder and glanced at the 9-tailed celestial fox. I'm a dragon, not a crane. Dragons can move things too. Don't look at me, I'm not moving it. Stingy. The Azure Dragon Divine King snorted and buried its head in its wings, saying no more. Qin Tian walked to the Azure Dragon statue and reached out to touch its base. The stone was cold like ice. Ancient characters were carved on the base, not modern common language, but ancient divine script. System, can you translate? Translating. Azure Dragon statue base inscription: Eastern Azure Dragon, progenitor of wood. Protects all things, endless vitality. To obtain the inheritance, must gather the 4 symbols. Must gather the 4 symbols. Qin Tian recited the last line. Long Outqian leaned in. What does it mean? It means we need the power of the 4 symbols, divine beasts, to activate simultaneously to obtain the inheritance. The power of the 4 symbols. Long Outqian looked at the 4 statues. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise. We have Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, but we're missing the Black Tortoise. Qin Tian said, my Ancient Shu Divine Tree will do. It is now the Xuanwu Ancient Shu Divine Tree. The Black Tortoise's inheritance is on the 7th floor, Long Outqian said. But opening the inheritance gate also requires the power of the 4 symbols. It's a cycle. What do you think we should do? First, activate the statues and see what happens. Long Outqian walked to the Black Tortoise statue and reached out to touch its base. Black Tortoise statue base, inscription: Northern Black Tortoise, progenitor of water. Protects the oceans, carries all with virtue. To obtain the inheritance, must gather the 4 symbols. Everyone knows that, Qin Tian said. Long Outqian then walked to the White Tiger and Vermilion Bird statues. The base inscriptions were also, to obtain the inheritance, must gather the 4 symbols. All 4 statues need the power of the 4 symbols to activate, Long Outyin mused. But we don't have the power of the black tortoise. Who is running away now? Huh, who said there is none? Huh, who said there is none? A voice came from above. Qin Tian looked up and saw a deep blue mass of light floating down from the dome. The light slowly condensed into a divine beast that was a combination of turtle and snake, a Xuanwu phantom. But not the blurry light from the trial floor. This was a more solid phantom with runes on the shell and scales on the snake body, clearly visible. 10,000 years, the Xuanwu phantom's voice was low and slow like the rubbing of the earth's crust on the seabed. For the first time someone has come to the inheritance floor. Qin Tian looked at the Xuanwu phantom, his gaze calm. Our spirit beasts have passed the trial. Can they obtain the inheritance? Yes. But the inheritance requires the power of the 4 symbols divine beasts to be activated simultaneously, the Xuanwu phantom said. We only have 3 symbols, Long Outyin said. Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird. No black tortoise. There is. The Xuanwu phantom looked at the Azure dragon divine king, white tiger divine king, vermilion bird divine king, and the Xuanwu Ancient Shu Divine Tree. One of your spirit beasts possesses the power of the black tortoise. Long Outyin was stunned. Which one? The Xuanwu phantom looked at the Xuanwu Ancient Shu Divine Tree. Long Outyin's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. That's a grass, not a real black tortoise. But it passed the Xuanwu trial, the Xuanwu phantom said. It obtained the Xuanwu inheritance first stage and has the power of the black tortoise within it. Although it is not a pure black tortoise divine beast, it is enough to activate the black tortoise statue. Long Outyin turned to look at Qin Tian. Qin Tian nodded. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree obtained the Xuanwu inheritance first stage in the Xuanwu trial. It is no longer an ordinary Ancient Shu Divine Tree. It is the Xuanwu Ancient Shu Divine Tree. Long Outyin fell silent for a moment. Your grass really can do anything. It's not an ordinary grass. I know. Long Outyin rubbed his temples. But every time I think I know, it does something even more extraordinary. My cognition can't keep up with its growth rate. That's your problem. The Xuanwu phantom watched their interaction, and a hint of amusement seemed to flicker in its light. Are you ready? I am ready, Qin Tian said. Then let us begin. The phantom of Xuanwu began to glow, its deep blue light spreading in all directions. Place your beast companions before the statues and infuse them with the power of the 4 symbols. Qin Tian walked over to the Qinglong statue. The Qinglong divine king flew up from his shoulder, expanding back to its 100-meter size as it coiled around the pillar of the statue. It closed its eyes as an azure glow surged from its body, pouring into the statue. The eyes of the Qinglong statue lit up. Long Outyin stepped forward to the Qinglong statue and summoned the golden sacred dragon king. The massive golden dragon stood on the other side of the Qinglong statue, an azure gold light surging from its body into the statue. Though its radiance was somewhat dimmer than that of the Qinglong divine king, it was still sufficient. The glow of the Qinglong statue grew even brighter. Qin Tian walked over to the Baihu statue. The Baihu divine king rose from the ground, stepped beneath the statue, and roared toward the heavens. A pristine white light surged from its body, pouring into the statue. The eyes of the Baihu statue lit up. Qin Tian walked over to the Zhuke statue. The Zhuke divine king soared from his shoulder, expanding to its true size of 60 meters as it circled above the Zhuke statue. A crimson light surged from its body, pouring into the statue. The eyes of the Zhuke statue lit up. Finally, it was the Xuanwu statue. The Xuanwu Ancient Shu Divine Tree took root out of the void, its trunk standing erect as its massive root system spread out. A deep blue light surged from its trunk, pouring into the Xuanwu statue. The light of the Xuanwu Ancient Shu Divine Tree was quite faint. Having only reached the first stage of the Xuanwu inheritance, its Xuanwu power was not as formidable as that of the Qinglong Divine King, the Baihu Divine King, or the Zhuke Divine King. Yet though the light was faint, it remained unbroken. The eyes of the Xuanwu statue lit up. All 4 statues were now fully activated. The entire hall began to tremble. The runes on the domed ceiling began to glow, the stone slabs on the floor radiated light, and the 4 statues shone brilliantly. Azure, white, crimson, and black. The 4 colors of light intertwined, forming a massive orb of light in the center of the hall. The orb of light, over 10 meters in diameter, hovered in midair and rotated slowly. Something was flowing within it, resembling liquid gas, and yet light itself. Is this the inheritance? Long Outyin stared blankly at the orb of light. Yes, the Xuanwu phantom replied. The 4 symbols inheritance containing the complete power of the 4 great divine beasts is within. However, only one can obtain it. Only one. Qin Tian frowned. Can all 4 obtain it? There is only a single inheritance. The Xuanwu phantom explained. The power of the 4 symbols was originally one. Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuqiue, and Xuanwu. These 4 powers stem from the exact same source. Whoever obtains the source will gain the complete 4 symbols inheritance. Long Outyin was taken aback. Then what about our beast companions? Each of them has only received the first or second stage of the inheritance. Is there truly only one complete inheritance? Yes, the Xuanwu Phantom said. Such is the rule of the inheritance. For 10,000 years no one has set foot here, because no one could gather all the powers of the four symbols. You have arrived, yet there remains but one inheritance. Qin Tian fell into a long silence. He thought of the Qinglong Divine King, the Baihu Divine King, the Zhuke Divine King, and the Xuanwu Ancient Shu Divine Tree. Every single one of them deserved the complete inheritance, yet there was only one. System, what should I do? Analyzing. Although there is only one four symbols inheritance, it can be split. The four powers of Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuqiue, and Xuanwu can be inherited individually. Recommendation: allow the four beast companions to absorb the inheritance orb together, each taking what they need. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. It can be split. Yes. However, the four beast companions must absorb it simultaneously. There can be no sequence. The one that absorbs first will seize the majority of the power, leaving only scraps for those that follow. Then we do it simultaneously. Qin Tian looked toward his four beast companions. Yolong Xiaobai Xiaojin Ancient Shu Divine Tree. The four of you absorb that orb of light together. The four beast companions nodded in unison. Long Outyin hurriedly asked, what about my dragon? Qin Tian replied, your dragon is not at a high enough level. Forcing it to absorb the energy would put its life in danger. There is nothing for it to do here right now. Long Outyin. This was not the faint glow from when the statues were first activated, but a true, brilliant radiance. Azure, white, crimson, and black. The four colors of light gushed from every single engraving on the statues, illuminating the entire hall as bright as day. The light grew increasingly intense as the statues began to vibrate. It was not an earthquake, but the statues themselves moving. The scales of the Qinglong statue opened one by one, as if it were coming to life. The fur of the Baihu statue stood on end, as if stirred by a phantom wind. The feathers of the Zhuke statue unfurled as though it were about to take flight. The runes on the tortoise shell of the Xuanwu statue began to rotate, as if activating some ancient formation. What is happening? Long Outyin took a few steps back, shielding his eyes with his hand. Are the statues coming to life? It is not a resurrection. Qin Tian stared intently at the statues. The inheritance crystals are about to emerge. No sooner had he spoken than the mouths of the four statues opened simultaneously. An azure glow surged from the mouth of the Qinglong statue, and a fist-sized azure crystal slowly rose from the light. The crystal was entirely translucent, with a miniature dragon swimming inside. Its whiskers, scales, and claws were all visible in meticulous detail. The crystal radiated a vibrant aura of life. Green vines sprouted into the surrounding air, and tender shoots pushed through the cracks of the stone floor. A pristine white light surged from the mouth of the Baihu statue, and a fist-sized white crystal slowly rose from the glow. Inside the crystal, a miniature Baihu bounded, its white fur fluttering in the wind as its golden stripes gleamed brilliantly. The crystal exuded an aura of slaughter and decimation, causing the temperature in the air to plummet instantly as fine cracks webbed across the stone floor. A crimson light then surged from the mouth of the Zhuke statue, and a fist-sized crimson crystal slowly rose from the radiance. Inside the crystal, a miniature Zhuke soared, its crimson feathers blazing with fire, while the golden patterns on its tail feathers flickered. The crystal radiated a scorching fiery aura, causing the air temperature to skyrocket and heating the stone floor to a glowing red. A black light surged from the mouth of the Xuanwu statue, and a fist-sized black crystal slowly rose from the glow. Inside the crystal, a miniature Xuanwu slumbered, the runes on its shell flowing slowly as the serpent coiled around the tortoise body. The crystal exuded a vast oceanic aura, causing the humidity in the air to surge instantly as water droplets condensed on the stone floor. For inheritance crystals, 4 divine beasts and 4 distinct auras. Detected: Qinglong Inheritance Crystal SSS Grade, Baihu Inheritance Crystal SSS Grade, Zhuke Inheritance Crystal SSS Grade, Xuanwu Inheritance Crystal SSS Grade. Description: these are the complete inheritance crystals of the 4 ancient divine beasts containing their primordial power. Upon absorption, the user will obtain the complete inheritance of the respective divine beast, elevating their cultivation level by at least 1 major realm. Qin Tian stared at the data on his status panel, his heart racing. 4 SSS grade inheritance crystals. His 4 beast companions corresponded perfectly to the 4 divine beasts. This was no mere coincidence, this was destiny. Yolong Xiaobai Xiaojin Ancient Shu Divine Tree. Without turning around, Qin Tian spoke in a calm, yet resolute voice. 1 for each of you. The 4 divine beasts nodded simultaneously. The Azure Dragon God King flew to the Azure Dragon Inheritance Crystal, opened its massive maw, and bit down on the crystal. The crystal melted in its mouth, flowing down its throat as a cerulean liquid. The White Tiger God King leaped to the White Tiger Inheritance Crystal and swallowed it in 1 gulp. The crystal exploded within its body, and white light burst forth from the gaps between its fur. The vermilion bird god king flew to the vermilion bird inheritance crystal, pecked it with its beak, and tilted its head to swallow. Crimson light erupted from its feathers, burning like flames. The vines of the black tortoise Ancient Shu Divine Tree extended, coiled around the black tortoise inheritance crystal, and pulled it into the trunk. Black light seeped through the tortoise shell patterns on the bark like stars twinkling in the night sky. The four divine beasts absorbed the inheritance crystals simultaneously. Then the transformation began. The Azure Dragon God King's body started to glow. It was not an ordinary cyan light, but a translucent jade-like cyan radiance. Light burst from the gaps between its scales, illuminating its body so thoroughly that the blood vessels and bones beneath the scales were visible. The vessels no longer carried blood but a cyan light, the very essence of Azure Dragon power. Its size began to expand, from 100 meters to 150 meters. Its horns grew from 5 meters to 8 meters, branching from 4 prongs to 6, each resembling a small tree. Its claws changed from 5 toes to 6, each talon like a cyan longsword engraved with Azure Dragon patterns. Its wings unfurled, expanding from a 200-meter span to 250 meters, and the Azure Dragon patterns on the wing membranes turned gold. Its scales transformed from pure cyan to translucent jade, revealing the blood vessels and muscles beneath. The cyan light flowing through the vessels grew brighter, dyeing the entire hall in azure. Its eyes shifted from cyan to gold, and the 9 small azure dragons spiraling in its pupils became 18, each swimming ceaselessly. The Azure Dragon God King, the true Azure Dragon God King deity of Eastern wood attribute. Azure Dragon Demon King evolved into Azure Dragon God King. Level increased, SSS rank early stage, SSS rank middle stage. Unlocked skills: Azure Dragon God King True Form, Permanent Divine King Form. All stats: 500 Azure Dragon Breath, Final Form Power, increased tenfold. Life, Blessing, Final Form Life, Recovery, Speed, 2000 Divine King Domain. All allied units within domain gain 100 to all stats. Qualification: Legendary Mythical. The White Tiger God King's body began to glow as well. Not white light, but golden light. Golden radiance gushed from the king character on its forehead, enveloping its body. Its fur turned from white to silver white, each strand emitting light. The black stripes transformed from black to deep gold, each one pulsating. Its size grew from 10 meters to 20 meters, twice as large as before. Its limbs became thicker, its claws sharper, each talon like a golden scimitar. Its tail grew longer, and a tuft of golden fur sprouted at the tip like a golden fan. Its eyes shifted from white to gold, and within its pupils 9 white tigers were running. 9 white tigers raced through its pupils, each representing a different force of slaughter. The White Tiger God King, the true White Tiger God King deity of Western metal attribute. White Tiger Divine Beast evolved into White Tiger God King. Level increased, SS rank peak, SSS rank early stage. Unlocked skills: White Tiger God King True Form, Permanent Divine King Form. All stats: 500 White Tiger Slaughter, Final Form Power, increased tenfold. Divine King Domain. All enemies within domain have -50 to all stats. Qualification: Legendary Mythical. The Vermilion Bird God King's body also began to glow. Not red light, but golden red light. Radiance burst from its feathers, enveloping its form. Its feathers turned from pure red to golden red, each one burning. Flames danced on the surface of the feathers, shifting from red to orange, orange to yellow, yellow to white, white to blue. The temperature rose higher, yet the flames did not spread. They burned quietly. Its size grew from 60 meters to 100 meters. Its wings unfurled from 120 meters to 200 meters, 3 times larger than before. Besides flames, lightning crackled on its feathers. Golden arcs weaved through the fire, forming intricate golden patterns. Its tail grew to 30 meters, and the golden patterns on its tail feathers turned into runes that flowed slowly like golden serpents. Its eyes shifted from gold to red, and within its pupils 9 vermilion birds were soaring. 9 vermilion birds flew in its pupils, each representing a different type of flame. The Vermilion Bird God King, the true Vermilion Bird God King deity of Southern fire attribute. Vermilion Bird Thunder Pung evolved into Vermilion Bird God King. Level increased, SS rank peak, SSS rank early stage. Unlocked skills: Vermilion Bird God King True Form, Permanent Divine King Form. All stats: 500 Vermilion Bird Fire, Final Form Power, increased tenfold. Divine King Domain. Enemies within domain continuously take flame damage. Qualification: Legendary Mythical. Last was the Black Tortoise Ancient Shu Divine Tree. Its transformation was not as violent as the previous 3, but even more awe-inspiring. The tortoise shell patterns on the trunk began to glow. Not an ordinary black light, but a deep blue radiance like the color of the deep sea, like the color of the night sky. Light seeped through the patterns, illuminating the entire trunk. Its size grew from 15 meters to 20 meters. The trunk thickened, its diameter increasing from 2 meters to 3 meters. The canopy became denser, the leaves shifting from dark green to emerald green, and the veins from deep blue to gold. Roots extended from the base and burrowed into the hall's floor. The stone slabs were cracked by the roots, the runes were absorbed, and the ground was covered. In less than 10 seconds, the entire hall floor was blanketed by the roots of the black tortoise Ancient Shu Divine Tree. The roots writhed like countless serpents, firmly gripping every inch of the hall. Complete tortoiseshell patterns emerged on the trunk, not the vague patterns from before, but clear, full patterns radiating deep blue light. Runes on the shell flowed slowly, and with each cycle the trunk grew stronger. Its aura changed. Not aggressive, but defensive. The black tortoise Ancient Shu Divine Tree stood there like a mountain, like an ocean, like the earth itself. Nothing could shake it. The black tortoise Ancient Shu Divine Tree, the true black tortoise god king deity of northern water attribute. Black tortoise Ancient Shu Divine Tree evolved into black tortoise god king. Level increased, SS rank middle stage, SS rank peak. Unlocked skills: black tortoise god king true form, permanent divine king form, all stats 500, woodwater symbiosis, final form, life recovery, speed 2000, black tortoise guard final form, team defense 1000, divine king domain, all allied units within domain have 200 defense. Qualification: legendary mythical. The 4 divine beasts completed their evolution simultaneously. The light faded, and the hall fell silent. The 4 god kings stood in the center of the hall. The azure dragon god king coiled around the pillars of the vault, its 150-meter body occupying half the dome. The white tiger god king crouched below the azure dragon, its 20-meter frame like a small mountain. The vermilion bird god king hovered above the white tiger, its 200-meter wings spread like a burning cloud. The black tortoise god king rooted itself in the center of the hall, its roots covering the entire floor, its trunk like a giant pillar supporting the dome. 4 god kings, 4 auras interwoven. In 10,000 years this hall had never housed 4 god kings at once. Now the hall was filled with majesty. Qin Tian stood amidst the 4 god kings, gazing up at them, too moved to speak. He then looked at the panel data, and only then did the corners of his mouth lift slightly as he let out a sigh of relief. Long Out Yin gazed at his golden sacred dragon king, then at Qin Tian's 4 spirit beasts, envy burning in his eyes. He let out a helpless sigh. Qin Tian, your spirit beasts have grown stronger again. Yes. My dragon is still at the SS rank peak. Don't rush, you'll find resources eventually. You say it so lightly. Where am I supposed to find resources? You're talking without feeling the pain. There are resources in the secret realm. We're already on the 6th floor. There's still a 7th floor. Long Out Yin's eyes lit up. Is there a Dragon Clan treasure on the 7th floor? Probably. Oh, fine. Let's head down now. Not so fast. Qin Tian said, let's collect the treasures on this floor first. There are still treasures. Of course. Qin Tian walked up to the 4 statues. The statues themselves are treasures. He reached out and touched the azure dragon statue. The cyan gem in the statue's eye loosened. Qin Tian pried it off with force, and the gem fell into his hand. Obtained azure dragon's ISSS rank treasure can be embedded in spirit beast equipment, increasing wood element attack by 500 and life recovery by 300. Long Out Yin's eyes widened. You gouged out the statue's eye. Yes. Aren't you afraid the black tortoise apparition will get angry? It left long ago. Long Out Yin glanced up at the dome. The black tortoise apparition had indeed vanished. Long Out Yin perked up, then dashed to the white tiger statue and reached out to pry its eye. After all, a thief never returns empty-handed. Why not take it? But after struggling for a while, the eye wouldn't budge. Help me. Qin Tian walked over and used the claw of the azure dragon divine king to gently pry it off, and the white tiger's eye fell. Obtained white tiger's ISSS rank treasure can be embedded in spirit beast equipment, increasing metal element attack by 500 and critical hit rate by 50. Long Out Yin held the white tiger's eye, grinning foolishly. Can I put it in my pouch? Of course not. Why? It's useless for you. The white tiger's eye only works with my white tiger divine king. Qin Tian then pried off the vermilion bird's eye and the black tortoise's eye. Vermilion bird's ISSS rank treasure increases fire element attack by 500, speed by 50. Black tortoise's ISSS rank treasure increases water element attack by 500, defense by 500. For gems, 4 SSS rank treasures. Qin Tian's ring now held 4 more gems. You've struck it rich again. Long Out Yin grinned foolishly. Stop grinning, let's go. Where to? The 7th floor. Can I have some of the treasures from the 7th floor? I don't know, Qin Tian said. But there should be something suitable for you. Long Out Yin reluctantly said, then let's go. The two walked to the end of the hall. There stood a massive stone door engraved with a huge 8 trigrams diagram. At the center of the diagram was a recess. Qin Tian took out the black tortoise heart obtained from the trial floor and placed it into the recess. The door trembled. The 8 trigrams began to rotate, and the stone door slowly opened. Behind the door was a descending passage leading to the 7th floor, the core floor. From the passage emanated an aura more ancient and vast than the previous 6 floors. The 9-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from Qin Tian's embrace, sniffing a few times. Master, I can smell it. Smell what? The inheritance of the fox spirit. Down below, Qin Tian's eyes gleamed. Let's go. He stepped into the passage. Long Outyin followed behind him. The inheritance floor. The 4 statues glowed simultaneously. The 9-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from his embrace, gazing at the 4 evolved divine kings, its 9 tails swaying gently. The 4 divine kings emitted sounds at once: the azure dragon divine king's dragon, roar the white tiger divine king's tiger, howl the vermilion bird divine king's phoenix cry, and the black tortoise divine king's deep rumble. The 4 sounds intertwined, echoing through the hall. Long Outyin stood aside, staring at the 4 divine kings, his mouth agape wide enough to fit an egg. His golden sacred dragon king stood beside him, its 60-meter-long body looking like a tiny lizard in front of the 4 divine kings. Are your spirit beasts all SSS rank? Long Outyin's voice cracked. 3 SSS rank, 1 SS rank peak, Qin Tian said. My dragon is still at SS rank peak. Your dragon is good too. Long Outyin stared at Qin Tian for 3 seconds. Are you comforting me? Yes. Long Outyin fell silent for a moment, then gave a bitter smile. Thank you. You're welcome. Long Outyin turned to his golden sacred dragon king and reached out to stroke its head. It's okay, we'll reach SSS rank too. We'll beat Qin Tian to a pulp sooner or later. The golden sacred dragon king let out a low roar and rubbed its head against Long Outyin's hand. The 9-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from Qin Tian's embrace, watching Long Outyin and the golden sacred dragon king. Master, Long Outyin seems unconvinced. He's always been unconvinced. He's always seen you as a rival. Strength isn't built in a day, Qin Tian said. The 4 divine kings shrank their bodies to a convenient size. The azure dragon divine king turned into a 2-meter-long green snake coiling around Qin Tian's left shoulder. The vermilion bird divine king turned into a palm-sized red bird perching on Qin Tian's right shoulder. The white tiger divine king shrank to the size of a puppy lying at Qin Tian's feet. The black tortoise divine king shrank to the size of a bonsai pot. Long Outyin looked at Qin Tian's 4 divine kings, his mouth twitching. You're like a moving zoo. Not a zoo, Qin Tian said. It's a divine beast pavilion. What's the difference? A zoo has animals, a divine beast pavilion has divine beasts. Long Outyin felt his worldview being refreshed again. Let's go to the 7th floor, Qin Tian said. You know where the 7th floor is, eh? There's a door at the end of the inheritance floor. The 2 walked to the end of the hall. There stood a massive stone door engraved with a huge 8 trigrams diagram. At the center of the diagram was a key-shaped recess. We need a key, Long Outyin said. Qin Tian took out the golden key obtained from the maze floor and inserted it into the recess. The key turned once the 8 trigrams began to rotate, and the stone door slowly opened. Behind the door was a descending passage leading to the 7th floor, the core floor. From the passage emanated an aura more ancient than the previous 6 floors, but mixed with a faint chill. The 9-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from Qin Tian's embrace, sniffing a few times. Master, is there really a fox spirit inheritance down there? Anything else? What else? A dangerous guardian. All the previous floors had dangerous guardians. The 7th floor should have one too, right? The 9-tailed celestial fox looked cautious. Yes. A remnant soul of a demon god, SSS rank mid-stage, Qin Tian said. It's the guardian of the 7th floor. Long Outyin's expression changed. Master, is there really a fox spirit inheritance down there? Anything else? What else? Qin Tian glanced at the azure dragon divine king on his shoulder. SSS rank mid-stage, the white tiger divine king at his feet. SSS rank early stage, the vermilion bird divine king on his shoulder. SSS rank early stage, and the black tortoise divine king in his hand, SS rank peak. Yes, Qin Tian said. Are you so sure? Indeed, Qin Tian said. He stepped into the passage. Long Outyin followed behind him. Behind them, the stone door of the inheritance floor slowly closed, sealing the 4 eyeless statues in darkness. Xuanwu platform official website news flash. 4 symbols inheritance complete. Qin Tian's 4 spirit beasts evolve into divine kings. Xuanwu platform daily. Long Outyin Qin Tian's spirit beasts are all SSS rank now, while my dragon is still at SS rank peak. The gap is growing. Post-match interview. Azure Dragon Divine, King Master, I've grown stronger. I'm invincible. Spirit Beast interview. White Tiger Divine, King Humans, be careful. I might eat your spirit beasts. Roar. Spirit Beast interview. Vermilion Bird Divine, King Humans, watch out for your little sheep. I'll snatch them from the sky. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Spirit Beast interview. Black Tortoise Divine King. Spirit Beast Interview. Nine-tailed Celestial Fox Master, I want to get stronger too. Spirit Beast Interview. Xuanwu Platform Official Website News Flash. 4 Symbols Inheritance Complete. Qin Tian's 4 Spirit Beasts evolve into Divine Kings. Xuanwu Platform Daily. Long Out Yin Qin Tian's Spirit Beasts are all SSS rank now, while my dragon is still at SS rank peak. The gap is growing. Post-match interview. Azure Dragon Divine, King Master, I've grown stronger. I'm invincible. Spirit Beast Interview. White Tiger Divine, King Humans, be careful. I might eat your Spirit Beasts. Roar. Spirit Beast Interview. Vermilion Bird Divine, King Humans, watch out for your little sheep. I'll snatch them from the sky. Chirp chirp chirp. Spirit Beast Interview. Black Tortoise Divine King. Spirit Beast Interview. Nine-tailed Celestial Fox Master, I want to get stronger too. Spirit Beast Interview. Spirit Beast Interview. Layer 7. The Core Layer. The moment Qin Tian passed through the corridor, a chilling aura washed over him. It was not mere cold. It was an utter bone-deep chill, as though a timid soul stood alone in a graveyard at midnight, watched by countless eyes from the darkness, with something breathing against his ear, faintly calling his name. The nine-tailed heavenly fox's 9 tails bristled simultaneously. Master, there is something here. I know. Qin Tian stood at the entrance to the core layer, scanning his surroundings. The core layer lacked the extraordinary phenomena found in the previous 6 layers. No sea of water, no sea of clouds, no sea of fire, no vast ocean, no grand halls. Only a gray-black wasteland stretched before them, scorched earth beneath a hazy sky, with crumbled stone pillars in the distance resembling the ruins of an ancient structure. At the center of the wasteland yawned a colossal crater over a kilometer in diameter, its depths unfathomable. Black mist billowed from within, permeating the air with a stench of decay. What dense resentment! Long Out Yin stood beside Qin Tian, his face pale. What place is this? I'm so frightened. The sealing grounds of the demon god's remnant soul. Qin Tian stared into the abyss. The 4 Symbols Inheritance has awakened whatever lies at the deepest part of this secret realm. Awaken what? The demon god's resentment. Scarcely had the words left his lips when the black mist within the crater began to churn. It was not wind nor geothermal heat. Something beneath was stirring. Mist gushed forth from the abyss like a volcanic eruption, black plumes shooting straight into the heavens. The hazy sky was dyed pitch black. The scorched earth began to tremble. One by one the fallen stone pillars lifted from the ground, hovering in midair as though cradled by an invisible hand. 10,000 years have passed. A voice emerged from the crater, low, rasping, and icy, as though countless serpents hissed in unison. The sound was not loud, yet the entire core layer vibrated with it. 10,000 years. Finally, someone has activated the 4 Symbols Inheritance. Black mist poured from the abyss, condensing in midair into a colossal figure. The demon god's remnant soul. Its form was ever-shifting, a roiling mass of black smoke. Yet within that smoke glowed 2 blood-red eyes like twin crimson lanterns radiating cruel light. Beneath those eyes gaped a monstrous maw filled with countless razor-sharp teeth, each one grinding rhythmically against something unseen. Its form towered over 200 meters larger even than the Azure Dragon Deity King. Mist swirled around its body, forming countless black tentacles, each tipped with a mouth full of gnashing teeth that clicked and ground with an unsettling sound. Detection: Demon God Remnant Soul. An aggregation of resentment left behind after the fall of an ancient demon god. Level SSS rank Mature Phase. Abilities: Resentment, Shocked, Soul Devoured, Dark Domain, Demon God Possession. Danger level Extreme. Note, this is not the complete demon god, merely a fragment of its soul. Yet even as a remnant, it possesses the power to destroy an entire city. SSS rank Mature Phase. Qin Tian's pupils contracted as he murmured to himself. Long Out Yin's face turned ashen. Is this really the demon god remnant soul? Yes. Aren't your contracted beasts SSS rank? Azure Dragon is mid-phase SSS rank. White Tiger and Vermilion Bird are early phase SSS rank. Black Tortoise is peak S rank. Does a single rank gap create such a disparity? A single rank difference doubles the power gap. Long Out Yin cast a glance at his golden holy dragon king, peak S rank. My dragon isn't even SSS rank. Then it cannot help us. What should we do? I will fight, Qin Tian said. You just stand aside and watch. The demon god remnant soul's blood-red eyes fixed upon Qin Tian and Long Out Yin as though they were but 2 ants. Its mouth, if such a thing could exist within that swirling black mist, curled upward into a ghastly sneer. Your souls. So fresh. So potent. Its voice rasped like metal scraping against glass. 10,000 years. I have starved for 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Black tentacles reached toward Qin Tian and Long Out Yin, each tipped with a maw dripping with dark fluid. Xiao Fei Illusion Realm. Qin Tian called out. The nine-tailed heavenly fox leaped from his arms, its 9 tails bristling as waves of multicolored light radiated toward the demon god remnant soul. The demon god remnant soul's blood-red eyes blinked once. The illusion shattered before it, not dismantled but devoured. The nine-tailed fox's illusionary power was absorbed by the remnant soul's black mist like a single drop of water vanishing into the ocean, leaving not even a ripple. Too weak, the demon god remnant soul declared. The nine-tailed fox suffered backlash, a trace of blood welling at the corner of its mouth as it retreated into Qin Tian's embrace. Master, it is far too powerful. Be silent. Rest. Qin Tian pressed her close, then lifted his gaze to the Azure Dragon Deity King. Young Dragon Azure Dragon's breath. The Azure Dragon Deity King launched from Qin Tian's shoulder, its form restoring to 150 meters as it opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of cyan dragon breath toward the demon god remnant soul. Where the dragon breath swept, the black mist retreated, and emerald vines sprouted from the ground. The demon god remnant soul did not dodge. It opened its maw wide and swallowed the Azure Dragon's breath directly. The dragon breath detonated within its body, causing it to swell momentarily before returning to normal. Tasty, the demon god remnant's soul purred, licking its lips. More. Qin Tian's expression darkened. Azure Dragon's breath was the Azure Dragon Deity King's most devastating attack, yet it had barely affected the demon god remnant soul. Shao by White Tiger's slaughter. Shao Jin Vermilion Bird's flame. The White Tiger Deity King and Vermilion Bird Deity King struck in unison. A golden pillar of light and a column of crimson flame shot toward the demon god remnant soul, tearing 2 massive holes into its form. But the wounds sealed almost instantly, black mist filling the gaps as though nothing had occurred. Your attacks cannot even breach my defenses. A flicker of mockery flashed in the demon god remnant soul's blood-red eyes. Too weak. 10,000 years have passed, and each beast tamer who enters this secret realm grows only weaker. You are the last. Once I devour you, I shall break the seal and return to the cities of humanity. Long Outyan's face drained of all color. Qin Tian, are we finished? Not necessarily. What other options do we have? Qin Tian offered no reply. He was calculating. The 4 symbols: Deity Kings, SSS rank, mid-phase SSS rank, early phase SSS rank, early phase S rank, peak. The demon god remnant soul, SSS rank, mature phase. The power gap was not slight, it was enormous. Even in a direct confrontation, 10 attempts would not suffice. But he had a trump card. System: can the Xianyuan Hao inheritance summon divine beast phantoms? Yes. The Xianyuan Hao inheritance can summon 9 divine beast phantoms. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, Qilin Phoenix, Tao Yahundan, and Tao Wu. Each phantom possesses power equivalent to early phase SSS rank and persists for 10 minutes. Will 10 minutes be enough? If you fail to defeat the demon god remnant soul, within 10 minutes the phantoms will dissipate. The host must locate the demon god remnant soul's weakness within that time. What is its weakness? Unknown. However, the demon god remnant soul is an aggregation of resentment, and its core lies at the very deepest part of its body. Destroy the core, and the remnant soul will dissipate. Qin Tian drew a deep breath. Outyan, have your dragon protect me. What are you going to do? The demon god remnant soul's blood-red eyes fixed upon Qin Tian and Long Outyan as though they were but 2 ants. Its mouth, if such a thing could exist within that swirling black mist, curled upward into a ghastly sneer. Summon allies. Long Outyan asked no further questions and immediately commanded the golden sacred dragon king to stand before Qin Tian. Qin Tian bit his finger, drawing a rune in the air. The blood-red rune hovered mid-air, emitting a faint golden glow. Xianyuan Hao's legacy. 9 divine beast phantoms summon. The rune exploded. Golden light burst forth from the rune, transforming into 9 pillars of light in the sky. The pillars struck the ground and 9 colossal phantoms materialized on the desolate plains of the core layer. The first, the Azure Dragon Phantom. Over 120 meters in length, its azure scales shimmered as dragon might radiated. The second, the White Tiger Phantom. 18 meters long, its white fur bristled, exuding an aura of slaughter. The third, the Vermilion Bird Phantom. Its wings spanned 150 meters, crimson flames blazing and temperature soaring. The fourth, the Black Tortoise Phantom. Its shell measured 80 meters in diameter, runes swirling as mist permeated the air. The fifth, the Qilin Phantom. 15 meters in length with golden scales, deer antlers, and an ox tail, surrounded by the power of the 5 elements. The sixth, the Phoenix Phantom. Its wings stretched 120 meters, feathers of 5 colors weaving fire and frost together. The seventh, the Taotai Phantom. 20 meters long with a goat's body and tiger's teeth eyes beneath its armpits, its devouring power surged. The eighth, the Hundun Phantom. Formless, it appeared as a ball of white mist radiating chaotic energy. The ninth, the Tao Wu Phantom. 18 meters in length with a tiger's body and a human face, 4 eyes, and a malevolent aura that pierced the heavens. 9 divine beast phantoms, 9 SSS level early stage auras erupted across the core layer's wasteland. The blood-red eyes of the demon god's remnant soul flickered with surprise, freezing in place. This is Xianyuan Hao's presence. Its voice shifted from mockery to terror. You are Xianyuan Hao's successor. Yes. Qin Tian stood at the center of the 9 phantoms, gazing at the remnant soul. So you shall die. Xianyuan Hao, the one who sealed me. The black mist of the remnant's soul churned. His successor must also die. That depends on who dies first. Qin Tian raised his hand, pointing at the remnant soul. 9 divine beast phantoms, 4 symbol divine kings, attack. The 9 phantoms launched their assault simultaneously. Azure dragons, breath, white tigers, slaughter, vermilion birds, fire, black tortoises, impact, chilants, 5 elements, light phoenixes, nirvana flame, Taoyes, devouring hundens, chaotic wave, Tao's malevolent light. 9 attacks converged into a pillar of rainbow light, shooting toward the demon god's remnant soul. The 4 symbol divine kings also struck. Azure dragon kings, azure dragon breath. Final form, white tiger kings, white tiger slaughter. Final form, vermilion bird kings, vermilion bird fire. Final form, black tortoise kings, black tortoise guardian. Final form. 4 attacks followed, closely merging with the 9 pillars of light. 13 attacks, 13 divine beast powers at SSS level and above converged. The demon god's remnant soul opened its maw wide, attempting to devour them. But this assault was too powerful. Its devouring power consumed only a third, the remaining 2/3 detonated inside its body. Its body swelled tenfold like a balloon, inflated beyond measure. No, no, no. The remnant soul let out a piercing scream. Its body exploded. Black shards flew in all directions like cannonballs. Qin Tian used the Black Tortoise King's guardian barrier to block the fragments. After the explosion, the remnant soul's body reformed, but it was noticeably smaller. Its aura also dropped from SSS level maturity to SSS level midstage. You have angered me. Its blood-red eyes flashed with madness. Hundreds of black tentacles shot out from its body, not a few, but hundreds. Each tentacle ended in a mouth spewing black liquid. Where the liquid struck the ground, the scorched earth corroded into gaping holes. The liquid splashed onto the phantoms, dimming their glow. Its attacks have grown stronger. Long Outyan shouted. But its aura has weakened. Qin Tian fixed his gaze on the remnant soul. Its core is about to fail. One more round. The 9 phantoms attacked again. But this time the remnant soul had learned. It formed a shield of black mist around its body, blocking most of the assault. Only a fraction pierced through, striking its form. Your phantoms can only last 10 minutes. The remnant soul's voice carried smugness. In 10 minutes you'll have no allies, ha. Qin Tian glanced at the system panel. 6 minutes had already passed. 4 minutes remained. 4 minutes is enough, Qin Tian said. Dragon at Xiaobai Xiaojin Divine Tree. All use your peak final forms. The 4 symbol divine kings simultaneously unleashed their utmost power. The Azure Dragon King's body transformed into a beam of cyan light, forming a massive Azure Dragon array in the sky. The array spun, and a cyan pillar of light shot from its center toward the remnant soul. The White Tiger King's body became a white radiance, forming a massive white tiger array on the ground. The array roared, and a white pillar of light erupted from its center toward the remnant soul. The Vermilion Bird King's body turned into a crimson glow, forming a massive vermilion bird array in the heavens. The array blazed, and a red pillar of light shot from its center toward the remnant soul. The Black Tortoise King's roots formed a massive black tortoise array on the ground. The array rotated, and a black pillar of light surged from its center toward the remnant soul. The 4 pillars merged into a single 4-colored beam, striking the remnant soul. The 9 phantoms also launched their final attack. 9 strikes layered onto the 4-colored beam, tripling its power. The remnant soul's shield shattered. The beam pierced through its body, striking the core deep within. The core was a fist-sized black pearl suspended inside the remnant soul. Countless cracks marred the pearl. Struck by the beam, the cracks widened. The remnant soul let out its final scream. No. 10,000 years. 10,000 years of waiting. Is this how it ends? Its body began to disintegrate, black mist scattering in all directions. The blood-red eyes lost their light, the mouth ceased to move, tentacles broke one by one. The core exploded. Black shards flew, turning into countless black specks that vanished into the air. The demon god's remnant soul was dead. Defeated demon god's remnant soul. Gained experience 500000. Rewards: Demon God Core Fragment, 10 SSS Level Evolution Stone 3, Ancient Demon God's Legacy 1. Qin Tian stood in the center of the wasteland, gasping for breath. After the final strike, the 9 divine beast phantoms dissolved into golden specks of light. The 4 symbol divine kings retracted their power, shrinking back to their smaller forms, and returned to Qin Tian's side. The nine-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from Qin Tian's embrace, gazing at where the remnant soul had vanished, a flicker of lingering fear in its eyes. Master, is it dead? Dead. It won't revive. No. The nine-tailed celestial fox wrapped its tails around Qin Tian's neck. That's good. Long Outyin collapsed to the ground, trembling, uncontrollably drenched in sweat. Qin Tian, is it over? It's over. We won. We won. Long Outyin lay flat on the ground, staring at the gray, hazy sky, laughing foolishly for a long time. Qin Tian, you're truly formidable. To summon 9 divine beast phantoms in a situation like that, aces can't be played lightly. Then why did you play them now, eh? Because if I hadn't, we would have died. Long Outyin was silent for a moment. You're amazing. Qin Tian reached out and pulled Long Outyin to his feet. Come on, time to collect the treasures. I don't want any treasures. I just want to stay alive. I have no more ambitions. What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Tian looked toward the depths of the wasteland. The demon god's remnant soul is dead. The seal is lifted now. The deepest treasure of the secret realm should appear. Didn't you say it's better to take than to leave? Long Outyin. Deep in the wasteland something was glowing. The nine-tailed celestial fox's nostrils twitched, and all 9 tails shot straight up. Master, the fox spirit's legacy. Over there. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. His 9-tailed celestial fox had waited long enough. Let's go. The two walked toward the radiance. Behind them, the fragments of the demon god's remnant soul drifted in the air, turning into black dust that settled on the scorched earth. 10,000 years of waiting had come to an end. Binhai City Beast Tamer Channel breaking news. The final battle. Demon god's remnant soul defeated. Qin Tian summons 9 divine beast phantoms. Source, Xuanwu Platform Daily. Long Outyin, every time I thought Qin Tian would lose, he turned the tables. It turns out he has too many trump cards. Beast Tamer interview. 9-tailed celestial fox master is the best. I watched a thrilling battle. Seeing it with my own eyes was totally worth it. Beast interview. The body of the demon god's residual soul was disintegrating, yet it refused to die. Its blood-red eyes flickered out and reignited the black mist, dissipating and recondensing like smoke scattered and drawn back together. You? Its voice was no longer low and guttural, but shrill and piercing like tens of thousands of insects shrieking in unison. You think this can kill me, eh? Its body reformed though diminished, shrinking from 200 meters down to 150, its aura regressing from mid-stage SSS to somewhere between early and mid-stage. 10,000 years. The resentment I have accumulated over 10,000 years will not dissipate so easily. Long Outyin's expression shifted. It's not dead yet. The core of the residual soul remains. Qin Tian stared at the black sphere riddled with cracks within the demon god's form. As long as the core does not shatter, it can be reborn endlessly. Then how do we shatter the core? A far stronger attack. Wasn't our previous assault sufficient? Not nearly enough. Qin Tian replied. It fell short. The blood-red eyes of the demon god's residual soul locked onto Qin Tian, flashing with a cruel glint. It opened its maw wide, exhaling black mist that coalesced into countless dark spears suspended in the air. The spears formed a dense wall that blotted out the heavens, numbering at least 1,000. At the tip of each spear was a mouth oozing black liquid. The liquid dripped onto the ground, corrosive pits eaten into the scorched earth. Attack! The demon god gave the command. The 1,000 black spears launched toward Qin Tian simultaneously. Ancient Shu Divine Tree Xuanwu Guardian. Qin Tian shouted. The roots of Xuanwu Xinhuang erupted from the ground, weaving into a colossal shield that interposed itself before Qin Tian. Tortoiseshell patterns emerged upon the shield's surface, radiating a deep blue luminescence. The spears struck with a rapid staccato of thudding impacts. The shield shuddered violently, fissures spiderwebbing across its surface, yet the patterns worked to mend them with astonishing speed. But one spear pierced through, aimed straight for Qin Tian's chest. The golden sacred dragon king ascended in an instant to intercept, taking the spear upon its body. The projectile pierced through its scaled armor, black blood gushing forth. Golden sacred dragon king. Long Outyin cried out. With a low growl, the dragon tore the spear free, its wound knitting together slowly under the healing power of the azure dragon's energy. Yet the corrosive black fluid from the spear continued to devour the flesh, slowing the healing to a crawl. I can't hold this much longer. Long Outyin's voice trembled. Its attacks carry a corroding effect. My dragon can't withstand them. Qin Tian cast a glance at his system panel. The 9 divine beast phantoms still persisted with only 3 minutes remaining. 3 minutes. He had to end this battle. The 4 symbols divine kings ascended simultaneously. Qinglong Shunwang rose in the east, cyan radiance illuminating the heavens. Baihu Shunwang appeared in the west, white brilliance cleaving through the darkness. The 4 symbols divine kings ascended simultaneously. Qinglong Shunwang rose in the east, cyan radiance illuminating the heavens. Baihu Shunwang appeared in the west, white brilliance cleaving through the darkness. Zhuke Shenhuang blazed in the south, red flames scorching the firmament. Xuanwu Shenhuang stood guard in the north, deep azure waters permeating the earth. Four colored lights intertwined, weaving a colossal four symbols formation array across the sky. The formation array rotated, trapping the demon god's residual soul at its heart. This is the four symbols seal. For the first time, terror entered the demon god's voice. Impossible. The four symbols seal demands all four divine kings to channel simultaneously. Yet you possess only 3 and a half-formed vessel. Half-formed is sufficient, Qin Tian said calmly. Qin Tian raised his hand and traced a sigil through the air. A crimson rune hovered suspended, emanating a faint golden radiance. Xianyuan Hao's legacy. Summon the 9 great divine beast phantoms. The sigil detonated. Golden light erupted from within, ascending into 9 towering pillars of luminescence. The pillars struck the wasteland below, materializing 9 colossal phantom forms upon the core layer. The first was the Azure Dragon Phantom, 120 meters in length, its emerald scales shimmering, its draconic aura sweeping forward to disperse the demon god's black mist. The second was the White Tiger Phantom, 18 meters long, every strand of white fur standing erect, radiating an overwhelming killing intent that caused the demon god's tentacles to wither instantly. The third was the Vermilion Bird Phantom, its wings spanning 150 meters as crimson flames roared, evaporating the demon god's black mist upon contact. The fourth was the Xuanwu Phantom, its shell 80 meters in diameter, with runes flowing across its surface, water vapor billowing outward, melting the demon god's obsidian spears before they could advance. The fifth was the Qilin Phantom, 15 meters long, with golden scales, the antlers of a deer, and the tail of an ox, surrounded by the power of the 5 elements, purifying the demon god's resentment within radiance of elemental harmony. The sixth was the Phoenix Phantom, its wings spanning 120 meters of multicolored plumage, flames and frost intertwining, causing the demon god's black mist to dissipate entirely within that dual realm of ice and fire. The seventh was the Taotai Phantom, 20 meters long, with a sheep's body and tiger's fangs, eyes growing from beneath its arms, its devouring power surging as it consumed the demon god's black mist bite by bite. The eighth was the Hundun Phantom, formless and shifting, a mass of white mist exuding chaotic energy that scattered the demon god's resentment, leaving it directionless and adrift. The ninth was the Taowu Phantom, 18 meters tall, with a tiger's body and human face, 4 eyes blazing with murderous aura, amplifying the demon god's own terror to paralyzing degrees. The inheritance of Xianyuan Hao. The demon god's voice had transformed entirely, from chilling malice to raw dread, from dread to utter despair. Why can I not escape his shadow? Precisely. Qin Tian stood surrounded by the 9 phantoms, the 4 symbols divine kings circling above him, the 9-tailed heavenly fox peeking from his embrace, golden eyes fixed upon the demon god's residual soul. That is why you shall die. All phantoms, attack. The 9 divine beast phantoms opened their maws in unison. 9 devastating strikes erupted from their throats. The azure dragon's breath, the white tiger's slaughter, the vermilion bird's flames, the Xuanwu's impact, the Qilin's 5-element radiance, the phoenix's nirvana fire, the Taoye's devouring maw, the Hundun's chaotic wave, the Taowu's baleful light, converging into a single multicolored pillar of devastation. 4 symbols divine kings, attack. They unleashed their ultimate techniques simultaneously. Qinglong Shenhuang's azure dragon breath, final form Baihu Shenhuang's white tiger slaughter, final form Zhuke Shenhuang's vermilion bird flame, final form Xuanwu Shenhuang's Xuanwu Guardian. Final form. 4 devastating strikes followed in swift succession. 13 techniques, 13 SSS plus divine beast powers converged into a 100-meter-wide multicolored beam aimed directly at the demon god's residual soul. The demon god's residual soul opened wide in an attempt to devour, but the combined force proved far too overwhelming. Its devouring power managed to consume only 1/10. The remaining 9/10 detonated within its body. Its body swelled 20-fold, resembling a balloon on the verge of bursting. No. The demon god's body exploded outward in a cataclysmic burst. Black shards rained in every direction like a meteor storm. Countless craters marred the ground of the core layer, and fallen stone pillars were reduced to powder. Yet this time the demon god's body did not reform. Its core, the black sphere riddled with cracks, hung suspended in the air, the fissures widening under the relentless assault of the multicolored beam. Hairline fractures widened to finger-width splits, then to fist-sized gaping wounds. The core shattered. Black fragments scattered, transforming into countless dark motes that dissolved into the atmosphere. From within the fading particles came the demon god's last whisper of resentment, a low sigh. 10,000 years. It is truly over now. I am so weary. I feel so much better. The motes dispersed into nothingness. The demon god's residual soul was no more. Silence reclaimed the core layer. The ashen sky began to clear, tinder shoots emerged from the scorched earth, and crumbling stone pillars turned to dust carried away on the wind. 10,000 years of darkness had finally welcomed the light. Long Outyin slumped against the ground, gasping for breath, turning to Qin Tian with a trembling question: Is this truly over? It's over. Qin Tian stood beside him, casting a calm glance over him. After the 9 divine beast phantoms delivered their final strike, they dissolved into golden specks of light, fading into the air, and everything returned to its former state. The 4 symbols divine king withdrew his power, shrank back to his small form, and returned to Qin Tian's side. The 9-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from Qin Tian's embrace, gazing at the direction where the demon god's remnant soul had vanished, a trace of lingering fear flickering in its golden red eyes. Master, it won't revive again, will it? No. Its core shattered, its resentment dissipated, and nothing remains. The 9-tailed celestial fox leaped onto Qin Tian's shoulder. That's good. I was scared to death just now. I thought we were done for. Long Outyin scrambled up from the ground, staring at the sky where the 9 phantoms had vanished. His mouth twitched as he nodded inwardly. Just who the hell is this kid? He can even summon beast phantoms. That's insanely impressive. Qin Tian, how many tricks do you have up your sleeve? Let us have a look. That's my trump card. You don't just flash a trump card around, understand? Then why did you flash it just now, eh? If I hang, you'd be dead. Long Outyin fell silent for a moment. You're honest. The 9-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from Qin Tian's arms and looked at Long Outyin. Master, Long Outyin is praising you. That's not praise, it's sarcasm. Sarcasm is also a form of praise. Why? Because he admits you're stronger than him. Long Outyin heard this, and his face darkened. You're right, I admit it, okay? The 9-tailed celestial fox, satisfied, shrank back into Qin Tian's arms. After the demon god's remnant soul dissipated, its energy did not vanish completely. Black specks of light drifted through the air, dancing like fireflies. The 9-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from Qin Tian's embrace, stared at the specks, twitched its nose a few times, and sniffed. Master, can I absorb this energy? Detected energy remnants of the demon god's soul. Nature dark attribute, resentment attribute. Harmful to ordinary spirit beasts, but has no effect on the 9-tailed celestial fox. Reason: the 9-tailed celestial fox has 9 tails, each with a different attribute, including the dark attribute. Can be absorbed. Absorb it, Qin Tian said. The 9-tailed celestial fox jumped out of Qin Tian's arms, and all 9 tails stood upright. The 10 colored flames at the tips of its tails blazed up. Among them, the black tail burned with black flames, which began to absorb the black specks of light in the air. The specks were drawn into the black flames, and the color of the flames shifted from black to deep purple, then from deep purple to dark red. The aura of the 9-tailed celestial fox began to surge. A rank peak, half step, SS rank early, SS rank mid, SS rank peak. Her body began to glow. The radiance from her 9 tails illuminated the entire core layer. Her size grew from half a meter to 1 meter, and from 1 meter to 2 meters. Her fur turned from white to silver white, and her 9 tails lengthened from 1 meter to 2 meters. At the tip of each tail, flames of different colors burned. Her eyes changed from golden red to pure gold, and within her pupils 10 foxes were running. 9-tailed celestial fox absorbs the energy of the demon god's remnant soul. Evolves into 9-tailed demon sovereign. Level increase: A rank peak, SS rank peak. Unlocked skills: 9 tails, unite, final form, simultaneous attack, with 10 attributes, power multiplied by 29-tailed domain. All enemies within the domain suffer damage from 10 attributes. Demon sovereign, true form, permanent demon sovereign form, all stats 500. Potential: mythical, legendary. The 9-tailed celestial fox, now the 9-tailed demon sovereign, stood on the wasteland of the core layer, its 9 tails swaying behind it like 10 colorful banners. Long Outyin stared at the 9-tailed demon sovereign, his mouth agape. Your fox. Evolved too. Yes. From A rank peak straight to SS rank peak. Yes. That's not scientific. Science can't explain my spirit beasts. Long Outyin paused. What did your fox eat? The energy of the demon god's remnant soul. That stuff is edible. My fox can eat it. Won't it get poisoned? No. Long Outyin decided he shouldn't ask anymore. He thought, since your 9-tailed celestial fox can eat the demon god's remnant soul energy, then my golden sacred dragon king can eat it too, and it will also grow stronger. Golden Sacred Dragon King, let's eat the demon god's remnant soul energy too. The Golden Sacred Dragon King shot into the sky like an arrow. Qin Tian shouted in alarm, come back, you can't eat it. You'll be poisoned. Why should I believe you? None of my 4 divine kings ate it. Only my 9-tailed celestial fox has the dark attribute and is immune to the toxins in the demon god's remnant soul energy. The Golden Sacred Dragon King, terrified, flew back to Long Outyin's side, cowering like a little mouse. Long Outyin's face flushed with embarrassment. The 9-tailed demon sovereign dashed back from the wasteland and leaped into Qin Tian's arms. 9 tails coiled around his arms, neck, and chest like 9 furry scarves. Master, I've grown stronger. SS rank peak. The 9-tailed demon sovereign rubbed its tail against Qin Tian's face. Master, can you only say, no? Qin Tian patted its head. I can also say, well done, little fox. The 9-tailed demon sovereign's 9 tails danced with joy. Master, you can praise people after all. Yes. Then say it again. Well done. Say it again. Well done. One more. Say it again, and it'll be too much. The 9-tailed demon sovereign shrank into his arms with a pout, but its tail still wagged happily. After the demon god's remnant soul vanished, the ground of the core layer began to crack. Not a collapse, but something rising from below. A stone pillar emerged from the fissure covered in ancient runes. At the top of the pillar was a recess, and in that recess lay a golden token. The token was palm-sized, entirely golden, with the character God engraved on the front and domain on the back. Obtained key of the divine domain, SSS rank treasure. Function key to open the gate of the divine domain. Note the divine domain opens once every 100 years. Only those holding the key of the divine domain can enter. Qin Tian picked up the token and held it in his palm. The token was warm, as if it were alive. So this is the key of the divine domain. Long Outyin leaned in, his eyes gleaming. Yes. Can I see it? Qin Tian handed the token to him. Long Outyin took it and examined it from every angle. The divine domain. The legendary dwelling place of the gods. Long Outyin murmured. They say it's filled with countless treasures and inheritances, but no one who entered ever returned. Then do you still want to go? Yes. Long Outyin returned the token to Qin Tian. But my strength isn't enough yet. When I reach SSS rank peak, I'll go. Then keep improving. What about you? Do you plan to go? Qin Tian was silent for a moment. After I train all my spirit beasts to SSS rank peak. Long Outyin looked at Qin Tian's 5 spirit beasts. Azure Dragon Divine King SSS rank, Mid-White Tiger Divine, King SSS rank, Early Vermilion Bird Divine, King SSS rank, Early Black Tortoise Divine, King SS rank peak, and 9-tailed demon sovereign SS rank peak. You're almost there. Still far from it. Long Outyin asked no more. The two stood on the wasteland of the core layer, watching the gradually clearing sky and the new sprouts growing from the ground. Their eyes were filled with anticipation for the future. Xuanwu platform internal news, shocking. Demon god's remnant soul completely annihilated. 9-tailed celestial fox evolves into 9-tailed demon sovereign. Xuanwu platform daily. Long Outyin Qin Tian's fox ate the demon god's remnant soul energy and jumped from A rank peak to SS rank peak. Is this cheating? News interview. 9-tailed demon sovereign master, I've finally grown strong. Spirit beast interview. Mu Rongxue, my prince, come back soon. Entertainment live broadcast. Lin Qingxue Qin Tian is my man, brilliant and heroic. QQ space private article. The remnant soul of the demon god dissipated, and the sky over the core layer cleared completely. The gray haze scattered away, revealing a deep blue dome, the barrier of the secret realm. The barrier was covered with intricate patterns that spread from the center outward, golden light shining through the cracks. On the scorched earth, tender shoots began to emerge. Not just a few scattered sprouts, but vast stretches of greenery. Lush grass buds pushed through the blackened soil, growing at a pace visible to the naked eye, and within 10 minutes the entire core layer was carpeted in green. Between the tender shoots, small white flowers bloomed with dewdrops on their petals glistening in the golden light. Qin Tian squatted down and reached out to touch the grass shoots on the ground. The grass shoots were soft and tender, carrying a faint, pleasant fragrance. He could sense the weak aura of life energy within them. The secret realm has come alive. Qin Tian gazed at the spreading green below his feet. With the demon god's remnant soul destroyed, the secret realm is now healing itself. He looked at the divine domain key, lost in thought. The divine domain key was entirely golden, forged from ancient metal that felt smooth and warm as jade, yet retained its metallic substance. Intricate patterns were carved along the edges, slowly flowing as though alive. Grasping it in hand, he could feel a surge of warm energy flowing from the token, spreading through his arms and throughout his entire body. The system displayed another notification: divine domain key SSS rank treasure. Function opens the gate to the divine domain. The divine domain gate sits atop the highest peak of the Federation's central mountain range, opening each year on the winter solstice night. The Xuanwu secret realm exploration has concluded. When Qin Tian returned to the Xuanwu platform, it was already late afternoon of the following day. 7 days had passed within the secret realm, but less than 2 days in the outside world. Venerable Lord Xuanwu and Immortal Xuanwu stood at the edge of the teleportation array. As they watched the two emerge from the brilliant light, a flicker of relief passed through their eyes. You finally returned. I was so worried about you. Venerable Lord Xuanwu's voice remained steady, yet his hand gripping the cane trembled slightly. We're back, Qin Tian said, approaching him and retrieving the divine domain key from his ring. Elder, this came from within the secret realm. Venerable Lord Xuanwu took the key and examined it closely. His fingers traced the patterns etched into the token, his gaze growing distant as though lost in memories from long ago. The Divine Domain Key. Indeed, it is the Divine Domain Key. Do you know what this is, Elder? I do. Venerable Lord Xuanwu handed the token back to Qin Tian. 100 years ago, when I first entered the secret realm, I encountered this stone pillar as well. But the demon god's remnant soul was still dormant back then, and the pillar never rose. I had assumed the Divine Domain Key was merely legend. It is no legend. Indeed, it is not legend. Venerable Lord Xuanwu regarded Qin Tian. Child, do you understand what the Divine Domain is? The legendary dwelling place of the gods. And do you know what gods truly are? Qin Tian paused to consider. Those beyond SSS rank. Venerable Lord Xuanwu smiled. Those above SSS rank can certainly be called gods. But true gods transcend mere ranking. They exist beyond such measures, wielding the very laws of reality itself. They need not command beasts, for they themselves are the supreme controllers. Or rather, they embody the laws themselves. Qin Tian's brow furrowed in thought. Elder, I don't understand. You need not comprehend it now, Venerable Lord Xuanwu said, patting his shoulder. Your only task is to grow stronger. Strong enough to enter the divine domain, strong enough to face the gods, and strong enough to return alive. I will. Venerable Lord Xuanwu met his gaze silent for a long moment before nodding. Good. I trust you. Standing nearby, Long Outyin listened to their exchange and couldn't help but speak up. Elder, when will the divine domain open? 1 year from now, Venerable Lord Xuanwu replied. On the winter solstice night, the divine domain gate will open atop the highest peak of the federal central mountain range. Only those bearing the divine domain key may enter. Only those with the key. Long Outyin paused. Does that mean only Qin Tian can enter? No. Venerable Lord Xuanwu shook his head. The divine domain keys are not unique. There are several hidden within ancient secret realms scattered across different locations. Qin Tian has found one, but others may discover the rest. In a year's time, all who possess these keys will be able to enter the divine domain. Long Outyin fell silent. So, I might have a chance to find one too. I thought there was only a single key. I was far too impressed with Qin Tian. Keep trying, Qin Tian said. What about you? Aren't you going to search? I already have one. You could find another one and give it to me. Why would I give it to you? Because we're teammates. Qin Tian glanced at him. Who said we're teammates? We fought side by side for 7 days, and you're telling me we're not. That's not what you said before. Fighting shoulder to shoulder doesn't make us teammates. It doesn't. Long Outyin stamped his foot in frustration. Qin Tian, how can you be like this? Like what? So stubborn. I'm not being stubborn, Qin Tian replied. You never considered me your teammate before. Long Outyin's face flushed red. The nine-tailed heavenly fox poked its head from Qin Tian's embrace, regarding Long Outyin as its 10 tails swayed gently. Master, he's about to cry. He won't. His skin is thick. You're the one with thick skin. Long Outyin roared. The nine-tailed heavenly fox covered its mouth, with its tail trembling with laughter. Venerable Lord Xuanwu watched them bicker, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He recalled a century ago when he and his companion entered the secret realm. They argued far worse than Qin Tian and his companion, yet his companion never made it out alive. You two make excellent partners, Venerable Lord Xuanwu said. Because you both survived. After returning from Xuanwu platform, Qin Tian entered seclusion for 3 days. He needed to process everything he'd gained. The 4 symbols, inheritance, the divine domain key, the various treasures, and the combat experience against the demon god's remnant soul. 3 days later, he emerged from his seclusion chamber and made his way to the Qin family courtyard. Qin Haidong sat in a rattan chair on the patio, basking in the sunlight. Seeing Qin Tian appear, he set down his teacup. You should rest properly after coming back. Why are you reading? Reading changes fate. How was the secret realm? You haven't told me anything. No time. Qin Tian sat beside his father. It was fine. I found something valuable. What did you find? Qin Tian retrieved the divine domain key from his ring and placed it on the table. Qin Haidong's pupils contracted as he gazed at the golden token. This is the divine domain key. Dad, you know what this is, eh? Qin Haidong fell silent for a long while. He picked up the token, studying it carefully, his fingers tracing the characters for divine and domain, his gaze growing distant. Your grandfather had one as well. Qin Tian's breath caught. Grandfather had one too. Yes. Qin Haidong returned the token to Qin Tian. Before he entered the divine domain, he showed it to me. He said it represented the greatest achievement of his life, yet also his deepest regret. What was the regret? I regret that you cannot take me with you. Qin Tian fell silent. Qin Haidong stood up and patted Qin Tian's shoulder. Xiao Tian, the divine realm is very dangerous. After your grandfather entered, he never returned. You. Think it through. I have thought it through, Qin Tian said. I want to go. Why? Because I want to become stronger. Strong enough that no one can bully us, strong enough that those wicked people will all be defeated by my hand, strong enough that I can protect our family. Qin Haidong gazed into his son's eyes, seeing the same stubbornness he possessed in his youth, yet also a resoluteness that he himself had lacked. He smiled. Excellent. Father supports you. You can do it. Qin Tian rose and walked to the center of the courtyard. 5 spirit beasts emerged from his ring. Azure Dragon Divine King, White Tiger Divine King, Vermilion Bird Divine King, Black Tortoise Divine King, and Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor. The 5 divine beasts stood within the Qin family courtyard, their auras enveloping the entire grounds. Qin Haidong looked at the 5 divine beasts, a flicker of astonishment flashing across his eyes. They have all grown stronger. Azure Dragon Divine King is mid-stage SSS level, White Tiger Divine King is early-stage SSS level, Vermilion Bird Divine King is early-stage SSS level, Black Tortoise Divine King is peak-stage SS level, and Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor is peak-stage SS level, Qin Tian said. Within 1 year, I will cultivate them all to peak SSS level. Qin Haidong fell silent. 1 year, 5 spirit beasts from SS level to peak SSS level. Is it truly that easy to accomplish? Yes. Where will the resources come from? That is a major problem. The secret realms, Qin Tian said. And there are many more secret realms. The Black Tortoise secret realm is only the beginning. The Federation has many more secret realms. The Lingyan secret realm, the Death secret realm, the Blood Demon secret realm, the Fierce Evil secret realm. I will enter them one by one, explore each one, and grow stronger with each one. Qin Haidong looked at his son, a flicker of excitement passing through his eyes. Very well, father supports you completely. This was also my dream once. Qin Tian smiled. Longyuan Pavilion Master's office. Long Zhantian sat behind his desk looking at Qin Tian with a hint of surprise in his eyes. You wish to take a year-long leave? Yes, Qin Tian said. I want to explore the secret realms. What secret realms? All of them. Every ancient secret realm in the Federation. I intend to visit them all, Qin Tian said. Long Zhantian was silent for a long while. Do you know how many ancient secret realms exist in the Federation? I do not. 46, Long Zhantian said. Scattered across the Federation. Some in the deep sea, some in the high mountains, some in the desert, some on glaciers. Some secret realms have already been explored, their treasures plundered clean. Others remain unentered to this day, for the guardians within are far too powerful. Then I will start with the strongest. Long Zhantian stared at Qin Tian for 3 seconds. Are you serious? Absolutely. Long Zhantian took a map from his drawer and spread it on the desk. The map was marked with 46 red dots, each accompanied by the name and rank of a secret realm. This is a map of all ancient secret realms in the Federation. Long Zhantian pointed to the red dot at the very center. Here is the Azure Dragon Secret Realm SSS tier, one of the largest in the Federation. Legend says it holds the complete inheritance of the Azure Dragon Divine Beast, yet no one has managed to enter it to this day. I will go. Long Zhantian pointed to several other red dots. The White Tiger Secret Realm SSS tier. The Vermilion Bird Secret Realm SSS tier. The Black Tortoise Secret Realm SSS tier. These are among the most dangerous secret realms in the Federation. 9 out of 10 who enter never return. I will visit them all. Long Zhantian fell silent. Qin Tian, do you understand what you are saying? I do. Do you know how dangerous these secret realms are? I do. Then why still go? You would be better off staying here and training with Long Outyin. He mentions you often, saying you will surely become the Federation's greatest beast master. I must go, Qin Tian said. Because I need to become stronger. Long Zhantian looked into his eyes, seeing neither impulsiveness nor recklessness, only unwavering determination. He sighed. Very well, go. The resources of Longyuan Pavilion are at your disposal. Besides, if you need assistance, contact me at any time. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Don't thank me. Long Zhantian rose and patted his shoulder. Just return alive. Longyuan Pavilion cannot afford to lose you. Qin Tian nodded. The nine-tailed demon emperor poked her head out from Qin Tian's embrace, gazing at the red dots on the map as her 9 tails swayed gently. Master, which one shall we visit first? The Azure Dragon Secret Realm. Why? Because the Azure Dragon Divine King requires the complete Azure Dragon inheritance. And then, the White Tiger Secret Realm. The White Tiger Divine King needs the complete White Tiger inheritance. The Vermilion Bird Secret Realm. The Vermilion Bird Divine King requires the complete Vermilion Bird inheritance. The Black Tortoise Secret Realm. The Black Tortoise Divine King needs the complete Black Tortoise inheritance. The 9-tailed demon emperor's tail stood upright. Master, your aspirations are magnificent, but we are lacking far too much support. No one lifts my ambition to the azure skies, so I shall tread through snow alone to reach the mountain's peak. The 9-tailed demon emperor pondered for a moment. Master, let us go to the secret realm. Long Outyin stood at the entrance of Longyuan Pavilion, watching Qin Tian walk out. You are going into a secret realm? Yes. Which one? The Azure Dragon's secret realm. Long Outkin paused. I am going to. What for? Wherever you go I go. I go to become stronger. I go to become stronger too. Don't copy me. I'm not copying you. Qin Tian glanced at him. Are you sure? Absolutely. The Azure Dragon's secret realm is extremely dangerous. I know. You may not come back from inside. I know. Then why still go? I will go, Long Outkin said. Because you are my teammate. Qin Tian was silent for a moment. You finally admit I'm your teammate. Long Outyin said, I have always admitted it. Very well. The nine-tailed demon emperor poked her head out from Qin Tian's embrace, looking at Long Outyin and sighing. Master, having a helper is not a bad thing. Qin Tian looked at her. Shut up. The nine-tailed demon emperor shrank back into Qin Tian's embrace, covering her face with her tails. Black Tortoise Platform Internal Flash. Breaking Qin Tian obtains the Divine Realm Key. Will enter the Divine Realm in 1 year. Federation Daily. Long Zhantian Qin Tian is the most promising young man I have ever encountered. I believe he will return alive from the Divine Realm. Long Yuan Pavilion exclusive interview. Qin Haidong Xiao Tian, father awaits your return. Father's message. Long Outyin, I will also go in search of the Divine Realm Key. Long Outyin's declaration. Nine-tailed demon emperor, my master, and I head to the Divine Realm next. Beastmaster interview. Morong Shui, my idol, has returned, yet I dare not face him. My heart won't stop pounding. Entertainment Circle livestream. Lin Qingxue Qin Tian is my man. Wishing you a triumphant victory. Coco Space Private Post. Su Muqing Qin Tian is a man of great charm, but my opportunity has passed, for my appearance may still not measure up to his. Bestie's Whisper. On the third day after his return, Qin Tian opened his spatial ring and began to take stock of the treasures harvested from the Xuanwu Mystic Realm. S-grade evolution stones 50. Qin Tian classified the evolution stones by grade. SS-grade evolution stones 10. Mythical grade skill books 5. Ancient Beast Taming eggs 3. Rare ores 32 piles. How much is in a pile? The nine-tailed celestial fox squatted before the pile of ores, holding a fist-sized blue ore to admire. The cut surface of the ore shimmered with specks of starlight. Countless. We will use them slowly in the future. The nine-tailed celestial fox put down the ore and walked over to the beast taming eggs. 3 eggs were neatly arranged on the stone platform, each as large as a wash basin. Their shells were covered in intricate patterns that glowed slowly. The first egg was golden with flame patterns on its shell, feeling warm to the touch. The second egg was black with vortex patterns on its shell, cold to the touch. When fingers brushed against it, a pulling suction force could be felt. The third egg was white with no patterns on its shell, smooth as a mirror, feeling neither cold nor hot, neither soft nor hard. What species are these 3 eggs? Asked the nine-tailed celestial fox. Take a sniff, Qin Tian said. The nine-tailed celestial fox walked to the stone platform, her nose twitching a few times. The first one a Qilin egg. The second one a Taotai egg. The third one a Hundun egg. All of them are ancient divine beasts. Yes, Qin Tian nodded. Master, isn't your luck just too incredible? The nine-tailed celestial fox's voice changed. You've reaped an immense harvest from the Xuanwu Mystic Realm. Luck is also a part of one's strength. Qin Tian swept the 3 eggs back into his ring. Qin Tian then placed the 3 ancient beast taming eggs onto a specially made incubation platform. The incubation platform was a gift from the Longyuan Pavilion, crafted from 1,000-year warm jade, with a spirit-gathering array and incubation runes carved onto its surface. As long as the eggs were placed on the platform and injected with spiritual energy, their hatching would be accelerated. It was said that this incubation platform was priceless, and the Longyuan Pavilion possessed only 3 of them. The nine-tailed demon emperor lay beside the incubation platform, her 9 tails swaying gently as she stared curiously at the 3 eggs. Master, which one shall we hatch first? The Qilin. Qin Tian placed his hand on the golden egg. The shell was warm, and the flame patterns pulsed slightly beneath his palm. He could feel a powerful life force surging inside the shell, a ball of burning flame dancing within. That life force was warm and gentle, unlike the violent fury of the vermilion bird's fire. System: what attribute does the Qilin possess? Qilin, an ancient divine beast, possesses all 5 elements. It is proficient in all 5 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Its offensive power is inferior to the white tiger, its defense is inferior to the Xuanwu, its speed is inferior to the vermilion bird, and its vitality is inferior to the azure dragon. However, when the 5 elements are used in combination, its comprehensive strength ranks in the top 3 among all divine beasts. Possessing all 5 elements. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. Hatching method: drop blood to establish ownership. As an ancient divine beast, the Qilin only recognizes the very first person who offers it blood as its master. Note: the Qilin is highly sentient and can perceive human good and evil. If its master is an evil person, the Qilin will refuse to acknowledge them, preferring death over submission. Qin Tian bit his fingertip and dripped a drop of blood onto the golden shell. As the blood seeped in, the flame patterns on the shell suddenly flared with brilliant light. Golden light burst from the cracks in the shell, illuminating the entire room. The egg began to vibrate, starting with a subtle tremor before escalating into a violent shaking. Cracks spread from the top of the shell, webbed outwards like a spider's web. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16. The cracks grew more numerous and dense, as if the shell were about to burst. The nine-tailed celestial fox's tail stood on end. It's coming out. The shell shattered. Fragments of the shell splashed in all directions, but mid-flight they dissolved into golden specks of light and dissipated. The specks of light drifted through the air. A small golden beast emerged from the radiance. It was tiny, only the size of a palm. It stood tremulously on the incubation platform on its four legs, unable to steady itself, wobbling left and right like a puppy that had just learned to walk. Atop its head were two antlers glittering gold like two little saplings. Behind it was an ox-like tail, slender with a tuft of golden fur at the tip, like a tiny fan. Its entire body was covered in golden scales that shimmered under the light, each scale like a miniature mirror. Its eyes were golden with a tiny character for king within its pupils. The Qin cub stood on the incubation platform, its body still shivering. It glanced at the nine-tailed celestial fox, then at Qin Tian. Then it opened its mouth and let out a soft cry. Me. Qin Tian froze. A Qilin's cry is me. The nine-tailed celestial fox's 9 tails wagged in unison. Master, it is so cute. The Qin cub tilted its head, looking at Qin Tian, blinking its golden eyes. It hopped down from the incubation platform, stumbled a few steps, and made its way to Qin Tian's feet, rubbing its head against his ankle. Me. Qin Tian squatted down, reaching out to gently stroke its head. The Qin cub's head was tiny, fitting perfectly into his palm. The scales felt incredibly smooth. Little guy, I am your master. The Qin cub raised its head, its golden eyes gazing at Qin Tian. Me. The nine-tailed demon emperor leaped down from the platform and walked over to the Qin cub. She lowered her head, sniffing the Qin cub with her nose. Tickled by the sniffing, the Qin cub let out a sneeze. Mimi. The nine-tailed celestial fox's tails wagged even more joyfully. Master, it called me big sister. It just said me, Qin Tian remarked. Me means big sister, the nine-tailed celestial fox asserted with absolute certainty. How do you know? Because I can understand. You, a fox, can understand the language of a Qilin. I have 9 tails, so I understand everything. The nine-tailed celestial fox proudly wagged her 9 tails. The Qin cub circled Qin Tian's feet twice, then lay down, resting its head on Qin Tian's shoe, and closed its eyes. Its breathing was light, and its scales shimmered with golden light under the illumination. Qin Tian looked down at it, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward. The nine-tailed demon emperor lay down beside the Qin cub. Master, give it a name. Qin Tian pondered for a moment. Let's call it Xiaojin. The nine-tailed demon emperor's tail stiffened for a moment. The vermilion bird is already named Xiaojin. Then let's call it Xiao Qilin. That is too perfunctory. Then what should it be called? The nine-tailed celestial fox thought for a moment. Let's call it King Jinjiao. Why King Jinjiao? Because its antlers are golden, and it has the character for king on its head. Qin Tian glanced at the 2 antlers on the Qin cub's head. Golden and tiny, they looked like 2 freshly sprouted saplings. All right, let's call it Jinjiao. Contract successful. Detected that the host has contracted the 6th Beast Taming companion. The core functions of the God-level template system have been enhanced. Drawing a matching template for the Qin cub. Matching. Match successful. Template Qin Divine Beast, mythical grade, Ancient Divine Beast. The Qin cub has evolved into the Qin Divine Beast. Grade increased, early S grade, early SS grade. Unlocked skills, power of 5 elements, proficiency in metal, wood, water, fire, and earth attributes. True Qin fire, gentler than the vermilion bird's fire, but with no less destructive power. Light of auspiciousness, luck of all allied units. 50 true Qin form locked. Aptitude red, mythical grade. The Qin cub rolled over in its sleep, the light on its body shifting from gold to multicolored. Gold, green, blue, red, and brown. The 5 colors of light flowed across its scales like a swirling rainbow. The nine-tailed celestial fox. Master, your beast taming legion is growing larger and larger. Qin Tian, you are all my family. Qin Tian stood up and walked to the incubation platform. 2 eggs remained on the platform. The black Taotai egg and the white Hundun egg. He gazed at the 2 eggs and reached out to touch the shell of the Taotai egg. The shell was icy cold, and the vortex patterns slowly rotated beneath his palm, absorbing his body heat. Tomorrow I will hatch you. At dawn the next day, Qin Tian stood before the Qilin egg incubation platform. The Taotai eggshell was a profound black, not the tranquil black of Xuanwu, but a black as fathomless as an abyss. When his gaze fell upon the shell, it seemed to be drawn and swallowed by boundless darkness. Spiral patterns rotated slowly on the surface like galaxies turning in the cosmos. Each rotation of the patterns stirred a faint breeze, carrying an ancient aura. Qin Tian reached out and touched the shell. It was icy cold, and the moment his fingers made contact, the spiral patterns began to spin faster. The patterns spun even faster. Are you impatient? Qin Tian asked. The eggshell trembled. Master, I heard Taodai has a huge appetite. The nine-tailed sky fox lay beside the incubation platform, her voice tinged with worry. Yes. More than me. 10 times more than you. Qin Tian's tone was calm. Can our family afford that? The nine-tailed demon sovereign asked cautiously. Qin Tian paused, set down the incubation tools, looked into the nine-tailed sky fox's eyes, and spoke slowly. The mountain behind the Qin Manor belongs to our family. The nine-tailed demon sovereign nodded. The stones on the mountain are also ours. Qin Tian paused. Taotai eats stones. The nine-tailed sky fox was stunned. Really? So it won't eat us into poverty? Yes. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Qin Tian's mouth. There are plenty of stones. He turned and continued preparing for incubation. The Taodai egg was different from the Qilin egg. The Qilin egg only needed a drop of blood to bond and hatch, but the Taotai egg required far more spiritual energy. That was the difference between an ancient divine beast and an ancient ferocious beast. A divine beast recognizes its master, a ferocious beast recognizes power. Only if you are strong enough will it submit to you. Otherwise, even if it hatches, it will not acknowledge you as its master, and may even turn on you. Qin Tian placed 25 S-grade evolution stones around the incubation platform, arranged according to the 5 elements formation. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. 5 stones for each element. The moment the stones were set, the formation lit up, interweaving 5-colored radiance. He pressed his palm against the Taotai egg, and the spiritual energy within him surged forth like a tide pouring into the shell. The spiral patterns on the shell spun wildly, greedily, devouring the spiritual energy. The energy was drawn into the shell, consumed, digested, and transformed into life. Qin Tian could feel the life force inside the shell swelling, ready to burst open at any moment. 20 minutes later, all 25 S-grade evolution stones had turned into a pile of grayish-white waste. The shell finally cracked. A hole was torn from the inside, its edges jagged. Black liquid oozed from the hole, emitting a faint, fishy smell. Then a claw emerged from the hole. The claw was tiny, no bigger than a thumb, but its nails were razor-sharp, like 5 small knives. The claw was covered in dense black scales that glinted coldly in the morning light. It gripped the edge of the shell and pushed with force. A larger crack split the shell, and a small black beast crawled out through the gap. A Taodai cub. Its body resembled a sheep with slender limbs and hooves as black as obsidian. Its head was not large, but its mouth was enormous, taking up almost half its face. The mouth was filled with sharp tiger-like teeth, each as dagger-like as a blade, gleaming coldly even in the cub's undeveloped jaw. Its eyes were not on its head, but beneath its armpits, one on each side, blood red like 2 tiny rubies. The eyes moved independently, the left looking left, the right looking right, constantly scanning the surroundings. The Taotai cub stood on the incubation platform, its body still trembling. Its 4 legs wobbled unsteadily. It glanced at the 9-tailed sky fox with its armpit eyes, then at Qin Tian. The eyes moved in different directions, giving a somewhat eerie look. Then it opened its mouth and let out a cry. Oh, oh, oh. The sound was soft like a puppy's whimper. Qin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. That cry is normal. The 9-tailed sky fox tilted her head, observing the Taotai cub, twitching her nose to catch its scent. The Taotai cub lowered its head, using its sharp teeth to crush the eggshell, crunching and chewing. Its eating was fierce but slow. After finishing the shell, it looked up, its armpit eyes scanning around. It was searching for more food. It spotted the stones on the ground. The incubation platform was built of stone, and the floor was paved with stone slabs. The Taotai cub jumped down from the platform, stumbled a few steps, and approached a fist-sized stone. It lowered its head, opened its mouth, and bit into the stone. Crunch. A piece of the stone was bitten off. The Taotai cub chewed and swallowed. Crunch, crunch. 2 more bites, and half the stone was gone. It continued eating, and in 3 or 4 bites the entire stone was consumed. Then it lifted its head, searching for the next stone. Qin Tian's expression froze. How can it eat everything? The 9-tailed sky fox watched the cub silent for a moment. Master, it's hungry. Wasn't the eggshell enough? No. A Taoya's appetite is 10 times its body weight. Qin Tian's voice was calm. The Taotai cub was gnawing on a second stone. That stone was bigger than its head, but it chewed effortlessly, devouring half in a few bites. The crunching sound echoed clearly in the quiet room. 5 pounds of stone. Qin Tian rubbed his temples. Not bad. The stone was finished. The Taotai cub's armpit eyes began scanning the floor for more food. It spotted Qin Tian's shoes. They were a pair of black combat boots made from rhino beast leather with laces woven from dragon sinew. Qin Tian had spent 2 months' salary on them. His most expensive pair of shoes. The Taotai cub's eyes lit up. It crawled over, hugged his shoe, opened its mouth, and bit the lace. Qin Tian looked down. The Taotai cub was happily chewing on his shoelace, crunching and slurping like noodles, swallowing it whole in one gulp. Then it bit the upper and started gnawing the leather. The nine-tailed sky fox covered her mouth with her tail. Master, your shoes are a brand name. I know. Very expensive. I know. Qin Tian watched the Taotai cub in silence. The cub had already eaten half a shoe, leaving a large hole in the upper, eating all the laces and biting off a piece of the sole. Crunch, crunch, munch, munch. It ate with great relish. He took a deep breath. All right, you eat. The nine-tailed sky fox moved her tail away from her mouth. Master, don't you feel bad? I do. Qin Tian's voice was calm. But as long as it likes it. But those were your favorite shoes. 2 months' salary. Shoes can be bought again. Qin Tian crouched down, looking at the cub. A spirit beast is one of a kind. The Taotai cub stopped chewing. Oh, its cry changed. Qin Tian reached out and rubbed its head. Little one, you are my spirit beast now. The Taotai cub lowered its head and nuzzled his palm. Qin Tian watched the cub. It had already finished the entire shoe and was licking the crumbs off the floor. It's hungry. The nine-tailed sky fox sighed. I'll find it something to eat. The nine-tailed demon sovereign jumped off the incubation platform, went to the kitchen, and returned with a beef leg wrapped in her tail. The beef leg was raw. Qin Haidong had bought it yesterday to make stew, still sitting on the cutting board untouched. When the Taotai cub saw the leg, its armpit eyes lit up. It dropped the shoe remnants that had been gnawed down to a skeleton and lunged at the beef leg. It pinned the leg with its claws, opened its wide mouth, and bit down. Sharp teeth pierced the cowhide, tore through tendons, and crushed the bone. Crunch, crunch, crack, crack. In 3 minutes, the beef leg was gone. Only a pool of blood remained on the floor. The Taotai cub licked the blood. It looked up, its armpit eyes fixed on the nine-tailed sky fox. Even the bloodstains were gone. The cub had licked it clean. Still hungry. The nine-tailed sky fox's voice trembled. The Taotai cub licked its mouth and shook its head. Oh. It let out a cry, then curled up at Qin Tian's feet and closed its armpit eyes. Master, it ate 15 pounds of meat in one meal. I saw. The nine-tailed sky fox's voice grew softer. Can our family afford it? There are stones on the mountain. Qin Tian's voice was even calmer. Stones cost nothing. Ding. Detected that the host has contracted a 7th spirit beast. The core functions of the divine template system are enhanced. Now extracting a matching template for Taotai cub. Matching. Match successful. Template Taotai ferocious beast, mythical grade ancient ferocious beast. Taotai cub has evolved into Taotai ferocious beast. Level increase S grade early stage, SS grade early stage. Unlocked skills: devour all, can devour any substance and convert it into its own energy. Taotai true form locked greed domain continuously absorbs the energy of all enemies within the domain. Talent red mythical grade. The Taotai ferocious beast turned over in its sleep. Its body began to glow, black light seeping through the gaps in its scales, shrouding the entire room in darkness. The light lasted only 3 seconds before fading. The Taotai ferocious beast slept even more soundly. Qin Tian stood before the incubation platform. There was still one egg on it. A white chaos egg. The shell was as smooth as a mirror, without patterns, without light, without anything. But Qin Tian knew that what lay inside this egg was more mysterious than the Qilin and Taotai combined. Now it's time to hatch you. On the incubation platform, only one egg remained, the Hundun egg. The Hundun egg had no color, no patterns, no temperature, and no weight. Qin Tian reached out and touched the eggshell. The moment his fingers made contact, he felt as if his fingers had vanished, as though he were touching air. He withdrew his hand and looked at his fingers. They were still there, intact. System: what is Hundun? Hundun, an ancient ferocious beast. Formless and faceless, without mouth, bones, or flesh. It is the most primitive aggregate of energy from the dawn of heaven and earth. It has no physical form, only consciousness. Note: Hundun is not strong, but it is troublesome. Qin Tian frowned. Troublesome. Hundun has no physical form. Physical attacks are ineffective, and energy attacks only deal half damage. It wants to attack you, and you cannot dodge. You want to strike it, but you cannot hit it. If you don't subdue it, it won't follow you. Subduing it is difficult. That's why it's considered troublesome. Qin Tian's brow furrowed even tighter. He glanced at the Qilin cub sleeping in his arms, and the Taotai cub curled up at his feet. Both little ones slept soundly, utterly oblivious to the outside world. The nine-tailed fox jumped down from the incubation platform, walked over to the Hundun egg, and touched the shell with the tip of its tail. The tail tip passed through the shell, emerging on the other side, completely unharmed. Master, how do we hatch the Hundun egg? The nine-tailed fox retracted its tail, looked at the tip, then at the eggshell. It has no physical form. The system says it's an energy aggregate. The nine-tailed fox paused, looking puzzled. Then how do we perform blood recognition? An energy aggregate has no blood. Blood recognition won't work. Just as the words fell, the Hundun egg trembled. It wasn't the shell that was trembling, but something inside the shell. White mist seeped from the cracks in the eggshell, thread by thread, wisp by wisp, like the morning vapor over a lake. The mist grew thicker, enveloping the entire incubation platform. The mist was white, but not hazy. Instead, it had a peculiar transparency. Through the mist, one could see the opposite wall and every crack on its surface. The mist began to condense and contract toward the center. 3 seconds later the mist vanished. A small white beast stood on the incubation platform. It was very small, its body like a ball of cotton, soft, fluffy, and boneless. Its 4 legs resembled 4 cotton swabs, supporting a sagging body that could barely stand steady. Its head was round like a small white ball. There were no eyes, no nose, no ears, no mouth on its head. In other words, nothing at all, only white fluff. A Hundan cub. The 9-tailed fox's tail stiffened. Master, it has no facial features. Qin Tian walked to the incubation platform, leaned down, and observed closely. The Hundan cub's head was a solid white with no bumps or indentations like a blank sheet of paper. Then how does it see? How does it hear? How does it eat? Hundan does not see with eyes, it perceives the world through consciousness. It does not hear with ears, it senses vibrations through consciousness. It does not eat with a mouth, it directly absorbs spiritual energy. It's not that it lacks organs, but that it doesn't need them. Qin Tian's expression froze for a moment. Can it speak? Squeak. As soon as the words were spoken, the Hundan cub let out a squeak. It turned its eyeless head to look at Qin Tian, took 2 steps on its cotton swab legs across the platform, and walked to Qin Tian's hand. Then it leaped. Not with its legs, but by bouncing its body like a compressed spring, suddenly released, and jumped into Qin Tian's arms. This lump was incredibly agile. Its body had no fixed form, it took on whatever shape it rubbed against. When it rubbed against his chest, it was like a marshmallow, against his neck like a scarf, or against his face like a dandelion blown by the wind. Master, this Hundan is so much fun. The 9-tailed fox's tail swayed gently. Qin Tian felt his face wrapped in something soft and warm like a towel soaked in warm water pressed against his skin. It felt very comfortable. Is it acting cute? Qin Tian's voice came out muffled from within the mist. Probably. But it has no expression. Ooh, I can't tell. Master, you think it's ugly. I do not. Qin Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The mist dispersed from his face and recondensed into a palm-sized white beast. The Hundan cub stood in his palm, its eyeless head looking at him. The Hundan cub opened its mouth. It made sounds through consciousness. The 9-tailed fox asked, Master, what did it say? Nothing. Qin Tian looked at the Hundan cub in his palm. It transmits information to me through consciousness. The 9-tailed fox pressed, what did it say about you? Nothing. Hundan has no language. Then how does it call you, Master? It doesn't call me, but directly acknowledges me. The corner of Qin Tian's mouth lifted slightly. An energy aggregate doesn't play games. The Hundan cub bounced in Qin Tian's palm and jumped onto his shoulder. Its body had no fixed form. When it lay on his shoulder, it turned into a white cloud. It used its earless head to listen to the sounds around, sensing all life within 100 meters. The 9-tailed fox looked at the cloud and sighed. Master, you really need to study it carefully. Yes. Your Beast Taming Legion has 8 members now. 8. The 9-tailed fox emphasized the word 8. Another one joins. Can you handle it? Of course I can handle it. Qin Tian glanced at the Hundan cub in his palm. It didn't need to eat, only to absorb spiritual energy. Then he glanced at the Taotai cub curled at his feet. It needed to eat, but it also ate stones, and stones cost nothing. Then he glanced at the Qilin cub sleeping in his arms. It needed to eat spirit fruits, and spirit fruits were expensive. Qilin eats spirit fruits, Qin Tian said calmly. Spirit fruits are expensive, the 9-tailed fox said with a worried expression. There are some in the secret realm. We can go to the secret realm to find spirit fruits. Yes. Ding. Contract successful. Detected that the host has contracted the 8th beast. Core functions of the divine template system enhanced. Extracting matching template for Hundan cub. Matching. Match successful. Template Hundan beast, mythical grade, ancient ferocious beast. Hundan cub evolves into Hundan beast. Level increase S grade, early SS grade, early. Unlocked skills formless and faceless, no physical form, immune to physical attacks, energy attacks, deal half damage. Hundan domain, all enemies within the domain have their perception reduced by 50. Consciousness strike directly attacks the enemy's consciousness. Hundan true form unlocked. Qualification red, mythical grade. The Hundan cub bounced on Qin Tian's shoulder. Its body began to glow, light radiating from within, illuminating the entire room in pure white. Qualification red, mythical grade. After the light dissipated, the Hundan cub had changed. Its body became even more transparent, so transparent that one could see the opposite wall through it. It lay on Qin Tian's shoulder, transforming into a breathing mist. Qin Tian stood at the center of the room, gazing at his 8 spirit beasts. A faint smile touched his lips before he restrained it. He already had enough spirit beasts. What mattered now was building his strength. For no matter how many beasts he had, a single strike from a true expert could wipe them all out, rendering everything meaningless. Thump, thump, thump. Long Outyin stood at the gate of the Qin family courtyard. He had been knocking for 10 minutes. The Golden Dragon King stood beside him, shrunk to 2 meters in length, its golden scales gleaming in the morning light. Long Outyin reached out and patted its head. Let's wait a bit longer. No matter how arrogant Qin Tian acts, he won't dare ignore us. Creak. The courtyard gate swung open. Long Outyin looked up and saw Qin Tian standing behind the door. Qin Tian wore a clean t-shirt, his hair neatly combed. What is it? Qin Tian's voice sounded somewhat hoarse. Just came to see your new spirit beasts. Long Outyin peeked into the courtyard. They haven't woken up yet. Come back tonight. Qin Tian was about to close the door when Long Outyin jammed his hand against it. You hatched 3 ancient spirit beast eggs, and that's how you treat me. Qin Tian paused. He looked at Long Outyin, who looked back at him. Xiaofei is talking to me, Qin Tian said calmly. Ninetails is just a fox. It's not the same as a person. At least foxes can talk. Long Outyin opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Alright, see you around. Qin Tian closed the door. The wooden panel slid shut right in front of Long Outyin. He pressed his ear against the door, eavesdropping sneakily. The nine-tailed demon fox asked, Master, who was that? Qin Tian replied, nobody. Just a beggar. Then loud laughter echoed from inside as Qin Tian and the nine-tailed demon fox chatted happily. Long Outyin stood at the door, his face a mixture of resentment and humiliation. The Golden Dragon King nudged his hand with its head, offering comfort. Long Outyin stroked its head gratefully. That bastard Qin Tian actually refused to talk to me. I'm so wrong. The Golden Dragon King roared, wanting to avenge its master's grievance. But he didn't say I couldn't come in. The Golden Dragon King ceased its growling. He's just stubborn. The Golden Dragon King rumbled again, this time louder. Long Outyin smiled. He leaped gracefully over the courtyard wall and landed inside the Qin family grounds. Qin Haidong was carrying a bowl of noodles out of the kitchen when he spotted him pausing in surprise. Outyin, why are you coming over the wall? The door was closed. Cold sweat poured down Long Outyin's face. He quickly steadied himself, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and acted as natural as if he were at his own home. You could have knocked. I did. No one answered. Qin Haidong fell silent for a moment. He glanced toward Qin Tian's room. The door was shut tight, the curtains drawn, blocking all sight. He handed the noodle bowl to Long Outyin. Take this bowl. I'll make another one for Qin Tian later. No need, uncle. I've already eaten. You let Qin Tian have it. I'll deliver it for you. Long Outyin took the bowl and walked to Qin Tian's door, knocking 3 times. Who is it? Qin Tian's muffled voice came from behind the door. Me, Long Outyin. Yeah. The door's unlocked. Long Outyin pushed the door open and stepped inside, noodle bowl in hand. The room was in disarray. The incubation platform was piled with waste residue from evolution stones. Eggshell fragments were scattered across the floor, and a pile of gnawed shoes lay in the corner. The air carried an indescribable odor, a mixture of spiritual energy, sweat, and the scent of spirit beasts. Qin Tian sat cross-legged on his bed, a system panel floating before him, his fingers sliding through the air. The nine-tailed demon fox lay on his lap, the Qilin cub slept soundly, and the Taodai cub perched at the foot of the bed, its axillary eyes fixed on Long Outyin. The Hundun cub rested atop Qin Tian's head like a white cap. Long Outyin stood at the doorway, surveying the room full of spirit beasts, thinking to himself that Qin Tian was indeed a clever man. No wonder his father had chosen him as the young master of the pavilion. His spirit beasts outnumbered and outclassed his father's. You said to come tonight. I changed my mind. Long Outyin set the noodle bowl on the table. Uncle Qin asked me to bring it. Qin Tian glanced at the bowl. The noodles had clumped together, but steam still rose from the surface. A few green vegetables and a poached egg floated in the broth. Set it down. Long Outyin didn't obey. He carried the bowl to Qin Tian. Eat it. Stop keeping up appearances. If you starve to death, my father will cry himself to death. Qin Tian looked at him, took the bowl, and began to eat. He ate slowly, one bite at a time without a sound. Why are its eyes growing under its armpits? Long Outyin asked. A fierce beast. Taodai. Correct. The one that eats everything. Yes. Did it eat? It did. 25 evolution stones, 3 beef legs, 1 Chinese cabbage, 2 bowls, a plate, and half a wall. Long Outyin fell silent. Half a wall. The kitchen wall. It was so hungry the stones weren't enough. Qin Tian finished his noodles and set the bowl aside. Long Outyin glanced out the window. Toward the kitchen, a section of the courtyard wall was indeed missing. The breach was remarkably neat, as though sliced by something razor sharp. Not a bite mark. What will you use to repair the wall? Stones. From the mountain behind the courtyard. Stones aren't expensive. They're cheap. Exactly. Then you can afford to raise them. Correct. Long Outyin stopped asking questions. He rose and walked to the incubation platform, studying the remaining evolution stone residue. The residue was ash gray and crumbled at the slightest touch. He turned to face Qin Tian's 8 spirit beasts, his expression somber, his tone caught between admiration and resignation. This courtyard can house 12 spirit beasts. 12 isn't enough. Qin Tian's voice came from behind. Long Outyin turned to look at him. Not enough. What do you need that many spirit beasts for? Qin Tian didn't answer. He reached out and stroked the Hundun cub resting on his head. The Hundun cub bounced slightly under his touch, curling into a ball, like a cloud wrinkled by the wind. I'm going to enter the divine realm. I know. The divine realm holds stronger enemies. I'm aware. I need more power. Long Outyin was quiet for a moment. Let me just say it. I can help you. Howie. I'll find secret realms and fight the guardians. All I ask is a share of the treasures. You have your own spirit beasts to cultivate. Mine can train alongside yours. Qin Tian said nothing. He reached out and stroked the Hundun cub on his head once more. The Hundun cub bounced and curled into a ball like a cloud ruffled by the wind. Jin Jiao, wake up. The Qilin cub opened its eyes, golden gaze fixing on Qin Tian. Ba? Tao not. The Tao Tai cub lifted its head, its bloody red axillary eyes meeting Qin Tian's. Roar. Hundun. The Hundun cub bounced atop his head. Today training begins. The summoned beasts have all gathered. The nine-tailed heavenly fox said dejectedly, Master, the baby dragon is at mid-SSS tier, Xiao Bai and Xiao Jin are at early SSS tier, and the Ancient Shu Divine Tree is at peak SS tier. I'm still at peak SS tier. I'm falling far behind. I really want to break through. It's okay, Xiao Fei. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree is at peak SS tier, and so are you. You two are at the same level. At least you're not ranked last. Qin Tian's tone was comforting. The nine-tailed heavenly fox peeked out from its pile of tails, its eyes slightly red. Its mouth was pressed into a thin line, and tears swirled in its eyes, ready to spill over at any moment. The Ancient Shu Divine Tree is wood attribute defense type. Peak SS tier is enough for it, the nine-tailed heavenly fox said in a soft but clearly articulated voice. I'm attack type. Peak SS tier isn't enough for me. Not enough for what? Not enough to help you fight. A tip of the nine-tailed heavenly fox's tail quivered. When you were battling the demon god's remnant soul, I couldn't do anything at all. My illusion was shattered by it, and I even suffered backlash. In the end, it was your phantom and the four symbols divine king who defeated it. I was of no help. Xiao Fei, you shouldn't say that. You were already very brave. You stood in front of me, and I admire your courage. What kind of help is that? I blocked in front, and the moment it glared at me, I coughed up blood. I was completely useless. The nine-tailed heavenly fox's tail stood upright. Woo-woo, I couldn't even withstand a single move from it. It was at mid-SSS tier, and you were at PK tier. It's normal that you couldn't handle it. We defeated it together, and you contributed to that. Now I'm at peak SS tier. The nine-tailed heavenly fox's voice remained dejected. But I still can't withstand a single move from mid-SSS tier. If you can't handle it, don't. Qin Tian reached out and gently rubbed the nine-tailed heavenly fox's head. Have you forgotten our battle strategy? If you can't win, just run away. No, I want to become stronger. The nine-tailed heavenly fox's voice was so faint, it was nearly inaudible. I want to reach SSS tier. I want to help you fight. The nine-tailed heavenly fox opened its eyes. Not stand in front and cough up blood. I want to help you win. Look what I have here. Qin Tian secretly retrieved a crystal from his ring, first concealing it in his palm, before presenting it to the nine-tailed heavenly fox. The crystal was about the size of a fist, entirely transparent, with a nine-tailed fox running within. This is what I found in the secret realm treasury. I've been keeping it for you all along, thinking one day, when you've adapted to the power of peak SS tier, I'd give it to you. The nine-tailed heavenly fox's eyes lit up like the morning star in the sky. Is this the inheritance crystal of the nine-tailed demon fox? Yes. When did you find it? When the demon god's remnant soul died, everything in its secret realm treasury was exposed. There was a crystal, and I saw the image of a nine-tailed fox inside it, so I kept it for you. Qin Tian held the crystal in his palm. Now that you've adapted to peak SS tier, I can give it to you. The nine-tailed heavenly fox jumped up in excitement, pouncing onto Qin Tian's hand, and quickly embracing the inheritance crystal with both forepaws. The crystal glowed in her palm, the light intensifying until it illuminated the entire room. The nine-tailed heavenly fox's body began to glow. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and white. 9 colors surged from within her, weaving and merging on her body's surface into one. At this moment, fierce flames erupted at the tip of every tail. The 9-colored flames burned furiously behind her, yet the temperature in the room did not rise. The flames only consumed spiritual energy, not physical objects. The 9-tailed heavenly fox's body began to grow. A 3-meter-tall 9-tailed heavenly fox stood in the center of the room, its 9 tails spreading behind it, each 5 meters long. The flames at the tips of the tails danced, and the 9-colored lights interwoven to form a 9-colored halo. This was the form of the 9-tailed heavenly demon. System: what's the current status of the 9-tailed heavenly fox? The 9-tailed demon emperor absorbs the 9-tailed inheritance crystal, evolving into the 9-tailed heavenly demon. Level upgrade: peak SS tier, early SSS tier. Unlock skills: 9 tails, origin, final form, demon emperor, domain, heavenly demon, true body. Talent: mythical tier, legendary tier. The 9-tailed heavenly demon lowered its head, looking at Qin Tian. Its eyes were seven-colored and Qin Tian's face was reflected in those rainbow irises. Thank you, Master. I've finally reached SSS tier. I can finally look down on others. Her voice hadn't changed, still that soft milky tone. Qin Tian reached out and gently rubbed her head. Her head was so large that even both of Qin Tian's hands couldn't cover it. I told you that you would become stronger. Creak. The door was pushed open. Qin Tian looked toward the doorway. Long Outyin stood there carrying a bag of fruit in his hand. He was here to visit again. Ever since he helped Qin Tian rebuild the wall last time, he had developed the habit of dropping by coming over every few days with gifts. Sometimes fruit, sometimes tea, sometimes spiritual beast meat, specially supplied by the Dragon Abyss Pavilion. He gazed at the 3-meter-tall nine-tailed heavenly demon in the center of the room and was startled, his heart skipping a beat. The fruit basket slipped from his grip and crashed to the ground. Oranges rolled everywhere, and one even came to rest at the nine-tailed heavenly demon's feet. The nine-tailed heavenly demon glanced down at the orange, curled it up with the tip of its tail, and placed it back into the fruit bag. My heavens! How did your fox evolve again? Because it eats well. Qin Tian patted the nine-tailed heavenly demon's leg. At 3 meters tall, the nine-tailed heavenly fox was too large for Qin Tian to do anything but pat its leg. My golden dragon Saint King also eats well, so why hasn't it evolved? Because my fox works hard. Long Outyin glanced at the nine-tailed heavenly demon. The nine-tailed heavenly demon was using its tail to roll up oranges one by one and place them back into the bag, moving slowly and carefully. Long Outyin fell silent for a moment. That's a reason I can't refute. The nine-tailed heavenly demon glanced at Long Outyin, then at Qin Tian. Actually, no. Long Outyin bent down, picked up the basket, and set the bag on the table. What is your fox doing? Long Outyin asked, his tone a mixture of curiosity and confusion. Counting oranges. Qin Tian's tone remained calm. Counting with 9 tails? High efficiency. Long Outyin turned and walked out of the room, heading into the courtyard. The golden dragon Saint King was crouching by the courtyard wall waiting for him. The wall that had collapsed after being chewed by the Taotai last time had already been repaired. Qin Haidong sat in a rattan chair in the courtyard, soaking up the sun. The white tiger divine king was lying beside the rattan chair, basking in the sunlight, perfectly still, like a small white mountain. Uncle Qin. Long Outyin approached the rattan chair. Aotion's here. Sit. Qin Haidong gestured toward the stone stool nearby. The stool was new. The old one that had been damaged by the Taotai last time had been replaced with an iron one. A steel plate had been welded on top of the iron stool, and tooth marks were visible on the plate. Evidence that the Taotai had tried to bite through it, but failed. Long Outyin sat down on the iron stool. Is Xiao Tian in the room? Qin Haidong asked. Yes. The nine-tailed one evolved. Qin Haidong's hand holding his teacup paused for a moment. Didn't it just evolve recently? From nine-tailed to nine-tailed demon emperor. That was the last evolution. This time it evolved from nine-tailed demon emperor to nine-tailed heavenly demon. Qin Haidong fell silent for a moment before taking a sip of tea. The tea was the silver needle variety that Long Outyin had given him last time, and the brewed liquor was clear and luminous. He looked down at his reflection in the tea. The nine-tailed heavenly fox went from peak A tier to early SSS tier. It took 5 days to leap 2 major realms and 6 minor ones. He looked at Long Outyin. Aotion, how long did it take your dragon to go from peak SS tier to early SSS tier? Long Outyin's expression froze. 3 months. 3 months. Qin Haidong set down his teacup. Qin Tian's evolution only took 5 days. Long Outyin didn't want to speak anymore. Qin Haidong remained silent as well. He picked up his teacup and slowly sipped the tea. It had grown cold, so Long Outyin took it and refilled it with hot water. Uncle Qin, why is Qin Tian leveling up so fast? Asked, but he won't say. Qin Haidong took the hot tea, gazing down at the steaming liquor. Drink tea. Don't ask so many questions. You don't care about him at all. He has his own secrets. If he doesn't want to say, then he won't. He's my son, not my prisoner. Long Outyin remained silent for a long time. These father and son were too cunning. Not a word could be drawn from Qin Tian nor from Qin Haidong. The radiance in the room finally dissipated. The nine-tailed heavenly demon fox shrank its body from 3 meters back to half a meter. It buried its face into Qin Tian's embrace. Master, I really want to go out and find someone to practice on. Qin Tian rubbed its head, his movements gentle and natural. No rush. I also want to get some fresh air. Qin Tian carried the nine-tailed heavenly demon fox out of the room. Long Outyin stood up. Little fox, why can you evolve so fast? The nine-tailed heavenly demon fox replied, because I eat well. Long Outyin fell silent. The nine-tailed heavenly demon fox poked Qin Tian's face with the tip of its tail. Master, he seems to believe it. He doesn't believe it. The nine-tailed heavenly demon fox tilted its head to look at Long Outyin. Long Outyin's expression froze into a blank sheet of paper. I believe it. The news of Qin Tian's beast evolution had been spread by Long Outyin. That day, after returning from the Qin family compound, his mood was rather bleak. The golden dragon Saint King had accompanied him for 3 years, nurtured from a palm-sized hatchling into a 60-meter-tall SS rank peak dragon. Yet Qin Tian's fox had leaped from A rank peak to SSS rank early stage in just 5 days. Long Outyin couldn't sleep, rising at midnight to train with the golden dragon Saint King, keeping him company. Coupled with the ample spirit crystal supplies from the Dragon Abyss Pavilion, the golden dragon Saint King finally broke through to SSS rank. Long Outyin gazed at the newly formed golden scales upon the golden dragon Saint King's body, their edges rimmed with a faint azure glow. The azure dragon bloodline had fully awakened. He took out his communicator, eager to share this news with someone. He scrolled through his contacts, finally opening his own social feed. No one had posted at 3 in the morning. He typed, "The golden dragon Saint King has broken through to SSS rank." Feeling it insufficient, he added another line. "Qin Tian's 8 beasts are all at SSS rank now." After posting, he went straight to sleep. He had no idea what consequences these 2 posts would bring. The next morning, his social feed erupted. The server couldn't withstand the sudden flood of traffic and collapsed. Technicians spent half an hour restoring it. Upon restoration, the trending searches were washed over by a single name, Qin Tian. All SSS rank. 8. Are you certain they aren't 8A rank? Absolutely. I entered the Xuanwu secret realm alongside him. His Qinlong Divine King is SSS rank mid-stage, Baihu Divine King SSS rank early stage, Zhuke Divine King SSS rank early stage, Xuanwu Divine Emperor SSS rank early stage, and the nine-tailed Heavenly Demon Fox SSS rank early stage. The remaining 3 haven't yet reached SSS rank, but they're close. The poster was Long Outyin. He awoke to find his post had surpassed hundreds of thousands of views with over 30,000 comments. When Long Zhantian, master of the Dragon Abyss Pavilion, saw the post, he was having breakfast. He set down his chopsticks, fell silent for a long while, then said to the attendant beside him, "Prepare the carriage. We go to the Qin residence." When Feng Qingyin, mountain master of Fengming Mountain, saw the post, she was reviewing official documents. She set down her brush, paused for a moment, then pinned a congratulatory letter, sealed it with the Fengming Mountain seal, and ordered a courier to ride swiftly to the Qin residence. When Xuanwu Jinjuan, platform master of Xuanwu Platform, saw the post, he was drinking tea. He set down his teacup, remained silent for the duration of a cup, then retrieved an ancient jade from his treasure vault and placed it in a brocade box. He summoned Xuanwu Jinren. "Deliver it to the Qin family." Xuanwu Jinren took the brocade box, his fingers tracing the lid gently. "Platform master, this is your protective jade treasured for 50 years. Qin Tian matters more than jade." Xuanwu Jinjuan lifted his teacup and said no more. When Murong Shui saw the post, she was at the training grounds. Her 9-colored spirit parrot had just broken through to mid-stage S rank, its 9-colored plumage far more radiant than the day before. She reached out to stroke its head, her touch feather light. The 9-colored spirit parrot tilted its head at her. Her eyes glistened, but no tears fell. When Su Muching saw the post, she was reading in the library. Her ice phoenix lay beside the desk, gnawing earnestly at an ice cube. The book in her hands halted halfway through a page, closed, and returned to the shelf. She rose and walked to the window, gazing toward the Qin family compound, but it was too distant to see. The ice phoenix approached, an ice cube in its beak, nudging her hand with its head. She crouched, embraced the ice phoenix's head, and buried her face in its feathers. After a long while, she released it. The news spread like an epidemic. From the Dragon Abyss Pavilion to the Federal Beast Tamers Association, from official sites to every major media outlet. Before half the day had passed, the entire Federation knew. There existed an 18-year-old youth bearing gray talent from a declining lineage who had cultivated all 8 of his beasts to SSS rank. The Federal Daily featured the story on its front page in bold black type. Gray miracle, Qin Tian's beasts all reach SSS rank. From gray talent to SSS rank beast tamer, he achieved it in less than a year. The cover of Beast Tamer's weekly bore Qin Tian's photograph. The image captured him standing at the center of the arena during the national tournament finals, cradling the 9-tailed Heavenly Demon Fox, surrounded by the Qinlong Demon Dragon King Baihu Divine Beast Zhuke, Thunder Peng, and the Sacred Shu Divine Tree sapling. At that time, they were not yet divine kings, and the highest rank among them was mid-stage S rank. The Science and Technology Daily's headline was the most outrageous: "The secret behind 8 SSS rank beasts, an exclusive interview with Qin Tian." Yet Qin Tian had never granted any exclusive interview. From morning onward, crowds gathered before the Qin family compound. Reporters, photographers, self-media bloggers, celebrated directors, television producers, advertisers, brand representatives, livestream influencers, chasing trends, distant relatives, claiming kinship, vendors, peddling beast feed, challenger beast tamers, admiring fans, matchmakers from matrimonial agencies, old classmates he hadn't contacted in years, and even a septic tank worker he'd never heard of. Qin Haidong hauled a chair and sat at the entrance. In his hand, he held a teacup filled with silver needle tea, a gift from Long Outyin, now on its 3rd infusion and still robust in flavor. He sat in that chair throughout the morning, uttering no more than 10 sentences, each exceptionally brief. Xiao Tian receives no visitors. No interviews. No autographs. No photographs. Beasts are not for sale. Someone offered $1 billion for the Qin Divine King, another $500 million for the nine-tailed heavenly demon fox, a third $300 million for the Qilin cub. Long Zhantian arrived in the afternoon. He did not travel by carriage, he flew. His beast was a 9-clawed golden dragon exceeding 200 meters in length, its scales a crimson gold that blazed like fire in the sunlight. The 9-clawed golden dragon hovered above the Qin family compound, its wings unfurled to blot out the sky, casting its shadow across half the Beast Taming city. Pedestrians in the streets craned their necks upward, some screamed, some photographed, some collapsed in terror. Long Zhantian leapt from the dragon's back, landing at the Qin family compound's entrance. He wore a black robe cinched with a golden belt, the buckle carved with the Dragon Abyss Pavilion's insignia. A 5-clawed golden dragon coiled into a circle. His hair was entirely white, yet his face bore no wrinkles. His eyes were golden pupils vertical like a dragon's. Qin Haidong rose. "Pavilion Master, please come in." Long Zhantian stepped into the Qin family compound. The courtyard was not large. Since the 8 beasts had taken residence, it felt even smaller. The Qinglong Divine King coiled upon the roof, the Baihu Divine King sprawled in the yard, the Zhuke Divine King perched on the sacred Shu Divine Tree, the Xuanwu Divine King rooted in the flower bed, the nine-tailed heavenly demon fox rested upon Qin Tian's lap, the Qilin Divine Beast grazed, the Taotai Beast gnawed at stone, and the Hundun Beast drifted. 8 beasts, 5 at SSS rank, 2 at S rank peak, 1 formless and shapeless. Long Zhantian stood in the courtyard's center, his gaze sweeping across, moving from one beast to the next. The Qilin Divine Beast was nibbling at the peonies Qin Haidong had planted. Long Zhantian watched him, observing as he finished one bloom and moved to the next. The Qilin's mouth was small, chewing with deliberate slowness. It took over a dozen bites to finish a single peony. Long Zhantian did not look away. Unsettled by his gaze, the Qilin Divine Beast carried half a peony to Qin Tian's feet and buried its face in his pant leg. Long Zhantian turned to Qin Tian. "Your Qilin fears strangers." His voice was low but crystal clear, every word driven into the air like a nail. "It has never encountered someone at SSS rank peak before." Qin Tian rose from the rattan chair. He approached Long Zhantian. "Pavilion Master." Long Zhantian studied Qin Tian. This youth was 18, bore gray talent, possessed 8 beasts, 5 of them SSS rank. He had encountered countless prodigies, yet never one like this. "Qin Tian, you surpass my expectations." "Pavilion Master flatters me." Long Zhantian turned his gaze toward the Qinglong Divine King. "Your Qinglong Divine King is at SSS rank mid-stage." Long Zhantian's lips curved slightly upward. He walked to the stone stool in the courtyard and took a seat. His voice dropped, carrying an indefinable gravity. "The divine domain is about to open. Do you intend to enter?" "I am ready." Qin Tian stood 3 meters away, his back straight as a rod. "Good." Long Zhantian unfastened a token from his waist. The token was palm-sized, entirely golden. The front bore the emblem of Longyuan Pavilion, and the back bore 2 characters, Longyuan. He handed the token toward Qin Tian. His tone was calm, yet his gaze ran unfathomably deep. "This is the token of the young master of Longyuan Pavilion. Keep it. When you enter the divine domain and encounter seniors from Longyuan Pavilion, show them this token. They will assist you." Qin Tian accepted the token. "Lord Pavilion Master, do you have seniors in the divine domain?" Long Zhantian remained silent for a long time. He looked up at the sky. The 9-clawed golden dragon still circled overhead, its crimson gold scales shimmering in the sunlight. Its shadow drifted slowly across the ground, gliding from the courtyard wall to the roof, from the roof to the flower bed, and finally coming to rest at Qin Tian's feet. "Yes, those who enter never return. But they are not dead. I can sense it." Long Zhantian pressed his hand to his chest, his palm against his heart. The resonance of bloodline. The bloodline of the Long family leaves behind a wisp of soul fire before entering the divine domain. As long as that soul fire burns, they have not truly died. In the Hall of Soul Fires within the Long family estate, the ancestral soul fires of all who have entered the divine domain across generations still burn brightly. He rose to his feet, his eyes fixed on Qin Tian. "When you enter, if you meet them, tell them everything is well at home." Qin Tian's voice came out softly, weighed down by a complex mixture of emotions. "Understood." Long Zhantian gave Qin Tian's shoulder a firm pat. His hands were large and calloused, the knuckles thick and powerful. These were hands that had gripped the dragon's spear-signed pacts and slain S-rank beasts, and now rested gently on the shoulder of an 18-year-old youth. "I am leaving now. Whatever concerns your family, Longyuan Pavilion will handle it. Cultivate in peace, and should you ever lack resources, come to Longyuan Pavilion at any time." Qin Tian's lips moved slightly. "Thank you, Lord Pavilion Master." Long Zhantian did not turn back. He strode out of the Qin family courtyard, leapt onto the nine-clawed golden dragon's back, and with a powerful beat of its wings the dragon surged toward the heavens. A flash of crimson gold light vanished into the horizon. The nine-tailed celestial demon leaped from Qin Tian's side into his arms. The tip of her tail brushed gently against his chin. The Lord Pavilion Master seems quite kind to you. The seniors from Longyuan Pavilion are in the divine domain. Qin Tian looked down at the nine-tailed celestial demon cradled in his arms. You wish to seek them out? I do. Then we shall go find them. The nine-tailed celestial demon's voice carried unwavering resolve. Morong Shui and Su Muching arrived at dusk. They had not given Qin Tian any advance notice. Neither Morong Shui nor Su Muching wanted to. The two had taken a 2-hour intercity train from Beast Taming City, then walked another 20 minutes. By the time they reached the Qin family estate, twilight had nearly fallen. Morong Shui wore a white dress and carried a food container in her hand. Su Muching wore a pale blue t-shirt and jeans, her hair tied back in a ponytail with a backpack slung over her shoulders. The last light of sunset fell upon them, stretching their shadows long and thin from the courtyard gate all the way down to the steps below. Qin Haidong sat at the entrance. He had been sipping tea, now replaced with plain boiled water, but at the sight of Morong Shui and Su Muching, he was on his feet in an instant, shoving aside his chair and throwing open the door in one fluid motion. Qin Tian is inside. He cleared a path without another word and retreated into the kitchen. The kitchen door closed softly behind him. Morong Shui and Su Muching stepped into the courtyard. The courtyard lay quiet. All 8 beasts sensed the presence of newcomers and simultaneously lifted their heads, 8 pairs of eyes fixed upon the visitors. Morong Shui stood at the center of the courtyard, her gaze taking in all 8 beasts. Her 9-color spirit sparrow emerged from her beast ring and settled onto her shoulder. The sparrow's feathers displayed 9 distinct colors, yet before these 8 divine beasts its radiance paled like fireflies confronted by the sun. It buried its head into Morong Shui's hair, too afraid to look. Su Muching's ice phoenix similarly emerged from her ring, shrinking behind her and revealing only half its head. Its ice-blue plumage appeared dull and lifeless compared to its usual brilliance. Morong Shui drew a deep breath. She lifted the food container and walked toward Qin Tian. The hand-woven bamboo container held 3 layers of pastries she had prepared herself. Qin Tian, how have all your beasts reached SSS rank? Her voice was steady, yet her cheeks held a faint blush. Because they eat well. Qin Tian's tone carried complete seriousness. Su Muching stepped forward from behind Morong Shui, standing before Qin Tian. Her ponytail swayed, strands of hair lifting in the breeze to reveal her smooth forehead. The 2 girls exchanged a glance. Morong Shui's lips curved slightly, and Su Muching's did the same. The 9-tailed celestial demon peeked out from Qin Tian's embrace, its 7-colored eyes fixed on the 2 girls. Master, you're lying again, she whispered softly. Silence. Qin Tian's tone remained as composed as ever. Morong Shui crouched down, set the container on the ground, and lifted the lid. The top layer held osmanthus cakes, golden yellow pastries dusted with dried flowers. The second layer was mung bean cakes with intricate patterns pressed into their jade green surfaces. The third layer featured red bean cakes adorned with pine nuts scattered across their deep crimson tops. 3 pastries, each with its own distinct character. I spent 3 hours making them. Morong Shui's voice was light, carrying a trace of barely perceptible shyness. Qin Tian picked up a piece of osmanthus cake and took a bite. Sweet yet not cloying. The fragrance of osmanthus bloomed richly, transporting him to an autumn day beneath an osmanthus tree. He swallowed and took another bite. Delicious. Excellent. A smile curved Morong Shui's lips. Su Muching retrieved a thermos from her backpack. The pink container bore a cartoon sticker depicting a small white fox. She offered the thermos to Qin Tian. Snow fungus soup. Simmered for 2 hours. Qin Tian accepted the thermos and unscrewed the lid. The soup was still warm, perfectly sweetened with snow fungus, so tender it melted upon contact. He drank cup after cup, while the 2 girls watched in silence. The 9-tailed celestial fox asked, Master, does the snow fungus soup taste good? It's delicious. And the osmanthus cakes? Those are delicious too. After finishing the soup, Qin Tian returned the thermos to Su Muching. He closed the container lid and handed it back to Morong Shui. Morong Shui and Su Muching exchanged another glance. This time both of them smiled. The 9-tailed celestial demon leaned close to Qin Tian's ear, speaking so softly that barely a whisper escaped. Master, you still owe them an answer. Shoo. Qin Tian's body shifted slightly. We'll discuss this once we're in the divine domain. He lifted her chin gently, his voice softening. Ideally after we've returned. Morong Shui and Su Muching overheard. They spoke in unison. I'm coming with you. Time to eat. Qin Haidong poked his head from the kitchen and called out at just the right volume for everyone in the courtyard to hear. From somewhere down the path came Long Outyin's voice. I'm stopping by again. I haven't eaten either. The 9-tailed celestial demon wrinkled her nose in discontent, her tone muffled with annoyance. Why is he back again? The electronic screen in the courtyard played the news. Federal TV Beast Tamer News. Qin Tian's entire team has reached SSS rank. The Federal's youngest SSS rank, Beast Tamer. Front page of the Federal Daily. Long Zhantian Longyuan Pavilion will fully support Qin Tian. Longyuan Pavilion exclusive interview. Fengming Mountain will always welcome Qin Tian's arrival. Fengming Mountain congratulatory message. Xuanwu Platform's future demands young talents like Qin Tian. Xuanwu Platform exclusive interview. Morong Shui, I made osmanthus cakes and he ate them. Girls Secret Magazine exclusive interview. Su Muching, I simmered snow fungus soup and he drank it. Love Woman exclusive interview. Long Outyin, I went to the Qin family for dinner again. Qin Tian invited me. Longyuan Pavilion exclusive interview. The news of the Divine Realm's opening was delivered personally by Long Zhantian. That day he did not ride the 9-clawed golden dragon, but came by carriage. A black stretched spirit beast carriage, its body inscribed with wind element runes throughout its wheels, hovering 3 inches above the ground, gliding silently across the road in suspension. When the carriage came to a stop at the Qin family compound's entrance, neighbors and passers-by all leaned out to peer. Spirit Beast City was no stranger to luxury vehicles, but a stretched carriage adorned with wind element runes was indeed a rare sight. The carriage door opened, and Long Zhantian stepped down. Today he wore no black robe but a dark gray Chinese-style jacket, a golden emblem of the Dragon Abyss Pavilion pinned to his chest. His hair was neatly combed, his face expressionless. In his hand he held a black envelope bearing the federal government's wax seal, a golden phoenix with wings spread. Qin Haidong sat at the doorway. He had recently taken to a new habit. Every afternoon he would drag a chair to the entrance, sip tea, and watch the street. Not to wait for anyone, but to shield Qin Tian from unwanted visitors. Ever since word spread that everyone had reached the SSS rank, tier visitors had come unceasingly. Long Zhantian walked to the doorway and glanced at the teacup in Qin Haidong's hand. The tea liquor was clear and bright. This year's freshly picked Longjing. Brother Qin, fine tea. Lord Long, please come in. Qin Haidong rose, moved his chair aside, and pushed open the door. He did not ask another word, as decisive as last time. Qin Tian was inside. Seated cross-legged on the bed, the 9-tailed heavenly demon rested on his lap, the Qilin divine beast curled beside his pillow, and the Taodai beast crouched at the foot of the bed, gnawing on a stone. The chaos beast floated midair, lacking any solid form. Only a faint, ethereal mist. The azure dragon divine king coiled around the beam above. The white tiger divine king lay at the foot of the bed. The vermilion bird divine king perched on the windowsill, and the black tortoise divine king rooted itself in the flower bed, its tendrils threading through the wall to emerge from cracks in the floor beneath the bed. Long Zhantian stepped into the room, surveying the multitude of spirit beasts within. He had been here many times, too many to count on 5 fingers. Yet each visit still left him awestruck by the sight of 8 divine beasts. The divine realm opens in 1 month. Long Zhantian extended the black envelope toward Qin Tian. This is the map to the divine realm gate and your entry credential. Qin Tian took the envelope. It was thick, clearly containing more than a single sheet. He broke the seal and withdrew its contents: a map, a token, and a letter. The map detailed the topography of the federal central mountains, pinpointing the location of the Divine Realm Gate. The highest peak, rising 8848 meters in altitude, bore a natural plateau at its summit, upon which stood an ancient teleportation array at its center. The array activated once every century. On the night of the winter solstice, when moonlight struck the array's core, the gate would open. The token was black, palm-sized, with the characters Divine Realm engraved on its face and the bearer's name, Qin Tian, on its reverse. This was the key to entering the Divine Realm. Without the token, the gate would not open for you. The letter written by the federal government was straightforward. The Divine Realm Gate would open on the winter solstice night, and token holders may enter on that day. Once inside, life and death are your own responsibility. Qin Tian finished reading the letter, returned it to the envelope, and stowed it within his ring space. 1 month remains. 1 month. Long Zhantian's tone was even calmer, yet his fingers tapped twice against his knee, betraying an unspoken restlessness. Lord Pavilion Master, how many years have the elders of the Dragon Abyss Pavilion waited within the Divine Realm? Long Zhantian's fingers stilled. He looked into Qin Tian's eyes and remained silent for a long while. The longest, 312 years. His voice dropped as if carried from far away. The shortest, 7 years. Those who entered 7 years ago, their soul fires still burn. Qin Tian's lips moved slightly. I will find them. Long Zhantian did not say thank you. He simply rose, walked to the window, and gazed outward at the sky. It was a deep blue, cloudless. His back stood straight, yet his shoulders tilted slightly forward as though bearing some great weight. How many do you plan to bring? Only 1 token exists, just myself, Qin Tian said quietly. Your spirit beasts do not count toward the limit. Your companions do. Each person you bring requires a separate token. Qin Tian paused. There are multiple Divine Realm tokens. Indeed, the federal government issues a batch of Divine Realm tokens every 10 years. Any token holder may enter the Divine Realm on the winter solstice night. This year, 12 tokens were distributed. You received 1 the Dragon Abyss Pavilion, 3 Fengming Mountain, 3 Xuanwu Platform 2, with 3 more circulating among commoners. Long Zhantian turned to face Qin Tian. Should your companions hold tokens, they may enter alongside you. Qin Tian said nothing. He lifted the nine-tailed heavenly demon from his lap and set it on the bed, then rose to walk toward his desk and opened the drawer. Inside rested the golden token of the Dragon Abyss Pavilion's young master, a red token from Fengming Mountain's guest elder, a black cooperative token from Xuanwu Platform, and a white token engraved with the characters Federal, the kind issued by the federal government to civilian beast tamers, which Long Outyin had procured and pressed into his hands during their last meeting. You've been collecting tokens. Long Zhantian's gaze swept over the drawer's contents with a hint of scrutiny. No, they were given to me. Qin Tian spoke, casually closing the drawer with a casual flick of his wrist. Long Zhantian's lips twitched slightly. By the time Murong Shui arrived, Qin Tian was training the Qilin divine beast in the courtyard. The Qilin had shrunk to the size of a puppy, darting about the courtyard in pursuit of the nine-tailed heavenly demon's tail tip. The demon's 9 tails swayed behind it, yet the Qilin could not catch a single one, bleeding in frustration. Murong Shui stood at the doorway for a long while, watching the 9-tailed heavenly demon tease the Qilin, while Qin Tian stood beside the flower bed, holding an S-grade spirit fruit in his hand. The spirit fruit was meant as a reward for the Qilin. If it could not catch the tails, it would never earn the prize. You've arrived, Qin Tian said, his gaze drifting past the Qilin and the 9-tailed heavenly demon to settle on Murong Shui. Su Muching is on her way, 5 minutes out. Lin Qingxue asked me to tell you she is coming too. Murong Shui wore a pale blue sweater, white trousers, and canvas shoes. Her hair fell loose over her shoulders, unbound. In her hand, she carried a food container. It was not the bamboo-woven one from last time, but a new one, white, decorated with blue and white porcelain patterns. She walked to the iron bench in the courtyard and sat down. The steel surface had been warmed by the sun, and she settled comfortably upon it, resting the food container on her knees. Her hands rested on the lid of the container unopened as she sat in quiet stillness. 5 minutes later, Su Muching arrived. 10 minutes after that, Lin Qingxue came. Su Muching wore a red hoodie, black leggings, and athletic shoes. Her ponytail was tied high with wisps of bangs secured by hair clips. In her hand, she carried an insulated bag printed with a cartoon fox, the stylized image of the 9-tailed heavenly demon, which she had custom ordered online at considerable expense. Lin Qingxue wore a white shirt beneath a gray trench coat, dark blue jeans, and ankle boots. Her hair was pulled into a low ponytail, her face bare, lips slightly dry. She brought nothing, not from forgetfulness but from reluctance. She knew Murong Shui would bring pastries, Su Muching would bring soup, and whatever she brought would pale in comparison. The 3 girls sat together on the iron bench at the Qin family compound. Murong Shui occupied the center with Su Muching and Lin Qingxue on either side. 1 month remains until the Divine Realm opens. Murong Shui spoke first. She looked at Qin Tian earnestly, her voice soft but steady. Her pristine hands rested upon the lid of the food container. We want to go with you. Qin Tian looked at Murong Shui, then at Su Muching, and then at Lin Qingxue. Su Muching was nodding and Lin Qingxue was also nodding. The Divine Realm requires a token. Do you have one? Murong Shui took out a white token from her pocket. Su Muching took out a white token from her pocket. Lin Qingxue also took out a white token from her trench coat pocket. 3 tokens identical in every way, engraved with the characters Divine Realm on the front and their respective names on the back. The federal government issued 12 tokens, 3 of which fell into civilian hands. We each have one. Murong Shui's voice shifted from soft to steady, like a nail driven into wood. Long Zhantian helped us find them. He said that if you go to the Divine Realm alone, you'll need helpers. Lin Qingxue looked into Qin Tian's eyes. Qin Tian's lips moved. Oh my God, you're a burden to me. I have to protect you. Murong Shui's hand moved away from the lid of the food box. The box opened, revealing 3 layers of pastries, egg yolk pastries, pineapple cakes, and wife cakes. She took them out one by one and placed them on the stone table. As she took out an egg yolk pastry, her fingers trembled and the pastry rolled to the edge of the table. She grabbed it quickly, deliberately brushing her fingers against Qin Tian's hand. Tried a new recipe. Her face flushed slightly, but her voice was very calm. Qin Tian picked up the egg yolk pastry and took a bite. The crust was crisp, shattering at the first bite. The egg yolk filling was soft with just the right balance of saltiness and sweetness. He chewed and took a few more bites. The wife cake is the best. The corners of Murong Shui's mouth curved into a crescent moon. Su Muching opened an insulated bag and took out 2 thermos cups. One was pink, one was blue. She gave the pink one to Qin Tian and the blue one to Murong Shui. She didn't bring one for herself. Tremella soup today, I added red dates and wolfberries. Qin Tian unscrewed the pink thermos and took a sip. The tremella was still stewed to a soft consistency, and the sweetness of the red dates and the slight tartness of the wolfberries blended perfectly richer than last time. Delicious. The tips of Su Muqing's ears turned red. Lin Qingxue watched Morong Shui arrange the pastries, watched Su Muqing gently pour the soup, and watched Qin Tian eat and drink. She quietly took out a map. The map was a detailed topographic map of the central mountain range, even more precise than the one Long Zhantian had given. The map marked every climbing route, every supply point, every danger zone, and every beast taming habitat. The highest peak of the mountain range was circled in red with 4 characters written beside it: Gate of the Divine Realm. My father left this to me. Lin Qingxue handed the map to Qin Tian, her voice as cold and clear as the winter wind. Before he entered the Divine Realm, he drew this map. He has been waiting in the Divine Realm for 12 years. Qin Tian took the map, his fingers pausing for a moment on the 4 characters, Gate of the Divine Realm. He will come back. Qin Tian's voice was not loud. Lin Qingxue looked at Qin Tian for a long time. I hope you come back safely too. Her voice was no longer cold, carrying an indescribable emotion. The iron bench was hard with anti-slip patterns welded onto the steel plate. Sitting on it for a long time was uncomfortable. The 3 girls sat for a long time, none of them complaining of discomfort. Qin Haidong was cooking in the kitchen. Today he made a feast: braised pork belly, steamed fish head, with chopped chili, snail powder, oven-roasted duck sweet, and sour spare ribs, lemon chicken feet, sour plum duck, grilled eel, black truffle mushrooms, claypot rice, spicy, tripe tomato, and egg drop soup, double skim milk. He also steamed a pot of rice, which was spirit rice specially supplied by the Longyuan Pavilion, each grain plump and translucent, emitting a faint fragrance. He brought the dishes to the table one by one, filled the rice bowls one by one, and arranged the chopsticks neatly. Time to eat. He stood at the kitchen door, his voice not loud, just enough for the people in the courtyard to hear. The 5 young people walked from the courtyard into the main hall and sat around the table. Qin Haidong took the head seat. Qin Tian sat to his right. Morong Shui sat next to Qin Tian. Su Muqing sat next to Morong Shui, and Lin Qingxue sat next to Su Muqing. The azure dragon Divine King flew down from the beam, shrinking to the length of a chopstick, and coiled around Qin Tian's shoulder. The white tiger Divine King leaped down from the foot of the bed, shrinking to the size of a teacup, and lay at Qin Tian's feet. The vermilion bird Divine King flew down from the windowsill, shrinking to the size of a thumb. The roots of the black tortoise Divine King retracted from the floor cracks. The tree trunk in the flower bed shook, and its leaves glowed. The 9-tailed celestial demon did not shrink, it lay on Qin Tian's lap. The Qin Divine Beast jumped down from the pillow, shrinking to the size of a ping-pong ball. The Taodai ferocious beast stopped gnawing on stones, ran over from the foot of the bed, shrank to the size of an egg, and crouched on the table, in front of Qin Tian, its 2 eyes under its armpits staring at the braised pork. The chaos ferocious beast drifted down from midair, circled above the egg drop soup, and absorbed the fragrance. Eat. Qin Haidong raised his chopsticks. Uncle, you've made too much. Not too much, eat up, or I'll make more when it's finished. The Taodai ferocious beast lunged at the braised pork. The 9-tailed celestial demon wrapped its tail around the Taodai ferocious beast. Wait for the master to take the first bite. The Taodai ferocious beast's blood-red eyes stared at the 9-tailed celestial demon. The 9-tailed celestial demon's tail did not loosen. The Taodai ferocious beast twitched its body and then quieted down. Qin Tian picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it in front of the Taodai ferocious beast. The Taodai ferocious beast finished it in a few bites, then turned its gaze to the sweet and sour spare ribs. Qin Haidong picked up another piece of spare ribs and gave it to the beast. Eat slowly, no one is competing. The 2 eyes under the armpits of the Taodai ferocious beast were both looking at Qin Haidong. One eye looked at his face, the other at the spare ribs in his bowl. Qin Haidong poured the entire bowl of spare ribs in front of the Taodai ferocious beast. The Qin Divine Beast let out a ba by Qin Tian's hand. Qin Haidong picked up a piece of fish and placed it in front of the Qin. The Qin lowered its head and nibbled slowly. It ate very delicately, small bite by small bite, unlike the Taodai ferocious beast that devoured everything. The meal lasted a long time. It wasn't because there was too much food, but because no one wanted to part. Qin Haidong stood up. You all eat, I'll go make some tea. He carried his teacup and walked to the door. He didn't make tea, he just stood under the eaves holding an empty teacup, gazing at the night sky in the courtyard. The moon and stars were bright. Dad. Qin Tian's voice came from behind, neither too soft nor too loud, just falling into the night. Qin Haidong did not turn around. I'm leaving next month. Qin Haidong's fingers tightened on the teacup, but his voice was as calm as ever. Have you packed everything? I've packed it all. Qin Haidong was silent for a moment. Bring back a grandson when you return. Qin Tian's expression froze. In the main hall behind them, the 9-tailed celestial demon pricked up its ears. Morong Shui's chopsticks stopped in midair. Su Muqing's soup spoon paused at the edge of the bowl. Lin Qingxue was peeling a shrimp, the shell fell on the table, and the Qin Divine Beast picked it up, chewed it, and swallowed it. It even ate the shrimp shell. Dad, what did you say? Qin Tian's voice was a bit stiff. Qin Haidong turned around to look at Qin Tian. I said bring back a grandson. How can I bring one alone? A rare hint of embarrassment crept into Qin Tian's voice. Qin Haidong glanced at Murong Shui Lin Qingxue, and then at Su Muqing. Don't you have 3 girlfriends? His tone was matter of fact. The entire room fell silent. The 9-tailed celestial demon covered its mouth with its tail. Murong Shui's cheeks flushed completely. Su Muqing's face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. Lin Qingxue lowered her head, pretending to continue peeling shrimp. The shell fell on the table again, and the Qin Divine Beast picked it up, chewed, and swallowed. I don't have a girlfriend. I'm leaving. Qin Tian took a deep breath, turned around, and walked into the main hall, his steps twice as fast as usual. Qin Haidong stood under the eaves watching his son's retreating figure, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Murong Shui was packing up the food box. The 3 layers of pastries were finished. 2 egg yolk pastries remained. Qin Tian had eaten 4, she had eaten 2, Su Muqing had eaten 2, Lin Qingxue had eaten 2, and the Qin Divine Beast had stolen 1. Su Muqing was washing the thermos cups. She unscrewed the lids of the pink and blue ones, rinsed them 3 times, dried them with kitchen paper towels, and screwed the lids back on. Lin Qingxue was folding the map. She folded the contour lines of the central mountain range into a palm-sized square and pressed it into Qin Tian's hand. Take it. Her voice was still cold, but her cheeks were a bit red. Qin Tian took the map. The 3 girls stood at the entrance of the Qin family courtyard. Murong Shui carried the empty food box, Su Muqing slung the insulated bag over her shoulder, and Lin Qingxue held the zipper of her trench coat. Wait for me to come back, I'll give you an answer. Qin Tian's voice was slightly blurred by the night wind. What answer? Murong Shui blinked. You know what it is. Su Muqing's face reddened, and so did Murong Shui's. Lin Qingxue turned her head to look at the moon in the sky. Master, are you finally going to confess? The 9-tailed celestial demon poked its head out from Qin Tian's embrace, its rainbow-colored eyes looking at the 3 girls. Shut up. Qin Tian looked down at the 9-tailed celestial demon, his voice so low that only an ant could hear it. Federal Daily News. Qin Tian enters the Divine Realm, the ultimate journey of the Federation's strongest beast tamer. Federal Daily News front page. Murong Shui, I will follow him all the way. Exclusive interview on girl's secret website. Su Muqing, I will take care of him like the sisters do. Exclusive interview on Bestie Magazine. Lin Qingxue, he and I are the perfect pair in the Divine Realm. Exclusive interview on Beast Taming Academy. Long Out Yin, I will protect his flank. Exclusive interview on Longyuan Pavilion. Qin Haidong, remember to bring back a grandson. Message on the wall. 9-tailed celestial demon master, they never leave your side. Secret beast taming report. Taotai ferocious beast, I'll go to the Divine Realm to eat stones too. Beast taming statement. Central Mountains, the highest peak. Qin Tian stood on the platform at the summit with glaciers ageless beneath his feet and a sky full of stars above his head. The wind was fierce, whipping snow particles against his face like blades. Yet he felt no cold. It was not that he feared none, but that he had no mind for it. His gaze fixed upon the ancient teleportation array at the center of the platform, its runes glowing faintly under the moonlight, like a sleeping heart beating. 8 divine beasts encircled him. The azure dragon god king coiled upon a stone pillar behind him, his 150-meter frame condensed to 10 meters, emerald gold scales gleaming coldly in the moonlight. It remained still, yet its draconic aura enveloped the entire peak. The white tiger god king lay to his left, its white fur whipping in the wind, golden stripes resembling brands seared into its coat. Its eyes, half-closed, ears pricked forward, catching every sound within 10 li. The vermilion bird god king perched on his right shoulder, shrunk to the size of a palm, flames dormant upon its crimson gold plumage, yet retaining their heat, warming Qin Tian's shoulder. The black tortoise god king took root within the rock crevice beside his feet, its dark green trunk etched with tortoise-shell patterns that pulsed slowly, roots burrowing deep into the stone to fortify the entire summit. The 9-tailed heavenly demon lay cradled in his arms. Its 9 tails draped from between his forearms, rippling in the wind. Silver fur bleached white by moonlight, the multicolored flames at each tail tip had died out. She whispered it was too cold to sustain her flames. Qin Tian supported her with his left hand, while his right rested in his pocket, fingers brushing 12 tokens. He traced them repeatedly. He knew his father had waited 3 long years for this moment. Qin Tian understood the seals would break and the Divine Realm gates would open once more. This time countless doors rather than a single one. Spiritual energy and beast tamers from the Divine Realm would pour into the Federation. No one could say whether this would bring blessing or curse. He had come not merely to enter the Divine Realm, but to stand at the forefront. Whether blessing or curse, he would be the first to witness this historic moment. Morong Shui stood to his right in a white down jacket collar turned up to shield half her face. The wind whipped her long hair about strands catching on Qin Tian's arm. She made no move to brush them away, nor did he. In her hands, she carried a food container wrapped in insulated cloth filled with osmanthus cake, mung bean cake, and red bean cake. She had steamed them throughout the entire day and brought a complete box. Su Muching stood to his left wearing a red windbreaker, her ponytail secured tightly, bangs pinned back against the wind. Her hands rested in her pockets where a detailed topographical map of the Central Mountains lay, the kind she had spent considerable time drafting. Every climbing route, supply point, and hazardous zone had been meticulously marked in different colored pens. She knew he wouldn't need it, yet she brought it anyway, for what if he did? Lin Qingxue stood beside Morong Shui wearing a gray trench coat, dark blue jeans, and ankle boots. Her hair was tied in a low ponytail, her face bare, lips slightly chapped. She carried nothing, standing with empty hands like a pine bent by wind, yet standing straight. Her gaze remained fixed on the teleportation array and its luminous runes. 12 years prior, when her father had entered, she was merely 6. She could barely recall his features, only that he too wore a gray trench coat that day. That was why she wore gray today. Long Outyin stood beside Su Muching, dressed in black combat gear embroidered with the Golden Dragon Abyss Pavilion insignia on his chest. His posture was upright, shoulders squared, chin lifted with the bearing of a pavilion master's son. Yet his right hand kept tracing the beast ring at his waist over and over in nervous rhythm, unlike Qin Tian's. The golden sacred dragon king had shrunk to 2 meters, standing behind him. Its golden scales appeared pale in the moonlight, head and tail both drooping. Long Outyin reached out to pat its head without looking. 7 others stood on the platform, 7 tokens, 7 holders. Men and women, young and old, clad in the uniforms of different factions. Some wore the azure robes of Dragon Abyss Pavilion, crimson shirts of Fengming Mountain, black garments of Xuanwu Terrace, while 2 in civilian clothes were folk beast tamers. They stood scattered across the platform, each occupying their own corner in silence. The wind grew stronger and snow fell thicker. Yet no one shifted, no one hunched their shoulders or stamped their feet. All waited, waiting for moonlight to strike the array's core. Qin Tian traced the tokens in his pocket once more. All 12 were present. Moonlight drifted across the sky, from mountainside to ridge to shoulder to summit, inch by inch, moment by moment. In the early hours at midnight, moonlight finally settled upon the array's core, and it blazed, not with its former faint glow, but with true radiance. Golden light erupted from the runes, seams intensifying until the entire peak blazed as bright as day. The runes began spinning wildly, igniting outward from the core in concentric rings. Each ripple sent tremors through the ground. The tremors grew fiercer, cracking the rocky surface and shattering the ice. Boulders tumbled from the cliffs below, reverberating through the mountain. Qin Tian gathered the 9-tailed heavenly demon close, and she clung to him, in return her 9 tails wrapping around his arms. Master! Her voice dissolved into the howling wind and humming runes. Yet he knew she called to him. At the array's center, the air warped, and a doorway materialized from the distortion. A massive golden gate stood before them, its frame carved from dragon bone, and its surface inscribed with ancient runes that pulsed like blood flowing through veins. There was no handle, no keyhole, yet it opened on its own. The panels slid apart, releasing waves of golden light, and an aura both ancient and immeasurable. The presence washed over the summit, and all 12 SSS-rank beast tamers bowed their heads in reverence. The gate opened completely. Beyond lay an ocean of gold light stretching to infinity. No horizon, no direction, nothing but radiance. Qin Tian stared at the threshold and counted 3 heartbeats. He glanced back at Morong Shui. She clutched the food container, her knuckles whitening against the insulated cloth, lips moving silently beneath the wind's roar. He turned to Su Muching. She stood steady now, fingers gripping the map tightly as wind whipped it loud. She pressed it flat with both hands, looked up at Qin Tian, and mouthed something he couldn't catch. He looked again at Lin Qingxue. She didn't meet his gaze, she watched the gate. Her gray trench coat flapped violently like a torn banner, and golden light reflected in her eyes from the portal's glow. Everyone stood frozen, uncertain. What lay beyond the divine realm's gate? Qin Tian cast a glance at Long Outyin. Long Outyin ceased, his fingers caress on the ring, his hands hanging by his sides, fists clenched. The golden holy dragon king stood behind him, its head lifted, gazing at the door, golden light reflected in its golden eyes. Long Outyin's Adam's apple bobbed. Let's go. He turned and strode into the divine domain gate. The 9-tailed celestial fox lay in his arms, its 9 tails swaying in the wind. The radiance swallowed him. Morong Shui stepped forward to follow Qin Tian. The food box fell to the ground, the heat-preserving cloth scattered, and osmanthus cakes rolled out. Su Muching followed the map, blown away by the wind, tumbling through the night sky, vanishing into the dark heavens. Lin Qingxue hurried after without a moment's hesitation. Long Outyin gazed at the boundless darkness around him, a sudden fear gripping his heart, and he quickly followed the group. 7 tokens 7 holders, seeing Qin Tian make the first move, boldly followed suit without overthinking. Qin Tian. Long Outyin set one foot into the luminous gate. Suddenly recalling something, he paused, whirled around to look at Qin Tian. But Qin Tian was already within the light, only a blurred silhouette visible. His voice was devoured by the light. Why are you walking so fast? Heading to your doom. Long Outyin shouted with all his might, his voice finally piercing through the radiance. Afraid you'd back out. Qin Tian's voice came from within the light, muffled like the sound from a wooden bellows. I would never back out. Long Outyin's face flushed crimson. With so many watching, especially those beautiful ladies, he could not show even a trace of cowardice. He stepped into the gate, but the threshold caught his foot. He lunged forward, and the golden holy dragon king quickly nudged his body with its head. Long Outyin steadied himself, avoiding a fall. That was close. He nearly lost face. The nine-tailed celestial fox's voice emerged from the depths of the light. Master, he is lying. Shut up, said Qin Tian. You're deceiving others, you're clearly smiling. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. No. Long Outyin regained his balance and looked back. Behind him, the divine domain gate still stood. The world outside the gate had become indistinct, only a few flickering lights in the wind and snow visible. He took a deep breath and stepped into the depths of the light. The divine domain gate slowly closed, the golden light receded, and the rune's rotation slowed. The last rune extinguished. The teleportation array fell silent. The wind still blew, the snow still fell, but the peak was empty of people. Only a food box scattered osmanthus cakes, a map blown far away, and 12 footprints of varying depths. Soon the snow covered the footprints. Long Outyin passed through the light and found himself standing on a sea of clouds. The cloud sea stretched endlessly, white clouds like cotton spreading beneath his feet to the horizon. The sky was purple with 2 suns, one gold, one silver. Is this the divine domain? His voice trembled slightly. No one answered. Such a naive question asked with obvious intent. Whoever answered would lose face. Long Outyin turned awkwardly, looking around. Morong Shui was to his left, Su Mucheng to his right, Lin Qingxue behind him, and the 7 token holders scattered across the cloud sea. The golden holy dragon king stood behind him, now shrunk to 2 meters in length, its golden scales turning dark gold under the purple light. But Qin Tian was nowhere to be seen. Where had that kid gone? Qin Tian. Long Outyin called out. The voice came from above Long Outyin's head. Long Outyin quickly looked up, following the sound. Qin Tian stood above the cloud sea, not flying, but standing there with nothing beneath his feet. The 9-tailed celestial fox lay in his arms, its 9 tails drooping, gently swaying in the wind. The vermilion bird divine king perched on his shoulder, the azure dragon divine king coiled in the void behind him, and the white tiger divine king lay at his feet. How are you up there? I walked up. Long Outyin glanced at the cloud sea beneath his feet and stomped hard. The cloud sea was solid, like stepping on cotton, but it didn't sink. It felt sturdy. Why can't I walk up? You're too heavy. Long Outyin's face was full of embarrassment. He opened his mouth, then swallowed the words that were about to come out. The 9-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from Qin Tian's arms, its 9 tails fluttering in the wind. It glanced at Long Outyin, then at Morong Shui, then at Su Mucheng, then at Lin Qingxue. Master, they've all come. Not one missing. We'll start from the first heaven of the divine domain and fight our way up layer by layer. Qin Tian's lips moved slightly. Yes, master. The 9-tailed celestial fox's tail wagged. Morong Shui walked up to Qin Tian, extending her hand. The food box was blown away by the storm. I know. The snacks are gone. I know. Make more when we return. All right. Su Mucheng approached Qin Tian. The map was blown away too. It's fine. I worked on it for days. You've worked hard. I've already memorized it. Good. Lin Qingxue walked to Qin Tian. I brought nothing. I came empty-handed. You brought yourself. Oh, is that enough? Yes, it's more than enough. Long Outyin stepped up to Qin Tian with a scornful smile. I brought myself too. Is that enough? No. What about my golden holy dragon king? Is that enough? Yes, that's enough. Long Outyin smiled. Qin Tian turned to face the depths of the cloud, see his expression solemn, his gaze cold and sharp. The first heaven, the trial heaven. Let's go. He stepped forward on the clouds, see the clouds spreading beneath his feet, each step leaving a ripple. Morong Shui followed behind him, Su Mucheng behind Morong Shui, Lin Qingxue behind Su Mucheng, and Long Outyin behind Lin Qingxue. 8 divine beasts circled around them, the azure dragon divine king leading the way, the vermilion bird divine king circling above the white tiger divine king on the left flank, the black tortoise divine king's roots extending through the clouds, see the Qilin divine king running across the clouds, the Taotai divine king chasing after the Qilin, and the chaos divine king floating above everyone's heads. The 9-tailed celestial fox lay in Qin Tian's arms, its 9 tails swaying in the wind. The tips of its tails ignited with 9 colored flames. Behind them, the divine domain gate was no longer visible. Ahead of the group, the trial heaven glowed in the deepest part of the cloud sea. Something seemed to be waiting for them there. The road ahead was uncertain. Divine Domain News. Winter solstice night, Divine Domain gate opens. All 12 token holders enter. Divine Domain Native Express. Qin Tian starting from the first heaven, I will fight my way up layer by layer. Qin Tian's declaration. Nine-tailed celestial fox master, they've all come. Beast Tamer interview. Long Out Yin, I would never back out. I was almost tripped by the threshold. Long Out Yin's self-exposure. Morong Shui, the food box is gone. I let him down. Women's heartfelt interview. Su Muching, the map is gone. I regret not drawing a copy. Women's heartfelt interview. Lin Xingxue, I brought myself. Qin Tian said that's enough. Women's Secrets magazine interview. The moment Qin Tian passed through the light gate, his body suddenly grew heavy. Not downward, upward. His feet felt as though spring-loaded beneath them, and he seemed 3 times lighter than before. He quickly stabilized his center of gravity. The 9-tailed heavenly demon in his arms bounced slightly, and all 9 tails wrapped around his neck at once. Master, you nearly threw me out. Not quite steady. You never were unsteady before. I've never been to the divine realm before. The 9-tailed heavenly demon poked its head out of his arms ready to retort, but swallowed the words at the tip of its tongue. She saw the divine realm. The sky was purple like a giant violet crystal dome crouching overhead. 2 suns hung in the sky. One in the east golden, twice as large as the sun she knew. The other sat in the west silver, slightly smaller than its golden counterpart. Their dual rays interwove across the land, painting everything in a luminous gold and purple hue. The 9-tailed heavenly demon's mouth gaped open, refusing to close. Long Out Yin emerged from behind Qin Tian, glanced up at the sky, and his first instinct was to rub his eyes. He rubbed them again and looked once more. 2 suns. Yes. Gold and silver. Yes. That's not scientific. This is the divine realm, not science. Long Out Yin fell silent for a moment, swallowing back what he was about to say. Morong Shui was the third to step out. She didn't look at the sky. Her gaze dropped to her feet. Below lay a sea of clouds, white and pillowy, soft like cotton, yet solid beneath her weight. She stamped twice with force, and the cloud held firm without giving way. This cloud can bear weight. Her voice tightened with unease. Yes. Is it solid underneath? It's solid. Su Muching emerged forth, and the moment her feet touched down, she dropped into a crouch. She reached out to touch the cloud, see her fingers passing through the mist with nothing there to grasp. Yet beneath her soles the surface felt firm. This defies logic. Su Muching rose to her feet and examined her hands, moisture clinging to her fingertips. The divine realm needs no justification. Lin Xingxue stepped through the portal, the hem of her windbreaker rippling in the breeze. At the far edge of the cloud, see something shimmered with light, gold, red, blue, green. Colors braided together like shards of a shattered rainbow. Token holders emerged one after another, 7 souls, displaying 7 distinct expressions. Some gaped with mouths agape, others rubbed their eyes, some crouched to touch the cloud sea, and a few craned their necks until they ached from staring upward. None spoke. Qin Tian stood at the forefront, the cloud sea spreading beneath him. As he advanced, ripples bloomed across the surface where his feet landed, as though treading upon water. We've entered the divine realm. The 9-tailed heavenly demon bounded from his embrace, her 4 paws meeting the cloud sea. It yielded softly beneath her claws, sinking slightly before springing back. All 9 tails unfurled behind her, each tip wreathed in flame like a bloom rising from the clouds. Master, the spiritual energy here is so dense. Yes. 100 times richer than the outside world. Yes. I feel like I'm about to evolve again. Qin Tian looked down at her. The 9-tailed heavenly demon's fur shimmered with its own light, each silver-white strand edged in pale amethyst and gold. Then evolve. Not yet. I need to adapt first. She dashed across the cloud sea in wide circles, leaving a trail of paw prints like plum blossoms pressed into the surface. They didn't fade. Each print remained sharply defined, as though carved into the clouds themselves. She ran back and leapt into his arms. Master, the divine realm is far vaster than I imagined. You imagined it. I thought it would be a place of palaces and deities suspended among clouds. And now, it is among clouds, but the palaces and gods remain absent. Isn't there a deity here? In the 9th heaven. Then we'll go to the 9th heaven. It won't be simple. We must fight our way through each layer. The 9-tailed heavenly demon's tail swayed gently. A dragon's cry echoed from the heavens above. Like a blade leaving its scabbard, clear, resonant, piercing straight through the clouds. Qinglong God King erupted from behind Qin Tian, swelling from 10 meters to 100, his verdant gold scales catching both the golden and silver sunlight, and casting 2 distinct hues. It soared through the heavens, wings spanning 200 meters, each wingtip parting the clouds and carving trails of emerald light. The dragon's cry reverberated across the sky, carrying far beyond sight. Long Out Yin's golden sacred dragon god emerged from behind the gate, tilting its head to study Qinglong God King. One glance then another. It approached Taotai God King and nudged its head with its snout. Taotai God King crouched at Qin Tian's feet, already gnawing on a fragment of floating island, a fist-sized black stone that had drifted up from the cloud sea moments before. It devoured the piece in 3 quick bites, licked its lips, and began searching for another. The golden sacred dragon god nudged it once more, and Taotai God King's eyes, nestled in its armpits, turned to meet its gaze. Ayo! It vocalized the sound laced with confusion. The golden sacred dragon god rumbled low. Taotai God King bounced away, dismissing it entirely, and launched itself toward another floating island fragment, clutching it in its jaws to continue devouring. Long Outyin watched his golden sacred dragon god, then turned to Qin Tian's Qinglong God King. What is your dragon doing? Soaring. Qin Tian kept his gaze fixed on the sky. How long has it been soaring? 3 minutes. Will it come down? I don't know. Long Outyin fell silent. The golden sacred dragon god ambled over and pressed its head against his palm. Long Outyin stroked its crown. In the distance, a floating island drifted up from the cloud sea. The island was massive, over 100 meters across, rising like a small mountain. Its slopes teemed with purple grass that swayed in the wind, whispering softly. Several unfamiliar spirit beasts grazed upon it, resembling deer, yet crowned with crystalline antlers. Qilin God King bounded away from Qin Tian's side. Shrinking to the size of a puppy, it leapt onto the floating island and blended into the herd of deer-like beasts, bowing its head to graze. It had never tasted purple grass before, so it nibbled one stalk, then another. The herd paused, regarding Qilin God King in turn, and neither side moved. The 9-tailed heavenly demon nudged Qin Tian's cheek with its tail. Master Jinjiao is sneaking food. It's hungry. It ate 30 spirit fruits yesterday. Rapid digestion. The 9-tailed heavenly demon's tail withdrew from Qin Tian's face. Taotai God King continued gnawing on floating island fragments. It found a fist-sized black stone and took a bite, only for it to shatter on impact, sending shards flying. One fragment ricocheted toward the 9-tailed heavenly demon, which caught it with its tail. Upon inspection, the stone was hollow within. Master, are all stones in the divine realm hollow? Qin Tian took the fragment and squeezed. It crumbled effortlessly, as light as foam. That's not a stone, it's a fragment of floating island. The island breaks apart like this. That appears to be so. Taotai God King stood frozen, its armpit eyes bulging wide. It stared at the scattered debris around it, and the half-chewed stone still clamped in its jaws. Ayo! The cry carried both grievance and protest. It says it doesn't taste good, the 9-tailed heavenly demon translated. Then stop eating it. It says it's hungry. Wait it out. Taotai God King bounced once, spat the half-chewed fragment from its mouth, and sent it skidding toward Qin Tian's feet. It looked up, both eyes fixed on Qin Tian, a rare moment of perfect alignment. The 9-tailed heavenly demon's tail swayed gently. Master, it's being affectionate. It's a ferocious beast. It doesn't know how to act coquettish. Taotai God King bounced once more and rubbed its head against Qin Tian's shoe. Qin Tian's shoes were new. The previous pair had long been discarded after Taotai chewed through them. He looked down at Taotai God King, and Taotai God King looked back up with those peculiar armpit eyes. Once we reach the first heaven, I'll find you something to eat. Taotai God King squatted and waited. Beneath them, the cloud sea churned like grass rippling in the wind. Waves rolled in from the distance and receded. With each surge, the cloud layer thickened by an inch. Which direction is the first heaven? Morong Shui approached Qin Tian's side. That way. Qin Tian gestured toward the heart of the cloud sea. A golden radiance pierced through the violet sky, and the dual sunlight still blinding. Is that the first heaven? Yes, the trial heaven. How far is it? We'll find out when we arrive. Long Outyin walked over. We're walking there. Not flying. The first heaven does not permit flight, only walking. How do you know? I guessed. Long Outyin opened his mouth, then swallowed his words. Lin Qingxue also made her way through the crowd and stood beside Qin Tian. My father once entered the first heaven. All eyes turned toward her. He took 3 days to pass through the first heaven. Lin Qingxue's voice was soft. There are 100 SSS-rank guardian puppets there. Their team struggled with all their might to defeat them. How many did he defeat? 97. 3 short. Qin Tian fell silent for a moment. Impressive. Lin Qingxue looked at him, her lips trembling slightly. Thank you. You're welcome. Qin Tian stepped forward, walking upon the sea of clouds. 8 divine beasts trailed behind him. King Qilin bounced back from a floating island, a purple herb clamped in its jaws, and scurried to Qin Tian's feet, placing the herb upon his shoe. Qin Tian glanced down at the herb, but said nothing. King Qilin snatched the herb back and ate it itself. Morong Shui followed in Qin Tian's wake. Su Mukin walked alongside Lin Qingxue, was behind her, and Long Outyin brought up the rear. The 7 token holders also caught up, no one lagged behind. The sea of clouds spread beneath their feet, extending in all directions to the horizon, endless and directionless. Only that golden light in the distance served as the sole landmark. Suddenly the nine-tailed heavenly demon poked its head from Qin Tian's embrace, all 9 tails rising simultaneously. Master, there is something below. Qin Tian stared at the cloud sea beneath his feet. Something was moving beneath the clouds, fast and massive. Qin Tian halted, and everyone stopped with him. Beneath the clouds a colossal shadow flashed past. It stretched beyond 100 meters, like a serpent yet like a dragon. King Qinglong descended from above and landed beside Qin Tian. Master, there is a dragon below. Alive. Alive. Enormous, larger than me. King Qinglong measured 100 meters. This creature was larger still, at least 150 meters. The cloud layer split open. The fissure began where the shadow had passed as though carved by a blade. The clouds churned to both sides, revealing the abyss below. The abyss was black, fathomless. A colossal dragon burst forth from the depths. 150 meters in length, a full half longer than King Qinglong. Its scale armor was black, not a void black, but the black of a starlit night sky sprinkled with pinpricks of light. Golden eyes with vertical pupils. A black dragon. It surged from beneath the clouds, the resulting airflow scattering the surrounding cloud cover. This newcomer harbored no goodwill. Everyone simultaneously released their divine beasts. The golden sacred dragon king, the 9-colored spirit parrot, the ice phoenix, and the divine beasts of the 7 token holders each manifested their forms. Over 30 SSS-ranked divine beasts unleashed their aura at once. The black dragon paid them no mind, its gaze fixed solely upon King Qinglong. It rose from the abyss, circling in the sky. Its speed exceeded King Qinglong's, its wings beating at twice the frequency. It dove down, charging straight for King Qinglong. The king did not retreat. It met the assault head-on, its dragon roar shaking heaven and earth. The 2 colossal dragons locked in confrontation merely 10 meters apart. The black dragon unleashed its draconic pressure, black mist surging from its body and darkening the surrounding air. King Qinglong released its own might. Emerald gold light erupting from between its scales, colliding with the black mist. What is it doing? Long Outyan's hand clenched into a fist. Greeting us, Qin Tian said calmly. Greeting. With dragon pressure. A dragon clan's manner of greeting, displaying strength. And after that, the weaker one bows its head. The black dragon and King Qinglong confronted each other for 30 seconds. The black dragon's black mist began to contract, while King Qinglong's emerald gold radiance expanded. The black dragon lowered its head, its golden eyes no longer fixed on King Qinglong, but drifting elsewhere. King Qinglong raised its head, emitting a second dragon roar of the day. The black dragon fell into step behind it, soaring together through the heavens. Long Outyan watched his golden sacred dragon king. The golden sacred dragon king remained motionless, staying put. Why isn't your dragon greeting? Qin Tian asked Long Outyan. It's introverted. It's afraid of getting beaten, I'd say. Different bloodlines. You're asking what you already know. Long Outyan broke into an awkward sweat and reached out to pat the golden sacred dragon king's head. King Taotai bounced from beside Qin Tian's feet to the cloud's edge, gazing down at the abyss below. Within the depths, numerous dark shadows swam, large and small, densely packed. King Taoyu's eyes lit up. Don't go down. Qin Tian's voice drifted from behind, faint and unhurried. King Taotai bounced back to Qin Tian's feet, crouched down, gazed at the abyss and grinned. First stop in the divine realm, and we ran into a black dragon, Long Outyan murmured softly. What'll we encounter at the second stop? A deity. The 9-tailed heavenly demon poked its head from his embrace. The divine realm has 9 heavens. We have barely arrived. This isn't even the first heaven. What place is this? The entrance to the divine realm, Qin Tian said calmly. Continue forward to that golden light. That is the entrance to the first heaven. Qin Tian made a sweeping gesture with his hand. Let us continue forward. Murong Shui, Su Mukin, and Lin Qingxue walked at the center of the formation. A wise choice. Pioneers ahead, rearguard behind, with only the center offering true safety. The 7 token holders followed in their wake. Some began whispering, others counted their divine beasts, and a few chewed on rations. No one looked back. The divine realm gate had long vanished from sight. The 9-tailed heavenly demon lay curled in Qin Tian's embrace, its 9 tails dangling between his arms and swaying gently in the wind. 9 colored flames burned at each tail tip, every flame drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. Master, the spiritual energy in the divine realm is far denser than I imagined. My tails are growing. Qin Tian glanced downward. All 9 tails had lengthened, and the flames at their tips blazed more fiercely than before. Can you control it? He asked. Yes. Then absorb as much as you can. The 9-tailed heavenly demon sensed a new power surging within. Its bloodline, nourished by the divine realm's spiritual energy, was awakening. Belonging to an ancient lineage, the 9-tailed fox could only fully awaken within the divine realm. Her eyes shifted from 7-colored to golden, then back to 7-colored. Once I finish awakening, I could fight 10 of my former selves. 10. At least 10. Qin Tian looked at her, a hint of triumphant smile gracing his lips. In the distance, the golden light drew ever nearer. The moment Qin Tian saw it, he knew something was amiss. It was not the light that was wrong, it was the air. An unfamiliar scent had entered the atmosphere. Not spiritual energy, but the scent of humans. There were people here, and not just one. He halted. The nine-tailed heavenly demon poked its head from his embrace, all 9 tails rising simultaneously. The 9-colored flames flickered at the tail tips quicker than before. Master, there are people ahead. How many? Many. More than 10. Long Outyin approached from behind and stood beside Qin Tian. What is it? People ahead. People in the divine realm too. There have always been people in the divine realm. The descendants of ancient beast tamers have lived in the divine realm for generations, never leaving. Long Outyin was silent for a moment, then asked, "How do you know?" "My grandfather Qin Baishan told me." Long Outyin opened his mouth. He wanted to ask what else Qin Batian had said, but then thought better of it. Asking too many questions was a bad habit that made others think he was an idiot. Qin Tian said nothing extra. The golden light in the distance grew closer, not because the light was moving, but because they were walking faster. Taotai Divine King leaped up from behind, carrying a fragment of a floating island in its mouth, following Qin Tian's pace. Qilin Divine King jumped down from Murong Shui's shoulder and stood beside Taotai Divine King. Chaos Divine King drifted down from midair, and everyone sensed its presence. Among the token holders, some began to murmur, some adjusted their beast taming rings, and some looked around curiously. No one stepped back because Qin Tian was at the front and could serve as their shield. The patrol squad flew out from the golden light, 10 riders on 10 dragons descending from the sky. The dragons were golden, their scales glinting dazzlingly under the gold and silver sunlight. They were not large, each only 50 meters long, but their auras were formidable. All 10 were at the SSS level peak. The leading one was the largest, 60 meters long, with streaks of black patterns on its golden scales. A man in his 30s sat on the dragon's back, clad in golden armor with a long sword at his waist. Runes were carved on the scabbard, and the runes were glowing. Half of his face was hidden by his helmet, revealing only a pair of black eyes with round pupils. He looked at Qin Tian, and Qin Tian looked back at him. The 10 dragons landed simultaneously, sending huge ripples through the sea of clouds. The ripples spread in all directions. Murong Shui's hair was lifted by the air blast, Su Muqing's ponytail swung behind her, and Lin Qingshue's trench coat flapped loudly. Long Outyin quickly raised his hand to shield his eyes. The leading man jumped off the dragon's back. The armor was heavy, and it made a dull thud as it hit the ground. He walked up to Qin Tian, stopping only 3 meters away. The 9-tailed celestial demon's 9 tails all stood erect, its 9-colored flames blazing brighter, assuming a battle stance. "Outsiders, show your pass." His voice was not loud, but every word struck the air with force. He offered no pleasantries, no self-introduction. He demanded a pass right away. Qin Tian had a stack of 12 tokens from the Federation government in his pocket, but he knew they were not passes for the divine realm. "We don't have a pass." Qin Tian's voice was utterly flat. The patrol captain's eyes instantly turned cold. Qin Tian didn't explain. Explanations were useless. The laws of the divine realm were even more rigid than the Federation's. No past trespassing in the divine realm. By law you shall be executed. The patrol captain's hand rested on his sword hilt. The 10 dragons simultaneously raised their heads, their golden eyes fixed on Qin Tian's group. The auras of SSS level peak all erupted at once. Dragon might stacked upon itself, pressing down like 10 invisible mountains. The atmosphere was thick with tension. A battle could break out at any moment. Murong Shui's 9-colored spirit sparrow flew out from her beast taming ring, its feathers of 9 colors, all fluffing out. Su Muqing's ice phoenix landed before her, spreading its wings, ice crystals condensing in the air. Lin Qingshue's frost dragon rose up behind her, chilling mist spreading. Long Outyin's golden holy dragon king stood in front of him, dragon patterns emerging on its golden scales. The token holder's spirit beasts also all emerged. Over 30 spirit beasts of SSS level and above faced off against the 10 golden dragons. The patrol captain did not draw his sword. He looked at Qin Tian and asked, "Are you the leader?" Are they your people?" Are these your spirit beasts?" Qin Tian didn't answer. The patrol captain looked at the 8 divine beasts: Azure Dragon Divine King, White Tiger Divine, King Vermilion Bird Divine, King Black Tortoise Divine, King Qilin Divine, King Taotai Divine, King Chaos Divine King, and 9-tailed Celestial Fox. His gaze lingered on each divine beast for 3 seconds. 8 divine beasts. You are no ordinary person. You don't have a pass. No. The patrol captain's expression grew complicated. Long Outyin leaned close to Qin Tian's ear. "What does 'by law you shall be executed' mean?" "It means they want to kill us." Qin Tian's voice was calm as still water. Just because we don't have a pass. Yes. Long Outyin was silent for a moment, his Adam's apple bobbing. The laws of the divine realm are damn strict. Much stricter than the Federation's. The nine-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from Qin Tian's embrace, flames still burning on its 9 tails. Long Outyin didn't respond. Murong Shui clenched her fists. Su Muching bit her lip. Lin Qingxue looked at the patrol captain. Do you know Qin Batian? Lin Qingxue suddenly asked. The patrol captain looked at her, falling into thought. Qin Batian. That name was no secret in the divine realm. He was an outsider, the first outsider to enter the divine realm in 300 years. He was formidable, and the native inhabitants of the divine realm dared not underestimate him. Lin Qingxue continued, my father told me before entering the divine realm that he had broken through to the 7th heaven. The patrol captain's expression shifted, his hand moved away from the sword hilt. What is Qin Batian to you? He's nothing to me. He's Qin Tian's grandfather. Lin Qingxue's voice was triumphant. The entire scene fell silent. The 10 dragons' eyes no longer fixed on Qin Tian's group, instead they looked at the patrol captain. The patrol captain's Adam's apple moved. Qin Batian's grandson. You look like him. Qin Tian said nothing. The patrol captain recalled the past. 12 years ago when Qin Batian had stormed the 7th heaven, the patrol captain had been an ordinary member of the patrol squad. He had watched with his own eyes as Qin Batian walked into the entrance of the 7th heaven. It was a back, straight, unyielding, never looking back. He had remembered it for 12 years, and now the face of that back stood before him. Where is Qin Batian now? The 9th heaven. The patrol captain's breath hitched. Qin Batian is in the 9th heaven. This was told to him by the divine servant. The divine servant is the messenger of the gods, they never lie. The land where the gods slumber. He is not asleep, he is waiting for someone. Waiting for whom? For me. The patrol captain's pupils dilated slightly for a moment before returning to normal. Why would he wait for you? Only I can pass through the 9 heavens. Qin Tian's voice remained calm and flat, as if he were talking about an everyday, trivial matter. Azure Dragon Divine King did not release its dragon might. White Tiger Divine King did not unsheath its claws. Vermilion Bird Divine King's flames were tucked beneath its feathers, and Black Tortoise Divine King's roots did not emerge from the sea of clouds. The patrol captain looked at the 8 divine beasts and nodded silently. His Adam's apple bobbed again. He had never seen 8 divine beasts before, nor had he heard of anyone being able to contract 8 divine beasts simultaneously. Even the mighty Qin Batian only had 5. That alone was enough to make the natives of the divine realm revere him. This kid keeps claiming to be Qin Batian's grandson. Could he be a fake, trying to scare me? How can you prove that you are Qin Batian's grandson? No need for proof. Then die. The patrol captain's eyes hardened, his hand once again resting on the sword hilt as he issued the command. Moo. The 10 dragons raised their heads once more, their draconic might stacking again, pressing down until the sea of clouds sank into a depression. Murong Shui's 9-colored spirit sparrow's feathers bristled even more, the ice crystals on Su Muping's ice phoenix wings formed and shattered in a ceaseless cycle. Lin Qingxue's frost dragon let out a low growl, and Long Outyin's golden sacred dragon king stood before them all. Among the token holders someone muttered, "It's over," the voice soft yet audible to all. Qin Tian's hands were in his pockets, but there was no pass inside, and explanations were useless now. The sky darkened for a moment. It wasn't clouds covering the sun. Something was flying across the sky. A colossal bird. Its wings spanned over 150 meters, feathers of 7 colors, each one glowing. Its tail was long, trailing behind like a river of rainbow hues. It circled once in the sky, then descended, landing beside the patrol captain. Beast Taming SSS rank, peak Rainbow Phoenix. An old man leaped down from the phoenix's back with white hair, a white beard, and a white robe, carrying no weapon. His eyes were golden with round pupils. The patrol captain bowed his head upon seeing him and addressed him as elder. The elder ignored him, fixing his gaze on Qin Tian. His golden eyes studied Qin Tian's face for a long time. Qin Batian's grandson, he said, his voice hoarse as if he hadn't spoken in ages. What's your name? Qin Tian. The divine domain has not seen an outsider in a long time. The elder took a step forward. The sea of clouds did not sink, the draconic might did not suppress, and no aura emanated from him. But all 8 of Qin Tian's divine beasts raised their heads simultaneously. The elder looked at them and nodded. Your beasts are formidable. Thank you. The elder then asked Qin Tian, you have no pass? No. The law of the divine domain, those who trespass without a pass shall be executed according to the law. I've heard. But your grandfather rendered meritorious service to the divine domain. He reinforced the seal of the 7th heaven, slowing the depletion of spiritual energy. The divine domain owes him a favor. Qin Tian fell silent. In the world of favors, debts must be repaid. The elder met Qin Tian's eyes. I repay it now. The corner of the elder's mouth twitched. You wish to enter the 9th heaven? The ninth heaven is where the gods slumber, intruders die. My grandfather is not dead. He was an exception. I can be an exception too. Qin Tian's voice was calm. The elders studied the 8 divine beasts, and they studied him back. You may enter the divine domain, but you must abide by its rules. The elder's voice turned grave. What rules? First, no brawling within the main city of the divine domain. Second, no unauthorized entry into forbidden lands beyond the ninth heaven. Third, no harming the natives of the divine domain. Agreed. And a fourth rule. Prove that you are worthy of the ninth heaven. Qin Tian's brow furrowed slightly, then relaxed. How do I prove it? The trial of the 9 heavens. Start from the first heaven and fight your way up 1 heaven at a time. Reach the 7th heaven and the divine domain will accept you. Reach the 9th heaven and the gods will accept you. That was my plan all along. Start from the first heaven and fight my way up 1 heaven at a time. Good. The elder's mouth twitched again. Elder, they have no pass. The patrol captain looked up at the elder, reminding him cautiously. Laws are made by men. They can be changed. As you command, sir. Except for them, the law still applies to everyone else. Understood. The patrol captain fell silent, released his sword hilt, and stepped aside. The 10 dragons withdrew their draconic might, lowered their heads, and the sea of clouds calmed. Murong Shui unclenched her fists, her palms slick with sweat. Su Muping's lips bore the imprint of her teeth. Lin Qingxue closed her eyes, then opened them. Long Outyan's knees buckled slightly before straightening. The elder was about to turn and leave, but paused. Qin Tian. Moi. Before your grandfather entered the 9th heaven, he said something. What? The elder's gaze grew distant. He said that if he never came out, his grandson would come. We waited 12 years, and today we finally meet you. The elder looked at him, his voice softening. I wish you success. Qin Tian did not reply. The elder turned and walked toward the rainbow phoenix. After 2 steps, he stopped again. Is that a 9-tailed fox among your 8 divine beasts? The 9-tailed celestial demon poked its head out from Qin Tian's arms. I am the 9-tailed celestial demon, not a 9-tailed fox. A 9-tailed fox has only 8 tails. Do I have 9? The elder looked at her tails. 9. 9. The corner of the elder's mouth curled upward. In the divine domain, there is an 8-tailed fox, a divine beast of the gods. It has waited 10,000 years for its master. It awaits your arrival. Awaits me. The 9-tailed celestial demon's 9 tails froze. What for? I do not know. The 9-tailed celestial demon fell silent, burying her face in Qin Tian's chest. The elder laughed a silent laugh. He leaped onto the rainbow phoenix's back. The rainbow phoenix flapped its wings, spanning 150 meters, and its 7-colored lights spilled over the sea of clouds, dyeing the white clouds a rainbow hue. The 10 golden dragons rose and followed behind the rainbow phoenix. Before the patrol captain took off, he glanced at Qin Tian. The entrance to the first heaven is straight ahead. You'll have to walk for a whole day. The sky returned to purple. The 2 suns remained in their places, and the sea of clouds calmed. The Taotai divine king bounced from Qin Tian's feet, sprang to a floating island fragment, snatched it up, and took a bite. Long Outyan walked over to Qin Tian. Qin Tian, you've got quite the influence. Even the people of the divine domain have to show you respect. The world isn't all about fighting and killing, it's about human connections. Long Outyan paused. Human connections are our pass, ha. What if we run into a patrol again? Drop a name. Your name, Oi. Qin Banshan's name. Long Outyan opened his mouth, then closed it. Morong Shui approached, and repeated the patrol captain's words. The entrance to the first heaven is straight ahead. A day's walk. Leave now. Leave now. Su Muping walked over, pulling her hand from her pocket. She wrote a line in her notebook. Natives of the divine domain patrol of 10 golden dragons, 1 elder, 1 rainbow phoenix. No past execution by law, but a life spared by cashing in Qin Banshan's favor. Lin Qingxue approached. Before my father entered the first heaven, he also encountered a patrol. He didn't have Qin Banshan's favor. He fought 3 battles, won them all, and entered. Qin Tian's voice was soft. Strength is also a pass. Your father is formidable. Qin Tian's voice remained calm, but slightly slower than usual. Lin Qingxue turned her gaze into the distance. There was a golden light there, the entrance to the first heaven. Morong Shui said, let's go. 13 people, 8 divine beasts, and over 30 SSS rank tamed beasts walked on the sea of clouds, continuing toward the entrance to the first heaven. The 9-tailed celestial demon lay in Qin Tian's arms, staring at the direction of the first heaven's entrance. Master, Moi, the natives of the divine domain. They don't all seem evil. There are no absolute villains. Is the patrol captain a good person? No. And the elder? No either. Then why did they help us? Not help, a transaction. Qin Banshan's favor for our lives. The 9-tailed celestial demon's tail swayed gently. What happens when the favor runs out? Qin Tian's gaze fell on the deepest point of the golden light, and he murmured, then we use strength to trade. Divine domain native daily. Outsiders enter the divine domain. Qin Tian's grandson appears. 8 divine beasts shock the entire scene. Divine Domain Native Express. Patrol Captain Qin Tian's grandson is even more arrogant than his grandfather No Pass, but he has 8 divine beasts. I dared not forcefully stop him. Interview with the patrol captain. Elder Qin Tian's favor is used up, now it's up to himself. Elder's statement. 9-tailed celestial demon, there's an 8-tailed fox in the divine domain that has waited 10,000 years for me. I am the 9-tailed celestial demon, not a 9-tailed fox. But, it's waiting for me. Interview with the 9-tailed celestial demon. Qin Tian is a man who knows how to get things done. He has friends everywhere and thrives wherever he goes. Su Muping's notebook. The patrol captain hadn't gone far. After the rainbow phoenix vanished beyond the horizon, he turned back. A rift split the clouds, and he rose with his golden dragon from the gap, cloud wisps still clinging to the dragon's wings. Qin Tian was the first to notice him, alerting the others to be wary of ill intent. Perhaps they had regretted their decision and wanted to renege. Didn't you leave? Long Outyan's voice carried a sharp edge. Leaving doesn't mean I can't return. Why come back? To give you a chance. The patrol captain jumped down from the dragon's back, his armor silent upon landing. He had dissipated the force before touching down, deliberately making no sound. What chance? Qin Tian's voice remained unchanged. A chance to prove you're worthy of entering the divine domain. The patrol captain walked up to Qin Tian, his hand not resting on his sword hilt, but the runes on his belt were glowing. The laws of the divine domain decree that without a pass execution is the penalty. You want to defy the elder's command. He's gone, and now in my territory, I make the rules. Fine, what opportunity are you giving us? The divine domain trial. The patrol captain stepped back 3 paces and extended his hand. In his palm lay a golden rune. The rune leaped from his hand and hovered in midair. Defeat the guardian of the divine domain and prove your strength, and your life will be spared. If you fail, don't blame me for being harsh. He still wants to kill us. Long Outyan leaned close to Qin Tian's ear, his voice barely a whisper. He can't kill us. How do you know? We'll beat him down now. Oh, I've been itching to punch him. Long Outyan gritted his teeth and stopped asking. Qin Tian stared at the golden rune. It spun each rotation, stirring a wave of hot wind. Where is the guardian? Reach out. Qin Tian extended his hand and caught the golden rune. The moment it touched his palm, it exploded. Golden light burst from between his fingers, dyeing the sea of clouds for 100 meters in all directions into gold. The radiance shot straight into the sky, tearing a gash in the violet heavens. A golden pillar of light descended from the rift. The sea of clouds split apart. Clouds surged in all directions, revealing an abyss below. Something was rising from the depths at great speed. Long Outyan stepped back. Is this the guardian? Its aura is this strong before it even surfaces? SSS level peak. Qin Tian's voice held no inflection. Your dragon is also SSS level peak. Can it fight? Yes. The thing from the abyss surged upward. A golden dragon 80 meters long, 20 meters larger than the patrol captain's mount. Its scales were pure gold, each one reflecting the gold and violet sunlight of the sky. Its eyes were white, devoid of pupils. Its wings spanned over 150 meters with claws at the tips, each like a curved blade. Dragon might radiated, pressing the sea of clouds into a massive depression. Long Outyan's golden sacred dragon king let out a low growl and retreated a step. Su Muyukin's ice phoenix folded its wings and shrank behind Su Muyukin. Murong Shue's 9-colored spirit sparrow dimmed, all 9 hues simultaneously. Lin Qingshue's frost dragon lowered its head, tail tucked between its legs. The token holder's beasts were even worse, cowering on the ground behind their masters, trembling. The 9-tailed celestial demon raised all 9 tails, its 9-colored flames burning 3 times brighter than usual. Master, it is strong. Stronger than the young dragon. Aren't you afraid? No. Qin Tian's voice remained steady. The azure dragon divine king emerged from behind Qin Tian. Each step on the cloud sea sent ripples spreading outward, dispersing the golden dragon's might. Its body expanded from 10 meters to 100 meters, its azure gold scales gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Its horns grew from 6 prongs to 8, and its wings stretched to 200 meters. 2 dragons faced off. Golden dragon versus azure dragon divine king. The patrol captain retreated to a distance, a scornful smile on his lips. Remember the conditions for passing the trial. First, the trial does not end until the guardian dies. Second, the trial does not end until the guardian admits defeat. Third, the trial does not end until the challenger dies. There is no time limit. Long Outyan's Adam's apple bobbed again. So it's a fight to the death. Exactly. Either you die or he does. The golden dragon moved. It swooped down too fast for the naked eye to follow. Its 80-meter body trailed a long tail of fire. Dragon breath arrived first. Golden flames spewed from its mouth, hotter than even the vermilion bird divine king's fire. The flames struck the cloud sea, evaporating a massive hole. The Azure Dragon Divine King did not dodge. It charged head-on, the wind from its wings scattering the surrounding clouds. The two dragons collided in midair, producing a deafening boom. The Golden Dragon's claws seized the Azure Dragon Divine King's shoulders, while the Azure Dragon's claws gripped the Golden Dragon's wings. The two beasts tangled together, tumbling across the sky. The violet sky was torn apart, the cloud sea shattered, and spiritual energy churned into a vortex. Long Outyin craned his neck, refusing to lower it, even as it grew sore, his face full of doubt. What is your dragon doing? Fighting. Why isn't it dodging? It can't. Why? Because there are people behind it. Long Outyin fell silent. Morong Shui clenched her fists, Su Mukin bit her lip. Lin Xingxue watched intently, counting how many times the Azure Dragon Divine King was hit, and how many times it struck the Golden Dragon. 9-6, the Azure Dragon Divine King was trailing by 3. The Golden Dragon's breath blasted onto the Azure Dragon's belly. A patch of azure gold scales was scorched black, and the Azure Dragon's body tilted, nearly falling from the sky. It steadied itself and rammed its head into the Golden Dragon's. Its horns pierced the Golden Dragon's shoulder, and golden blood gushed out. The Golden Dragon let out a piercing shriek. Master, the young dragon is injured. I saw. Won't you help it? I can't. This is its trial. Qin Tian's voice was calm. His fists were clenched. The Golden Dragon was enraged. Its eyes turned from white to red, its dragon might tripled, and its body expanded from 80 meters to 100 meters. It opened its massive maw, but the breath did not spew forth. Instead, it gathered in the dragon's mouth, the golden light growing brighter and brighter. Long Outyin's expression changed. It's charging. If that attack lands, your dragon won't withstand it. It will. Qin Tian's voice remained unchanged. The Golden Dragon's breath was unleashed. A golden beam shot from its mouth, over 10 meters in diameter, too fast for the eye to follow. Wherever the beam passed, the cloud sea evaporated, spiritual energy ignited, and the air was torn apart. The beam struck the Azure Dragon Divine King. The Azure Dragon did not dodge. It flew straight into the beam, runes emerging on its azure gold scales, each one glowing. The power of the law of life surged from within it, forming a green shield on its surface. The beam crashed into the shield. The shield vibrated and cracked as the Azure Dragon's body was pushed backward. Yet it did not retreat. Its wings beat desperately to steady itself. The cracks on the shield multiplied and widened while the law of life frantically repaired. Repair could not keep pace with destruction. The shield shattered. The beam struck the Azure Dragon's body, sending scales flying and flesh splattering. Long Outyin shut his eyes in terror, then forced them open. The Azure Dragon Divine King burst out from the beam. Its body was riddled with wounds, a third of its scales shattered, its wings burned through in several places, and one of its horns broken. But it did not retreat. It charged straight to the Golden Dragon's face. A dragon claw slammed onto the Golden Dragon's head. The Golden Dragon's head was knocked askew, its charging motion interrupted. The remaining breath in its mouth exploded, engulfing both dragons. Morong Shui covered her mouth, Su Mukin bit her lip, even harder. Lin Qingshue's eyes reddened, and Long Outyin cursed incoherently before realizing he was rambling. The explosion dissipated. The two dragons fell from the sky, crashing into the cloud sea. Two massive craters were formed, their depths unfathomable. The Azure Dragon Divine King rose first, using its claws to push against the cloud sea and struggling to stand. The Golden Dragon also climbed to its feet, its head twisted, a deep claw mark on its neck. Golden blood poured from the gash. The two dragons locked eyes. The Golden Dragon's expression shifted. It now regarded this opponent with respect. You are strong, the Golden Dragon spoke, its voice like thunder. So are you. But you cannot defeat me. The Golden Dragon's aura surged again, its body expanding from 100 meters to 110, every rune on its scales lighting up. I am the guardian of the divine domain, having lived for 5,000 years. How old are you? 3. The Azure Dragon Divine King's gaze remained unchanged. But the master I follow is stronger than yours. A flicker passed through the Golden Dragon's eyes. The Azure Dragon Divine King raised its head and roared to the sky. The places where its azure gold scales had shattered began to glow. New scales grew from the wounds, each one pure gold. Its body expanded from 100 meters to 110, then to 120, then to 130. Its aura skyrocketed. SSS level peak, now SSS level peak perfection. The law of life had completed its missing power. The Azure Dragon Divine King's realm had broken through. Long Outyin watched the dragon in the sky, then turned to Qin Tian. Another breakthrough, Qin Tian's expression was as calm as a pool of stagnant water. I can't tell. The nine-tailed celestial demon poked its head out from Qin Tian's embrace, its nine tails swaying gently. Master gets quiet when he's excited, loves to pretend to be profound, but deep down, he's really stirred up. The Golden Dragon stared at the Azure Dragon Divine King's new scales, silent. You broke through. In the midst of battle, I concede. The golden dragon lowered its head. The azure dragon divine king landed on the sea of clouds, standing calmly before the golden dragon. You are formidable as well. The golden dragon raised its head, meeting the azure dragon divine king's gaze. I am the guardian of the divine domain, having lived for 5,000 years. I have witnessed countless prodigies, but you are the first to whom I willingly yield. The azure dragon divine king did not respond. It turned and walked back to Qin Tian's side. The great pit in the sea of clouds remained. The torn sky was still healing, and the vortex of spiritual energy was slowly dissipating. The patrol captain approached, standing before Qin Tian. Your dragon has passed the trial. The patrol captain fell silent for a moment. He seemed to want to say something, his lips parting and closing repeatedly. The main city of the divine domain lies to the east, a 2-day journey. You can resupply there. Thank you. The patrol captain turned and walked back to the golden dragon. Leaping onto its back, the golden dragon beat its wings and took flight. Midway through the air, he glanced back once, then flew away. The 9-tailed celestial demon emerged from Qin Tian's arms. Master, are we going to the main city of the divine domain? Yes. What for? Resupply. What do we need to resupply? Murong Shue's lunchbox. Qin Tian's gaze fell on Murong Shue's empty hands. We can't go without food. Qin Tian's gaze then shifted to Su Maching and Lin Qingshue's empty hands. The 9-tailed celestial demon's tail stiffened for a moment, and the Taoyes stones, the Qilins, grasped the chaos's spiritual energy. After speaking, the 9-tailed celestial demon buried its face into Qin Tian's chest. Murong Shui walked over. I can find materials in the main city of the divine domain and make them anew. Lin Qingxue, I just need to catch up on sleep. The 9-tailed celestial demon poked its head out and looked at Long Outyin. You were so scared just now that you closed your eyes and didn't dare to watch. When the azure dragon divine king was struck down, I just got sand in my eyes. There's no sand in the sea of clouds. Long Outyin fell silent. Murong Shui laughed, Su Maching laughed too, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of Lin Qingshue's lips. The sea of clouds spread out beneath their feet. At the forefront walked the azure dragon divine king. After its scales shifted from cyan gold to pure gold, every step it took on the sea of clouds left a golden footprint. Long Outyin followed behind the azure dragon divine king, with the golden sacred dragon king trailing him. After 2 days of travel, they finally arrived. The main city of the divine domain. The city wall stood 200 meters high, constructed from dragon bones. Each bone was over 10 meters long, gleaming with a pale white light and densely carved with flowing runes. The city gate was the skull of a colossal beast too large to identify. The skull loomed higher than the wall, its open mouth forming the gateway beyond which lay a passage. The teeth were taller than a person, standing upright like a forest of blades. What level were these bones in life? Long Outyin stood before the city gate, looking up, his voice low. Qin Tian stood beside Long Outyin, speaking calmly, above SSS rank. The largest among them is the cranial bone of a divine tier dragon. Long Outyin swallowed hard. Murong Shue's face paled, Su Maching clenched her fists, and Lin Qingshue's expression froze. A divine tier dragon, what level is that? Long Outyin's voice was so faint it was almost inaudible. Qin Tian's voice came from behind, divine level. One major realm above SSS tier. Long Outyin stopped asking. The 9-tailed celestial demon poked its head out from Qin Tian's arms, all 9 tails erect simultaneously, with 9 colored flames dancing at their tips. Master, these bones are staring at me. Qin Tian looked down at her. They're staring at you. Yes, they have consciousness. Still conscious even in death. She quickly buried her face into Qin Tian's chest. Qin Tian looked up at the city wall. The runes on the dragon bones pulsed like hearts. Each bone emanated an aura, and the combined pressure made it hard to breathe. The Taotai Divine King bounced to the base of the wall, hugged a dragon bone, and opened its mouth. That's not for eating, warned the 9-tailed celestial demon. The Taotai Divine King's mouth halted midair, its 2 eyes beneath its armpits fixed on the 9-tailed celestial demon. One eye brimming with grievance, the other with confusion. That's a dragon bone from a divine tier dragon. You can't bite through it, said the 9-tailed celestial fox. The Taotai Divine King lowered its head, looked at the dragon bone, and licked it. Its tongue slid across the bone's surface, leaving a faint trail of saliva. Its eyes brightened, and it licked again. The Qilin Divine King also lowered its head to lick the stones at the base of the wall. A layer of purple moss covered the stones. You're licking the wall too. The 9-tailed celestial demon's tail emerged again from Qin Tian's embrace. The Qilin Divine King raised its head, bleating softly. The guard at the gate looked at Qin Tian enter the city. Qin Tian led the way, passing through the colossal beast skull gate into the main city of the divine domain. The scene inside the city was entirely different from the wall. The streets were wide enough for 10 dragons to walk abreast. The ground was not stone but a metallic material that emitted a faint blue glow. Shops lined the streets selling beast taming equipment, evolution stones, skill books, and food. The signs were made of energy-light curtains floating in midair and constantly shifting colors. What stunned everyone most was what walked the streets. An SSS-rank flame lion approached from the opposite direction carrying a vegetable basket in its mouth containing several purple cabbages. It walked without anyone fleeing or staring. Beside it, an SSS-rank frost tiger crouched by the roadside with a child lying on its back tugging at its fur playfully. The frost tiger showed no anger, its eyes closed in a doze. Long Outyin observed the frost tiger for a while, then the flame lion, and asked Qin Tian, "Do the tamed beasts here go grocery shopping?" "The beast doesn't shop, it helps its owner shop." Long Outyin watched the flame lion stop at a vegetable stall. The vendor placed vegetables into the basket, and the flame lion picked up the basket and left. The tamed beasts in the divine domain are different from those in the Federation. How are they different? In the Federation, tamed beasts are tools of combat. In the divine domain, they are family. Qin Tian's gaze rested on the flame lion. Long Outyin opened his mouth, but said nothing. Murong Shui walked to Qin Tian's right, and her 9-colored spirit sparrow flew onto her shoulder. "Don't be afraid," Murong Shui whispered, gently stroking the sparrow's feathers. The 9-colored spirit sparrow buried its face in Murong Shui's hair. Su Maching walked on Qin Tian's left, her ice phoenix trailing behind her. Its head was lowered, not daring to look at the surrounding beasts. Su Maching didn't turn back, but reached her hand behind her. The ice phoenix nuzzled her hand. Lin Qingxue walked beside Murong Shui, her frost dragon staring straight ahead, its gaze level with Lin Qingxue's. Long Outyin walked behind Su Maching, his golden sacred dragon king at his side, looking wary. The token holders brought up the rear, some whispering, some glancing around, some trembling. The people on the street also looked at them. The native inhabitants of the divine domain wore clothes of various colors, some riding beasts, some leading them, some carried by their beasts. Their gazes were curious, but not hostile. Some pointed at Qin Tian's 8 divine beasts, some counted the 9-tailed celestial demon's tails, some took photos of the azure dragon divine king. Qin Tian led the group to the city center. There stood a massive VIP tower. 10 stories high, its outer walls were built of white jade, each block inscribed with runes. At the top was a large platform where several flying beasts were parked. "We'll stay here," Qin Tian said, pushing open the door. The lobby was spacious with a red carpet on the floor and a crystal chandelier overhead, each crystal emitting dense spiritual energy. A woman in her 30s stood at the front desk in a uniform, nodding politely. "We only have 10 rooms left." Qin Tian turned to count the group. Himself, Murong Shui, Su Maching, Lin Qingxue, Long Outyin, 5 people. The token holders, 7 people. 12 people for 10 rooms. "How are we supposed to arrange that?" Long Outyin asked. "You'll have a room to yourself." Qin Tian's voice was devoid of inflection. "And you?" "I'll have a room to myself." The corner of Long Outyin's mouth twitched. Murong Shui's cheeks flushed crimson. Su Maching pretended to study the crystal chandelier on the ceiling, while Lin Qingxue's expression remained unchanged. The woman at the front desk handed over 10 keys. From the 3rd to the 7th floor. The room numbers are engraved on the keys. Qin Tian took the keys, handing 1 to Long Outyin and 1 to each token bearer. The remaining 3 he passed to Murong Shui, Su Maching, and Lin Qingxue. Murong Shui accepted the key, studying the floating room number above it. "The 3 of us girls are staying together." "Yes, for safety," Qin Tian said. "Oh," Murong Shui, Su Maching, and Lin Qingxue wore expressions of regret. "Your dream of sharing a room with him has been shattered, haha." Long Outyin said. We never thought about that." Murong Shui, Su Maching, and Lin Qingxue turned bright red. The 4 of them exchanged glances, none speaking. Long Outyin seemed about to say something, but fell silent. Qin Tian turned and walked toward the stairs. Long Outyin watched Qin Tian's retreating back. He's quite free rooming alone with only his 8 divine beasts. Murong Shui looked down at the key in her hand. 5th floor. Long Outyin examined his own key. "The 3 of you are above or below him, while I'm on the 21st floor farthest from him." "Why?" Murong Shui, Su Maching, and Lin Qingxue said nothing, pocketed their keys, and headed upstairs. Long Outyin stood in the lobby clutching his key. The woman at the front desk looked at him. "Sir, do you need assistance?" "No." He too went upstairs. The token bearers remained in the lobby, some murmuring. "Which floor are we on?" "I'm on the 8th, 9th, 10th. And you?" A token bearer examined the room number on his key repeatedly, his voice tinged with bewilderment. "There's no floor number on mine." "Let me see." The other token bearers crowded around and saw a line of characters floating above his key. "Basement." Qin Tian's room was on the 4th floor, 401. The room was modest. A bed, a table, a chair, and a wardrobe. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the entire divine domain capital. The dragonbone walls, the giant beast skull gate, hovering vehicles, energy weapon shops, and the teleportation array plaza all lay spread before him. The 9-tailed celestial demon leaped from his arms, landing on the bed. She patted the mattress with her tail. It was very soft. She bounced once then again. Master, this bed is softer than the one in the Qin estate. The blanket is softer too. And the pillow. Qin Tian didn't answer. He stood by the window gazing outside. The divine domain capital was vast, vaster than he had imagined. In the heart of the city stood a towering pagoda, its spire piercing the clouds. The tower was covered in runes that glowed and pulsed like breathing. Master, what are you looking at? That tower. What is it? I don't know. The nine-tailed celestial demon jumped off the bed, padded to the window, and lay down at his feet, gazing up at the tower. Master, the people here are strong. The beasts on the streets are strong too. But we're stronger than them, aren't we? Yes. The nine-tailed celestial demon's tail swayed gently. The Taotai divine king bounced over from the foot of the bed, a piece of wall plaster dangling from its mouth. I'll find you something to eat tomorrow. 3 knocks sounded on Murong Shue's door. Qin Tian opened it to find her standing outside. She had changed into a white dress, her hair loose over her shoulders, holding an empty food box. Su Maching stood beside Murong Shu now in a red t-shirt and blue jeans, her hair tied in a ponytail. Lin Qingxue stood beside Su Maching wearing a gray trench coat and dark blue jeans. Long Outyin was at the rear, still in his black combat suit, the golden emblem of the Dragon Abyss Pavilion polished to a gleam. The token bearers stood at the other end of the corridor, some changed, some not. Qin Tian looked at Murong Shue's empty food box. Your room is the biggest. Let me borrow your kitchen. She shook the box, a touch of awkwardness in her expression. There's a kitchen in the VIP building. I don't know where it is. First floor. Murong Shu turned and walked away. Su Maching followed, then Lin Qingxue. Long Outyin approached the doorway, glanced inside, then turned and left. Qin Tian closed the door and returned to the window. The tower still glowed, pulsing on and off. The nine-tailed celestial demon leaped in front of him again. Master, do you think the master of the divine domain capital will come to us? Yes. When? Tomorrow. How do you know? Because we're staying in the VIP building. The nine-tailed celestial demon's tail tightened, her voice soft. Is the master of the divine domain capital strong? Stronger than you? I don't know. We'll find out when we fight. Qin Tian's gaze fixed on the tower. The next morning the summons from the divine domain master arrived. It came in the form of the 7-colored phoenix from before. As it descended from the central tower and landed on the balcony of the VIP building, the entire structure trembled. The 7-colored phoenix's feathers glowed, dyeing the balcony in a rainbow of hues. Its eyes were golden with vertical pupils. Long Outyin was brushing his teeth, the balcony door ajar. The phoenix's wings swept past the opening, the gust of wind knocking over the cup in his hand and splattering toothpaste foam across his face. Murong Shu had just woken up, her hair uncombed. Hearing the commotion, she pushed open the window and saw the phoenix's tail brush past, each tail feather longer than her entire body. Su Maching was in the corridor about to go downstairs for breakfast. The phoenix's aura pressed down from above, her ice phoenix leaped in front of her, wings trembling. Lin Qingxue stood at the end of the corridor, leaning against the wall. She didn't move. The frost dragon rose behind her, shielding her, its tail swaying. Some token bearers rushed out of their rooms. Qin Tian didn't move. He stood by the window watching the 7-colored phoenix. The 9-tailed celestial demon bristled, all 9 tails aflame, with 9-colored fire burning 10 times brighter than usual. She was resisting the oppressive aura of the phoenix. Master, it's strong. Stronger than the golden dragon. And stronger than our young dragon. Can you defeat it? I don't know. We'll find out when we fight. Qin Tian's gaze met the golden eyes of the 7-colored phoenix. The phoenix opened its beak, and instead of a bird's cry, human speech emerged. The divine domain master summons Qin Tian. The voice was shrill and piercing like metal scraping glass. Every beast in the divine domain capital bowed its head. Qin Tian turned and walked toward the door. Murong Shu emerged from her room, her hair still loose, a hairpin in hand, fastening it as she walked. I'll go with you. No need. Murong Shue's hand froze midair. The hairpin caught a strand of hair, but failed to secure it. She tried again. I'll go too. Su Maching approached, her ponytail tight, her expression calm. No need. Su Maching bit her lip, speaking before Qin Tian could refuse again. Her ice phoenix stood behind her, wings no longer trembling. I'm going. Lin Qingxue walked over from the end of the corridor, her trench coat buttoned neatly. Qin Tian's gaze swept across the 3 women, then settled on the group of token bearers at the end of the corridor. Stay in the VIP building. His voice was calm. I'll go see the divine domain master. Alone. Not out of bravado. There's no need for everyone to go. Murong Shue's lips parted. Su Maching's hand tightened on the hem of her shirt. Lin Qingxue's expression remained unchanged. The 9-tailed celestial demon looked at them. I'll go with him. I'm his beast. Qin Tian left his 8 divine beasts in tow. The 7-colored phoenix flew ahead while Qin Tian walked across the sea of clouds. The tower seemed closed, but the journey was long. From the VIP building to the city center, he crossed 17 streets. On every street stood people, the natives of the divine domain, old and young men and women, beast tamers, and ordinary folk, all watching Qin Tian from the sidewalks. Qin Tian didn't look at them. His gaze remained fixed on the tower. As he drew closer, the tower's spire vanished into the violet sky. The tower was white, but not made of stone. It was bone. Dragon bones. The entire structure was built from dragon bones, each carved with runes that glowed and pulsed like breathing. The tower had no door. The seven-colored phoenix flew to it and struck the wall with its wing. A crack split open in the dragon bone, revealing a golden light within. The phoenix slipped inside, and Qin Tian followed. The interior of the tower was hollow, with only a single pillar rising from the base to the top, covered in runes. At the base of the pillar was a throne made of dragon bone. Seated on the throne was a figure. White hair, white beard, white robe. The hair fell to his shoulders, the beard reached his chest. His face was unlined, his skin smooth, his eyes golden. The divine domain master. This man did not move, yet the entire tower followed the rhythm of his breathing, brightening and dimming in turn. Qin Tian stood before the throne 10 meters away. The nine-tailed heavenly fox spoke. Master, his aura is identical to that of the seven-colored phoenix. Unfathomable. The Lord of the Divine Realm fixed his gaze upon Qin Tian, silent for what felt like an eternity. His eyes traced from Qin Tian's face to his shoulders, down to his hands, then to his feet, and back again to his face. You bear a striking resemblance to someone. His voice was deep and resonant. Qin Batian. Qin Tian's tone remained calm. What is your relation to Qin Batian? Grandfather. The Lord of the Divine Realm tapped his finger once against the armrest of the throne. The sound was slight, yet the entire tower shuddered. The frequency of the rune flashes changed, the glow of the dragon bones shifted, and the spiritual energy in the air transformed. Qin Tian's 8 divine beasts raised their heads simultaneously. The Lord of the Divine Realm stilled his finger, and the tower returned to calm. Your grandfather was the first outsider to enter the Divine Realm in 300 years. He possessed great ambition. He wished to enter the 9th heaven and become a deity. Did he succeed? He reached the 9th heaven but did not become a deity. The Lord of the Divine Realm gazed into Qin Tian's eyes, his golden pupils reflecting Qin Tian's face. He could not let go. Let go of what? His family. The Lord's finger struck the armrest once more. He could not release your father, nor your grandmother, nor you. He entered the Divine Realm before you were even born, yet he thought of you every single day. Where is he now? Qin Tian's chest rose and fell. At the deepest core of the Divine Realm, the 9th heaven, the resting place of the gods. The Lord of the Divine Realm raised his hand, and a luminous screen manifested in his palm. Upon it lay a sea of golden light with a human figure at its center. Qin Tian clenched his fists. The nine-tailed demon peered out, gazing at the figure on the screen. Is that Master's grandfather? Yes. He is still alive. Yes. He is waiting for Master. Yes. The nine-tailed demon's tail swayed gently. The Lord of the Divine Realm gathered the light screen and regarded Qin Tian. You wish to enter the 9th heaven? Yes. Do you know what the 9th heaven is, eh? You just told me. Where the gods slumber. Why do the gods slumber? I do not know. Because they wait. The Lord of the Divine Realm rose, his white robes trailing upon the ground, waiting for one who can inherit their power. 10,000 years have passed, and no one has reached the 9th heaven. Your grandfather made it there, but he did not inherit. He rejected the gods. Why? Because the gods possess no emotion. Those who inherit the gods' power must relinquish everything. Family, friends, beloved, and even their bonded beasts. Qin Tian's voice tightened. Relinquish my bonded beasts. Relinquish everything. The nine-tailed demon gazed pitifully at Qin Tian's neck. Master, you would not abandon us, would you? I will never abandon you. The Lord of the Divine Realm looked from the nine-tailed demon to Qin Tian. You are exactly like your grandfather. He too declared, I will not let go. But he did not pass the god's trial. I dare say you shall not either. Not necessarily. The Lord's gaze upon Qin Tian shifted. The trial of the Divine Realm is not combat, but choice. You will understand when the time comes. Qin Tian fell silent for a moment. I wish to see my grandfather. Reach the 9th heaven, and you shall see him. I will. You share your grandfather's stubbornness. The corner of the Lord of the Divine Realm's mouth twitched. He is he and I am I. The Lord of the Divine Realm fell silent. He returned to his throne and sat. His fingers tapped the armrest again and again. You may remain in the main city of the Divine Realm. Stay at the guest pavilion for as long as you wish. You may use whatever resources the city offers. If your bonded beasts require evolution, the city holds divine crystals. Should you need skill manuals, the city has a manual pavilion. Should you require training grounds, they exist within the city. Why are you helping me? This is not help, but trade. The Lord of the Divine Realm fixed his gaze upon Qin Tian. His eyes moved from Qin Tian's face to the nine-tailed demon's tail to the vermilion bird divine king's feathers, to the azure dragon divine emperor's scales, to the white tiger divine emperor's claws, to the black tortoise divine emperor's roots, to the Qilin divine emperor's horn, to the Taotai divine emperor's teeth, and finally, to the chaos divine emperor's void. Should you pass the trial of the 9 heavens, the depletion of the divine realm's spiritual energy will ease. Should you fail, it shall continue to wither. What does my trial have to do with the divine realm's spiritual energy? Qin Tian's brows furrowed slightly. Each level of the 9 heavens trial you conquer loosens one layer of the divine realm seal. As the seal weakens, spiritual energy can replenish from the outside world. For every level you pass, the divine realm gains another decade of life. Pass all 9 heavens, and the divine realm endures a century longer. The Lord's voice deepened. I do this not for your sake, but for the sake of the divine realm. Qin Tian offered no reply. The 9-tailed demon poked its head from Qin Tian's embrace. Master, we have been used. Indeed. Are you angry? No. Why not? Mutual utilization. Qin Tian's voice was as calm as still water. He desires the divine realm to survive, and I desire to enter the 9th heaven. Different goals, yet the same road. We simply walk it. The 9-tailed demon's tail swayed gently. Qin Tian turned and walked toward the tower wall. A crack split the dragon bone, golden light seeping through. Qin Tian. The Lord of the divine realm's voice came from behind. Qin Tian halted but did not turn. Before your grandfather entered the 9th heaven, he asked me to relay a message to you. What was it? Do not learn from me. Qin Tian stood for a long while, then stepped out of the tower. The 7-colored phoenix followed him out, circled once above his head, and returned to the tower's summit. The dragon bone crack sealed shut. The 9-tailed demon peeked from Qin Tian's embrace, gazing at the 7-colored phoenix atop the tower. Master, the 7-colored phoenix is watching us. It bears no hostility. It waits for us. Waiting for us to breach the 9th heaven. The 9-tailed demon's tail swayed gently, and it buried its face into Qin Tian's embrace. Murong Shui stood at the entrance of the guest pavilion, her hair neatly tied. Su Muching stood beside her holding a pen and a blank sheet of paper. Lin Qingxue stood next to Su Muching, her trench coat buttons fastened precisely. Long Outyin stood before everyone, the golden sacred dragon king at his side, head raised. The token holders stood at the very rear. Qin Tian passed through the Dragonbone City Gate and stopped before the guest pavilion. Murong Shui, Su Muching, and Lin Qingxue watched him in silence. Qin Tian said nothing, and neither did they ask. The 9-tailed demon poked its head from his embrace and reported. The Lord of the Divine Realm said Master's grandfather awaits him in the 9th heaven. Murong Shui's fingers tightened around her hem. Su Muching's pen remained suspended upon the paper. Lin Qingxue closed her eyes. Long Outyin opened his mouth, then closed it again. Qin Tian entered the guest pavilion, climbed the stairs, and pushed open the door to room 401. His 8 divine beasts followed him inside. The door closed. Murong Shui stood in the hallway, her hairpin still clutched in her hand. Not a single word appeared on Su Muching's paper. Lin Qingxue kept her eyes shut for a long while before opening them. Long Outyin leaned against the wall, tilting his head to gaze at the ceiling, his voice low. Qin Tian's grandfather still lives. He said, do not follow in my footsteps. Murong Shui, Su Muching, and Lin Qingxue turned and walked toward their respective rooms. Long Outyin returned to the 21st floor. The token holders dispersed to their own floors. Room 401. The 9-tailed demon asked, Master, your grandfather said, do not follow in my footsteps. What did he mean? Qin Tian offered no reply. He stood before the window, gazing at the tower. It still glowed, pulsing bright and dark like a ticking bomb. The next day, the Lord of the Divine Domain summoned Qin Tian once more. Qin Tian looked at the Lord of the Divine Domain. Is there anything else? Don't you want to know the history of the Divine Domain? The Lord of the Divine Domain's tone was heavy. No. Qin Tian's voice was flat. He hadn't entered the Divine Domain to listen to history. He came to challenge the 9 heavens. What did history have to do with him? The Lord of the Divine Domain's lips twitched. You're just as impatient as your grandfather. He is he and I am I. The Lord of the Divine Domain's gaze pierced through Qin Tian. If you don't listen to the history of the Divine Domain, you won't know where this path leads. Qin Tian walked to the throne, and his lips moved. Speak. The Lord of the Divine Domain raised his hand from the armrest and drew a circle in the air. Within the circle, a light screen displayed a purple sky, a golden sun, a silver sun, a sea of clouds, and floating islands. The Divine Domain was not formed naturally, it was created by the deities. His finger tapped the light screen 3 times, and with each tap, a floating island appeared. On the first island stood a resplendent palace, on the second, countless spirit beasts, on the third, humans knelt in worship. 10,000 years ago, the deities resided here. They created the Divine Domain, the 9 heavens, the spirit beasts, and the humans who live here. The Lord of the Divine Domain's finger traced an arc in the air and the scenes on the light screen shifted. The three islands merged into one, the palace collapsed, the spirit beasts scattered, and the humans vanished. Then the deities left. The Lord of the Divine Domain's voice grew heavy and the runes in the tower dimmed by a degree. No one knows why. They left abruptly, taking nothing, leaving nothing behind. Only the seal of the 9 heavens remained. The Lord of the Divine Domain lowered his hand and looked at Qin Tian. After the deities left, the Divine Domain was sealed. The spiritual energy of the Divine Domain began to wane, less each day, thinner each year. 10,000 years have passed, and now the spiritual energy is less than a tenth of its original amount. Qin Tian replied with a single word. But the spiritual energy in your world will not deplete because it circulates. The spiritual energy in the Divine Domain does not circulate, it only consumes. The Lord of the Divine Domain sighed. The 9-tailed celestial fox poked its head out. Why doesn't the spiritual energy in the Divine Domain circulate? Qin Tian answered, because the spiritual energy in the Divine Domain was created by the deities, not born from heaven and earth. It diminishes with use. How much longer can the Divine Domain last? The 9-tailed celestial fox's tail swayed gently. 100 years. The Lord of the Divine Domain's fingers stopped on the armrest. In 100 years, the spiritual energy of the Divine Domain will be completely exhausted. The Divine Domain will collapse, the 9 heavens will vanish, and the people living here will die, including the spirit beasts. The 9-tailed celestial fox's tail froze. Qin Tian glanced down at her, then raised his head to the Lord of the Divine Domain. The seal of the 9 heavens. Was it left by the deities? Yes. Before the deities left, they set the seal of the 9 heavens. Each level has a guardian and a trial. Those who pass the trials can obtain the power of the deities. But in 10,000 years, no one has passed the 9th level. The Lord of the Divine Domain's gaze fell on Qin Tian's face, his eyes more serious than before. Where did my grandfather go? Qin Tian asked. After your grandfather passed the 7th level, the entrance closed. No one knows where he went. The Lord of the Divine Domain fell into thought. I suspect he went to the 9th level, the place where the deities slumber. Qin Tian's Adam's apple bobbed. How strong was the guardian of the 7th level? The Lord of the Divine Domain looked into Qin Tian's eyes and was silent for a long time. Half-deity. Your Azure Dragon Divine King has just broken through to the peak of SSS level perfection, still 2 minor realms away from half-deity. You can't defeat it now. My Azure Dragon Divine King is not at SSS level peak. It is temporarily, but soon it won't be. Qin Tian's voice remained calm. The Lord of the Divine Domain raised an eyebrow in surprise. You want to break through to deity. What is a deity? A rank or a realm? Qin Tian's gaze met the Lord of the Divine Domain's eyes. The Lord of the Divine Domain felt silent for a long time. It is a realm. Reaching the rank alone does not make one a deity, it is breaking through the limit that makes a deity. Beyond SSS level peak lies half-deity. Beyond half-deity lies pseudo-deity. Beyond pseudo-deity lies true deity. 3 realms, 9 minor steps. Your grandfather was stuck at half-deity. He could not break through to pseudo-deity nor to true deity. Not because he was not strong enough, but because he could not let go. Let go of what? Obsession. The Lord of the Divine Domain sighed helplessly. A deity needs no obsession, and his obsession was his family. He could not let go of your father, your grandmother, or you. That is why he could not break through. Are you a deity? A flicker of surprise crossed the Lord of the Divine Domain's face, then quickly returned to calm. I am not a deity. I am the guardian of the Divine Domain. His gaze fell on Qin Tian's face. Long Aoyan Morong Shui, Su Maching, and Lin Qingxue stood by the window on the 3rd floor of the VIP building, gazing at the distant Dragon Bone Tower, hoping to catch a glimpse of Qin Tian. The token holders were playing cards in the basement. Most of them had been assigned there, and were in low spirits, none wanting to speak. Qin Tian's voice came from before the throne, his eyes fixed on the Lord of the Divine Domain, the 9 heavens trial, starting from the 1st heaven, fighting level by level. Are you certain? The guardian of the 1st heaven is at SSS level peak. Your Azure Dragon Divine King is at SSS level peak perfection. It can fight. The guardian of the 2nd heaven is at SSS level peak perfection, also manageable. The guardian of the 3rd heaven is a half-deity. Your Azure Dragon Divine King cannot defeat it. From the 4th heaven onward, you cannot defeat a single one. The Lord of the Divine Domain's tone was as flat as reading a newspaper. I can defeat them. Qin Tian's tone was equally flat. Why? Because I am not alone. Qin Tian glanced down at the 9-tailed celestial fox in his arms, and she was looking back at him. The 9-tailed celestial fox's 9 tails asked, Master, are you talking about me? I am talking about all of you. The 9-tailed celestial fox smiled happily. The Lord of the Divine Domain watched Qin Tian and was silent for a moment. You are different from your grandfather. He also wanted to become a deity, but he wanted to do it alone. while you want to become a deity together with your spirit beasts. A slight smile curved Qin Tian's lips. When can the 9 heavens trial begin? Anytime. The entrance to the first heaven is east of the city, half a day's journey. Let's go now. Aren't you going to rest? Your Azure Dragon Divine King has just broken through. It needs to stabilize its realm. The Lord of the Divine Domain's tone carried a hint of caution. I'll stabilize on the way. The Lord of the Divine Domain did not dissuade further. He raised his hand from the armrest and drew a circle in the air. A light screen appeared showing a map of the eastern city. The entrance to the first heaven is here. Cross the teleportation array and you'll reach the trial space. The trial is to defeat 100 guardian puppets within a day. Your Azure Dragon Divine King can handle it, but your other spirit beasts cannot. Your Qilin Taoya and Hundun have just reached SSS level initial stage. They cannot withstand it. They don't need to withstand it. Qin Tian's voice was flat. He glanced down at the spirit beasts beside him. I'll withstand it. They just need to watch. The 9-tailed celestial fox said excitedly, we are your spirit beasts, not spectators. This time you are spectators, next time you will be the main force. Why spectators this time? I have my own way. Qin Tian's gaze fell upon the distant horizon. The vermilion bird god king circled once within the pagoda before alighting on Qin Tian's shoulder. I want to fight too. Next time. When is next time? The second heaven. The vermilion bird god king fell silent. The Lord of the Divine Domain looked at Qin Tian. Are you ready? I am ready. Qin Tian turned and walked toward the pagoda wall. A fissure split open along the dragon bone, and a golden radiance surged through the gap. Qin Tian halted but did not look back. After the first heaven trial, come tell me the result. All right. Qin Tian strode out of the pagoda, and the dragon bone fissure sealed shut behind him. Long Outyin stood at the entrance of the VIP building watching Qin Tian return from the end of the Sea of Clouds. What did the Lord of the Divine Domain say to you? Long Outyin hurriedly approached. The history of the Divine Domain. Qin Tian's pace did not slow. How long did he speak? For a while. How long is a while? Long Outyin pressed. Qin Tian abruptly stopped, turned, and looked into Long Outyin's eyes. Why are you so annoying? I didn't check the time. I only gave you a rough idea. The first heaven trial. Go now? Hurry and pack your things. Qin Tian's gaze shifted from Long Outyin sweeping over Morong, Shui, Su Muqing, and Lin Xingxue. Now? No meal. Long Outyin patted his stomach. Eat on the road. Long Outyin paused. Don't starve your Taotai. It's fine. Even if you die, it will still live. Long Outyin fell silent. Morong Shui stood outside Qin Tian's door for a long time. She took a deep breath, raised her hand, and knocked 3 times. The sound was soft, just audible. Qin Tian did not turn around. The 9-tailed celestial demon leaped off the bed, padded to the door, grasped the handle with her tail, and twisted it open. The door opened a crack. Her head peeked through 9 tails, gently swaying behind her. Are you looking for Master? Is he busy? Morong Shui pressed her lips into a thin line. The 9-tailed celestial demon glanced back. Not busy. The door swung open. The 9-tailed fox stepped aside to let Morong Shui enter. Master Morong Shui is here. Qin Tian turned, his gaze landing on Morong Shui's face, and nodded. Sit. He pointed to the chair by the bed. Morong Shui did not sit. She walked to the window and stood beside Qin Tian, still clutching the hairpin. Clutching it so tightly it seemed she might crush it. Qin Tian. I don't want to wait anymore. Her voice was very soft, but every word was enunciated clearly. Qin Tian did not look at her. He gazed out the window at the pagoda, which still glowed, flickering on and off. Morong Shui's voice came from beside him, continuing, ever since I met you I've been waiting. Waiting for your competition to end, waiting for you to return from the mystic realm, from the national tournament, from the Xuanwu mystic realm, from the divine domain. You always said soon, but it was always a long time. Qin Tian's expression remained calm. Morong Shui's lips trembled, her voice quivering. I waited alone in the Morong family courtyard, suffering. She did not wipe away the tears that fell, leaving a gleaming trail on her cheek. Qin Tian's lips moved slightly. The 9-tailed celestial demon lay on the bed, watching them, all 9 tails drawn close to her body, utterly still. Morong Shui's hand clutching the hairpin relaxed, then clenched, then relaxed. I'll brave the 9 heavens with you. Her voice no longer trembled, though tears still flowed. If I die, don't worry about me. If I live, I'll keep up with you. I don't want to wait anymore. Not even a single day. She looked at Qin Tian's profile. He did not look at her. The pagoda outside the window still glowed, flickering on and off. Your 9-colored spirit sparrow is at early SSS rank. The guardian puppet of the first heaven is at peak SSS rank. You can't defeat it. Qin Tian's voice was as calm as if stating the weather. I know. The second heaven is even stronger. I know. The third heaven is half-step divine. I know. You still want to follow? Morong Shui looked at him. His eyes flickered in the pagoda's light. She was weighing how many heavens her strength could endure. Until I can't follow anymore. Qin Tian turned to face her, his gaze lingering on her face for a few seconds. You won't die. Why, oi? Morong Shue's lips quivered. I promise. Morong Shue's tears fell again. The nine-tailed celestial demon jumped off the bed, walked up to Morong Shue, and looked up at her. You're crying. No. Morong Shue wiped her tears. You are. The nine-tailed celestial demon raised her tail, gently wiping the tears from Morong Shue's face with its tip. But you don't look ugly when you cry. Thank you. Morong Shue was silent for a long time. You're welcome. The nine-tailed celestial demon's tail swayed gently. Morong Shue looked down at the hairpin in her hand, then raised it to clip her hair. The hairpin caught the strand that always slipped loose. I won't hold you back. I know. I will grow stronger. I know. I will catch up to you. I know. Morong Shue looked at Qin Tian. He was still the same, sparing with words as if each one were precious. But she knew he was not being perfunctory. When he said, you won't die, he truly meant she would not die. I'm going back to my room. She turned and walked toward the door. Morong Shue. Qin Tian's voice came from behind. Her steps halted, but she did not turn around. In the first heaven, watch from behind. Watch what? Watch how I fight. In the second heaven, learn by my side. In the third heaven, he paused. Morong Shue's breath caught for a moment. In the third heaven, you will fight alongside me. Morong Shue's fingers tightened around the door handle. The gold-cast handle bore the uneven marks of her nails. All right. The door closed. Qin Tian's gaze returned to the pagoda outside the window. It still glowed, flickering on and off like a breath. The nine-tailed celestial demon lifted her head from the azure dragon god king's tail, looked at the closed door, then at the back of Qin Tian's head. Master Morong Shue cried twice. The first time was because of waiting. The second time was because you said, you won't die. It's not because of that. Then why? Because someone told her she wouldn't be left behind. Qin Tian's voice was still calm, but a beat slower than usual. The nine-tailed celestial demon's tail swayed softly, and she said no more. Morong Shue returned to her room on the fourth floor and closed the door. Su Muqing and Lin Qingxue stood outside the door on the third floor, their hands raised, then lowered, then raised again. They said they wanted to knock, but their hands never fell. She was in his room for a long time. Su Muqing lowered her hand from the door handle. Lin Qingxue said nothing. She walked over to Su Muqing and leaned against the wall, her trench coat buttons fastened neatly. She gazed at the window at the end of the corridor. Beyond the window stood the pagoda. Su Muqing bit her lip, her voice trembling slightly. What did she say to him? She said what she's always wanted to say. What's in her heart? Su Muqing asked no more. She looked at the window at the end of the corridor, which faced the Dragon Bone Pagoda. Long Outyin came down the stairs from the 21st floor and saw Su Muqing and Lin Qingxue standing in the corridor. He opened his mouth, then closed it, turned, and went back upstairs. The token holders were still playing cards in the basement. Someone asked when Qin Tian would depart. Someone else said they didn't know. Another said, play your card. No one asked again. Su Muqing returned to her room and looked at Morong Shue. He agreed. He promised I wouldn't die. Su Muqing's lips moved. That's great. It's as good as an agreement. He promised I could fight alongside him in the third heaven. Su Muqing clenched her fist in her clothes, then released it. The third heaven, half-step divine. Can you defeat it? No. But he'll be there. Su Muqing asked no more. 12 years. Morong Shue's voice was very light. The pagoda outside the window glowed, flickering on and off as if listening to her voice. Su Muqing also wished to have a heart-to-heart with Qin Tian. She did not knock. Standing at the door, she spoke to the wooden panel. Qin Tian, I've come. The door opened. The nine-tailed heavenly demon had curled its tail around the doorknob to twist it open, its head peeking through the crack, nine tails swaying gently behind it. The master says come in. Su Muqing stepped into the room. Qin Tian stood by the window exactly where Morong Shue had stood before. Su Muqing remained at the doorway, took a folded paper from her pocket, unfolded it, and placed it on the table near the entrance. The paper bore a drawing of a tower, crooked and uneven. This is the main city of the divine domain, she said, looking at Qin Tian's back as he turned around. He glanced at the drawing on the table, then at Su Muqing. You drew this? Yes. It doesn't resemble it, Qin Tian said, his voice devoid of inflection. I know. It's poorly drawn, but I memorized it. Her fingers traced lightly across the paper, following the crooked lines. This tower consists of 163,400 dragon bones. The city walls to the southeast number 97,000 dragon bones. The city gate's skull bears 360 teeth. I counted them all. Qin Tian's gaze fell upon the drawing. The lines were uneven, yet every stroke was drawn with force. He did not ask why she had counted these things. Su Muqing volunteered the answer. I was afraid of forgetting this place, so I drew it. I was afraid it wouldn't look right, so I counted carefully. If I never return, at least I will remember what the divine domain looks like. A pause. Morong Shue said she will brave the ninth heaven alongside you. Lin Qingxue said she will accompany you to the seventh heaven. Long Outyin said he will follow you. I will not follow. She looked into Qin Tian's eyes. Qin Tian, I will not brave the ninth heaven with you. I will forge my own path. From the moment I met you, I have always been by your side. From the Beast Taming Academy, to the city tournament, from the city tournament, to the national tournament, from the national tournament, to the Xuanwu secret realm, and from the Xuanwu secret realm, to the divine domain. I am tired of following you. I am somewhat weary. Now I wish to walk my own path. Are you certain? Qin Tian's gaze lingered on Su Muqing's face for a moment, his voice soft. Certain. A faint smile curved Su Muqing's lips as she fell into thought. There are so many women around you. I do not wish to join their ranks anymore. I want some solitude. I wish to brave the seventh heaven on my own. Let us meet there. You are a woman of thought, Qin Tian said. His voice remained calm, but slightly slower than usual. Su Muqing's cheeks flushed. From the day she had known him until now, this was the first time such words had escaped his lips. She did not lower her head, but stood where she was looking at him through the purple gold light. Are you encouraging me? No. I am merely stating a fact. Su Muqing's rosy cheeks deepened. Her ice blue eyes gazed at him. Very well. Then I will prove to you that what you stated is indeed a fact. She turned to leave. Bing Feng appeared behind her, spreading its ice blue wings and giving a gentle flap. The nine-tailed heavenly demon looked at Bing Feng, then at Su Muqing. What is it saying? Su Muqing paused and glanced back at Bing Feng. It says it will also reach the seventh heaven. The nine-tailed heavenly demon regarded Bing Feng, whose wings were folded against its body. Su Muqing's face was half obscured by the phoenix's wings. Your Bing Feng is merely at the peak of SS grade. How can it reach the seventh heaven? It says it needs no concern from you. Bing Feng's wings spread again, this time striking the nine-tailed heavenly demon upon the head. The blow was light but crisp, like an ice cone tapping against glazed glass. Su Muqing's lips curved slightly. The nine-tailed heavenly demon's 9 tails rose simultaneously, 9 colored flames igniting at their tips, burning fiercely. That bird has quite the temper. Bing Feng's wings flared once more. The 9-tailed heavenly demon's tail flames burned at their peak, but in the end it did not retaliate. It retracted its tails and extinguished the flames, its voice sullen. Master, it bullies me. You bully it far more often. Qin Tian replied, the corners of his lips rising slightly. The 9-tailed heavenly demon fell silent. Bing Feng folded its wings and followed Su Muqing out of the room. The door remained unlatched. Su Muqing stood in the corridor, her back to the doorway, her shoulders trembling once. She did not turn around. Her voice drifted from the corridor, somewhat muffled. Qin Tian. Yes. Your statement of fact. I have taken it to heart. Su Muqing departed. Her footsteps faded from the doorway down the corridor, Bing Feng trailing behind. Its ice blue wings turned a corner at the end of the hall and disappeared from sight. The 9-tailed heavenly demon lifted its head from the green dragon god emperor's tail, gazing at the open door. Master, Su Muqing was crying. No. Her shoulders shook. That was her laughing. Qin Tian set his gaze fixed upon the tower outside the window. The 9-tailed heavenly demon's tail swayed gently. Does laughing make one's shoulders shake? Some people do. The 9-tailed heavenly demon stopped asking. Qin Tian's voice was calm. She will reach the seventh heaven. The 9-tailed heavenly demon's sullen voice echoed. It said it will also reach the seventh heaven. Didn't you call it a strategic retreat earlier? Why is it going to the seventh heaven now? Qin Tian patted its head. Su Muqing returned to her room, closed the door, and leaned against it. From her pocket, she withdrew the paper covered in the tower's contours. Several water stains had appeared on the paper dripped there in the corridor. She reached out to wipe them, but the stains spread, blurring the tower's outline. She gazed at it for a long while, then folded the paper and returned it to her pocket. Bing Feng approached and stood before her, gently nudging Su Muqing's chin with its ice blue head. Su Muqing embraced Bing Feng's head and buried her face within its feathers. Lin Qingxue stood beside Su Muqing, raising her hand as if to comfort her, then lowering it again. Su Muqing packed her belongings in silence and walked out of the VIP pavilion's main gate onto the street, Bing Feng following closely behind, step by step. Pedestrians on the street watched Su Muqing and her Bing Feng pass, but Su Muqing did not glance at them. From the window upstairs, Murong Shui and Lin Qingxue watched Su Muqing's retreating figure. That silhouette grew ever smaller, condensing into a white speck at the edge of the sea of clouds, and then vanished. Qin Tian withdrew his gaze from the window and looked down at the 9-tailed heavenly demon. It looked back at him. Master, Su Muqing has left. She seems far more at ease now. Qin Tian said, his tone unchanged. You are right. She has gone to walk her own path. The 9-tailed heavenly demon's tail swayed gently. Master, will she reach the seventh heaven? Yes. Are you so certain? She is a woman of great talent. Beyond her gentleness and virtue, her character is resilient. She fears no hardship. I hold her in high regard, and I also. You also like her? Nonsense. Are you afraid? Murong Shui and Lin Qingxue heard you. Mind your own business. Since you like her, why let her go? Be quiet. How many words do you have, little fox? Every mouth I feed and every coin I spend counts. The master speaks correctly. If you were to keep Su muching and still maintain 8 beast companions, funds would indeed fall short. You understand nothing. Stop talking. Divine Domain native daily headlines: Su muching chooses to forge her own path through the 9 heavens. Bing Feng vows, I will reach the 7th heaven. Divine Domain main city flash. Interview with Su muching, I will no longer follow. I wish to walk my own path. May our fates bring us together at the 7th heaven. If you arrive, first wait for me there. Interview with Bing Feng, I obey only my master's words. My master is the most beautiful in all under heaven. Comment by the 9-tailed heavenly demon, that bird has quite the temper. At the eastern edge of the city where the sea of clouds ended, Su muching had waited for a long time. She wanted to see Qin Tian one last time. Qin Tian stood before a golden light, a massive screen of radiance that soared from the sea of clouds into the sky, 100 meters wide and 1,000 meters high, its glare so intense that nothing beyond could be seen. The 9-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from his embrace, squinting, as all 9 tails drew close to its body. Master, what lies beyond the light? The first heaven, the trial heaven. Will we see the guardian puppets once we enter? Yes. 100 of them. Yes. Peak of SSS level. Yes. You'll fight them alone. The 9-tailed celestial fox's tail roots slowly bristled. The young dragon will fight, we'll watch. Azure Dragon Divine King expanded from the length of a chopstick to 10 meters, looking up at the light screen. Master, I am ready. Qin Tian nodded. Pointing at the light screen, he said, the entrance to the 9 heavens is here. You can choose any entrance to enter. His voice was not loud, yet everyone heard it. No one replied. Qin Tian continued, the first heaven, trial heaven, with 100 guardian puppets at peak SSS level. The second heaven, battle heaven, with a guardian at the perfect peak of SSS level. The third heaven, wisdom heaven, with a half-step deity. The fourth heaven, strength heaven, unknown. The fifth heaven, speed heaven, unknown. The sixth heaven, defense heaven, unknown. The 7th heaven, law heaven, unknown. The 8th heaven, chaos heaven, unknown. The 9th heaven, divine heaven, the resting place of the gods. Long Aotian walked to the light gate of the 9th heaven. The light gate hovered 100 meters above the sea of clouds, its frame golden, its door panels black, inscribed with 4 characters, forbidden land of the gods, trespassers die. He looked up for 3 seconds, then walked back to the light screen of the first heaven. The 9-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from Qin Tian's embrace. Didn't you say you'd challenge the 9th heaven? Step by step. Long Aotian's expression remained unchanged. You're just a coward. I am not a coward. Long Aotian's face flushed, his neck reddening. The golden Saint Dragon King stood behind him, nuzzling his hand with its head. He did not look down, keeping his gaze on the light screen, pretending nothing had happened. Are you sure you want to split up? Qin Tian looked at Mu Rongshui. Mu Rongshui nodded. Everyone has their own path. Your path is the 9th heaven. Oh, we won't hold you back. It's not a burden. Qin Tian's voice was soft. I know. Mu Rongshui's face was calm. Monsters you defeat yourself only count toward your own record. It's better to go our separate ways now. All right. When we fight the big boss, we'll regroup. Mu Rongshui turned and walked toward the entrance of the 2nd heaven. All right. Qin Tian did not ask why she didn't start from the 1st heaven. He knew her 9-colored spirit sparrow was at the initial SSS level too weak to defeat the guardian puppets of the 1st heaven. I'm leaving. Mu Rongshui's voice was very soft. My Ice Phoenix is at the peak of SS level, it can't even pass the 1st heaven. So I'll choose the 3rd heaven. Su muching turned and walked away, the Ice Phoenix following behind her, its ice blue wings shimmering faintly under the purple sunlight. Long Aotian watched Su muching's retreating figure, swallowed hard, his atoms apple bobbing. She's really starting from the 3rd heaven. Her Ice Phoenix is at peak SS level, and the guardian of the 3rd heaven is a half-step deity. Qin Tian's tone was as calm as still water. Then why choose the 3rd heaven? Because she wants to paint a half-step deity. Long Aotian opened his mouth, then closed it. He walked up to Qin Tian and extended his hand. The 7th heaven is the big boss. See you there. Qin Tian looked at his outstretched hand and took it all right. Long Aotian released his hand, turned, and walked toward the entrance of the 4th heaven. The golden Saint Dragon King followed behind him, their steps perfectly synchronized. Some of the token holders approached Qin Tian. We're leaving too. We don't want to share our achievements with others because we also need to grow. All right. Qin Tian nodded. 7 people departed, heading toward different entrances. Some went to the 1st heaven, some to the 2nd, some to the 5th. The last person stood before the light screen, turning back to look at Qin Tian. My name is Chun Bei, a civilian beast tamer. My son is your fan. He told me to tell you. Keep it up. With that, he left before Qin Tian could respond. Qin Tian stood before the light screen of the 1st heaven, the only one left at the entrance of the 9 heavens, along with his 8 divine beasts. The 9-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from his embrace. Master, they've all gone. Are you sad? Not sad. Why? Because I'll see them again at the 7th heaven. Qin Tian's face revealed no emotion. The 9-tailed celestial fox's tail swayed gently. Then let's go too. Qin Tian stepped into the light screen. The golden radiance swallowed him and his 8 divine beasts. The entrance to the 9 heavens fell silent. The sea of clouds churned, and 2 suns moved slowly across the sky. Qin Tian stood in the trial space of the first heaven. The space was vast with no visible boundaries. The sky was gray, the ground gray, without clouds, wind, or sound. 100 guardian puppets emerged from the gray mist. Their forms varied, some like dragons, some like tigers, some like humans. Their eyes were red without pupils, only crimson light. Azure Dragon Divine King strode out from beside Qin Tian. Its body expanded from 10 meters to 130 meters, its golden scales gleaming in the gray space, its dragon wings spanning 200 meters. The 9-tailed celestial fox lay in Qin Tian's embrace, all 9 tails erected 9 colored flames burning at the tail tips, 3 times brighter than usual. Can the young dragon defeat them? Yes. Qin Tian watched the back of Azure Dragon Divine King. 100 of them one by one. No need. Qin Tian's voice was as calm as if stating a trivial matter. All at once, Azure Dragon Divine King let out a long roar. The dragon's cry echoed through the space, and the guardian puppets charged simultaneously. Azure Dragon Divine King met them head-on. Its dragon claws shattered the head of a golden dragon puppet, its tail severed the waists of 3 tiger-shaped puppets, and its dragon breath incinerated the torsos of 5 humanoid puppets. 1 strike, 1 kill, every strike lethal. The number of guardian puppets dwindled from 100 to 90 to 80 to 70. The 9-tailed celestial fox's eyes were fixed on the battlefield. Master, the young dragon's fighting style has changed. Yes, it didn't used to be like this. It used to dodge, evade, conserve stamina. Now it doesn't dodge or evade, it relies solely on brute force. Qin Tian's voice remained calm, but his pace was slightly slower than usual. It's not fighting, it's establishing dominance. For whom? For the first heaven. It has arrived, and it is the king here. The 9-tailed celestial fox's tail swayed gently, and it buried its face in Qin Tian's chest. 50 guardian puppets remained. Azure Dragon Divine King stood among the puppets, its scales stained with the golden blood of the guardians. It raised its head and let out a third dragon roar of the day. The remaining 50 guardian puppets froze. They stared at Azure Dragon Divine King, and for the first time fear appeared in their crimson eyes. Azure Dragon Divine King took another step forward. The puppets stepped back. Surrender or die? Azure Dragon Divine King did not advance further. It stood still watching them. Its voice was not loud, but it echoed for a long time in the gray space. The guardian puppets did not answer. They stood there, neither advancing nor retreating. Azure Dragon Divine King said no more. It opened its massive maw, and Azure Golden Dragon breath coalesced within. The guardian puppets lowered their heads simultaneously. The trial of the first heaven was past. Azure Dragon Divine King returned to Qin Tian's side, shrinking from 130 meters back to the length of a chopstick, landing on Qin Tian's shoulder. The 9-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from Qin Tian's embrace, gently touching Azure Dragon Divine King's head with the tip of its tail. Young dragon, you've grown stronger. And fiercer too. Azure Dragon Divine King did not reply, burying its face in the crook of Qin Tian's arm. Qin Tian stood in the gray space, the guardian puppets bowing their heads. 100 guardian puppets at peak SSS level had been defeated by the 130-meter Azure Dragon Divine King. They chose to surrender to admit defeat. Trial of the first heaven passed. Reward 100 divine domain crystals. Qin Tian turned and walked toward the exit. The gray space began to collapse behind him, the guardian puppets dissolving into specks of light. He emerged from the light screen back onto the sea of clouds. The entrance to the 9 heavens remained 9 gates in 9 colors. He stood alone on the sea of clouds, gazing at the 9 gates. The 9-tailed celestial fox poked its head out from his embrace. Master, the first heaven is past. When will we go to the second heaven? Now. Qin Tian walked toward the entrance of the second heaven. A silver gate with 2 characters carved on it, battle. The 9-tailed celestial fox looked at those characters, all 9 tails bristling. Master, the battle heaven is a one-on-one duel. Who will you choose to duel? You. The 9-tailed celestial fox's tail stiffened, its mouth slightly agape, the 9 colored flames at the tail tips suddenly blazing brighter, but its voice dropped. Me. You. The 9-tailed celestial fox at the perfect peak of SSS level with 9 tails, 9 attributes, and the law of illusion. You are just right for the second heaven. Qin Tian's voice was as calm as if stating a long-decided plan. The 9-tailed celestial fox's tails slowly lowered one by one, all 9 tucking against its body. Since Master believes I can defeat them, I trust your words. Qin Tian stepped into the entrance of the second heaven, and the silver radiance swallowed him. The 9-tailed celestial fox lay in his embrace, the flames on its 9 tails flickering in the silver light, entering a battle-ready state. The second heaven had no end. Qin Tian stood at the center, his feet pressing against the ash-gray ground, hard and silent beneath his steps. Above him the sky mirrored the same somber gray, devoid of clouds, light, wind, warmth, and any trace of living breath. The nine-tailed heavenly demon poked its head from his embrace, its nose twitching. Master, there is no spiritual energy here. Not a single wisp. From the distant gray mist emerged a sound, the grinding friction of metal dragged across stone. The sound surged from all directions, drawing ever closer. The azure dragon divine king expanded to 50 meters, its golden scales glaring against the gray expanse. It coiled behind Qin Tian, raising its head to 2 meters high, golden eyes fixed on the mist. The white tiger divine king swelled to 10 meters, its white fur standing out like a cluster of snow against the gray. It stood to Qin Tian's left, head bowed, ears pricked, tail motionless. The vermilion bird divine king expanded to 20 meters, its golden red plumage flickering with faint flames as wings spread 50 meters wide. The black tortoise divine king grew to 5 meters tall, roots driving into the ashen ground. Its shell patterns began glowing, deep blue light piercing through the pale space. The Qilin divine king rose to 3 meters, golden scales shimmering with 5 elemental lights, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, as a protective barrier formed around Qin Tian. The Taotai divine king stretched to 8 meters, black scales swirling with vortex patterns. Its maw opened wide, revealing rows of fangs, while twin eyes beneath its arms scanned both the mist and the light ahead. The chaos divine king dissolved into a formless presence surrounding Qin Tian. The nine-tailed heavenly demon grew to 2 meters, 9 tails fanning out behind it as 9 colored flames erupted at their tips. Qin Tian stood at the center of 8 divine beasts. From the mist emerged guardian puppets. The first with a dragon's head and tiger's body, 20 meters long, red eyes pupilless and unblinking. The second was humanoid and 10 meters tall, wielding a bone blade. The third took avian form with 30-meter wingspan. Fourth, fifth, sixth. They emerged from the mist one after another in endless waves, their red eyes flickering like will-o'-the-wisps in the ashen gray space. 500. Qin Tian issued his commands. Qilin formed the defense. Tao Ye ready to devour. Chaos disrupt their senses. Young dragon lead the assault. White tiger flank on the left. Vermilion bird provide aerial support. Divine tree guard our position. The Qilin divine king's 5-element shield shifted from 5 colors to 7, light radiating through its scales while darkness seeped from its eyes. The shield doubled in thickness, expanding from protecting just Qin Tian to encompass all 8 divine beasts within a 50-meter radius. Taotai surged forward, launching itself at the nearest puppet. Its fangs pierced through the puppet's neck and scales before it detonated into shards that splattered across Tao Ye's face. With a swipe of its claws, Taotai cleared the debris and lunged at the next target. Chaos hovered above the battlefield, spreading mist without attacking directly, yet the puppets moving through it slowed noticeably, as though time itself had thickened around them. Azure Dragon charged into the swarm, its 130-meter frame moving like a mountain through the enemy ranks, relying solely on its claws and tail rather than dragon breath or authority. Each swipe of its claw crushed a puppet's skull, while its tail swept through 3 more, severing their spines. The movements weren't swift, but every strike carried lethal precision. White Tiger sliced in from the left without a roar or charge, launching itself directly into the puppet horde. A single claw strike shattered one, a bite broke another in half, and a tail sweep sent 3 flying. An aura of slaughter radiated naturally from White Tiger, suppressing nearby puppets without conscious effort. Vermilion bird dove from above, using its wings as blades rather than breathing fire. The steel-hard feathers along its wing edges screeched against the puppets' bodies as they cut through them. Black tortoise remained motionless. Its root system spread endlessly across 3,000 meters of gray earth, erupting from the ground whenever puppets drew near Qin Tian, crushing and dragging them underground. It was the quietest killer and the most effective. The 9-tailed heavenly demon stood beside Qin Tian, 9 tails swaying gently behind it as 9 colored flames burned at their tips. Taotai had already devoured 10 puppets, standing amid a pile of fragments and licking its lips while its underarm eyes scanned for the next target. A gorilla puppet charged from behind with its bone blade aimed at Tao Ye's head, but Taotai didn't turn. It simply flicked its tail, wrapping around the blade and snapping it clean in 2. The gorilla puppet froze as Taotai turned its head, mouth opening wide in a roar that sent the creature stumbling backward before Taotai lunged forward with savage bites. The 9-tailed heavenly demon watched Taotai devour and asked, "Master, can Taotai actually digest puppets?" "It has no stomach," Qin Tian replied. "Then why does it keep eating?" "Taotai absorbs energy through consumption." "Isn't that the same as chaos?" "No, they operate differently. One devours physical matter, the other consumes energy itself." The puppet count plummeted from 500 to 300, then down to 60 as they fell one by one. The remaining puppets adapted, abandoning their reckless charges for tactical dispersal and flanking maneuvers around Azure Dragon. 3 avian puppets circled overhead, and dove toward Qin Tian, but Vermilion Bird intercepted them, sweeping two from the sky with a single wing strike. The third breached Vermilion Bird's defense, diving toward Qin Tian. Black Tortoise's roots erupted from the ground, wrapping around the avian puppet's talons and dragging it downward. The roots constricted until the puppet shattered, yet more enemies emerged from the periphery. Qin Tian's brow furrowed slightly. Young Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Tao Tai, return. All four beasts retreated simultaneously, positioning themselves defensively before Qin Tian. Azure Dragon's scales were coated in golden fragments, White Tiger's claws dripped with viscous fluid, Vermilion Bird's feathers bore remnants of their quarry, and Tao Ye's jaws still clung to scraps it had failed to fully consume. New formation. Young Dragon, take point. White Tiger, cover the left flank. Vermilion Bird, secure the right. Tao Ye, hold the rear. Divine Tree, anchor beneath us. Qilin, deploy the shield. Chaos, dominate the entire field. Nine Tails. Qin Tian's voice remained steady. The nine-tailed heavenly demon finally received its command and raised all nine tails in eager anticipation. Illusion Realm. The flames at the tips of its nine tails erupted simultaneously, sending nine-colored light radiating outward to engulf the entire battlefield. The puppets' crimson eyes dimmed in unison as their movements grew erratic, some striking at nothing, others spinning aimlessly, a few turning on each other. The illusion domain took hold. The nine-tailed heavenly demon's pupils shifted from rainbow hues to pure gold. Master the illusion can sustain for 3 minutes. That's enough. Azure Dragon surged forward. This time Azure Dragon unleashed its full power, its dragon breath carving a golden pillar across the battlefield that eliminated 10 puppets in a single breath. White Tiger charged through the enemy ranks from the left, its killing intent at full measure, each claw strike claiming another puppet. Vermilion Bird dove from the right flank, its wing flames reducing everything they touched to ash. Tao Tai held the rear position, devouring one puppet for every one that approached, two for every two that came. No longer picky, it consumed any form regardless of type. Black Tortoise's root system erupted from the ground in a dense network, crushing any puppet that attempted to ambush from below. Qilin's 5-element barrier contracted to a 10-meter diameter, concentrating solely to shield Qin Tian with tripled thickness that absorbed even the heaviest strikes without so much as a ripple. Chaos's mist spread across the entire battlefield, slowing the puppet's movements with each passing moment. 3 minutes elapsed. Azure Dragon eliminated 30 puppets, White Tiger destroyed 15, Vermilion Bird vanquished 10, Tao Tai consumed 8, and Black Tortoise crushed 7 more. Combined with earlier casualties, only 2 puppets remained on the battlefield, humanoid figures armed with bone blades standing back to back. Their crimson eyes fixed on Azure Dragon without hesitation. Of the 500 that had started this fight, these 2 refused to flee or yield. Azure Dragon lowered its head, unleashing its dragon aura that made the puppets' eyes flicker, yet they held their ground. Surrender or die. The 2 puppets exchanged glances before charging simultaneously. Azure Dragon let out a sigh. With a single swipe, both were crushed. The 9-tailed heavenly demon withdrew its illusion and leaped back into Qin Tian's embrace. Master, I'm tired. The illusion held for 3 minutes. Yet I never directly engaged. You fought. Illusion is your method of combat. Qin Tian's voice remained calm. The 9-tailed heavenly demon's tail swayed gently. The gray space began to collapse, the distant mist dissipating to reveal golden boundaries. Golden light flooded inward, coloring the gray ground and sky inch by inch. Second heaven battle complete. Duration 3 hours. Guardian puppets defeated 500. Rating SSS. Reward Divine Domain Crystals 500. Qin Tian stood within the golden radiance, looking down at the 9-tailed heavenly demon. Second heaven also passed. Its tail swayed gently. 7 heavens remain. Can we pass them all? Of course we can pass. Qin Tian's tone carried not a hint of hesitation. At that moment, the last puppet charged out from the gray mist. A dragon's head on a tiger's body, identical to the first one. Its scales were gray, its eyes crimson without pupils. It was a full circle larger than the other puppets, its size approaching 30 meters. It had hidden among the puppet horde for a long time, lurking deep within the mist since the battle began, only charging out after all its kind had fallen. The Azure Dragon Divine King watched it unmoving. Its scales were covered in golden fragments, golden liquid dripped from its dragon claws, and shallow scratches marked its dragon wings. The puppet charged before the Azure Dragon Divine King, opening its massive maw as gray draconic breath gathered within. The Azure Dragon Divine King raised its claw and gently struck the puppet's head with a single swipe. The claw fell without a sound, unlike the explosive crashes when it had shattered the previous puppets. The puppet's head was driven into its chest cavity, its body compressed from 30 meters to 10, from 10 to 5, and from 5 to 1. Finally, it shrank into a fist-sized lump, fell to the ground, rolled twice, and stopped at the foot of the Azure Dragon Divine King. The Divine King lowered its head to gaze at the gray mass. The battlefield fell silent. The gray mist dissipated, and the distant golden boundary drew ever closer. Fragments lay scattered everywhere, covering the entire gray ground in a thick layer like golden snow. The nine-tailed celestial demon poked its head out from Qin Tian's embrace, its 9 tails all rising and then falling. It stared at the golden fragments scattered across the ground, its eyes wide as saucers. Are we done? We're done. Qin Tian stood still as the 8 divine beasts returned to his side. He lifted his gaze to the distance. From the golden light emerged a figure shaped from condensed light, clad in a long robe and holding a book with a golden cover. The 9-tailed celestial fox was startled. Another guardian puppet. Qin Tian said, "It's not a guardian puppet, it's a divine realm recorder." The recorder stood before Qin Tian and opened the book in its hands. The pages were densely covered with ancient divine script. Its finger slid across the page, stopping at a line. Previous record holder time taken 3 days. Defeated 500 guardian puppets. Rating B. It closed the book and looked at Qin Tian. The face formed from light bore no expression, but its hand trembled. You took 3 hours. Qin Tian's brow furrowed slightly, then relaxed. Too slow. The recorder's hand stopped trembling. It gazed at Qin Tian, silent for a long moment. Too fast. The previous record holder took 3 days. You took 6 hours, breaking the divine realm's 10,000-year record. The corner of Qin Tian's mouth twitched slightly. A 10,000-year record. 10,000 years. The recorder opened the book and showed Qin Tian that page of ancient divine script. It says second heaven trial, fastest completion record, 3 days. Holder, the first guardian of the divine realm. 10,000 years ago. The recorder opened the book and wrote a line on a blank page. 9-tailed celestial demon 1 against 50. The 9-tailed celestial demon leaped back into Qin Tian's embrace, using its tails to poke his face. Master, I'm famous. The recorder wrote, 1 against 50 into the book. People 10,000 years from now will see it. Qin Tian's gaze fell on the line the recorder had written. The recorder opened the book and added a few lines. Azure Dragon Divine King 163, White Tiger Divine King 118, over Million Bird Divine King 110, Taotai Divine King 180, Black Tortoise Divine King 0, Ichilan Divine King 0, Hundun Divine King 0. The recorder closed the book. The first heaven trial has officially concluded. Please collect your reward. It extended its hand, revealing a fist-sized golden crystal in its palm. 100 divine realm crystals. Golden light radiated from the crystals, tinging the recorder's light-formed body in gold. Qin Tian took the crystals. The crystals were heavy in his hand, 100 linked together like a cluster of golden grapes. He could sense the immense energy contained within them. Divine realm crystals can be used for beast evolution. 1 crystal can elevate an SSS rank beast by 1 minor realm, but a 1-month interval is required. 100 crystals can allow one of your beasts to break through directly from SSS rank peak to demigod. The recorder's voice echoed in the space, and it paused. Qin Tian nodded. The recorder turned and walked toward the golden light. The entrance to the second heaven is to the east. Half a day's walk. Its figure melted into the light and vanished. The golden light engulfed the entire space. The gray ground, gray sky, and golden fragments all disappeared. The 9-tailed celestial demon poked its head out from his embrace, looking at the golden crystals in Qin Tian's hand. Master, 100 crystals. Give them to the young dragon who it can break through to demigod. No rush. Qin Tian stored the crystals in his ring. He stepped out of the golden light of the second heaven, the 8 divine beasts by his side. He stood on the sea of clouds looking at the 9 gates. Murong Shui, Su Muqing, and Long Outyin approached. The token holders did not, but all watched him. None of us dared go far before returning. Did you pass the second heaven? Murong Shui looked at him. Passed. How long did it take? 3 hours. What's inside the second heaven? Long Outyin looked at Qin Tian. Quite a lot of things. Murong Shui looked at the silver gate of the second heaven, thinking that the puppet guardian inside had already been eliminated by Qin Tian. Now it held no danger, and she wanted to see what the scene inside was like. The 9-colored spirit finch flapped its wings against her face, and she stepped into the second heaven. Help! Murong Shui's voice came from inside, startling everyone else. Xiao Fei, let's go save her quickly. Qin Tian's voice was calm. All right. The 9-tailed celestial demon turned its head back, all 9 tails rising simultaneously. Qin Tian entered the second heaven and stood on the sea of clouds. I'm fine. Murong Shui's voice floated lightly. I guess those cowards wouldn't dare come in. I just wanted to be alone with you. Qin Tian ignored her, stepped out of the second heaven, and took out the 100 crystals from his ring. Golden light leaked through the gaps between his fingers. The Ichilan Divine King, Black Tortoise Divine King, Taotai Divine King, and Hundun Divine King stared fixedly at the crystals, their mouths opening and closing, drool dripping from the corners onto the sea of clouds. The nine-tailed celestial demon, master, they want them. I know. Qin Tian crouched down and placed the 100 crystals on the sea of clouds. Golden Horn, come here. The Qin Divine King bounded over, crouching before Qin Tian, its golden eyes fixed on the pile of crystals. Its body trembled, and even the sea of clouds beneath Qin Tian's feet rippled. 50 crystals. Yours. Qin Tian counted out 50 crystals and piled them before the Qin Divine King. The Divine King lowered its head at the pile of golden stones, extended its tongue, and licked one. The crystal dissolved on its tongue, the golden liquid flowing down its throat into its belly. Its body began to glow. Golden light burst forth from the gaps between its scales, brighter than the two suns of the divine realm. The Qin Divine King's scales changed from pure gold to 5 colors, the hues flowing across them. Its horns branched from 2 prongs to 4 ancient runes appearing on the deer-like antlers. Its tail lengthened from short to medium, a tuft of golden fur sprouting at the tip. Qin Tian reached out and rubbed the Qin Divine King's head. Golden Horn SSS rank mid-stage. The Qin Divine King raised its head, touched Qin Tian's palm with its golden antlers, then lowered its head to continue licking the remaining crystal fragments. Qin Tian counted out 30 crystals from the remainder and placed them before the Taotai Divine King. The Taotai Divine King gobbled them down in 2 or 3 bites, the crystals crunching in its mouth. Its body began to glow, black light erupting from the gaps between its scales, dyeing the surrounding sea of clouds black. Its scales changed from pure black to deep black, with dark red vortex patterns surfacing on them. Its mouth grew larger, teeth longer, tiger fangs expanding from 2 rows to 3, and the 2 eyes beneath its armpits turned from red to gold. The Hundun Divine King floated in midair above the remaining 20 crystals, completely still. Qin Tian looked up at the white mist. Yours 20. The Hundun Divine King twitched, drifting down from the air, its white mist enveloping the 20 crystals. The crystals floated within the mist and began to spin. Faster and faster, the golden light was absorbed by the white mist and finally vanished. The Hundun Divine King's mist grew denser than before, thick enough to block the golden sunlight. The nine-tailed celestial demon poked its head out from his embrace. Master, they've all broken through. Qilin SSS rank mid-stage, Taotai SSS rank mid-stage, Hundun SSS rank mid-stage. All above SSS rank mid-stage. Qin Tian's voice was calm. Azure Dragon SSS rank peak perfection, White Tiger SSS rank peak perfection, Vermilion Bird SSS rank peak perfection, Black Tortoise SSS rank peak perfection, I am SSS rank peak perfection. Qilin Taoya Hundun SSS rank mid-stage. 8 Contracted Beasts, 5 at peak perfection, 3 at mid-stage. So are we very strong now? Master, which heaven shall we choose? Qin Tian's gaze fell upon the words battle inscribed on the silver door. The second heaven. The second heaven hasn't been cleared yet. I went in earlier and sensed the presence of a guardian. The nine-tailed celestial demon nodded. At the entrance of the second heaven, Qin Tian stood up and put the ring back on. He had divided the 100 crystals, keeping 99, with 1 remaining in his palm. It was a golden stone the size of a fist, its radiance far brighter than the other crystals. The nine-tailed celestial demon gazed at the crystal in his palm. Master, there's still one left. It's for Long Outyin. Long Outyin doesn't deserve it. This is a reward. This time the space of the second heaven turned golden. The ground became a dueling arena, vast and spanning 300 meters on each side, surrounded by an abyss. 9 stone pillars encircled the arena, each bearing a figure. 9 individuals in total. 9 war generals, 9 combat styles, 9 attributes, 9 opponents at the SSS rank peak perfection. The first war general stood atop the foremost pillar. He was 2 meters tall with bulging muscles, barehanded. He wore a sleeveless battle armor, his arms thicker than Long Outyin's thighs. A scar ran across his face from his left brow to the right corner of his mouth. The scar was white, starkly visible under the golden light. He leaped from the pillar, and the arena trembled upon his landing. The tremor traveled from the soles of his feet to his knees, then to his waist. The nine-tailed celestial demon leaped out of Qin Tian's embrace, her form growing from 0.5 meter to 3 meters. Her 9 tails unfurled behind her, the 9 colored flames blazing at their fiercest. Her eyes shifted from iridescent to pure gold. Master, this battle is mine alone. Her voice rose a pitch higher than usual. You made me watch during the first heaven, now it's my turn for the second. Let's continue to watch the show. Qin Tian's lips moved slightly. The 9-tailed celestial demon turned her head back, and all 9 tails shot up simultaneously. The 9 colored flames at the tips condensed into 9 beams of light, shooting toward the 9 war generals. From behind the first war general emerged a giant golden ape over 50 meters tall. It slammed its arms on the ground, causing the entire arena to quake. Its fur was black, its eyes golden, pupilless, radiating only golden light. Its chest muscles bulged like two small mountains, and its arm circumference was thicker than the Azure Dragon Divine King's waist. It stood in the center of the arena looking down at Qin Tian and his company, its mouth open to reveal rows of fangs. The nine-tailed celestial demon poked her head out from Qin Tian's embrace, staring at the giant ape. Master, it's so big. Qin Tian's gaze settled on the golden giant ape. Strength isn't about size. The first war general walked to the center of the arena, standing at the feet of the golden giant ape. He looked up at Qin Tian. I am the first war general, strength type. Where is your spirit beast? Qin Tian glanced down at the white tiger divine king at his feet. Xiaobai. The white tiger divine king stepped out from beside Qin Tian. Its form grew to 5 meters. 5 meters against 50, like a white cat facing an elephant. Its fur appeared even whiter in the golden light, and the golden stripes shimmered faintly under the violet sunlight. The white tiger divine king raised its head to look at the golden giant ape, the character king on its forehead flashing once. The first war general looked at the white tiger divine king, then back at the golden giant ape. Your tiger is only 5 meters. It's enough. Qin Tian's voice was calm. The first war general's brows knitted together. Then I won't hold back. Golden giant ape, full power. The golden giant ape slammed its arms on the ground again, causing an earthquake-like tremor. A crack split the arena, extending from the ape's feet all the way to Qin Tian's. The crack was a meter wide and bottomless. The nine-tailed celestial demon's tails all stood upright. The Kirin divine king sprang from the edge of the flower pot, and the 5 elements shield instantly unfolded, enveloping Qin Tian. The white tiger divine king did not move. It stood before the crack, gazing at the golden giant ape opposite. Xiaobai, finish it. The white tiger divine king raised its head, and the character king on its forehead exploded in a burst of golden light. Golden light surged from the king character, turning the entire arena white. The golden giant ape's eyes squinted against the blinding light, its arms shielding its face. The white tiger divine king moved from stillness to full sprint with no acceleration. Its 5-meter body became a white lightning bolt streaking across the crack, erasing the 50-meter distance in an instant. The white tiger divine king appeared before the golden giant ape, raised its right claw, and gently swiped at the ape's chest. The golden giant ape flew backward. Its 50-meter body tumbled through the air like a kite, with a broken string spinning 3 times before crashing into the arena's edge embedded in the wall. The wall collapsed, burying it under debris. The arena fell silent. The first war general stood in place, looking at the ape that had been sent flying, then back at the white tiger divine king. The white tiger divine king had already returned to Qin Tian's side, its form shrinking to the size of a guard dog. It lay on Qin Tian's, shoe eyes closed as if nothing had happened. What rank is your tiger? The first war general's voice was dry. The 9-tailed celestial demon poked her head out from Qin Tian's embrace. SSS rank, peak perfection. The first war general was silent for a moment. My golden giant ape is also SSS rank, peak perfection. The 9-tailed celestial demon tilted her head. Different breeds. The first war general glanced at his golden giant ape still embedded in the wall, its limbs twitching. His Adam's apple bobbed, and his voice grew even drier. What breed? The 9-tailed celestial demon's tail gently swayed. We are divine beasts. The first war general was silent for a long time. I have no regrets in losing. He turned and walked toward the golden giant ape, pulling the debris aside to drag it out of the wall. A white claw mark marred the ape's chest, its fur pressed into the skin, but there was no blood. The white tiger divine king had controlled its strength, not injuring it, merely sending it flying. The first war general looked at the claw mark, then at the white tiger divine king. The white tiger divine king kept its eyes closed, not even twitching its tail. The first war general dragged the golden giant ape to a stone pillar, propping it at the base, then leaped onto the pillar and said nothing more. The second war general leaped down from his pillar. He was slender, clad in light armor with 2 short blades hanging from his waist. His steps were light, landing without sound, walking on the arena as if treading on cotton. Behind him followed a bird, a lightning falcon. It was not large, with a wingspan of only 10 meters, but its speed was beyond the naked eye's perception. It left afterimages in the air, each lingering for several seconds before fading. I am the second war general, speed type. Where is your spirit beast? His voice was sharp like metal scraping glass. Qin Tian glanced at the vermilion bird divine king on his right shoulder. Xiao Jin. The vermilion bird divine king took flight from Qin Tian's shoulder, its form growing to 20 meters with a wingspan of 50 meters. Its golden red feathers blazed with flames under the golden light, every feather glowing. It hovered in midair, staring at the lightning falcon. The lightning falcon stared back, its afterimages overlapping and separating, and overlapping. The second war general looked at the vermilion bird divine king. Your bird is bigger than mine. Is it fast? The second war general's lips curled, revealing rows of white teeth. Fast. The second battle general smiled, placing his hand on the short blade at his waist. Lightning Falcon full speed. The Lightning Falcon moved from stillness to supersonic velocity with no gradual acceleration. Its body transformed into a silver streak of light slicing across the arena above and leaving trails of silver in its wake. The trails interwove into a web enveloping the entire fighting platform. The Zhuge Divine Sovereign did not move. The nine-tailed heavenly demon poked its head out from Qin Tian's embrace. What is little golden doing? Why isn't it dodging? Could it be asleep? Qin Tian's gaze fell upon the Zhuge Divine Sovereign. It is watching. Watching what? Watching the Lightning Falcon's trajectory. The Lightning Falcon flew more than a dozen circuits, its speed increasing with each rotation. The silver trails shifted from a web into a cocoon encasing the Zhuge Divine Sovereign at the center. The second battle general's grin widened further. Your bird is trapped by mine. He drew his short blade, the steel gleaming coldly in the golden radiance. Lightning Falcon final strike. The silver light cocoon began to contract. The Lightning Falcon burst forth from within, transforming into a bolt of silver lightning that shot directly toward the Zhuge Divine Sovereign's chest. The Zhuge Divine Sovereign moved. It turned and used its wings to block the Lightning Falcon's charge. The silver lightning struck against golden red wings with a thunderous metallic clash, sparks spraying in all directions. The impact of the Lightning Falcon was absorbed by the wings. Its body hovered suspended in midair, wings still beating. The Zhuge Divine Sovereign lowered its head to regard it and let out a soft sound from its beak. The Lightning Falcon's eyes widened in astonishment. With a single powerful flap, the Zhuge Divine Sovereign's wings sent the Lightning Falcon flying outward. Its body became a streak of golden lightning pursuing the still tumbling Lightning Falcon in midair. It pecked the falcon's head once with its beak, then struck its back with a claw. The Lightning Falcon fell from the sky, crashing onto the arena floor. It bounced twice, then lay motionless. The second battle general stared at the fallen creature, his eyes wider than the falcon's had ever been. Why your bird can employ thunderstep. The Zhuge Divine Sovereign descended from the air and landed beside the Lightning Falcon, gazing down at it. The falcon's wings were spasming. With its beak, the Zhuge Divine Sovereign gently straightened the feathers that had been turned inside out. Qin Tian answered for it. It is a fusion of Zhuge and the Great Peng. The Peng's speed, Juchu's flames, and the power of lightning, unified as one. The second battle general fell silent, squatting to gaze at his Lightning Falcon. Mine possesses pure speed alone. Yours wields speed, flame, and thunder, 3 attributes combined. He raised his head to look at Qin Tian, the curve of his mouth completely vanishing. Your bird is remarkably powerful. The Zhuge Divine Sovereign used its wing to pat the second battle general's head, then flew back to rest upon Qin Tian's shoulder. The second battle general picked up the Lightning Falcon and walked back to the stone pillar, climbing atop it in silence. The third battle general did not descend from the stone pillar. I am the third battle general, a defense specialist. My beast companion is the Iron Shell Dragon Turtle. No matter how powerful your beast's offensive capabilities, they cannot pierce through its shell. He clapped his hands, and the ground at the arena's center split open. A colossal turtle climbed forth from beneath the earth. The Iron Shell Dragon Turtle was not particularly massive, measuring only 10 meters in length, yet its shell was extraordinarily thick, so dense that one could scarcely discern the body beneath the carapace. The shell was iron gray, inscribed with countless runes that glowed brilliantly. With each pulse, the shell thickened by another inch. Qin Tian looked toward the Xuanwu Divine Sovereign. Ancient Shu Divine Tree. The Xuanwu Divine Sovereign sprang forth from the flower pot and landed upon the arena. Its form expanded from a potted plant to a towering 10-meter height. Its root system plunged deep into the golden floor of the arena, while the turtle shell patterns carved upon the trunk began to glow the deep blue radiance, standing out starkly within the golden space. The third battle general regarded the Xuanwu Divine Sovereign. A pity your tree lacks a shell. Its roots serve as its shell. The third battle general refused to believe it. The Iron Shell Dragon Turtle withdrew entirely into its shell. Every rune upon the carapace blazed to life, simultaneously transforming the complete turtle shell into an iron-gray sphere, seamless and utterly without weakness. Qin Tian looked down at the Xuanwu Divine Sovereign. Ancient Shu Divine Tree. The Xuanwu Divine Sovereign's root system exploded outward from the ground. Countless deep blue roots coiled around the Iron Shell Dragon Turtle's carapace like pythons. The root tendrils delved into the gaps between the runes, prying apart the seams of the turtle shell. The Iron Shell Dragon Turtle's carapace began to tremble violently, the runes flickering erratically, and a crack appeared upon the shell, growing ever larger, stretching from the turtle's head all the way to its tail. The third battle general's expression shifted dramatically. Stop. I yield. The Iron Shell Dragon Turtle poked its head out from within the shell, gazing at the crack upon its carapace, then looking toward the Xuanwu Divine Sovereign. The Xuanwu Divine Sovereign's root system retracted, plunging back into the earth. The turtle shell patterns upon the trunk gradually returned to calm. The iron shell dragon turtle nudged its head against the Xuanwu Divine Sovereign's roots before retreating back underground. The third battle general leaped down from the stone pillar and approached Qin Tian. Your tree has no shell, yet its roots are harder than any armor. How did you train it? His tone no longer carried the condescending scrutiny he had displayed earlier. Daily devoured by Tao Tai. One serves as the spear, the other as the shield, training each other in turn. Qin Tian's gaze fell upon the Tao Tai Divine Sovereign at his heel. The Tao Tai Divine Sovereign crouched upon the ground, its two underarm eyes, one fixed upon the third battle general, the other upon the fissure in the earth, where the iron shell dragon turtle had vanished. The third battle general fell silent. Daily devoured. His voice carried a note of disbelief. For how long? From the SS rank all the way to the peak of SSS, achieving perfect culmination. The third battle general looked down at the Tao Tai Divine Sovereign, who gazed back, its mouth opening and closing rhythmically. He turned and walked back to the stone pillar, climbing atop it to stare at the cracks upon his iron shell dragon turtle's carapace. The fissures were gradually sealing themselves while the luminosity of the runes slowly restored. You're extraordinary, truly capable of enduring such punishment. Continue with your endurance training. The third battle general's voice drifted down from atop the stone pillar, and he fell silent once more. The nine-tailed heavenly demon poked its head from Qin Tian's embrace, its 9 tails swaying gently. Master, 3 rounds have passed. 6 remain. What type is the next opponent? Illusion type. The 9-tailed heavenly demon's tails all bristled upright, with 9 colored flames igniting at their tips. Is it my turn to fight? Qin Tian looked at her. Yes. The 9-tailed heavenly demon leaped from Qin Tian's embrace and landed upon the ground. Its body expanded from 0.5 meter to 3 meters in length. The 9 tails unfurled behind it as it advanced, each step deliberate and heavy, while the 9 colored flames at the tail tips burned 5 times fiercer than usual. The fourth battle general leaped down from the stone pillar. She wore no armor, clad instead in a white robe with long hair cascading over her shoulders, barefoot. In her hands, she held no weapon, and behind her stood no beast companion. She regarded the 9-tailed heavenly demon. Your opponent is me. The 9-tailed heavenly demon studied her. What? Is this permissible? Where is your beast companion? I am my own beast companion. The fourth battle general smiled, and her body began to transform. Her white robe burst apart, dissolving into countless white butterflies. The butterflies danced through the air, each bearing eyes of crimson red. The 9-tailed heavenly demon's pupils contracted slightly. The flames upon its 9 tails shifted from fierce to steady, no longer blazing outward, but instead drawn inward. The illusion-type battle general, whose true form was an ancient phantom butterfly, had reached the peak culmination of the SSS rank and had lived for 8,000 years. The 9-tailed heavenly demon stepped forward into the sea of butterflies. Its 9 tails unfurled behind it, and the flames at their tips, once 9-colored, transformed into pure colorlessness. Colorlessness represents the highest realm of illusion arts. Qin Tian murmured softly. When the fourth general's white robe exploded, the 9-tailed celestial demon didn't even blink. Butterflies. Tens of thousands of white butterflies surged out from the burst robe, their wings marked with red veins. They flew slowly, but the 9-tailed celestial demon knew it was an illusion. The true speed was concealed, the slowness she perceived was false. The flames at the tips of the 9 tails of the 9-tailed celestial demon shifted from 9 colors to colorless. The fire still burned, but no light could be seen. If the opponent couldn't see your flames, they wouldn't know when you would strike. The butterflies surged toward her, stopping a meter away. Tens of thousands of butterflies hovered in the air, their wings flapping in perfect unison, each beat identical in frequency. The red veins began to glow, the light merging into a vast net. The net descended from all directions, enveloping the 9-tailed celestial demon. Your illusion is too outdated. The 9-tailed celestial demon's voice was soft. Cracks appeared on the butterflies' wings, the red veins snapping one by one. Then tens of thousands of butterflies exploded simultaneously, scattering into white powder. The fourth general's true form emerged from the powder. She stood 3 paces before the 9-tailed celestial demon, her white robe gone barefoot on the golden arena, hair loose, face expressionless. You broke my illusion. Her voice was flat. Your illusion is an 8,000-year-old routine. The 9-tailed celestial demon's tail swayed gently behind her. First it deceives sight, then hearing, and finally perception. The 3 essential moves of illusion. Once used, there's nothing left. The fourth general was silent for a moment. How many years have you lived? 3 years. The fourth general's expression finally shifted. Only 3 years. And you broke my 8,000-year-old illusion. It's not about age, the 9-tailed celestial demon said, looking at her. You've been stagnant. You've used the same illusion for 8,000 years, never advancing. My master said that standing still is regression. The fourth general opened her mouth, but couldn't speak. She looked down at her hands, her fingers were trembling. The nine-tailed celestial demon's tail swayed lightly as she turned and walked back to Qin Tian. Master, I won. She said I broke her 8,000-year illusion in 3 years. Are you listening? I'm listening. The fourth general stood still staring at her hands. She trembled for a long time. The fifth general leaped down from the stone pillar, landing silently, without a sound. His dragon followed behind him, not large, 20 meters long with cyan scales that were faint in color. Crow's feet at the corners of its eyes, one broken whisker, and a deep scar on the scales of its left hind leg. The fifth general, dragon type. He looked at Qin Tian, then at the azure dragon divine king on Qin Tian's left arm. Your dragon, is it pure-blooded? Qin Tian did not answer. The azure dragon divine king sprang from his left arm and landed on the arena. Its size expanded from that of a chopstick to 130 meters. Golden scales blazed dazzlingly in the golden light, its dragon wings spread 200 meters, and the talons at the wingtips glinted coldly in the golden radiance. Dragon might was released, surging from within like a tide, flooding the entire arena. The old dragon's body stiffened, its head lowered, tail tucked between its legs. The fifth general gazed at his old dragon, silent for a long time. He reached out and stroked the old dragon's head, but the dragon did not lift it. My dragon has lived 800 years, and this is the first time it has bowed its head. He looked at the azure dragon divine king. Your dragon, how old is it? 3 years old. Qin Tian's voice was calm. The fifth general's fingers paused on the old dragon's head. He asked no more, turned, and walked back toward the stone pillar, the old dragon following him, its head never rising. The sixth general leaped down from the stone pillar with a violent motion, crashing into the ground and leaving a crater. His beast was a ferocious creature 20 meters in size, with a goat's body and tiger's teeth and eyes beneath its armpits. It resembled a Taotai, but was not one. It was a distant relative of the Taoye, the Qiongqi. The Qiongqi stood beside the sixth general, its armpit eyes fixed on the Taotai divine king at Qin Tian's heel. The Taotai divine king sprang from Qin Tian's heel and crouched before the Qiongqi. Its size expanded from that of an egg to 10 meters, its armpit eyes, one fixed on the Qiongqi's head, the other on its mouth. The Qiongqi was larger, but the Taotai divine king did not retreat. Devour it, came Qin Tian's voice from behind. The Taotai divine king charged. Its mouth opened to the limit, upper and lower jaws forming 180 degrees, tiger teeth fully bared. The Qiongqi's armpit eyes widened. It had never seen such a direct biting attack. The Taotai divine king clamped onto the Qiongqi's neck. The Qiongqi struggled, its claws slamming against the Taotai divine king. The Taotai divine king refused to let go, its tiger teeth piercing the Qiongqi's flesh. The Qiongqi was stronger, larger, and more experienced than the Taotai divine king. But it was afraid. For the first time it was treated as prey. It broke free from the Taotai divine king's jaws with all its might and retreated behind the sixth general. The Taotai divine king licked its mouth and looked at Qin Tian. A slight smile curved Qin Tian's lips. The Taotai divine king nodded and crouched back at Qin Tian's heel. The Qiongqi tucked its tail, its armpit eyes still trembling. The sixth general looked at his Qiongqi and asked Qin Tian, your Taoye, how old is it? 3 years old. The sixth general asked no more. The seventh general leaped down from the stone pillar, landing steadily. His beast was a Qilin 3 sizes larger than the Qilin divine king, with fiery red scales and golden horns. It looked at the Qilin divine king. The Qilin divine king's size expanded to 5 meters, its 5 colored scales standing out vividly in the golden space. The two Qilins stared at each other. The fiery red Qilin moved, pawing the ground with its forehoof, sparks shooting from its nostrils. The Qilin divine king did not move, standing still, tilting its head as it watched the other. Why doesn't your Qilin attack? The seventh general's brow furrowed. The Qilin divine king turned its head to look at Qin Tian. Qin Tian nodded. The Qilin divine king turned back, opened its mouth, and a 5-colored beam of light, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, shot forth. The beam was as thick as a bucket, hurtling toward the fiery red Qilin. The fiery red Qilin sidestepped to dodge the beam, grazing its scales and striking the stone pillar at the edge of the arena. The pillar exploded, fragments scattering everywhere. The 5 elements law. Your Qilin has comprehended the 5 elements law. The seventh general fell silent. He looked down at his fiery red Qilin, which lay on the ground, tail tucked, head buried in its paws. The eighth general leaped down from the stone pillar. No physical form, a mass of black mist. His beast was also mist black, formless like the Chaos Divine King. The eighth general stood on the arena, looking at the Chaos Divine King above Qin Tian's head. Your Chaos, how old is it? 3 years old. Qin Tian looked up at the white mist. My Chaos is 10,000 years old. A raspy voice came from the black mist. It has devoured 10,000 years of spiritual energy, absorbed 10,000 years of power. Your Chaos is only 3 years old. It can't win. The Chaos Divine King drifted down from Qin Tian's head and landed before the black mist. The white mist and black mist confronted each other. No sound, no light, no wind. The 8th General's black mist began to spread, expanding in all directions. The Chaos Divine King's white mist began to contract, from palm size to fist size, from fist size to egg size, from egg size to the size of a fingernail. The 8th General's black mist laughed. I told you your chaos can't win. The Chaos Divine King, from the size of a fingernail, suddenly burst open. The white mist exploded from the size of a fingernail, engulfing the entire arena. The black mist was devoured inch by the white mist. The 8th General's laughter abruptly ceased. You're devouring my spiritual energy. The Chaos Divine King did not answer. It didn't need to, it was feeding on the black mist's spiritual energy and power. Stop! I concede, cried the 8th General. The Chaos Divine King drifted back to the top of Qin Tian's head. The 8th General's black mist, now fist-sized, rolled twice on the ground, then swelled back in a human form, but half its original size. Your chaos. It consumed 10,000 years of my cultivation. The 8th General's voice was shrill. Living 10,000 years only to have your power eaten by a 3-year-old child. The 9-tailed celestial demon mocked. The 8th General fell silent. 9 generals, 8 had already been defeated. The last one leaped down from the stone pillar and landed in the center of the arena. He did not speak, nor did he release his beast. He simply stood there looking at Qin Tian. Why aren't you fighting? Asked the 9-tailed celestial demon curiously. The 9th General looked at Qin Tian. Your 8 divine beasts. Each one has comprehended the power of laws. The azure dragon's law of life, the white tiger's law of slaughter, the vermilion bird's law of flame, the black tortoise's law of protection, the 9-tailed's law of illusion, the Qilin's law of 5 elements, the Taoya's law of devouring, and the chaos's law of chaos. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the 8 divine beasts one by one. 8 laws, 8 powers. All of you come at once. You said it, cried the 9-tailed celestial demon. Don't regret it later. The 8 divine beasts surrounded the 9th War General. The 9th War General smiled. Good. Simultaneously, the 8 divine beasts unleashed the power of their laws. The azure dragon's law of life, the white tiger's law of slaughter, the vermilion bird's law of fire, the black tortoise's law of protection, the 9-tail's law of illusion, the Qilin's law of the 5 elements, the Taoya's law of devouring, and the chaos's law of chaos. The 8 colored lights converged into a single pillar of light, surging toward the 9th War General. The 9th War General did not dodge. He reached out his hand and caught the pillar of light. The pillar of light exploded in his palm, blasting a 100-meter-deep crater into the arena. The 9th War General stood at the bottom of the crater, his clothes torn, his hair disheveled, and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet he did not fall. Again he said. He withstood it. The 9-tailed heavenly demon's tails froze. Yes. He actually withstood the combined law powers of the 8 divine beasts. Yes. Then what realm is he in? The 9-tailed heavenly demon's voice trembled slightly. Half-step deity. Qin Tian's gaze fell upon the 9th War General at the bottom of the crater. All of the 9-tailed heavenly demon's tails stood on end, and she leaped back into Qin Tian's arms. Master, we can't defeat him. We can. But he withstood the law powers of all 8 divine beasts. He withstood it, but he is injured. Qin Tian's voice was calm. His mouth is bleeding, his clothes are torn, and his hair is disheveled. If we do it again, his injuries will worsen. Do it 3 more times, and he will fall. Staring at the 9th War General at the bottom of the crater, the 9-tailed heavenly demon leaped into the air, preparing to fight again. The 9th War General fell silent for a moment, offering no answer. Behind him, a phantom silhouette emerged. It had no physical form, no shape, only a pair of golden eyes. Qin Tian's gaze lingered on his face for a brief moment. Where is your tamed beast? A half-step deity's tamed beast wouldn't be in worse shape than you. The 9th War General fell silent for a moment, offering no answer. Behind him, a phantom silhouette emerged. It had no physical form, no shape, only a pair of golden eyes. The guardian of the divine realm. Having lived for 10,000 years, a half-step deity with no tamed beast. It was in itself the tamed beast. Master, it has no physical form. The 9-tailed heavenly demon's tails erupted in blazing flames. Yes. Our attacks can't touch it. Yes. But it can hit us. Yes. Then how do we fight? The 9-tailed heavenly demon's voice grew quiet. Qin Tian's gaze locked onto those golden eyes. Fight with laws. Physical attacks can't touch it, but laws can. The power of the 8 laws surged within the bodies of the 8 divine beasts, preparing for a second bombardment. The golden eyes behind the 9th War General slowly closed. I admit defeat. You admit defeat. You haven't even fought yet. The 9-tailed heavenly demon's tails froze. If we fight, I will die. The 9th War General's voice was calm. I wouldn't die at the hands of the 8 divine beasts, but by the 8 laws. When 8 laws fuse into one. Even a true deity, let alone a half-step deity, wouldn't be able to withstand it. Qin Tian turned and walked toward the exit. Second heaven trial completed. Time elapsed 1 day. Guardians defeated 9. Rating SSS. Reward Divine Realm Spirit Crystals X 900. The nine-tailed heavenly demon poked her head out from his arms. Master 900 Spirit Crystals. Yes. We hit the jackpot. Yes. Who are they for? The nine-tailed heavenly demon's tails wagged gently. Qin Tian did not reply. Standing upon the sea of clouds, he gazed at the third heaven. Carved upon the bronze gate were 2 words wisdom. In the third heaven Morong, Shui, Su Muqing Long Out Yin, and the token holders were all watching Qin Tian. Let's go. Qin Tian growled softly and stepped into the bronze light screen of the third heaven. The bronze light screen then closed behind him. The crowd stood dazed in place, unsure of what to do. He has entered the third heaven. Long Out Yin spoke up. Let's all do our own thing. Stop always thinking of relying on others. The crowd went into action. Morong Shui entered the second heaven. Su Muqing entered the third heaven. Long Out Yin entered the fourth heaven. The token holders entered their respective gates. After entering the third heaven, Qin Tian asked, "Shall we distribute the spirit crystals now?" The nine-tailed heavenly fox looked thoroughly bewildered. Why didn't we distribute them just now? I was afraid those teammates of ours would get jealous if they saw. Master, you are too cunning. Haha. The 8 divine beasts all stared at Qin Tian with eyes full of anticipation. Qin Tian divided the 900 spirit crystals into 5 piles. 5 piles for 8 divine beasts. How do we divide them? The young dragon Xiao by Xiao Jin, the divine tree, and Tao Tai will divide them equally. Qin Tian said calmly. What about the Qilin and Chaos? And me? The nine-tailed heavenly demon quickly asked. Your realms are already stabilized. You don't need the replenishment. Master is right. The nine-tailed heavenly demon nodded. The Azure Dragon Divine King stepped up to the spirit crystals. A cyan gold dragon breath surged from the depths of its throat, sweeping up 60 spirit crystals and suspending them in midair. The spirit crystals melted within the dragon breath, turning into a cyan gold liquid that dripped one by one into the Azure Dragon Divine King's mouth. It closed its eyes, and the scales on its body began to glow. Light erupted from the gaps between its scales, dyeing the surrounding air gold. Its dragon wings expanded from 200 meters to 220 meters, and the Azure Dragon patterns on the wing membranes turned from cyan to gold. Azure Dragon Divine King SSS Grade Peak Consummation SSS Grade Peak Great Consummation. The White Tiger Divine King walked up to the spirit crystals, lowering its head to lick them one by one with its tongue. It held each crystal on its tongue for a long time. Its body grew from 5 meters to 8 meters in length, its fur turned from silver white to pure white, and its black stripes transformed from deep gold into bright gold. The character 4 King on its forehead burst with a flash of light. White Tiger Divine King SSS Grade Peak Consummation SSS Grade Peak Great Consummation. The Vermilion Bird Divine King flew to the spirit crystals, pecking and swallowing them rapidly with its beak. Once finished, its body began to glow gold-red light, bursting from its feathers as flames burned from the feather surfaces into the air. The flames on its feathers shifted from gold-red to pure gold, and the temperature soared to more than twice its previous level. Vermilion Bird Divine King SSS Grade Peak Consummation SSS Grade Peak Great Consummation. The Black Tortoise Divine King's root system wrapped around the spirit crystals. The roots pulled the spirit crystals into the interior of the trunk, where they melted. The deep blue liquid was then transported through the xylem vessels to every single leaf. The tortoiseshell patterns on the trunk turned from deep blue to gold, and the veins on the leaves also transformed from deep blue to gold. Black Tortoise Divine King SSS Grade Peak Consummation SSS Grade Peak Great Consummation. The Tao Tai Divine King walked up to the spirit crystals. It didn't roll them with its tongue, support them with dragon breath, or wrap them with roots. It opened its mouth, its upper and lower jaws extending to a full 180 degrees to reveal all of its tiger-like teeth, swallowing the spirit crystals in a single gulp. Without even chewing, it swallowed them whole. Its body began to glow, not with gold, but with a dark red light. The 2 eyes under its armpits turned from gold to dark red. Tao Tai Divine King SSS Grade Mid-Stage SSS Grade Mid-Stage Consummation. The 9-tailed heavenly demon watched as the Tao Tai Divine King fully digested all the spirit crystals. Master Tao Tai only advanced by 1 minor realm. 8 divine beasts, 5 at SSS Grade Peak Great Consummation, 2 at SSS Grade Mid-Stage Consummation, and 1 formless and phaseless. Qin Tian's strength had surged once again. Master, are we invincible now? The 9-tailed heavenly demon asked excitedly. Yes, you are quite right. We must remain invincible. We are the sovereigns of the divine realm. Keep a low profile. Qin Tian arrived at the 4th heaven with his 8 divine beasts. The door to the 4th heaven was forged from dark iron. Qin Tian stood before it, the 9-tailed heavenly demon resting in his arms, its 9 tails drooping limply, the flames at their tips burning as faintly as dying embers. She tilted her head upward to read the inscription upon the door. Heaven of Strength. The characters carved with monumental boldness, their strokes as thick and brutal as if blasted by cannon fire. Master. The fourth heaven tests one's strength. Understood. Who shall face it? Tao Tai. The Tao Tai God King crouched before Qin Tian. Its body swelled with expanding power, the pair of eyes nestled beneath its arms, one fixed upon the iron door, the other upon its master. Its mouth opened and shut rhythmically, brimming with restless eagerness. The nine-tailed heavenly demon watched the Tao Tai God King. It's smiling, she observed. Qin Tian looked down, and indeed the Tao Tai God King's lips curled upward into a broad, toothy grin. Let's go in. Qin Tian pushed open the iron door. The chamber within was not large. The floor was black, the walls were black, the ceiling was black. A profound darkness so absolute it seemed to emit its own unnatural luminescence. At the chamber's center lay a mound of colossal boulders. Each stood a zhang tall and 5 chi wide, entirely black, their surfaces inscribed with swirling power runes. The runes drifted in slow hypnotic circuits, and with each rotation the stone's darkness deepened. The nine-tailed heavenly demon poked her head from Qin Tian's embrace, gazing at the monolith. Master, how heavy is it? 1 million jin. 1 million jin. The nine-tailed heavenly demon asked in astonishment. How much does a young dragon weigh? 100,000 jin. The boulder is 10 times heavier than a young dragon. One by one her tails lowered in resignation. Can a young dragon lift it? Let us try. The Qinglong God King launched from Qin Tian's left arm, alighting before the boulder. His form erupted to 150 meters, his golden scales blazing like a supernova against the obsidian darkness of the chamber. He lowered his head, driving his draconic horns against the boulder's base. His claws dug into the fractures, and his wings folded tight against his flanks. The sound of straining sinews echoed through the stone chamber. Scale after scale on the Qinglong God King's body rose like drawn blades, golden radiance erupting from the gaps between them. The boulder trembled. The Qinglong God King's tendons pulled taut as bowstrings, runes blazing upon his horns at an accelerating pace. 3 seconds later he released it back to the ground. Master, I can lift it, but not for long, the Qinglong God King panted. How long? 3 seconds. Qin Tian remained silent. The nine-tailed heavenly demon asked. Master, the young dragon could only hold it for 3 seconds. Who shall take over? Tao Tai. The Tao Tai God King stood before the boulder, his 2 underarm eyes, one peering at its summit, the other at its base. Long Outyan's voice rang out from within the chamber. Can your Tao Tai lift it? He leaned against the boulder, his injured fist tightly bound in cloth. You made it in. Qin Tian's gaze fell upon Long Outyan. I did. Long Outyan raised his right hand, revealing a fist crisscrossed with fissures, the dried blood forming a crust of dark crimson scabs. This chamber full of massive stones. How long will it take your Tao Tai to move them all? It has not yet begun. Long Outyan looked at the Tao Tai God King, which was barely as large as the boulder's jagged edge. How much does your Tao Tai weigh? 10 jin. 10 times 1,000 is 10,000 jin. The boulder is 1 million jin. Long Outyan completed the calculation in his head and stared at the Tao Tai God King. The deity turned its head, its pair of underarm eyes fixed upon him. One eye was large, the other small. The larger glaring with undisguised contempt, the smaller radiating an even deeper scorn. It turned its face away. Long Outyan's lip twitched. Your Tao Tai seems to be looking down on me. It is not disdain. It believes you are insulting it. Qin Tian's voice remained calm. Long Outyan opened his mouth, then thoughtfully closed it, swallowing his retort. The Tao Tai God King approached the boulder and opened its maw, sinking its fangs into a corner. The dull crunch of teeth shearing stone echoed as fragments fell from its jaws, pitting the ground below. It began to bite and swallow in relentless succession. The boulder's jagged edges dissolved within its mouth as though ice melting in boiling water, its volume diminishing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Long Outyan's pupils dilated. It is eating the boulder. Indeed, 1 million jin of stone. Can it finish it all? It will finish it. How long? Qin Tian observed the Tao Tai God King's swallowing pace. One day, Long Outyan fell silent. He looked down at his cracked fists, then back at the Tao Tai God King. I labored for 3 days and 3 nights, and I have only advanced 20 meters. In a single day, it will consume every boulder in this chamber. Is your Tao Tai here to make a mockery of me? It is not here to destroy. It is here to feast. The Tao Tai God King shivered with delight and continued its consumption. The nine-tailed heavenly demon watched transfixed. Master, can Tao Ye's stomach hold 1 million jin? It can't. And after digestion, it transforms the stone into energy. And when the transformation is complete, a breakthrough. The nine-tailed heavenly demon's tail swayed gently. She observed the Tao Tai God King. Its body had not grown, yet its maw opened wider than its physique should allow. Its upper and lower jaws split open at 180 degrees, every fang bared in a terrifying grin. The boulder's jagged edges disappeared within its mouth, grain by grain. Long Outyin leaned against the doorframe, watching the Taotai God King devour the stone. His golden sacred dragon king emerged from behind him and crouched at his side, also fixated upon the consuming deity. Golden sacred dragon king, are you hungry? Long Outyin looked down at his dragon. The golden sacred dragon king shook its head. Nor am I. 3 hours passed, as the Taotai God King ate on. The mound of boulders had diminished by 1/10 of its volume. The chamber floor was carpeted with a thick layer of stone dust dislodged from the Taoyia's jaws. The nine-tailed heavenly demon flicked the dust with the tip of her tail. It was as fine as flour. Master Taoyia's teeth are remarkable. Indeed, it could never gnaw through the walls of the Qin estate before. Now it feasts upon the divine realm's boulders with evident pleasure. The nine-tailed heavenly demon's tail swayed lightly. It has grown stronger. You only just noticed. The Taotai God King interjected without looking up. Do not disturb me while I eat. The Taotai God King paused mid-chew, casting a glance over its shoulder at the nine-tailed heavenly demon before returning to its meal. Long Outyin remained leaning against the doorframe, watching in silence. 3 hours passed until his waist ached and his legs went numb. Qin Tian. Yes. When your Taotai finishes this boulder, will the fourth heaven be considered past? It will be. And after it finishes, the fifth heaven. Long Outyin paused. The fifth heaven is the heaven of speed. Your Zhuke can pass it. Yes. The sixth heaven is the heaven of defense. Your Xuanwu can clear it. The seventh heaven is the heaven of laws. Your Qinglong Baihu Zhuqiua, Xuanwu Nine-Tailed, and Qilin are all capable there. The eighth heaven is the heaven of chaos. Your Hundun can pass. The ninth heaven. Long Outyin hesitated. The ninth heaven is the sleeping ground of deities. Can your 8 divine beasts contend there? Qin Tian offered no reply. He looked down at the nine-tailed heavenly demon in his arms, and she returned his gaze. Master, can we fight in the ninth heaven? I do not know. We shall see when we arrive. The Taotai God King continued its feast for another 3 hours. The boulder mound had shrunk by 1/5. Its belly remained unchanged, its maw still cavernous, the consumed stone vanishing into some unknowable void. Long Outyin stared at the Taotai God King's abdomen. Where does the stone go? It is transformed. Transformed into what? Energy. Qin Tian's eyes fell upon the Taotai God King's scales. Their hue shifted, deep black melting into dark crimson, then fading back to black. Each color shift fortified its aura incrementally. Taotai God King SSS rank, peak, early stage SSS rank, peak, mid-stage. The nine-tailed heavenly demon gasped. Master, it has broken through. Yes. It ate for 6 hours and broke through a minor realm. Indeed, if it consumes an entire boulder, can it reach the half-step deity stage? It can't. Qin Tian's voice was measured and calm. Long Outyin straightened from his lean against the boulders. I am leaving. Where to? The fifth heaven. The heaven of speed. My golden sacred dragon king's velocity is insufficient, but I can train it. Long Outyin turned and departed. The Taotai God King did not look back, continuing its endless consumption. Qin Tian said nothing. For another 3 hours the Taotai God King devoured. The boulder's volume had shrunk by 1/3. Meanwhile Murong Shui stood before the silver light curtain of the second heaven, the 9-colored spirit sparrow perched upon her shoulder. 9 feathers had fallen, yet she stood resolute. Clutching her hairpin, she gazed toward the fourth heaven. Qin Tian was within. Taotai was within. Long Outyin was within. Let us go. She stepped through the second heaven's light curtain. Su Muching stood before the bronze-hued light curtain of the third heaven, the ice phoenix trailing behind her. Her map had charted the path to the fourth heaven. She stared at the iron door. Taotai is inside, devouring stone. Qin Tian's Taotai may falter at everything else, but in eating it stands unrivaled. Su Muching walked through the third heaven's bronze light curtain. Lin Qingxue stood before the aquamarine light curtain of the seventh heaven, the ice frost dragon following at her heels. She did not enter. She waited for Qin Tian. 12 hours passed, as the Taotai God King ate. The boulder's volume had decreased by half. Its body still glowed, a dark crimson radiance seeping from between its scales and dyeing the black stone chamber in ominous hues. The nine-tailed heavenly demon peeked from Qin Tian's embrace. Master Taotai has consumed half. Yes. Is it tired? No. It never tires while feeding. It is at its most relaxed. Then when does it grow weary? When there's nothing to eat. The nine-tailed sky demon gently swished her tail. She leaped down from Qin Tian's arms, trotted over to the Taotai Divine King, and poked its back with the tip of her tail. Taotai, you've been eating for 12 hours. Take a break. The Taotai Divine King did not stop. It turned its head to glance at the nine-tailed sky demon. Not tired. Don't bother me. The Taotai Divine King's body began to glow. A dark red light burst forth from the gaps between its scales, enveloping the entire stone chamber in a crimson radiance. Taotai Divine King SSS rank, peak, mid SSS rank, peak, late. The nine-tailed sky demon's tail stood upright. Master, it's broken through again. After finishing the entire pile, can it reach half-step godhood? Yes. The Taotai Divine King ate for another 8 hours. The stone floor of the chamber was covered in stone shavings thick enough to bury one's ankles. Its body radiated light, a dark red glow seeping through the scales, dyeing the chamber blood red. Taotai Divine King SSS rank, peak late, SSS rank, peak perfection. The nine-tailed sky demon, Master Taotai has broken through again. One more step to half-step godhood. After eating the last piece it will be there. The Taotai Divine King stopped eating. It turned its head to look at Qin Tian. The two eyes on its armpits were one large and one small. Oh well. The nine-tailed sky demon poked her head out from Qin Tian's arms. It says it's full. A faint smile curled at the corner of Qin Tian's lips. Then eat tomorrow. The Taotai Divine King bounced back to Qin Tian's heel and buried its face in its claws. The stone chamber fell silent. The Taotai Divine King slept through the night. Its body rose and fell, and a dark red light seeped from the gaps between its scales. With every flash its aura grew stronger. Master, it's still digesting. Will it reach half-step godhood once it finishes digesting? Yes. The nine-tailed sky demon stopped asking. She counted the Taotia's breaths until dawn. The next day the Taotai Divine King opened its eyes. The two eyes on its armpits. One looked up at the sky, the other down at the ground. Then both turned to Qin Tian. Oh well. The nine-tailed sky demon, it says it's hungry. The Taotai Divine King walked to the megalith, halted, stared at the stone, and began to swell. Its forelegs became like 4 stone pillars thudding heavily against the ground. 2 curved horns grew from its head, the tips pointing forward. A mound of muscle rose on its back like a small mountain, scales splitting open to reveal the dark red flesh beneath. It pressed its head against the megalith, braced its forelegs against the ground, and pushed with all its might. The megalith moved. The Taotai Divine King pushed the megalith forward, each step shaking the ground. The stone chamber trembled, the black walls trembled, the black ceiling overhead trembled. It took 10 steps, pushed the megalith to the designated spot, and set it down. The megalith landed with a thunderous crash, shaking the entire 4th heaven. The Taotai Divine King raised its head. Oh well. Impressive. Qin Tian crouched down and patted its head. The Taotai Divine King's eyes lit up. The nine-tailed sky demon looked at the megalith that had been moved to the designated spot. Master, how long did Taotai hold it? 10 minutes. How long did the previous record holder hold it? 30 seconds. The nine-tailed sky demon's tails all stood on end. A half-step god held it for 30 seconds and Taotia at SSS rank peak held it for 10 minutes. The Divine Realm Recorder emerged from the black wall. A golden book in hand, its fingers trembling. It opened the book and wrote a line on the record page of the 4th heaven. Taotai Divine King SSS rank peak lifted the Divine Realm megalith, duration 10 minutes, breaking the record held by a half-step god for 10,000 years. It closed the book, looked at the Taotai Divine King, then at Qin Tian. Your Taotai is SSS rank peak. Half-step god strength with SSS rank peak's level. The recorder's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. It eats a lot. Qin Tian's voice was calm. The recorder fell silent for a moment. It had seen many spirit beasts, but never one that ate Divine Realm megaliths as food. It wrote another line in the book, Taotai Divine King Stone Eater strength to lift mountains. Closing the book, 400 golden crystals materialized in its palm. 4th heaven trial completed. Time 1 day. Guardian defeated none. Evaluation SSS. Reward Divine Realm crystals, 400. Qin Tian took the crystals and stored them in his ring. The nine-tailed sky demon, Master, 400. That's 100 more than the 3rd heaven. Qin Tian arrived at the gate of the 5th heaven. The gate was stone-colored with 2 characters carved on it, speed. The vermilion bird Divine King crouched on his right shoulder, its golden red feathers shimmering faintly under the violet sunlight. Flames burned on the surface of its feathers, burning very small. 5th heaven, the heaven of speed. You fight. Qin Tian's voice was calm. The vermilion bird Divine King flew up from his right shoulder, its size expanding from a thumb to 20 meters, wings spread 50 meters, flames leaping from the feathers into the air. Chirp. The nine-tailed sky demon. It says it can win without using the thunder escape. Then don't use it. The vermilion bird Divine King's flames burned even brighter. It pushed open the stone-colored gate with its wing and flew in. The nine-tailed sky demon watched the vermilion bird Divine King's retreating figure. Master, can little Jean win? Yes. Even without using thunder escape? Yes. The nine-tailed sky demon's tail gently swayed. The stone-colored light curtain of the 5th heaven flickered once after the vermilion bird Divine King entered, then returned to stillness. Qin Tian stood before the gate, not entering. Master, you're not going in to watch. No need. It will come out when it wins. What if it loses, eh? It won't lose. Inside the 5th heaven, the vermilion bird Divine King was flying. It was chasing a lightning falcon. The lightning falcon was faster than it, but the vermilion bird Divine King was not in a hurry. It was waiting for the lightning falcon to tire. The lightning falcon was fast, but its stamina was poor. The vermilion bird divine king was slower, but its endurance was strong. It could outlast the lightning falcon. The nine-tailed sky demon counted the flickers of the light curtain. Master, how long has little Jean been inside? 3 minutes. Can it win? Yes. When will it win? 10 minutes. The nine-tailed sky demon's tail stopped swaying. At the 8th minute, a crack split the light curtain of the 5th heaven. The vermilion bird divine king flew out from within its size, shrinking from 20 meters to that of a small bird. It landed on Qin Tian's right shoulder and pecked at his ear with its beak. I won. The nine-tailed sky demon poked her head out from Qin Tian's arms. Little Jean, you're amazing. Did you really not use the thunder escape? The lightning falcon conceded. It flew for 8 minutes and couldn't go on. I could still fly. The vermilion bird divine king patted the nine-tailed sky demon's head with its wing. 5th heaven trial completed. Time 8 minutes. Guardian defeated lightning falcon. Evaluation SSS. Reward divine realm crystals, 500. Qin Tian took the crystals and stored them in his ring. The nine-tailed sky demon looked at his ring. Master, 500. Qin Tian stood with his spirit beasts and arrived at the wooden-colored gate of the 6th heaven. Black tortoise divine king, the 6th heaven, the heaven of defense. You fight. Qin Tian's voice was calm. The tortoiseshell patterns on the black tortoise divine king's trunk began to glow a deep blue radiance, exceptionally striking under the violet sunlight. Its roots plunged into the sea of clouds, then delved deeper still. The wooden-colored light curtain of the 6th heaven flickered once after the black tortoise divine king entered. Qin Tian stood before the gate, not entering. The nine-tailed sky demon lay in his arms. Master, you're not going in to watch this time either. No need. It will come out when it wins. What if it loses, eh? It won't lose. Inside the 6th heaven, the black tortoise divine king was enduring. There were 9 bolts of heavenly thunder. The first bolt struck the trunk and the tortoiseshell patterns brightened. The second, the patterns flickered. The third, fourth, fifth. With each bolt, the tortoiseshell patterns grew brighter. By the 9th, the entire tree was glowing. The black tortoise divine king endured. The nine-tailed sky demon asked, Master, how long has the black tortoise divine king been inside? 3 minutes. Can it win? Yes. When will it win? 3 minutes. The nine-tailed sky demon's tail stopped swaying. A crack split the wooden-colored light curtain of the 6th heaven. The black tortoise divine king emerged, its size shrinking from 10 meters to that of a potted plant. The tortoiseshell patterns on its trunk had turned from deep blue to gold, and the veins on its leaves had also changed from deep blue to gold. 6th heaven trial completed. Time 3 minutes. Guardian defeated heavenly thunder. Evaluation SSS. Reward divine realm crystals, 600. Qin Tian took the crystals and stored them in his ring. The nine-tailed sky demon, Master, 600. That's another 100 more than the 5th heaven. The task was accomplished. Qin Tian stood before the water-colored gate of the 7th heaven. 7th heaven, the heaven of laws. 7 trials in total, 7 half-step gods. Qin Tian's voice was calm. Xiao Fei, you go and fight. The nine-tailed sky demon leaped from his arms and landed on the ground. Her size grew from half a meter to 3 meters. 9 tails spread behind her, and 9 colored flames burned at the tips of her tails. Her eyes shifted from 7 colors to pure gold. Master, wait for my good news. Qin Tian looked at her. Go. The nine-tailed sky demon turned and walked into the water-colored light curtain of the 7th heaven. Her 9 tails shimmered with a faint golden light in the water-colored radiance. Qin Tian stood before the water-colored gate, watching the light curtain close. 400 divine domain crystals floated before the entrance of the 7th heaven. Qin Tian stood beside the azure light screen, opened his ring, and 400 crystals floated out from it, arranging themselves into 4 rings under the purple sunlight, 150 in the outer ring, 100 in the second ring, 100 in the third ring, and 50 in the inner ring. After a moment of thought, Qin Tian began distributing the crystals. The outer ring of 150 drifted before the black tortoise divine king, the second ring of 100 before the Qilin divine king, the third ring of 100 before the Taotai divine king, and the inner ring of 50 remained suspended in the air. Black tortoise began absorbing the spirit crystals. The black tortoise divine king sprang out from its pod and landed on the cloud sea. Its body expanded to 10 meters, and its roots plunged into the cloud sea. The tortoise shell patterns on the trunk began to emit golden light. 150 crystals floated around it, slowly rotating. The light of the crystals changed from gold to deep blue, absorbed by the trunk of the black tortoise divine king. The tortoise shell patterns on the trunk changed from gold back to deep blue, then from deep blue back to gold. The veins on the leaves turned from deep blue to gold, and the canopy grew twice as dense. Black tortoise divine king SSS level peak, great perfection, half-step divine. The Qin Divine King's body expanded to 5 meters, its 5-element shield automatically deployed, and 5-colored light flowed over its scales. 100 crystals arranged themselves before it into a 5-element array of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. The crystals melted one by one, turning into 5-colored liquid that flowed into the Qin Divine King's mouth. Its horns changed from 6 prongs to 8, and a layer of halo appeared on its scales. Qin Divine King SSS level peak, initial stage, SSS level peak, great perfection. The Taotai Divine King's body expanded to 2 meters, and the 2 eyes under its armpits stared at those 100 crystals. Without waiting for Qin Tian to speak, it opened its mouth, its jaws extending to 180 degrees, revealing all its tiger teeth. It swallowed them in one gulp directly down its throat. Dark red light burst from its scales, dyeing the surrounding cloud, see a dark red. Taotai Divine King SSS level peak perfection, half-step divine. Qin Tian looked at the Taotai Divine King and said, "Are you full?" Roar. The Taotai Divine King nodded. On the other side, the situation of the other teammates was. Mu Rongshues stood before the silver light screen of the second heaven. The 9-colored spirit sparrow perched on her shoulder, having lost 13 feathers. She took out 3 very small divine domain crystals from her pocket, which she had obtained from the trial rewards of the second heaven. 3 crystals. Are they enough for you to break through to SSS level mid-stage? The 9-colored spirit sparrow patted her face with its wing. Mu Rongshues stuffed the crystals into the 9-colored spirit sparrow's mouth. The 9-colored spirit sparrow swallowed them, and its feathers glowed once. The fallen feathers did not grow back, but the remaining feathers became darker in color. 9-colored spirit sparrow SSS level initial stage, SSS level mid-stage. Su Muching stood before the bronze light screen of the third heaven. The ice phoenix followed behind her. She took out 5 divine domain crystals from her pocket, which she had obtained from the trial rewards of the third heaven. 5 crystals. Are they enough for you to break through to SSS level initial stage? The ice phoenix rubbed its head against her hand. Su Muching stuffed the crystals into the ice phoenix's mouth. The ice phoenix swallowed them, and its ice blue feathers glowed once, and the ice crystals on its wings became denser. Ice phoenix SS level peak, SSS level initial stage. Long Outyin stood before the stone-colored light screen of the fifth heaven. The golden holy dragon king crouched by his feet. He took out 10 divine domain crystals from his pocket, which he had obtained from the trial rewards of the fourth heaven. He stuffed the crystals into the golden holy dragon king's mouth one by one. The golden holy dragon king swallowed them, and its golden scales glowed once, and the cyan patterns on its dragon horns gained an extra ring. Golden holy dragon king SSS level peak, SSS level peak perfection. 1 step away from half-step divine. Long Outyin looked at his fist where the wounds had already scabbed over. I'll train with you. Lin Qingxue stood in the azure space of the seventh heaven. The frost dragon stood behind her. She took out 5 divine domain crystals from her pocket, which she had obtained from the peripheral trials of the seventh heaven. She stuffed the crystals into the frost dragon's mouth. The frost dragon swallowed them, and its gray-blue scales glowed once, and the cold aura became heavier. Frost dragon SS level peak, SSS level initial stage. Qin Tian stood before the azure light screen of the seventh heaven, not entering. He was waiting for the 8 contracted beasts to finish their battles. The seventh heaven, the heaven of laws, had 7 trials. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, Qilin Taoya chaos, and 9 tails each took 1 trial. Qin Tian stood outside quietly waiting. Before the azure light screen of the seventh heaven, the flickering frequency of the screen changed. From fast to slow, from slow to steady. The azure dragon divine king flew out from the light screen that had split open a crack. Its body expanded to 10 meters, and its scales were stained with golden liquid. Master, the first trial is passed. Azure Dragon Divine King, half-step divine stable. What about the second trial? Little White is fighting. The azure light screen split open another crack. The white tiger divine king walked out from inside, carrying a fragment of a half-step divine phantom in its mouth. It chewed and swallowed. The second trial is passed. White tiger divine king, half-step divine stable. The vermilion bird divine king flew out from the light screen, the flames on its feathers brighter than before. It landed on Qin Tian's shoulder and pecked his ear with its beak. The third trial is passed. Vermilion bird divine king, half-step divine stable. The black tortoise divine king bounced out from the light screen, the tortoise shell patterns on its trunk turning from gold to platinum. The fourth trial is passed. Black tortoise divine king, half-step divine stable. The Qilin divine king leaped out from the light screen, 5-colored light flowing over its scales, and its horns had gained 2 extra prongs. The fifth trial is passed. Qilin divine king, SSS level peak, great perfection, half-step divine. The Taotai divine king bounced out from the light screen, carrying half a carcass of a half-step divine phantom in its mouth, and swallowed it. The sixth trial is passed. Taotai Divine King half-step divine stable. The Chaos Divine King floated out from the light screen, its white mist 10 times denser than before, condensed to the point of almost having a physical form. The 7th trial is passed. Chaos Divine King formless and faceless half-step divine stable. 7 divine beasts, all 7 trials passed. Qin Tian looked at the azure light screen. The screen was still flickering, the 9-tailed celestial fox had not yet come out. The guardian of the trial was a mystical fox. It had survived for 10,000 years with unfathomable depth, having long touched the realm of half-step divine. In the entire divine domain, it was an extremely formidable existence, and countless strong experts had fallen by its hand before. Master, the 8th trial is passed. 9-tailed celestial fox SSS level peak, great perfection, half-step divine. Qin Tian's pupils contracted, and his face instantly showed undisguised surprise, his tense body suddenly relaxing. He stared intently at the 9-tailed celestial fox before him, his tone eager and curious. Where is that guardian mystical fox? It's waiting for you inside. The 9-tailed celestial fox jumped into his arms. It said it has been waiting for you for 10,000 years. Qin Tian's gaze turned toward the azure light screen. Waiting for me for 10,000 years. Qin Tian stepped through the azure light barrier. The 9-tailed celestial demon followed closely behind him. In the 7th celestial realm, a guardian of golden light appeared, its cracks flickering intermittently. Are you an illusion fox? You used an illusion on me. The 9-tailed celestial fox's voice trembled. Your illusion can affect me, oi. Yes. My illusion is superior to yours. You were attacking yourself earlier. The guardian's eyes were eerie and terrifying. The 9-tailed celestial demon stared at those eyes. Master, it has no mouth. How can it speak without a mouth? The 9-tailed celestial demon asked. It's a law guardian. Its voice comes from the air, not from a mouth, but from all directions simultaneously. You're quite clever. The condition to pass the 7th realm is to defeat the law guardian. The 9-tailed celestial fox asked, how do we defeat it? The law guardian's eyes lit up. Defeat a law with a law. Defeat a law with a law. Can our law power harm it? Yes, Qin Tian said calmly. The Azure Dragon Divine King expanded to 150 meters with runes of the life law emerging on its cyan golden scales. The White Tiger Divine King expanded to 20 meters, and the 2 gems on the king character on its forehead glowed simultaneously. The Vermilion Bird Divine King expanded to 50 meters, its flames shifting from golden red to white. The Black Tortoise Divine King expanded to 30 meters, its roots embedding into the watery ground, and the tortoise shell patterns on its trunk changed from gold to deep blue. The Qilin Divine King expanded to 15 meters, activating its 5 elements shield with 5-colored light flowing over its scales. The Taotai Divine King expanded to 12 meters with a dark red light emanating from its scales, and the 2 eyes beneath its armpits fixed on the Law Guardian. The Chaos Divine King expanded to cover a 50-meter radius, its white mist diffuse and formless. The 9-tailed celestial demon grew to 8 meters, spreading its 9 tails behind it. The flames at the tips of its tails shifted from 9 colors to colorless, the illusion law operating at full power. The 8 divine beasts encircled the Law Guardian. The Law Guardian's golden eyes swept around. 8 laws: life, slaughter, flame, guardian, 5 elements, devouring, chaos, illusion. Still missing one. What's missing? The 9-tailed celestial demon asked, bewildered. Time. There is no time, Law, Qin Tian said calmly. Then you cannot defeat me. The Law Guardian's eyes dimmed. Its body began to transform from a fox shape to a sphere, from a sphere to a cone, from a cone to a blade. Golden light erupted from its body, forming countless golden blades, their tips aimed at the 8 divine beasts. The Azure Dragon Divine King's life law power surged from within, turning into a cyan beam that shot toward the Law Guardian. The White Tiger Divine King followed suit, its slaughter law power becoming a white beam. The Vermilion Bird Divine King's flame law power turned into a red beam. The Black Tortoise Divine King's guardian law power became a deep blue beam. The Qilin Divine King's 5 elements law power turned into a multicolored beam. The Taotai Divine King's devouring law power became a dark red beam. The Chaos Divine King's chaos law power transformed into a gray beam. 7 beams struck the Law Guardian simultaneously. The Law Guardian's golden body shook, but did not shatter. Its eyes lit up. I told you not enough. Still missing one. The 9-tailed celestial demon's tails all stood upright, the illusion law. Colorless beams shot from the tips of its 9 tails simultaneously, without color, sound, or trajectory. The Law Guardian's body suddenly froze, its golden light flickering on and off. You used an illusion on me again. A hint of tremor entered the Law Guardian's voice. You're stubborn, really thinking your cheap illusion can still affect me? Try it then. My illusion deceives the laws. You think you're attacking us with law power, but you're actually attacking yourself. the Law Guardian said contemptuously. The nine-tailed celestial fox ignored it and continued outputting illusions. Cracks began to appear on the Law Guardian's golden body. Stop! The Law Guardian's eyes dimmed, its golden light receded, and the cracks ceased spreading. It looked at the nine-tailed celestial demon. Why is your illusion law a law above laws? I don't know, the nine-tailed celestial demon said indifferently. What you've comprehended is not a law but a rule. The Law Guardian's voice changed. The nine-tailed celestial demon's mouth slightly opened. Rule. Above law is rule. Above rule is origin. After speaking, the Law Guardian's golden eyes turned to look at Qin Tian. Qin Tian glanced at it. Do you concede? The Law Guardian was silent for a moment. I concede. Its golden body began to disintegrate inch by inch, turning into golden specks of light that scattered in the air. You win. Go to the 8th realm. The last speck of light dissipated, and the watery space of the 7th realm began to collapse. The azure light barrier swallowed inch by golden light. 7th realm trial completed. Time half a day. Defeated Guardian Law Guardian. Evaluation SSS. Reward Divine Domain Spirit Crystals 1000. The door to the 8th realm was fiery red with 2 characters carved on it. Chaos. The 8th realm, the Chaos realm. You fight. Qin Tian's voice was calm as he looked down at the Chaos Divine King above his head. The Chaos Divine King descended from midair and landed before Qin Tian. Wait. Qin Tian took out 1,000 Divine Domain Spirit Crystals from his ring. The spirit crystals floated in the air, arranged in 10 rings. Without counting, he directly pushed 500 crystals toward the Chaos Divine King. Yours. 500. Eat them and break through. The Chaos Divine King's white mist enveloped the 500 spirit crystals. The crystals floated within the mist and began to spin. Faster and faster, the golden light was absorbed by the white mist, and the crystals gradually shrank from fist-sized to fingernail-sized, from fingernail-sized to invisible. All 500 vanished. The Chaos Divine King's white mist intensified from 10-fold to 100-fold, from condensed to substantial. It gained a physical form, not a fixed shape, but a constantly changing white fluid. Chaos Divine King, half-step, divine, stable, half-step, divine, great perfection. The Chaos Divine King bounced before Qin Tian and drifted toward the fiery red door of the 8th realm. The nine-tailed celestial demon asked, Master, can Chaos win? Yes. The guardian of the 8th realm is the Chaos Beast, who has lived for 10,000 years and is a half-step divine. Chaos is also a half-step divine. Qin Tian's gaze fell on the fiery red door. It ate 500 spirit crystals, advancing from stable to great perfection. Its realm is lower than the Chaos Beast's, but its chaos law is purer. The Chaos Beast's chaos law after 10,000 years is about devouring all. Chaos's chaos law is about embracing all. Devouring is inferior to embracing. The nine-tailed celestial demon gave a thumbs up. Master is so amazing. A crack opened in the fiery red light barrier of the 8th realm, and the Chaos Divine King drifted in. The fiery red light barrier of the 8th realm flickered. The Chaos Divine King was fighting inside. The Chaos Beast, having lived for 10,000 years, was 100 times larger than the Chaos Divine King. But the Chaos Beast could not devour the Chaos Divine King. The Chaos Divine King was embracing it. The nine-tailed celestial demon stared at the door of the 8th realm. Master, how long has Chaos been inside? 10 minutes. Can it really win? Yes. How long until it wins? Another 10 minutes. A crack opened in the fiery red light barrier. The Chaos Divine King drifted out, its white mist 1,000 times denser, its physical form 100 times more solid. Its body turned from white to transparent, so transparent, it was almost invisible. 8th realm trial completed. Time 20 minutes. Defeated Guardian Chaos Beast. Evaluation SSS. Reward Divine Domain Spirit Crystals 2000. Qin Tian took the spirit crystals and stored them in his ring. The nine-tailed celestial fox exclaimed in amazement, So formidable, Chaos Divine King. You are the most capable divine beast among us. You're truly incredible. Qin Tian patted the Chaos Divine King's head to show his affection. Without resting, he directly led the 8 divine beasts to the door of the 9th realm. The door of the 9th realm was earthy brown with 2 characters carved on it, divine. The nine-tailed celestial demon poked its head out from his arms. Master, the 9th realm is the divine realm. A true divine. Can our 8 divine beasts defeat it? I don't know. Qin Tian strode toward the earth-tone door of the 9th heaven, 8 divine beasts following close behind. The nine-tailed heavenly demon asked in a trembling voice, Master, should we reconsider? I believe we should not enter. It is far too dangerous inside. Is this the resting place of a fearsome deity? Those who enter without warrant shall die. Indeed. Master, I don't want to go in. Qin Tian murmured, My grandfather entered and did not die. I can do it too. He reached out and pushed open the earth-toned door, golden light surging forth from within. Without hesitation he stepped inside. The 8 divine beasts followed, and the light curtain sealed behind them. Once closed, the golden radiance vanished, plunging the surroundings into absolute darkness. "Master, there is no light here," the 9-tailed heavenly demon asked cautiously. It continued, "I cannot see anything." "Neither can I. Navigating in the dark is perilous." Qin Tian did not respond. He stood motionless. "Who's there?" Qin Tian advanced 10 paces and stopped, sensing a presence before him. The figure sat cross-legged before him, eyes closed, breathing slowly. "Who are you?" Qin Tian asked softly. The figure opened its eyes. Qin Tian saw golden orbs with vertical pupils, their radiance illuminating 3 meters of surrounding darkness. Qin Tian made out the figure, a white-haired elder seated cross-legged upon a stone altar carved with dense, intricate runes. His face bore no wrinkles, his skin as smooth as an infant's, yet his eyes overflowed with exhaustion. The elder gazed at Qin Tian in silence, studying him from head to toe for a long moment. "You resemble someone," his voice deep and resonant. "Who?" Qin Tian's heart pounded heavily in his chest. "Qin Tian." The elder rose from the altar, his white robes trailing silently across the ground. Each step caused the earth to tremble, and the entire 9th heaven shook with his movement. He approached Qin Tian, who remained unmoving. "You carry the bloodline of the Qin clan." The elder looked down. "What is your relation to Qin Tian?" "Grandson," Qin Tian replied composedly. "Where is he?" The elder's expression shifted subtly, then fell silent for a long while. "He is here." The elder's voice grew low, his gaze falling behind Qin Tian. Qin Tian turned to look around. Nothing existed in the darkness, until in his moment of confusion a figure appeared behind the elder. An elderly man with silver hair and a hunched back clad in a gray robe. He sat cross-legged in the shadow of the altar, head bowed, motionless. Qin Tian's pupils contracted sharply. "Grandfather." His voice caught lodged in his throat. The old man raised his head. His face was identical to the photograph Qin Haidong had kept on the desk, yet aged with deep wrinkles and sunken eyes. "Xiao Tian." Qin Baishan's voice was hoarse. Qin Tian rushed forward. He knelt before Qin Baishan, hands gripping his grandfather's shoulders. Qin Baishan's frame was gaunt, bones pressing sharply against thin flesh. "Grandfather," Qin Tian's voice trembled. "You have grown." Qin Baishan's voice remained raspy. "You have grown thin." Qin Tian seized his grandfather's hand, all bone beneath parchment-thin skin. Qin Tian lowered his head, gazing at Qin Tian's youthful, sturdy hands. "Is your father well?" "Yes." Qin Tian gripped firmly. "He awaits your return." Qin Baishan's eyes reddened. He drew Qin Tian closer, every bone in his body trembling. 12 years, his voice echoed near Qin Tian's ear. "I have waited 12 years. I knew you would come." The 9-tailed heavenly demon peeked from the altar's edge, quietly observing Qin Tian and Qin Tian converse. Qin Tian turned to the divine attendant, his voice regaining some calm. "Divine attendant, why is my grandfather here?" The divine attendant's golden eyes fixed on Qin Tian. "He breached the 9th heaven and passed the deity's trial, yet did not inherit the deity's power." "Why not?" The divine attendant's gaze settled on Qin Baishan, who kept his head bowed. "Because he could not let go. He could not release your father, your grandmother, or you. The deity requires no emotions. With such attachments he could never become a god." Qin Tian did not look up. Qin Tian's lips moved, his voice slightly hoarse. "Then why does my grandfather still live? I heard that those who fail the trial die." The divine attendant gazed at Qin Tian. "The deity's trial has only 2 rules: pass and become a god. Fail and be utterly annihilated. Your grandfather did not pass. He failed." Qin Tian's fists clenched. "I know he failed. I only wish to know why he did not die." The divine attendant did not answer. Qin Tian raised his head, his cloudy pupils reflecting distant light, containing a spark that had never been extinguished. "I did not pass the trial. I chose to forsake the path to godhood." The divine attendant said, "I may remain alive temporarily, but I must stay here until you came." "How did you know I would come?" Qin Tian's voice tightened in his throat. "I did not know." Qin Tian looked at him. "But in my heart, I felt that you, like your father, would never abandon what you had resolved to do. I believed you would come one day." The divine attendant's voice sounded again. "He has waited 12 years for you." Qin Tian asked calmly, "Divine attendant, what is the trial of the deities of the 9 heavens?" "Release all attachments and become a deity," the divine attendant replied without emotion. "Even release my divine beasts." "Release all attachments." "I will not release." The divine attendant's eyes brightened. "You are like your grandfather. He is himself, I am myself." Qin Tian's voice was soft, yet every word carried weight. "He walks his path, I walk mine. Because he could not let go, he remains here waiting. But I have come to take him home." The divine attendant fell silent. Its golden eyes glowed in the darkness, studying Qin Tian for a long moment, then shifting to the 8 divine beasts behind him. "Do you believe you can pass the deity's trial?" Qin Tian rose. "I will pass the trial, but not to become a god. I will shatter the seal, and I will bring my grandfather out. The divine attendant's eyes flared. Do you understand what shattering the seal means? The deity's power will dissipate, the ninth heaven will collapse, and the god itself will die. Qin Tian's gaze shifted from the divine attendant to the altar. Hasn't the deity already died? The divine attendant did not answer. Qin Tian looked at Qin Tian. Grandfather, wait for me. Qin Tian gazed at his grandson, lips parting as if to speak, but no sound emerged. He nodded. Qin Tian turned and walked toward the altar, the 8 divine beasts following. The 9-tailed heavenly demon asked, Master, what is the deity's trial? I do not know. I shall learn when I arrive. Qin Tian's steps did not falter. In the darkness, the altar began to glow. Qin Tian stood before the altar. The divine servant stood 3 meters away, his golden eyes glowing in the darkness. A deity needs no emotions. To become a god, you must relinquish everything. Family, friends, loved ones, and spirit beasts. The divine servant's voice was calm. Relinquish spirit beasts. Qin Tian's pupils contracted. Relinquish everything. The divine servant's voice remained tranquil. Your spirit beasts will not forget you, but you will forget them. That is the price of becoming a deity. Qin Tian lowered his head to gaze at his 8 spirit beasts. The 9-tailed celestial fox looked at Qin Tian, her voice filled with supplication. Master, do not abandon us. I will not abandon you. Qin Tian's voice was resolute. The divine servant remained silent for a long time. You are just like your grandfather. The 9-tailed celestial fox leaped onto the altar. Her body expanded from half a meter to 3 meters. All 9 tails raised simultaneously, the flames at their tips illuminating the entire altar. Master, I will fight them to the death. The Qilin Divine Emperor's body expanded to 3 meters, its 5-element shield unfolding simultaneously, casting a circle of multicolored light around the altar. The Taotai Divine Emperor swelled to 2 meters, its jaws opening 180 degrees, tiger fangs fully exposed. The Chaos Divine Emperor descended from midair, crashing down onto the divine servant's head. The divine servant neither dodged nor moved, merely raising his head to gaze at the white mist. The divine servant reached up and touched his own head. Qin Tian, your spirit beasts protect their master more than your grandfathers did. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Qin Tian's mouth. Your grandfather cannot compare to you. The divine servant's lips moved slightly. Are you saying his spirit beasts did not protect their master? Qin Tian's voice remained calm, but his eyes sharpened. Because his spirit beasts were not strong enough. The divine servant's fingers clenched and relaxed within his sleeves. It was not a lack of affection, but a lack of strength. When he stormed the 9th heaven, all 5 of his spirit beasts were gravely wounded. He had no choice but to give up. His gaze swept across Qin Tian's spirit beasts. Yet none of your spirit beasts are injured. The 9-tailed celestial fox leaped down from the altar, shrinking back to half a meter, landing at Qin Tian's feet. Master, we are not hurt. We can still fight. Because we are strong enough. Qin Tian's gaze fell on the divine servant. My grandfather gave up because he did not want his spirit beasts to die. I do not have to give up because my spirit beasts will not die. The divine servant's eyes flickered. How do you know? Because my spirit beasts are invincible. Qin Tian's voice was as calm as still water. I will say it again. The trial of divinity has only 2 rules. The divine servant's voice came from all directions simultaneously. First, relinquish everything and become a deity. Second, if you do not relinquish, you die. I choose to fight. Good? Sit on the altar and close your eyes. The deity will offer you a choice: relinquish everything or die. Qin Tian stepped onto the altar. The 9-tailed celestial fox followed at his feet. Master, I will accompany you. No need. I alone am enough. Qin Tian walked to the top of the altar and sat cross-legged. The moment he sat down, the altar's runes began to flow, accelerating from slow to fast, brightening from dim to luminous. Qin Tian closed his eyes. The golden light on the altar engulfed him. His eyes remained open, but he could see nothing. The golden radiance filled his vision. The 9-tailed celestial fox lay at the base of the altar, looking up as the golden light swallowed Qin Tian. Master, she called out, but her voice was absorbed and could not travel. She rose to leap onto the altar, but the divine servant's hand pressed down on her head. Do not move. He has entered. Entered where? The 9-tailed celestial fox's tails bristled, the flames at their tips burning in the darkness. The deity's illusion. The divine servant's golden eyes glowed in the dark. The deity's illusion. The 9-tailed celestial fox's voice softened, her tails drooping. The divine servant paid her no further heed. Qin Tian felt his body plunge into a deep well, water surging from all sides, filling his ears, nose, and mouth. After sinking for dozens of seconds, a blinding light appeared before his eyes. He blinked and opened them again. Awakening Hall. He stood in the Awakening Hall beneath familiar marble floors and a familiar crystal chandelier. The hall was packed with people, students, parents, teachers, and examiners in various attire. Everyone was staring at him, their gazes filled with shock, envy, and jealousy. Standing opposite him was the chief examiner holding a detection device. The number on the device rested in the golden zone reading Divine. Qin Tian of the Qin family talent level, Divine. The chief examiner's voice echoed through the hall, each word vibrating painfully in the ears. Thunderous applause erupted across the hall. Qin Tian stood motionless watching the chief examiner, watching those eyes wide with shock. Someone was screaming, someone was clapping, someone was laughing. A hand reached from behind and grabbed him firmly. Qin Tian, I never broke up with you. I've been waiting for you. Lin Wanner stepped out from the crowd, wearing a white dress, her hair draped over her shoulders, her eyes red-rimmed, her slender fingers painted with pale pink nail polish. Qin Tian looked at Lin Wanner's face, her tears leaving glistening traces on her cheeks. Behind her, Lin Chen knelt, his knees striking the marble floor with a dull thud. He began kowtowing rapidly, his forehead hitting the ground with a thumping sound. Qin Tian, I was wrong. I shouldn't have stolen your girlfriend, I shouldn't have looked down on you. Lin Chen's voice trembled, blood seeping from his forehead. Qin Tian looked around, but did not find the nine-tailed celestial fox, the azure dragon Divine Emperor, the white tiger Divine Emperor, the vermilion bird Divine Emperor, the black tortoise Divine Emperor, the Qilin Divine Emperor, the Taotai Divine Emperor, or the Chaos Divine Emperor. The crowd surged again, encircling Qin Tian. Someone handed him a contract reading, annual salary of 1 billion, sign immediately. Someone handed him a gleaming golden key, saying it was for an imperial capital villa. Someone offered a box containing a ring set with a fist-sized gem of gold-tinged purple. Lin Wanner raised Qin Tian's hand and shouted excitedly, he has divine talent. He's my boyfriend. Qin Tian pulled his hand away from Lin Wanner's grasp. Lin Wanner's expression shifted. Qin Tian. He did not reply. He pushed through the crowd and walked toward the exit of the awakening hall. Someone tried to block him, he shoved them aside. Someone called his name, but he did not look back. At the door he paused and glanced back at everyone in the awakening hall. Then he pushed open the door and walked out. Outside the awakening hall stretched a long corridor lined with windows beyond which lay the familiar spirit beast city. The sunlight was bright, the sky blue, the clouds white. At the end of the corridor stood a door. Qin Tian pushed it open and stepped inside, finding himself on an arena. Around the arena were 9 stone pillars, each with a war general standing atop, gazing down at Qin Tian. Qin Tian. The voice came from all directions, echoing. He waited in the center of the arena for a while, but no one appeared. Where are your spirit beasts? Asked the first war general. Qin Tian did not answer. Without spirit beasts you cannot defeat us, said the third war general. He stood rooted, the hard arena floor beneath his feet, just as he remembered. I will not fight. His voice echoed across the arena. You won't fight. Then you cannot pass the second heaven. I don't need to pass the second heaven. He turned and walked toward the entrance. Because you are all illusions. How do you know we are illusions? The first war general's voice pursued him from behind. Qin Tian's voice was calm. Because none of my 8 spirit beasts are here. That is how I know it is an illusion. Because my spirit beasts will never leave me. With a boom, the illusion collapsed. The gray ground split open with massive fissures. The 9 stone pillars tilted and toppled. Golden light surged in through the cracks, swallowing the arena, the war generals, and the pillars as they fell. Qin Tian stood in the radiance, no ground beneath his feet, yet he hovered in midair. You have passed the first part. There is still a second part, the divine servant's voice echoed from afar. Qin Tian's eyes closed. When he opened them again, he stood in an unfamiliar city. The streets were wide and clean, lined with pristine buildings. The street lamps were golden, but the streets were empty of pedestrians. Qin Tian did not know where this was. This city is also fake. Qin Tian walked a few steps, sat down on the spot, and gazed leisurely at everything around him. Suddenly the surroundings began to warp. Walls melted, the ground wrinkled, and the sky turned into ink. Everything receded and then vanished. Qin Tian found himself standing in the awakening hall once more. The same spot, the same crystal chandelier, the same crowd of onlookers. The chief examiner still stood opposite him, holding a detection device, its numbers frozen in the gray zone. Qin family's Qin Tian talent grade, gray. The hall erupted in uproar. Some laughed, some shook their heads, some muttered, just as expected, a useless waste. Lin Wanner emerged from the crowd and walked past him. She took Lin Chen's arm and left without looking back. Lin Chen glanced over his shoulder at Qin Tian, a smirk curling his lips. The crowd dispersed, leaving the awakening hall empty with him standing alone at its center. The crystal chandelier still glowed, its light cold. Qin Tian stood in the desolate awakening hall, lowering his head to gaze at his own hands. Great talent. This was what had truly happened, the events of his awakening day. He stood there for a moment, then walked to the door and pushed it open. Beyond the door was not the Beastmaster city, but another awakening hall. The same spot, the same chandelier. The chief examiner stood before him. Qin family's Qin Tian talent grade, divine. The hall erupted in uproar. He pushed through the crowd. Lin Wanner rushed after him. Lin Chen knelt and kowtowed. He pulled his hand free from Lin Wanner's grasp, shoved through the crowd, and pushed open the door. Beyond the door was the Awakening Hall Grey Talent. He walked in and pushed the door open again. Beyond the door was the Awakening Hall Divine Talent. Grey Divine, Grey Divine, Grey Divine. Behind every door lay the same Awakening Hall, the same Chief Examiner, the same Lin Wanner, the same choice. He pushed open the door 7 times. Qin Tian's expression remained utterly calm, his face devoid of emotion. The 8th time he pushed the door open, it was no longer the Awakening Hall. It was the Qin family compound. In the courtyard, Qin Haidong sat in a rattan chair sipping tea, while Qin Batian sat across from him playing chess. The 9-tailed celestial demon lay sprawled across Qin Tian's lap, the azure dragon Divine Emperor coiled on the roof, the white tiger Divine Emperor crouched by the flower bed, the vermilion bird Divine Emperor perched on an old locust tree, the black tortoise Divine Emperor rooted in the center of the flower bed, the Qilin Divine Emperor nibbling grass, the Taodai Divine Emperor gnawing at the wall, and the Chaos Divine Emperor floating above Qin Tian's head. Qin Tian stood at the entrance of the courtyard, frozen stiff as he took in the scene. Qin Haidong looked up with a smile. Xiao Tian, you're back? Come eat. Qin Batian also raised his head. Come in, the food is getting cold. The 9-tailed fox leaped to the courtyard gate, tilting its head to look at Qin Tian standing outside. Master, why are you standing out there? Are you real or fake? Qin Tian's voice was hoarse. The 9-tailed fox replied, real. You are real. Qin Tian stared at the 9-tailed fox. Real. The tip of the 9-tailed Divine Emperor's tail swayed gently. But they are fake. Qin Tian looked up at Qin Haidong and Qin Batian in the courtyard, then his gaze fell back on the 9-tailed Divine Emperor. How do you know they are fake? I secretly bit them, and they didn't feel any pain. That's how I knew they were fake. Qin Tian lowered his head to the stone pavement at the courtyard gate, then turned and walked toward the entrance. Let's go choose a talent. The 9-tailed Divine Emperor trotted at his feet. What talent should we choose? Grey Talent, Qin Tian replied without turning around. Why? Because Grey Talent is real. Divine Talent is fake. Why? Divine Talent could give me everything, but it cannot give me the 8 spirit beasts. Qin Tian paid him no further heed, and directly pushed open the courtyard gate. Beyond the gate was the Awakening Hall. But this time it was not the same Awakening Hall. The Chief Examiner was draped in a black robe that trailed on the ground. Qin Tian recognized him. That was not the Chief Examiner, it was a deity. The deity sat in the very center of the Awakening Hall, faceless, nothing but a mass of light. Behind it stood Lin Wanner, Lin Chen, and all those who had once looked down on Qin Tian. They were laughing, fawning, prostrating themselves. But Qin Tian did not look at them. I choose Grey Talent, he said, his voice not loud. The deity did not move. Divine Talent can give you everything. I don't care for it. Your grandfather wasted 12 years of his life trying to become a deity. Qin Tian raised his head to look at the deity. I only need my spirit beasts. That's enough. As for what you call everything, I have no need for it. The deity fell silent. What if I told you that choosing Grey Talent means you will die here? A flicker of scorn crossed Qin Tian's eyes, then so be it. The deity's orb of light blazed blindingly bright. Qin Tian closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he was lying on an altar. The altar's runes had shifted from gold to a warm yellow. The 9-tailed Divine Emperor exclaimed in surprise, Master, you're crying. Qin Tian touched his face. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. No, I'm not. Qin Tian sat up from the altar, and the 9-tailed Divine Emperor continued to ask, Did you pass the deity's trial? The voice of the divine attendant came from the darkness. He passed. You are the first person to choose Grey Talent. The 9th heaven trembled. The deity had acknowledged Qin Tian's choice, but the deity's power had not yet been yielded. It seems a fight is inevitable. Qin Tian mused to himself. The deity remained silent for a long time. Go see your grandfather, it finally spoke. Qin Tian nodded, turned, and walked toward the small hut where Qin Batian lived. The door was still open. Qin Batian stood at the entrance, and when he saw Qin Tian, his voice was hoarse. Did you pass? He passed. The 9-tailed fox answered first. My grandson is truly formidable. Qin Batian looked at Qin Tian. You passed. So what's next? Qin Tian's voice boomed. Next, break the seal. He turned and walked out of the hut with the 8 divine beasts following behind him. Qin Tian approached the altar. I want to break the seal. What should I do? He looked at the divine attendant. The divine attendant's golden eyes glowed. Sit on it. Close your eyes. The deity will give it to you. Qin Tian stepped onto the altar, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. The 9-tailed Divine Emperor lay at the foot of the altar looking up at it. Master. The 8 divine beasts gathered around the altar. Qin Tian levitated from the altar, suspended in midair. Golden light surged from all directions, seeping into his skin, muscles, bones, and blood. The seal of Grey Talent began to crack. The fissures started from the heart and spread throughout his body. The cracks grew denser until finally they shattered completely. Golden light burst forth from within him, coalescing into a pillar of radiance. The pillar pierced the darkness of the ninth heaven, dyeing the entire space in gold. Morong Shui looked up at the golden dome awestruck. What is this? Su Maching exclaimed in amazement. Could it be that Qin Tian has become a deity? Long Outyin paused his movements. Did Qin Tian defeat the deity? Lin Qingxue said softly. I'm certain. This must be Qin Tian's doing. Qin Batian stood at the door of his hut, gazing up at the pillar of light. His white hair was blown by the wind, his expression utterly relaxed. Qin Tian opened his eyes, his pupils shifting from black to gold. His lips moved. The gray talent is unsealed. The divine attendant's voice came from afar. You have awakened the divine talent. Your spirit beasts are also breaking through. They are evolving alongside you. Qin Tian looked down. Around the altar, the 8 divine beasts were radiating blinding light. 8 divine beasts began their breakthrough. Qinglong, Divine Emperor, Demigod Peak, Divine Realm Initial. The Qinglong, Divine Emperor coiled on the left side of the altar, its golden scales transforming from gold to pure gold light bursting from the gaps between the scales. Its body expanded from 150 meters to 200 meters, its dragon horns changed from 9 prongs to 12, and its wingspan extended from 200 meters to 300 meters. It crossed from demigod to god. Baihu Divine Emperor, Demigod Peak, Divine Realm Initial. The Baihu Divine Emperor crouched on the right side of the altar, the 2 gems on the king character on its forehead turning into 3. Its body expanded from 20 meters to 35 meters. The golden stripes on its fur turned into runes, and the runes were flowing. Zhuke Divine King, Demigod Peak, Divine Realm Initial. The Zhuke Divine King hovered in front of the altar, its flames changing from white to transparent. The transparent flames burned to the extreme, yet they became invisible, but the temperature was so high that the surrounding air was distorted. Its body expanded from 50 meters to 80 meters, and its wings extended from 120 meters to 200 meters. Xuanwu Divine Emperor, Demigod Peak, Divine Realm Initial. The Xuanwu Divine Emperor rooted itself behind the altar, its roots bursting from the ground and spreading across the entire ground of the ninth heaven. The tortoiseshell patterns on the trunk changed from gold to platinum, and the veins on the leaves also changed from gold to platinum. The trunk grew from 30 meters to 60 meters, and the canopy blocked out the sky. Jiwei Divine Emperor, Demigod Peak, Divine Realm Initial. The Jiwei Divine Emperor lay on the altar steps, its 9 tails spread out behind it, each tail changing color. She crossed from demigod to god, and during the evolution, her 9 tails grew thicker. Qilin Divine Emperor, Demigod Peak, Divine Realm Initial. The Qilin Divine Emperor crouched on the altar steps, 5-colored light swirling wildly over its scales. The 5 elements shield expanded and closed and expanded, each expansion thicker than the last. Its body grew from 15 meters to 20 meters, and its horns changed from 8 prongs to 10. Taotai Divine Emperor, Demigod Peak, Divine Realm Initial. The Taotai Divine Emperor crouched at the foot of the altar, dark red light bursting from its scales, the devouring law operating at full speed. Its body grew from 12 meters to 25 meters. It gained an extra row of tiger fangs, and the eyes under its armpits changed from deep red to pure gold. Hundun Divine Emperor, Demigod Perfection, Divine Realm Initial. The Hundun Divine Emperor floated in midair, white mist expanding from a radius of 50 meters to 500 meters, and then to 1,000 meters. It transformed from an intangible, formless void entity into a semi-solid form. Its shape changed, including clouds, water, light, flames, earth, stone, metal, and air. The golden pillar of light from Qin Tian's body shot straight up to the dome of the ninth heaven. The dome cracked and turned into golden specks of light. The specks scattered, revealing the full view of the divine domain. A sea of clouds, 2 suns, 9 gates, a dragonbone wall, and the main city of the divine domain. Qin Tian floated in the center of the light pillar, looking down at the panoramic view of the divine domain. His gaze pierced through the sea of clouds and landed on Lin Qingxue's figure. Qin Tian did not speak. He did not send a message to her because the distance was too great. The Jiwei Divine Emperor raised its head and looked at him. Master, what are you looking at? Nothing. The divine servant walked out of the darkness. The divine talent has awakened, and all 8 divine beasts have completed their evolution. You are now a beast tamer of the divine realm. In 10,000 years you are the first to reach this realm. Qin Tian did not answer. He looked down at his own hands, then raised his head to look at the 8 divine beasts. Qin Bada looked at Qin Tian. A god. You have become a god. His eyes turned red. Qin Tian, yes. I have become a god. Did you answer all the multiple choice questions they gave you correctly? Qin Bada's voice trembled. Yes, I did them right. Because I only follow my own heart. Whatever I think is right, I will stick to it to the end. Grandson, you are amazing. The reason we ancestors never succeeded is that when faced with choices, we always hesitated, dared not follow our own hearts, always guessed the god's thoughts, and the results were often wrong. Qin Bada looked down at the jade pendant in his hand, the character, Qin, on it glowing with warm light. He took out another jade pendant from his chest identical to the one hanging around Qin Tian's neck. Also, Qin Tian reached out and grasped the jade pendant around his neck. Our Qin family's gray talent is not a curse, but a seal placed on us by the gods. Because we were too strong, they secretly sealed our talent. Now I have unsealed it. Really? You are so amazing. Qin Bada's eyes turned red, his lips trembling. Grandfather, let's go home, Qin Tian said, looking at Qin Bada. Qin Bada's tears streamed down, and he nodded. He looked around. He had lived in the divine domain for 12 years, and all his belongings were just a low stool, a wooden bed, a pot, a carving knife, and a pile of wood. But he did not want to take any of them. He felt this place was his nightmare. He turned and walked out of the hut, coming to Qin Tian. Let's go. Qin Tian looked at his grandfather's face. Oh, Qin Bada's eyes had gained much joy. Home. Qin Tian's voice was soft. The divine servant looked at Qin Tian. If you leave, the ninth heaven will collapse. Qin Tian stopped, looked up briefly. What the hell do I care if it collapses? The divine servant replied, the god has already disappeared, and you have inherited his power. The ninth heaven no longer needs to exist. Qin Tian asked, will the collapse of the ninth heaven affect the divine domain? No. The ninth heaven was the place where the god slept. You have inherited his power, and you have become the new god. The mission of the ninth heaven is over. It will turn into spiritual energy and disperse into the divine domain. The divine servant's golden eyes blinked wearily. Qin Tian was silent for a moment. What about you? If the ninth heaven collapses, what will happen to you? The divine servant answered, I am a divine servant. My duty is to serve the god. You are the new god. Qin Tian's lips moved slightly. I don't need a divine servant. I don't like being served by others. It's too restrictive. You need it. The divine servant's voice was unchanged. You have inherited the god's power, but you don't yet know how to use it. You need someone to tell you what a god can and cannot do. You need someone to tell you what will happen after the ninth heaven collapses. You need someone to tell you how to maintain the connection channel between the divine domain and the Federation. So you need me. Qin Tian looked at the divine servant, was silent for a moment. Fine. Then you can follow me. But remember, do not interfere with my private life. The divine servant nodded, and he followed behind Qin Tian, his footsteps silent. Qin Tian led Qin Bada toward the exit of the ninth heaven. The earthen-colored door was still there, and the characters, God, were still engraved on it, but the light had faded. Qin Tian reached out and pushed the door open. The light from outside flooded in. The purple sky held two suns appearing and disappearing in the sea of clouds. Qin Tian stood at the doorway and looked back at Qin Bada. Qin Bada's eyes held surprise, fear, expectation, and joy, for he had not stepped through that door in 12 years. Let's go, Qin Tian said. Qin Bada stepped forward, crossing the threshold. When his foot landed on the sea of clouds, his knee bent slightly, then straightened again. He looked at the purple sky, the golden and silver suns, and the white sea of clouds, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. The air outside is different from inside. Qin Tian turned to look at the divine servant. When I entered the ninth heaven, Morong, Shui, Su Muqing, Lin Qingshu, Along, Out Yin, and the others were waiting for me outside. Where are they now? Divine servant's voice came from behind. The time in the nine heavens is different from here. 1 minute inside equals 1 day outside. They had been waiting here for 3 bitter months, believing you had died inside and would never come out, so they reluctantly left. Qin Tian's lips curled slightly. I'm going to find them now. Lead the way for me. As you command, Master, replied the divine servant. The nine-tailed divine emperor asked, Master, shall we go find them? And then go home, Qin Tian said in a relaxed tone. The moment Morong Shui, Su Muqing, Lin Qingshu, and Long Outyin saw Qin Tian, they were all too moved to speak. Long Outyin was the first to speak. You, Qin Tian, you're actually alive. You've made our butts go numb from sitting. Long Outyin stood up, patted the dust from his pants. Then let's go. Qin Tian looked at him. Where to? Home. Long Outyin was dumbfounded. Our mission in Xinyu is complete. It's complete. The nine-tailed divine emperor answered first. Qin Tian led everyone back to the gate of Xinyu main city. How much spiritual energy does Xinyu still have? Qin Tian asked, looking at the giant beast skull on the city gate. Divine servant's voice was calm. If the seal of the Qin family is not broken, it can last another 100 years. If the seal is lifted, the spiritual energy will circulate and regenerate, no longer depleting. Forget it, let's go. I don't want to stay in Xinyu anymore. There's no barbecue, beer, skewers, fruit salad, cola, or fried chicken here. Life is too boring. Qin Tian's steps did not stop. Divine servant did not argue, silently following behind. Everyone's footsteps hastened, and the entire group soon reached the gate of Xinyu main city. Qin Tian stood at the gate of Xinyu main city. The dragon-bone city wall gleamed with a ghastly white light under the purple sun. The streets of Xinyu main city were quieter than the last time he came. There were fewer spirit beasts on the street, fewer pedestrians, but every person who saw Qin Tian stopped. Some stepped back, some knelt down, some muttered something under their breath. Qin Tian did not look at them. His gaze was fixed on the high tower. He walked to the tower where golden light gushed out from the cracks. The dragonbone fissures on the tower wall automatically opened. Qin Tian walked in. Lord of Xinyu watched him enter, his pupils moving almost imperceptibly. You've changed. Lord of Xinyu's voice was low and deep, but with a trace more warmth than last time. You have become a god. Qin Tian did not stop walking to stand 10 meters before the throne. 8 god-level spirit beasts. Lord of Xinyu's gaze swept over Azure Dragon Divine Emperor, White Tiger Divine Emperor, Vermilion Bird Divine, King Black Tortoise Divine Emperor, Nine-Tailed Divine Emperor, Qilin Divine Emperor, Taotai Divine Emperor, and Hundun Divine Emperor. You are the first person to pass through all 9 heavens. I want to say goodbye to you. I want to go back to my own home, Qin Tian said to Lord of Xinyu. Wish you a safe journey. Lord of Xinyu lifted his fingers from the armrest and drew a circle in the air. A light screen appeared within the circle, showing an aerial view of Xinyu. Lord of Xinyu spoke kindly. Qin Tian, I am very happy for you becoming a god. But the seal of Xinyu has loosened and Xinyu will be connected to the outside world. The spiritual energy of Xinyu will also flow into the Federation, and the beast tamers of the Federation are about to experience a frenzy of evolution. What I want to warn you is that your strength will soon be caught up with, even surpassed. Qin Tian's eyes did not waver. Are you afraid? Not afraid. My name is Qin Tian. If they think they've become stronger and want to challenge me, I'll wait for them. You speak such arrogant words because you're strong now. I doubt you can defeat them 3 years from now. Then I, Qin Tian, will show them who is the best in the world. I will make them taste defeat. Lord of Xinyu's fingers stopped in midair, and the image on the light screen froze. He looked at Qin Tian for a long time, then smiled. The smile was very light, the corners of his mouth moving less than half an inch, but his eyes brightened. You are much more arrogant than your grandfather. Young people must be arrogant. If you wait until you're old, you won't be able to be arrogant anymore. I'm laying it down today. Whoever doesn't accept me, Qin Tian, will be dealt with. Lord of Xinyu did not speak again. Qin Tian was now the best in the world. He had the capital to be arrogant. Qin Tian looked at Lord of Xinyu. After Xinyu and the Federation are connected, will the natives of Xinyu go to the Federation? Yes. The spiritual energy of Xinyu is depleted, and the native spirit beasts also need fresh spiritual energy. They will go to the Federation just as your ancestors entered Xinyu from the outside world back. Then, except this time, we are migrating to your place of residence. Lord of Xinyu tapped the armrest again. Migration. This could turn into an invasion. Perhaps. I will not allow such a thing to happen. This matter is not up to you. Qin Tian said with righteous indignation. I am a god. I have the right to decide. I have the right to manage the migration. Lord of Xinyu looked at Qin Tian silent for a long time. Are you negotiating with me? Not negotiating. Qin Tian looked at him. I am informing you. The air in the tower was frighteningly quiet. The atmosphere of battle was on the verge of explosion, terrifying Qin Baishan, Murong, Shui, Su Muqing Lin Qingxue, and Long Outyin into silence. Lord of Xinyu's hands slowly lowered. You defeated the guardian of the 9 heavens. You are now a god. You indeed have the right to decide. Can you tell me how you plan to manage the migration? First, the Federation is not Xinyu's territory. When Xinyu natives enter the Federation, they must abide by Federation laws. Second, Xinyu's spiritual energy can flow into the Federation, but Federation resources cannot flow into Xinyu. Third, if conflicts arise, I will arbitrate. Fourth, Qin Tian paused. To facilitate exchanges between Xinyu and the Federation, a fixed passage should be established for easy management. Lord of Xinyu thought for a moment and said, all right, I agree. Happy cooperation. Lord of Xinyu stood up, descended from the throne, walked to Qin Tian, and extended his hand to grasp Qin Tian's. Lord of Xinyu stood up, descended from the throne, walked to Qin Tian, and extended his hand to grasp Qin Tian's. Your grandfather can stay in Xinyu. Lord of Xinyu turned and walked back to the throne. He's returning to the Federation, Qin Tian said without hesitation. The spiritual energy in Xinyu is 100 times denser than in the Federation. Staying in Xinyu would be better for him. He waited 12 years not to stay in Xinyu. Lord of Xinyu did not say more. Qin Tian turned and walked towards the tower exit. When he reached the door, he paused. Divine servant. Present. Divine servant's golden eyes brightened. You are coming back with us to the Federation. Good. The golden sunlight outside the tower fell on his face, dazzling but warm. The 9-tailed Divine Emperor asked, Master, what do you want to do after returning? I want to settle accounts with someone. Who? The 9-tailed Divine Emperor's tail stopped. Qin Tian, president of the Beast Tamer Association. He's still alive, Qin Tian answered. Qin Tian continued, that guy who wanted to steal the young dragon injured my father and hunted us down. The 9-tailed Divine Emperor chuckled. Then he's in for a big trouble. Yes. Qin Tian said, looking into the depths of the sea of clouds towards the road leading to the Federation. Qin Tian stood before the gateway to the divine domain, lost in thought. The gate has opened, Long Outyin remarked. Qin Tian stepped through. Qin Tian passed through the gate, and his feet touched solid ground. At the peak of the federal central mountain range, beneath Qin Tian's feet lay a glacier that had never melted in 10,000 years. The scene was identical to when he entered the divine domain. The sky was blue with a single sun hanging above. The wind in the central mountain range was fierce, carrying snowflakes that stung everyone's faces. No sound existed beyond the howling wind and the whisper of snow. Qin Tian emerged from behind Qin Tian, and as he stepped onto the ice, his excitement caused him to slip. It has been 12 years. I have finally returned. His voice was swallowed entirely by the wind. Qin Tian raised his eyes and looked toward the mountainside. Beast Taming City lay shrouded in gray mist below. He turned and began walking downhill. Everyone followed behind in a long line, with only the sound of footsteps crunching through snow. 3 hours later, they reached the edge of Beast Taming City, yet no one recognized them. The Qin family's old residence stood in the northern part of the city, nestled down an alley paved with bluestone slabs, moss growing on either side. He stood at the alley's entrance, gazing at the house where light seeped through the crack of its door. The nine-tailed divine emperor spoke. "Master, we have arrived home." Qin Tian replied. Qin Tian walked into the alley and raised his hand to knock, but the door opened from within. Qin Haidong, dressed in a gray cloth coat, with much white in his hair, called out, "Xiao Tian." Qin Haidong froze, his voice catching in his throat. "Father." "Haidong." Qin Tian looked at Qin Haidong, his voice hoarse. "Father, you've really come back." His voice was choked with emotion. "Haidong, you've grown old," Qin Tian said, his voice rough, lips trembling. Qin Haidong's face was streaming with tears. "So have you. Our Qin family has produced a deity." Qin Tian helped Qin Haidong to his feet. Qin Tian passed the deity's trial, awakened divine aptitude, and formed contracts with 8 deity-level beast companions. Qin Haidong turned to look at Qin Tian. "It is good that you have returned." Qin Haidong gazed at the nine-tailed divine emperor. "You have also grown stronger." "Yes, I am now at the deity level." The nine-tailed divine emperor lifted its head proudly. Inside the Qin family courtyard, Qin Haidong busied himself in the kitchen, preparing vegetables, washing them, chopping, and cooking. Morong Shui rolled up her sleeves. "Let me help." Su Muching entered the kitchen. "Where are the bowls?" Lin Qingxua followed. "I will help too." The news of Qin Tian's return spread faster than he had anticipated. On the day he arrived back in the Federation, the front page of the Beast Taming City Daily was already published. Bold black characters spanned the entire page. "Qin Tian has returned. 8 deity-level beast companions. The god of beast tamers is born." The newspapers sold out within an hour of being displayed at the stands. Additional print runs were issued and quickly depleted, cycling through repeatedly. Every street and alley in Beast Taming City buzzed with conversations centered on one name, Qin Tian. Qin Tian now carried an accumulation of titles. Once mocked as a cripple with gray aptitude, he had become the city tournament champion, national tournament champion, top-ranked student at the Beast Taming Academy, young master of the Dragon Abyss Pavilion, the first to enter and return from the divine domain, the first to awaken divine aptitude, and the first to bond with a deity-level beast companion. The following morning, the entrance to the Qin family courtyard was crowded with people. Reporters, photographers, social media influencers, livestream personalities, publishing editors, television producers, advertisers, brand representatives, opportunistic bystanders, distant relatives, claiming kinship, vendors, selling beast feed, challenger beast tamers, and admiring fans. Qin Haidong held them back. "Xiao Tian does not accept interviews. Please do not take photographs." Livestream comments flooded the chat. "Master Qin, make an offer. 10 billion for your Azure Dragon Divine Emperor, 5 billion for the White Tiger Divine Emperor. Will you sell the Qilin Cub?" When Qin Tian emerged from the courtyard, the crowd erupted. "Is that Qin Tian? The Qin Tian who disappeared 12 years ago? Qin Tian's grandfather?" On the other side, Long Zhantian's 9-clawed golden dragon soared above the courtyard, casting its shadow over half the yard. As he gazed at the 8 divine beasts below, envy flickered across his features. "Pavilion Master," Qin Tian's voice called from the doorway of the main hall. Long Zhantian turned to look at Qin Tian. "Your beast companions have all ascended to divinity." "Indeed. And you?" "I have as well." Long Zhantian laughed heartily. "Excellent. You truly live up to being our deputy pavilion master." "Let me be clear, I will continue to work without regular hours," Qin Tian stated firmly. "Understood." Long Zhantian fell silent for a long moment. "Pavilion master, please come in for tea." Qin Tian turned and entered the main hall. Long Zhantian followed him inside. Within the kitchen, Morong Shui tended the boiling water, Su Muching prepared fruit, and Lin Qingxua set out the bowls. Qin Tian took his seat at the octagonal table and poured tea for Long Zhantian. "How do you intend to handle the matters concerning the divine domain?" "The divine domain will establish a permanent connection to the Federation. When that occurs, spiritual energy from the divine domain will flood into the Federation, allowing beast tamers to undergo collective evolution. However, this influx may trigger chaos, potentially becoming a catastrophe." Qin Tian lifted his teacup. "What should we do about it?" We must establish unified laws governing beast tamers. Long Zhantian's fingers halted at the rim of his teacup. Are you suggesting that all beast tamers should be permitted to study here? Qin Tian took a sip of tea. Even those with the lowest grade gray aptitude. Long Zhantian contemplated this for a long moment. Very well. The Dragon Abyss Pavilion will provide the land, Fengming Mountain will supply personnel, and Xuanwu Terrace will contribute resources. You shall serve as the Academy's director. Agreed. Qin Tian accepted without hesitation. Long Zhantian leaped onto the back of his 9-clawed golden dragon. The dragon spread its wings and soared into the sky. The insignia of the Dragon Abyss Pavilion gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. Qin Haidong glanced upward at the sky before lowering his gaze to take another sip of tea. At 2 in the afternoon, the envoy from Fengming Mountain arrived. A woman in a crimson robe stood before them, her beast companion a 7-colored phoenix. She approached the doorway and bowed slightly to Qin Haidong and Qin Batian. I am Feng Qingyin of Fengming Mountain, sent by our mountain lord to pay respects to Lord Qin Tian. Please come in. Xiao Tian is in the house. Qin Haidong set down his teacup. Feng Qingyin entered the courtyard. Her gaze paused briefly as it swept over the 8 divine beasts, then she proceeded to the main hall's entrance and offered a respectful salute. Lord Qin Tian, the mountain lord of Fengming Mountain, has entrusted me with delivering a letter. She withdrew a crimson envelope from her sleeve embossed with a golden phoenix motif. Qin Tian accepted the letter and broke the seal. It read, Lord Qin Tian, Fengming Mountain pledges full support to the Divine Domain Connection Plan. Upon the Academy's establishment, we will dispatch 10 senior beast tamers as instructors. Accompanying this letter is a Fengming Mountain honorary medal. We respectfully request your acceptance. Please convey my gratitude to the Mountain Lord. Qin Tian folded the letter. Feng Qingyin then produced a crimson tablet and offered it forward an honorary medal. Please accept it. No regular duties required, no residency obligation. The benefits are double those of the Dragon Abyss Pavilion plus 10 S-grade evolution stones, annually 3 SS-grade stones, 1 SSS-grade stone, and unrestricted access to the skill tome collection. You may pick freely from Fengming Mountain's spirit fruit groves. Take as much as you wish. Qin Tian accepted the tablet very well. Should Fengming Mountain ever face calamity, I will intervene. Feng Qingyin turned and mounted the phoenix. The 7-colored phoenix circled the courtyard once before taking flight. At 4 in the afternoon, the elder Xuanwu Zhenren of Xuanwu Terrace arrived in person. He leaned upon a walking staff, his black robes snapping in the wind. He offered no salute, simply placing a black tablet directly upon the table. The terrace master instructed me to deliver this. His voice was calm and measured. There are no conditions, no demands, no tasks attached. Simply accept it. Does the terrace master have any further message to convey? No. The elder's tone remained unchanged. Very well. Qin Tian fell silent for a moment. Farewell. The elder turned and departed, leaning upon his staff. A magnificent feast was finally prepared. Eat. Morong Shui placed the last dish, sliced fruit, upon the octagonal table. Thank you, Qin Tian said. Morong Shui's cheeks flushed crimson. Qin Tian took his seat and surveyed the room. The people gathered around him, the steaming dishes before him, his heart swelling with joy. Let us eat. He picked up his chopsticks. He raised his chopsticks. At the Yusho City Stadium, people sat on the steps, while the giant screen outside broadcast the scene inside. All mainstream media in the Federation had arrived. A row of cameras stood ready, and the live signal covered the entire Federation. Qin Tian stood on the stage at the center of the stadium, clad in an ordinary black coat. 8 divine beasts waited by his side, ready to be summoned at any moment. Qin Tian swept his gaze across the audience below. The Divine Domain's gate has opened. Its spiritual energy will flood into the Federation, and its beasts will follow. Some are SSS-rank pinnacle, others are demigods. Are you afraid? No one in the audience spoke. I know you are, and so am I. Qin Tian looked around the venue. But fear is useless. Only by growing stronger can we survive the upheaval. I will help you become stronger now. The applause shook the stadium. When the applause subsided slightly, Qin Tian continued, the Longyuan Pavilion, Fengming Mountain, and Xuanwu Platform have joined forces to establish a Beast Tamer Training Academy. If you want to grow stronger, I will teach you personally. Long Zhantian sat on the rostrum, not clapping, but his lips twitched. Feng Qingyin sat beside him, her hands on her knees, her fingernails lightly tapping her robe. Xuanwu Zhenren sat next to Feng Qingyin, leaning on his staff, with closed eyes listening. Morong Shui stood in the aisle of the stands, with Su Maching on her left and Lin Xingxue on her right, all 3 girls leaning against the railing. Long Outyin stood at the end of the aisle, the golden holy dragon king, crouching at his feet. Qin Tian walked down from the stage, and the crowd automatically parted to make way for him. On the cultivation platform of the Qin family compound, Qin Tian sat cross-legged on a leveled rock, eyes closed, breathing slowly. The 9-tailed divine emperor lay on his lap, its 9 tails swaying. Qin Tian opened his eyes. Let's go. Where? The 9-tailed divine emperor turned over and asked. The city wall. Qin Tian stood up and turned to walk down the stone steps. Morong Shui Lin Qingshu Su Maching and Long Outyin stood at the bottom of the stone steps waiting for him. The five of them walked side by side through the Qin family compound onto the streets of Yushu City and up to the city wall. The Azure Dragon Divine Emperor coiled on the crenellation behind Qin Tian, the White Tiger Divine Emperor lay at his feet, the Vermilion Bird Divine King perched on his shoulder, and the Black Tortoise Divine Emperor's roots burrowed into the brick crevices of the wall. The Qilin Divine Emperor crouched to his left, the Taotai Divine Emperor to his right, and the Chaos Divine Emperor floated above his head. The nine-tailed Divine Emperor nestled in his arms, the flames at the tips of its tails burning brightly. Qin Tian raised his head and looked at the sky. The sky was blue with a few clouds drifting leisurely. Then abruptly the sky tore open from the center. Purple light surged from the rift, dyeing the blue canopy into a purple-gold hue. The single crack multiplied into countless fissures and golden light poured out until the entire sky was bathed in gold. Spiritual energy spread from the city wall downward, enveloping the entire Yushu city. People on the street stopped in their tracks and looked up at the sky. Some dropped what they were holding, others covered their mouths in shock, and some, never having witnessed such a sight, fell to their knees in terror. The beasts on the streets began to glow, from the lowliest slimes to the highest SSS-ranked dragons, from the iron-backed wolves at roadside stalls to the calico cats in pet shops. Every single beast emitted light. Evolved. My beast evolved. A woman's voice came from a corner choked with tears. Mine evolved too. Another man's voice joined in. SS rank. My iron-armored lizard evolved to SS rank. Another shout rang out. One after another voices rose to the heavens, spreading from Yushu City to the entire Federation. Countless beams of light shot up from the ground, piercing the sky, each beam a beast undergoing evolution. Qin Tian stood on the city wall watching the lights without a word, but his gaze never left the sky. Within the rift in the sky lay an endless sea of light, and from that golden sea emerged a gate. The golden gate frame stood 500 meters tall and 150 meters wide, its black door panels densely covered with runes. This gate is huge. Morong Shui clenched her hairpin. Not just one gate. Qin Tian's gaze remained fixed on the sky. Behind the black door panels, more gates surfaced. A second, a third, a fourth, a fifth. The entire sky filled with gates. The largest gate stood at the center, 2,000 meters tall and 500 meters wide, with a massive black tortoise pattern carved on its door panels. The smallest gate was tucked in a corner, only as tall as a person. So many gates. Is this the divine domain? Su Maching gazed at the gates, her lips slightly parted. It's not the divine domain, Qin Tian said, looking at the sky. As his words fell, the black tortoise pattern on the central gate began to glow, spreading from the center of the shell's lines. At the same time, thousands of gates trembled, emitting a low hum. The gates fully opened. Golden light poured from every gate, turning the entire sky a brilliant purple gold. Morong Shui's 9-colored spirit finch lit up, all 9 colors of its feathers raising its head in a long cry. Evolved to SSS rank pinnacle. Morong Shui stared at the 9-colored spirit finch. Su Maching's ice phoenix's icy blue wings shimmered with purple light in the golden glow. Long Outyan's golden holy dragon king scales blazed with blinding gold, and Lin Qingshue's frost dragon's gray-blue scales bore golden patterns. All of them had evolved. But Qin Tian's gaze remained fixed on the largest central gate. There was someone inside. He stood in the midst of the golden light, with white hair, white robes, and golden eyes. On his shoulder perched a 7-colored phoenix, its feathers shimmering with iridescent light in the golden glow. The Lord of the Divine Domain. Behind him stood a dense crowd of figures stretching beyond the horizon. The Divine Domain's army, 100,000 beast tamers. Each rode a beast, and every beast exuded an aura above SSS rank. They stood in the sea of golden light like a vast, dark, primeval forest. The Lord of the Divine Domain stepped out from the gate, his feet treading on the sea of clouds. The 7-colored phoenix rose from his shoulders, circled in the sky, and landed atop the city wall of Yushu City. The wind from its wings sent the banners on the wall flapping loudly. Qin Tian looked at the Lord of the Divine Domain. You're here. I'm here. The Lord's voice was deep and resonant. He glanced at the crowd on the city wall, then at Yushu City below. The seal of the Divine Domain has been lifted, but the passage between the Divine Domain and the Federation has also been permanently opened. Qin Tian straightened up. Today the Divine Domain visits the Federation. The Lord's voice echoed through the golden light. I have brought 100,000 Divine Domain beast tamers, all above SSS rank, and more than half are demigods. I wonder if the Federation welcomes us. Qin Tian looked down at the seething crowd below the wall, then raised his head to the Lord. I will greet you myself. You are a deity. It is our honor to be greeted by you. You may come alone. There is no need to bring 100,000 beast tamers. What? Are you humans afraid? I am not afraid because I am a deity. You have a point. But with your strength alone you cannot stand against us. Qin Tian did not answer. The Azure Dragon Divine Emperor soared, its body expanding to 1,300 meters, its blue-gold scales blazing in the golden light. The White Tiger Divine Emperor stood up, its body swelling to 740 meters, golden runes flowing over its white fur. The Vermilion Bird Divine King expanded, its wings spanning 500 meters. The Black Tortoise Divine Emperor's roots spread across the entire city wall. The Nine-Tailed Divine Emperor fanned out its 9 tails behind it, the flames at each tip burning at their fiercest. The Lord of the Divine Domain looked at Qin Tian. We came to Yusho City only to pay a visit, not to fight you. We cannot defeat you. Qin Tian withdrew his hand. The 8 divine beasts shrank back to their original sizes and returned to his side. The Lord of the Divine Domain gazed at Qin Tian, then descended from the sea of clouds and stepped into Yusho City. Qin Tian walked down from the city wall. Morong Shui followed him and quietly asked, "Are you really sure the Lord of the Divine Domain won't plunder Yusho City?" "I'm sure. Why? He can't defeat me. But he has 100,000 beast tamer troops. Those insignificant minions are no match for me either." "Qin Tian, are you this arrogant now?" The sky darkened. Qin Tian halted his steps and looked up. From thousands of gates poured forth the Divine Domain's army of 100,000 beast tamers, each riding their own spirit beast. Dense shadows cascaded down from the golden sea of light, blotting out the entire sky above Yusho City. The heavens were filled with dragons, phoenixes, chilins, giant eagles, flame birds, shieji, colossal turtles. At the forefront stood the Lord of the Divine Domain, beneath his feet a golden dragon. Its body was larger than any dragon Qin Tian had ever seen. Over a kilometer in length, its scales pure gold. When its wings unfurled, their shadow covered half of Yusho City. The Lord of the Divine Domain stood atop the dragon's head, his white hair swept backward by the high-altitude wind, his white robe flapping loudly. He gazed down at Yusho City, the panic-stricken crowd reflected in his golden eyes. From the largest central gate, a shadow larger than the gate itself poured out, spreading rapidly. On the streets of Yusho City, people were still cheering for their spirit beast's evolution. Then the crowd noticed the sky darkening. They looked up and the cheers ceased. "What is that?" Someone pointed at the sky, their voice trembling. "Spirit beasts. So many spirit beasts." Another person stepped back, colliding with someone behind. "Who are they? Where did they come from?" "Divine Domain. It's the people from the Divine Domain. Look at the dragons they ride, SSS rank. All of them are SSS rank." "No, not all. The front row is SSS rank, the second row is peak SSS rank. The ones behind, I can't see clearly. They're descending. They're flying down. Are they going to land?" Panic spread from the street to the entire city. Some began to run, others shouted, "Run." Some crouched down, covering their ears, and some hugged their spirit beasts motionless in the corner. 100,000 spirit beast tamers of SSS rank and above pressed down, blotting out the sun. The sheer aura stacked together made it hard for the entire city to breathe. Long Outyin stood on the city wall steps, looking up at the sky and shouting, "Qin Tian, they're too many. I don't think they're here for a visit. They're starting a war." Qin Tian didn't turn around. "It seems we can't defeat them. With only you alone, even the strongest fist can't fight 4 hands. A lone tiger can't overcome a pack of wolves." Long Outyin's voice turned shrill with fear. Morong Shui, Su Muqing, and Lin Qingxue, 3 young girls, burst into loud sobs. "This time we're really finished." The Divine Domain army arrayed before Qin Tian. As they drew closer, the golden dragon's dive stirred up a gust that tore all the banners from the city wall. The Lord of the Divine Domain, riding the largest golden dragon, landed in the center of Yusho City Square. When the dragon touched down, the ground shuddered, and the tremor traveled from the square to the city wall. The Lord of the Divine Domain's white robe billowed in the wind. He stood on the dragon's back, looking down at Qin Tian from above. The spiritual energy of the Divine Domain is running dry. The remaining spiritual energy in the Divine Domain is draining rapidly. If not replenished, the Divine Domain will be completely parched within 10 years. The original inhabitants of the Divine Domain will die, and our spirit beasts will die too. You still want to fight?" Qin Tian's voice was calm. The Lord of the Divine Domain fell silent for a moment. Morong Shui's lips moved, but she didn't retort. She pulled Su Muqing back 3 steps. Long Outyin didn't move, and neither did Lin Qingxue. Qin Tian turned and said, "You all step back. I have matters to handle." Only Qin Tian remained on the city wall. The Lord of the Divine Domain leaped down from the golden dragon's back, landing before Qin Tian. The Lord of the Divine Domain looked at Qin Tian, silent for a long time. "We need to survive. Does that give you the right to plunder Yusho City?" "I haven't found a good solution." "I have. Please speak." "Within 3 years, the original inhabitants of the Divine Domain will relocate to the Federation in batches, each batch not exceeding 100,000. "Agreed. We just need a way to live." Qin Tian, we will establish a Federation Divine Domain Joint Management Committee. The Lord of the Divine Domain's eyebrow twitched. Agreed. The committee will have 9 members, 5 from the Federation and 4 from the Divine Domain. The Lord of the Divine Domain was silent for a long time. 9 members. 5 from the Federation, 4 from the Divine Domain. Who will have the final say? Me. Qin Tian's voice was calm. I have veto power. The Lord of the Divine Domain pondered for a long time, without rebuttal, the corner of his mouth twitching. Fine. He commanded the 100,000 spirit beast tamers to simultaneously retract their beast's aura. The sky, once blotted out, gradually revealed the golden canopy again. Land. The Lord of the Divine Domain's voice echoed across the entire city. 100,000 spirit beast tamers descended from the sky, landing on the streets, squares, open spaces, and at the foot of the city walls of Yusho City. The spirit beasts shrank in size, some were led, some were carried, and some sat beside them. Qin Tian stood on the city wall looking down at the 100,000 Divine Domain spirit beast tamers landing, then raised his head to gaze at the thousands of open gates in the sky. The Lord of the Divine Domain spoke first. Your plan is that simple. Qin Tian also looked at the Lord of the Divine Domain. The people of the Federation and the Divine Domain must also learn each other's language, culture, customs, and so on. If the people of the Divine Domain want to survive in the Federation, they must learn the rules here. The same goes for the Federation. If people from the Federation want to enter the Divine Domain, they must also learn the Divine Domain's rules. Both sides have to learn how to live on both sides of the gate. The Lord of the Divine Domain said nothing. He looked down at the Divine Domain people waiting for assignment below the city wall, then turned to Qin Tian. How do you plan to make them learn? I have built an academy. Qin Tian's voice remained calm. It can provide your learning. The Lord of the Divine Domain was silent for a long time. I see you are very confident. Yes. Qin Tian looked at the Lord of the Divine Domain. I am the successor to the Divine, and also your superior. As long as you obey me, you will all have food to eat. I will not let you starve. The Lord of the Divine Domain's gaze fell on Qin Tian's eyes. In those golden eyes was something he had not seen for a long time. I am grateful to you, Qin Tian. I will forever follow your commands. Good. The Lord of the Divine Domain reached out and grasped Qin Tian's hand. Happy cooperation. Not cooperation. You have no choice. The Lord of the Divine Domain froze, standing there at a loss. Qin Tian was right. In Yusho City there was only one boss, Qin Tian, and no one could challenge his authority. Murong Shui, Lin Qingxue, and Su Muqing, the 3 young girls on the city wall, saw the Lord of the Divine Domain take the initiative to shake hands with Qin Tian. They finally breathed a sigh of relief and broke into smiles. The 9-tailed Divine Emperor looked at Qin Tian and asked, Master, you shook hands. The negotiation is over. It's over. Then no more fighting. No more fighting. What's next? The Lord of the Divine Domain turned and walked toward the 100,000 Divine Domain army. The gazes of the 100,000 people fell on Qin Tian, and no one made a sound. He walked to the front of the army and raised his right hand. The 100,000 Divine Domain spirit beast tamers simultaneously retracted their beast's aura. Qin Tian's voice rang out. I am the Divine of the Divine Domain. I command you to abide by the laws of the Federation from now on. The Lord of the Divine Domain's voice led the response, as you command. The 100,000 Divine Domain spirit beast tamers shouted in unison, as you command. Both sides of the main street were lined with people from Yusho City. Seeing Qin Tian resolve the war crisis, the entire city erupted in cheers and joy. Everyone kept shouting, Qin Tian. Qin Tian, Qin Tian. The Lord of the Divine Realm found no advantage in Yusho City. Thus he led the 100,000 Beastmasters back to the Xinyu land, leaving only a sentence, I will return. Qin Tian's life returned to its former state. In the council hall of Longyuan Pavilion, Qin Tian sat in the master's seat, a stack of documents piled before him. He flipped open one, glanced over it, and wrote a single character, approved. Then he flipped another, glanced over it, and wrote 2 characters, reconsider. When he opened the third, his brow furrowed, and he wrote a few characters. Who wrote this? Send it back for a rewrite. The 9-tailed celestial fox curled up on his lap, lifted her head, and said, Master, you are becoming more and more like a leader. How so? Your posture. Look how straight your back is. The 9-tailed celestial fox's tail swayed gently. Qin Tian stood up and walked to the window. Through the window, he could see every building of Longyuan Pavilion. The main hall, the council hall, the scripture library, the training grounds, the disciple dormitories, and the spirit beast garden. Boom. The ground trembled. Master, the sound came from the direction of the pavilion master's hall. Qin Tian rushed out of the room and saw the vermilion bird diving down from the sky. Lead the way. The vermilion bird flew up again and headed toward the pavilion master's hall. Qin Tian ran after it. In the corridor, disciples in pajamas, elders in robes, and guards holding weapons were all running toward the pavilion master's hall. What happened? When Qin Tian reached the entrance of the Pavilion Master's hall, he saw the wooden door was split open. The door had burst from the center, fragments scattered all over the floor, and wisps of smoke still clung to the doorframe. From inside the hall came Long Outyen's voice, choked with tears. Qin Tian rushed in. Long Tian lay on the ground, his back against the training platform, a black palm print on his chest. The palm print was not deep, but the surrounding skin had turned black. His eyes were closed, his breathing very weak, and a trace of black blood hung at the corner of his mouth. Long Outyen looked up and saw Qin Tian. Someone attacked. By the time I arrived, the person had already fled. Qin Tian crouched down and reached out to check Long Tian's breath. He then felt Long Tian's pulse. Lowering his head to look at the black palm print, his pupils contracted. The skin around the palm print was still spreading blackness. A faint fishy smell permeated the air. Not the smell of blood, but a mixture of decaying plants and metal. Suddenly Long Tian's finger twitched. He grabbed Qin Tian's hand, his lips moving. Qin Tian leaned down, bringing his ear close to Long Tian's mouth. The position of Pavilion Master. I entrust to you. Long Tian's voice was intermittent. Qin Tian looked at Long Tian. No, I don't want to be Pavilion Master. Long Tian's mouth twitched, then his hand released its grip and fell to the ground motionless. Qin Tian stood up and swept his gaze across the hall. The elders dared not speak, and the disciples crowded at the door, their hands trembling. Seal off the entire Longyuan Pavilion. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Bring out all of tonight's duty records, check them one by one, and see who passed by the Pavilion Master's hall before and after the incident. Outyen, stay here and watch over your father. No one is allowed to approach. Qin Tian turned and walked out of the Pavilion Master's hall, the nine-tailed celestial fox at his feet. Master, that palm print. Black, the palm print is spreading and the smell is foul. Qin Tian's voice was low. Is it poison? It's poison, but not an ordinary poison. The nine-tailed celestial fox asked no more. When Qin Tian reached the door of the council hall, Long Tian had already arrived. Grand Elder Long Tian stood before the master's seat in the council hall, his hand pressed on the chair's back, looking toward the door. Qin Tian, the Pavilion Master, is injured and unconscious. The pavilion's affairs will be temporarily taken over by the Elder Council. Qin Tian stood before Long Tian with the table piled with documents between them. The Elder Council takes over. Who decided that? The rules of Longyuan Pavilion. When the Pavilion Master is unconscious or unable to handle affairs, the Grand Elder temporarily assumes the position of Pavilion Master, and the Elder Council discusses the pavilion's affairs together. Long Tian's hand rested on the table. Although you are the Vice Pavilion Master, the Vice Pavilion Master only assists the Pavilion Master in handling daily affairs. Without our approval, you have no authority to act. Qin Tian did not speak. He glanced at Long Tian. Who says I have no authority? Qin Tian extended his hand, and the Beastmaster ring on his finger flashed. The first beam of light transformed into the Demon Dragon King, its golden scales dazzling and striking under the lights of the council hall. The dragon might was released, and an oppressive aura filled the air. The second beam of light transformed into the nine-tailed celestial fox. She leaped onto the armchair beside the master's seat, her 9 tails slowly unfurling behind her, the flames at their tips reigniting, burning in 9 colors. The third beam of light transformed into the vermilion bird landing on a roof beam. Its wings were folded, but flames flickered at the roots of its feathers. The fourth beam of light transformed into the white tiger, which walked in from outside, its pace unhurried. The fifth beam of light transformed into the black tortoise, wisps of chill emanating silently from beneath its shell. Long Tian's face changed, and the elders behind him began to tremble. Qin Tian stood in the center of the 5 spirit beasts, looking at Long Tian. I don't need your approval. I only need your obedience. Long Tian's lips moved, but he was cut off by the Demon Dragon King. The Demon Dragon King released a breath of dragon fire, not directed at anyone, but at the chair beside Long Tian. Golden flames swept over the council hall's table, precisely striking the chair's back. The entire chair was reduced to ashes within 3 seconds. The ashes fell to the ground, a small black heap, leaving no trace of its outline. Long Tian's face turned completely white. He took a step back, removing his hand from the table and placing it at his side. The elders behind him all lowered their heads, and no one spoke. Qin Tian recalled the 5 spirit beasts. He pulled out a chair and sat down, picked up a document that had not yet been approved, and wrote a line at the end. From this day forward, Longyuan Pavilion enters a state of lockdown. No one may leave without permission. Elder Long Tian and the other elders are to return to their respective halls and await orders. No one may go out. Long Tian's face grew even whiter. He glanced at Qin Tian, his lips moved, but no sound came out. He turned and left. The elders behind him followed him out. The council hall was left with only Qin Tian. Master, you were quite fierce just now. The 9-tailed celestial fox curled up in his arms, gently brushing her tail against the back of his hand. What is that palm print? Qin Tian put down his brush. It's not an ordinary poison. The palm print is spreading, the color is black, and the smell is foul. This is poison from the divine level rift. The nine-tailed celestial fox's tail stiffened. The divine level rift. Is that the place we heard about last time in the Black Tortoise secret realm? The divine level rift is a spatial rift torn by the battles of ancient gods. It contains residual divine power and also the lingering resentment of fallen gods. The resentment condenses into poison. Upon contact with a body, it spreads along the meridians, eroding the foundation of a beastmaster. Can you cure it? The nine-tailed celestial fox was silent for a moment. No. Then who? There is a mineral in the divine level rift called Xianming stone. When ground into powder, it can neutralize this toxin. But Xianming stone is only found deep within the rift. The nine-tailed celestial fox looked at Qin Tian. You are going to the divine level rift. The pavilion master entrusted Longyuan Pavilion to me before he fell unconscious. I cannot let him die in vain. Qin Tian stood up from the table and glanced down at the Demon Dragon King. The Demon Dragon King opened its eyes and looked at him. Demon Dragon King, guard Longyuan Pavilion well. Wait for my return. He then glanced at the vermilion bird Thunder Rock. Xiao Jin, you come with me. The vermilion bird Thunder Rock flew in through the window and landed on his right shoulder. Qin Tian walked to the door of the council hall, paused, and looked back at the pile of unapproved documents on the table. I'll approve them when I return. He pushed open the door and stepped into the night. The scripture library of Longyuan Pavilion was on the 7th floor. The innermost room was locked all year round, and only the pavilion master had the key. Qin Tian stood before the door, clutching the keyring that Long Zhantian had pressed into his hand before falling into a coma. He inserted the key into the lock, turned it 3 times, and a dull click came from the lock cylinder. The door swung open. The room had no windows. A luminous oars embedded in the walls cast a stark white light. Bookshelves stretched from floor to ceiling, each shelf crammed with ancient texts. The air was thick with the mingled scent of mildew and ink. Qin Tian walked to the farthest bookshelf, his fingers gliding across the spines. He pulled out an ancient book with no title on its cover. The pages were brittle, crumbling at the slightest touch. He turned the pages one by one, and when he reached the middle, his fingers stopped. On a yellowed illustration was a creature with no eyes, entirely black, with ring-like patterns on its back, and its mouthparts located on its abdomen. Below the illustration, 3 lines were written in cinnabar. Bone-eating worm born deep in a divine rift feeds on the resentment of gods. The adult worm's abdominal gland secretes bone-eating divine poison. Upon contact with skin, it turns black. Upon entering the meridians, it rots. Only powdered dark netherstone can counteract it, and dark netherstone is also produced deep in the rift. Qin Tian's fingertip pressed on that line of text, and he paused for a long time. Bone-eating worm. Divine rift. Dark netherstone. He closed the ancient book, tucked it under his arm, and turned to walk toward the door. As soon as he stepped out of the scripture library, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Divine rift energy fluctuation abnormal, high energy reaction detected. Recommendation: proceed to investigate as soon as possible. Divine core fragment has initially manifested. Capture window is limited. What is a divine core fragment? It is the residual energy core left after a god's fall, can be contracted as a spirit beast with a guaranteed grade of rainbow level. Qin Tian's pupils contracted, and he strode toward the pavilion master's hall. When Qin Tian reached the entrance of the pavilion master's hall, Long Outyin was already waiting there. Long Outyin heard the footsteps and looked up. Found out. Long Outyin's voice was hoarse. Bone-eating divine poison produced by a bone-eating worm deep in a divine rift. Only dark netherstone can neutralize it. Then I'll go to the rift. You tell me where it is. Long Outyin's fists loosened and clenched again. Do you know what a bone-eating worm looks like? Long Outyin didn't speak. His lips moved and then closed again. Qin Tian walked past him, pushed open the door, and entered the pavilion master's hall. Long Outyin turned and followed him in. He stood behind Qin Tian. In the past, I didn't accept you. Now, I do. Get up. Qin Tian turned around and looked down at Long Outyin kneeling on the ground. You have to help me. I must avenge my father. I will definitely help you, but you need to learn one thing first. What? Control your emotions. Qin Tian crouched down to look Long Outyin in the eye. A bone-eating worm won't avoid you just because you're angry, and a demigod bone dragon won't spare you because you're pitiful. If you want revenge, first learn to make your fists obey you, not let your emotions command you. Long Outyin looked up, meeting Qin Tian's eyes. The fiercest flame in his eyes had subsided, shifting from agitation to a slow-burning dark red. Qin Tian, you must teach me to become stronger. Stand up first. Long Outyin stood up. Follow me. Qin Tian turned and walked out of the hall. The forbidden ground behind Longyuan Pavilion. An area enclosed by iron chains which were covered with sealing talismans. The talismans rustled on their own in the windless night, making a fluttering sound. Qin Tian stopped before the iron chains, looking up at the center of the forbidden ground. The ground cracked open, and a dark purple light emanated from the fissure. This is the divine rift. Yeah. Qin Tian's gaze didn't leave the fissure. Black mist surged out of the fissure, spreading along the ground. Wherever it passed, the grass turned yellow, and fine cracks appeared on the surface of stones. The nine-tailed sky fox's tails all stood up, and the flames at the tips burned twice as bright. Master, the mist is poisonous. Can you hold on? I can, but not for long. Qin Tian released 5 spirit beasts. The demon dragon king expanded to 15 meters, its dragon wings spread, and its golden light shone like a lamp in the black mist. The vermilion thunder rock spread its wings, flames bursting from the base of its feathers, burning the surrounding mist into gray-white smoke. The white tiger divine beast crouched on his left, golden runes appearing on its white fur, its killing aura shredding the mist that approached. The black tortoise divine beast floated on his right, the dark patterns on its shell swirling into a deep barrier blocking erosion from all directions. A low roar came from the fissure, and the ground shook 3 times. The fissure widened. Black mist erupted from the fissure, and a massive skull emerged from it. The skull was pure white with no flesh, only bones, and 2 dark purple flames flickered in its eye sockets. A bone dragon demigod level. Its body squeezed out of the fissure segment by segment, each bone section 5 meters long, the entire dragon body exceeding 60 meters, its tail bones scraped against the ground with a piercing sound. Little dragon frontal suppression. Little gold flank scorching. Little white cut off its tail. Black turtle rear defense. Little fey. Qin Tian paused, wait for an opportunity, trap it. The 5 spirit beasts moved simultaneously. The demon dragon king charged at the front, its dragon claws smashing into the bone dragon's skull. A crack appeared on the skull, but the bone dragon didn't stop, its tail bone whipped around. The white tiger divine beast bit down on the bone dragon's tailbone, its fangs sinking into the bone crevices. The vermilion thunder rock's flames burned along the bone dragon's spine, and black bone fragments peeled off one by one. The bone dragon struggled to retreat, but the 9-tailed sky fox's illusion unfolded in time. 9-colored radiance enveloped the bone dragon's head, and its movements slowed by a beat. The demon dragon king's dragon breath sprayed onto the crack on the bone dragon's head. The bone dragon's bone fragments exploded, scattering in all directions. The bone dragon let out a sharp screech as if squeezed from deep within its throat, and dragged its half-length body back into the fissure. The black mist receded with it as if pulled from within, quickly contracting and dissipating. The fissure fell silent. The withered grass on the ground remained in its scorched yellow state, and cracks on the stones continued to spread, but the oppressive stench of danger had lifted. The demon dragon king shrank back to 2 meters, coiling at Qin Tian's feet, its golden scales still stained with bone dust. The 9-tailed sky fox withdrew its illusion and leaped back into Qin Tian's arms. Qin Tian crouched at the edge of the fissure, peering into the depths. After the black mist dissipated, something at the bottom of the fissure was glowing, pulsing rhythmically like a heartbeat. Divine core fragment. Qin Tian's voice was soft. Can we take it? The 9-tailed sky fox peeked out from his arms, looking at the light. Not now? Going down would mean being corroded by the mist poison. Qin Tian stood up, turned around, and walked back. But now that I know it's there, it won't escape. Wait until I'm ready, then I'll go down and get it. Long Outyin didn't follow. He stood outside the iron chain, staring at the fissure, then at the direction Qin Tian had left, and finally looked down at his own hands. His hands were no longer trembling. Bone-eating worm, bone dragon, divine core fragment. I want them all. He unclenched his fists. Qin Tian heard those words. He didn't stop walking, his voice calm. First learn how to come back alive, then think about how to take things. Long Outyin didn't reply. He turned around, followed behind Qin Tian, and walked step by step down the mountain along the path they had come. The main hall of Longyuan Pavilion was filled with people on both sides. Those in blue robes were the elders of Longyuan Pavilion's headquarters. Those in red robes were envoys from Fengming Mountain. Those in black robes were envoys from Xuanwu Platform, and those in various casual attire were representatives from the Federation forces observing the ceremony. The area outside the hall was also crowded with disciples packed at the foot of the steps, craning their necks to peer inside. Qin Tian stood at the center of the main hall, before him a tray holding the pavilion master's token. The token was black, palm-sized, with a coiled golden dragon carved on the front and 3 characters engraved on the back, Longyuan Ling. He reached out, picked up the token, and held it in his palm. Long Xiaodian stood at the first position on the left, his expression sour. The elders behind him also kept their heads lowered, silent. Feng Qing'er stood at the 3rd position on the right, clad in a red robe, her hair pinned up in a high bun, a faint smile playing on her lips. She watched Qin Tian's movement as he took the token, her gaze pausing for a moment on the fingers that gripped it. Xuanwu Zhenren stood beside her, leaning on a staff, with eyes closed. The master of ceremonies' voice echoed through the hall. Qin Tian assumes the role of Longyuan Pavilion master, witnessed by heaven and earth, testified by all living beings. Before the words faded, a voice came from outside the hall. A 27-year-old pavilion master. Has Lonyuan Pavilion run out of people? The hall fell silent. All eyes turned toward the direction of the entrance. The speaker did not step inside. He stood on the threshold wearing a dark green robe with a copper token hanging from his waist. He looked at Qin Tian, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Who are you? Qin Tian stood before the main seat, gazing at the man on the threshold. My surname is Du. I simply can't stand the sight of a greenhorn lording over so many people. The man took 3 steps into the hall, stopping just inside the threshold. You dare to accept the title of Pavilion Master, but do you dare to take 1 strike from me? If you withstand it, I'll kneel and call you Pavilion Master. If you can't, he didn't finish. Qin Tian tucked the token into his robe and walked down from the steps. He stopped 3 meters away from the man, stood firm, and said calmly, no need for 1 strike. Use your full power, or I'll only defend, not counter. Du's eyebrows twitched. He had never encountered such a response. No one in the hall spoke either. All breaths were held low. Du stared at Qin Tian for 3 seconds, then, without a word, he raised his hand. The Beast Taming ring at his waist flickered, and a pitch-black giant python emerged behind him, over 30 meters long, its scales flowing with dark green light patterns. The python opened its massive maw, and venom condensed into a water arrow shooting toward Qin Tian. Qin Tian did not move. He raised his right hand palm, facing forward. The Tian mystic tortoise materialized behind him, its shells in patterns swirling into a barrier that froze all the venom, which fell to the ground as gray shards of ice. Du was stunned. He looked down at the shards on the ground, then up at Qin Tian. When did you release your beast? I didn't see your ring glow. I didn't use the ring. Qin Tian lowered his hand, and the Tian mystic tortoise dissipated back into the void. I tame beasts without needing a ring. Do you have any other moves? Du's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He took a step back, his voice not loud, but clear to everyone in the silent hall. Du Heng pays respects to the Pavilion Master. Qin Tian did not look down at him. Rise. If you ever wish to come to Lonyuan Pavilion, just sign up directly. Du Heng stood up and withdrew outside the hall. The hall was silent for a few seconds. Then Feng Qing'er began to applaud. Xuanwu Jinren opened his eyes and clapped twice, followed by the elders of Lonyuan Pavilion and then the representatives of other factions. The applause grew louder, reverberating through the hall, spilling out to the courtyard, and the disciples' cheers surged in. Qin Tian walked back to the main seat, glanced at the tray where the Pavilion Master's token no longer lay. The ceremony continues. After the ceremony, Qin Tian did not retreat to the rear hall to rest. He had someone invite Feng Qing'er and Xuanwu Jinren to the side chamber on the east side of Lonyuan Pavilion. The side chamber was modest, a square table, 3 chairs, and a teapot with 3 cups on the table. Qin Tian took the main seat. Feng Qing'er sat to his left, and Xuanwu Jinren to his right. Feng Qing'er spoke first. Her voice was a half-tone lower than during the ceremony. Qin Tian, do you know that the divine grade rift is not limited to the one at Lonyuan Pavilion? Qin Tian took a sip of tea. How many more? Fengming Mountain has one 3 times larger than Longyuan's. The black mist is thicker, the rift deeper, and the things inside are stronger. Feng Qing'er's smile faded. She set down her cup, her finger tracing a light circle on its rim. I've seen what crawled out of the rift. Demigod-level bone dragons, not just one, a swarm. They prowl at the rift's edge, guarding something. Guarding what? Qin Tian looked at her. I don't know, but of the scouts I sent, only 1 returned alive. He came back mad, muttering 2 words over and over. Ascend to godhood. Feng Qing'er's final syllable hung in the air before fading. Xuanwu Jinren leaned his staff against the table and placed both hands on the surface. Divine-grade rifts are wounds left from the ancient war of the gods. When that war happened, why it was fought, and who fought whom, all records were destroyed. Only those rifts remain. I came across a line in Xuanwu Platform's secret archives. The gods are immortal, the war never ends. Beneath the rifts lies the secret to achieving godhood. Qin Tian set down his cup. Are you interested in exploring together? Feng Qing'er looked at him. How do you plan to proceed? A joint effort from 3 factions, each contributing personnel. Lonyuan Pavilion will provide me and my beasts. Fengming Mountain will supply intelligence and terrain surveys, and Xuanwu Platform will handle defense and logistics. Whatever we find, we split the gains equally. Qin Tian's words settled in the air. Deal. Feng Qing'er lifted her finger from the cup's rim. Xuanwu Jinren said nothing more, merely nodding once. Qin Tian stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the sky was darkening, dusk creeping over the mountain ridges. His gaze fixed on the distant rear mountain where the rift was not visible, but occasional flashes of black-purple arc light could be seen in the air. 3 days from now we set out. His voice was resolute. When Qin Tian returned to the rear hall, night had fully fallen. No lamps were lit inside. Only the moonlight cast a pale rectangle on the floor. The 9-tailed celestial fox lay curled in his arms, its 9 tails drooping low, the flames at their tips burning dimly. But its eyes were open, emitting a faint, colorful glow in the darkness. Master, did you sense it? Its voice was tiny. What? Someone at the ceremony was discontented. Not that do fellow. He expressed his displeasure outright. But there was someone with a complicated emotion. He stood in the hall the whole time, but his smile was fake and his applause made no sound. The fox's tail swayed gently. He stood very close to you in the third row, second column on the right below the main seat. Qin Tian did not turn around. He gazed at the moonlight outside the window, his voice calm. Third elder Long Yuanshan. Long Outyan's distant uncle. He usually says little, never takes sides, offends no one. But the position he took during the ceremony, third row, second column on the right, was one of the closest to the main seat. Why would someone who never takes a stand choose such a prominent spot? He was observing you. The fox's tail stopped. When he watched you, his heartbeat was twice as fast as normal. Qin Tian tapped his fingers lightly on the window frame. Then let him keep observing. He doesn't move, I don't move. He moves, I'll catch him. How do you plan to catch him? First let him think he's hidden well, then let him think he knows everything, and finally let him discover he knows nothing. Qin Tian turned around, walked to the table, and sat down, pushing the window open. The nine-tailed celestial fox leaped from his arms, landing on the table to look at Qin Tian. Master, you're becoming more and more like a pavilion master. Still far from it. But you've already fooled the third elder. When he looked at you, he thought he was well hidden. The fox's voice carried a hint of undisguised pride. Thanks to you for telling me. Qin Tian reached out and rubbed her head. The nine-tailed celestial fox tilted her head up at the sky, now drenched in twilight, where a black-purple arc light flashed in the distance. She didn't ask what it was. Instead, she rested her chin on the table, closed one eye, opened the other, and watched the arc light slowly take shape at the edge of the horizon. Master, aren't you afraid there's someone behind him? Qin Tian picked up the cup of tea, now cold, and took a sip. I'm not afraid. Who have I ever been afraid of? Whoever dares to play dirty tricks on me, I'll destroy them. The nine-tailed celestial fox chuckled, not replying further. The night outside deepened, and in the direction of the rear mountain, the black-purple arc light flickered once more. The rift's entrance had grown larger still compared to 3 days prior. Its dark, jagged edges curled outward with charred rock fragments, and from within periodically surged black mist reeking of blood and rot. Where it touched nearby shrubs, leaves instantly withered into powder. Once inside, do not separate. The black mist is poisonous, and the Ancient Divine Tree will project an aura to shield you. Stay within the range of the tortoise-shell sigil. Qin Tian's voice was calm, but carried undeniable weight. He rubbed his thumb across the pavilion master token at his waist before stepping into the rift ahead of them. The Ancient Divine Tree gradually materialized behind them, its dark emerald shell inscribed with glowing sigils that formed a translucent azure barrier, enveloping all 5 within. As the dark vapor met the tortoiseshell sigil, a hissing sound erupted like rain striking molten iron, sending up wisps of white smoke that dissolved into nothingness. Murong Shui unconsciously gripped her sword tighter, her fingertips growing cold, as she could clearly sense the bone-piercing chill beyond the barrier. Inside the rift, the world was completely unlike what lay outside. Above them sprawled a fractured dome, its sky broken into jagged fragments, while dark purple clouds churned behind the rift's boundary, occasionally illuminated by silent lightning flashes. The ground sloped unevenly, without pattern, rocks twisting upward in some places and collapsing downward in others, as though molded by invisible hands at will. Gravity itself was chaotic. Each step brought wildly shifting weight, sometimes light enough to make one float, other times crushing, heavy enough to buckle the knees. A disciple from the Longyuan pavilion lost his footing and nearly tumbled past the barrier's edge before a companion hauled him back, his face drained of color. The nine-tailed heavenly fox peered out from Qin Tian's embrace, its snow-white fur shimmering softly in the dim light. Its most luxurious tail tip gently touched the back of Qin Tian's hand as it whispered, "Master, something inside is calling me." "What is it?" Qin Tian paused briefly, his gaze sweeping across the swirling black mist around them. "I don't know, but it's calling me. The voice comes from far away, muffled, and I can't make out what it's saying." The nine-tailed fox's ears twitched as its 9 tails instinctively stiffened. "And the deeper we go, the clearer the voice becomes." Qin Tian said nothing but quickened his pace. The Ancient Divine Tree's shell flickered with a faint glow, and the barrier advanced more swiftly. After advancing another 100 steps, the surrounding black mist suddenly grew denser, dimming even the barrier's light. Qin Tian frowned slightly, and hadn't yet spoken when the nine-tailed fox suddenly warned sharply, "Master, something's coming from the left." Before the words had finished echoing, a dense swarm of black dots burst from the mist on the left, hurtling toward the barrier with a deafening roar. They were a swarm of flying insects no larger than fingernails, their bodies entirely black, with fawn-like mouthparts glowing an eerie green, their wings vibrating with a piercing hum that made the eardrums ache. Bone-corroding fog locusts. Murong Shui's expression shifted as she recognized the creatures from ancient texts, fiends born within the black mist that fed upon spiritual souls. The swarm of locusts slammed against the tortoiseshell barrier in endless waves, producing a continuous crackling sound. The Xuanwu Divine Tree's dark patterns flickered repeatedly, and the barrier visibly thinned before their eyes. Worse still, gravity had fallen into chaos at this moment, leaving the entire team floating, without stable footing, unable to maintain any proper stance. Several fog locusts squeezed through gaps along the barrier's edge and lunged straight for the faces of those on the perimeter. Zhuge Lightning Peng incinerate the left flank. White Tiger protect the people. Qin Tian's voice remained steady with no trace of panic. The Zhuge Lightning Peng let out a long cry, its wings flapping once as golden-red flames spread along the left side of the barrier, forming an impenetrable wall of fire. The lead fog locusts crashed into the flames and were instantly reduced to ash, releasing a pungent, acrid stench. The white tiger beast deity roared low and shifted its form to position itself before the disciples, its claws sweeping out several wind blades that sliced the intruding locusts into fragments. The demon dragon king hovered in midair, its immense dragon pressure radiating outward. The fog locusts seemed to sense a natural predator, and their flight movements noticeably slowed. However, the sheer number of fog locusts was overwhelming. They came in relentless waves, layer after layer, replacing those consumed by the firewall. More dangerously, gravity suddenly intensified, causing the Zhuge Lightning Peng to sink lower and creating a momentary breach in the barrier. Dozens of locusts exploited the opening and rushed straight toward Qin Tian's back. The nine-tailed fox flicked its tail, sending out a spreading wave of pale pink illusionary power. Those fog locusts struck the illusion and immediately lost their bearings, spinning chaotically midair. Seizing the opportunity, the Xuanwu Divine Tree tightened its shell, and icy blue cold seeped through the barrier's cracks. Any fog locust touched by the chill had its wings instantly frozen, dropping with sharp crackling sounds and shattering into ice fragments upon impact. Half an incense stick's time later, the final fog locust was consumed to ash by the Zhuge Lightning Peng's flames, and the surrounding black mist gradually settled back to stillness. The team members all breathed a sigh of relief, their backs drenched in cold sweat. They had only just entered this place and had already encountered such deadly threats. They had no idea what dangers lay hidden deeper within. Don't stop, keep moving. Qin Tian seemed unaffected, his gaze fixed on the depths ahead. These are merely outposts on the periphery. The real threat lies within. The nine-tailed fox curled back into his embrace, its tail wrapping around his wrist as its voice grew steadier. Master that voice. It's closer now. It seems to be emanating from beneath the clearing ahead. The space within the rift surpassed everyone's wildest expectations. After barely half an incense stick's walk, the sloping ground suddenly leveled out, revealing an ancient battlefield stretching for thousands of miles that unfolded before them without warning. Wind swept from the heart of the battlefield, carrying the scent of rust and decay, slicing across faces like countless thin blades. Mountains of colossal beast bones rose before them, stretching endlessly beyond sight. These bones were incomprehensibly massive. A single curved rib towered higher than the main hall of Longyuan Pavilion, sprawling across the ground and casting vast shadows. Some skeletons remained relatively intact, their enormous skulls tilted upward toward the heavens, hollow eye sockets appearing to gaze into the shattered dome above. Dragons, phoenixes, Qilin, and Xuanwu, all the divine beasts one had only seen in ancient texts, now lay motionless as skeletal remains and shattered shells, silently bearing witness to the brutal warfare of ages past. Scattered across the ground were fragments of armor and weapons, with a shattered spear half buried between bones, its shaft long rotted away, while its blade still gleamed with a cold, biting light. Other shields had splintered into a dozen pieces, their surfaces marked with deep claw marks and tooth imprints that penetrated to the bone as though torn apart by monstrous beasts. Still more weapons had eroded to dust, rising in gray-white clouds beneath their feet. Murong Shui clenched her hands, her fingers trembling as she struggled to contain her shock. What happened here? So many divine beasts. How could they all perish in this place? A divine war, Qin Tian replied, stepping forward and crouching beside a massive skeleton. This particular frame resembled a Qilin, but dwarfed even the largest accounts by over 3 times, its limb bones thick and powerful, with a broken horn still embedded in its skull, the jagged fracture suggesting it had been violently shattered. The sternum bore a gaping wound, its edges splintered outward as though something had erupted violently from within. Deep within the bone cavity rested a dark black crystal, roughly fist-sized, its surface riddled with spiderweb fractures, and within it flickered an extremely faint golden light that seemed on the verge of extinguishing entirely. At that moment, a cold system notification resonated within Qin Tian's mind, warning. Mythical level remains detected, Hundun Qilin. A fragmented divine core has been recovered from the sternum region. System analysis indicates residual energy within the core is viable, meeting the activation requirements for the divine class template. Qin Tian's fingers hovered 3 inches above the crystal without making contact, and he asked mentally, "What is the Hundun Qilin?" Hundun Qilin, a chaos-type divine beast. Its qualification ceiling surpasses ordinary divine beasts with a guaranteed rating of mythical. If the fragmented divine core is utilized as a covenant medium, it can awaken the slumbering remnant soul within and establish a mythical level contract. Another system notification appeared. Resonance detected between the Hundun Qilin remains. Covenant conditions are partially fulfilled. The guardian of the current area must be defeated and the seal on the remains lifted to complete the contract. Qin Tian rose to his feet and gazed into the heart of the battlefield. Where is the guardian? Before he could finish speaking, a low roar erupted from behind a pile of bones in the distance, rolling across the ground like distant thunder and causing the scattered bone fragments beneath their feet to tremble. As the roar still echoed, an arrogant and piercing voice cut in with undisguised mockery. The young pavilion master of Longyuan Pavilion has stretched his reach quite far. Did you really think you could come to a place like this? Qin Tian turned around. 7 or 8 figures emerged from the shadows at the edge of the battlefield, clad in uniform white light armor, with golden towers embroidered on their shoulder guards, each spire piercing a star glaring under the dim light. Leading them was a tall, gaunt man with a pallid complexion and sunken eyes, a silver badge hanging at his waist, engraved with an SS-tier apex mark, swaying gently with each step he took. He cast a dismissive glance at Qin Tian, then swept over the chaotic Qilin skeleton on the ground before finally fixing his gaze upon Qin Tian. You've barely taken your seat as pavilion master, and already you're rushing to deliver your death. Just right. This Qilin's divine core shall belong to the divine kingdom. Morong Shui stepped forward half a pace, gripping her sword tightly. Divine kingdom? Which divine kingdom? Who exactly are you? No need to know. Knowing serves no purpose. The dead need not remember so much. The silver badge man sneered, striding toward the Qilin skeleton with complete disregard for Qin Tian and his companions. Your Longyuan Pavilion's modest holdings wouldn't even qualify to carry our divine kingdom's shoes. Boy, I'll give you a chance. Move aside yourself, and I'll let you keep your body intact. Qin Tian did not yield. 5 beast companions manifested behind him, one after another, their presences unfurling like a storm. The demon dragon king hovered in midair, its black dragon scales shimmering with an ominous glow, its draconic might pressing heavily upon the opposing side. The 9-tailed heavenly fox stood upon his shoulder, 9 tails swaying gently, her pink eyes cold with killing intent. The vermilion bird Thunderpung beat its wings, hovering in place, flames dancing between its feathers. The white tiger divine beast trod upon the bones, its claws pressing down until the bone fragments cracked audibly. The dark tortoise sacred tree sank beneath Qin Tian's feet, its tortoiseshell markings spreading silently across the ground. The silver badge man halted. 5 SS-tier beasts. No wonder you dared to charge in alone. You do have some assets. His tone remained frivolous, yet his gaze shifted from Qin Tian's face and locked onto the divine core embedded in the Qilin's chest bone, his eyes filled with raw greed. Behind him, the other 7 likewise released their beast companions. 6 or 7 SS-tier auras collided, and the very air grew suffocatingly thick. Engaged, Qin Tian commanded, his voice barely above a whisper. The 9-tailed heavenly fox struck, first moving with unparalleled speed. She became a streak of snow-white radiance, her 9 tails pointing simultaneously toward the silver badge man. A pale pink illusion domain unfolded in silence. The 7 behind the silver badge man fell into momentary daze. Their newly summoned beasts froze mid-motion, suspended in the air. The demon dragon king followed close behind. A low dragon's roar erupted, unleashing a torrent of draconic pressure that instantly suppressed 3 SS-tier beasts on the opposing side, robbing them of their reactions. The white tiger divine beast cut in from the left, its figure moving like a flash of white light. 2 devastating paw strikes sent 2 enemies attempting a flanking maneuver, flying, burying man and beast alike into the nearby piles of corpses. The vermilion bird Thunderpung dove from the skies, its wings carving arcs of golden red flame, transforming mid-descent into a colossal axe blade that cleaved the enemy's unformed battle line clean in 2. In no more than a few breaths, the opposing force descended into chaos. Only then did the silver badge man truly grasp the situation. His beast suppressed his formation, shattered his reinforcements, still groggy from the illusion. His face drained of color instantly. What manner of people are you? Is this what SS-tier apex beasts can produce? He screamed, drawing his long sword, its biting cold light surging forward as he charged directly at Qin Tian. He sought to strike the head by killing the leader. Qin Tian offered no reply. The dark tortoise sacred tree rose from beneath his feet, its shell markings coalescing into a thin ice-blue barrier before him. The silver badge man brought his sword down in a ferocious arc, but the blade struck the barrier and found no purchase. The tortoise shell remained utterly unmoved. Qin Tian raised his right hand palm, facing downward, and pressed gently. The sacred tree's chilling cold surged along the sword's blade, in an instant crawling from tip to hilt, freezing the silver badge man's fingers before he could even blink. Icicles of ice blue crystal crept further up his arm, searing cold, piercing into his bones. He cried out in agony, dropping his weapon. The long sword struck the ground with a sharp cracking sound, shattered by the freezing cold into countless fragments. Scram. If you return next time, it won't be just your fingers that freeze. Qin Tian's voice carried no hint of emotion whatsoever. The silver badge man clenched his teeth, shooting Qin Tian a venomous glare, but dared not speak another word. Summoning his subordinates, he dragged away their wounded beasts and retreated in disgrace toward the battlefield's edge. Their silhouettes soon vanished behind the bone mounds, their footfalls fading entirely from hearing. The nine-tailed heavenly fox leaped back into Qin Tian's embrace, her tail tip flickering once more before nuzzling against his chin. Master, he has not gone far. He is hiding behind that bone mountain over there. And there are other presences concealed nearby, while hidden embedded within the bones themselves. I am aware, Qin Tian said, neither surprised nor alarmed. We must finish this before they return. People of the Divine Kingdom had their eyes fixed on this divine core. They would never abandon it so easily. He turned and walked back to the chaotic Qilin skeleton, extending his hand toward the fractured black crystal. The moment Qin Tian's fingertips were about to touch the crystal, 3 dark shadows burst from the bone rubble beneath his feet. Wrapped entirely in black mist, their short daggers gleaming with sinister green poison light, they thrust straight for Qin Tian's unprotected back. Blisteringly fast, the blade edges were less than half a foot from his back. Divine Kingdom shadow guards. They had been lying in ambush within the corpse piles all along. At the same moment, a crinkling, grinding sound echoed from deep within the battlefield. Several nearby divine beast skeletons began to stir. Cold green flames ignited within their hollow eye sockets, massive skeletons pushing themselves upward from the ground, heads bowing to regard Qin Tian and his companions. The divine core's energy fluctuation had awakened the residual skeleton guards lingering on this battlefield. A pincer attack. Quite the clever scheme, Qin Tian remarked without moving a step, without even turning his head. The white tiger divine beast roared, spinning around to pounce upon the 3 shadow guards. Claws clashed with daggers, sending sparks flying. The shadow guards moved with extraordinary agility, darting through the bone piles in frantic combat with the tiger. The vermilion bird Thunder Pung confronted the reanimated skeletons, its flames scorching bone until it crackled and popped. Yet the undead knew no pain, pressing forward step by relentless step. More troubling still, dense footfalls thundered from the distance. The silver badge man had returned, and this time 2 figures of equally unfathomable aura, both SS-tier apex experts, accompanied him. Standing atop the bone mountain, he threw back his head and laughed. Pavilion Master Qin, did you not expect this? I had shadow guards lying in wait from the start. Now the skeleton guards have awakened. Tell me, how will you block all of this? Hand over the divine core, and I shall grant you a swift death. As soon as the words left his mouth, he led his forces charging downward. Qin Tian's brows furrowed slightly. The situation was indeed perilous. His gaze swept over the divine core, then glanced at the 9-tailed heavenly fox, and he spoke suddenly. Xiao Fei awakened the remnant soul within the divine core. Tell it, we are not its enemies. Dark Tortoise, hold the domain. Demon Dragon King, suppress those 3 SS tier on the opposite side. The instant the orders were given, the Demon Dragon King soared skyward, its dragon roar resonating throughout the entire battlefield. Black dragon breath erupted forward, striking directly at the 3 silver badge leaders, halting their charge in its tracks. The Dark Tortoise sacred tree's carapace blazed with radiance, its shell markings expanding to their limit. An ice blue barrier sealed the area, keeping the skeleton guards at bay, while the frigid cold continuously eroded their bones, slowing their movements further. The 9-tailed heavenly fox leaped beside the divine core, her 9 tails gently brushing against the black crystal. She could sense the wrathful consciousness stirring within, slowly emerging from its slumber and confusion. We are not here to steal from you. We are here to free you, she whispered, her voice carried through spiritual sense. Those wicked ones in white clothing outside, they are the ones who seek your divine core. Golden light flared brightly within the divine core. The skeleton guards pressing against the barrier staggered to a halt. Their cold green flames flickered within hollow sockets, then slowly turned, and they lunged toward the silver badge man and his retreating forces. What a... The silver badge man's face contorted in horror. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine the skeleton guards would obey Qin Tian's command and reverse their targeting. Fury and terror gripped him as he watched his own men slaughtered by the skeleton guards. Further delay meant annihilation for all of them. He shot Qin Tian a death-glaring look, teeth ground in hatred. You win this round. We're leaving. This time he truly fled in panicked disarray. Silence fell upon the battlefield once more. Then the cold green flames upon the skeleton guards gradually extinguished their frames, collapsing back into motionless silent bones. The nine-tailed heavenly fox exhaled in relief. Master, they say they are willing to await your contract formalization. Qin Tian gave a slight nod, his gaze returning to the black crystal. The preceding battle had consumed precious time. No longer hesitating, he reached out and pressed his palm against the fractured divine core. From the cracks upon the crystal's surface, golden radiance seeped forth, slowly flowing through his fingertips and gently merging into his body. The wind howled through the gaps in the shattered dome, producing a low, mournful wail as it passed through the colossal skeletal remains. Qin Tian stood before a complete skeleton, gazing up at the 100-meter-tall remains. Even after 10,000 years of death, even though its flesh had long turned to dust, the remains still stood there like a mountain. A sense of pressure seeped from the very bones. Morong Shui stood behind Qin Tian, the pressure of this Qilin. Even after being dead for so long, the pressure of a divine beast is etched into its bones. Qin Tian stepped closer and reached out to press his hand against the Qilin's foreleg bone. The bone was cold and rough. At the moment his fingertip touched it, an extremely faint vibration emanated from the bone seams. Ding! Chaotic Qilin remains residual energy resonance from divine core fragments. Current status 12 fragments scattered across the battlefield, all must be collected to reassemble. Note: ancient residual souls wander around the fragments and attacks may occur during collection. Qin Tian's gaze shifted from the skeleton and fell upon the battlefield. Residual souls. Ding. Energy remnants of fallen divine beasts that have not completely dissipated. They lack self-awareness, but will attack any living being that approaches the fragments. Then clear them out. Qin Tian withdrew his hand. Master, there is a fragment over there. The nine-tailed celestial fox pointed to the eastern side of the battlefield at the base of a broken rib. The demon dragon king charged out first, its golden scales still conspicuous under the dark purple sky. It wove through the skeletons, detouring around obstructing remains and smashing those it could not avoid with a single claw. The first fragment was at the base of a rib embedded in a bone, seemed only thumb-sized with a dull surface. The demon dragon king pried it out with its claw, carried it in its mouth, and brought it back before Qin Tian. The second fragment was 300 meters away, lying among a pile of shattered tortoise shells. The white tiger divine beast was responsible for that area. It did not detour, but bit through any residual soul blocking its path. The vermilion bird thunder rocks swept across the sky, using waves of heat to drive back 3 residual souls that tried to approach. The third, fourth, fifth fragments were brought back one after another, forming a semicircle at Qin Tian's feet. Each fragment varied in size. Some were like fists, some like fingernails, with colors ranging from dull to faintly glowing. But when pieced together, they vaguely hinted at having once been a complete sphere. The 9th fragment lay beneath a pile of collapsed building ruins. As the nine-tailed celestial fox squeezed in to retrieve it, 3 residual souls burst out from the rubble, their gray-white light coalescing into vague humanoid forms that lunged at her. The nine-tailed celestial fox retreated half a step, purple light spreading from the base of its tails to the tips. The 3 residual souls, swept by the nine-tailed radiance, began to distort and finally dissolved into wisps of gray-white air currents. The nine-tailed celestial fox stood frozen in place. Master, I have eliminated them. First, gather the remaining fragments. Qin Tian nodded. The 10th fragment lay beside a broken dragon horn at the edge of the battlefield. The demon dragon king crouched before the fragment, lowering its head to sniff for a long time. It looked up at Qin Tian. Master, this Qilin. It is no ordinary Qilin. The demon dragon king's voice was somewhat muffled. There is an aura in its bones that is the same as mine. Not the same bloodline, but the same level. Ding. Chaotic Qilin, one of the primordial divine beasts. Equal to the Azure Dragon, one of the pillars of the divine war era. Note the fragment in your hand records its final moments fighting side by side with the Azure Dragon. If you contract it, you contract an entire history. Primordial divine beast. Qin Tian's finger paused on the fragment's surface. The Azure Dragon's bones also have these patterns. There is no mistake. It is an existence of the same level as the Azure Dragon. The demon dragon king's voice dropped. Then we must bring it out all the more. Qin Tian clenched the fragment. The 12 fragments spread out in a circle before him. Each one was glowing, flickering on and off. Contract. Qin Tian did not hesitate. He extended his right hand toward the center of the fragments, slashed his palm, and blood gushed out, dripping onto the fragments. Warning: the contract target is a shattered divine core. The success rate after system reevaluation is determined to be 1. The contract process is irreversible. Failure will cause part of the divine core energy to disperse, and retry may be impossible. Confirm. Confirm. In the first second after the blood dripped, the cracks on the fragment surfaces slightly opened and closed. In the second, the faint glimmers flickered simultaneously. In the third second, a crack opened between the 2 fragments closest to the blood. Divine core resonance initiated. Repairing core structure. Repair progress 1. Preliminary divine core fusion completed. Soul identity confirmed. Contract is being established. A black beam of light shot up from the center of the fragments, pierced through the shattered dome, and illuminated the entire battlefield for an instant. The nine-tailed celestial fox looked up, Master. Its eyes are looking at you. In the center of the light beam, a half-open eye was facing Qin Tian. In the distance of the battlefield, new footsteps were approaching. The Divine Kingdom's army had arrived. As the black beam shot into the sky, the shadows at the battlefield's edge surged as if collapsing. The Divine Kingdom's army poured out from the rift, clad in white standard light armor with golden tower and star emblems embroidered on their pauldrons. At the forefront was a divine general 2 meters tall with a silver badge at his waist engraved with the words, SSS level initial stage. He glanced at the black beam, then at Qin Tian, and curled the corner of his mouth. Qin Tian, do you really think you're the #1 beast tamer under heaven? Today I'll show you what garbage you've contracted. The divine general extended his hand, and 3 SSS level contracted beasts behind him stepped forward simultaneously. A golden giant ape beat its chest and stamped its feet, a silver-winged celestial wolf lowered its front body, and an ink-scaled giant python coiled and flicked its tongue. Qin Tian stood still, not moving. His right hand was still extended into the center of the light beam, blood slowly seeping into the deep cracks, unable to stop. He glanced at the nine-tailed celestial fox. Protect me. The nine-tailed celestial fox expanded to 5 meters in size, all 9 tails raised simultaneously. The flames at the tips of its tails burned to their fullest, and 9-colored light interweaved into a barrier shielding Qin Tian. The demon dragon king rose from behind Qin Tian. Golden dragon wings spread, releasing dragon might, and charged head-on at the golden giant ape. The white tiger divine beast cut in from the left, waiting for an opportunity. The vermilion bird thunder rocked dove from the sky, while the black tortoise divine tree rapidly spread its roots underground. Long Outyin drew his sword and stood at Qin Tian's flank. You all retreat behind Qin Tian. Murong Shue's 9-colored spirit finch rose from her shoulder, 9-colored light illuminating a small patch of ground at her feet. Su Muqing's ice phoenix spread its wings, cold air radiating outward from her as the center. Lin Qingshue's frost giant dragon returned to its original form, its gray-blue scales refracting cold light in the residual glow of the beam. Everyone formed an arc, blocking in front of Qin Tian. The divine general's smile faded. Interesting. Your formation is quite intimidating, but useless. He raised his hand, and the 3 SSS level contracted beasts pounced simultaneously. The ink-scaled giant python arrived first, coiling its body to crush the 9-tailed celestial fox's barrier. The demon dragon king collided head-on with the ink-scaled giant python, and as the two forces clashed, a crack erupted on the ground. The golden giant ape punched the white tiger divine beast's shoulder, causing it to retreat 3 steps with a trace of blood at the corner of its mouth. The silver-winged celestial wolf swooped from the sky, its claws slashing at the vermilion bird Thunder Rock's wings. The 9-tailed celestial fox's illusion unfolded, slowing the silver-winged celestial wolf's movements by a beat, and the vermilion bird Thunder Rock's flames followed, burning through the tip of its wing. Long Outyin charged in to deliver a sword strike. Murong Shui and Su Muqing provided support on the flanks, while Lin Qingshue's frost giant dragon bit into the golden giant ape's calf. Everyone barely managed to block the first wave of the SSS-level divine general's assault. But everyone knew the second wave was coming, and this time they might not be able to hold it off. Qin Tian's voice came. Everyone hold on a little longer. Rest assured, Master. We can hold on. The 9-tailed celestial fox wrapped its tails around the silver-winged celestial wolf's claw and flung it away. The pillar of light flickered once. Fragments burst from the pillar of light. The radiance surged and contracted, narrowing from a sky-covering gold into a thin line, then condensing at the end of the line into a fist-sized point of light. The point of light slowly elongated, and a small beast stepped out from within. It was only half a meter tall. Its body was covered in chaotic colored scales that refracted different hues from different angles. Its hooves trod on flames, silver-colored and silent as they touched the ground. A single horn grew from its forehead, its tip glowing with a dark gold light that pulsed with each breath. Contract successful. Tamed beast Chaos Qilin mythical primordial variant. Current level S rank, initial stage. Grade rainbow upgradable. Skills Chaos breath, walking on flames, divine core resonance, passive, awakens more abilities as level increases. Remarks its growth ceiling, unlimited. The little Qilin looked up at Qin Tian. Its eyes were silver with a dark golden light slowly rotating in the depths of its pupils like newly kindled sparks. The battlefield fell silent for a moment. Even the divine general was stunned. He stared at the half-meter-tall beast, then at Qin Tian. A newly contracted divine beast. Ha ha. I thought you had some real trump card. His laughter trailed off. The little Qilin tilted its head, then opened its mouth. Chaos breath. No charging, no roar, no preamble. It simply opened its mouth like a baby yawning. A gray-gold stream of light surged from its mouth, tracing a straight line through the air, striking precisely the golden primordial giant that the divine general had yet to recall. The moment the stream touched the giant, its fur began to gray, its flesh peeled away like sand eroded by wind, and a gray-white light shone from within its bones. With a brief whimper, the SSS rank initial stage golden primordial giant vanished, leaving only a small pile of ash that was scattered by the wind. The divine general's smile froze on his face. He stared at the spot where the golden primordial giant had dissipated, then looked down at the half-meter-tall little Qilin. The little Qilin licked its lips and looked up at Qin Tian. "Master, I defeated it." Qin Tian nodded. The divine general's legs trembled as he took a step back. His lips moved, his voice faltering. "This is impossible. A newly contracted beast at demigod level." Qin Tian did not answer him. He crouched down, reached out, and rubbed the little Qilin's head. Its scales felt warm like sunstones. "Now deal with the one before us." The little Qilin nodded, turned to look at the divine general, stared at him for 3 seconds, then glanced at the soldiers behind him, whose fingers had already frozen off, and walked back to Qin Tian's feet. "Master, they've left." Qin Tian looked down at the little Qilin. Its silver flames danced lightly between its hooves, and its chaotic-colored scales shimmered faintly under the dark violet sky. The divine general had already fled. The soldiers behind him had fled too. The battlefield was left with only a pile of ash and the distant sound of wind. The nine-tailed celestial fox lowered its head to look at the little Qilin lying on the ground, then looked up at Qin Tian. "Master, you've contracted another Qilin. What will you call it?" Qin Tian thought for a moment. "Let's call it Xiaoqi for now. When it grows up, we'll think of a formal name." Xiaoqi. The nine-tailed celestial fox gently touched the little Qilin's head with the tip of its tail. Qin Tian turned and walked toward the rift exit. The little Qilin stood up from the ground, its hooves treading flames, and followed at his feet. The nine-tailed celestial fox lay in Qin Tian's arms. Long Out Yin sheathed his sword, the blade still stained with gray traces from the earlier battle. Morong Shui smoothed her disheveled hair. Su Maching sketched a half-meter-tall little Qilin in her notebook, its hooves treading flames, silver eyes glowing. Lin Qingxue turned and followed the group. The wind on the battlefield rose again, scattering the last remnants of the golden primordial giant's ash into the dark violet sky. Qin Tian knew that there were still eyes watching him from the shadows, but those gazes dared not approach for now. At any rate, he had gained another powerful contracted beast. That was enough. Qin Tian found some food for the Chaos Qilin. The situation was tense, and he needed it to grow quickly. The Chaos Qilin ate its fill and let out a burp. A puff of gray mist sprayed from its nostrils, landing on the ground and corroding the hard basalt into a bowl-sized pit. "This little one." Qin Tian crouched down and reached out to stroke the Qilin's head. The Qilin narrowed, its eyes purring from its throat, its 3 tails wagging happily. Chaos Qilin level S rank mid-stage trait Chaos Devour. Can absorb any form of energy and convert it into nutrients for growth. Trait Myriad Replication. Can analyze and replicate the skills of other tamed beasts. Qin Tian stared at the system panel, the corner of his mouth twitching. Replicate. He had a sudden thought and looked at the Demon Dragon King dozing nearby. Xiaohei spit some dragon breath. The Demon Dragon King lazily lifted its eyelids, opened its mouth, and a jet-black dragon breath surged out, burning a 3-meter-deep hole into the distant cliff. The Chaos Qilin tilted its head to watch, sniffed with its little nose. Then puff. A jet-black flame of the same kind burst from its mouth. Though only a tenth the size of the Demon Dragon King's, the aura of destruction was identical. Holy crap. Qin Tian's eyes widened. The Demon Dragon King was also stunned, its dragon face a picture of disbelief. Qin Tian couldn't believe it and turned to the nine-tailed celestial fox. "Xiao Fei Fireball." The nine-tailed celestial fox flicked its 9 tails, conjuring a half-meter diameter crimson fireball that slammed into the ground, blasting a charred deep pit. The Chaos Qilin sniffed again. Puff. A fist-sized fireball emerged from its mouth. Smaller, yes, but the temperature and color were exactly the same as the 9-tailed celestial fox's. "This?" Qin Tian swallowed hard. "Is this a bootleg divine beast?" An absurd thought crossed his mind. If this little one could replicate the skills of all tamed beasts, didn't that mean it alone could stand in for an entire army? Divine Tree Healing Spell. The divine tree swayed, its branches casting an emerald light that healed the wounds on Qin Tian's arm from earlier battle at a visible rate. The Chaos Qilin blinked, its body shrouded in gray mist. Then, a faint emerald glow emanated from its horn, weak but unmistakably healing energy. Qin Tian drew a sharp breath. He suddenly realized that the Chaos Qilin he had contracted might be even more monstrous than he had imagined. Devouring energy for rapid growth, replicating myriad skills. This was no ordinary S-rank tamed beast. It was a bug wrapped in an S-rank disguise. "Little one." Qin Tian picked up the Chaos Qilin, staring into its clear, innocent eyes. "From now on you'll be called Xiaohun Dun." Ing. Xiao Hundun chirped, happily nuzzling against Qin Tian's wrist. Qin Tian smiled, his gaze drifting into the distance. It was time to return and regroup, because Qin Tian realized that a storm awaited him at the Dragon Abyss Pavilion. Within the Longyuan Pavilion's council hall, the moment Qin Tian crossed the threshold with his 6 spirit beasts, a deathly silence descended upon the entire chamber. The demon dragon king coiled upon his left shoulder, its jet-black scales gleaming with a somber cold luster. The 9-tailed celestial fox perched upon his right shoulder, its 9 tails swaying like tongues of flame. The divine tree floated beside him, its branches and leaves unfurling, scattering glimmers of emerald light. The golden-winged roc circled overhead, its wings spanning the sky, blotting out the sun. The white tiger crouched at his feet, faint blood-red patterns shimmering across its silver-white fur. And in his arms a drab little beast yawned lazily, flicking its 3 tails. 6 spirit beasts. 6 entities of SS level and above. In the hall, the 12 elders of the Longyuan Pavilion rose in unison, the clatter of chairs toppling one after another. S6. 6. Good heavens. Unprecedented. This is absolutely unprecedented. Grand Elder Long Zhanyun's lips trembled, unable to speak a coherent sentence for a long while. The second elder's teacup shattered on the floor with a sharp crack. The third elder rubbed his eyes, then rubbed them again, confirming he was not dreaming. Qin Tian's expression remained calm as his gaze swept across the crowd, finally settling on the seat of honor. Long Zhantian sat in a wheelchair, his face pale as paper, yet his eyes blazed with unusual brightness. He looked at Qin Tian, at the 6 spirit beasts behind him, and suddenly laughed. That laughter carried relief, emotion, and liberation. Good, good. Long Zhantian raised a trembling hand and patted the armrest of the wheelchair. I, Long Zhantian, have led the Longyuan Pavilion for 37 years. From A level to SS level, from obscurity to the foremost power of the Federation. I thought I would give my very life to the Longyuan Pavilion. He coughed twice, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet he paid it no heed. But now it seems. Long Zhantian gazed deeply into Qin Tian's eyes, his stare piercing. The Longyuan Pavilion is yours. I am completely at ease. Pavilion Master. You cannot do this, Pavilion Master. We recognize only you, Long Zhantian, as our leader. Though Qin Tian is exceptionally gifted, he is still young. The elders chimed in to dissuade him. Long Zhantian waved his hand, his voice low, yet carrying an irrefutable authority. Young. He sneered, 28 years old, 6 SS level and above spirit beasts, slaying SSS level divine generals like butchering dogs. Tell me across the entire Federation who is more qualified to sit in this seat. Dead silence fell upon the hall. Long Zhantian struggled to rise from his wheelchair, and supported by others walked step by step before Qin Tian. From this day forth, Qin Tian is the Pavilion Master of the Longyuan Pavilion. You must obey his commands. Those who disobey, Long Zhantian's eyes swept across the assembly like blades, shall be slain without mercy. Qin Tian felt the heavy weight upon his shoulders. He lifted his head and met Long Zhantian's gaze. In the elder's eyes there was only a serene relief, as if a burden had been lifted. Elder Long, Qin Tian said in a deep voice, the Longyuan Pavilion will only grow stronger under my command. Long Zhantian smiled and patted his shoulder. I believe you. Just then, report. A disciple burst into the hall, his face deathly pale. The Divine Kingdom's army. The Divine Kingdom's army has officially invaded. 3 SSS-level divine generals leading 100,000 elite troops of the Divine Kingdom have broken through the border defenses. The hall instantly erupted into chaos. Long Zhantian's expression shifted as he turned sharply to Qin Tian. But Qin Tian merely smiled. That smile held only a chilling tranquility. Just in time. He turned and his 6 spirit beasts let out a thunderous roar in unison. I was just wanting to test the power of the 6 spirit fusion. At the border Duanhuan cliff, dark clouds pressed down, thunder rumbled. The Divine Kingdom's army surged like a black tide, their banners blotting out the sun, and their killing intent soaring to the heavens. At the forefront 3 figures stood in midair, radiating a suffocating, terrifying pressure. Divine General Finchen, SSS level master of destructive flames. Divine General Junhai, SSS level commander of the boundless ocean. Divine General Liekong, SSS level ripper of the void, slayer of all, in an instant. 3 SSS level divine generals. This was the first time in a century that the Divine Kingdom had dispatched 3 generals simultaneously on a campaign. Finchen looked down upon the insignificant Longyuan Pavilion defense line, a cruel smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. A mere Qin Tian worthy of 3 divine generals acting together. The Divine Lord overestimates him. Junhai said calmly, even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. This child's growth is too rapid, he must be nipped in the bud. Liekong remained silent, merely raising a hand, and a dark rift appeared in the void, as if he had casually torn the world itself. Kill. With that single word, 100,000 elite divine kingdom troops surged toward Duanhuan Cliff like a tidal wave. At that moment, boom, a gray pillar of light shot into the sky, forcibly halting the charge of the divine kingdom army. Within the pillar of light, a figure slowly ascended. Qin Tian. He was surrounded by his 6 spirit beasts, each emanating a presence that made the heart quake. Qin Tian. Finchen's pupils contracted. How dare you show yourself? Qin Tian did not answer. He closed his eyes and formed an arcane hand seal. 6 spirit fusion, activate. In an instant, the 6 spirit beasts simultaneously unleashed a earth-shaking roar. The demon dragon king's annihilating dragon breath, the 9-tailed celestial fox's sky-burning flames, the divine tree's life force, the golden-winged rock's tempestuous speed, the white tiger's blood-soaked killing aura. 5 distinct powers surged madly into the Chaos Qilin's body. Little Chaos raised its head and howled, its body expanding at a visible rate. 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 30 meters. Its body became translucent, and within the gray mist, the interwoven flicker of dragon scales, fox tails, wings, tiger stripes, and tree shadows was faintly visible. Chaos divine beast form fuses the power of 5 spirit beasts with chaos as the core, manifesting myriad phenomena. What is this? Jinhai's face changed drastically. Liekong's pupils constricted. Quick! Stop him! The 3 SSS-level divine generals struck simultaneously. Finchen's destructive flames transformed into a 10,000 zhang fire dragon roaring toward Qin Tian. Jinhai pressed his hands down, and an endless ocean fell from the sky, threatening to drown Qin Tian completely. Liekong tore the void, a pitch-black spatial rift slicing toward Qin Tian's neck like a scythe. 3 SSS-level forces descended at once. Qin Tian's eyes snapped open. His pupils had turned pure gray like the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation. Chaos. He raised his hand, and little Chaos, now the Chaos divine beast, raised its front claw in unison. Myriad phenomena. A gray light erupted, forming a colossal barrier that spanned the heavens and the earth. Finchen's fire dragon struck the barrier and vanished instantly. Jinhai's ocean crashed against the barrier and evaporated into nothing. Liekong's spatial rift slashed the barrier and disappeared like a stone sinking into the sea. Impossible. The 3 divine generals were simultaneously stricken with horror. Qin Tian curled his lips into a cold smile. My turn. He took a step forward, and the Chaos divine beast matched his stride. Dragon breath. The jet-black, annihilating dragon breath spewed from the Chaos divine beast's maw, but this time the breath was interwoven with Finchen's flames, life-green light storm force, and blood-killing aura. The 5 powers merged into one, forming a gray pillar of light that blasted toward the 3 divine generals. Defend. The 3 generals simultaneously raised their strongest defenses. But boom! Where the pillar of light passed, every defense shattered like paper. Finchen shrieked as half his body was instantly vaporized. Jinhai spat a torrent of blood and flew backward. Liekong tore the void to flee, but the residual wave of the pillar caught him, and one of his arms vanished in an instant. 1 strike. 3 SSS-level divine generals, 2 gravely wounded, and 1 fleeing. A deathly silence fell over the entire battlefield. 100,000 elite divine kingdom troops stood frozen, as if paralyzed by a spell. Qin Tian stood in midair, the Chaos divine beast behind him raising its head in a long howl, a gray light enveloping heaven and earth. He looked down upon the divine kingdom army below, his voice calm, yet thundering in every ear. Those who dare to invade the Longyuan pavilion shall be punished no matter how far they flee. As his words fell, the Chaos divine beast opened its maw once more. A gray wave swept outward, and where it passed, the divine kingdom elite fell like wheat before a scythe. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 troops were reduced to nothing. Qin Tian turned, and the Chaos divine beast slowly shrank, reverting to the form of little Chaos, which lay weakly in his arms. Whimper. The little one was so exhausted it could not even wag its tail. Qin Tian patted its head, his gaze turning toward the divine kingdom, a cold light flickering in his eyes. Divine kingdom. This is only the beginning. The 3 divine generals did not retreat far. They withdrew to the edge of the battlefield, standing on the desolate land illuminated by the dim purple heavenly light, exchanged a few whispered words, then raised their hands simultaneously. 3 white pillars of light rose from their palms, interweaving in midair into a net that descended toward the Longyuan pavilion. Qin Tian stood on the city wall, watching the net take shape. He did not hesitate, stepping down from the city wall. 6 spirit beasts rose behind him. This time, instead of lining up on both sides, they converged directly into a circle. Demon Dragon King, 9-tailed Celestial Fox, Vermilion Bird, Thunder Rock, White Tiger Divine Beast, Tian, Dark Turtle, and Chaos Qilin. 6 beams of light surged simultaneously toward the center, and a mass of chaotic colored light exploded from the center. The young Qilin stood at the very center of the circle, The dark golden patterns on its horn were spreading, crawling from the base of the horn over its entire forehead, then from the forehead, extending across its whole body. Its size grew from half a meter to 2 meters, from 2 meters to 10 meters, from 10 meters to 100 zhang. The Chaos Divine Beast. 1,000 zhang in height with 6 heads and 12 wings, its entire body covered in chaotic colored scales. 6 heads lowered, each with a different visage: dragon head, fox head, phoenix head, tiger head, turtle head, and Qilin head. 6 pairs of eyes opened simultaneously, each reflecting a different light. The 3 divine generals stepped back. The leading general exclaimed, "What kind of art is this? Impossible." The Chaos Divine Beast raised its right claw and struck toward the left general's spirit beast. The silver-winged celestial wolf had just unfolded its wings to dodge, but before the action was complete, the shadow of the claw descended. The sound of metal twisting lasted only an extremely brief moment in the air, quickly swallowed by the wind. The silver-winged celestial wolf's wings, along with half its body, were pressed into the ground, leaving no room for struggle. The middle general's golden giant ape was about to retreat when the Chaos Divine Beast's dragon head lowered. It bit the golden giant ape's waist, lifting it from the ground. After the first swallow, the dragon head raised with a trace of dissipating golden embers still hanging at the corner of its mouth. 6 pairs of eyes turned to the 3rd divine general. The 3rd general stood still, his lips trembling. This is a true god level. He looked up at the 1,000 zhang tall Chaos Divine Beast, his voice suddenly rising. "Qin Tian, you're so young. How could you?" His words were cut off. Qin Tian stood directly beneath the Chaos Divine Beast, his right hand still raised. "Still want to fight?" The 3rd divine general did not answer. He staggered back 2 steps, his gaze sweeping over the residual fragments on the ground, then turned and ran. The remaining 2 had also fled far away. The Chaos Divine Beast stood on the battlefield, its 6 heads slowly lowering, not giving chase. Qin Tian felt as if he were being torn apart. He lowered his head to look at his hand. The gaps under his nails were full of blood. Warning: 6 Divine Beast fusion consumes life essence. Current life essence remaining 63. Next activation time 30 days later. Limited to once per month. Exceeding the limit may cause irreversible damage. The Chaos Divine Beast size shrank from 1,000 zhang back to 100 zhang and finally transformed into 6 beams of light, landing back on the ground. The Demon Dragon King coiled into a ball on the ground. The 9-tailed celestial fox lay beside the Demon Dragon King, all 9 tails drooping. The vermilion bird Thunder Rock stood on a protruding rock. The white tiger Divine Beast lay on the ground. Qin Tian felt his legs go weak and his head spun with dizziness. "Qin Tian." Morong Shue's voice came from the direction of the city wall. Morong Shue, Su Muqing, and Lin Qingxue ran over, and the 3 of them supported Qin Tian. Qin Tian was held up by them, his knees not touching the ground. Morong Shue's voice was trembling. "Your nose is bleeding." "It's nothing," Qin Tian struggled. "Let's talk back at the base," he said, then closed his eyes. Qin Tian felt himself sinking, as if his consciousness was being pulled from his body and floating in the air. Then he saw a blurry figure. The figure turned around, and he froze in place. That face was thin with high brow bones and a very faint old scar at the corner of the eye. "Finally, I've been waiting for you." The figure spoke, its voice almost identical to Qin Tian's. "Who are you?" Qin Tian asked. "I am you," the figure said, "but not the you of now. I am the you who has already walked this path once. That system in your hand, I left it behind. Before I reached the end, I broke it into pieces and sent it back to the day you awakened. The path you must walk, I have already walked. When I reached the end, I discovered that it was not the end." Qin Tian opened his mouth, but no sound came out. The figure continued, "The divine level is not the end. The 6 divine beasts fusion is only a beginning. When you reach the position where I once stood, you will understand why I sent all this back. But that is a matter for later. Now you should wake up. There are people waiting for you outside." Qin Tian felt himself floating upward. The figure grew increasingly blurry in the watery mist and finally dissolved into a thin line and vanished. Qin Tian woke up inside his own body. Someone was speaking outside the window. Morong Shui sat by the bedside, Su Muqing leaned against the windowsill, and Lin Qingxue stood by the wall. Their gazes simultaneously fell on Qin Tian. After lying for a long time, Qin Tian said softly, "Water." Morong Shui handed the cup to his lips. After drinking, Qin Tian placed the cup back on the nightstand. He didn't say what he had just seen. He simply looked at the 3 girls. "I'm back." The 3 girls said, "Your injured rest peacefully, will protect you." When Qin Tian opened his eyes for the second time, warm yellow bands of sunlight were streaming in through the window. Qin Tian propped himself up and sat up, the blanket slipping off his shoulders. He lowered his head to look at his hand. The blood under his nails had been wiped clean. "How long did I sleep?" "1 day and 1 night. Morong Shue's voice was a little hoarse. "We watched over you without sleep." Qin Tian was silent for a moment. "Thank you." Qin Tian looked at the system panel in the void. The text on it had changed. "System update complete. Divine Template Library unlocked. Current extractable templates Chaos locked, Qilin locked, Azure Dragon locked. More templates to be discovered. Qin Tian got out of bed and put on his shoes. I'm going to the cultivation chamber. Morong Shui, Su Muqing, and Lin Qingxue said simultaneously, take care of yourself. Qin Tian walked into the cultivation chamber and closed the door. That blurry figure appeared again. Qin Tian walked up to him. This time he saw more details. It was indeed exactly like him. You said before that you are me. Qin Tian's voice fell steadily in the consciousness space. The me from the future. Yes. Qin Tian was silent for a moment, then asked, what do you want from me? The figure did not answer immediately. Then he raised his head and said, after I completed all paths, I discovered that every step I took precisely led me to that place. But your steps may not necessarily lead you to the same place. Qin Tian looked at him. So you can change the outcome and walk a different path. The figure nodded. Yes, that is what I want to remind you of. I want to tell you that you too can change the path of your life, but the prerequisite is that you need to go deep into the divine rift, find the divine fragment, and then you will be able to see the forks in your future. Qin Tian, all right, I will find the divine fragment. Thank you for the reminder. The figure stepped back and re-merged into the light. Qin Tian opened his eyes. System prompt breakthrough path updated. Current direction, all 6 spirit beasts undergo demigod transformation and the user breaks through to SSS level. Key item Divine Fragment located in the Divine War Core Zone at the deepest part of the Divine Rift. Divine Fragments are signposts of life. Find them, and I will be able to see the forks in the future, Qin Tian murmured. When he pushed open the door of the cultivation chamber, Morong Shui, Su Muqing, and Lin Qingxue were waiting at the door speaking in unison. The porridge is ready, let's eat.